From being a cultivation genius to becoming a blacklisted entertainment star, I, Su Qingqing, not only have to deal with the negativity flooding the internet, but also uncover the conspiracy of the Su family. Since they have chosen to be unrighteous, don't blame me for using metaphysical means to make them reap what they sow. Chapter 1. Opening eyes to find myself climbing into bed. A blood-curdling male scream pierced the night sky, shattering the tranquility of this seaside holiday villa. In a moment, all the photographers lying in wait around the room suddenly appeared, rushing towards the male guest's room where the scream originated, carrying their long lenses and tripods. Su Qingqing, who had just opened her eyes to find herself in pajamas lying on someone else's bed, was slightly disoriented. At that moment, at the foot of the bed across from her, there was a half-naked handsome man covering himself with a sheet like a violated young girl shouting loudly, "Su Qingqing, what are you going to do to me?" Su Qingqing was also shocked. Holy crap, after cultivating on the mountain for 200 years, I've never seen such an eye-burning spectacle. So skinny, not even abdominal or chest muscles, just like a thin dog, and not even dressed properly, you guy? Her eyes felt tainted. And he was actually on the same bed as her. The next second, a dull plop sound was heard. This was followed by another more blood-curdling scream of awe. The half-naked handsome man wrapped in the bedsheet was kicked off the bed by her. Meanwhile, the photographers who rushed in with their gear caught this exact moment on camera. After the room lights were turned on, an eerie silence fell over the entire scene. Until the half-naked man who had been kicked off the bed struggled to get up, pointing his finger at Su Qingqing while accusing and yelling, You, Su Qingqing, you've gone too far. Was it because I refused you this afternoon that you secretly came to my room and climbed into my bed at night, and then you kicked me out of anger? Su Qingqing, don't bully people too much. The cameras instantly focused on Su Qingqing, who was still on the bed. Su Qingqing was wearing a set of pink teddy bear pajamas. Contrasting sharply with her cute sleepwear was her head of big wavy curls and a face so refined and beautiful it resembled a vixen spirit. She habitually flicked her hair back and calmly said with her red, pretty lips, "Sorry, it was a reflex reaction after waking up drunk and walking into the wrong room." Half-naked handsome man Xiao Yufan. All the photographers and on-site staff present. 10 minutes later, Su Qingqing, now properly dressed, was called into the studio by the director of the love reality show, Director Zhang. Director Zhang pointed his finger directly at her nose and started yelling without giving her any chance to speak. "Su Qingqing, this time you have truly gone too far. If it weren't for the contract we already signed with you, do you think you'd have the qualifications to participate in our program now? You're nothing but a fake heiress thrown out of the Su family, a homeless stray dog. Not only do you fail to keep a low profile, but you cause trouble excessively outside. So today, I'm officially declaring you have broken our program's rules and brought us serious negative impact. You breached our contract and are therefore being formally expelled from the program. Once your agent arrives, I will discuss with her your breach of contract fees and the follow-up apology that must be posted on Weibo once the program airs." After Director Zhang finished his tirade, he didn't give Su Qingqing a chance to explain herself, turning on his heel and walking away, muttering about how unlucky he was to encounter such a crazy woman as Su Qingqing. Left alone in the studio, Su Qingqing touched her nose after getting scolded. It seemed she indeed had little to say, since tonight, it was indeed her initiative to walk into the other person's room and climb onto their bed. Only this process was rather strange and eerie. She was left waiting alone in the studio until her agent arrived. During this 1-hour wait, Su Qingqing absorbed the memories of this body, finally figuring out what had happened. She was originally a prodigy from a world rich in spiritual energy, highly talented and gifted. After merely 200 years of cultivation within her sect, she could transcend and ascend through heavenly tribulations. However, during the tribulation, she realized her soul wasn't complete. She was missing one part of her 3 souls and 7 spirits, leading to her failure in transcending, resulting in death on the spot. Unexpectedly, possibly blessed by her master ancestor, she didn't dissipate completely. Instead, she traveled through time and space, landing in this so-called modern world, becoming the adopted daughter of the Su family in S City, Huagua. Not only was the name the same, but coincidentally, when she closed her eyes and used her finger calculations, she discovered that the one soul fragment missing from her last life was exactly within this body. Good, her main body was a genius in the metaphysical cultivation world, while the lost fragment was playing the fool here as a blacklisted no-brainer actress in this world. An hour later, her agent Aunt Su arrived. On her way, she had already understood the situation clearly from Director Zhang and knew roughly what had occurred. Upon arrival, Aunt Su immediately directed a scolding at Su Qingqing. "Su Qingqing, do you even have a brain? How dare you do something so reckless? In the past, you were always mooning over those male entertainers. The Su family would pay to cover up for you. But now your younger sister, the real Miss Su, has been found and you've already been disowned by the Su family. Why are you still acting this way? Do you really think someone will still back you up?" Sister Su was truly astonished. Su Qingqing was the hardest artist she had ever managed. A rich heiress with her own funds entering the group, Su Qingqing got into show business mainly to chase stars because she tended to speak without thinking and offended fans of most male artists, so there was a pile of scandals. The frequently trending topic on Weibo, "When will Su Qingqing leave the entertainment industry?" was repeatedly cursed and burned. However, previously, Su Qingqing only talked trash without actually doing anything inappropriate. Her private life remained quite clean. But to actually do something like climbing into another person's bed during filming under the eyes of many cameras while participating in a dating reality show. This genuinely shocked Sister Sue. Sister Sue had at least managed Su Qingqing for a year when she was still the favored heiress of the Su family. Su Qingqing treated her generously then, and Sister Sue earned enough in kickbacks to afford an apartment. She couldn't let her go down entirely without trying, so she asked cautiously, "There's no one else around now. Tell me, is there any misunderstanding involved? Everyone in the circle knows that Xiao Yufan wants to get famous badly and loves making scandals. Was it him who made advances to you? Is there any evidence like chat records?" Under Sister Sue's hopeful gaze, Su Qingqing slowly shook her head and said, "No, I went there myself." Sister Sue painfully swallowed some saliva. "Why did you do such a thing?" Su Qingqing's expression became serious instantly. "Because I feel like I'm possessed." Sister Sue, "Bless, it's just..." She couldn't help but laugh humorlessly, utterly defeated. She took a deep breath. "Su Qingqing, you're done. This time you're really done. Get ready to be sued and pay high breach of contract penalties once you get back to the company." Su Qingqing tilted her head slightly, utterly confused. She was telling the truth, wasn't she? The previous owner was indeed framed, and she had fallen victim to being possessed. Why didn't anyone believe her? Chapter 2. It's best to take another route. Su Qingqing wasn't lying. The original owner of this body really did fall victim to a scheme and ended up in Xiao Yufan's room in the dead of night. Unconscious, she climbed into his bed. She could still feel the evil energy emanating from her forehead just moments ago. It had dissipated when she arrived, but not before she caught it. And as for this body, no one knows what happened before, but its luck was abysmally low. This kind of condition might mean being possessed by evil forces, but she ended up out of body, dead outright. In other words, if she hadn't come back through time, then the person lying next to Xiao Yufan would be a corpse. But no one believed her, nor did anyone listen to her explanations. Finally, after bowing and apologizing countless times to Ms. Su, Director Zhang, and the producers, she left the filming site in a disheveled and embarrassed manner. When Su Qingqing finally left, the noise drew the attention of other guests staying in the building. Male and female guests came down one after another, wanting to spectate and stir up gossip. Among them, a celebrity who always portrayed herself as pure and innocent in the show, Wang Luxue, was standing in the crowd, looking at Su Qingqing with concern painted on her face, asking repeatedly, "What happened? Why was Qingqing suddenly taken away?" A quick-tongued and sharp-mouthed female guest nearby explained, "Huh? She's still clueless. Su Qingqing crawled onto your CP Xiao Yufan's bed at midnight and got caught on camera. Now she's been forcibly fired and taken away." This. Wang Luxue looked surprised and helpless, but there was a flicker of satisfaction in her eyes. Su Qingqing didn't notice the concealed smile in Wang Luxue's eyes, but she saw that sliver of the same sinister aura that had clung to her earlier during the possession incident. The truth has surfaced. Tonight's matter was orchestrated by this woman. Before leaving, Su Qingqing smiled at Wang Luxue with bared teeth, saying, "Be careful, because bad deeds lead to bad consequences. You will suffer misfortune involving bloodshed within 3 days. Since you can't get Xiao Yufan, are you trying to curse his favorite screen couple? Yes, how disgusting. There are still cameras filming here. How shameless." Immediately, some people began to passionately discuss, and eventually, Su Qingqing was dragged away by Ms. Su, who half pulled and half dragged her off. Ms. Su was almost in tears. Heaven! She was about to lose all her dignity in this entertainment circle. Once inside the car, Ms. Su earnestly said to Su Qingqing, "Qingqing, your situation is no longer like it used to be. Your sister has returned, and the Su family doesn't want you anymore. They've kicked you out without anything. No one will support you any longer. I know I'm nagging, but I say this out of goodwill. From now on, you should keep a low profile and tread lightly in this circle, otherwise sigh." As she spoke, she glanced at Su Qingqing in the passenger seat, noticing her pretty face devoid of any expression. She seemed to be spacing out, staring straight ahead, without focus. With no choice, Miss Su sighed deeply. "We're here. It's too late today. Go home and rest first, and come to the company early tomorrow. The company may need to talk to you." "Okay, thank you, Miss Su." Su Qingqing replied politely. Before getting out of the car, she paused, looking at Miss Su, and suddenly said, "You'd better take a different route home tonight." For what? Miss Su was startled by her random comment. "It's nothing. Revealing heavenly secrets brings calamity. Goodbye. Maybe we'll see each other tomorrow if you're lucky." After finishing, Su Qingqing casually waved goodbye and walked away, leaving Miss Su perplexed. Miss Su held her forehead and sighed. "It's over. This child's condition seems to have worsened. Has she gone mad due to stress?" That's what she said, but when returning home, she inexplicably took a different route. After all, hearing such words made her feel somewhat uneasy. Su Qingqing returned to her rented apartment, which wasn't big, a single-person apartment costing 3,000 yuan a month. The original hostess used to be a pampered young miss raised by the Su family. In the past year, thanks to her connections within the Su family, her income was substantial. She earned well over 10 million. However, the original owner was extremely thoughtless. Though the Su family had inherited their wealth over 3 generations, Su father and Su mother failed to teach Su Qingqing any principles of financial management, allowing her to spend extravagantly as she pleased. This resulted in the original owner, after being expelled from the family, having only a meager 2 or 300,000 in savings left. The former owner had to maintain the minimum appearance of a female star, which required an expense of around 100,000 yuan per month. unexpectedly expelled from the household without any property under her name. The original hostess could only rent a 1-month deposit plus 1-month rent single apartment with Ms. Su's help. The apartment was quite simple, equipped only with basic living necessities. Otherwise, it was practically barren. Su Qingqing, as a Taoist practitioner, didn't mind the simplicity of her surroundings. After a quick wash, she lay down on the bed to rest. After traveling through time, she had lost at least 9/10 of her Taoist powers and now needed to rise early to take advantage of the morning's abundant energy for cultivation. Her goal was to recover her powers as soon as possible. As she drifted into sleep, the soul of the original owner began sobbing uncontrollably, recounting her tragic story, how the Su family had never truly cared for her. Just after finding their real daughter, they kicked her out of the house the very next day. Moreover, with the vast Su family business empire, her 2 brothers already possessed considerable assets, but she owned nothing. She was discarded without hesitation, as if it had been premeditated. She said she couldn't accept this and was determined to uncover the truth. When Su Qingqing's forehead veins started to bulge with impatience, the original soul told her that when she was adopted from the orphanage by the Su family, she still had a jade pendant given to her by her biological parents. In her hurried departure, she left it behind at the Su family home and wanted it back. What if someday, it helped her reunite with her loving birth parents? Su Qingqing took a deep breath and asked, "All right, so these are your 2 main wishes? If I fulfill them, will you agree to return and merge with me?" The original soul nodded tearfully. "Yes, you must seek justice for me." Su Qingqing remained silent for a moment. Justice for oneself, what a strange experience is that? But in order to restore her soul completely, Su Qingqing gritted her teeth and promised, "Don't worry, I'm here, and I'll take care of it." Only then did the consciousness of the original Su Qingqing retreat once again. The next morning, Su Qingqing woke up early. After running 5 kilometers, she meditated for a while. When Ms. Su called urging her to go to the company, she casually bought breakfast downstairs and boarded the subway to the company. Chapter 3. Accumulating Huge Debts. When Su Qingqing was on the subway, she wore a mask, sunglasses, and a baseball cap. However, whether it was because of her distinctive aura or too many people knowing her as an idol brother's girlfriend, there was still a young girl on the subway who recognized her. Someone even secretly took a picture of her and posted it on Weibo, saying, "Look who I saw. The wealthy daughter of Su Group, our big star Su Qingqing, actually taking the subway." Does that make sense? Wasn't she always escorted by bodyguards in private cars to avoid the anti-fans? This Weibo post quickly received replies. "Not possible, not possible. Don't tell me you still don't know." Su Qingqing was adopted by the Su family. After the real daughter came back, they thought she caused too much trouble and kicked her out. What status does she have now? At most, she is just an 18-tier actress with bad acting and dancing skills, plus countless scandals. She was thrown out of the house, so she can only take the subway. That's what she deserves. Exactly. This is the karma of this despicable woman. In just 10 minutes, the Weibo post had over 100 comments, all full of insults. The little girl who took the photo looked at her own Weibo comments, and then at Su Qingqing standing by the pillar nearby, closed-eyed resting, with an elegant demeanor, and suddenly felt somewhat embarrassed. What was even more coincidental was that they got off at the same station. There were quite a few people at this stop, and when the little girl got off, she was jostled and nearly fell. The tall teenager behind her steadied her. The teenager was half a head taller than her, skinnier, and her hands were slightly cold but very firm as she grabbed hold of her steadily. The teenager's voice was as clear and crisp as her person. "Be careful." After stabilizing her, the teenager walked away briskly, leaving the little girl standing there, blushing. The person who helped her was none other than Su Qingqing, the 18-tier blacklisted female star whom she had just criticized in her Weibo post. When the little girl finally realized this and glanced down at the increasingly vile comments about Su Qingqing on her phone, she tried to explain to others that Su Qingqing didn't seem as bad as everyone portrayed her to be. But no one paid attention to her, and someone sarcastically asked if she was hired by Su Qingqing to generate buzz using different tactics. She eventually silently chose to delete the Weibo post. From that moment on, she decided she would never comment casually about anyone on Weibo again. After helping the girl and walking away, Su Qingqing slightly curled her lips upward. To change a terrible reputation, start from making good connections around oneself. In modern entertainment circles, everyone knows how to use these whitewashing techniques. When she arrived at the company, her overall broker was already waiting for her in the office. Sister Su was also there, although Sister Su's expression was not pleasant. The main broker managed all the artists under the company and was also one of the partners in this company. He was a middle-aged, greasy man with triangular eyes and a beer belly. As soon as Su Qingqing walked in, he threw a stack of documents hard at Su Qingqing's face. "Take a look at what good things you did last night. Overnight, so many contracts have been canceled due to your reputation issues. Can you pay for these breach of contract fines?" When the files flew toward her, she deftly sidestepped and avoided them. Casually grabbing one from the air, she caught a contract that hadn't yet fallen to the ground. On it was a section highlighted in red and bold. It basically said that Su Qingqing didn't protect her own reputation, and since the brand anticipated serious negative effects on its image due to her, they immediately severed ties. Moreover, she would need to cover 80% of the breach penalties. Such clauses were present in almost every contract, but if no one pursued them, it wasn't a big deal. However, if seriously enforced, it could result in a long court battle, and she would almost certainly lose. In the past, when the original owner was still part of the Su family, everyone gave the Su family respect and no one argued over these matters. Now that the original owner has been expelled from the Su family, everyone jumped at the opportunity to exploit her, thinking that she had no future in showbiz and couldn't possibly become famous, hence wanting to squeeze out as much money as they could. Su Qingqing knew this was all due to the misdeeds of the original owner, something even she couldn't fix. She simply asked, "So how much should I compensate? Just give me the total amount." Looking at Su Qingqing's calm and composed demeanor, the general broker sneered. "How much should you compensate? Quite generous, aren't you? Used to being treated like a princess at Su Mansion? Let me tell you, the total is 80 million yuan. What big trouble you've brought to the company. Can you afford it now?" This chief broker was particularly sleazy and lecherous. Since Su Qingqing was more beautiful than most female stars in the industry, he had no shortage of fantasies about her in private. But before, since Su Qingqing was backed by the Su family, he dared not mess with her. Now that she was driven out of the Su family, his intentions began to stir again. He wanted to first crush her pride, leaving her with nothing, so that in order to repay the huge debts, she would have no choice but to let him manipulate and arrange everything for her, begging him to assign work and various announcements. Su Qingqing had practiced cultivation for 200 years, staying isolated on the mountaintop and focusing solely on self-cultivation for 2 centuries. She couldn't discern the twists and turns of these people's sinister thoughts. But she could read facial features, couldn't she? With just one glance, she immediately understood what kind of person this general broker was. What he intended to do wasn't hard to speculate about either. It seemed as if she was completely unfazed by his mention of 80 million yuan. She stood there calmly, her crystal-clear eyes quietly looking at him. The general broker felt inexplicably uneasy under her overly pure gaze. After regaining his composure, he suddenly became extremely irritated and angrily shouted, "Why are you staring at me like that? Do you think it's unfair? Let me tell you, you've caused us so much trouble. The fact that we haven't terminated your contract yet is already being generous. Do you expect the company to clean up after you?" As he spoke, he suddenly smirked and glanced at Sister Su beside him. "Of course, you've been with the company for a year now. You're not rookies anymore. You know that our company does indeed have some quick money-making businesses. It all depends on whether you're willing to take them or not." Sister Su's expression turned very grim, but facing her superior, she didn't dare say anything inappropriate. All she could do was silently endure her discomfort. At the same time, she frantically signaled Su Qingqing, hoping she would restrain herself and not explode in anger, arguing loudly right then and there. If she did something improper first, giving the general broker an excuse to terminate her contract, they'd truly be completely under the company's control. Su Qingqing, who had remained silent all along, suddenly smiled. She readily accepted the debt of 80 million yuan. "All right, 80 million it is. Just organize a detailed list for Sister Su later. 80 million isn't such a big deal. Who can't pay it back?" The general broker was startled. He was momentarily uncertain about her attitude. Didn't the Su family drive Su Qingqing out penniless? Did they still give her money after all? After speaking, Su Qingqing turned to leave gracefully. Before exiting, she flashed the general broker a radiant smile full of innocence. "Oh, by the way, I see that your forehead looks dark, foretelling a bad omen today. In 3 days, you'll lose your life. Be careful. You've amassed too much ill-gotten wealth, and though you have the ability to earn it, you won't have the chance to spend it." "You." The general broker was infuriated. He slammed his hand on the table, trying to stand up, but the chair he was sitting on suddenly collapsed with a loud snap. The column of the swivel office chair pierced his buttocks without fail. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air. In the very next second after Su Qingqing slowly finished her sentence, the boss's dignity was utterly destroyed. Chapter 4. Isn't this reasonable? The general agent screamed his lungs out, and Ms. Su beside him was dumbfounded. Ms. Su didn't even think about helping the general agent up. Instead, she turned her stiff head to look at Su Qingqing. At this moment, only one thought occupied her mind. Was it true that Su Qingqing's mouth had been blessed? Under the eyes of the general agent who winced in pain with a distorted face, Su Qingqing stood by the door, shrugged after spreading her hands. "See? I told you. You are surely doomed today. Don't worry, just wait. Within 3 days, you will surely meet your end. At that time, I will come to the feast on time." The pain made the general agent suffer unbearably, and now looking at Su Qingqing standing by the door smiling as if talking, he suddenly felt like she was a demon. You. While covering his buttocks, he pointed at Su Qingqing, unable to speak. Su Qingqing kindly added another sentence. "Of course, if you want to save your miserable life, you can also find me within 3 days. I will help you resolve the bad luck, but my fee is 80 million yuan. Then Su Qingqing left, waving her sleeves without taking even a wisp of cloud. Even Ms. Su beside her instinctively shivered. She said to the general agent, "Ahem, Manager Lee, please wait here for a moment. I'll go out and call someone for help. Get you an ambulance." "Wait a moment." Manager Lee only managed to shout this before Ms. Su rushed out like a whirlwind, shouting loudly, "Help." Manager Lee's but got punctured by the chair. Manager Lee. Damn it. Never has he ever been humiliated so badly in front of the company. He suspected that this Ms. Su deliberately did it to protect Su Qingqing, but he had no evidence. After Ms. Su shouted, naturally some other employees in the company would help Manager Lee. Then she hurriedly pursued Su Qingqing, who'd just left. "Hey, you have no promotion events today. What do you plan to do?" Ms. Su stopped Su Qingqing, who was almost reaching the entrance of the company, and asked. It was only now that Su Qingqing said her first words to Ms. Su since they met that day. "Good morning, Sister Su. It's nice to still see you today." This still word carried a lot of meaning, making Ms. Su inexplicably shiver. Speaking of this, Ms. Su immediately remembered the local car radio news she listened to during her normal work commute this morning. An explosion occurred at a chemical plant located on the road she frequently drove through when returning home last night. Fortunately, it was late at night with no vehicles or pedestrians around except for the workers on duty at the chemical plant, preventing further casualties. When Ms. Su heard this news, her heart rate accelerated. She quickly checked her phone and discovered that the exact time of the explosion matched the time when she returned home from Su Qingqing's place last night. If she hadn't felt unlucky hearing Su Qingqing's words and thus switched routes last night. Thinking of this, goosebumps covered her entire body, and she felt cold down her back, only adding to her fear. She leaned close to Su Qingqing, lowering her voice nervously. Why did you suddenly remind me last night to change my route? Su Qingqing's expression was serious and proper, but her words were chilling. Because last night, black chi covered your face. If I hadn't warned you, you would have died. Didn't you realize today that you avoided a disaster? Ms. Su's scalp tingled. Before yesterday, if Su Qingqing said such things, she would have definitely thought this young lady was acting strange again. But after what happened last night, she had no choice but to believe it. This was not the place to talk about such things at the company's main gate, so she pulled Su Qingqing into her car. Where do you want to go? I'll drive you there, and we can chat along the way. Su Qingqing thought for a moment and said, I need to go back to the Su family to pick up something now. Let's go. I'll take you. Without hesitation, ignoring her work at the company, Ms. Su drove Su Qingqing over. During the ride, Ms. Su hesitated multiple times, but finally couldn't resist asking, Qingqing, why do you suddenly understand these things? Can you read people's fortunes and predict their fates? Su Qingqing shrugged. Actually, I've always been able to. I was just lazy because there was food at the Su family. Being skilled in metaphysics is a craft, and in her world of metaphysical cultivation, there are also countries composed of ordinary people. Those who fail in metaphysical cultivation and descend into society become successful solving various problems for others, earning mountains of money, and enjoying a more comfortable life than on the mountain. Therefore, Su Qingqing knew very clearly how valuable her metaphysical skills could be in this world. Ms. Su. In response to Su Qingqing's answer, Ms. Su found herself momentarily speechless. It was absurd yet somehow perfectly reasonable. In the end, she could only sigh helplessly and said, no matter what, it's all thanks to your warning that I managed to avoid a disaster. I have little influence in the company, but no matter what happens in the future, I will try my best to help you. Thank you. Su Qingqing politely expressed her gratitude and sat there calmly, looking somewhat docile. It was hard to imagine that such a girl with a striking appearance, who was also quiet and obedient, could speak so effectively that whatever she said would come true. Before long, they arrived at the residential area where the Su family lived. The residential area where the Su family lived was the most expensive villa district in the rich neighborhood of the entire city. The houses here were all detached villas with small gardens, designed elegantly and beautifully. Sister Su's car was stopped at the entrance of the community. The security guard politely asked, hello, may I ask if you have an appointment or an invitation? Sister Su leaned back a little, revealing Su Qingqing in the passenger seat, and told the guard, I'm dropping off someone who came home to get something. Su Qingqing had lived here for so many years, the guards had no reason not to know her. But after seeing Su Qingqing, the security guard apologized, saying, sorry, Miss Su is already a former owner here. If you don't have an invitation, you are not allowed to enter. Sister Su couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Ouch. Qingqing, your family really knows how to be ruthless. You're a former owner, and they won't even let you return home. Naturally, Sister Su assumed that Su Qingqing was coming home for help after owing so much money. Actually, Su Qingqing returned to retrieve the jade pendant for the original master and investigate the Su family to find out about the recovery of the real heiress, including all the causes and effects. If it weren't for the unresolved attachment of the original master who refused to integrate fully with her, Su Qingqing wouldn't have bothered with these trivial matters. Even though Su Qingqing was stopped by the guard, she didn't get angry but politely asked him, could you please give the Su family a call? Just tell them I came to pick up something. The guard nodded. Of course. 2 minutes later, after the guard finished his call, he opened the gate. Miss Su says please come in, you are welcome. However, as the Su family is holding a family banquet, only you are allowed to enter. Chapter 5, Su Shushu. Why is only Qingqing allowed to go in? Sister Su was confused. The security guard obviously couldn't answer that. Su Qingqing unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the car. It's fine, Sister Su. You can go back to the company first. I can handle it alone today. Thanks for dropping me off. Sister Su was still a little worried. When you get home, remember to control your temper and be careful with what you say. After all, if we could regain the help of the Su family, that would be good. She actually wanted to say, the lady the Su family recently brought back wouldn't let Qingqing enter except Su Qingqing herself. Could it be because she knows Su Qingqing talks without thinking and, with someone else present, they might stop her from making mistakes? Perhaps, just to let Su Qingqing make a fool of herself, they didn't allow anyone else to follow. But Su Qingqing remained calm. Don't worry, they're not worth my saying anything inappropriate. Having said that, she walked towards the Su residence. It was almost lunchtime. Today was the grand homecoming banquet arranged by the Su family for their true daughter, Su Shushu. It was quite lively. From afar, one could see the standalone mansion of the Su family adorned with colorful lights and pretty flags decorating the entire exquisite yard. Luxury cars were parked all over at the entrance. To formally introduce Su Shushu and integrate her into the upper circles of S City, the Su family made sure to invite many distinguished figures to show their emphasis on Su Shushu. Though the event was held privately at home, it was incredibly luxurious, a subtle extravagance with a sophisticated air. The original owner had once left angrily after arguing fiercely with the Sus. She arrived with nothing, secretly hoping that her father and mother, due to 15 years of living together, would care enough to persuade her to return. But before she even left, the Su family was already hosting a joyous welcome banquet for Su Shushu, completely ignoring her, and even blocked her phone number. Su Qingqing moved out without taking any clothes. Today she wore an ordinary set of white sportswear prepared by Sister Su. Though branded, these casual clothes looked plain compared to the elegant gowns and luxury cars at this occasion, almost embarrassingly so. Nonetheless, she entered confidently from the entrance to the main hall, carrying herself as though returning home like everyone else, drawing the eyes of nearly everyone in the room. People started whispering quietly among themselves. Isn't she the adopted daughter who was kicked out of the Su family? What's she doing here today? Isn't she embarrassing herself? Could she be jealous and trying to disrupt things? She used to be the infamous mindless heiress of the Su family, always causing trouble outside. TCH, she was adopted from the orphanage, but it's already generous that the Sus took care of her for 15 years. Would she really dare to come back and cause chaos despite knowing better? The voices within the venue never ceased. No one bothered to avoid her gaze, even whispering deliberately loud enough for her to hear clearly. Among them were many former sisters of the previous owner. Being thoughtless and fond of showing off, she used to post everything on social media platforms. Both parents knew about it, yet never taught her otherwise. Thus, most friends around her only appeared friendly while harboring jealousy or disdain for her in their hearts. Su Qingqing stood calmly at the center of the hall, openly accepting people's pointing fingers and judgments, unshaken and composed, as if these whispers had absolutely no effect on her. After the audience whispered and commented for some time, Su Shushu finally descended elegantly from the second floor. Today, she was the protagonist of this magnificent banquet, and every inch of her clothing and makeup exuded extravagance. Her sweetly styled appearance became more dazzling in a high-end princess dress, complemented by a gemstone crown worth tens of millions, making her look like a truly noble princess. Slowly descending the stairs, she paused 2 steps above to face Su Qingqing directly, standing visibly taller by 2 heads. In addition, wearing such beautiful, extravagant dresses, contrasting starkly with Su Qingqing's simple sportswear, it seemed like a clear comparison between mistress and maid at a glance. Around her, more whispers emerged. Indeed, blood runs thick. Look at the genuine daughter retrieved by the Su family. What an aura. Clearly, she's born of nobility. As for the adoptive daughter, after being raised for so many years, she still appears rough and uncultivated. Su Qingqing heard all these discussions, but still showed no reaction. Su Shushu also heard. She had known Su Qingqing had come. Fearing Su Qingqing would create trouble, Su parents intended to drive her away directly. However, Su Shushu stopped them, claiming that such action wouldn't do well for the image of the Su family. So she chose to deal with the situation herself. She deliberately left Su Qingqing waiting for a while before slowly descending the stairs, just to make her endure more mockery from the others. But now, Su Qingqing's reaction made her feel somewhat disappointed. TSK, why didn't she explode with anger? Without such a scene, how could the humiliation continue? With an innocent and friendly smile, she said to Su Qingqing, "Sister, you're back. Why didn't you give us a heads up beforehand? If you had called to let us know, you wouldn't have been waiting outside for so long." Su Qingqing didn't reply immediately. Her almond-shaped eyes, slightly upturned, were bright and sharp as if they could see right through her. Su Shushu felt uneasy under her gaze and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that, sister? Are you upset because I didn't come out to greet you right away?" "Ah, I get it now." Su Qingqing clenched her left hand into a fist and struck her right palm as if she'd suddenly realized something. "I understand now why the Su family adopted me. It all makes sense." Su Shushu's brow twitched in response to this unexpected statement. Could she have heard some rumors? Soon, she dismissed that idea. Only Su father, Su mother, and herself knew about it. Besides the master from years ago, no one else knew. How could Su Qingqing find out? Did she even have the ability to do so? Regaining her composure, Su Shushu smiled and played dumb. "What are you talking about, sister? I don't understand. Didn't our parents adopt you because of when I went missing when I was little? You look similar to how I used to look, right? Didn't you know this already?" These words were clearly meant for others to hear, implying that Su Qingqing was always a substitute for her, deliberately poking at Su Qingqing's heart. But Su Qingqing still showed no reaction, finding her nagging annoying. "Excuse me, could you step aside? I'm not here to chat with you. I just came to pick up a few things." Her complete disinterest in staying longer was too obvious. Su Shushu's heart sank. Why did she feel like she was the one being disliked? She hesitated and said, "Of course, sister, you can come back to take your things. But since there aren't many rooms in the house, and you previously said you wouldn't return once you left, your room has been turned into my room, and all your belongings have been moved to the storage room in the backyard. If you want anything, maybe Aunt Ju can accompany you there. After all, there are a lot of other things there besides yours. Oh, I don't mean to suggest that you would take things blindly. I just worry there's so much stuff, it might be hard for you to find what you need." Chapter 6. What a malicious curse. It would have been better if Su Shushu hadn't said anything. As soon as she spoke, everyone couldn't help but think in that direction. That's right. Su Qingqing seemed to have thrown a jealous fit because the Su family found their biological daughter, causing quite a commotion, after which she was driven out of the house with nothing. Was she coming back this time because things weren't going well for her outside, or because she was short on cash and came back for things? What if she just grabs things at random, or steals something? What then? Su Qingqing finally understood what Su Xiuxiu was implying. She looked at Su Xiuxiu with an ambiguous smile. Rest assured, I'm not like you. I never steal things. Startled, Su Xiuxiu's smile froze slightly. Sister is talking nonsense. How come I don't understand again? The mockery in Su Qingqing's eyes was evident. How could you not understand? The person who stole someone else's life should be most clear about it. Su Xiuxiu gritted her teeth. Is sister still resenting the fact that after mom and dad brought me back, we had disagreements that led to your leaving home? I didn't plan on stealing your life. I just came back. As she continued, her tone grew more aggrieved, and her eyes even reddened as she seemed about to cry, a picture of pitiful victimization. Su Qingqing was deeply shocked. Were these tears and emotions genuine or feigned? Perhaps the Su family member best suited for showbiz wasn't Su Qingqing, but Su Xiuxiu? Just as Su Qingqing was about to say something, Su father, Su mother, and the Su family's son, Su Quan, came downstairs. They saw Su Xiuxiu's red-rimmed eyes, ostensibly caused by Su Qingqing's anger. Su Quan rushed down, swiftly pulling Su Xiuxiu behind him protectively and glaring furiously at Su Qingqing. What do you want now, Su Qingqing? You used to bully Xiuxiu out of jealousy, and now you're back to cause trouble again? Do you know we didn't even want to let you in, but Xiuxiu kindly allowed it? And look how you still act like this. He acted as though Su Qingqing were some monstrous flood threatening destruction, while Su Xiuxiu was a fragile little flower. With somber faces, Su father and mother descended the stairs, glaring at Su Qingqing with anger and dissatisfaction. After 15 years raising the original hostess, their bond couldn't match the mere few days they'd spent with their biological daughter. Quite strange indeed. The entire family stood on the staircase, unanimously glaring at Su Qingqing below. There was a tinge of triumph in Su Xiuxiu's expression, as if to say, so what if you've lived in this house for 15 years instead of me? What's not yours can never be yours. Before, this is exactly what happened. Su Xiuxiu easily sowed discord, and the entire Su family would gang up and scold Su Qingqing until she got into a big fight and left home. Originally, they thought this scenario would play out again, embarrassing Su Qingqing. But unfortunately, the Su Qingqing before them was no longer the same person. Su Qingqing innocently shrugged. You think I want to come back? Don't worry, there's no need to get excited. I'm not here to stay. I just came back to take some things, and once I've taken them, I'll leave. A place as unlucky as this one will surely run into bad fortune soon, and I certainly don't want to stick around longer than necessary. Sister, targeting me is one thing, but how can you curse the Su family like this? After all, this is the house that raised you for 15 years. How can you? Su Xiuxiu's voice faltered as her eyes welled up again. Su mother was a well-maintained rich woman. In the original hostess's memory, apart from giving her pocket money, Su mother rarely interfered in her affairs. Even when she made mistakes, Su mother wouldn't reprimand her. The original hostess thought Su mother spoiled her, but now it seemed that Su mother simply couldn't be bothered to discipline her, allowing her to grow without guidance. Now, Su mother glared disdainfully at Su Qingqing and said, How dare you say such things, Su Qingqing? If you hate the Su family so much, why curse us? Why have you returned to take anything? For 15 years, the Su family has raised you and invested heavily in your career in the entertainment industry. Everything about you belongs to the Su family. So how can the things you are taking also belong to you? Su father looked down on Su Qingqing with contempt, his lofty demeanor suggesting that she wasn't even worthy of speaking to him. Murmurs circulated among the crowd, largely claiming that Su Qingqing was clearly a heartless ingrate, wanting both to claim advantages from the Su family and curse it. But Su Qingqing truly found it tiresome engaging in such petty bickering with them. This entire family were acting talents, as if humiliating her in front of so many guests would highlight their nobility and greatness. Wasn't that pure insanity? Su Qingqing stopped playing along with their games and cut off their opportunities to grandstand. What I've come to take isn't anything else. It's the jade pendant I brought with me when you adopted me as a child. I want nothing else. The jade pendant shouldn't be part of your Su family's belongings, right? Once I have the pendant, I'll leave without affecting your happy reunion. Su Xiuxiu turned her head to look at Su mother. Su mother sneered coldly. You've eaten and drunk from our Su family for so many years, yet as you leave, you want to take your worn-out jade pendant with you. You truly are something else. Su Qingqing once again revealed her mocking smile. Why did your Su family choose me and raise me for all these years? Don't tell me there's nothing suspicious about that in your hearts. This time Su mother was speechless, caught off guard by Su Qingqing's words. Her eyes flickered as she also began to speculate. Had Su Qingqing discovered something? Before Su mother could say more, Su father spoke up. Enough already. So what if it's just a jade pendant? If she wants it, give it back to her. After all, that kind of jade is despised even by both of you. So why waste time bickering over such a trivial matter with her? And so, Su mother and Su Xiuxiu ceased their complaints. Su mother returned upstairs and tossed an old, small box down to Su Qingqing. She had expected Su Qingqing to catch it awkwardly, like a dog scrambling to grab it messily. Instead, Su Qingqing effortlessly moved, stretching out her hand gracefully and snatching the box in midair. She opened it right there to check, confirming that inside was indeed the dark jade pendant from her childhood, a piece that looked unremarkable, neither translucent nor radiant, but heavy and solid. Although its appearance wasn't very attractive, it carried an unusual charm. Surprisingly raising her eyebrows, Su Qingqing realized that within this jade pendant lay traces of spiritual energy. It only seemed plain because it hadn't been activated yet. Once she retrieved the pendant, she left immediately, just as she'd said, not wasting a second. Behind her, Su Quan's sarcastic voice echoed, "Look at her. She treasures a broken jade pendant this much, clearly having gone mad with poverty after being kicked out of the house." Though Su Qingqing had already reached the doorway, she suddenly stopped. Turning around to face the family standing arrogantly on the stairs, she said calmly, "What goes around comes around. The good fortune that doesn't belong to you, no matter how crafty your schemes might be, will never truly be yours. Moreover, now that I've reclaimed my belongings, your Su family's stolen days of prosperity must be coming to an end. Within 1 month, your Su family will surely face an economic crisis and go bankrupt. At best, all your wealth will be squandered. At worst, you'll face complete ruin." As Su Qingqing delivered these words emotionlessly, her calm and expressionless eyes reflected the icy detachment of her beautiful face, making what she said seem even more chilling. All who heard it couldn't help but feel goosebumps rising on their skin, a sense of dread creeping up from their feet, causing them to break into cold sweat. In the corner of the hall, behind the crowd, stood an imposing man, his presence unnoticed until just now. His handsome face was framed by an exceptionally tall and elegant build, with legs long and lean. He exuded extraordinary grace and aristocratic elegance. Ordinary handsomeness felt insufficient to describe him. He alone seemed to belong to an entirely different world. He watched Su Qingqing storm out after confronting the Su family, slightly raising his eyebrows in amusement. He had originally assumed today's event would merely be a dull matchmaking banquet, but instead, there was drama to be seen. Just as Su Qingqing was about to step out the door, she sensed someone watching her, not the usual stare she received, but this particular gaze felt different. She turned her head toward the source, accurately meeting the man's piercing eyes. A fleeting moment passed, and she too subtly raised her eyebrows in surprise. But then, without another word, she quickly left. Chapter 7. No problem, she will act. It wasn't until Su Qingqing had left the hall in large strides that the Su family realized how venomous her words were. Su Quan was almost ready to chase after her in anger. "I must give this Su Qingqing a beating today." Su father quickly grabbed hold of him and glanced at the man for the first time, gesturing subtly. "That's enough. Don't cause trouble. Mr. Gu is there. Today is the day he meets your sister for a blind date. Don't ruin it because of an insignificant Su Qingqing." Su Quan stopped reluctantly and straightened his expression, forcing himself to calm down. Su Shushu's eyes lit up instantly when she saw General Gu return from stepping outside for some fresh air after attending the banquet. Gu's full name is Gu Jun, the only son of the Gu Group, which ranks #1 in total assets nationwide. The Gu family has been around for 100 years as a prestigious clan, truly making them a major family, far beyond comparison to the Su family, who only rose 3 generations ago. Gu Jun is 27 years old and still unmarried. It's said that the family is quite picky when it comes to choosing a spouse, not just considering lineage, but also the other half's birth date and zodiac compatibility. These prestigious families are very particular about many aspects, and the compatibility of birth dates and zodiac signs is crucial. At some point, the Gu family heard that the Su family had found their biological daughter and learned about Su Shushu's birth time. Suddenly, they contacted the Su family, stating that Su Shushu's birth time matched perfectly with Gu Jun's. They inquired if Su Shushu was married. If not, they suggested arranging for Gu Jun to meet her. Upon hearing this, the Su family was overjoyed and readily agreed without any objections. The Gu family chose the time of Su family's grand reunion banquet, allowing both sides to naturally interact without awkwardness. In contrast to the Su family's enthusiasm, Gu Jun showed little interest. Due to special circumstances since childhood, he must marry a woman whose zodiac signs match uniquely with his in order to live a normal life. Marriage, to him, is just a task. Marrying anyone would be the same. Since the newly found Su family daughter fits, his family asked him to marry her, which he accepted without much thought. It was just a task, and nothing more. He originally thought today's banquet would be as boring as expected, but unexpectedly, the adopted daughter Su Qingqing appeared interesting. Despite being mocked and insulted by the Su family, she remained dignified and composed, displaying utter nonchalance, as if viewing the Su family like fools. And those last words she spoke, the slightly surprised glance she gave him before leaving, all stirred his curiosity towards her. Su Shushu approached Gu Jun while holding the hem of her princess gown, tilting her slightly red face upwards and apologizing. "Mr. Gu, I sincerely apologize for making you witness such a spectacle earlier." She wanted to say more, but Gu Jun cut her off directly. "It's fine. I came here merely to meet you. Since we've already met, I'll take my leave." After saying this, Gu Jun nodded politely toward her, finished the remaining cocktail in his glass, and walked out of the door with long strides. Mr. Gu, Su Shushu called out twice behind him, wanting to follow but thinking it inappropriate to do so in front of so many people while holding her dress, so she stopped. Neither Su father nor Su mother anticipated that Gu Jun would leave abruptly. They opened their mouths, unsure how to persuade him to stay. What happened? Why did Mr. Gu suddenly leave? Su father frowned and asked. Su Shushu shook her head, her expression filled with itra and disappointment. "I don't know. It seemed that Mr. Gu heard sister cursing our family when he entered. Then he suddenly announced he had to leave." Su mother gritted her teeth in frustration. It must be due to Su Qingqing creating trouble, influencing Mr. Gu's perception of us. All because of that Su Qingqing. Though young, Su Shushu lacked stability. She grew anxious and lowered her voice to ask, "What should we do now? Will Mr. Gu have any bad impressions about us because of this matter? We'd better resolve this soon. After all, the birth date they value isn't even really mine. If their influence is so vast, what if they find out that it actually belongs to Su Qingqing?" Although they concealed the past well, it wouldn't be hard to investigate thoroughly. With determination, a slight investigation could uncover everything. Su's father gave her a look, stopping her further explanation. "This is no place for such talk. Don't overthink it. There's nothing to worry about. If you panic, you're simply letting Su Qingqing get her way. Mr. Gu has always been distant by nature. His silence means there's no issue. No problem. I'm in contact with Mr. Gu Sr. Someday, we can arrange another meeting. You just need to show your best side then." Su Shushu nodded repeatedly, her heart finally settling back into place. The Su family put on smiles again to entertain the guests. Su's father repeatedly said helplessly, "Qingqing wasn't well disciplined, making a fool of herself in front of everyone. She has been adopted for so many years, but still isn't as easy to manage as a biological child. Please forgive us." The reunion banquet then continued lively. After Su Qingqing left the Su family's residence, she planned to find an uninhabited place, use the divine travel technique, and teleport home as fast as possible. She had made an astonishing discovery at the Su family. She finally understood why, despite having a good birth time and facial features, her luck was abysmal. Because the original owner's fortune had been artificially swapped, commonly known as changing fates. The moment she saw Su Shushu's face and the fortune that didn't belong to her, Su Qingqing realized everything. Su Qingqing's original destiny had been artificially altered with Su Shushu through a secret ritual. The original owner's fate was very auspicious. Although lacking deep parent-child bonds, they would live peacefully, encounter favorable events in all endeavors, naturally attract wealth, ensure smooth sailing in any business, bring prosperity to their spouse, children, and future generations alike. It was a rare case of a long-lived and lucky life. Absolutely nothing like now, being plagued by rumors and disputes, eventually dying young under great distress. Initially, Su Qingqing thought someone had stolen the original owner's fortune, but upon meeting Su Shushu, everything became clear. It had been switched with hers. A glance at Su Shushu's face revealed someone thin-skinned and insincere, destined to die prematurely. At 20 years old, she would face an unavoidable calamity. Clearly, it was the original owner using their life to protect Su Shushu from this disaster. If she hadn't come across dimensions, the original owner would have died for Su Shushu. The Su family had clearly calculated all this, which is why they adopted the original owner in the first place. They raised the original owner as a substitute for their daughter Su Shushu, hoping even to escape heavenly retribution. That's why Su Qingqing once remarked, while at the Su family, was she really just free-riding there for so many years? Did she not pay a price? But the Su family's luck had run out. Su Qingqing would reclaim all the fortune stolen from the original owner. And without a doubt, the Su family would suffer backlash. Regardless, she, Su Qingqing, would intervene. Chapter 8, I'll send you. Just as Su Qingqing had finally reached a secluded corner, preparing to mutter the secret art for fast travel and slip away, a low-key black Maybach pulled up beside her. The rear window of the Maybach rolled down to reveal the man who had locked eyes with her earlier at the banquet. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. He exuded an elegant, aristocratic aura, seeming very approachable yet maintaining a slight distance, his gaze filled with curiosity and inquisition as he looked at her. He smiled and extended an invitation. "Miss Su, this area is a villa district where taxis may not be readily available. Both ride-hailing services and buses will take a long time to arrive. Where are you headed? If it's on the way, I could give you a ride." Su Qingqing looked at him through the car door, examining him carefully for a long while. Suddenly, she tilted her head and said, "You seem so familiar. Haven't we met somewhere before?" Bai Teshu, sitting in the front seat, involuntarily twitched the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but glance back at Su Qingqing. It wasn't that the adopted daughter of the Su family was unattractive. Her beauty was beyond reproach. But was she really so forward in approaching people? Moreover, such a cliché method of striking up a conversation? Although he didn't know why their boss, Gu, had suddenly taken the initiative to talk to her, their boss should dislike such straightforward women, right? What Bai Teshu didn't expect was that Gu's lips curled into a rakish smile. "What a coincidence. I also feel like we have met somewhere before." Bai Teshu. Well then, this was mutual attraction after all. Bai Teshu had been too superficial. Su Qingqing got into Gu Jun's car without any hesitation. Of course, she wasn't intentionally flirting with Gu Jun. She genuinely thought he seemed familiar, as if she'd seen him somewhere before, but she just couldn't recall where. Leaving aside that he carried a unique purple dragon true chi that was incredibly rare and eye-catching, the crucial point was that there was a similar source of energy in him from the same world as hers. For Gu Jun, having no cultivation, he relied solely on his intuition, which made him feel abnormally close to Su Qingqing. After Su Qingqing got in the car, neither of them spoke at first. Gu Jun eventually broke the silence, asking, "Have we really met somewhere before? I truly feel as though you are very familiar." After pondering for a moment, Su Qingqing answered seriously, "From an objective standpoint, apart from seeing you mentioned in some financial news reports, I have never encountered you in any other context." Upon hearing Su Qingqing's meticulous response, Gu Jun also took a moment to seriously reflect before replying. Then apart from encountering you in some gossipy entertainment news, I believe I haven't seen you anywhere else either. Su Qingqing. Gu Jun. After 2 awkward chats, they fell silent again. At this point, the car had already been driving for about 20 minutes. The trip from the Su family's place to the city center would usually only take half an hour. Aside from the initial stretch of road in the suburb, which was quite deserted, the latter part would already have been entering the city area, getting progressively livelier. But despite the car having been driving for 20 minutes, the outside was still nothing but endless suburban highways lined by lush plane trees. Baiteshu muttered curiously, "Why does Yingxiang Road feel so long today? It feels like we've been driving forever." As soon as his words ended, mist began to gather around the vehicle. This white mist rose very quickly, almost bizarrely. In just a couple of minutes, all one could see outside the car windows was a vast whiteness. Visibility dropped below a meter, and even the plane trees by the roadside were no longer visible. Baiteshu had no choice but to turn on the headlights and emergency flashers, slowing down cautiously. The more he drove, the more uneasy he felt. Wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, he turned back to Gu Jun. "Mr. Gu, something seems off today." This, again, implied that such situations weren't unfamiliar. Su Qingqing turned her head with a puzzled expression and asked Gu Jun, "Do you often encounter this kind of situation?" "Yeah," Gu Jun responded calmly, showing no reaction, as though he was used to these events. With composure, he even attempted to reassure Su Qingqing, "Sorry if I frightened you. This indeed happens to me frequently. It may look strange, but our car has talisman paper drawn personally by the master of the Xianqing Temple in Beijing City. These malevolent things might hover around momentarily, but they'll retreat soon enough." Looking at Gu Jun's calm demeanor, it was clear that he had gone through these kinds of situations many times throughout his life. Su Qingqing stared at Gu Jun with a complex expression. "Not necessarily. What you're encountering today might perhaps lead to somewhat more trouble." Gu Jun slightly raised his eyebrows as he looked at Su Qingqing. "Explain yourself. Aren't you afraid of these things?" Su Qingqing sighed. "Not only am I not afraid of these things, but I actually specialize in dealing with them. When I was at the Su family estate earlier, I saw the black aura of an impending death on your face. I was puzzled because a person carrying the purple dragon true qi shouldn't have such deathly energy on their face at such a young age. It doesn't make any sense. Now I understand. You've most likely been tricked by someone who knows this field." As she spoke, Gu Jun's expression darkened slightly, and he asked seriously, "What do you mean? Do you understand this?" By this point, Su Qingqing had already placed her hand on the car door handle, preparing to push it open and get out. "Today, you met me and offered me a ride as a good deed, which means you aren't meant to die yet. I can't just stand idly by when someone is about to die, but remember to pay me back later for saving you." No sooner had she finished speaking than she opened the car door while the vehicle was still slowly moving forward and disappeared from the back in a flash. Startled, Baiteshu slammed the brakes hard, bringing the car to an abrupt stop. Shocked and bewildered, he turned his head and stammered, Miss Su jumped out. Gu Jun was equally stunned, having witnessed Su Qingqing jumping from the car right before his eyes. This event was far more impactful on him than on Baiteshu. He was certain that the speed of Su Qingqing's movement was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Just as they finished being shocked, Su Qingqing, who had vanished from the back of the car, appeared at the front of the car. At the same moment, a large truck suddenly appeared on their side near the front, bursting through the mist and hurtling toward them. The truck was moving at high speed, and in such heavy fog, noticing it would definitely leave no time for avoidance. Su Qingqing took a deep breath, anchoring her focus, and ran straight toward the truck, delivering a powerful palm strike directly onto its side. This blow carried with it an overwhelming force that twisted the very space around her. Under the power of her single palm strike, the massive truck veered off its course, spun around, and smashed into the adjacent greenbelt instead. With a deafening crash, the truck broke 2 thick, decades-old trees in half along the greenbelt before its front collided heavily into the concrete wall on the roadside, causing the first half of the truck to cave in before finally coming to a stop. Smoke poured out from the entire truck, indicating it might explode any second, presenting a terrifying sight. Chapter 9. Just give money directly. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone. Gu Jun and Baitezu sat in the car, staring at each other for a while without speaking, overwhelmed by the visual impact. After a long while, Su Qingqing walked toward them with calm demeanor, clapping her hands. Baitezu finally managed to react, all his thoughts condensed into one word. Holy sh*t. Regrettably, lacking sophistication, that single exclamation covered everything. Gu Jun stepped out of the car, leaning against the door. He took off his gold-rimmed glasses, crossed his long legs, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep puff. Even though he was naturally handsome and refined, wearing the gold-rimmed glasses slightly subdued his presence, making him appear more scholarly. Now, without the glasses, his sharp eyebrows and eyes were revealed. His posture, even while smoking, radiated an indescribable aura. Smoking looked vulgar on other men, but incredibly good on him. As Su Qingqing approached, Gu Jun blew a puff of smoke to the side. Can you help explain what's going on here? You. Su Qingqing slightly arched her eyebrows at Gu Jun's calm reaction and glanced higher. You can handle this kind of situation calmly, truly living up to your reputation as someone with purple dragon energy who's destined for great things. Gu Jun remained silent. Baitezu's lips twitched twice, and eventually, he also didn't say anything. He wanted to say, Miss Su, you might be misunderstanding. Our boss may look calm, but he actually doesn't usually smoke. Even during business battles worth billions, he's never reached for a cigarette to calm down. So, our boss is nervous now. Su Qingqing casually waved her delicate hand in front of Gu Jun's eyes, and the scenery seen by Gu Jun instantly changed. On the other side of the road, the large truck originally smoking after being crashed, now appeared to be enveloped in a thick cloud of black mist. Describing it as black mist wasn't entirely accurate. Precisely speaking, it was a twisted mass of black gas tinged with purple. The whole area around seemed distorted. Su Qingqing said, "Did you see it? Someone is trying to harm you. After calling the police, we can have them especially examine the body. The driver should have been dead for over 2 days. His resentment was sealed inside his body by a forbidden technique used by a sorcerer, keeping him animated after death so he could come back seeking revenge against you. But oddly enough, I didn't see any blood-related crimes from your face. However, I did detect a faint hint of energy originating from the same source as the truck. So, there is only one truth. You've probably been cursed. Somebody transferred the resentment and vengeful spirit of this driver onto you, causing the driver to go after the wrong person." Su Qingqing was from the mystic community, where she emphasized cause and effect above everything else. If it wasn't her business, she wouldn't meddle lightly in cases involving ghost vengeance. Because, though ghost revenge isn't justified, the ghost will eventually be judged by the underworld after descending into hell. People who commit murder to gain wealth must be prepared for retribution. However, after observing Gu Jun carefully along the road, she discovered through his appearance that he was a person of decisive means and firm actions. Yet, there weren't any traces of human blood offenses on him. Moreover, due to their connection and because he possessed an aura similar to hers originating from the same world, she decided to intervene and save him. Gu Jun stopped smoking, his expression hidden behind dissipating smoke clouds, unreadable. He verified once again. "So, you're saying that some sorcerer is using forbidden techniques to harm me, intending to take my life? This is not ordinary misfortune." Su Qingqing looked strangely at Gu Jun. "What are you thinking? Who could be unlucky to this extent?" Gu Jun fell silent again, his silence heart-wrenching. Baitezu couldn't hold back any longer. He coughed lightly beside him. "Ahem, our boss has been this unlucky from young. Therefore, having become accustomed to misfortune over time, when encountering bizarre incidents, they would think it was just due to his innate constitution, hence why he had always been so unlucky." Su Qingqing realized with empathy. "So, you haven't just fallen victim recently. You've been cursed since childhood. Tisk, it's fortunate that you were born with innate purple dragon energy, a hard enough fate to survive until now otherwise." At this point, the white fog that had previously surrounded the car had already dissipated. Their car was parked not far from a small flower bed below the Su family residential complex. Their car had been circling the flower bed endlessly, though Baitezu, blinded by ghosts, hadn't realized it. And Su Qingqing wanted to find out what strange troubles they were getting into, exactly what bad luck Gu Jun would encounter. Gu Jun stubbed out his cigarette and looked at Su Qingqing, curiosity evident in his eyes. "Are you really just an adopted daughter of the Su family? Why do you know all these things?" Su Qingqing stuck to her prepared explanation. "I've known since I was a child, learned from a great master, but just never had a use for it before." In the past, Gu Jun would have refused to believe anything like this no matter what. But now, he'd seen everything with his own eyes. It wasn't something he could deny. He asked, "Why are you helping me? What's an appropriate way for me to thank you?" Su Qingqing didn't hesitate to act straightforwardly. She smiled brightly as she held out one hand. "There's no need for overly complicated thanks, just 1,000,000 yuan this time, to settle the cause and effect." Her smile was professional and polite, perfectly tailored for business interactions, even down to the subtle curve of her lips. She wasn't someone who lacked knowledge of the world. In entertainment circles, salaries for a single TV drama role often reached into the tens of millions. She had saved 2 lives, so charging 1,000,000 was entirely reasonable. Gu Jun paused again, surprised. He'd thought that since Su Qingqing had been expelled from the Su family, she might try to use his influence to retaliate against them or something similar. But instead, she bluntly asked for money and explicitly stated they'd have no future debt between them after this. He said to Baitezu, "Transfer the money to Miss Su." Su Qingqing took out her phone and exchanged WeChat IDs with Baitezu, adding Gu Jun as well while she was at it. With a crisp ding, 10,000,000 appeared in Su Qingqing's bank account. Seeing the 10,000,000 on her card, Su Qingqing's smile toward Gu Jun grew slightly more sincere. She offered some friendly advice along with the transaction. "Your current crisis has passed. The negative energy on your body, I can dispel it right away. But I haven't yet found out who was behind trying to harm you. So, I can't guarantee your safety completely at the moment. And unfortunately, I don't have any talisman paper right now. The soonest I'll be able to get it is tomorrow. Once I'm done drawing them, I'll contact you via WeChat and send you a few for free." "Will I still be in danger in the meantime?" Gu Jun asked. "Nope. The person trying to hurt you, their spell has already been broken by me. They'll suffer a significant backlash, so within the next half-month, they likely won't be able to move against you anymore. You can relax. Once you've got my protective amulets, ordinary demonic energies or malevolent spirits won't even be able to approach you. However, I'll only be giving you 2 talismans initially. After these talismans, which are used solely to help protect you, lose their effectiveness, you'll need to purchase more from me. As a returning customer, though, I'll give you a discounted price, normally 50,000 per protective amulet, but only 30,000 each for you." Su Qingqing extended 3 fingers and smiled earnestly. Baitezu, was he imagining things? Why, on Su Mrs. usually cold and elegant face, did he see the light of a shrewd merchant? Chapter 10. The same Grandmaster. Gu Jun unconsciously wanted to take out a cigarette to smoke, but held back. He looked at Su Qingqing and slowly said, money is not an issue. The one thing I'm never short of is money. To me, money is just a number. From what you just said, my misfortune isn't something predestined by fate. It's because someone has harmed me. Does that mean someone started harming me since I was a child? Su Qingqing nodded. It seems so. Then can you help me find out who it is? Gu Jun asked again. Su Qingqing replied. That would be a different price. Gu Jun reiterated. I've already said this. Money is negotiable as long as you can help solve my problem. After a pause, he asked, are you in desperate need of money? Su Qingqing spread her hands, saying, as you see, I was kicked out of the Su family with nothing but the shirt on my back. I'm also facing hefty breach of contract fines. My financial situation is dire indeed. She finally said, I'll take your job, but we can't proceed today. The malevolent energy surrounding you has already dissipated, and whoever is behind all this must be cunning. Without malevolent energy present, and without ritual tools for conducting ceremonies, I've also exhausted my strength when I pushed the car away earlier. We have no resources now to conduct an investigation. So we won't be able to investigate today. We'll have to wait until next time when they target you again, and the malevolent energy reappears on your body. Fine, Gu Jun nodded. Despite her being only a young woman in her early 20s, there was something about her words that inspired great trust and reliability. So where do you live? I'll still send you home first today, Gu Jun said. Su Qingqing provided the address of the apartment she rented. Just as they were preparing to get into the car, a yellow talisman slipped out from underneath. The vermilion ink on the yellow talisman had faded, its originally bright red hue now deeply dimmed. When Su Qingqing's gaze fell upon the pattern on the talisman, it immediately caught her attention. She picked it up before Gu Jun could and asked, where did you get this evil-repelling talisman? It turned out that the exorcism talismans in this world were actually identical to those in her world, though these seemed to be a weaker, simplified version. How peculiar. Could there really be such a coincidence in the world? Gu Jun stared at the talisman that had completely lost its color, and his expression grew even more solemn. This is the talisman I received from the abbot of Xianqing Taoist Temple in Jing City. Unfortunately, the abbot passed away 2 years ago. This was the last talisman he left me to protect myself. For all these years, I've managed to remain safe and turn crises into safety, all thanks to the abbot from Xianqing Temple. It appeared his current trouble, almost leading to disaster, was primarily due to the ineffectiveness of this talisman. There are many Taoist temples and monks across the country, but finding another master as genuinely talented and deeply accomplished as the abbot from Xianqing Temple is exceedingly rare. In fact, since the abbot's passing, the Gu family had been searching for 2 years, but hadn't yet found anyone comparable. Hearing that the person who inscribed the talisman had already passed away, Su Qingqing couldn't help but feel regretful. Perhaps if the man were alive, they could have uncovered more useful information. To console Gu Jun, she said, no worries, as long as you pay the appropriate amount, my talismans will keep you safe. Gu Jun couldn't help but chuckle. Miss Su was truly amusing, always bringing up money within 3 sentences. Her longing for wealth was written all over her face, yet it wasn't irritating. In the end, Gu Jun didn't personally drive Su Qingqing home. He reported the incident to the police and decided to stay to investigate who was driving the large truck that had abruptly collided toward them, hoping to discover the person behind the curtain. With 20 million yuan transferred into her account, Su Qingqing felt rather pleased. With the money secured, she went to S-City's famous antique street. S-City's antique street was known as the busiest and most comprehensive in the area among several neighboring cities. Places related to antiques usually carry heavier in-chi and more sinister events. People who deal with antiques often understand these aspects better than common folk, hence authentic cinnabar and yellow paper could be easily obtained. Upon arriving at the antique street, Su Qingqing opened a popular review app and searched for which shop on Antique Street has the most genuine cinnabar and yellow paper. Several recommended shops quickly popped up below along with reviews and photos from buyers. A particular comment caught her attention. I've shopped online multiple times, but always got scammed, either receiving poor quality or fake goods. My teacher criticized me for greediness. After being recommended by acquaintances, I can confirm that this shop is genuinely authentic. Though the price is higher, friends, it's worth it. Following the given address, she located the shop at the very end of the alleyway on Antique Street. Unlike other antique shops that intentionally dimmed the lights to create a retro atmosphere, this shop was small but bright and spacious. Various items, including different grades of cinnabar and yellow paper, were neatly arranged in glass display cases with clearly marked prices, making it look very professional. But what caught Su Qingqing's attention the most wasn't these items. It was the ancestral master's deity statue enshrined at the southernmost end of the shop. Most importantly, the master they enshrined turned out to be the exact same one from her world. When Su Qingqing was drawn by the appearance of the statue and looked at it, the deity's statue suddenly blinked at her quickly. Su Qingqing held her forehead. It seemed like no matter which world he was in, their master was always so playful. After tidying up the table, a shop attendant saw Su Qingqing and greeted her enthusiastically. Madam, may I ask what you're looking for? Is there anything I can help introduce to you? Su Qingqing pointed at the deity's statue and asked, why does your shop enshrine this heavenly clarity master? The shop attendant was momentarily stunned by the question, confusedly asking back, all our Taoist temples enshrine the heavenly clarity master. This is the ancestor of all practitioners in the mystical arts. Isn't this common knowledge? He had never heard anyone ask such a basic question before. Su Qingqing. No wonder the previous owner of this body knew so little about these matters. It left her lacking any real understanding in this area. So, naturally, she realized her being sent to this world couldn't have been coincidental. With similar talismans, and even the same revered ancestors between both worlds, there must surely be some kind of connection here. Initially, Su Qingqing had only intended to purchase cinnabar and talisman paper, but now she changed her mind. Nothing much. I was just wondering, aside from the cinnabar and talisman paper, do you also sell the statues of the ancestral master? I'm thinking of inviting one home. Yes, the shopkeeper enthusiastically introduced. Our ancestral master statues are available in plastic, wood, stone, and jade. They come at different price points depending on material. They're all right over here. What kind would you like to invite? As soon as Su Qingqing saw the string of zeros behind the jade statue's price tag, she immediately decided. Plastic please, the cheapest one. Thank you. A mountain doesn't need to be tall as long as it has spirits. It's the same principle for statues. Why waste money? Right after she finished speaking, the deity statue that the shop enshrined made a thud sound as it toppled down. It was as though the ancestral master silently protested Su Qingqing's thriftiness toward him. Chapter 11. The feng shui here isn't good. In the end, Su Qingqing chose a small leaf rosewood statue. Its hand-carved details were delicate, the wood quality was good, and it carried a faint wooden fragrance. The price wasn't cheap. 2 palm-sized statues cost 5,000 yuan. To prevent the store's statues from falling again, Su Qingqing gritted her teeth and bought them. In addition, she purchased the best cinnabar and yellow paper in bulk. In this world, Taoist practices were not popular, and spiritual energy was pitifully scarce. Yet, the cinnabar and yellow paper used for drawing talismans were surprisingly expensive. Altogether, the yellow paper and cinnabar cost her nearly 10,000 yuan, which made them even more expensive than the statue. The store clerk noticed her wincing as if it pained her to pay so much money, and thought she was simply reluctant to spend it. He kindly reminded her, if you're just starting out, there's no need to buy such high-quality yellow paper and cinnabar. You can start with ordinary ones for practice. Are many beginners learning this these days? Su Qingqing was quite surprised. The clerk smiled and said, yeah, maybe because the competition is too fierce nowadays. Many young people don't want to compete anymore and have chosen to lie flat. They place their hopes on metaphysics, and recently, more and more young people are getting into it. He naturally assumed Su Qingqing was a beginner and hadn't recognized her since he didn't often deal with people in the entertainment industry. Still, Su Qingqing ended up buying the most expensive yellow paper and cinnabar. It's like many students who may not perform well academically, but must have fancy pens and notebooks. Besides, her skills weren't bad at all. Satisfied, Su Qingqing prepared to leave after carefully receiving the items wrapped by the clerk. Noticing that she had purchased a lot, the clerk enthusiastically handed her a bundle of incense and candles as a gift. Miss, our incense and candles here are also of excellent quality. Our boss personally selects them according to strict requirements. You can try them at home. If you find them satisfactory, come back and buy some more. Thank you. Looking at the generous amount of incense and candles given to her, Su Qingqing felt quite happy. She could tell by their color alone that the clerk had given her something of high quality. Originally unwilling to meddle unnecessarily, after surveying the shop once more, Su Qingqing finally told the clerk, your shop has pretty decent feng shui for attracting wealth overall, but there are too many windows. Too many windows tend to cause loss of qi, which is bad for the owner's health. If I'm not mistaken, your boss probably has long-term issues with his lungs, and medicine doesn't help much. You could seal the windows in the northwest corner, or place a screen there. Your boss's health would likely improve in a short time. Without waiting for the clerk's response, Su Qingqing left, single-handedly carrying all the packages she had bought. The clerk stood behind the counter, mouth agape in astonishment. How did this young girl know that their boss had been suffering from poor lung health ever since last year, when he caught pneumonia? Could she, despite being young, truly be an expert? Later that afternoon, his boss returned. A young man with fair complexion and refined elegance walked in, wearing a pale moon-colored robe. His hair reached his shoulders, exuding a scholarly air. His features were striking, almost androgynous, though slightly flawed because he was too thin, so thin that it seemed even a light breeze might knock him over. His lips were pale, giving him the appearance of a frail beauty. He nodded at the clerk and headed upstairs toward the second floor, occasionally coughing along the way. Each cough caused him to hunch over partially, clearly struggling through each one. The clerk suddenly remembered what Su Qingqing had said earlier and quickly called out to stop the boss, recounting Su Qingqing's advice verbatim. After finishing, he chuckled to himself. It's strange. This girl was hesitant about spending 5,000 yuan on a deity statue, but willingly spent over 10,000 yuan on the finest cinnabar and yellow paper. And everything she said later sounded convincing enough. Boss, why don't we consult someone truly knowledgeable in this field? Your health hasn't been good since birth, and this cough started when we opened the shop last year and continues till now. Though his boss appeared to be just a young man who seemingly did nothing other than running a small antique shop named Wu Ming, in reality, he was the youngest son of a prominent antique trading family in the entire S-city. His older brother was groomed as the successor, while he, due to his weak constitution and more laid-back attitude, returned home after completing university abroad and opened this antique shop to maintain his health and conduct small-scale business. He was deeply interested in metaphysics and had once aspired to become a Taoist priest. However, due to his unsuitable baz, or birth chart, no proper Taoist temple was willing to accept him. He had to abandon that pursuit. Nevertheless, his passion for studying metaphysics didn't fade. He learned Ba Zi Feng Shui on his own, and the layout of the shop was entirely his personal design. He thought he had arranged everything perfectly. Isn't the most important thing for a shop to attract wealth? His store was located deep within the antique street, yet it had done quite well, with sales higher than many bustling shops. Now suddenly someone told him this feng shui layout was bad for his health? At first, he dismissed it outright. Where did this girl come from? Knowing just a little, and thinking she could point fingers at others' work? But the more he thought about it, the more something didn't feel right. Carefully reflecting, it seemed his lungs truly worsened after moving here. For strange things like these, one should rather believe in their existence than ignore them. Recently, several masters he knew were very busy. Apparently, unusual events had been occurring all over the country, keeping these masters occupied. He couldn't contact anyone for confirmation anytime soon. The next morning, when he came to the store, the windows on the northwest side bothered him more and more. In the afternoon, he even moved a screen from upstairs and blocked that area. It was indeed strange. Ever since those windows were covered by the screen, his condition improved day by day, and the coughing wasn't as severe. He hadn't changed doctors or medications, yet his cough gradually improved. It really didn't seem logical without some sort of metaphysical factor at play. Jiang Muqing, the owner of the store, finally gave in and asked the clerk, "Did you get the contact details of that girl who suggested changing the window feng shui?" The clerk shook his head. "She wore sunglasses the whole time while shopping here. I never got a clear look at her face. I thought she wore them because she didn't want to expose her identity, so I didn't ask for her contact." Jiang Muqing waved his hand. "Never mind then. She bought talismans and cinnabar here. In the entire city, there's no better place for reasonable prices and quality goods. She'll come back when she needs more." Little did he know then that when they met again, it would be when he was on the brink of life and death, needing her to save him. Chapter 12, The Heaven-Chosen One. After Su Qingqing went home with the things she bought, she placed her ancestor's statue on the wall facing due south. The house she rented faced south while sitting north, so the statue directly faced the door. Her lips had muttered something about buying the cheapest statue, yet in reality, there wasn't a single step missing from her tribute to the ancestor. After placing the statue, she carefully arranged fruits and offerings before it, inserting incense into an intricate small incense burner. She knelt down on a prayer mat, earnestly completing the consecration ceremony by lighting 3 sticks of incense and bowing 3 times. In her heart, she silently asked, "Ancestor, was it you who guided my soul to this world after my failed ascension, leading it into this body?" The ancestor's statue blinked its eyes, confirming the matter. "Why did you help me? And why did you guide me here? Is it because one of my souls is scattered in this world? If my soul were whole again, could I still return to my own world and continue ascending?" Even in her original cultivation world, Su Qingqing was a prodigy of extraordinary talent. Ascending to immortality was her sole goal, and she felt deeply frustrated that her failure came solely because her soul was incomplete. The ancestor's statue blinked again. This time the answer seemed too complex to convey through simple blinks alone. The plate of sunflower seeds placed before the statue suddenly started trembling lightly and began changing. As the plate trembled, the sunflower seeds rearranged themselves into different words. The transformation was slow, but the message became crystal clear. This small world, where spiritual energy is reviving, sees the weakening and loss of orthodox Taoist traditions, allowing demons to run rampant. Chaos will soon ensue. If you can restore justice in this world and accumulate enough merit points, you may ascend directly in this realm. Su Qingqing's eyes brightened instantly upon reading the words. She immediately understood, there's always a way out. This was Ancestor choosing her to save another world that believed in him. Rest assured, Ancestor, I ranked as one of the top cultivators in our competitive cultivation world. In this end era where cultivation is fading, it will be no issue for me. Although my current skill level is only a fraction of what it used to be due to my failed calamity, please rest assured, I will continue to strive for strength until I reach my former peak once more. Accumulating merits and upholding righteousness will be effortless for me. Oh right, then how much merit must I accumulate here to ascend again? This time, the plate of sunflower seeds didn't show any change, but something in her pocket started warming slightly. She took out what was in her pocket. It was the jade yeet she brought back yesterday from the Su family. At this moment, the jade yeet seemed to awaken, radiating a faint golden glow. Encased within this light, its pitch-black appearance gradually transformed into an icy emerald green. A string of numbers appeared on the jade yeet. 1000/1000000000000. It took Su Qingqing 3 minutes to count all the zeros. It was 100 billion. Testing the waters, she asked cautiously, wouldn't this mean that the number in front represents my current merit points, and the 100 billion behind represent the merit points required for me to ascend? The ancestor's statue blinked again. Su Qingqing. The smile on her face visibly faded. Expressionless, she flipped the statue upside down. Ancestor, I think you're being rather unethical. You've just drained away the respect I have for you. Tell me, which person needs to accumulate 100 billion worth of merit to ascend? Saving a person grants only 1,000 merit points. Do you even realize how many 1,000s are in 100 billion? 10 million thousands, that is. And do you know how long the average person lives? Assuming 100 years, that's just 36,500 days. which means I need to rescue over 1,000 people nonstop every day to possibly gather enough merits to ascend. Isn't this all just a joke on me? Su Qingqing was just 100 billion merit point goal away from turning dark side. This far exceeded a mere joke. It was nothing short of emotional manipulation. The ancestor, having a strong survival instinct, couldn't wait to slowly form characters on the sunflower seed plate. He instantly flashed words onto the jade Rui. In this world, you don't gain merits solely by saving people. Donating money to public welfare, spreading positive energy, eradicating cults, all provide substantial merit rewards. And just bringing you here has cost this old man 50 billion in merit points. Do you know how hard it was to arrange your rebirth? Don't give up easily. After all, you are my heaven-chosen one. Perhaps genuinely fearing Su Qingqing would give up, the last sentence on the jade Rui was even bolded and highlighted in red. Su Qingqing thought for a moment and calmed herself down. Since she was young, endowed with outstanding talent and insight beyond compare, calling her a child of fate wouldn't be excessive. And the ancestor had also shown preference toward her since her youth. When she encountered particularly difficult talismans or formations to draw, she would often receive subtle guidance from the patriarch, as if she were being given private tutoring. At the time, everyone envied her, wishing they didn't have such bad luck in comparison. Now Su Qingqing understood. The patriarch had foreseen everything long ago and selected her early on, nurturing her all along to prepare for her coming here to save the world. Looking at the bolded and highlighted words on the jade Rui, one could sense the urgency of the patriarch's anxiety. Su Qingqing let out a long sigh. It's not easy being your chosen one. All right, I get it. Anyway, since I've come here, I don't really have anything else to do. I'll just keep doing good deeds, eliminate cults, and accumulate merit. No big deal. The moment she finished speaking, she noticed the statue relax, its shoulders visibly easing up. Su Qingqing. So you were just waiting for me to say that, right? The patriarch began feigning death, offering no further response after that. Su Qingqing strung the jade Rui with a rope and hung it around her neck. The jade Rui was about the size and thickness of half a finger. After being activated, it transformed from pitch black to emerald green, looking like a regular jade pendant when worn. Su Qingqing hadn't forgotten about the 20 million yuan she had taken from an unlucky guy named Gu Jun earlier that day. After bathing and changing, she laid out yellow paper and cinnabar on the table before the statue, fully focusing and diligently drawing talismans. In addition to the amulet she had promised Gu Jun, she also drew numerous other miscellaneous talismans in one go. If she still had the abilities from her previous life, these auxiliary talismans wouldn't have been necessary for her. But now, with her drastically reduced powers, she could only draw more talismans as precautionary measures. She kept drawing until dusk. The city outside the window started twinkling with neon lights, and her stomach growled with hunger, prompting her to finally put down her brush. Heavenly Thunder Talisman, 20, Earth Fire Talisman Paper, 30, Wind Blade Talisman, 30, Concealment Breath Talisman, 20, Instant Teleportation Talisman, 30, Peace Talisman, 20, Strong Protective Charm Talisman, 20. This should be enough for now, right? Blowing gently on the last drawn talisman, Su Qingqing was very satisfied with the numerous talismans covering her table and half of the living room. She ordered some takeout food, ate casually, and then sat cross-legged to meditate on the couch. After meditating sufficiently, she went to bed early. The next morning, she was awakened by a hurried phone call. Chapter 13 Earn 8 million first. She picked up the phone, and on the other end came Sister Sue's urgent voice. Although she was clearly worried, she had kept her voice very low. Qingqing, where are you now? Home, what's wrong? She rubbed her eyes and sat up, glancing at her phone. It was 6:30 in the morning, almost time for her early morning workout, so she got out of bed. Sister Sue's voice lowered even further. The agent of Manager Lee who was injured yesterday and admitted to the hospital has encountered another incident there. He claimed he saw a ghost last night and was being chased by it, so he jumped out of the window on the 3rd floor. Oh well, isn't he still alive? Su Qingqing said as she poured herself a glass of water. Sister Sue paused for a moment before asking, how do you know he's not dead? Because it's not his time yet. He'll probably die tomorrow night. Su Qingqing replied with an indifferent tone, speaking about someone's life so easily. Sister Sue shivered. She often felt chills when talking to Su Qingqing lately. Indeed, her words were eerily accurate. Sister Sue continued. This seems to have genuinely frightened Manager Lee's agent. I heard that he spent 10 million as a deposit to invite the head of Lane Temple to exorcise him. Apparently, after it's done, he'll give another 20 million. Oh, so he's hired someone else. What a pity. I can't make 8 million from this then. Su Qingqing sighed, feeling regretful. At this point, she still didn't know the strength of the other Taoist practitioners, assuming that hiring someone else meant missing out on this business opportunity. Sister Sue. For a while, she didn't know what to say. Su Qingqing thought for a moment and added, could you please pass a message to Manager Lee's agent? If the other Taoists fail, they can come find me. My fee is a lump sum of 8 million. 8 million was exactly the amount of her breach of contract fine. Sister Sue once again. After pausing, she said, all right, I will convey your message. In the past, Sister Sue would definitely think Su Qingqing was just fooling around, but now she inexplicably believed that Su Qingqing might really be able to earn this money. Oh, by the way, you have a magazine photo shoot scheduled this afternoon. It's a resource you've fought hard to secure with money. Don't forget about it. Although the exposure of the dating show thing will probably make you instantly hated online, you should not just give up right away. The work you're supposed to finish must still be completed, otherwise, you'd end up with more meaningless penalties since you can't afford them. Sister Sue shifted the conversation abruptly to work, with her tone turning strict within a second. All right, I understand. Just give me the time and address, and I'll definitely arrive on time. Su Qingqing agreed obediently. Speaking of money, I suddenly remembered. Sister Sue slapped her forehead. Did you get the money yesterday after returning to the Sue family? Have your relationships with your family improved? No, I just retrieved my belongings and got kicked out, Su Qingqing answered honestly. Sister Sue. Well, forget it. Your parents are tough people too. After raising you for 15 years, even a dog they raise should have some feelings, but they really just kicked you out. You can't count on your family members. I guess you should just take things one step at a time. Su Qingqing nodded. No worries, Manager Lee's agent will soon give me $8 million. Sister Sue listened to her confident tone. This hasn't even happened yet. Not a single detail is locked down, but to Su Qingqing, it feels like it will surely happen. After hanging up, Su Qingqing received an announcement from Sister Sue. At 2 in the afternoon, she was scheduled for an insert photograph session at a jewelry-themed magazine. Su Qingqing got up, jogged 5 kilometers around the park at the entrance of her neighborhood, randomly ate a bowl of wontons and some pancakes at a local shop, went home and took a refreshing shower, then carried her small backpack full of talisman paper and left to take the subway. Upon arriving at the designated location by the magazine, the shooting area had already been fully set up. There would be 3 photography studios working simultaneously today. The rest area doubled as a makeup room, with 3 provided. Su Qingqing's rest area was the smallest of the 3, also the closest to the restroom, occasionally catching a whiff of unpleasant smells whenever the wind passed by. After arriving, Su Qingqing was led to her rest room by the on-site staff. The makeup artists and stylists immediately started to help her with her appearance. Throughout the entire process, aside from courteous greetings, no one said another word. After all, these makeup artists and stylists were not particularly famous. Everyone was just a worker, so naturally, no one wanted to trouble anyone else. Finishing the job quickly, getting their pay, and going home was everyone's goal. On the contrary, Su Qingqing's lack of pretense and cooperation relieved these staff members collectively. They all sighed in relief. Today, it was Su Qingqing's turn to shoot the jewelry, a small emerging brand established by a group of relatively young jewelry designers. The jewelry design was extremely bold and avant-garde, drawing a lot of attention. However, because these young designers were too poor, they couldn't make much of a splash, which was why they agreed to accept Su Qingqing's sponsorship and let her be the spokesperson for the new collection. In fact, they weren't particularly enthusiastic about letting Su Qingqing, who currently had such a tarnished reputation and could blow up at any moment, model their new jewelry line. But again, they were too poor and couldn't afford to pay the breach of contract fine, so they gritted their teeth and accepted it. This time, the brand sent one of the new design's creators, a male designer named Wendy, who kept his fingers in a delicate position, offering suggestions about makeup and styling as soon as he entered the restroom. He had very high standards, but spoke with great gentleness. Wendy initially harbored some prejudices against Su Qingqing. During the makeup touch-ups, he snuck many glances at her, fearing that this legendary, unpredictable, crazy rich lady might suddenly lose her temper. Unexpectedly, Su Qingqing remained quiet throughout the process, acting as a perfectly cooperative model. Wendy's bias gradually diminished, especially after seeing how she looked in the final outfit, whereupon his eyes sparkled immediately. He clapped his hands involuntarily. It looks amazing, simply incredible. This aura is exactly like the regal and cold vampire queen from the Middle Ages. Oh my god, you are the only woman so far who can fully express my inspiration. Beautiful, too beautiful. If you didn't mess things up in the past, just acted professionally, and managed your career well, you'd definitely become super famous in the entertainment industry. Others responded to Wendy's blunt comments. Though what he said was true, there was no need to be quite so straightforward, right? Su Qingqing sincerely thanked him. Thank you for your praise. Actually, I've also planned to improve myself. Wendy extended his hand amicably, and their hands firmly shook, echoing the essence of a meeting between a connoisseur and a promising talent. Everyone again. Su Qingqing was the first artist to arrive at the scene, but the last one scheduled for the shoot. Even though the time had been set for her session in the photography studio, it was suddenly preempted by a currently popular starlet. Su Qingqing had already arrived at the studio but was blocked by a group of assistants on the side. The responsible person in charge of the magazine studio approached slowly, offering an apology with a smile, but the smile seemed casual and perfunctory. Ms. Su, Wendy, we sincerely apologize. It's just that Bai Luoxue needs these photos urgently. She has another engagement later and doesn't have enough time to wait, so we've moved her ahead of you. Besides, there isn't anything pressing for your shoot afterward anyway. Waiting 2 or 3 hours shouldn't be a problem, right? Chapter 14. Are you sure you want to use it first? Wendy was extremely angry when he heard this. He said to the person in charge, how can this be? We were here first, and our makeup is already done. If we have to wait for another 2 or 3 hours, what if our makeup smears or wears off? The person in charge shrugged helplessly and indifferently said, then you'll just have to retouch your makeup again. There's nothing we can do since Bai Luoxue has a much tighter schedule. Bai Luoxue? Su Qingqing felt that this name sounded familiar. It wasn't until a soft voice from the neighboring studio came over. Qingqing? What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Was this photography studio originally yours? I didn't know at all. After I came, the staff said it could be used for shooting. Su Qingqing turned around and saw Bai Luoxue wearing a white princess dress. She was holding her little dress elegantly walking over, with an apologetic smile on her face. I'm sorry, I really didn't know before. Otherwise, I would let you use the photography studio first, allowing you to shoot ahead. At this moment, Su Qingqing remembered that this woman was the one from the dating show who had cast a spell on the original protagonist and had ominous energy. In less than a day, the ominous energy surrounding her had become even stronger. Su Qingqing raised an eyebrow and was about to speak when the person in charge spoke first. She said in a very disdainful tone, "Let what? Lucia sis, you still have a packed schedule ahead. What if there are delays? Su Qingqing's team doesn't seem to be in any rush. Why not let them wait?" After finishing, she murmured loudly enough for almost everyone to hear. "It's not like you're still Miss Su anymore. What's with this airs and graces? This is how things work in the entertainment industry anyway." Bai Luxia's assistants all showed expressions of mockery, and some even snorted openly. They had all encountered Su Qingqing before at other work sites. At those times, the event organizers would prioritize Su Qingqing, making them wait in line behind her. Now, with Su Qingqing fallen on hard times, they relished the satisfaction of finally getting back at her. Bai Luxia looked at Su Qingqing with an apologetic smile, though the expression was forced and insincere, which made Su Qingqing feel quite uncomfortable all over. Instead of going straight to filming, she just watched Su Qingqing as if waiting for her to be humiliated and lose her temper. If Su Qingqing became angry today, tomorrow's gossip news would immediately trend on Weibo about her not cooperating on set and throwing tantrums towards both staff and fellow performers. This was routine manipulation. In the past, whenever Su Qingqing got provoked like this, she always ended up doing something impulsive under the influence of anger. Over time, her reputation would worsen, while the one who stood against her, perceived as the victim, would naturally gain sympathy from bystanders and receive public pity. But today, despite being humiliated this way, Su Qingqing hadn't lost her temper yet. Today, she wore a lightly gothic-style Lolita dress with an ultra-short fluffy skirt that exposed her long, pale legs. Her hair was curled into large waves, her eyes heavily smoked, making her look incredibly alluring, or more precisely, elegant and coldly stunning. Being taller than Bai Luxia, Su Qingqing said nothing but stared down at her from a higher position. In contrast to her striking beauty, Bai Luxia's pure, white flower type of beauty suddenly seemed as plain as water. Su Qingqing gazed at her for a while, without argument or frustration. After a while, she finally spoke. She asked, "Are you certain you want to use this photography studio first?" Bai Luxia was taken aback for a second. It's not that I wanted to use it first. It seems they assigned it to me first." Su Qingqing was most annoyed by Bai Luxia's indirect and circuitous speech. She cut right to the chase. "So, you want to use it, right?" A flicker of disdain flashed through Bai Luxia's eyes. Did this Su Qingqing have to ask such obvious questions? Wasn't it clear? But she couldn't show her emotions, so she awkwardly nodded. "I'll try to finish my shoot quickly, and I'll pass the spot to you as soon as possible." The photography studio supervisor grinned beside her, flatteringly saying, "Luxius is truly as considerate as ever. No wonder you have such a great reputation in the industry, far better than some people." Even the flattery contained a subtle jab. Even Wendy nearby couldn't bear it anymore. It appeared that rumors really shouldn't be trusted. Clearly, Su Qingqing had a pleasant disposition and had been manipulated with manipulative words the entire time. Wendy wanted to step forward and argue, but Su Qingqing stopped him. She returned a smile to Bai Luxia, slightly raising the corners of her mouth, mimicking Bai's insincere grin perfectly. It was unsettlingly discordant and carried a trace of eeriness, making Bai Luxia feel inexplicably chilled down her spine. "So," Su Qingqing finally spoke, "are you absolutely sure you want to go ahead with using this studio?" "All right, you can use the photography studio first then. It's your decision to cut in line and use it ahead of us. It has nothing to do with me," Su Qingqing said with a smile, revealing her small white teeth. Bai Luxia, wait, something suddenly fell off. After Su Qingqing finished speaking, she pulled Wendy back a few steps to prepare for resting and cooling off by the air conditioner on the side. They had barely stepped back a few paces when a loud clang came from the neighboring photography studio. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn over. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that Bai Luxia's assistants had accidentally knocked down the set while stacking some props. The fallen set piece was a little snow mountain made of plaster, which shattered loudly upon impact. The female celebrity team, just about to enter the neighboring studio, stopped dead in their tracks because of the sound. A staff member on site muttered at once, "It's all over." The person coming over to shoot is Zhao Leah, the undoubted princess of the entertainment industry. She's notoriously difficult to work with. This time we've offended her, it's really all over. Even the photography studio supervisor felt her scalp tingle with dread. After steadying her nerves and taking a deep breath, she went over to inquire, "What happened? What's going on?" Upon seeing that it was done by her assistant, Bai Luxia also went over reluctantly with a bad expression on her face. Likewise surrounded by her own assistants, Zhao Leah tilted her chin slightly higher. Her beauty was striking, quite different from Su Qingqing's allure. Zhao Leah gave off an aura of mature sophistication, from head to toe exuding a polished and grown-up presence. Her arrogance was evident, and she used her foot to point toward the direction where the snow mountain had been knocked down. "What happened? Can't you see it with your own eyes?" The supervisor became awkward, trying to smooth things over despite the difficulty. "Sister Leah, we're truly sorry. Our old photography studio is too small, and the walkways are too narrow, making it easy to knock things over. We're very sorry." But Zhao Leah wouldn't have any of it. She didn't even bother looking at the supervisor more than once. "Did you knock over my snow mountain? Why are you apologizing here? Is the person who did it too big of a star to bother talking to me, or does he lack a mouth?" Chapter 15. Mind Your Own Business. Bylesno originally intended to wait in the background for a while, letting the supervisor negotiate until things were smoothed over before she stepped out to apologize. Now it seemed that she would have to handle it herself. She walked forward with her assistant, still appearing as gentle and fragile as ever, projecting an image of innocence like none of the matters concerned her at all. With a seemingly sincere face, she apologized to Zhao Leah. Sister Leah, I am really sorry. This was our fault. It's entirely because my assistant wasn't careful enough. Because of the last-minute change of venue, and there were too many things at the previous venue. We were caught up in chaos. Bylesno didn't continue further, but subtly shifted the blame to someone else. When Dee beside Su Qingqing widened her eyes. No way, she can shift the blame? But Zhao Leah wouldn't buy it. Her dissatisfaction with Bylesno was evident on her face. She glanced at the photography studio across from them, noticing Bylesno's luggage which clearly bore their company's logo. With sarcasm, she clicked her tongue. This is your attitude when apologizing to me? Over there, your belongings are piled up everywhere. What kind of responsibility are you dodging? TSK, such a newly popularized flowery actress, without much talent yet pretentious. After becoming a flowery actress, Bylesno had never been spoken down to like this. Her face turned ugly as she bit her lower lip. Sister Leah, don't call me Sister Leah. I'm just 20 this year, a year younger than you. Zhao Leah expressed her disdain clearly. The atmosphere on site suddenly became tense. The chief designer responsible for Bylesno's photo shoot came forward to smooth things over. It's alright, just a snowy mountain backdrop, no big deal. We can just use Photoshop for the final product. The supervisor added from the side. Yes, Sister Leah, you're so beautiful. Today's main focus is you, not some snowy mountain backdrop, right? Bylesno stood there, her head bowed, lips bitten, presenting a pitiful demeanor as if she were bullied. But Zhao Leah detested Bylesno's victim persona, acting like the whole world was bullying her while maintaining she was the most innocent White Lotus on site. Not only did Zhao Leah refuse to settle down, she even kicked another scenery setup in the photography studio. Sorry, funny coincidence. I particularly like the snowy mountain backdrop today. Photoshop versions look fake and lack appeal. I prefer the real thing. Since we don't have it today, why don't we ask the one who damaged it to pay for an identical one? She'll come back once the replica arrives. The supervisor urgently replied. But this scenic setup needs customization. It's impossible to complete within today. So tomorrow then. I'm not shooting today. Seeing certain people makes me unlucky. With that, Zhao Leah shook her long hair and walked away gracefully, waving her sleeves as if not taking a single cloud with her, leaving behind a very elegant impression. Beside when Dee whispered in awe, this is what having money feels like. If my parents owned a film production company, I could be this confident too. The supervisor was still pleading. Sister Leah, don't go please. This photography studio was specially cleared for you. If you leave, it will sit empty. Zhao Leah didn't even turn around. Aren't others already waiting impatiently outside? You might as well give it to them first. That showed not a bit of consideration for either Bylesno or the supervisor. Su Qingqing and Wen Di hadn't expected the beneficiary of this conflict to be them. With a grimace, the supervisor said to Su Qingqing, all right, since they're done, it's your turn. Without hesitation, Wen Di thanked the supervisor and immediately led his little helper up to arrange the scene. Bylesno still tried to apologize to the supervisor. Sister Wang, truly, I'm sorry. Having endured a torrent of scolding from Zhao Leah, the supervisor was forced to bear the wrath that should have been directed towards Bylesno. Her mood soured, treating Bylesno less politely than before as she barely controlled her temper. Enough, stop talking already. The incompetence of your staff must be addressed. In future, hire more professional people and don't keep bothering others. Yes, I'm sorry. Bylesno, to preserve her image, even in such awkward circumstances, could only maintain her apologetic expression. Turning around, she angrily ordered her personal assistant. Go fire that newbie who ruined the snow mountain scenery earlier. What sort of chaotic hiring is this? Next time, try being more careful in recruiting. Her personal assistant nodded repeatedly, apologizing profusely. All right, I'll fire the person right after this. The young assistant who had knocked things over looked utterly helpless as she attempted to explain. I didn't mean to. There were just too many items to carry, and I couldn't handle it all alone. Please give me another chance. My mom is sick, and I really need this job. Enough already, get lost. After working for half a month, you're still making such low-level mistakes? Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused Sister Lu Shui? You're lucky we're not holding you accountable for the damages. Now scram. The supervisor, growing extremely impatient, waved her off, leaving the young assistant with no choice but to run away in tears. As she ran outside, lost in her own thoughts, she panicked so much that she almost collided with Su Qingqing again. By the time she lifted her head, there was no time left to avoid another collision. Watch out, Wen Di shouted anxiously, because another bump would ruin today's styling and accessories. Su Qingqing narrowly avoided being hit by the panicking assistant, skillfully sidestepping at the last moment. Because of her momentum, the young assistant almost fell down, but Su Qingqing promptly extended a hand to steady her. Be careful. Realizing her mistake, the assistant apologized sheepishly. Sorry, I didn't mean to. It's fine. I know it wasn't intentional. Don't worry about it. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. Su Qingqing responded gently. Her words consoled the assistant, causing the young woman's held-back tears to flow once more. She nodded hastily, trying to leave in embarrassment. Before she could go, Su Qingqing called out in a casual tone, a blessing in disguise. Since you lost such an unlucky job, Why not buy a lottery ticket? Maybe you'll win big. Huh. The young assistant, Yu Shui, turned back with confusion, unsure of what Su Qingqing meant. But Su Qingqing stopped speaking, simply smiling faintly before letting her go. After exiting the photography studio, Yu Shui remained dazed. How could Su Qingqing suggest buying a lottery after losing such an unfortunate job? Recalling Su Qingqing's calm smile, she decided impulsively to detour on her electric scooter and bought a random lottery ticket from a street corner. Afterward, she couldn't help but laugh at herself for believing anything and shoved the receipt carelessly into her pocket, planning to check it later when the results came out. On the other side, Su Qingqing needed to use the restroom while waiting for the photography studio to be reorganized. Upon reaching the bathroom door, she overheard Zhao Liya inside on a call. What a hassle. I've already told you to stop contacting me. We broke up. Stop pestering me. Anyway, the villa in the west suburbs was paid for entirely by me. Your name isn't even on the property title, so don't interfere. What? You owe gambling debts? That has nothing to do with me. Stop calling me, or I'll make you regret it. The heated argument ended with Zhao Liya storming out angrily, only to meet Su Qingqing standing at the entrance. Zhao Liya shot her a scornful glare. Though initially planning to leave, Zhao Liya reconsidered and stepped back after recalling the contents of her phone call. Pointing a threatening finger at Su Qingqing, she warned, Su Qingqing, you've been kicked out by the Su family and can barely save yourself. Don't meddle in my affairs. Chapter 16, An Unexpected Incident in the Studio. Su Qingqing thought Zhao Liya was actually quite an interesting person. Just from her appearance, it could be seen that she came from a wealthy family, was daring to love and hate, had a fiery temper, and didn't worry about eating or drinking normally. However, fate was fair. While giving her a window of opportunity, it also closed a door for her. Her destiny preordained her as someone prone to calamities and a particularly unlucky old soul, especially when it came to matters of romance. It seemed unlikely that she would meet a decent man before the age of 30. All were bound to be scoundrels. Moreover, her cheeks now glowed with a red light, a blackened red which indicated that either she was involved in some recent scandalous rumors or a perilous, peach blossom calamity was forming, possibly jeopardizing her life. Su Qingqing and Zhao Liya had both been part of the upper social circles, knew each other, but had never really liked each other, maintaining a mutual cold shoulder relationship. Su Qingqing didn't mention making phone calls inside. Instead, she directly asked her, did you see that the studio originally arranged for me got occupied by Lu Xue? Because of this, did you then use the snowy mountain setup to challenge her, give her a bad look, and finally let me have the studio? Zhao Liya appeared somewhat uneasy as if she'd been caught off guard, but still stubbornly said, Su Qingqing didn't seem to realize this beforehand, right? Didn't expect you to be so imaginative. Su Qingqing smiled faintly and stopped further questions. She rummaged through her pocket, pulling out an amulet and handing it over to her. Take it. I don't like owing favors to others. Seeing you will have some bad luck lately. Keep this, it might be useful. Zhao Liya looked at Su Qingqing like she was looking at a fool. No. What's up with you, Su Qingqing? Su Qingqing didn't take it personally, but simply said, do you want it? This charm costs 50,000 if bought elsewhere. Zhao Liya thought even more that Su Qingqing was acting foolish. Isn't this just some broken thing? Did you spend 50,000 on it? Moreover, weren't you expelled from the Su family already? How can you afford such extravagant expenditures? Su Qingqing knew she was misunderstanding, assuming the charm was purchased outside, but didn't bother explaining, only asking again. Do you really want it or not? Zhao Liya initially didn't want it, but thinking of her ex-boyfriend who called her today and made trouble, changed her mind. She reached out, snatched the paper charm from Su Qingqing's hand, then gave her a sneer. Listen, having presence is crucial in this circle. Even though you've left the Su family, you don't have to be so timid. Being born into a prominent household means you shouldn't let any petty individuals trample on you, like Lu Xue. I despise such hypocrites intensely. Su Qingqing responded. I detest those kinds of people too. No matter, disciplining these sorts doesn't require our hands-on intervention. They'll inevitably suffer retribution. Zhao Liya sincerely questioned. Hey, are you alright? Something's off about you today. Why do you suddenly believe in such things as karma? Su Qingqing shrugged and ceased speaking, understanding that anyone unwilling to believe wouldn't be swayed, better letting time reveal the truth. Just as they stepped out of the restroom, there was a thunderous bang from the photography studio, followed after a pause, by consecutive screams. Both Su Qingqing and Zhao Liya rushed back to the studio, seeing Lu Xue lying amidst a pool of blood. It turned out the hanging light in the studio had fallen, striking Lu Xue on the head while she was shooting inside. Lu Xue was knocked unconscious immediately, creating chaos on site. Her assistants circled around screaming, while the studio manager's face turned pale as they nervously dialed 120 for emergency medical help. Zhao Liya, observing the gory scene, widened her eyes in disbelief. After a moment, she remembered Su Qingqing's words in the restroom, the lightly uttered sentence, she'll have her karma. Turning sharply towards Su Qingqing, Zhao Liya asked, Is this the karma you spoke of? Su Qingqing shrugged again, probably. Before she took this studio, I repeatedly confirmed with her. I asked her whether it was necessary to shoot first. It was her decision. Yes, if Lu Xue hadn't insisted on seizing the earlier slot, the fallen lamp would have likely struck Su Qingqing. Now looking at Su Qingqing, Zhao Liya finally no longer saw her as a fool. There was something unsettling yet reverent in her gaze. She even felt tingles down her legs and shivers running down her spine. With hesitation, Zhao Liya questioned Su Qingqing. Not that I'm prying. But have you secretly been inviting spirit entities like some people in the entertainment world go to Siam for little ghosts recently? Su Qingqing frowned slightly. Inviting spirits? What exactly is that? Who still willingly invites ghosts these days? Zhao Liya opened her mouth, realizing it would be hard to explain in just a few words. Never mind. You probably didn't invite any spirits since you don't even know about this. But how come your mouth is so darn effective? Su Qingqing gave a composed smile and said nothing in response. The ambulance arrived quickly, within 5 minutes. Bai Luxue, with her head smashed open and covered in blood, was loaded onto the stretcher and rushed into the ambulance. Everyone gathered at the entrance of the studio, watching as the ambulance departed with its siren blaring. Turning her head, Zhao Liya remembered the amulet Su Qingqing had given her out of nowhere. She anxiously asked, "You wouldn't have given me the amulet because I'm about to encounter bad luck too, right? What kind of misfortune awaits me?" Su Qingqing replied, "I'm not entirely sure, but the peach blossom calamity signs are already forming on your face. You're bound to experience some misfortune soon. Be careful, keep the amulet with you, and it's better not to be alone." Zhao Liya retorted, "You telling me this makes me feel even more anxious. Wait, do you actually understand these supernatural matters or not?" Su Qingqing took out her phone and opened WeChat. "We can add each other as friends. If anything happens, you can always reach out to me. Anyway, I don't have any job announcements lately, so I'm pretty free." Zhao Liya. In the end, she added Su Qingqing on WeChat before leaving the studio. On Su Qingqing's phone, she labeled Zhao Liya as Client Source 2, while Client Source 1 was Gu Jun from yesterday. Though she was currently short on money, the broker Mr. Li would likely contact her eventually for the 80 million yuan compensation, which she should be able to obtain. However, having a backup plan wouldn't hurt. Besides, if she earned more money, donating it would accumulate good karma for her. She was someone who aimed to save up to 100 billion points of karma. After all, who wouldn't want to make more money? After Bai Luxue left, Su Qingqing's photography studio was finally ready. She finished her photo shoot smoothly. Being an elegant vampire queen only required her to remain expressionless throughout with hollow eyes. Wendy continuously encouraged the photographer and shouted excitedly nearby, "Yes, exactly this feeling. Perfect. Fantastic. This vibe is absolutely nailed." When the session ended, as Su Qingqing prepared to leave, Wendy earnestly told her, "Truthfully speaking, in my many years in the industry, you're the first model who completely gets the exact vibes I'm aiming for. I sincerely hope you'll cherish your reputation, reduce those unnecessary scandals, and focus on being a professional actress. In that case, next year when I'm looking for female models, I might come straight to you." Su Qingqing nodded seriously. "Rest assured, I'll work harder to ensure I'll still be a qualified celebrity next year." Wendy, all right. I believe in you. Chapter 17. How did you know an accident would happen? By the time Su Qingqing's shoot was over, the head of the photography studio had just been taken away by the police for investigation. It was heard that Bai Luxue was seriously injured, her head was heavily hit, and her face was also disfigured. After such a serious accident occurred, Bai Luxue's team directly chose to call the police, and the person in charge of the photo studio naturally had to be taken away for questioning. As the person in charge of the photography studio was being taken away, they kept saying, "What bad luck. I shouldn't have let Bai Luxue cut the line today. This time, knocking down and breaking other people's snow mountain set, and then getting crushed, everything is my fault. What kind of trouble is this?" Su Qingqing happened to hear it, and without hesitation, she stabbed the responsible person who was being investigated. In the future, be a good person, follow the rules, don't be opportunistic, always looking for shortcuts. If you didn't try to scheme so much, maybe you wouldn't be this unlucky. The responsible person. She did not say anything, but her teeth were almost grinding to pieces. Sister Su called while Su Qingqing was on her way home via subway after finishing the shoot. Said that something happened at the photo studio today. Originally, the top light of your designated studio fell down and hit Bai Luxue, who cut in line. Sister Su's voice carried urgency, mixed with surprise and a little curiosity. Although Su Qingqing did not say it, her intuition told her this thing must have something to do with Su Qingqing. Sure enough, Su Qingqing said, "Yeah, I already knew there must be an accident in the photography studio during that time period. So when Bai Luxue cut in line, I even asked her whether she really had to cut in." Sister Su, how did you know there would be an accident in the photo studio during that time? Su Qingqing, because I knew I would encounter an accident during that time. Bai Luxue actually helped me take the blow. After speaking, she felt something was wrong, shook her head and said, "Oh no, that's not quite right either. This can be described as karma repayment. The couple reality show I filmed a few days ago, where I drowsily went into that man's bedroom late at night. It was all planned by her, a ghostly misdirection. She not only destroyed the reputation of the original host, but also cost her life. Today, what Bai Luxue received was merely being hit on the head by the ceiling lamp. Wasn't that fair enough?" Sister Su, not too much. At this moment, she was so shocked that she didn't know what to say anymore. All these things happening one after another indicated that Su Qingqing was not simple. She really did have some tricks up her sleeve. Sister Su opened her mouth several times before finally managing to say, "Well, there's nothing for you to do today, go home early. Better order some takeaway food and don't go out unless necessary." "What's wrong?" Su Qingqing asked. Sister Su sighed and said, "Do you realize how carefree you are? The couple reality show you recorded the other day is airing online today, and the incident where you were caught climbing into Xiao Yufan's bed will probably get you trolled extensively. Moreover, Xiao Yufan used to be a male streamer. His fans are quite radical. You live in a regular residential area, it won't be hard to find your address. Maybe Xiao Yufan's fans could expose you through human flesh search. Then their fans might come to your doorstep, blocking your house, and may throw acid at you. Just talking about it made Sister Su feel goosebumps all over her body. I suggest you go abroad to hide for a while. It's too scary. Su Qingqing slightly frowned. Because their idol was slandered, people actually throw acid on others. Are there really such psychopaths? There are even crazier ones. Sister Su sighed. I don't know what has happened to the entertainment circle and fan circle nowadays. Everyone is full of anger. Anyway, be careful yourself. If necessary, we can buy plane tickets now to avoid the limelight. Su Qingqing honestly said. No money. Foreign countries are too expensive. I'm about to shoulder a huge debt. Before Mr. Li's agent finds me to save his life, I need to live frugally and save money to repay the debt. Sister Su. If it doesn't work, I can lend you some first. No, I don't like borrowing from others. It creates unnecessary disputes. Su Qingqing refused again. Before Sister Su could speak further, Su Qingqing confidently said, Don't worry, they won't find me. Since Su Qingqing insisted, Sister Su couldn't do anything more than repeatedly warning her. After leaving the subway station, Su Qingqing went to the nearby supermarket to buy the food and drinks she would consume in the next few days. She planned to stay indoors for a few days, avoiding the spotlight while cultivating herself at home. After returning home, she drew a concealment charm and stuck it on the door of her house. Places covered by the concealment charm would become silent. Even if someone walked past, they wouldn't notice. After sticking the charm on the door, even if Xiao Yufan's fans showed up, they wouldn't be able to find her. After putting up the charm, she ignored external matters and started setting up a small, yet powerful spirit-gathering array in her little room using talismans. The main issue was that although the spiritual energy in this world had started to recover, it was still lamentably thin. Even though her current body, the original host's body, was cooperative, possessing a physique just like hers from the previous world, a pure spirit body that occurred once every 1,000 years with an extraordinarily fast absorption and cultivation speed, it was still of no use under such sparse spiritual energy. After sitting in meditation all night cultivating, it felt as insignificant as trying to fill a well with cups of water when compared to the slow progress due to lack of energy. She couldn't endure this snail-paced process. If there were a spirit-gathering array, at least it could make the spiritual energy more abundant, allowing her to cultivate faster. Just as she finished setting up the spirit-gathering array and was ready to happily seclude herself for cultivation, her phone rang. She picked it up and saw that Gu Jun had sent a WeChat message. Is the amulet ready? How much longer? Su Qingqing slapped her head, remembering. She thought she had forgotten something. It was the task assigned by client number 1. But when she glanced at the TV showing the romantic reality show being aired, the part edited precisely displayed her wandering around like a ghost heading towards Xiao Yufan's room and smoothly pushing the door open. She wondered, if she went out now, wouldn't the risk be a bit too high? Therefore, she sent her address to Gu Jun via WeChat. I have something today and cannot come out to deliver the talismans to you. Would you send someone over to pick them up instead? As compensation, I'll give you an extra one, making it 3 amulets in total. Gu Jun didn't inquire about what had happened. He had a meeting in the afternoon anyway and couldn't spare time, so he forwarded the address to Bai Tezu. This is Su Qingqing's address. Go fetch the amulets for me. All right, no problem. Upon receiving the message, Bai Tezu immediately drove towards Su Qingqing's residence to collect the amulets. Sunshine City neighborhood, building 9, 5th floor, apartment 502. This should be the correct address, but why are there only 501 and 503? He walked back and forth on the 5th floor, carefully scrutinizing the apartments with his phone in hand, yet he could not find 502 after circling many times. This mysterious situation began to make Bai Tezu sweat coldly down his back. Could it be I'm encountering something strange as well? Chapter 18, Master Su's Heavy Taste. Mr. Bai, the assistant, grew more and more frightened, pacing back and forth in the hallway several times before finally deciding to call Miss Su Qingqing for a voice call. Hey, Miss Su, hello there. I'm Mr. Bai, the special assistant to Mr. Gu, who sent me here to collect the amulet. I'm now on your floor, but I can't find room 502. Before Mr. Bai finished speaking, a wall beside him suddenly opened, and Su Qingqing's head appeared. He let out a scream immediately. After realizing it was Su Qingqing, he sighed in relief, patting his chest and saying, Miss Su, you scared me to death. Looking up again, he saw that the door Su Qingqing had opened clearly hung a 502 sign above it. Pointing at the door plate, he stuttered, No, this is not right. How could this be possible? I searched for a long time just now, and there was definitely number 502. At this moment, Su Qingqing seemed even stranger to him. Could she be some kind of female ghost living inside the walls? Su Qingqing realized what he was thinking and walked to the door to tear off a concealment talisman, apologizing. Sorry, I forgot to put up the concealment talisman at the door. This is a concealment talisman? Once posted, others can't find it. Mr. Bai found it amazing. Indeed, didn't you fail to find it just now? Su Qingqing retorted. In Mr. Bai's mind, Su Qingqing's image rose another level, leaving him filled with admiration. She's an expert. This is truly an expert. But why do you need to stick this outside your own home? Isn't it inconvenient when you receive delivery or something? Mr. Bai asked in confusion. Su Qingqing handed the talisman in her hand over to Mr. Bai and started shooing him away. All right, take the talisman and leave quickly. Don't stand at my door anymore, lest you get accidentally injured later. Mr. Bai took the talisman paper and still felt somewhat dazed. Su Qingqing deftly reattached the talisman back onto the door and closed it casually. From the outside, all that was visible was once again just a wall. Mr. Bai, man, what a skill. He wished he could have it too. However, until the end, he never learned why Su Qingqing stuck the concealment talisman outside her door. Was it to avoid someone? With questions in mind, Mr. Bai took the elevator downstairs. As soon as he reached the ground floor, he saw two little girls loitering furtively near the entrance of the residential building. Why were they described as sneaky? Because when they saw someone coming down the stairs, they instinctively hid themselves. When Mr. Bai stepped out of the building, he stayed cautious, standing at the corner nearby and listening quietly. He heard one of the girls whispering, "Are you sure the person you looked up is reliable? Does Su Qingqing really live here? This is only a regular apartment complex. Given she is a celebrity at least, how could she live somewhere so ordinary? She really lives here. I hired someone specifically to investigate this information. It cost me 2,000 yuan. They specialize in uncovering celebrity secrets and will definitely not make a mistake. Alright then, let's go upstairs now. Did you bring the red paint in your backpack? Let's spray words on her door." "Yes, spray whore." She climbed into our brother's bed in the show shamelessly, was rejected by him, and even insulted him afterward. She must be taught a lesson. Yes, she absolutely needs to learn her lesson. Let her know, entertainment circles are not outside the law. After these indignant words from the two girls, they encouraged each other and went upstairs by the elevator. Hearing everything clearly from outside the unit building, Mr. Bai thought, "Now I understand why Master Su needed to post a concealment talisman at her door. Who could possibly handle this?" After returning to the company, Mr. Bai met Mr. Gu just after his meeting ended. After submitting 3 amulets, Mr. Bai told Mr. Gu about the conversation he overheard below the building. "Boss Gu, did Master Su appear in some reality show that upset so many people, infuriating fans enough to come personally to her house?" Mr. Bai sincerely asked. Gu paused for a moment. Could someone be maliciously setting the rhythm to attack her? Find out which show she participated in. I need to check it out. From the brief interactions with Su Qingqing yesterday, Gu remembered her as decisive, quick and effective, straightforward, money-oriented and candid about it without being bothersome. Thus, he simply couldn't believe what those fans were claiming. Something like Su climbing into male guest beds on variety shows. Mr. Bai nodded, deeply agreeing that Su Qingqing wasn't such a person. He opened the screen-sharing function in the office and skipped to the controversial segment of the recently aired reality show where Su Qingqing climbs into someone's bed. This variety show was truly malicious. Since Su Qingqing didn't have the funds for public relations, and they wanted to grab attention, they directly edited a large segment showing Su Qingqing climbing over walls. This part clearly documented Su Qingqing coming out of her own room, then stealthily sneaking into Xiao Yufan's room. In the end, the camera switched to Xiao Yufan waking up and seeing Su Qingqing in his bed, screaming while covering herself with the blanket, before kicking him off the bed. Not only did Su Qingqing fail in her wall climbing attempt, but she also angrily cursed Xiao Yufan as a weakling without abs and an ugly dog. When this segment ended, the entire CEO office was silent enough to hear a pin drop. Both Gu Jun and Bai Tezu were quiet. After a long pause, Bai Tezu finally regained his voice. "Hey, isn't there some kind of misunderstanding here?" Of course, that was just a diplomatic statement. In reality, he was screaming inside. Never would he imagine Master Su to be so wild, favoring this type of man. The editing was crystal clear from start to finish. How could there possibly still be any misunderstanding? It seemed Gu Jun thought the same way. He glanced at the amulet just delivered to him, then recalled the impressive skill Su Qingqing had shown yesterday, and he knew he still had plenty of tasks he wanted her to handle. Thus, he lightly coughed and tried to restore Su Qingqing's dignity. Ahem, who would have thought Miss Su favored this kind of plain chicken type? Ahem, everyone has their own taste preferences. Well, since she saved us yesterday, and now she's in trouble, we should help if we can. Bai Tezu understood that Gu Jun meant helping Su Qingqing deal with the fanatic fans of Xiao Yufan. He immediately nodded in agreement. Alright. And so, Su Qingqing unknowingly received the label of having unique tastes. However, it seemed like she really didn't need Gu Jun's help at all. Outside her apartment building, things were lively indeed. Chapter 19 A Lesson. The two little girls who arrived at Su Qingqing's building first took the elevator to the 5th floor and, like Bai Tezu, could not find where 502 was. They searched repeatedly and found that there was 503 directly after 501. The thinner girl asked the fatter girl, "Are you sure about this? Are you sure the address is correct? Why can't we find 502 on this floor?" The fatter girl was also puzzled. "No way. It's impossible. They definitely won't make a mistake. There were paparazzi who captured Su Qingqing jogging around this neighborhood in the morning. She must be somewhere nearby. Let's search again." So the two of them looked for another half hour, but still couldn't find it. The thin girl suddenly had an idea. "Do you think maybe the door plate number here is wrong, and it's actually the second room, not 502? The fat girl thought it made perfect sense. Since they had brought red paint with them, they didn't intend to just go back empty-handed. And not only did they come themselves, but they were also just the vanguard. The main group of fans from the fan club was still coming behind them. The fatter girl worked up her courage and knocked on the door of 503 to confirm first. After a while, a woman's voice came from inside 503. "Who is it?" The fat girl and the thin girl immediately hid in the corner without making any sound. The young lady inside 503 shouted a few times at home and realized that no one responded outside. She then checked outside through the peephole, but saw no one in the staircase corridor. She stayed cautious and didn't open the door. The fat girl immediately drew a conclusion. The person living inside is definitely a woman, and she seems nervous enough not to open the door. There's a very high chance that it's Su Qingqing living here. Yes, I feel the same. The thin girl nodded vigorously. Then they started to work, writing in blood red ink "slut" on the wall outside of 503 with red paint. Not only did they write slut, but also a lot of extremely vicious words. For instance, your mom should never have given birth to you. People like you should die sooner. A slut who lets everyone ride. Such vulgar statements covered the walls, and they even painted over the peephole with red paint. The resident inside 503 had been keeping vigilant ever since hearing the knock on the door. Later, as she heard some rustling sounds from outside, when she peeked through the peephole again, she could only see a red hue. Her peephole had been blocked. At this moment, the big team from the fan group also arrived, and more than a dozen little girls were chatting loudly outside. The female tenant was angry but didn't dare to open the door rashly. She gathered her courage and asked from inside, "You out there? Who are you? What do you want at my house?" The little girls outside were surprised when they heard someone respond from inside. This immediately set them off, yelling insults at the closed door. "Su Qingqing, how shameless are you? Not only do you curse others, but you dared to climb into our family member's bed on the variety show. And yet you're afraid of retaliation. Yes, don't even look at yourself. You're a fake aristocrat chased out by the Su family. You're just an orphan, a bastard. Do you really think the entertainment industry is run by you? You've got guts to talk to us from inside. Why don't you have the guts to open the door? Bitch. Slut. Today, we will punish you on behalf of heaven and teach those artists you offended in the entertainment circle a lesson properly." After hearing this, the face of the female tenant turned dark immediately. No one would be in a good mood after being insulted like that. She raised her voice. "I am not Su Qingqing. You've mistaken me." The skinny girl led from the outside, sharply saying, "You are Su Qingqing. How could you dare to crawl onto our brother's bed on the variety show, and now you deny it?" Yeah, the one inside must be Su Qingqing. She's too scared to admit it. "Unless you open the door, let us take a look." The shouting outside became louder and louder. These little girls' voices were all quite shrill, echoing down the corridor, making the ears ring painfully. With such a chaotic situation outside, the female tenant inside was terrified and wouldn't open the door. What if the people outside had the wrong person? Wouldn't it be dangerous if she opened the door? Out of panic and fear, she called her husband, who was working outside. Her husband, upon receiving the call, became furious. Without a word, he rushed back home. Not only did he return himself, but he also called the police and had them return together. In the time between his arrival and the police, Su Qingqing also heard the noise outside. She stopped meditating and looked out through the peephole, clearly seeing what was happening outside. These young girls outside not only cursed loudly, but also threw rotten eggs and sprayed various kinds of paint at the door while cursing. Their actions were extremely outrageous and malicious. Su Qingqing's lips tightened slightly, and she felt upset. She originally thought that by pasting the concealment talisman on the door, these people wouldn't be able to find her room number, and once they couldn't locate where she lived, they would leave. However, these people didn't just refuse to stop, but they even mistook someone else's home for hers, dragging an innocent person into this. The involvement of the innocent made Su Qingqing extremely displeased. A bunch of immature, underdeveloped, and naive little brats with no sense of right or wrong. Today, I will teach you all a lesson and show you the darkness of society. After Su Qingqing finished speaking, she turned back to the living room, picked up yellow paper and scissors, and quickly cut out a small figure with several deft cuts. She made a hand sign and then blew on the figure, causing it to immediately stand up and move around vividly on the ground. With a gentle wave of her hand, Su Qingqing sent the figures crawling out from underneath the door. There were a total of 8 small figures. Once outside, they positioned themselves at different corners along the walls in each of the 8 directions on the stairs. Through the small figures, Su Qingqing could see what was happening outside. Once the small figures were in position, she lightly snapped her fingers, and a flash of light appeared over them. An invisible formation quickly formed. In an instant, the previously bright corridor suddenly darkened. Gusts of cold wind began blowing through the corridor, causing even the emergency lights there to flicker uncertainly between dim and bright. The girls who had been shouting and making noise outside just moments before fell silent almost simultaneously. The loudest among them, the fat girl, swallowed her saliva involuntarily and asked, "What's going on? Why did it suddenly go dark? Who turned off the corridor lights?" They looked at each other nervously, then shook their heads one after another. "No, nobody turned off the lights. We don't even know where the switch for the corridor lights is. That's strange. If I'm not mistaken, the hallway didn't have any lights on before we came. Then why is the corridor suddenly so dark now?" While they were discussing amongst themselves, a sharp woman's laughter abruptly rang out in their ears. Hee-hee. The shrill female laughter combined with the dimly lit, greenish emergency lights in the gloomy corridor instantly amplified the terrifying atmosphere. No one knew who let out the first scream, but soon all of them began screaming in fear, huddling together as one. Chapter 20. There's a ghost. Who's laughing? Who's trying to scare us on purpose? The thin girl was swearing and complaining. She was actually quite scared too, but in order to boost her courage, she deliberately spoke rudely. But after her question, everyone shook their heads in denial. As they looked at each other hesitantly, that sharp laughter rang in their ears again. This time it wasn't just laughter. There was also the sound of a woman speaking. The woman's voice carried an electronic tone, as if it were coming from hell. It's me laughing. Who are you looking for? Are you looking for me?" The woman's voice would fade in and out, seemingly coming from one direction, yet also echoing from all around. Hawk. Another piercing scream followed. This time they could be sure that no one was playing a prank. It was truly a voice coming from nowhere. "We're not looking for you. We're looking for Su Qingqing." You've got the wrong person, Wawa. The fat girl couldn't take it anymore, crying and screaming while she spoke. Ho 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 ho. The laughter became even sharper and more grating. Suddenly the voice grew louder, right next to them. I am Su Ching. Aren't you looking for me, telling me to die? Everyone was even more unsettled now. The thin girl broke down and asked, are you human or ghost? The woman's voice came directly beside her ear. Didn't you always curse me and tell me to die? Guess if I'm human or ghost. If I'm a ghost, isn't that what you wanted? The thin girl could feel the icy breath near her ear. In sheer panic, she screamed, I was just talking nonsense. I didn't mean for you to really die. Please don't come after me. Don't find me. After screaming, she couldn't bear it any longer. She shoved the person in front of her and tried to run down the stairs. She was so scared she even forgot about taking the elevator. As the thin girl ran, everyone woke up from their shock and followed her, running down the stairs together. Things took an even weirder turn. Though they were on the 5th floor, the stairs seemed to have no end. The thin girl panted as she ran, and when she looked up, the view outside the stair window hadn't changed at all, no decrease in height either. And the signboard indicating the floor kept showing 5 no matter how they ran. The fat girl's voice quivered as she said, we're doomed. We must have encountered a spirit tricking us. Su Ching probably couldn't stand the cyberbullying and committed suicide. Now since we came here, she's targeting us. She's seeking revenge by taking our lives. What she said was terrifying enough to make all the girls burst into tears simultaneously. They dared not run anymore. All of them huddled into a ball, trembling with fear in a corner of the staircase. No one knew how long had passed. It might not have been that long, when they heard footsteps coming from the stairs below. It's definitely Su Ching. She's come to take our lives. The fat girl lost it completely. By this point, she had completely broken down, shaking uncontrollably as she hugged whoever was nearby. They even smelled a whiff of urine. One of them had wet themselves from fear. Just as their mental capacity reached its limit and they thought today was surely their end, an angry yet vigorous male voice boomed. Uncle Policeman, it's them. My wife just showed me the surveillance footage by the door, and it's them making trouble at my house. The policeman gave the man a look that expressed his silent frustration. That uncle thing? You can call me Comrade Policeman. No need to insist on calling me uncle. I'm probably younger than you. The man awkwardly coughed once before reiterating. Comrade Policeman, it's them. The girls, upon hearing it wasn't the same high-pitched female voice earlier, looked up only to see policemen. At that moment, those neatly uniformed police officers seemed like golden rays of salvation in their eyes. With that, they wailed loudly, rushing over and clinging to the feet of the policeman, shouting, Uncle Policeman, save us. There's really a ghost. We almost got killed by a female ghost just now. The police officer who was called Uncle again let out a sigh. Why couldn't they just call him brother? As tired as he felt inside, his face remained composed. In a strict tone, he demanded, Female ghost? Where did this female ghost come from? Everyone get up and explain yourselves properly. Terrified from what they had just experienced, none of the girls easily recovered from their shock to obey him. Instead, they slumped on the ground near the policeman, crying uncontrollably. The young policeman felt a headache coming on. Angrily yet amused, he retorted, So earlier you were doing bad things at someone's doorstep, huh? How can you still have the gall to sit here and cry after causing such mischief? However, no matter what he said, these girls didn't respond, and one by one continued crying, their voices trembling as they wept. The young policeman finally felt something was a little off. He looked up and asked the husband of the female resident, What happened? Did your wife retaliate against them? I don't know. Let's go over and ask. The husband of the female resident scratched his head in confusion. Could it be that his fiercely aggressive wife at home was also so formidable outside now? They walked from the stairs to the door of apartment 503 and saw the mess by the doorway and the words written on the wall and door. The husband of the female resident immediately lost his temper. He pointed at those girls and furiously scolded them. It's outrageous, utterly outrageous. Who gave you the right to make my doorstep look like this? So what if there's a law protecting minors? My wife is pregnant. If anything happens to her because of you, do you think you can take responsibility for it? And you dare to cry to the police officer? I think all of you just want to accuse someone before you're caught. The young policeman's expression also darkened. He immediately took out his walkie-talkie and said, The situation here is more serious than expected. There are more suspects than anticipated. There are more than 10 girls. Send some reinforcements. When the female resident inside heard her husband's voice from outside, she immediately shouted, Husband, is that you back already? It's me. Dear, open the door quickly. Don't be afraid. I've returned. The man immediately replied. The female resident quickly opened the door, and upon seeing the policeman outside, her heart, which had been racing with fear, finally calmed down completely. She threw herself into her husband's arms and said with red eyes, Husband, you're finally back. These people outside are so scary. They kept cursing at me and even broke down our door. I have no grudge against them, yet they scared me to death. My heart nearly leapt out of my chest just now. Her husband patted her back comfortingly. Don't be afraid. I'm here now. The police officers are here too. Outside are just some girls. You're safe now. After comforting his wife, he turned to the police and said, Officer, did you see how scared my pregnant wife is? This matter must be handled seriously. Young policeman, how many times have I told you not to call me Uncle Officer? Chapter 21, Public Opinion Fermentation. Of course, this wasn't the focal point. The main issue was still Xiao Yufan's fans. They were truly audacious, and the situation was extremely grave as they dared to gather at someone's home to threaten and intimidate. It was sheer disregard for the law. acting as if living in a society governed by rule of law meant nothing. The police colleagues arrived quickly, with 3 patrol cars. They took away these dozen or so young girls. Strangely enough, not only did they not resist when being taken away, but they were also muttering something about ghosts, begging for rescue to take them away quickly, as though their lives depended on it. When they were loaded into the police cars, they all cooperated fully, even scrambling to squeeze inside, as if there were really ghosts chasing after them. The policeman, one of the thin girls, seemed to suddenly recall something while getting onto the vehicle. She shouted loudly to the policeman, "Su Qingqing is dead. She committed suicide, and just now her ghost was claiming our lives." What nonsense. The policeman dismissed it as her babbling, saying, "You better get on quickly." However, even after boarding the vehicle, the thin girl kept yelling incessantly, "Su Qingqing is dead. She really is." Her emphatic words, as though she had witnessed everything herself, stirred suspicion among the police force. Out of caution, after returning to the station, the police dialed Su Qingqing's number to inquire. And Su Qingqing, upon seeing that the neighbor's man had already come back with the police, promptly retrieved the small paper talismans she used earlier for the scare tactic. Now, she was happily following an online food tutorial to prepare dinner. When she received the call from the police, she politely said, "Thank you for your concern, but I'm fine. I am currently well at home. These people likely came to bother me, but mistakenly found my neighbor due to incorrect information, for which I deeply apologize." Once the little policeman heard this, he realized what these people had done to an innocent individual. The little policeman quickly responded, "It's all right. You don't need to feel sorry. It's not your fault. We will handle those unruly girls appropriately under charges of provoking trouble." "Thank you, officer." Su Qingqing expressed her gratitude graciously. Finally, the young policeman wasn't called uncle, which gave him a sense of relief and ease. However, despite his assurances of handling things strictly, he eventually released the unruly girls after giving them verbal warnings and educating them at the station. Since all the girls were underage, the eldest one was just shy 2 months away from turning 18, hence their parents were notified and they received educational criticism. This outcome was almost expected by Su Qingqing. She had already known that these girls looked very young, most likely minors. Even if they had caused trouble, it wouldn't result in harsh consequences. Thus, she personally stepped in, teaching them a profound lesson. Probably they wouldn't dare do such things again in the future. She wanted them to realize that the damage of words can be as severe as swords. Would they dare engage in such actions again? Yet, the couple residing across from her couldn't comprehend this. Both were utterly furious. They had endured such egregious treatment. At the station, they were simply warned off without any substantial consequences and then released, without even a criminal record. The female tenant grew increasingly irritated as she reflected on the situation. Overnight, she spliced together a video clip capturing how that group of girls had rampantly cursed, splashed paint, smashed eggs, and kicked the door at their doorstep. Mention of Su Qingqing was especially prominent, nearly appearing once every few sentences. After completing the video editing, she immediately uploaded it to Weibo. In the caption, she questioned, "While minding my own business at home, I've been subjected to such threats and intimidation out of nowhere." The police investigating at my home claimed that they were minors, merely providing education and requiring parental statements before releasing them. Currently pregnant at 20 weeks and in the most sensitive phase, I was terrified beyond measure. I just want to know, is the current juvenile protection law genuinely protecting juveniles or safeguarding juvenile criminals? Because the video she posted showcased surveillance footage where eggs were thrown and red paint spilled. From the perspective shown, it was like witnessing the chaos unfold in real time, evoking strong empathy and drawing much attention locally. Meanwhile, another hot topic online revolved around Su Qingqing's appearance on a dating show followed by her affair with the newly crowned top streamer Xiao Yufan. This topic has been on top since yesterday, consistently occupying the first place. Clicking on the trending search results revealed pages filled with criticism aimed at Su Qingqing. There were scathing insults. Everyone was cursing her for being shameless. Some even questioned why a woman like her could become a celebrity. Had the threshold for celebrities dropped so low? A more rational segment asked whether these acts constituted sexual harassment. Wasn't this a case that should have legal accountability pursued? However, the majority of comments were nothing but scathing insults, a deluge of invectives. Is Su Qingqing even a normal person? This is a variety show. Even if she were a promiscuous woman, shouldn't she know to be more discreet? The way she behaves on variety shows, I can only imagine how unrestrained she must be in real life. I feel like throwing up. She was all over various interviews before, flirting with many men's brothers. We all thought it was just a joke back then, but now, could she actually have been serious? I feel so sorry for our idol having to work in such an entertainment environment. Why can a woman like Su Qingqing become famous? Why hasn't she just died already? What's the point of her staying alive? If I were her and did something like that, I would jump off the building right away. I wouldn't live any longer. Su Qingqing, when will you die? To be honest, cursing her online like this is useless. A person who would do such a thing is clearly shameless. I think someone should confront her in real life. Agree. There should be someone who goes to confront her in real life. Brave warriors, where are you? In just one day and night, Su Qingqing's personal Weibo had received 50,000 abusive comments. Every corner of Weibo was filled with discussions about Su Qingqing. Some people made sarcastic remarks. You're giving her exactly what she wanted by discussing her so much. You're only boosting her popularity. She has no acting skills, no singing talent. She probably relies on stunts like this to get noticed. It has to be said that Su Qingqing indeed gained significant attention through this scandal. so even those who didn't usually follow the entertainment industry knew about her. When the female tenant posted online about how her house was mistakenly identified as Su Qingqing's and subsequently attacked, some sharp-eared netizens caught the name of Su Qingqing mentioned in the video's girl's insults, as well as the name written in red paint on the wall at the end of the video. Once the online clamor started spreading into real-life scenarios, the nature of the issue changed drastically. Chapter 22 Reversal. The content of this video was just too terrifying. Those young girls, who clearly hadn't reached adulthood yet, looked absolutely detestable. Their faces were contorted with anger as they shouted curses. Their expressions were as if their parents had been killed. It was like they were facing the murderers of their fathers. They seemed to want nothing more than to tear Su Qingqing to pieces, who was hiding in the room. The scene was truly shocking, making people's skin crawl after watching. This video quickly gained attention on social news platforms within a short time. The audience of social news usually consists of older individuals. However, among this group, there were still some rather rational people. For instance, someone quickly commented under the female resident's Weibo post, "If I didn't hear wrong, these people inside called out Su Qingqing's name, right? Not that participating in a variety show is simply work for her. Besides, these reality shows all have scripts and such things. Not knowing the full story, we shouldn't comment either. Blaming online might be acceptable, but how could there really be people going to one's home to do such a thing? This must be illegal." Yes, I agree with the comment above. This is truly frightening. No matter what, one can never resort to such actions. I feel like the trend within the fan circle now is getting worse and worse. Their hostility runs deep. The idol stars are worshipped like gods, and at the slightest disagreement, they resort to doing things like this. What's the difference from a cult? Shouldn't we consider rectifying this kind of behavior? And why do they think Su Qingqing might live here? Isn't there any way or channel of information checking involved? Although it turned out to be wrong in the end, it should also be considered illegal. This is exactly what is meant by things go to extremes and then reverse. In extreme anger, the female tenant posted online, complaining about how minors commit crimes without cost. Unexpectedly, within a single day, it became a hot topic. However, the direction of the conversation was different from what was imagined. Beneath the post, everyone discussed the current atmosphere in the entertainment industry. Here, Gu Jun's involvement needs to be mentioned. When Bai, the assistant, brought his people to Su Qingqing's place, everything had already concluded, and those girls had been taken away. That day, Gu Jun resisted repeatedly but couldn't help himself anymore. He finally took the initiative to ask Su Qingqing via WeChat, "Is that dating variety show thing?" Su Qingqing saw his message only after finishing her shower. She replied lightly, "Oh, I wasn't careful that night. I got possessed and ended up in Xiao Yufan's room." After sending the message, she thought for a moment and added, "By the way, the spirit I encountered that night seems to share the same source as the evil energy trying to harm you that day." After reading her reply, Gu Jun slightly furrowed his brow and soon came to a conclusion. It seems like they have a common enemy. Gu Jun quickly typed on WeChat, "Who is it? Do you need me to help investigate?" Su Qingqing, "No need. I usually settle my grudges immediately. If I can't do so on the spot, it won't take more than 3 days. Those who attacked me that night have already met with retribution." Gu Jun, well, this kind of behavior actually matches his tastes quite well. However, even though Su Qingqing told him she didn't need his help, Gu Jun was still annoyed seeing the malicious comments online. He gave Bai Tezu a call, handle the public opinion about Master Su and guide positive discussions. Bai Tezu asked, startled, "So, there's another story behind the love variety show incident, isn't there?" Gu Jun put it concisely. She let down her guard, wasn't cautious, and got possessed. Bai Tezu instantly understood. "Got it. I'll handle it right away." Thus, on the day when Su Qingqing's reputation began to shift slightly in the public discourse, several official media outlets stepped in. When will the chaos of fandom in the entertainment industry end? As a celebrity icon, doesn't one have the responsibility to positively influence the youth? An innocent actress was subjected to online violence. Her life, safety threatened. Should vulgar love-based reality shows be regulated? And so on. Topics related to official media rapidly climbed to the top of discussions surrounding Su Qingqing. Xiao Yufan woke up completely terrified. He had become an idol by participating in auditions after gaining some popularity as a male host. One could say he's just a new idol in the entertainment circle with some following, but not outside of it. Due to this incident involving Su Qingqing, he unexpectedly broke through into mainstream awareness, allowing more people to know about him. He was enjoying the heated spotlight, indulging in letting his fans jump around and fight for justice on his behalf. After all, Su Qingqing had been kicked out of the Su family and was no longer their young miss. Her company wouldn't conduct public relations on her behalf anymore. He originally thought he had this situation firmly under control, never expecting the blame would turn into accusations of providing bad guidance to minors so quickly. Xiao Yufan was on a call with his agent, clearly flustered. "I'm so annoyed. If those people just cursed Su Qingqing online, it would have been fine, but why did they go after her offline? Isn't that ridiculous? And now they've gotten me into such big trouble." The agent wanted to say, "Weren't you the one who, just a few days ago in the fan group, saw the news about someone planning to target Su Qingqing in real life, and had that schadenfreude expression while saying that this woman deserves a lesson? And weren't you the one posting messages in the fan group about how being hurt is justified? Now that things have gone too far, you start blaming the fans?" But Xiao Yufan's popularity was soaring at the moment, and the agent didn't want to have a conflict with this cash cow. So she simply said, "In the future, stay away from Su Qingqing. Judging from the recent events, there must be someone behind her, and we've prepared the PR statement for you overnight." You can log on to Weibo later and post it yourself. When Xiao Yufan saw the apology draft, he almost lost his temper. Why should he be the victim during the filming of the show, yet now he has to apologize? But since it was the company's arrangement, considering the public opinion impact, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and accept it. Su Qingqing, just wait. I'll make sure you pay for this. Xiao Yufan growled resentfully. The shift in public sentiment left Su Qingqing somewhat unprepared as well. Sister Su had already given up on managing the situation and only instructed Su Qingqing to stay home and not engage in any activities outside to avoid further harm. When the turn in public opinion happened, Sister Su almost screamed out loud inside the company. Her first question to the PR department was, "Did you do any crisis management for Su Qingqing?" A colleague from the PR department gave her a look as if she were stupid and said, "No." Sister Su thought about it. Indeed, the company wouldn't spend money on something like this for Su Qingqing. That left only one possibility. She immediately called Su Qingqing, and the first words out of her mouth were, "Su Qingqing, did you use some supernatural method? How are you so strong?" Su Qingqing, who had just finished a session of closed meditation, replied blankly, "What?" Chapter 23, Assistance from a Noble Person. Sister Su asked, "You don't still not know? The online public opinion about you has reversed? I asked the PR team in our company, and they all said they haven't done any PR for you. So there's only one possibility left, that you've made a deal." Su Qingqing, "I do not use deals to manage such matters, thank you." It was only then that Sister Su realized the situation. Then why is this happening? Did you just get lucky? That, of course, was impossible. Su Qingqing herself knew very well whether she could be so lucky or not. She consulted her own oracle and discovered the turn of fortune indicated assistance from a noble person. Assistance from a noble person? Who was her noble benefactor? As soon as she thought about it, a WeChat message from Gu Jun arrived. His message was as concise as he was, a screenshot showing by Tazu contacting the major official media outlets. It was no big deal, a mere helping hand, Master Su. Su Qingqing didn't expect Gu Jun to be so straightforward, and she raised an eyebrow. Since he was being so straightforward, she also decided to reciprocate the favor appropriately. Her delicate white hand quickly danced over her phone, typing out a reply. "Thank you. Rest assured, I will take care of your issues with due consideration. For now, let's wait for the right moment." Gu Jun replied quickly. "When will that opportune moment come?" "Su Qingqing, I gave you a protective amulet. Make sure you keep it with you. When the amulet starts to show anomalies, contact me immediately." Okay. Their conversation ended abruptly there. Surprisingly, despite having met each other only recently and having never crossed paths before, there seemed to be some inexplicable understanding between them. No need for too much explanation, no need for overt clarity. They both seemed to grasp each other's intentions intuitively. After finishing her morning practice at home, Su Qingqing changed into casual clothes, put on a baseball cap and glasses, dressed conservatively, and took the subway to work. However, getting to work today was not as smooth as expected. She had underestimated the power of the internet. From the moment she left her apartment complex, during her short walk to the subway station, which spanned less than 500 meters, she was recognized by 3 groups of people. "Hey, isn't this the girl who boldly climbed a bed on a dating show and got exposed offline? Isn't that Su Qingqing? Is it really her? It does look like her. Didn't someone in the industry already clarify online? These types of reality shows have scripts, so she probably just got tricked by a disreputable production. Could that be her? You're not wrong. Actually, doesn't she look even paler and thinner in person?" Various discussions flowed continuously into Su Qingqing's ears, with many curious eyes focused on her. She pressed her baseball cap down lower, but after walking just a few steps, she was recognized again. She truly felt exasperated. If she were to get on the subway, wouldn't the hassle only increase? Later, she even encountered several nosy followers. At the next corner, Su Qingqing placed a concealment charm on herself. Once she re-emerged, no one paid attention to her anymore. Those people who had been following her walked right past her, looking around repeatedly in confusion. Hey, where did the person go? Didn't she just turn this way? How could she have vanished? Thus, Su Qingqing managed to ride the subway smoothly, reaching her company without further disturbances. Since the company had not officially terminated her employment, technically she was still considered an official employee for another day. As long as she maintained her normal routine of clocking in and out, the company would have to pay her a basic salary of 8,000 yuan. After checking in, she proceeded towards Sister Su's office. Along the way, she overheard quite a few employees gathered together, mysteriously discussing something. She casually listened and learned that the gist of their discussion revolved around the chief economic manager who allegedly injured his buttocks. It seemed he had run into some eerie circumstances. They mentioned that a Taoist priest performed rituals in his office last night. This morning, when people came to work, the whole office was filled with incense smoke. Hearing their discussions regarding the chief manager, Su Qingqing recalled that indeed, it had been 3 days since the prediction she made. Now it was the 4th day, yet there was no news of the passing of the main broker. Perhaps he had genuinely hired an expert of high caliber? Thinking about it, Su Qingqing had already arrived outside Sister Su's office. The company hadn't recruited new talent, leaving her with just one cooled-down artist under her management. She spent her days idly enjoying a paid vacation in the office. "Sister Su." Su Qingqing greeted. This simple greeting startled Sister Su, nearly falling off her chair. She looked up and around, not seeing anyone. Instantly, her hair stood on end. Damn, is there really something strange in the office? It was then that Su Qingqing remembered she hadn't yet removed the concealment charm. She tore it off her chest and called out again, "Sister Su, I'm here." Sister Sue was startled once again by Su Qingqing's sudden appearance in front of her. Geez, where did you come from all of a sudden? Su Qingqing looked completely innocent. I've been here since just now. Sister Sue thought back carefully and realized that there had indeed been a shadow in that direction earlier. It was just she hadn't paid attention. She gestured for Su Qingqing to sit opposite her. Just as Sister Sue was about to say something, her phone rang. Looking at the screen, Sister Sue said with an odd expression, "It's the chief broker calling." Su Qingqing tilted her chin up slightly and said, "Then answer it." Sister Sue picked up the call, and on the other end came the unusually weak voice of the chief broker. "Xiao Su, is Su Qingqing with you?" Seeing Su Qingqing sitting across from her, cool as a cucumber, Sister Sue nodded and replied, "She's here." "Is something wrong, chief broker? Has the compensation settlement arrived?" The chief broker seemed momentarily flustered on the other side. After a long silence, he finally spoke in an even weaker tone. "No." Well, Sister Sue didn't know what else could possibly be the reason for this man, who despised Su Qingqing so much, to call other than to discuss compensation. The chief broker seemed to struggle internally for a while before eventually resolving himself to say, "Remember how Su Qingqing said I'd surely suffer bloodshed on a specific day and wouldn't survive beyond 3 days? Do you recall?" At this, Sister Sue immediately felt a sinking sensation in her heart. No, surely the chief broker's condition hasn't worsened again and he's blaming this on Su Qingqing? She quickly explained, "No, chief broker, you've got it wrong. This really has nothing to do with her. Qingqing is just a kid, speaking without thinking, saying nonsense." Before she could finish her sentence, the chief broker interrupted her. No, Xiao Su, don't get the wrong idea. Something strange did indeed happen on my end. I just wanted to ask Su Qingqing if she knows anything about it." The chief broker's voice sounded even more anxious than hers. Sister Sue hesitated, holding the phone and looking up at Su Qingqing opposite her. At such close proximity, Su Qingqing could clearly hear what was being said on the other end of the line without needing speaker mode. She lowered her head, smiled faintly, and teased sarcastically. "So, did the master he hired fail to solve his problems?" Chapter 24, 80 million, not a penny less. The general agent, upon hearing Su Qingqing's voice, sounded like a rooster that had its neck pinched, suddenly choking and falling silent. After a while, he quickly came to his senses and shouted loudly, "Su Qingqing, you must know something. You definitely know something, right? Help me. No, save me. The female ghost said she'll take my life tonight." Su Qingqing looked down and flicked her nails. "What? Didn't the master you hired solve the problem with the female ghost chasing your soul?" Upon hearing this, Li, the general agent, couldn't control his nerves anymore. Had Su Qingqing not been sitting across from him, he would have almost dropped to his knees already. "Su Qingqing, you definitely know something, right? Help me. You don't even know what I've been through during this period. As long as you're willing to help me, I'm ready to do anything." Su Qingqing didn't reject him outright. When she raised her head again, her eyes were clearly brighter, shining with the light of money. "Sure thing. I don't need you to help me with anything special either. All I need is 80 million yuan from you." The sound of desperation in the general agent's plea faltered on the other side. 80 million. That's right, 80 million. We can do a cash transfer. 80 million, not a penny less. 1 cent less and I won't lift a finger, Su Qingqing said indifferently. Sister Sue felt this dialogue was familiar. After some thought, she realized, goodness, wasn't this what Su Qingqing said before leaving on the day when the broker's bottom got injured? At that time, the broker was still cursing under his breath, and she hadn't taken it seriously, thinking Su Qingqing was just talking tough. But who would have guessed she was dead serious? On the other end, the manager started complaining and whining. "Qingqing, this price is really too high. Am I a big tycoon or something? Who on earth has 80 million yuan in liquid assets? And we've just bought a new house, my 2 kids are studying abroad, we have elderly at home." Su Qingqing interrupted him directly. "Your family can manage the 80 million. Sell your house and your shares in the company, and you'll have your 80 million. Managerly, this is financial ruin you're proposing." Still, Su Qingqing remained coldly sarcastic. "Is money more important or your life? You decide. Besides, haven't you yourself realized how your wealth has accumulated? With those methods that offend heaven and hurt morality, did you really expect it to stay safe with you? Just return the ill-gotten gains the way you earned them." This left Manager Li completely speechless. He seemed gripped as if caught by the throat, unsure of what to say. At the same time, he secretly marveled inwardly. How does Su Qingqing seem to know everything? She truly seems competent. Su Qingqing, with limited patience, said, "Make your decision soon. Frankly, I find your money disgusting anyway." Just as Su Qingqing was about to hang up the phone, the general agent's voice finally came back. "All right, 80 million, right? I'll give it to you. But I don't have that much cash on hand now. I can give you 40 million first. Once things are done, I will raise the rest and give it to you, okay?" "Sure, no problem." Su Qingqing readily agreed. Once things unfold later on site, even if they gave Li 100 reasons to change his mind, he wouldn't dare withhold the rest of the money. Li sent the hospital ward number to Sister Sue and messaged, "Come over quickly. I'm waiting for you." Sister Sue immediately prepared to drive Su Qingqing to the hospital as fast as possible. But Su Qingqing said, "There's no need to rush so much. Let's keep him waiting a bit longer. After all, having committed so many evil deeds, he deserves a lesson. Getting there just before noon should be fine." Sister Sue glanced at the time. It was only 9 a.m. The hospital where Li was staying wasn't far from the company, a 30-minute drive. She thought about the annoying things Li usually pulled off and hesitated for a moment before asking, There's a newly opened cafe near the company. This early in the morning, I'm feeling a little drowsy. Why don't we grab a cup? All right, Su Qingqing nodded. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Li clenched his teeth, transferred 40 million to Su Qingqing's account, then anxiously lay in bed, helplessly waiting for her to arrive. He had no other choice but to treat a dying horse as if it were still alive. When he was hospitalized due to the buttock injury earlier, he only felt humiliated and angry. It was all Su Qingqing's fault, that jinx. She'd mentioned blood disaster, and sure enough, the next second, his butt had been punctured by a chair. He never took Su Qingqing's prediction that he would die within 3 days seriously. In fact, he had even planned how he would make her miserable after being discharged from the hospital. However, an accident occurred on the very first night of his surgery and hospitalization last night. His injury was in an awkward spot, his anus, and before it could fully recover, he had to rely on a temporary colostomy bag. Thus, he needed to rest on the hospital bed for a few days without moving around too much. Over the past few years as a broker, he had made quite a bit of money but also indulged heavily in hedonistic pleasures outside of his marriage. His wife stayed with him only for the sake of their 2 children. Their feelings for each other had long been extinguished. So when he suffered such a severe injury, his wife wasn't overly concerned. She showed up just in time to sign the necessary forms before the surgery and hired a caregiver afterward, then left promptly. That evening, the caregiver rested in the maid's room outside while he lay on the hospital bed. He was peacefully scrolling through his phone, tipping a female livestream host with a large rocket gift, when suddenly his phone flashed with a low battery warning. He wondered how this was possible. Wasn't his phone plugged into the charger? Why would it still display a low battery alert? Struggling, he sat up and looked toward the outlet to check if the charging cable had come loose. But after inspecting the port carefully, everything seemed fine. So why wouldn't the phone charge? He pressed the light switch and confirmed that the electricity in the room was working properly. Could the issue be with the charging cord? After all, he had only replaced his phone with the latest model a couple of days ago. It couldn't possibly be broken already. Without his phone, how was he supposed to endure the endless night in the hospital? As someone who regularly stayed up late, there was no way he could sleep so early. He rang the service bell to summon the caregiver from the resting area outside, asking her to buy a new charging cable for him. After ringing for a long time, the door to his room finally opened, and the caregiver walked in. At the moment the caregiver stepped inside, however, the lights in the room went out. Li Liang raised his voice. You came in. Why did you turn off the lights? The caregiver stood at the door, not responding. Turn the lights back on. Li Liang urged again, but the caregiver remained motionless at the doorway. Li Liang cursed silently in his mind. No wonder his wife picked this caregiver herself. It was clearly done intentionally to make his life miserable. He stopped bothering with the light switch since his wound near his anus hurt every time he moved even slightly. Turning to the caregiver by the door, he said, Come over here and take my data cable. Go compare it outside and buy the exact same model. Don't get the wrong one, and hurry back. Yet the caregiver still didn't move from the doorway. Chapter 25, Chain of Dreams. After being called several times to no avail, even a clay figurine would have a temper, let alone Li Liang, who was known for his irascibility. His anger flared up immediately, and he shouted at the nurse by the door. Hey, are you talking to me? Are you deaf? Can't you hear me? The nurse finally moved. She stepped slowly towards him against the light streaming through the doorway, taking the data cable from his hand. Li Liang mumbled with irritation. Next time I call you, can you respond quicker? If you're this slow again, I'll dismiss you tomorrow, and you won't have to come here anymore. The nurse, who had not spoken a word from the start, suddenly spoke. However, her voice wasn't that of the taciturn daytime nurse, but rather resembled a young maiden's, one which seemed oddly familiar upon closer listening. He looked up only to find that the nurse, who should be in her 40s, had now transformed into a girl in her early 20s. Most strikingly, her appearance sent shivers down Li Liang's spine. Terrified, Li Liang almost tumbled off his feet, but was pulled back by the nurse grabbing his wrist. Her beautiful face loomed so close that it nearly touched his. Mr. Li, why are you running? How could you not remember me? Am I not your favorite Xiaoying? Li Liang frantically swung his hand in front of him, yelling. What Xiaoying? Didn't Xiaoying die already? Who are you? Stop fooling around like this. I am dead, said the nurse as she drew her face even closer. I certainly am. That day I jumped from the rooftop and broke all over. But after being brought here to the hospital, I died despite attempts to save me. Do you still remember, Mr. Li? As Xiaoying continued, her delicate face right before his eyes suddenly altered. Half of her skull caved in, with blood tears streaming from her eyes and nose. Awaya. Li Liang lost control and screamed repeatedly, babbling nonsense. Don't look for me. Don't look for me. It wasn't my fault. I didn't spread those naked photos. There's always a head to every grievance, a reason for every debt. If you need to accuse someone, don't look for me. Xiaoying laughed, her bloodstained face making her laughter all the more terrifying. That's true. I didn't send out the nudes myself, but you were the one who forced me to take them. I never forced you. Li Liang retorted angrily. How dare you speak nonsense? It was you who sought me out saying you wanted some opportunities, so I introduced you to those bosses. They were the ones you chose to know, and the drinking sessions were ones you went to voluntarily. I did nothing to force you. They killed you, so you should go after those bosses if you want revenge. Don't bother me. Li Liang's voice trembled as he justified himself, speaking clearly to shift the blame. Xiaoying laughed coldly in fury. So you show no remorse until today. Her tone became abruptly sharp. Why should I come seeking work opportunities from you? Isn't this your doing? I was originally the third runner-up in a talent contest, and I had a bright future ahead. But it was all ruined by you, when you tricked me into signing with your company. Then you buried my career using all sorts of schemes, depriving me of job opportunities, rejecting my invitations for events. You knew my father had just been in an accident and needed urgent surgery funds, yet you intentionally pressured me into going along with those directors for drinks. You're the real culprit behind all of this. No, it's a misunderstanding. Li Liang hurriedly denied 3 times in a row. Scared witless, he couldn't think straight. Never could he have imagined that Su Ying, who committed suicide last month, would appear at the hospital demanding his life. That blood-streaked, disfigured face was almost pressed against his, allowing him to feel the icy chill emanating from her. Li Liang could no longer endure it. Ignoring his injured buttocks, he scrambled to get away. But as soon as he climbed down the bed, his neck was strangled by the data line that once belonged to Su Ying. The more he struggled, the tighter the data line squeezed his neck, suffocating him until his eyes rolled back. Just as he thought he was about to be choked to death, he felt a hand continuously slapping his face. Hey, Li Liang, wake up. What are you doing? Wake up quickly. Li Liang opened his blurry eyes and found that there was no bloody face in front of him. Instead, it was none other than his long-ignored yellow-faced wife. Seeing he had awakened, his wife sighed with relief and snatched the data line from his hand. What are you doing? Having a nightmare or something? Why are you strangling yourself with the data cable? Li Liang then realized that the sky outside the window had already brightened, and he had actually been choking himself with the data line all this time. Could it be that all of this was just a bad dream? Could it be that he had been scaring himself this whole time? I just had a nightmare. Li Liang said blankly. His wife shot him an annoyed look. I think you're having nightmares because of the guilty things you've done. Li Liang opened his mouth to explain, but when the words reached his lips, they became too difficult to articulate. His wife didn't have any feelings for him anymore. Their marriage was nothing more than a forced arrangement. All right, I'll leave you lying here. I have an appointment with my old friends for beauty treatments. See you later, she said and walked toward the door without looking back. Hearing this, Li Liang panicked. That nightmare was too real, and now even the estranged wife he couldn't get along with seemed particularly safe. He quickly called out to her, Hey, don't go. If you don't have anything else to do today, stay and keep me company, will you? His wife glanced at him as if he were a lunatic. Are you all right? It's your anus that has issues, not your brain. And what are you asking for by telling me to stay with you? Call your little stars over if you feel empty and lonely. With a mocking laugh, she turned around and left. Li Liang lay on the hospital bed, staring silently. Before he could let out a sigh of relief, his phone displayed another low battery warning. At that exact moment, coincidentally, the nurse came in from outside again. He anxiously glanced at her. Good. It was still the same reserved nurse. She hadn't transformed into the bloody face in his dream. But just as he sighed in relief, he looked up and saw that the nurse had appeared before him once more. The bright daylight outside suddenly darkened, casting the ward into gloomy shadows. When the nurse lifted her head again, her face had transformed into the bloodied visage of Su Ying. Mr. Li, do you think that you were only having a nightmare earlier? Do you think you've escaped this time? Aha! Li Liang screamed again in utter despair. However, before he finished his scream, the data cable once again tightly strangled his neck. The familiar suffocating sensation swept over him yet again. Chapter 26. This is beyond my control. This time, the feeling of suffocation was even more intense than before. He felt like he saw his life flash before his eyes, and in this brief period of asphyxiation, past events flashed through his mind one by one. Just when he felt like he was about to faint, he sensed a pair of hands slapping his face. He drowsily opened his eyes again to see his wife standing in front of him. Even her question was the same. Wake up. What are you doing? Why are you choking yourself? Only now did Li Liang realize that he had been tightly choking his neck with a data cable in his hand. He had almost strangled himself to death. He hastily threw away the data cable and tightly held his wife's hand, saying, I had a nightmare. 2 connected nightmares. The nurse you hired is a ghost, and it tried to strangle me. His wife looked at him with an expression of bewilderment. What nonsense are you talking about? What nurse? I never hired any nurse for you. What? This time Liang was completely stunned. He anxiously said, How could you not have hired a nurse for me? It was the person who took care of me yesterday afternoon. His wife became even more confused. Are you mistaken? The person who took care of you all afternoon yesterday at the hospital was clearly me, wasn't it? Liang was on the verge of a mental breakdown, murmuring to himself, Could all of it just be my dream? Then, when exactly did I start dreaming? His wife didn't bother paying attention to him anymore. Seeing he was fine, she stood up and put on her backpack. All right, since you're fine, I'll go then. I have a beauty appointment with a few girlfriends. The same conversation as before once again made Liang feel chills down his spine. He abruptly grabbed the edge of his wife's coat, his voice trembling. Don't go. Please don't go. There really is a ghost trying to harm me. If you leave, it will come to strangle me. Seeing him about to cry, his wife finally realized something was off. She set down her backpack and asked patiently for once. What's wrong? What exactly happened? What ghost wants to harm you? Liang shakily replied. Evil ghost. An evil ghost wants to harm me. Quickly hire a Taoist priest. Quickly hire a Taoist priest. Evil ghost, his wife repeated, then suddenly laughed. So, you're still delusional and think I'm the evil ghost, right? As she spoke, her face also changed, just like the nurse in his previous dream, into the bloodstained, distorted face of Su Ying. The data cable, which had been thrown aside earlier, was now back in her hand. That data cable wrapped around his neck again. When he was about to be strangled to death once more, he woke up again. This time it was the doctor who awakened him after he nearly choked himself to death. Confused and disoriented after waking up for the 3rd time, He could no longer distinguish between reality and dreams. Every person seemed capable of strangling him with the data cable at any moment. It was even worse when he saw his wife or the nurse. His wife was infuriated, declaring she would never help him with anything from now on. After causing quite a commotion in the hospital for a while, Liang finally managed to distinguish that what he saw in front of him was real, not a dream. His first thought was to reach out to a friend in the circle of acquaintances who introduced him to a master. In this world of fame and fortune, let's be blunt, the entertainment industry sees all sorts of strange occurrences. They have dedicated masters who specialize in handling such issues, highly skilled at looking at the feng shui of new homes and resolving problems related to spirit disturbances. Liang immediately contacted the master. The master, upon hearing about the incident, casually stated, "It's just an aggrieved soul entering your dreams. It can be resolved, for 20 million yuan. By this point, 3 out of 7 parts of Liang's soul were already terrified. Others may not know, but his near-death experience was very real. Though 20 million was a high price, he gritted his teeth and agreed. The master arrived shortly afterward. This master was quite professional, accompanied by 2 young disciples. Their equipment was fairly comprehensive: peachwood swords, lightning-struck wood, talismans, etc. Everything seemed legitimate. Upon seeing the master, Liang immediately felt reassured. This time, the matter was sure to be resolved. That evening, the master performed rituals in Liang's hospital room. Burning incense and talismans filled the ward with smoke. That night, Liang indeed did not suffer another nightmare. He was ecstatic, believing the problem was finally solved. On the spot, he transferred 20 million yuan to the master. The master was straightforward, saying, "Since we're here, let me do another ritual for you. You've been having bad luck lately. Let me cleanse your office as well." Liang was close to expressing deep gratitude. That evening, the master set up an altar in Liang's ward and conducted the ritual, burning incense, burning talismans, and filling the ward with thick smoke. Indeed, Liang didn't have any more nightmares that night. He was overjoyed, believing that this issue had been truly resolved. On the spot, he transferred the promised 20 million yuan to the master. The master didn't hesitate, saying, "Then let me give you another ritual. You've had bad luck recently, so I'll clear your office as well." He thought the incident was over after the ritual the day before, but on the very next night, he had another nightmare. This time it was worse. Li Liang ran all over the hospital, even climbing to the rooftop of the hospital building. Had it not been for a family member of another patient who happened to be smoking on the rooftop and pulled him down at midnight, Li Liang might have died that night. Li Liang was close to breaking down. How could he have spent 20 million yuan hiring a master, yet still be plagued by this issue? He called the master back again. The master was extremely angry and said that the ghost was crafty and had escaped, which was simply an insult. He insisted on showing his true skills and eliminating it entirely. But during the new ritual that night, the table used by the master for the ceremony was overturned. Had it not been for the lightning-struck wood in his hand being genuine, even the master might have suffered. Su Ying transformed into a fierce ghost and shouted at the master, "It's Li Liang who killed me, and my entire family of 3. Misfortune has its cause. Revenge will find its mark. Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you." She continued fiercely, "I must take his life tonight." The master lived up to his reputation as a true master. In response to Su Ying's threat, he let out a disdainful snort. "Do you think I am afraid of you?" Li Liang immediately knelt down, grabbing the master's robe and shouting loudly, "Master, save me. Master, please save me." But unexpectedly, the master kicked him away and said, "Of course, I'm not afraid of you, but misfortune has its cause. We Taoists most value karmic relationships. Had you told me earlier that it was your actions that harmed her first, I wouldn't have come here in the first place. I will no longer interfere with this matter." From the other side, Su Ying said coldly, "You have until today to leave and never come back, or else I won't hesitate to fight you to the death." After uttering her final warning, she slowly faded away into the darkness. The master wiped the sweat off his forehead and said to Li Liang, who stood there petrified, "Don't blame me. This time, you've met a formidable opponent, and there's nothing more I can do for you. Take this talisman. It cost me a fortune to obtain it from Xianqing Daoist Temple in Beijing. It was drawn by their previous abbot, who has now passed away. Given how fierce this spirit is, I believe there's no one besides him who can help you. This talisman will protect you once. Beyond that, it's all up to your own fate." With that, the master left Li Liang behind and walked away with his young disciples without looking back. Chapter 27. Don't get your hands dirty. Sure enough, on the night after the master left, the nightmare came again. This time, no matter how much Li Liang begged for mercy and repented, it was useless. Su Ying had come to take his life. At a critical moment, the amulet flashed with golden light, pulling him out of the dream and saving his life at the last second. But when he woke up, the charm had lost its color and turned gray. Li Liang didn't dare to sleep anymore and stayed awake until dawn. However, he knew that when the female ghost came back tonight, he would definitely die. He was extremely terrified and desperate. It was at this moment that he suddenly remembered what Su Qingqing had told him. "You will definitely face bloodshed today, and you will undoubtedly die within 3 days." He suddenly felt that maybe Su Qingqing knew something, but since he didn't have her phone number, he could only contact Miss Su first, leading to the events that followed. By now, Li Liang had spent an entire sleepless night and was already in bad shape. He dared not fall asleep at all, and he couldn't even close his eyes. Every moment was pure agony for him. He called Ms. Su at 9 o'clock in the morning, expecting them to arrive soon, but he waited and waited until almost noon. Everyone thought that noon was the time of day with the strongest yang energy, but exactly the opposite was true. Extremes lead to reversal, similar to the saying, darkness under the lamp. At 12 noon, in the hospital where sunlight did not reach and yin energy grew freely, this was precisely the time when yin energy was the strongest. Li Liang had clearly controlled himself from falling asleep, but he still helplessly watched as the ward filled with mist. The layer of white fog grew thicker and thicker, paralyzing Li Liang completely. He wanted to get up and run, but his body was glued to the bed, unable to move. Helplessly, he saw the ghostly figure of Su Ying emerge from the thick fog, slowly floating to his bedside. Su Ying's ghost face was laughing, and the smile alone was enough to make one's skin crawl. But Li Liang was already numb. After being bombarded by dreams and reality for these 3 days, his spirit had already reached the edge of collapse. Such torment, why not just die? Su Ying slowly moved to his bedside. Her laughter split open her mouth, revealing a row of bloody teeth. Aren't you rich? Aren't you wealthy enough to hire masters? Keep hiring them. See if anyone can save you now. What use is all your money? Can you spend it? You'll die here today. Save me. Save me. Even though he knew yelling for help wouldn't do much, sheer survival instinct made him open his mouth and shout loudly for rescue. The next second, his cry for help was abruptly cut off. Su Ying's cold hand gripped his neck tightly, squeezing with full force. Li Liang immediately found it hard to breathe, completely out of breath. In no time, his vision started to blur. Just as he thought he was sure to be strangled to death, a streak of golden light flashed before his eyes. Aya! Su Ying emitted a shrill scream. Li Liang felt the grip around his neck loosen, allowing him to breathe again. Like a fish about to drown, his mouth opened wide, and he gulped down fresh air. His vision was still blurry, but dimly, he saw Su Qingqing standing in the doorway of the hospital room. She was tall and elegant, cool and calm as she stood there, holding a talisman in her hand. It must have been her who had saved him. Li Liang stretched out his calm hand towards Su Qingqing. Master Qingqing, please save me. At this point, old grudges didn't matter. Anyone who could save his life was a master. But Su Qingqing paid no attention to him. Her cool, upward-glancing eyes stared directly at the corner of the hospital room. By now, the fog in the ward had dissipated. Su Ying had been severely injured by that strike, making her body translucent. She covered her chest, glaring with hatred at the entrance, and realized that the person who had arrived was Su Qingqing. She was somewhat surprised. She had originally thought another hired Taoist expert had come, never imagining that her former acquaintance would appear. The original protagonist and Su Ying debuted on the same talent show. The difference was that the original protagonist relied on the Su family's money, while Su Ying depended on her own abilities. Although the original protagonist was haughty and arrogant, she was also kind. During the free expression segment of the show, Su Ying, from a humble background, had no appropriate clothes to wear. The original protagonist even lent her some willingly. After their success on the show, although both signed with the same company, they had little interaction afterward. Su Ying wiped away her tears of blood, reverting to her appearance from life as she asked Su Qingqing. Qingqing, why is it you? Have you come to save him? This monster isn't worth your saving. I was the one he killed, and today you'd better not interfere. Su Qingqing hadn't responded, yet when Li Liang saw her display of skill and realized that she truly had some abilities, at least, the talisman in her hand was very powerful. He immediately shouted towards Su Qingqing, accusing her first. Qingqing, don't listen to her. I never harmed her. It's her own fault for having an improper private life and wanting to cling to rich men, which is why those revealing photos were leaked. That's why she jumped from the building to commit suicide. I never harmed her. She's just looking for a scapegoat and trying to take revenge on me. You. Su Ying became enraged, utterly unable to believe that even though she had been killed and turned into a ghost, she still couldn't argue her case against the wicked Li Liang. Su Qingqing gave Li Liang a cold look, silencing him with a single sentence. Shut up. Your lies to deceive ghosts are enough to fool yourself. Who did you think you could trick just now? Li Liang's throat tightened like a chicken being strangled, leaving him speechless. Only then did she turn to Su Ying in the corner and say, I'm not here to save him. I'm here to save you. To save me. Su Ying sneered. Why would I need your help? What nonsense are you spouting with your eyes wide open? Su Qingqing shook her head and pointed at Li Liang lying on the bed. If you kill him now, your hands will be stained with human blood, and you'll turn into a vengeful spirit, condemned to hell and unable to enter the cycle of rebirth. Is it worth sullying your karmic destiny just for someone like this animal? It's not worth it. The insulted Li Liang went silent, seething but completely afraid to respond. Su Ying rejected the offer outright, her hostile aura skyrocketing. Do you mean I should let this beast who's worse than an animal go unpunished? Never. I can't accept it. I simply can't accept it. How can such an evil person still live well in this world? Even if I scatter my soul or forfeit my place in the cycle of rebirth forever, I must kill him. Su Qingqing gazed solemnly at Su Ying as she grew increasingly out of control and directly threw a sound transmission talisman toward her. The function of the talisman was to allow only the designated person to hear her voice. You really don't have to sully your hands for someone like this. You don't need to kill him because his time is running out soon. Those who do evil will eventually meet their fate. His destiny dictates that he will die young. Just look at the palace of life on his face, and he probably won't survive this year. Even if he manages to escape this calamity, from now on, he'll be plagued by misfortune, living in poverty and despair, and will eventually die after being tormented by illness. If you truly hate him, you shouldn't kill him now. Instead, you should let him suffer endlessly before he dies. Killing him now would only give him mercy. Chapter 28. I always feel like you're trying to fool me. Su Ying was stunned in place after hearing the message pass through the sound-carrying talisman. She looked at Su Qingqing, finding it hard to believe. Are all the things you said true, or are you just deceiving me now to save him? Su Qingqing stared straight into her eyes, unflinching. If my only intention was to simply save him, I could have directly destroyed you by now. There's no need for me to take such a roundabout way. Su Ying fell silent. She had already sensed Su Qingqing's strength and knew there was no reason for her to lie. Yet she still gritted her teeth with bitterness. But I still can't accept it. I won't be satisfied unless I see him die with my own eyes. Su Qingqing understood her resentment. After pondering for a while, she came up with an idea. Then, later, I'll give him an amulet where you can reside within it. That way, you will be inside it, watching how he ends up miserably, how he dies impoverished and destitute. However, as a price, while you're attached to the talisman, I'll seal you. You cannot appear again to harm anyone. Are you willing? This way, it avoids getting Su Ying's hands dirty with murder, preventing her from becoming a malevolent ghost who can't reincarnate. Moreover, she won't be let off so easily, like releasing a tiger back into the mountains to harm others later on. In reality, Su Ying agreed with this method of dealing with things. She merely wanted Li Liang, the man who caused her family's destruction, dead. She had no intention of harming others. But she still didn't trust Su Qingqing much. Aren't you the one Li Liang invited? Why help me? Why should I believe you? Su Qingqing replied more concisely. Because 2 days ago, Li Liang made me owe 80 million yuan. I don't have the virtue to repay kindness with kindness. After Su Ying jumped off the building and failed to be revived at the hospital, due to her overwhelming grudge, she didn't descend into the cycle of rebirth. Her spirit had been lingering in this area. Even as she drifted, she would occasionally watch the TVs in the hospital, including that love reality show where Su Qingqing was involved. When she saw that show, she was shocked. At the same time, she believed Su Qingqing must get tricked by both the company and Li Liang because she thought Su Qingqing had made some prior mistakes. So what Su Qingqing said did indeed seem fairly credible. Su Qingqing remained silent, waiting patiently for Su Ying to make her decision. Finally, Su Ying clenched her teeth and said, "All right, I'll believe you this time. But if you trick me, even if I have to go down to hell to file a complaint, I will not let you go unpunished." The conversation between this human and this ghost was carried out through the medium of the sound-carrying talisman, completely inaudible to Li Liang. All he saw was Su Qingqing and Su Ying looking at each other, their mouths moving as though they were conversing about something. Yet he could do nothing but feel frustrated without knowing what was happening. Finally, Su Qingqing shifted her gaze away from Su Ying and looked towards him. His heart rose to his throat, anxiously asking, "What's going on? What's happening? Why can't I hear your conversation? Is there something I'm not supposed to hear?" Su Qingqing thought to herself that there were indeed plenty of things he wasn't supposed to hear. But she kept a straight face and misled him. The exchanges between us Taoist practitioners and ghosts, naturally, are something normal people can't hear. Li Liang, is that so? Then why could I hear the master I previously invited? Su Qingqing countered. Did that master solve your problems? Li Liang shook his head. No, that's settled then. Su Qingqing waved her hand. That proves he isn't a real Taoist practitioner. I am. Li Liang nodded numbly, like being tricked into submission. Su Qingqing cleared her throat lightly and said, I've helped you communicate with it. I've told it killing you would sully its hands and damage its moral karma. So, it has decided to spare you. Really, master, thank you master. Qingqing, starting from now, you are my master, my life-saving benefactor. In the future, whatever resources you want in the entertainment industry, I will arrange them for you. Li Liang sprang up with renewed energy despite his bruised rear end, and he knelt down 3 times to bow to Su Qingqing on the bed. Su Qingqing subtly stepped aside, unwilling to let him bow to her. She was quite clever. She merely said that Su Ying wouldn't kill him but hadn't mentioned Su Ying leaving, which meant it shouldn't count as deceiving him, right? In front of Li Liang, Su Qingqing pinched a certain symbol with her fingers and waved her small hand, causing Su Ying to disappear. The temperature in the ward immediately rose several degrees. Li Liang was so excited that he almost knelt down again. Su Qingqing rummaged through her bag and pulled out a piece of talisman paper folded into a triangular shape. She then chanted and infused it with a streak of golden light. She handed over the triangular talisman to him, solemnly instructing, "This is a specially crafted protective amulet by me. As long as you carry it, it can protect you from evil spirits forever. It's not a one-time use item and can be used for a very, very long time, but it must not touch water. You absolutely must keep it on you at all times, except when taking a bath. Under no circumstances should it ever leave your body. It's indeed a protective amulet, but it also contains a ghost." She didn't finish the second half of that sentence on purpose. Can this really be considered deception? Isn't this quite reasonable? Li Liang received the amulet with heartfelt gratitude, glad to have his life spared, and began to make promises. Qingqing, I'll remember this matter. Don't worry, in the future, resources within the company will definitely belong to you. He was cut off mid-sentence by Su Qingqing, who stretched out her hand without any tact. Don't waste my time with empty words. Pay up the agreed price from before, 80 million yuan, and still 40 million left to settle. Thanks. All the words Li Liang wanted to say got stuck in his throat. He couldn't believe that Su Qingqing was so merciless. There was nothing she wanted to negotiate about except for money, but it was the price they had agreed upon earlier. He hadn't intended to renege on the deal and dared not do so either. He said sheepishly, I'll definitely pay the remaining 40 million, but I don't have that much cash at the moment. After I'm discharged in a few days, I'll sell my house and transfer the 40 million to you. Is that okay? Su Qingqing, 3 days. If you don't transfer it within 3 days, I guarantee your grandmother will be the first thing you see when you wake up. Okay, 3 days. Li Liang nodded repeatedly as sweat dripped down his forehead. After witnessing Su Qingqing's abilities, he believed every word she said. Satisfied, Su Qingqing departed. From the time she arrived to resolve the issue until she left, the entire process took less than 5 minutes. By the time Sister Su parked her car and came upstairs, everything in the ward had been settled. Sister Su opened the door to see Su Qingqing striding away with folded hands, her accomplishments and intentions hidden behind a veil of indifference. Behind her trailed Mr. Li's agent holding a piece of talisman paper, bowing continuously in humble gratitude. Sister Su. How come it felt like she missed billions of opportunities just by coming later in the evening? What exactly happened here? Chapter 29, Li Liang's End. After Ms. Su nodded to Li Liang, she hurried out after Su Qingqing. She followed behind like a curious child, asking repeatedly, "What happened? What's going on? How did Mr. Li's agent suddenly become your father?" Unable to escape Ms. Su's pestering, Su Qingqing briefly recounted what had just happened inside. "The matter is simple. It's completely no problem for me," she added casually at the end. Ms. Su's mouth was wide open enough to fit an egg in it. Still holding her jaw with her hand, she found it hard to believe. "Are you telling the truth? Did you really see Su Ying's ghost?" "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? If I'd come any later, Li Liang would already be dead." Su Qingqing looked straight into Ms. Su's eyes. Though bizarre, Ms. Su inexplicably felt that Su Qingqing wouldn't lie. Regretting deeply, Ms. Su sighed. "I've never seen something like this firsthand. I missed it. Next time, you must bring me." Su Qingqing gave her a look as if she were talking to a fool. "Do you think seeing ghosts is like watching a movie? This kind of thing is extremely ominous. Ordinary people who see ghosts will have bad luck for a long time, no matter if the ghost is related to them or not." The final words, "bad luck for a long time," scared Ms. Su so much that she didn't dare to say anything more. Well, among working people nowadays, 9 out of 10 are somewhat mentally unstable, and the other one has a rebellious streak. They do exactly what others tell them not to. Dealing with these types of people is also quite simple. A single phrase can dissuade them. That is, if you do this, you'll have bad luck, or this will affect your wealth. Once you say that, there's no need for further persuasion. They'll readily retreat upon hearing it. Ms. Su was more or less such a case. Su Qingqing reminded her again, "Mr. Li's agent has committed too many wrongs. Although I've persuaded Su Ying not to kill him, from now on he'll have very bad luck. Anyway, in the future, avoid contact with him as much as possible, or else you'll get dragged into his misfortune." Ms. Su solemnly nodded. "Don't worry, I'll apply for a transfer back home. I definitely won't continue working under him." 3 days later, dragging his sore behind, Li Liang was discharged early from the hospital. He urgently sold his newly purchased house, liquidated some shares of smaller companies, and transferred the remaining 40 million yuan to Su Qingqing. He deeply regretted parting with the money. First 2 billion to the master, then another 8 billion, totaling a small goal of 1 billion yuan, which was almost all of the assets accumulated over years as the top agent. But he wasn't the least bit remorseful. He'd used 800 million to buy his life back. In showbiz circles, as long as you're ruthless enough, making money is fast. As long as he stayed alive, he would eventually earn this money back someday. But he thought too optimistically. His smooth sailing in the entertainment circle seemed to end right there. First, his wife couldn't understand why he would sell their house and give 4 billion to a so-called master. She believed Li Liang was insane, having been swindled. However, Li Liang insisted on selling the house. He even claimed he had paid full price for it and could deal with it however he wanted. Finally, unable to endure it anymore, the few remaining feelings of affection between the couple broke completely. With only a small amount of cash, his wife chose to divorce him. His son and daughter were adults, but bore no feelings towards him since he never cared about them and indulged himself with female stars outside. As a result, they both sided with their mother. Li Liang suffered an abrupt breakup of family within a single night. Yet, he still didn't care. With his earning ability, getting divorced from his wife might be beneficial as he could marry someone younger and prettier. After all, he was just over 40, and it wasn't impossible to have another baby. What he didn't expect was that not long afterward, his job also had problems. Desperate to make quick money, he reused the same old tricks, luring a group of young, beautiful trainees to sign contracts with his company under attractive conditions, promising debuts. Once signed, though, he provided no resources, forcing them to attend dinners hosted by company executives. When the executives were satisfied, he reaped high commissions. To put it plainly, he was just a high-class pimp. But unbeknownst to him, one of the trainees was bold and fierce. She was the daughter of a senior official from City A. Initially participating in the audition anonymously, she wanted to prove herself through her own abilities and chase her dream in the entertainment world. At first, she truly believed that attending dinners with executives was just a regular negotiation of resources, akin to auditions. However, when she realized executives at the dinner began touching her inappropriately and nearly violated her, she immediately became furious. The young miss immediately pulled out her phone and called her father. "Vice Mayor, someone is bullying your daughter and trying to sexually harass your daughter. Are you going to handle this or not?" At the time, the executives on site thought the girl was just drunk and ranting, so they laughed at her and told her to stop pretending. They said that every female star had to go through this when they started. But in less than 3 minutes, the police arrived and arrested everyone in the private room. Later, some of the executives used their power and connections, spending a great deal of money to bail themselves out. However, there had to be someone to take the fall for this, right? That person was Li Liang. All the executives passed the blame onto Li Liang, essentially saying they knew nothing about it, and everything was arranged by Li Liang after he received the money. When Li Liang set up these things, he clearly stated that the girls all participated voluntarily. With this setup, the most serious charge against the executives was solicitation, whereas Li Liang's charge was organizing prostitution. Moreover, all his money had already been transferred to Su Qingqing earlier, so he had no funds to bribe officials or pull any strings. Thus, no matter how anxious he was, he ultimately ended up behind bars. This young miss was also not someone who would let things go easily. Even after Li Liang was arrested, she still didn't feel satisfied. She gathered a lot of evidence and directly exposed the entire scandal on Weibo. In an instant, the entire Weibo platform shook from the uproar. Servers crashed multiple times as netizens flocked to discuss the explosive revelation. At the same time, the previous sex scandal involving Su Ying was also re-exposed by a righteous, anonymous netizen. Only then did people learn that Su Ying wasn't willing. She was forced into the situation using similar methods. Moreover, her father, injured and urgently needing surgery, required a large sum of money, while her mother suffered from late-stage kidney disease requiring monthly dialysis treatments. And yet, this pitiable, ambitious young woman had been driven to commit suicide by such a cruel society. Once again, this sparked massive waves of discussion online. Many people who initially made derogatory comments during Su Ying's scandal took to Weibo to reflect on their actions, admitting they deserve criticism. Even more condemned those quick to engage in cyberbullying without fully understanding the truth of a matter. Keyboard warriors who spouted off without mercy. Of course, Li Liang was fired from his company almost immediately following the incident under charges of illegal dereliction of duty and abuse of private authority. Li Liang was at a loss. Even as he was arrested, he struggled to believe that he would really end up behind bars. But he was indeed thrown in jail. And inside, his offense put him at the very bottom of the prison hierarchy, leaving him constantly bullied by others. Not long after, due to depression-induced illness, he fell severely ill. During the year-end celebrations when families were gathering for the holidays, Li Liang died lonely and desolate in a hospital. Chapter 30, Merit Plus 1. When Liang was arrested, Su Qingqing sneaked into his house and took out the triangular talisman that sealed Su Ying. Liang was sent to prison where no other items were allowed. In the chaos, he left his amulet at home. Su Qingqing removed the seal on Su Ying, allowing her to follow Liang to the prison where she personally witnessed his final tragic state. After watching, Su Ying only felt a sense of vindication. After Liang's death, she returned to Su Qingqing's side. When they met again, the malevolent aura around her had dissipated, and she had restored to her former youthful and beautiful self. With a smile, Su Ying thanked Su Qingqing. Thank you. Now that Liang is dead, my obsession is over, and I'm going to the underworld. If it weren't for you, I would probably have become a mindless, wandering vengeful ghost after killing Liang, and wouldn't be like now, having a chance for reincarnation. Su Qingqing didn't say much. She nodded faintly and said, You don't need to thank me. I didn't do anything. This is your own cause and effect. However, since you committed suicide, it might not be easy to be reborn in the underworld. Since it's just convenient for me, I'll directly deliver your soul. Thank you, thank you. You are indeed as kind-hearted and good as you were before. Su Ying had nothing with which to repay her except repeatedly expressing her gratitude. She thought that Su Qingqing was truly a good person, and her heart was filled with indescribable emotion. Previously, during auditions, Qingqing had lent her clothes without hesitation. Now, she refrained from giving overly sentimental speeches and was willing to assist her in being delivered to the underworld. When Su Ying was transferred to the underworld, Su Qingqing's jade reed briefly shone, and her merit points increased by 20. Su Qingqing sighed softly. All the hustle and bustle lasted for half a year, resulting in only 20 merit points. TSK. Her words conveyed dissatisfaction, but when she spoke, there was a slight curve to her lips. Of course, all these subsequent events concerning Liang and Su Ying were later developments. Currently, Su Qingqing had managed to earn an 80 million yuan breach of contract penalty within a short period. As soon as the breach notifications arrived, she immediately repaid the money. Her quick actions shocked everyone. People in the circle began to wonder why Su Qingqing was so wealthy. Could it be that the estrangement with the Su family was fake? Perhaps Su Qingqing merely had a quarrel with the Su family, but they were still secretly supporting her financially, recognizing her as their daughter. The more they thought about it, the more convinced they became of their analysis. Just a few days ago, Su Qingqing caused a stir due to a dating show incident, but public opinion reversed afterward. Moreover, numerous official media outlets joined in the discourse. If something like this could reverse, it must have someone behind the scenes pulling the strings. It was hard to believe otherwise. The entertainment industry was full of such opportunism. When Su Qingqing smoothly navigated out of such scandals and gained some popularity while crossing boundaries, gradually, more invitations for appearances began coming in. However, proper invitations were scarce. Most were online variety shows where she would just be a minor guest meant to highlight the main guest. The show scripts were straightforward, aiming to enhance the foolish image of the main guests. There were also advertisements from small brands for WeChat commerce. After the dating show incident, Su Qingqing barely escaped from the storm. As she wished to continue making a career in this industry, maintaining a good reputation became particularly crucial. Ms. Su rummaged through the invitations, but couldn't find one she was satisfied with. Leaning against the chair, cigarette in hand, she took a puff and complained, What nonsense. Are these people who invited you all ghosts and snakes? We just appear bold publicly, but it doesn't mean we've gone completely wild. What kind of scripts are these? Don't these people use their brains? Sitting opposite her, Su Qingqing remained calm. It's fine. Take your time picking. A decent one will do. After all, I'm not short of money now. Ms. Su. She sighed deeply. What could she say? She truly admired this little troublemaker. Ever since earning 3 million yuan from Liang last time, Su Qingqing had been slacking off. Ms. Su asked her, don't you have any desire for money? Mysterious, she replied. It's fine. What's rightfully mine will come to me. Soon enough, someone will naturally send money my way. Once again, Ms. Su. So many times she doubted whether she belonged to the same world as them, but she dared not voice her thoughts aloud for fear of reprimands. But Su Jia could not let Su Qingqing ignore her future like this. They had signed a 5-year binding contract. During these 5 years, she would be her exclusive agent and could not represent other artists. This was only the second year, and life still had to go on for the remaining 3 years. She had to carefully plan Su Qingqing's future. With such excellent looks, they might strike big anytime. Just as she was sifting through the small announcements one by one, she finally came across a nearly forgotten notice from a while back. The thrilling comedy show Escape from the Abandoned Hospital? Miss Su read out the words slowly. This invitation was sent over before Su Qingqing ran into trouble. At the time, they both found it to be a horror-themed show, which didn't seem particularly appealing. Given that Su Qingqing also had a fear of such themes, she automatically rejected it without replying further. Thrilling comedy shows? An abandoned hospital? Is it really scary? Will they use real ghosts for performances? Su Qingqing rarely showed interest, raising an eyebrow as she asked. Ms. Su twitched at the corner of her mouth. What are you talking about? These kinds of horror shows are all fake. There can't possibly be real ghosts. No ghosts. Then what's the point? Su Qingqing lost interest again. However, after being questioned like this, Ms. Su herself became intrigued by the announcement. She flipped through the proposal and show script for inspection. After reading it, her eyes lit up slightly. This show has some substance. They haven't given you a fixed script. They even say that for realism, the entire thing depends on the guest's improvisation. Her eyes brightened further when she saw the list of proposed guests. This seems genuinely doable. Their invited guests are all quite big names too. She looked up towards Su Qingqing, who repeated the same line. As long as you think it's fine, we'll take it. I don't have any particular thoughts or opinions. I trust your professionalism. After pondering for a moment, Ms. Su made an immediate decision. Let me confirm by phone if there is truly no character role assigned or set script. If not, we'll accept it. Now, the most important thing is to make appearances and rebuild your image in the viewers' minds. I know this show well. It holds a certain status and reputation among specific groups and circles. After reviewing all options, this seems currently our best choice. Then Ms. Su called the responsible person in charge. Initially, she felt somewhat anxious, but upon hearing Su Qingqing's name, the other side immediately agreed. No problem. We still have a spot open for a regular guest. If your schedule allows, we can even directly offer you the position of a regular guest. Chapter 31. Accidentally stepped out of the circle. Their enthusiastic and proactive attitude on the other side actually left Sister Su completely baffled. Sister Su asked uncertainly, what? Are you sure you haven't got the wrong person? We're talking about Su Qingqing here. The producer on the other side replied. Yeah, we know it's Su Qingqing, no mistake. Their decisiveness on the other end confused Sister Su even more. Su Qingqing's reputation wasn't that good a while ago. The producer nodded vigorously from their side. I know. That's exactly why we want her. Wasn't it Su Qingqing who solved the issue when your boss's agent was tormented by a vengeful ghost in the hospital, which couldn't be remedied by the most powerful master in the industry? Come on, we're all part of the same circle. There are no secrets. Everyone knows about this incident. Sister Su, holding her phone, looked at Su Qingqing standing opposite her with an innocent face for quite a while before letting out a sound. Hold on, wasn't there no third party present during the incident? So how did the news get out? The producer on the other end said excitedly. We think Su Qingqing fits our show perfectly. To be honest, the investor of our program is also a believer in these supernatural things. And we've been wanting to add some new, different elements into the show, reform it to become more popular across the board. I believe Miss Su Qingqing can seize this opportunity. We'll offer very competitive compensation packages. With them being so open and having offered such clear terms, they didn't have a better choice at the moment. After consulting with Su Qingqing, Sister Su finally agreed. The producer's surname was Jean, and he was also the on-site executive director of the program, generally known as Director Jean. On the second day after Su Qingqing confirmed her agreement, Director Jean called to confirm the time to start filming the variety show. The script and sets for our reality script-killing show were already prepared, but we couldn't find suitable artists. Now that the main cast is determined, we can officially begin filming from next Monday morning. Remember to come early for the 8 o'clock opening ceremony on time. Okay, no problem. We will definitely attend on time. The salary they offered was quite decent, 3 million yuan per quarter, and for Su Qingqing's status, this showed real sincerity. Since the other side showed sincerity, they had to match that. Sister Su immediately agreed. After she hung up the phone, she especially warned Su Qingqing, who was slacking off in the company. Tomorrow is Sunday, and the day after tomorrow is Monday. Don't overdo it Saturday night. I'll pick you up Monday morning. Remember, you must wake up early. You absolutely cannot be late. This is an opportunity to leave a good impression. If you still want to make it in this industry, then this is your chance to rise again. Make sure to seize it. Su Qingqing nodded. Don't worry, I'll attend precisely on time. After saying that, she picked up her little backpack, preparing to clock out right on schedule. If someone isn't eager to go home after work, then there might be something wrong with their mindset. Sister Su suddenly called her back and asked curiously, Ching Ching, I've heard you're now more powerful than actual Taoist priests, and this rumor has spread within a small circle. I also know that you really possess some abilities. With your skills, earning more money in this business than working as an artist would be easy peasy. So why do you continue being an entertainer? Moreover, why do you seem more dedicated than before? Su Chingching paused and reflected for a moment before replying. Probably because of love. I'm someone who has pursuits. I just want to become the most influential female star in the entertainment industry. She expressed this with serious determination that even made Sister Su's mouth twitch a bit. I didn't know you had such dreams before. Well, now you do. Su Chingching waved and said, I'm going home now. See you. Sister Su looked at Su Chingching's retreating figure, feeling like what she just said sounded somewhat misleading, but she didn't have any proof. Actually, Su Chingching hadn't lied at all. It had something to do with a pattern she noticed recently. It all started when she faced cyberbullying, and then public opinion shifted in her favor. Rarely had she posted anything online until then. She sent out a tweet. In this age of information, what is shown on the screen isn't necessarily true. I don't have much to say or explain. I just hope that from now on, we all keep our eyes wide open, control our tongues, and refrain from being the flakes that cause avalanches. Consider it doing good for ourselves. At first, this post didn't cause much stir, and only a few days later did Su Ying's mysterious death reveal further developments through connections within the entertainment selection process. Her post happened to be relevant, discovered by some keen-eyed individuals, and quickly climbed to one of the top trending topics. It resonated with many people, and some even reflected, saying they would post fewer negative comments online in the future. They realized that without a full understanding of the situation, it was best not to comment. Initially, Su Chingching didn't take this matter seriously, but she discovered that the merit points on her jade reed, Rui, had risen by 10,000 overnight. After asking her ancestral master through incense offerings, she learned that as a public figure, influencing the public with positive and constructive impacts also accumulates merit. The more influence she could have, the more merit she could gain. With the waning of the incident's heat, the total merit points accumulated from start to end amounted to 100,000. The 100,000 merit points are but a drop in the ocean compared to 10 billion, just like a speck in front of 9 bulls. Yet every little bit adds up, and it proved far more efficient than saving individuals one by one. This surge in merit made Su Chingching extremely excited. She suddenly felt determined. She must continue her career in this entertainment circle. Not for money, but for more merit points. Oh no, it was for spreading positive energy. The higher your position and fame, the more merit you earn when you spread positive vibes. So, she needed to ascend to the top of the entertainment industry as soon as possible, becoming the most influential female star. All for accumulating enough merit points. All for ascension. However, these plans were things she couldn't share with Sister Su. All Sister Su needed to know was her aspirations and goals. After signing the contract with Su Chingching, the production team of The Haunted Hospital released the final lineup of guests on their official Weibo account. Surprisingly, for such an obscure web show, the cast list turned out to be incredibly strong. One male guest was a newly crowned first-tier actor who had recently won an award. Another female guest was Zhao Lia, who came from a wealthy family, much stronger than the previous Su Chingching in terms of acting skills. She was undoubtedly an actress par excellence, enjoying a status comparable to first-tier celebrities. The remaining male guest turned out to be Xiao Yufan, touted in promotions as making his debut on a horror variety show. But when Su Chingching's name, as the last guest, was finally announced, this previously underpromoted program unexpectedly surged onto the hot search list. Chapter 32. I am a person who believes in cause and effect. Everyone knows how big the drama was between Su Chingching and Xiao Yufan from the dating show. That situation had even gone beyond the circle of fans. Although Xiao Yufan eventually issued a statement saying that what happened on the show was partly for the sake of creating better entertainment, asking fans to rationally evaluate the incident. No matter what, Xiao Yufan and Su Chingching have already become enemies. According to past patterns, they should be ignoring each other forever, never appearing on the same stage again. But look how much time has passed since then. Now they're going to be on the same variety show. This piece of news stirred up an overwhelming wave of discussion online, sparking all sorts of rumors. There were speculators saying, my goodness, it's only been so long since the last drama. How can they now appear on the same show? Was the previous thing just a script and publicity stunt? What script or publicity stunt? Stop making stuff up. Are you blind, or do you have no memory at all? Last time, our Gidge, elder brother, was forced to apologize, but everyone could see that he's the victim whose popularity was being exploited. I'm extremely worried about Gidge, elder brother. Going on this kind of program might bring some weird trouble. Even though we know he is naturally bold and very interested in such things, he'd better be more careful. If not, just quit. We don't need these little bit of extra traffic. Isn't it obvious that Su Chingching has a strong backing? With such a terrible reputation, and with no good works, she still gets to collaborate with so many big names. TSK TSK. Rich people laughing. Don't ask why, because she's a born aristocrat, and damn powerful. The comments above are really interesting. During the last online mobbing of Su Chingching, which almost resulted in offline attacks against her, official media stepped in. Why are you people still trying to stir up things brainlessly here? Are your moral compasses off? Or is mine? Laughing Rich. The comment above is probably a fanboy pretending to be an ordinary fan to defend Su Chingching. I would never expect that someone like Su Chingching who lacks artistic integrity could have fans at all. Why does Su Chingching stay in the entertainment industry every day? In short, The news spread like wildfire, and comments under the official microblogging account of Escape from the Horror Hospital were unusually numerous and lively. The matter shocked not just the fans, but the parties involved were also astounded. Upon seeing Su Qingqing being officially announced, Xiao Yufan immediately called his agent to demand answers. What's going on? Why is that woman, Su Qingqing, appearing on the same show as me? Is this how you review and select programs? Do you know what people outside are saying about me? They say I'm deliberately creating hype and colluding with Su Qingqing to create CP, character pairing, marketing. You need to explain this to me right now, or I will refuse to appear on this show. The agent was troubled too, but patiently explained, this show was arranged a long time ago. Aren't you trying to transition your career model after Lu the Movie King? He is one of the main guests of this show. You attended the company meeting where we agreed that participating in this variety show could allow you to share brotherly bonds and cross-promote with Lu. That's why you signed up. As for Su Qingqing, that was truly unexpected. The production team selected her later without notifying us. Before you called, we've already communicated with the production team. They said that Su Qingqing was designated by higher-ups and cannot be replaced. Which implies, the production team made it clear that Su Qingqing had connections in high places. If anything, they would replace Xiao Yufan before considering removing Su Qingqing. After hearing this, Xiao Yufan calmed down half of his fury, gritting his teeth. Didn't they say that Su Qingqing, the fake daughter, would be ousted when the true daughter of the Su family returned? How come there are still people supporting her? Agent, even if she was removed from the Su family, she grew up in that circle. Who knows if she doesn't have friends who are well-connected, or perhaps childhood sweethearts? And so, Xiao Yufan gave up his resistance. Who understands his inner frustration? In the previous episode, he was literally climbed on in bed. Yes, it was real, not part of any script. However, due to him being a commoner male host, he was suppressed by Su Qingqing from the upper social circles. He was utterly dissatisfied with this reality. After much contemplation, he couldn't give up this opportunity for promotion by collaborating with Lu the Movie King via this variety show. He then told his agent, I understand. I'll participate, but you must control the public sentiment after the show airs. Under no circumstances can Su Qingqing overshadow me. On the other side, Miss Su reacted violently upon seeing Xiao Yufan's announcement. She spat out water she was drinking instantly. She swiftly called Su Qingqing and warned her to be extra cautious while recording the show. Compared to Xiao Yufan's eruption, Su Qingqing responded much more calmly. She said indifferently, I understand. As long as Xiao Yufan doesn't provoke me during the recording of the show, I won't target him on purpose. After all, this Xiao Yufan was truly repulsive. She only climbed into his bed because she was bewitched by an evil force. But even so, she did climb into his bed, and she had caused harm. As long as he didn't continue to make stupid decisions, she would let things slide for him, and even lending him a helping hand wouldn't be problematic. Cause and effect. Su Qingqing believed firmly in cause and effect. Was seeking revenge not also a form of believing in cause and effect? Ms. Su relaxed slightly. The current Su Qingqing, who had gained clarity overnight after being expelled from the Su family, was much more reliable than before. However, Ms. Su soon heard several voices talking on Su Qingqing's side, and she furrowed her brows to ask, Where are you? Why does it sound so noisy over there? It's nothing. The landlord is evicting me, telling me to move out. No big deal, I'll hang up first. I need to handle some things here. After saying this lightly, Su Qingqing hung up, leaving Ms. Su just enough time to remind her. Call me immediately if anything happens. It turned out that after finishing work today, Su Qingqing returned home to find the front door of her rented apartment wide open, with an older and a younger woman inside. Her belongings were already tossed about messily. Her unused talisman paper and vermilion ink were scattered all over the floor. Fortunately, the statue of her ancestor remained standing undisturbed. These two women must have refrained from touching the deity's statue out of superstitious apprehension. Seeing her house ransacked like this, Su Qingqing's expression darkened slightly. Before she could say anything, these two women began yelling at her instead. From their facial features, one could tell they were mother and daughter. The older woman was extremely furious upon seeing Su Qingqing, pointing her finger at her while delivering a scolding filled with questions. How dare you put such ominous things in my house? Talisman papers, vermilion sandalwood ink, and worshipping deities. This has made my house messy and creepy. Who gave you permission to do this? This is my house. You're just a tenant. Get it through your head. Chapter 33, A Light Lesson. Su Qingqing looked at her, her eyes cold. Who allowed you to come in and touch my things without permission? What do you mean your things? Why can't I come in? Let me tell you again, this house is mine, and if I want to, I can walk right in. Besides, if I hadn't come in, how could I have found out that you were doing these ominous things in my house? The older woman pointed her finger aggressively at Su Qingqing. The younger woman saw the obvious annoyance on Su Qingqing's face and was worried a real argument might break out. She hurriedly mediated, saying, Miss Su, listen. We just returned from abroad today, and we received complaints from neighbors saying renting our house to a celebrity has caused trouble for them. Apparently, there was quite an incident too, so we rushed back to take a look. She paused briefly, seeing Su Qingqing's expression remained sour. Then she added, Miss Su, the person who rented this house initially wasn't you. If we'd known it was you, afraid of potential trouble, we definitely wouldn't have rented it. We're giving you 2 days to vacate before next Saturday. I assume as a star, you don't want to get into these kinds of problems, right? For some reason, though Su Qingqing didn't say a word or show any aggressive expressions, standing calmly with her arms crossed looking at them. They felt chilled to the bone, under some indescribable sense of pressure. Su Qingqing nodded slightly and asked, So, If you believe I'm causing trouble and insist I move out, you could have called me directly. Why mess with my belongings? The older woman said arrogantly. As I've already said, this is my house. You're merely a tenant. I can search whatever I want. Su Qingqing smiled wryly. All right, those are your words, and I've already given you a chance. This immediately made the mother-daughter pair tense, assuming Su Qingqing was about to retaliate. But then Su Qingqing just calmly said, rest assured, I'll be moving out within 2 days. That evening, Su Qingqing packed up the room, tidied up her sparse luggage, and the next morning started searching for another place. Though the landlord-mother-daughter duo was unreasonable, they reminded her of one thing. Owning property provides more security than renting. Thus, after merely viewing houses for a day in City A, she quickly decided on a villa near Mount Bay in the northern part of the city. Yes, a whole villa. Using the 800 million Li Liang had paid her to settle all debts, with 100 million still left in her account earned previously from Gujun. Purchasing a small villa priced at 8 million was perfectly reasonable. Originally, she hadn't planned on finalizing so quickly, but something intriguing caught her attention about the Milan Huafu estate near Mount Bay. Firstly, its feng shui was exceptional. Built along the mountain and beside water, clearly designed by professional masters. Residents here experience prosperity when holding public office, and successful business ventures if involved in commerce. As long as one didn't bring calamity upon themselves, problems were minimal. Secondly, and most importantly, Su Qingqing noticed the place was imbued with especially concentrated qi energy. Ordinary people may not notice much, but individuals sensitive to magnetic fields might feel relaxed and refreshed stepping inside the estate. Su Qingqing barely hesitated once she entered this neighborhood and decided immediately that she had to purchase a house here. The real estate agent guiding her recognized her as Su Qingqing. Thinking celebrities usually have money, he wanted to recommend higher-end properties. Seeing how fast she agreed, he subtly suggested, Miss Su, Milan Huafu is not considered top tier in our city, just upper middle class. With your status, why not check out Wanrong Mansion over there? It's even more luxurious and grand. More executives and stars live there, with superior security and privacy protection. Before he finished speaking, Su Qingqing cut him off directly. Which house will you show me? Take me to see it. If everything's furnished and ready to move in, I'll pay right away, full amount. The agent was at a loss for words and took her to a small building close to the back gate, further toward Mount Bay. It was a charming Nordic-style villa with 3 spacious floors, beautifully decorated, ready to move in condition, and a well-tended little garden managed by the property service. Each house stood alone, all arranged similarly with personal gardens, maintaining their own relative privacy without feeling isolated. Su Qingqing selected it instantly, paying a total of 8 million yuan outright without hesitation. Viewing in the morning, paying the funds by noon, and by afternoon she'd moved her luggage out of the old apartment and into her new home. In the afternoon, Miss Su learned about Su Qingqing's move to a new home and, concerned, drove over to help her relocate. Before leaving, Su Qingqing stuck a yellow talisman by the door. Curious, Miss Su asked, what have you stuck here? A charm that will bring misfortune to this house. Naturally, Miss Su had already heard from Su Qingqing how the landlord-mother-daughter duo had rummaged through her belongings without permission, creating chaos and acting unreasonably. Su Qingqing smiled faintly. A charm to bring them misfortune? That would be a curse, which would harm my merit. People like them don't deserve me losing my merit. I've posted a concealment charm. At most it will make them unable to find this room for 3 months. They've destroyed so many of my talismans by rummaging through my things without permission, and even swallowed 3 months' rent in breach of our contract. I'm just making them unable to find this house for 3 months. Is that too much? Miss Su first shook her head, saying it wasn't excessive, then quickly caught on, looking skeptical as she asked, by sticking such a talisman at the door, can people really not find this place anymore? Su Qingqing walked with her a few steps away and pointed forward. Go check again and see if you can still find it. With skepticism, Miss Su went back but couldn't locate the door that had been right in front of her just moments before. It was as if the room had vanished into thin air. She gave Su Qingqing a thumbs up. Impressive. Your skills are truly wasted in showbiz. After Su Qingqing left, she sent the video recording of having thoroughly cleared and packed out the entire apartment to the landlord-mother-daughter duo via Ms. Su. Initially, upon seeing that the house was indeed vacated, and considering how cooperative Su Qingqing had been moving out, they felt delighted. They thought that since Su Qingqing had paid 3 months' rent up front, re-renting the now vacant house could mean extra profit equivalent to 3 months' rent. However, strange things began happening. Immediately after Su Qingqing moved out, they took potential tenants to view the house. But despite walking around the hallway 3 full times, they couldn't find their own house. Frustrated, the would-be renters thought they were being toyed with and stormed off angrily. The mother and daughter grew extremely distressed, nearly going insane as they could no longer find their house for quite some time. They tried every method possible, from reporting to the police to consulting feng shui masters, yet strangely enough, nothing helped them locate the house. Of course, they also reached out to Su Qingqing, who completely ignored them. Strangely enough, 3 months later, on the exact day when Su Qingqing's rented term ended, the house spontaneously reappeared. But the money they'd spent trying to find experts during that period far exceeded the value of those 3 months' rent. Not only did they fail to earn more money, but they also lost money while suffering significant losses. This incident seemed to warn them not to harbor greedy intentions towards unjust gains. The mother and daughter suspected it was related to Su Qingqing, yet they had no evidence. Recalling her response that day along with her ominous words, "I've given you a chance," they were chilled to the bone. And so, They didn't dare approach Su Qingqing anymore, perhaps learning not to mistreat future tenants as harshly. Chapter 34. Your life is worth 10 million. Su Qingqing moved into her new house smoothly. She cleaned out the sunroom connected to the living room on the first-floor garden and placed the statue of the ancestral master there. Having moved into a new home, she also indulged in some extravagance for a while. She bought a new offering platform for the statue of the ancestral master with a casual wave of her hand. Made from premium pear blossom wood, it was spacious, high-end, and when paired with an incense burner and fruit offerings, it looked quite impressive with two poo pads placed in front. Even a small spiritual gathering array was set up here, making it look quite proper. When Su Qingqing finally placed the statue in its position, she could almost feel the ancestral master's satisfaction and joy. What? You're asking how she could tell? Have you ever seen a divine statue with a face so red that it looks about to glow? The little face on the statue was almost glowing red, indicating the ancestral master was quite pleased. Su Qingqing burned incense to honor the ancestral master as a sign of having moved the deity to a new place. As she burned the incense, she earnestly said, "Ancestral master, I've invested heavily to upgrade your dwelling, so you must bless me with smooth progress. Help me gather merit quickly. Here, I am your only direct disciple." Her jade Ru-E flickered. When she took it out, it read, "Eradicate the heretic sects, uphold the righteous path." It was evident the ancestral master cared deeply about this matter. Su Qingqing helplessly massaged her temple. Understood. I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Your so-called heretic sect hasn't even appeared yet. When they do, I'll certainly round them all up. The jade Ru-E responded by glowing brightly. "Joe, I believe in you." Su Qingqing's lips twitched. What should she do if the ancestral master is too human-like? Waiting online urgently. After setting up the sunroom, she changed into sportswear and went jogging at Beishan Park at night. She had been busy with house hunting and moving all day and hadn't gone running in the morning. Not breaking a sweat made her whole body feel off. Beishan Park was the only mountain in City A, with beautiful scenery and a pleasant environment. During the day, many people would come here for strolls or photography sessions. At night, this place was more secluded, with only a few elderly men and women chatting or dancing in the square near the park entrance. Su Qingqing hadn't seen the full topography of City A, but judging by the rich spiritual energy at Beishan Park, this should be the feng shui eye of City A. Beishan Park was well developed and protected, with a park at its base and a winding mountain road leading straight to the peak. Su Qingqing jogged along the winding mountain road toward the summit. The cool night breeze was refreshing, and the surroundings were empty, creating an incredibly pleasant atmosphere. Just as Su Qingqing slightly closed her eyes to enjoy this tranquil moment, a shadow suddenly plummeted from the sky, heading directly toward her head with pinpoint accuracy. The speed was so fast, she didn't have time to dodge. She quickly cast a cushioning spell to slow down the falling shadow, narrowly avoiding being hit. Stepping back, she used the mountain road light to clearly see who had fallen. It was none other than Gu Jun, whom she hadn't seen all day. Despite his numerous cuts, he still looked stunningly handsome, with clear jawlines and exquisite features. His injuries even gave him an added charm of battle damage. TSK, he truly was a devilishly good-looking man. Even in Su Qingqing's previous world filled with handsome immortals, Gu Jun's level of beauty would have ranked highly. Hold on, now wasn't the time to talk about beauty. Why did Gu Jun suddenly fall from the sky? Gu Jun? Su Qingqing squatted down and gently pushed him, but Gu Jun remained unconscious with no response. Moreover, his body radiated an intense aura of malevolent qi. Judging by his condition, it didn't seem like he had been injured by humans, but by something else. At that moment, Su Qingqing heard voices coming from above the mountain road. Where did the person go? How could we lose track even in this situation? He just vanished after we chased him here. With his severe injuries, he couldn't possibly have run away. He might have fallen from the mountain, definitely somewhere around here. Everyone, spread out and search carefully. Then came the sounds of footsteps scattering from above. Their conversation was quiet. If it weren't for Su Qingqing's heightened senses, an ordinary person wouldn't have been able to hear them. After hearing their conversation, Su Qingqing glanced down at the unconscious Gu Jun and immediately understood the situation. It seems that the poor guy had once again been tricked. Given that he was her major client worth 10 million, plus the fact that he carried an essence similar to hers, Su Qingqing quickly hoisted him onto her back and used a teleportation talisman to bring him temporarily back home. As she carried Gu Jun on her back, she mumbled under her breath, "You should remember, it's your lavish 10 million that saved you before, but today's matter will come at a separate price." Gu Jun only felt that in his hazy state, he barely managed to dodge with his last breath. When he could no longer hold on, he stumbled and fell from the winding mountain road halfway up the hill. But the expected pain never came. Instead, it was as if he had fallen onto an air cushion. Then, he was carried on a slim back. The movement made him groggily open his eyes, regaining consciousness for a few seconds. In his blurred vision, all he saw was Su Qingqing's exquisite, cold half-profile. He even thought it was an illusion. How could he encounter Su Qingqing here? But he didn't have time to think about it before his energy was completely depleted, and he closed his eyes and fainted again. When he woke up again, he found himself lying on a sofa in a living room. The entirely unfamiliar surroundings made him instantly alert. Before he could move, Su Qingqing, dressed in loungewear and holding a glass of hot milk, walked out of the kitchen. Seeing Gu Jun awake, she paused her steps, and then turned back to the fridge to specially fetch another bottle of milk, tossing it to Gu Jun. "You've been unconscious since last night. I just warmed up one bottle of hot milk for myself." Make do with this cold one for now. Gu-jun took the milk, still somewhat stunned. Was it really you who saved me last night? Who else could it be? Su Qingqing countered. Gu-jun remained silent for a long while before finally saying, thank you. Don't mention it. Just settle the fee for saving you last night. One instant teleportation talisman used, removed some sha-qi, malevolent energy, from you, totaling 5 million yuan. Cash, bank card, or transfer are all accepted. Thank you. Su Qingqing waved her hand, directly stating the figure. Don't talk to her about feelings, it hurts the money. Gu-jun. Perfect, very much in line with Su Qingqing's personality. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket, but realized his phone was lost during his escape last night. He also finally remembered that it was already afternoon now, meaning the people at his company would have thought he had gone missing for nearly a day and a night. Embarrassedly, he said, could I borrow your phone? I need to contact Bai Tedu. Su Qingqing nodded and tossed the phone over to him. Gu-jun took it, swiftly dialing Bai Tedu's number. Once connected, he ignored the frantic screaming on the other end and quickly said, I'm at Mei Lang Hua Fu, Su Qingqing's place. She happened to save me last night. Transfer her 10 million yuan first, then come pick me up. No sooner had he hung up than Su Qingqing's account received 10 million yuan. Su Qingqing's eyes lit up again like lightning. Truly a big spender. She hadn't rescued him wrongly. Chapter 35. Could it be someone from your family? Gu-jun could distinctly feel the change in Su Qingqing's attitude before and after she received the money. Before she got the money, she just tossed him a bottle of cold milk and told him to have it as a filler for his stomach. But after receiving the money, she opened the fridge with a smile and asked him, I see there are still a few tomatoes and eggs left at my place. Are you hungry? How about I make you some noodles? The corner of Gu-jun's eye twitched as he politely declined. No, I'll just drink this bottle of milk. I'm not that hungry yet. Bai Tezu will come to pick me up soon. Su Qingqing didn't insist. She warmed up the last remaining meat floss bread in the fridge and heated his cold milk as well. One must always be warm and thoughtful towards important customers. While Gu-jun was eating, Su Qingqing finally asked, let's talk. What exactly happened last night? The ominous aura around you last night was unusual, similar to the day when you almost had a car accident. It might be the same group behind it. Tell me in detail what happened last night. Maybe we can find some clues. On one hand, since Gu-jun gave so much, her willingness to help thoroughly eradicate the threat was evident. On the other hand, she suspected that whoever was behind the attempts on Gu-jun's life might be linked to the cult master Zhu she mentioned. This was the main reason. Su Qingqing suspected that the unusual ominous qi and dark magic she sensed earlier on by Lu Shui and Gu-jun might be connected to the cult master Zhu she warned her about. However, there hadn't been any clear leads or ways to delve into the case. Now Gu-jun had encountered another situation, and he was more than willing to cooperate, making this an excellent starting point. Indeed, Gu-jun was extremely happy when he realized she was willing to assist with the investigation. No one can endure living under the shadow of constant scheming from others, especially someone as outstanding as Gu-jun. After carefully recalling the events prior to last night's assassination attempt, Gu-jun began to recount them. I went abroad a couple of days ago and returned yesterday morning. At that time, everything seemed normal, and the amulet you gave me hadn't changed either. In the afternoon, I went back to the old house for lunch. There were no issues there. The trouble started on the way back from the old house to my place. Similar to the previous incident, dense fog suddenly enveloped us. But because we had the amulet you provided inside the car, neither the driver nor I were affected much. The car was steadily moving forward. However, shortly after we started driving, swarms of bats came rushing toward our vehicle and surrounded it in a bend, obstructing the driver's view. The sudden event made it impossible for the driver to brake in time, causing our car to flip into a ravine. Fortunately, both of us were wearing seatbelts, so I was fine, but my driver lost consciousness due to the collision. My mobile phone also broke. I managed to escape from the car and intended to reach a place where I could use someone else's phone. But just as I crawled out of the car, I felt like something was watching me. When I turned, I saw a pair of eyes glowing red, hidden within the forest. My phone was broken, and I had no flashlight to see clearly what it was. The amulet protected me during the heavy fog and consumed one talisman. Then another one was used while battling the bats that led to falling off the cliff. There was only one amulet left, glowing warmly and flashing with golden light. It seemed like it was deterred by this last remaining amulet and refrained from attacking me. I could only cautiously pay attention to it while slowly walking down the mountain. Unfortunately, misfortunes don't come singly. After walking downhill for a while, I noticed people searching for me at the side of the car crash, holding flashlights. Even though I had already left that area, the entity trailing behind me emitted piercing cries, revealing my position to them. With such a thing following me, there was simply no way to evade capture. Not long after, I was caught by those individuals. They were professional killers armed with modern weapons, firing shots from afar at me. However, oddly enough, every shot missed me. If not for the injury sustained to my foot during the car crash slowing me down, they would have had a hard time catching me. When they finally caught up, I fought them off through hand-to-hand combat, taking down the first wave. But reinforcements kept arriving, and the entity continued to emit its cries, exposing my position again. I could only run forward, having no idea how many mountains I climbed over until I slipped and lost consciousness. I woke up later being carried back by you. As Gu-jun said this, he reached into his pocket. Sure enough, the bright red ink of all 3 stacked amulets had faded, turning into a dull red color. Dull red meant they were depleted and their protective function lost. Gu-jun still felt quite relieved, saying, I never expected that your amulet not only protects against ghosts but also works against humans. Had those people successfully shot me, I might have perished last night. As Su Qingqing took the amulet into her hand, she paused momentarily, her lips twitching as she said, "The evil and ghostly aura should be something the amulet defends against, but the bullets fired by those people should have been something you had to fend off yourself. Didn't I tell you last time? You have the purple chi of the true dragon on your person, making your life force incredibly resilient. Besides ghosts who might intentionally harm you, ordinary humans can't truly hurt you." Gu Jun seemed to suddenly understand. That's probably why they couldn't physically harm me and had to resort to other means to target me. Su Qingqing remained noncommittal. There's a high chance it is indeed like that. It seems the people who want you dead are really determined for you to meet your end. She inspected the amulet carefully. This time you were extremely close to those malevolent entities, so the traces of their dark energy left on this amulet have become even more pronounced. Aside from ordinary malevolent energy, there are no other clues on your body. The only option we have is to begin investigating from the remaining dark energy residue on the amulet. Carefully think about it. Who did you come into contact with all day yesterday? You mentioned that the incident occurred after returning from the old house for dinner, so focus on recalling who you interacted with while in the old house. Gu Jun's expression grew serious. Are you implying that someone in my family might be responsible for this? Su Qingqing shrugged. Why wouldn't it be possible? Haven't you always been so unlucky since childhood? Could you have made an enemy so early in life? Clearly, a newborn child could not possibly form enmities with others. Thus, there was only one possibility. The resentment between the older generation somehow implicated him, or his birth and existence obstructed someone's interests. Of course, Gu Jun understood what Su Qingqing implied through her words. His brows furrowed as he fell deep into thought, beginning to recall the events of last night's dinner. Last night was our once-a-year family gathering for all the Gus. Present were my grandparents, my parents, and my aunt's family. Apart from them, there was no one else. However, my grandparents and parents only have me as their son. They surely have no reason to harm me. My aunt's family has loved me dearly since childhood. My aunt even got injured saving me, nearly losing her life. My uncle doesn't engage in business. He's a university professor. They only have one daughter, so there's absolutely no possibility of disputes over inheritance. None of them have any motive to harm me, and nothing unusual happened during dinner. It can't be them, right? Gu Jun analyzed the entire circle around him, eliminating everyone in his family from suspicion by the end. Su Qingqing probed further. Since your family is so wealthy, do you have any maids or servants? Perhaps an outsider managed to infiltrate and act against you from within your home. Gu Jun shook his head again. Our household isn't like others. My grandparents and parents don't like having strangers under our roof, so we've had only 2 servants since over 20 years ago. They're not just servants anymore. They're more like uncles and aunts to us. Their whole families work in various positions at the Gu Corporation, positions that I personally arranged for them. So, they definitely couldn't be the culprits. Gu Jun spoke rather subtly, hinting that the livelihoods of these families depended entirely on him, and they certainly wouldn't dare to harm him. Could it be that the problem truly doesn't lie within the Gu family? Chapter 36. Cannot neglect the big client. Su Qingqing rested her chin in her hand. If we analyze from the timeline, the place where problems are most likely to occur would definitely still be within your family, the Gu clan. But you've ruled out everyone's suspicion. Before returning home from the airport, where else have you been or who else have you come into contact with? Gu Jun recalled carefully. After leaving the airport, I went back to the company on my way home. I handled some routine business issues and met people within the company only. There wasn't anything different compared to usual. Because there was nothing unusual, it was the easiest for someone to lower their guard and act more successfully. Su Qingqing thought for a moment. I think that us just passively waiting won't work. It's impossible for me to be by your side all the time. We need to get to the root of this matter. Gu Jun nodded. He could vaguely sense the intricacy of the situation and added, sorry to bother you, but no matter whether you solve it or not, as long as you investigate, I will increase the fee. Just when Su Qingqing had a serious expression pondering over the problem, she lit up uncontrollably upon hearing that Gu Jun mentioned increasing the fee. Gu Jun noticed all of this. Su Master, you do have another identity as an actress. Can't you fake it better? This is too obvious. At least pretend a little and show respect for him. Perhaps Gu Jun's facial expression said it all clearly. After seeing it, Su Qingqing coughed lightly. Ahem. Actually, it's not really about the money. The main point is, since I've encountered this matter, it means we're destined to meet, right? Gu Jun nodded, determined to cooperate fully with her performance. Su Qingqing gave her verdict. So, since your offer is reasonable, oh no, what I mean is, since we're fated to meet, I'll take more responsibility for this matter. You're the one directly involved. It's hard for you to see the forest for the trees. Even if some anomalies occur, you may not necessarily be able to notice them. Anyway, today is Saturday, and I still have time. Let's visit your house together. Call the same people who ate at your place yesterday again today, without any changes. I'll observe and systematically rule out any possibilities to determine who might be problematic. Even if you haven't noticed anything abnormal, I might find something. Even if I don't discover the issue, I can also conveniently check the feng shui of your ancestral home while I'm there. In short, under no circumstances would she let her big client suffer a loss. Gu Jun nodded immediately. This arrangement is more than ideal. Thank you, Master Su. The relationship between them. Well, you could say they weren't exactly close, yet their bond had saved each other's lives. Gu Jun felt calling Su Qingqing Miss Su made things sound too distant. Calling her by name was a bit cold, and certainly, calling her Qingqing would seem overly intimate. Thus, the decided title became Master Su. And Su Qingqing didn't find this problematic either because in her previous life, she was known as Master Su. Although her magical powers aren't as strong now as they were in her previous life, being called Master Su seemed pretty reasonable. By now, Gu Jun had already placed a call home to his parents. It was definitely impossible to keep the news of his nearly day and a night disappearance a secret. Word had already reached his parents long ago. His parents were beside themselves with worry, asking him what happened, where he was, and why the call came from an unfamiliar number. Gu Jun briefly explained the events of last night. There was nothing about it that couldn't be disclosed to his parents. His parents were well-known entrepreneurs back then, having faced many storms, so their nerves were bound to be stronger than his. Besides, throughout his entire life, Gu Jun had gone through numerous dangers, so truthfully, his parents were almost numb to such incidents over the past few years. When they heard this time he'd been lucky, rescued by Master Su, and that Master Su was willing to visit their home to look into what went wrong. They agreed without hesitation. They requested Gu Jun bring Master Su home before dinner to have them stay for supper, as an expression of gratitude. They planned to follow tradition by gifting a substantial red envelope to Master Su. With acute hearing, Su Qingqing picked up every detail of the conversation from the side. She stated, as for whether it's about red envelopes or not, it doesn't really matter. Mainly, I'm interested in seeing what a rich person's dinner looks like. Gu Jun. Master Su, if you hadn't made that comment with such bright eyes, I would have believed you. Soon, the assistant arrived with a private doctor. After the doctor helped Gu Jun simply set his sprained and injured foot, drove them back to the old Gu residence. Bai looked completely baffled and blurted out almost unconsciously. So after spending just one night alone, you're already going home to meet the parents? Confused, Su Qingqing shot back. What exactly are you talking about? She had spent over 200 years cultivating her skills deep in the mountains, where there had been no concerns for gender segregation during those practices. Hence, she hadn't yet developed a sensitivity to these kinds of remarks and failed to pick up on the implications right away. Gu Jun, however, cast a faint glance at the assistant. You sure do talk a lot. Perhaps the work I've assigned to you has been too easy after all, hasn't it? Why don't we also assign you the development project in Southeast Asia? The moment Bai heard that, he felt an icy chill down his spine. No way. The projects over there weren't safe. One careless move could leave him dead or with vital organs stolen. He zipped his lips dramatically, signaling that he realized his mistake and would refrain from speaking further. Just as Gu Jun's parents were finishing their call notifying his aunt that they'd like them to come over again tonight, they asked Cook Su to make dinner especially hearty this evening. Cook Su reminded them, a few days ago, you instructed me that Miss Su and her parents would be coming over for dinner today. So, tonight we'll have over a dozen guests, and the regular small table won't suffice. Should we switch to the large dining table? With Cook Su's reminder, they suddenly remembered. Oh yes, in all the commotion caused by Gu Jun's disappearance, they'd completely forgotten about the agreed-upon dinner date with the Sui. Compared to the Su family's visit, their son's matter was more pressing. Just as Mr. and Mrs. Gu were about to call the Sui and cancel the arrangement, the Su family arrived earlier than expected. There was nothing they could do now but welcome them inside. Of course, Su Shushu came along today as well. Ever since Gu Jun left early from her welcoming banquet that day, they hadn't crossed paths afterward. Her numerous attempts at initiating contact either went unanswered or were politely declined due to work being busy. This made Su Shushu both anxious and more resentful towards Su Qingqing. It was all because of Su Qingqing's interruption that day at her welcoming banquet, uttering ominous words and arguing with her, ruining Gu Jun's first impression of her. Now that her father had finally arranged this dinner at the Gus, she was determined to shine and make a great impression. Today, she dressed herself meticulously in a style suitable for a young lady, opting for simple makeup which still highlighted her beauty, presenting herself as a gentlewoman from a scholar's family. After the Sus arrived, Mr. and Mrs. Gu welcomed them courteously, maintaining proper decorum without excessive enthusiasm. Even though the Jiyus didn't show much warmth, they were the most prestigious family in Huagua, recently rising to become the wealthiest. The Yus knew that connections with the Jiyus were ones they normally couldn't reach, so even such lukewarm treatment was a sign of significant attention. The Su family secretly rejoiced within themselves, believing that the Jiyus clearly attached importance to the marriage between Su Shushu and Gu Jun. Chapter 37. This is another price. Mr. Gu mainly exchanged pleasantries with Mr. Su, while Mrs. Gu spent more time talking with Su Shushu and Mrs. Su. The focus of the conversation definitely revolved around Su Shushu. For example, they asked where she had studied previously, which school she graduated from, what her main talents were, and what her interests were. Su Shushu answered briefly, but her answers were all very excellent. Mrs. Su polished her words on the side. Mrs. Gu, you wouldn't know how restless I was when I lost this child by accident. I was so worried that I couldn't sleep at night, thinking that no matter how the child turned out, finding her back would be enough. When we found her, I never expected her to be so outstanding. Though she was adopted by an ordinary family, through her own efforts, she passed the entrance exam for the best university in Jing City and was taken under the wing of a world-renowned piano master. This child is already so excellent despite such tough conditions. If she had been raised properly. Mrs. Su did not continue further. After all, praising Su Shushu should not be excessive, as too much might seem overdone. She had expressed her meaning, implying that after Su Shushu marries into the Gu family, she would be able to handle the responsibilities of being the matriarch. Su Shushu, however, was quite humble. Mom, these achievements are very ordinary. Why mention them in front of Aunt Gu? Mrs. Gu didn't say much, mostly listening quietly, occasionally reaching out to pat Su Shushu's hand. She neither said she was satisfied nor dissatisfied, wearing a constant smile that left her thoughts unreadable. At this moment, Su Shushu wasn't nervous anymore. Their willingness to host the dinner indicated there would be opportunities to make an impression. After a brief exchange between the two families, Grandpa and Grandma Gu, along with Uncle Gu's family arrived. The old house of the Gu family instantly became lively. This made the Su family somewhat surprised. Could they really have that much face to warrant the whole Gu family coming to greet them? Could the Gu family be this serious about Gu Jun's marriage? Su Shushu couldn't help but feel a little tense, yet she wanted to perform well even more. Aunt Gu was straightforward and quick-mouthed, unable to hide things. As soon as she entered with her husband and daughter, she glanced at the Su family in confusion. What's going on? Wasn't it said that today June brought a master home to check some matters? How come the Su family is here? Upon hearing this, the Su family exchanged puzzled glances. What did they mean by bringing a master to check something? Mr. and Mrs. Gu exchanged a glance, nodding in mutual agreement. Mr. Gu cleared his throat slightly and explained to Mr. Su. Parents of Shushu, our son June has always had a rather special destiny since childhood, experiencing relatively unique situations. We explained this to you during our first meeting. Otherwise, we wouldn't have thought Shushu was suitable either, picking her out of so many eligible girls who aren't even graduated from university yet, right? Since our families may become one, you should also have the right to know this matter. Right, Mrs. Gu continued. Yesterday afternoon, June encountered another of those issues and almost lost his life. Luckily, a passing master saved him. Today June will bring the master home to check our situation. You wouldn't mind this, right? Not mind at all, certainly not. The Su family practically replied in unison. Su Shushu felt secretly pleased inside. It was a good stroke of luck for them to come now. After this, wouldn't it bring the two families closer together? The rest of the Gu family heard that Gu Jun almost had another mishap yesterday and started worrying again. Grandpa Gu especially concernedly said, since the head of Xianying Temple passed away, these kinds of incidents have occurred more and more frequently. Continuing like this won't do. We hope that the person June brings back this time can truly resolve the issue thoroughly. Everyone in the Gu family nodded simultaneously. After hearing this, Su Shushu felt even happier inside. It seemed that the people of the Gu family believed firmly in these kinds of matters. Her fate matched perfectly with Gu Jun, making her entry into the Gu family more secure. Gu Jun didn't let them wait long. Around 6:30, as the sun began to set, his car slowly drove in from outside. From the moment Gu Jun brought Su Qingqing into the mansion, he briefly introduced his family situation. Originally, the Gu family estate was in the capital city, and their family had lived there for generations. But due to frequent strange occurrences after Gu Jun's birth, they sought advice from the elder of Xianying Temple. The elder suggested that perhaps something beneath the main estate in the capital city clashed with Gu Jun, and even his abilities could not resolve it. His suggestion was to move the estate directly, and eventually, the new location was selected far from the capital in City A. According to the former head of Xianying Temple, based on the divination symbols, there would later be a benefactor for Gu Jun in City A. Thus, the Gu family, due to this single sentence, moved their ancestral home directly to City A. However, their business over all these years remained in the capital city, and they only returned to City A occasionally. This time, if it weren't for Su Shushu's birth chart matching Gu Jun's, and if they weren't intending to secure this marriage alliance, the entire Gu family wouldn't have come back altogether. Su Qingqing didn't react much during the earlier part of the story. She would just nod slightly from time to show that she was listening. But when she heard that Gu Jun was going to marry Su Shushu because her birth chart matched his, and also learned from the former head of Xianying Temple that marrying someone with this birth chart could ensure him a life of peace and prosperity and turn him into a normal person, she finally lifted her head and glanced at him in surprise. But it was just a glance. She quickly lowered her gaze again. She said nothing, maintaining an air of deep reserve. So reserved, in fact, that Gu Jun couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with me marrying Su Shushu?" Su Qingqing shook her head. "Whom you marry is your business. It has nothing to do with me. The price you offered isn't worth me interpreting fate for you. How much does it cost to interpret fate? Just name your price." Gu Jun took out the mobile phone that White Tezu had replaced for him, ready to transfer money as soon as he opened Su Qingqing's chat window. Su Qingqing hesitated for a moment. "Do you really see me as someone who will help anyone without principles as long as I'm paid?" Gu Jun continued. 1 million yuan to interpret my fate. Will that be enough? If not, let me know and I'll add more." To Su Qingqing's shame, she felt a little tempted. She cautiously asked, "From your attitude, are you saying you don't want to marry Su Shushu?" Gu Jun shrugged. "Though I've always believed that marriage, for me, is merely a tool to use, Su Shushu is indeed not my type. And frankly, I find marriage quite troublesome." Su Qingqing understood immediately. That meant he didn't want to get married. After some thought, she carefully phrased her words. "Well, I don't know what the old headmaster calculated or why he said you must marry someone with this particular birth chart to live like a normal person. But judging from your destiny pattern and facial features, you yourself have no issues. There are no inherent flaws in your destiny either. The strange things you've encountered since childhood are not your problems. They're caused by someone deliberately harming you in secret. Therefore, theoretically speaking, as long as we deal with the person secretly harming you, marrying anyone won't cause significant problems." The implication of this statement was clear. If the issue were resolved, he wouldn't necessarily have to marry Su Shushu exclusively. As Gu Jun was about to ask more, their car had already stopped in front of the main building of the estate. Gu Jun got out of the car first, then turned around to personally open the door for Su Qingqing. all the way from the living room. Both the Gu and Su families had been alerted to the noise outside and were waiting at the entrance. Just by seeing Gu Jun personally opening the door, everyone could tell how much he valued this master. Almost every person waited breathlessly, eager to catch a glimpse of the master getting out of the car and hoping to make a good impression. Chapter 38. How could you be Su master? Yet, when the person got out of the car, everyone was utterly astonished. Su Shushu blurted out almost instantly. How could it be her? Everyone gazed at the person getting out of the car in silence. It wasn't that they didn't want to speak. They were so shocked that words failed them. How to put it? The Gus all thought the master Gu Jun had invited would be like the old abbot of Xianxing Taoist temple, someone advanced in years who looked ethereal and wise. At the very least, it should have been someone in their 40s or 50s, looking like a person who conceals great depth. But no one could have imagined that the master Gu Jun had brought back was just a young girl in her early 20s. This seemed somewhat absurd. The Sus were even more bewildered. Wait, were they hallucinating? Why did the person getting out of the car look so much like Su Qingqing? How could she get out of Gu Jun's car? After Gu Jun opened the door and led Su Qingqing down, the driver waited for a while before driving away and parking. Only after there were just the two of them left, with no one else coming out from the car, did everyone snap back to reality. Gu's mother tentatively asked, Juner, is this the master you've invited back? Gu Jun nodded and continued walking inside with Su Qingqing while patiently introducing her. Su master, these two are my parents. These two are my grandparents. And those three are my aunt's family. Gu Jun's actions practically stunned everyone in his family. He had always been aloof and proud from childhood, respecting his family but absolutely not being as proactive and enriching as he was now, enthusiastically giving introductions himself. With such a move, the Gu family felt almost ashamed to voice any doubts that lingered in their hearts, subconsciously showing respect. A young girl who could make the usually cold and proud Gu Jun so polite must definitely be no ordinary young girl. Even Gu's father proactively extended his hand. Master Su. Hello, I am Gu Ting, Gu Jun's father. Before he could finish speaking, a sharp scream interrupted him from beside. Su Qingqing, it's you. What are you doing here? All eyes turned towards the one who spoke, Su's mother. Su Qingqing also looked at Su's mother behind her. She had actually seen her as soon as she got out of the car, along with the other members of the Su family. But she didn't bother to acknowledge these people. Since she had returned to this body, her soul was already complete, rendering the ritual used by Su Shushu to steal her fate null and void. What awaited Su Shushu and the Su family would be an even more overwhelming backfire. Their fortune would worsen day by day. She only needed to stay far away and watch them suffer from afar. She didn't even need to lift a finger. She deemed it too unworthy to involve herself with these low-level trash over some karmic retribution. But she didn't expect to meet them here. Oh yes, Su Shushu had wanted to use her birth date and time to marry Gu Jun. Seeing all eyes on her, Su's mother saw that Su Qingqing hadn't reacted at all upon being called out, assuming Su Qingqing must be feeling guilty. She stepped forward a few steps, approaching Su Qingqing, and pointed her finger angrily, demanding answers. Su Qingqing, why are you here with Gu Jun? How do you know Gu Jun? Is the Su master that Gu Jun mentioned actually you? Each accusatory sentence made it seem as though Su Qingqing had deliberately approached Gu Jun. At this moment, Su Shushu also snapped out of her daze. She stepped forward, pulling the overly emotional Su mother behind her. Then she looked up at Su Qingqing and said awkwardly, Sister, isn't there some kind of misunderstanding here? Sister, didn't you drop out after your first year of university and start mingling in the entertainment industry? How could you be Su master? While saying this, her expression showed shame and difficulty, as if revealing Su Qingqing's secret filled her with remorse. Yet, her words were piercing and accurate, clearly portraying Su Qingqing as someone who never finished university and started dabbling in the entertainment circle, a talentless, undisciplined person. Sure enough, once she finished speaking, the Gus expressions towards Su Qingqing changed. Su's mother said full of contempt, Qingqing, lying at home frequently is one thing. We all tolerated you at home, but how can you lie outside like this? And you lied to Gu Jun, knowing well that he is your sister's. Sigh, you child are truly disappointing. Su's father, who hadn't spoken until now, glared at her. What are you still standing there for? Quickly leave before the Gus hold you accountable. In this way, the three Sus, singing in unison, managed to confirm Su Qingqing as a fraud without letting her say a single word. The Gus were different from the Sus. Although they had doubts in their hearts, they didn't explode or express them outright. Of course, the main reason was that they trusted Gu Jun more than they did the Su family. They only knew that Gu Jun wouldn't bring Su Qingqing back for no reason. Only Gu Jun's aunt was relatively straightforward. What's going on? Is Master Su also a daughter of the Su family? Adopted daughter. Su's mother explained hastily as if she was afraid others would misunderstand. She is not biological. She is the child we adopted from outside after Shushu got lost when she was little. Qingqing has been raised by us since she was young. Whether or not she's some kind of master and what abilities she possesses, could we possibly be unaware of them? Su Shushu then said to her with embarrassment all over her face, Sister, don't make a fuss. This is the Gu family, not like other places where you can do as you please. You'd better leave quickly, and we will help you explain. After hearing this, Su Qingqing didn't bother to explain a single word, but turned and walked away immediately. With her back toward Gu Jun, she waved to him casually. All right, your future fiancé's family doesn't believe me and calls me a fraud. I probably can't handle this matter. You should find someone more capable. I'll return the extra money you paid. No one expected Su Qingqing to really walk away without hesitation. Even more unexpectedly, just as she had walked a few steps, she was abruptly pulled back by Gu Jun. First, he turned his head with an unpleasant expression and glanced at the Su family. And just this glance made everyone feel intense pressure, causing Su Xiushu and the rest to shiver involuntarily. When Gu Jun turned to talk to Su Qingqing again, his voice softened significantly. Why are you leaving? I've already seen your skills, so how can I trust others' words? You're the one I specially invited back. If anyone must leave, it shouldn't be you. As Su Qingqing looked at the hand Gu Jun was holding onto her arm, she slightly raised her eyebrows. Gu Jun instantly released her hand, though his expression remained firm. This made the ones who were embarrassed now Su Xiushu and the others who had just called Su Qingqing a fraud moments ago. Chapter 39, Watch What She'll Do. The scene became awkward for a moment. It was Grandpa Gu who broke the silence with a light cough and asked, Xiaojun, we still have no idea what happened between you. Could you invite this young lady in and let us sit down to discuss it thoroughly? Jungu nodded his head. Of course. Immediately, Mother Gu welcomed Qingqing Su inside, inviting her to sit on a separate sofa in the living room while calling Aunt Su to serve tea and fruit. Xiushu Su and her family felt even more embarrassed when no one from the Gu family paid attention to them. However, they were unwilling to leave just like that, so they shamelessly followed inside. Xiushu Su whispered to Mr. and Mrs. Su, Mom, Dad, it's obvious that Jungu has been deceived by Qingqing Su with some unknown trick. Let's stay and see what scheme she'll pull, then expose her. Mrs. Su agreed. That's right. This girl has become wicked ever since you came back. She might just be intentionally trying to snatch your wedding. She envies you. Mr. Su then confirmed again with Mrs. Su in a low voice. Are you sure she doesn't know her real birthday, right? Mrs. Su glared at Mr. Su. Yes, she definitely doesn't know. She has always celebrated the same birthday since childhood, and her ID card also shows that date. How would she know anything? And you, stop mentioning this. Don't you know where we are now? Mr. Su stopped talking, feeling relieved. Thank goodness. It seemed that the reason Qingqing Su was brought home by Jungu had nothing to do with her knowing her real birthday. Mr. Su lowered his voice and continued. Let's go in and see what trick she's going to play. After Qingqing Su sat down inside, before she could say a word, Jungu told the story of how he had been saved twice by Qingqing Su. Jungu said earnestly, all I just said is true. You all know that after the old Taoist master of Xianqing Taoist Temple passed away, each of his talismans I have can only be used once, except for the last strongest and most durable charm, which completely lost its power last time after we left the Su family. It's fair to say that without Master Su, I probably wouldn't have survived so easily both times. Everyone in the Gu family knew that Jungu either didn't say anything to his family or told them the truth if he did speak. And in such matters, there was absolutely no reason for Jungu to lie. After hearing Jungu's words, the Gu family members were left feeling deeply shaken. After all, hearing of danger over the phone versus hearing about it face-to-face are entirely different feelings. As the Gu family prepared to thank Qingqing Su, they heard Xiushu Su, who had followed in and taken a seat not far away, asking curiously, Wow, sister, you never learned this skill from childhood. When did you get so talented? Did you have an extraordinary encounter? The implication of these words was clear. She had never known these skills growing up, so it was obviously fake that she suddenly possessed them now. It must be said that her manner of speech was as consistently manipulative as ever. She always pretended to be the most innocent one, throwing dirty accusations at others. If someone called her out, she'd insist that she meant no harm and was just asking questions. Since she returned to the Su family, the original host endured countless disadvantages due to her manipulative behavior. Unfortunately, Qingqing Su wasn't the original host, or rather, accurately speaking, she wasn't the stupidest fragment of her soul anymore. Qingqing Su looked up at her with the most innocent yet infuriating tone. You didn't grow up with me, so how would you know whether I've learned these things? Mrs. Su immediately retorted. We've watched you grow up and never saw you learn those things. On the contrary, we've seen plenty of lies and tricks you pulled just to grab attention since childhood. Qingqing Su continued questioning. It's true that you watched me grow up, but everyone in City A knows you barely managed me. You never interfered with my fights or truancy as a child. How would you know what I learned outside? With 2 sentences, Qingqing Su made Mrs. Su and Xiushu Su speechless. At this point in the conversation, everyone could hear quite clearly, from Mrs. Su's fervent defense and favoritism towards her daughter Xiushu Su, as well as her lack of respect for Qingqing Su in public discourse, it was evident that their bias toward their own daughter had reached extremes. Thus, any remarks made about Qingqing Su by the Su family lacked credibility. None of the Gu family members were fools. They had achieved the position of wealthiest through generations of effort. Naturally, they could understand the subtext as well. So, Mrs. Gu ignored the Su family's targeting of Su Qingqing and took the initiative to serve her a cup of hot tea, saying, Master Su, we trust Xiaojun. He's definitely not one to deceive others. It was fortunate that he encountered you these 2 times. Otherwise, our Gu family would truly have been at a loss as to what to do. Su Qingqing was equally polite to those who were courteous to her, smiling gently. It's not exactly like that. Let's just say Mr. Gu has good fortune and luck on his side, which leads to him meeting me every time. There was also the fact that Gu Jun was generous and could be considered a long-term valuable client. Such extravagant and unlucky individuals were hard to come by even if you lit a lantern to search outside. Aunt Gu couldn't help but interject again. Master Su, please don't be humble. Xiaojun is already lucky. He has only experienced strange accidents and bad luck from childhood to now. There were many instances when he almost met with an accident or worse. If this is what counts as having good fate, then sigh. From the start until now, Grandma Gu had remained silent, unable to tolerate any longer. She finally spoke, reprimanding Aunt Gu. Shui, that's enough. Since the beginning, you've been cutting people off before they finish speaking. When will you finally learn to curb your habit of talking too quickly? Both Grandma Gu and Grandpa Gu had silver streaks in their hair and wore glasses, yet their backs were still ramrod straight. They appeared to be in excellent spirits and were clearly a well-cared-for elderly couple. They feared leaving a bad impression, so they directly scolded Aunt Gu, implying she had talked far too much tonight. Aunt Gu had been pampered into becoming a carefree heiress since childhood, but despite the indulgence, she knew all the principles she should follow. She stuck out her tongue mischievously and immediately shut her mouth, no longer speaking. Her husband and daughter both looked at her helplessly, clearly accustomed to her behavior. Aunt Gu's family appeared harmonious, and judging from their facial expressions and overall ambience, they were all kind-hearted individuals. Su Qingqing did not get upset over Aunt Gu's straightforward remarks. Instead, she explained seriously. Actually, it's not because Xiaojun has bad luck from childhood to adulthood that he encounters so many misfortunes. Rather, it's because someone is trying to harm him. If it weren't for his good fortune, carrying the purple qi of the true dragon, he shouldn't have just suffered misfortune but would have lost his life directly. You mean to say that these strange events Xiaojun has encountered are because someone wants to harm him? Mrs. Gu suddenly raised her voice. The rest of the Gu family members' expressions darkened after hearing this. Chapter 40. Then I'll leave first. Yes, Su Qingqing nodded affirmatively. He's definitely not just unlucky. Every time something happens to him, there's an extremely heavy sha qi, negative energy, surrounding him. This sha qi doesn't belong to him. It has been deliberately directed at him by someone, causing evil forces to harm him. This is a very malicious method, equivalent to taking the misdeeds of others and forcibly attaching them to him, making him bear the brunt. When she said this, the faces of the Gu family had already turned almost as black as ink. Gu Dad directly asked in a deep voice, "Can the master find out who did it?" Clues are needed. Yesterday, after Gu Jun left from the old house here, something happened. That's why I've come to check today, Su Qingqing explained. At this point, even Grandma Gu, usually calm and composed, raised her voice. Your meaning is that possibly someone within our family wants to harm Jun? Before Su Qingqing could respond, Su Mom's sharp voice cut in. Qingqing, if you know about these things, you should just help people properly without stirring up trouble between families. Su Shushu also chimed in like a hypocritical lily-white flower. Sister, these claims require evidence. Without proof, one shouldn't make such accusations lightly. Su Qingqing indeed fell silent then. She stood up, patted non-existent dust off her clothes, and said apologetically, "Sorry, it's too noisy here. I don't like working in this kind of environment. I'll leave first. And when your family is next free of visitors, I will come again for a thorough look." After hearing her words, the Gu family could no longer endure. Grandma Gu gave a glance to Gu Mom, and Gu Mom directly told the Su family, Shushu and Shushu's mother, "Sorry, what happens today concerns only our Gu family matters. Until we express our opinions, please keep quiet and let us decide ourselves, alright?" Her words were already very clear. If stated more plainly, it meant don't interfere in things that aren't your business. If it wasn't for Su Shushu's birth date being suitable for certain conditions that might allow their two families to have a marriage alliance, the Gu family would most likely have kicked them out already. Grandpa Gu, who had spoken little but always appeared authoritative, finally addressed Su Qingqing. He looked fierce but was gentle when talking to Su Qingqing. His tone was sincere as he said, "Master Su, Junior is among our current generation of the Gu family, the most promising child, and also the only descendant of my grandson's line. This problem has troubled us for many years, and although we've consulted with many experts, the issue has never been resolved. If you really can help us find out who harmed Junior, you will be our great benefactor. Whatever request you make will be granted, because for our Gu family, this is the utmost priority. No matter what others say, I truly ask for your help in investigating thoroughly to find out who exactly is harming Junior." Su Qingqing had merely found the Su family irritating since they kept criticizing her from the sidelines. Now that they had been silenced in just a few sentences by the Gu family, her mood improved slightly. The Gu family isn't bad. They're reasonable and easy to deal with. She gave a faint look to Su Shushu and her glaring group. Since the Gu family could cooperate, Su Qingqing didn't act coy. "Alright, as long as you ensure they stay silent, I can begin looking at the old house right now." Su Shushu wanted to say something, thinking Su Qingqing mustn't exaggerate or else she'll be embarrassed. As if sensing this ahead of time, Gu Mom shot a look over, and Su Shushu immediately swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue. Fine, no need to argue further now. To avoid unnecessarily annoying others, wait and see how Su Qingqing handles the big fanfare she created. When it all unravels, she'll surely expose Su Qingqing's true nature. She didn't believe that Su Qingqing could actually do all this. Su mother intended to say something, but was stopped by a glance from Su father. Already humiliated enough, why rush? It would still be timely to crush Su Qingqing once she embarrasses herself later. In short, the Su family stopped speaking, fearing they'd irritate the Gu family further. However, they waited quietly, expecting Su Qingqing to fail. With just a glance, Su Qingqing basically understood their intentions. However, since they were already quiet, she no longer felt bothered to argue with them. Previously, when Gu Jun attended the Su family's homecoming banquet for recognizing relatives, he had few complaints about the Su family. Accurately speaking, he was indifferent. But seeing how the Su family constantly disparaged Su Qingqing externally while targeting her every step of the way, he couldn't help but feel somewhat irked. There was no denying that this Su family exhibited an unrefined air, completely lacking sophistication. He noticed their unfriendly gazes and asked Su Qingqing, "Are you sure you don't need to send all the irrelevant people away? Are you sure they won't affect you?" Su Qingqing smiled. Among the Gu family, only Gu Jun was the most reasonable. She glanced meaningfully at Su Xiuxiu and the others. No need. Since they want to watch, let them stay and have a good look. If they don't want to leave, why are you rushing them out? And let them see if she really has what it takes, so that they wouldn't treat her previous words lightly. Let them be worried and on edge. Gu Jun readily agreed. We'll follow Master Su's instructions. Su Qingqing looked appreciatively at Gu Jun, acknowledging his perceptiveness. Excellent. Very insightful indeed. Not only generous with money but also perceptive, compliant, and cooperative. You unlucky fellow. Oh no, you sugar daddy. Not really either. But definitely someone Su will make friends with. Su Qingqing took out an 8 trigrams compass from her small bag, stood in the middle of the living room, and walked around the room while performing a finger gesture with one hand, as if determining a direction. The compass needle had no reaction when facing most directions, but it gave off a subtle flash when pointed at Su Xiuxiu. Su Qingqing looked up at Su Xiuxiu. Her naked eye could detect differences in people's energy changes, though she could only discern the general situation, not the extremely subtle or emerging indications. In contrast, her specially empowered compass was more sensitive. It could detect even minute magnetic field fluctuations. Su Xiuxiu felt inexplicably guilty under Su Qingqing's sudden sharp gaze and blurted out instinctively. What are you looking at me for? Yesterday, I wasn't here, and I didn't see Jun Gu at all. How can you accuse me of causing harm? Su Qingqing smiled again with profound significance. I haven't said anything yet. If you're not guilty, why are you panicking? Don't worry, I'm not accusing you. I know you're not involved in Mr. Gu's affairs. It's not something you could interfere with anyway. Relax, your misfortune lies elsewhere. Don't worry, I'm not trying to deal with you. Su Xiuxiu. Wait a moment. Why does my scalp suddenly feel numb after you said this? Chapter 41. Little Taoist, don't interfere. After Su Qingqing finished speaking, she ignored Su Xiuxiu and continued to turn the compass a couple of times. She finally locked onto a direction and dashed off like an arrow. Her figure was so fast that almost residual images could be seen. The direction she ran towards was the back garden behind the house. Everyone in the living room was stunned by her speed. When they realized it, all of them hurriedly chased after her. Su Qingqing arrived at the back garden. Gu family's back garden was very large and even had features such as a garden corridor and an underground wine cellar. In a place like City A where land is so valuable, having such a top-notch estate mansion can only indicate how unimaginable the life of the rich truly is. Su Qingqing directly rushed to the entrance of the underground wine cellar. Upon seeing the entrance, Su Qingqing finally understood why she couldn't feel anything unusual with just her eyes. At the entrance of the wine cellar stood a very delicate and pretty pebble. The pebble looked beautiful, being snow white and translucent. Compared to a regular pebble, it more resembled a piece of beautiful jade. Its front side had the words wine cellar inscribed in gold, making this already Europe-style full underground wine cellar appear even more high-end. Su Qingqing carefully examined it for a while, then squatted down and directly pulled up the pebble with her bare hands. The part of the pebble buried underground was longer than even the portion exposed above. The part buried underneath also had patterns engraved on it. A small array painted in a dark red color. Su Qingqing wiped away the dirt covering it, and lightly rubbed her finger across the pattern. Since the drawing hadn't dried fully, it blurred immediately upon touch, and the purple glow it emitted dissipated as well. She rubbed the colored substance off her index finger with her thumb thoughtfully, suddenly looking fixedly into the wine cellar. At this moment, Gu Jun, who was running the fastest, had just arrived. He saw the pebble in Su Qingqing's hand at once and noticed the extraordinary pattern on it, asking, "What is this?" Su Qingqing sneered coldly, "An array that suppresses evil qi. With this array here, any ghostly or demon-like sha qi from entities with less than 300 years of Taoist cultivation will be concealed, preventing righteous path practitioners from detecting it. No wonder I couldn't see anything with my own eyes. Neither could the Taoist masters you invited before. If I hadn't been using this specially empowered compass, it might have taken me some effort to discover this." Just as she finished speaking, a huge shadow seemed to sense the danger and rushed out of the wine cellar. When it came close, everyone realized the shadow was actually a giant bat. The wingspan of this bat stretched over 2 meters when spread, and its head was even larger than an adult's. It appeared aware of being exposed, sensing something threatening about Su Qingqing. Showing off sharp fangs, it lunged not at her, but straight toward Gu Jun instead. Gu Jun reacted quickly, trying to sidestep it. But Su Qingqing's reaction was faster still. As the bat lunged, she slapped the yellow talisman directly onto it. Once slapped, the talisman exploded on its body. It fell to the ground with a thud, its chest torn open with black mist oozing out. Lifting its head, it directed a furious hissing sound towards Su Qingqing. SSSSS. A normal bat's call would be ultrasonic waves, beyond human hearing range. However, this mutated bat's hiss was palpable, brimming with energy, vibrating painfully in one's ears. The rest of the Gu family members and Su Xiuxiu who had just caught up were precisely hit by this sound. All of them collapsed on the ground instantly, covering their ears with looks of pain. Even Su Qingqing didn't expect it to launch a magical attack without honor. Her ears were also slightly hurt from the sound. Taking advantage of this moment, the mutated bat turned into a puff of black smoke and drifted away at great speed, heading far into the distance. Apparently, it had been feigning confidence. Its ultimate aim was to escape from here. With a cold snort, Su Qingqing said, thinking of escaping? She pulled out an instantaneous movement talisman and chased after it. The bat had already revealed its chi. Normally, tracking it shouldn't be too difficult. However, what made it challenging was that this creature could fly, and flying during the night was its specialty. It vanished in the vast night sky of the city within a few flaps. While it could fly, Su Qingqing had to weave through the buildings and alleys of the city with great difficulty. Fortunately, the compass had recorded its chi and kept tracking it without losing it. After wasting 5 instant moving talismans, she eventually cornered the bat inside a cave on the mountainous area between City A and neighboring City B. Once again, the bat was forced out of its smoky form back to its original appearance. It was hanging upside down in the cave. Before Su Qingqing could activate her celestial thunder talisman, it suddenly started speaking human language in a panicked tone. Young Taoist, why are you aiding evil? Aren't you afraid of heavenly retribution and karmic punishment? Its voice was shrill, and it was clearly that of a woman. Su Qingqing paused momentarily while activating the celestial thunder talisman, tilting her head as she looked at it. You can actually speak human language? Have you cultivated for 200 years? That's right. I've cultivated for 200 years, and I've been practicing in the deep mountains all along, never harming anyone. I'm only lurking in the Gu family to help my descendants take revenge. Eye for an eye, young Taoist. Since you don't understand the cause and effect behind this, it's better if you don't get involved. Otherwise, our Bat clan's curse will befall you entirely. Su Qingqing arched an eyebrow as if intrigued. So I don't know the cause and effect behind this yet. Why don't you tell me everything so I can decide whether I should get involved or not? The bat replied unhappily. Just mind your own business. Why would I have to tell you just because you ask? Su Qingqing sent a small bolt of lightning onto its body by activating the celestial thunder talisman, her tone rough. I think you're not qualified to haggle with me. If I want to know, you must tell me. The bat muttered. How dare you not follow martial ethics? Su Qingqing retorted. Once you've got the strength, come and talk about martial ethics with me. Speak up. Under great pressure, the bat reluctantly recounted the events of what happened to their Bat clan years ago. I was originally a fruit bat practicing cultivation in the deep mountains of Yunnan province. We always fed on the fruits from those deep mountains. 200 years ago, by chance, I gained wisdom and cultivated under the moonlight, becoming the ancient ancestor of our clan. Our fruit bat clan has lived in these deep mountains for generations, unaware of the changes in the outside world over the years. Last year, the mountain we depended on for survival was flattened by roaring machines, and our caves were exposed. They seemed to be some construction party. I used my magical powers to protect the cave and negotiated with them, wanting them to leave our home. But they wouldn't budge. They even set fire to the forest, though I angrily drove them away using my magical powers. However, they didn't leave it at that. They invited a Taoist priest like you who broke my defense straight away. I knew I wasn't his match, so I pleaded with him. I offered to vacate our place if he could give us some time to migrate our whole clan. The Taoist refused. He said the area where we resided was going to be remodeled into a resort scenic spot with tight deadlines that needed immediate completion. He also mentioned that he was hired by the Gu family to do this work and told me to seek revenge from the Gu family if I wanted. Then he sealed off our cave, releasing spirit fire which burned alive all our descendants. My entire fruit bat clan survived only because I managed to escape by a stroke of luck. Tell me, is it wrong to make Gu Jun pay blood for blood over such a sea of hatred? I am even lenient enough to only demand payment from him alone. I haven't asked his entire family to pay. If I had any evil intentions, his whole family would die. Would Gu Jun be the only one to suffer such misfortune if this weren't true? Chapter 42. He wiped out my entire clan. The old bat, or rather, the accurately named old fruit bat sounded witchy later on, hanging upside down in the cave and wailing miserably. It didn't look that ugly actually. Instead it was furry, with a round head. It was just a bit oversized. This wailing sounded very much like a big dog being bullied by a bad person. Su Qingqing. No, you're already a 200-year-old demon. Can you please stop crying at the drop of a hat? Old fruit bat. Cry. Cry. I will cry. I can't beat you. So am I not allowed to cry? Su Qingqing. Are all the demons in this world so delicate? In her world, even if the demons were beaten to spit blood, they wouldn't shed a tear. Su Qingqing took a deep breath. All right, stop crying first. Considering how aggrieved you are, I won't hit you first, okay? The old fruit bat continued sobbing. Su Qingqing. Then let me ask you, how did you find the Gu family later? What's the deal with the array at the entrance of the wine cellar that helps hide your aura? The coating used on the stone to draw the array is all women's blood. This shouldn't be something you did, right? Otherwise, you would have already taken on the karma of killing. The old fruit bat was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Human blood? I haven't even had the chance to kill Gu Jun yet. Where could the human blood come from? Su Qingqing, please answer the key points of my questions. The old fruit bat didn't want to say anything, but seeing the thunder talisman on Su Qingqing's head emitting sparks, it decided to listen obediently. After careful recollection, I escaped from the fire and lingered in invisibility for a long time there. Then I saw Gu Jun inspecting the construction site, and I picked up a safety helmet he left behind at the site. When I recovered a bit, I followed the scent on the helmet all the way to City A. After coming to City A, I've been wandering around. He always had an amulet on him, which prevented me from getting close. Last week, I was discovered by an old Taoist priest. He wanted to capture me at first, but after hearing my tragic story, he felt sympathy for me and was willing to help. So, I made a deal with him using my 100 years of cultivation, exchanging for an array that could conceal my aura. During the construction of the winery, I infiltrated the Gu family. Su Qingqing thought that this was basically enough information to solve the case. She looked at the old fruit bat with a caring gaze for someone with impaired intelligence. Stupid demon, you've been tricked. You're being used as someone else's gun. What? What do you mean? The old fruit bat clearly didn't catch on. Su Qingqing sighed, analyzing for it. Look, you're now 200 years in cultivation. Before you made the deal with someone else, you were 300 years in cultivation, right? The old fruit bat nodded blankly. Yeah, that's correct. Is there any problem with that? Su Qingqing asked back. When you were 300 years in cultivation, Gu Jun could invite masters who could easily seal you and injure you heavily. So do you think that with your current 200 years of cultivation, you stand a chance against him? Are you just delivering yourself to be killed? That's different. I'm hiding in Gu Jun's home, catching him off guard. Can ambushes be compared with fair fights? The old fruit bat sensed that something wasn't right, but it was still putting up a front. Su Qingqing countered again. Yesterday, he almost died from your sneak attack. But think about it. If there were really many talented people around him, would you have had such a straightforward opportunity to infiltrate his home secretly and launch a surprise attack? This is his base here. If he truly committed so many wrongdoings, wouldn't he spend a lot to protect himself? The old fruit bat couldn't think of a rebuttal this time. It felt that what Su Qingqing said made perfect sense, leaving it speechless. Su Qingqing paid no attention to its dumbfounded expression, continuing her analysis. Think carefully again. Does such coincidence really exist in the world? Just as your base was attacked, you arrived at City A and immediately found an old Taoist priest willing to help you. Think carefully. Doesn't this seem like some sort of pig slaughtering scam? You have clearly been set up. Someone has killed your disciples and grandchildren, tricked away 100 years of your cultivation, and used you as a weapon for murder. TSK, TSK. While saying these final tisk tisk, she shook her head while speaking, showing little aggression but extremely offensive. After listening, the old fruit bat was greatly impacted, hanging precariously inside the mountain cave, stubbornly staying attached without falling down. It shook its head repeatedly. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. How is this impossible? You have been utilized by villains. They have exploited you for living 300 years, only increasing cultivation without gaining wisdom. Su Qingqing spoke, shaking her head angrily. How can there be such a stupid demon as you? The old fruit bat hung on the top of the cave, tightly wrapping its head with its wings, refusing to face reality entirely. Su Qingqing sighed. Do you still not believe me? If you don't trust me, follow me back to the Gu family's house. We'll ask Gu Jun if it was him who burned your old nest in Yunnan province last year. How can he admit it when I ask? The old fruit bat argued. Su Qingqing scoffed lightly. Your intelligence comes online just at this moment. The old fruit bat continued to shrink back, hiding its head like a turtle. Su Qingqing said, then let him take an oath before answering. If he lies, may he suffer bad luck for life and never get 3 dishes to eat. Don't worry, I am a Taoist priestess, so I'm professional when it comes to oaths. It was lucky that Gu Jun hadn't followed her over here. If he had, he would have thanked Su Qingqing. Thank you for helping me think of such a poisonous oath. The old fruit bat, thinking about it while keeping its head down, finally agreed. What could it do if it disagreed? It couldn't beat Su Qingqing and had no way to escape. And indeed, it really wanted to know if it had been used by someone else and who the real culprit behind harming its whole clan was. Of course, Su Qingqing couldn't possibly allow the old fruit bat to just follow her flying back, considering that this creature was actually a 300-year-old demon. She took out some talismans she carried with her and folded them into a triangular shape, forming a temporary demonic containment charm. She then infused it with a trace of spiritual energy. This containment charm allowed demons under 500 years of cultivation to reside inside comfortably, but wasn't as good as a demon storage bag. It could only hold for up to 24 hours. Now there came a problem. While chasing the old fruit bat, she'd exhausted all 5 of her instant teleportation charms. Thus, she couldn't return via teleportation anymore. After descending the mountain, she checked her position using her mobile phone's navigation app. To her dismay, she found herself in a remote suburb where no taxi could be hailed easily. It would take 2 hours each way just to get back to City A. In desperation, she called Gu Jun and explained succinctly, I've caught the demon. Things are somewhat complicated. My current location is rather isolated. Can you come pick me up? Send me your location, Gu Jun replied, even more concisely. Su Qingqing sent the address through WeChat. Gu Jun arrived incredibly quickly, making it to her location within 2 hours despite the 2.5-hour car journey. Moreover, he didn't arrive alone. A carload of bodyguards accompanied him. Surprised, Su Qingqing asked, why did you bring so many people? Gu Jun raised his forehead and sighed. My parents insisted on it. They were afraid something dangerous might happen to me along the way again, and also worried about hindering you. Su Qingqing nodded. That does make sense. Your parents seem thoughtful. Gu Jun. True, what she said wasn't wrong, but why did it sound so strange coming out of her mouth? Chapter 43. Could she really do these things? Gu Jun arrived in a hurry, but he slowed down when he returned. It took him over 2 hours to get back home. After all this trouble and the round trip, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning when he returned to the Gu residence again. Surprisingly, the Gu family home was still brightly lit, with all members of the Gu family present. Even Su Shushu and others were there too. The Gu family had tried to see their guests off, but Su Shushu's reasons for staying were very convincing. They said that Su Qingqing was also a daughter they had raised for many years, so despite any strained relations, they were deeply concerned about her safety. They wanted to wait here until Su Qingqing came back safely. Thus, they stayed behind naturally. Only Su Shushu themselves knew how nervous they became after seeing Su Qingqing demonstrate her abilities at the wine cellar door. If she really possessed these skills, then what she said about exchanging life forces with Su Shushu and predicting misfortunes for them wasn't all true. So they had to wait for Su Qingqing to come back. They still held out hope that she was just pretending and fooling around. But they were bound to be disappointed this time. Because as soon as Su Qingqing returned in Gu Jun's car, she released the old fruit bat from the demon sealing talisman, albeit having sealed its magical powers so it could only appear but not attack or harm people, behaving like an ordinary bat. The moment the fruit bat appeared in the living room, everyone took a few frightened steps back. Su Shushu and the others turned pale with fear and huddled together nervously in a corner, looking at each other. It seemed that Su Qingqing truly possessed such abilities. Could everything she said to the Su family be true? However, now chaos reigned in the living room, with everyone focusing on the bat, failing to notice their unusual behavior. Su Qingqing promptly raised her voice and shouted, "Stop! Everyone, don't panic. This bat has been subdued by me. Its magical powers are sealed, so it can no longer harm anyone. It's merely large in appearance." The old fruit bat hung upside down from the chandelier in the living room, its ears ringing from the commotion. Looking around, its expression brimmed with resentment. These foolish humans. Everyone quieted down afterward. Mr. Gu asked, "What exactly happened here?" Su Qingqing then recounted the story of how the old fruit bat had infiltrated the Gu household's underground wine cellar. Mr. and Mrs. Gu gasped sharply upon hearing the whole story. An entire month this bat demon had been lurking in their underground wine cellar without their knowledge. They didn't even know how it got in, nor who helped it enter and set up protective wards. This thought alone sent shivers down their spines. After explaining, Su Qingqing got straight to the point. "So, Mr. Gu, is the holiday resort at Qingshui village in City Y of Yun province developed by your family? Did you burn its lair?" Gu Jun's face grew grave. He had already listened to the details about the old fruit bat on the way back. On the road, he had instructed Bai, his special assistant, to investigate the development of the Yun province resort area. Bai really found some related information. He projected his phone screen onto the large computer in the living room and opened an aerial panoramic view of a vacation resort. Then he asked, "Was this place called Qingshui village your former lair?" The old fruit bat squinted hard with its nearsighted eyes, vigorously nodding. Yes, exactly. Although it's unrecognizable now, there's a distinctive rock known as the Waiting for Husband rock at the mountain peak and a pit within the mountain crevices where our cave was. There's no way I'd mistake it. Gu Jun explained, "The case is clear. You've been misled by someone else. This vacation area doesn't belong to our Gu Corporation. The original developer went bankrupt last year because of financial chain issues, leaving the development of the resort half complete. The local authorities invited several companies to conduct field investigations, hoping someone would take over and continue to revitalize the project. I have a personal connection with some local officials, so I couldn't refuse and had to personally conduct a field inspection. However, due to the overly primitive surrounding environment and the presence of too many protected species, it wasn't conducive for development, and transportation was inconvenient. In the end, I did not invest in this project." "What does that mean?" the old fruit bat asked after listening carefully, blinking its big round eyes. Gu Jun summed it up. "Simply put, the person who burned your bat cave wasn't me. This place has nothing to do with me before or after. I was merely invited to inspect the construction site while it was still ongoing. And then someone led you to believe that I am the owner and the root cause of your misfortune." Gu Jun knew that it couldn't read, but he still opened the current financial information of the resort company for it to take a look. "Look, this company really isn't ours. It has absolutely no connection with us Gus." The old fruit bat had already believed this for the most part, but it was still making its final plea. Then can you swear by an oath that you'll suffer misfortune forever if what you're saying is not true?" Gu Jun's mouth twitched slightly, but he still responded, "I swear that everything I've just said is true, otherwise I will be doomed forever." This left the old fruit bat completely deflated, once again wrapping itself up in its broad wings, becoming a shrinking bat. In distress, it clutched its head and murmured, "How could this happen? How could this happen? I avenged the wrong person and have been used almost to hurt the innocent." Hearing this, the Gu family wasn't so afraid anymore. What mattered more was that this enormous bat indeed seemed quite foolish, not very clever at all. Now their feelings shifted towards anger. Mr. Gu's voice was icy cold and filled with anger. "So, there's absolutely nothing wrong with our Xiao Jun's destiny. It's merely someone has continuously schemed against Xiao Jun behind his back." Mrs. Gu was equally angry, yet she felt immense excitement simultaneously, her voice trembling. "Does this mean as long as we catch whoever wants to harm Xiao Jun and get rid of them, then Xiao Jun can live a normal life?" Only a mother would truly understand how cruel and painful it feels to watch her child constantly live in danger, suffering from unease and anxiety, being powerless as a mother to do anything about it. Now that she knew this matter was solvable, she was practically overwhelmed with joy. Grandpa and Grandma Gu were also stirred emotionally. Gu Jun's aunt spoke outright. "Master Su, you're incredibly talented. I admit I've spoken rudely to you before. Can you help us find out who exactly is plotting against Xiao Jun? Our family certainly doesn't lack money. Whatever fee you require, we'll pay." Su Qingqing's eyes lit up once again. This aunt of Gu Jun was definitely a keeper, someone you could easily get along with. Chapter 44, Master-Servant Contract. Su Qingqing stood up straight. Her eyes were bright, but her expression was very serious. She cleared her throat and said to the old fruit bat, Ahem, you've already seen it now. This was all a misunderstanding. It was your fault for making hasty judgments without thoroughly investigating the truth and mistakenly accusing others. If it weren't for me, Gu would have been killed by you. You would have had a human life on your conscience, turning into a bad monster that every righteous person would want to eliminate. So tell me, how should this issue be resolved? The old fruit bat shrank its head, not daring to say a single extra word, vowing to play the role of a cowardly shrinking bat to the end. When it made no move or response, Su Qingqing's patience held firm, with her arms crossed as she stood in front of it, piercing it with a sharp gaze. It made the old fruit bat feel chilly all over its body. Weakly, it cautiously extended its 2 eyes and asked, "Could I compensate you by offering my 100 years of cultivation?" Su Qingqing showed distaste on her face and said, "What would I do with your cultivation? I'm not an evil practitioner. I am someone who cultivates properly." The old fruit bat asked, "Then what do you plan to do? I can see that you've already thought about what you're going to do." Su Qingqing lightly coughed again, clearing her throat and saying, "Let's do this. You've met that Taoist priest who duped you into doing work. Just lead us to find that person, and I'll consider your mistake rectified and set you free. What do you say?" The entire head of the old fruit bat emerged from its wings, asking, "Are you really serious? Is it truly that simple?" Su Qingqing shrugged and said, "Of course it's true. Why would I deceive you? What benefit would I gain from lying to you? Demons are especially skilled at finding people, needing just a little bit of aura. They could track down a person following their scent trails. That's why the old fruit bat managed to follow the trace of a safety helmet all the way to City A to find Gu. Thus, everything has a spirit. One must never recklessly harm small animals. Be kind. Who knows, the small animal you may harm could one day come back for revenge." The old fruit bat found Su Qingqing's words reasonable. If she truly wanted to hurt it or kill it, she wouldn't need to bother. It would have already been dead long ago back in City B. It immediately agreed, saying, "Then there's no problem. I remember his scent, and I can sense that he's still in City A. I'll take you there right away, and while we're at it, I also want to ask him why he deceived me and exploited me." With excitement, it flew down from the ceiling, intending to go outside to lead the way. But just as it prepared to fly out, the entire bat suddenly froze and began convulsing uncontrollably. It fell onto the living room floor, looking extremely pained, with blood flowing from both its nose and eyes simultaneously. As it struggled, it looked at Su Qingqing and begged painfully, "Save me, master, please save me." The Gu family was frightened by the sudden unexpected change and collectively stepped backward. Gu asked in a grave tone, "What's going on?" Su Qingqing quickly approached, checked on the old fruit bat's condition, and narrowed her glasses dangerously. "It's a master-servant contract. This stupid bat probably entered such a contract unknowingly with that deceitful Taoist priest. An animal bound by the master-servant contract cannot disobey its master's orders and is under the power of its master, who can destroy it if necessary." Gu instantly understood. "Your meaning is, someone gave it an order not to speak, and now, because it was exposed, they want to silence it?" Su Qingqing nodded. "Your summary is excellent. Perhaps he's still watching us through the old fruit bat's eyes right now." Upon hearing this, everyone in the Gu family involuntarily felt a wave of chills, their bodies covered in goosebumps. Could it be that they had been under surveillance all along? Unfortunately, Su Qingqing smirked mischievously. "They're dealing with me today. What good will all these fancy tricks do them?" As she spoke, her hands quickly formed seals, causing a pale golden pattern to slowly appear between her palms. She withdrew one hand, and the pattern expanded significantly under her single hand. With a light exhale, she forcefully pressed the golden pattern into the old fruit bat's body. As the golden pattern entered the old fruit bat's body, another dark red seal was pushed out. The instant the dark red seal was expelled, it was accompanied by a strong stench. Not long after, it dissipated in the wind. The old fruit bat, which had previously been convulsing continuously, immediately stopped and became calm. With the forced master-servant contract now unraveled, it rolled its eyes back and fainted. Simultaneously, in an abandoned haunted factory in a suburb of City A, there came a sound. A pew followed by spitting blood. A middle-aged Taoist priest wearing a full set of gray robes, upon the distant array he had been controlling being broken, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the ground, holding his chest. His eyes fiercely glared at the bagua mirror, staring through its surface at the bright young face on the other side. He muttered to himself, "Impossible, impossible, how can this be? She's just a girl, there's no sign of any cultivation in her. How could she be so powerful?" He wanted to crawl up and heal his wounds. He intended to report the situation back, but it was too late now. Because of his underestimation, he would pay with his life. The truth was, this Taoist was originally just an inexperienced old monk who swindled all his power from the old fruit bat. He had used the 100 years of cultivation he'd stolen from the old fruit bat and secretly forced a master-servant contract with him, not having the ability to control it completely, but capable of keeping a close eye on every movement. Now, as the master-servant contract had been forcibly destroyed, so had his body endured the backlash. This counterattack was something his frail form couldn't withstand. Thus, clutching tightly onto the bagua mirror which had already lost contact, he breathed his last breaths, dead before he could find peace. Back at Su Qingqing's side, she didn't yet realize how weak that Taoist was, unable to endure even a single blow. She examined the condition of the old fruit bat carefully before sealing it inside her monster storage talisman, expressing regret. Nope, it suffered internal injuries and fainted. The situation seems serious. There are no spiritual elixirs around either. It might not wake up anytime soon. If we need to ask it questions, it may take some time. We'll have to wait for it to awaken before it can guide us to find the person. It's clear we won't resolve this tonight. Upon hearing Su Qingqing's disappointed tone, Gu Dad immediately responded, not a problem. Not a problem. This issue has lasted for years anyway. Now that the investigation is at this point, a few more days won't make a difference. Waiting until it wakes up is totally fine. Gu Mom also nodded enthusiastically, chiming in, that's right. Today, we owe everything to you. Among everyone present, Gu Jun was the most prompt, not wasting time on excessive gratitude. Instead, he took out his phone and directly transferred 10 million to Su Qingqing. Accompanied by the pleasant sound indicating the successful transfer of 10 million, Su Qingqing flashed a radiant, friendly smile. Ah, banishing demons and monsters, upholding justice. That's what those of us in the Xin sect are meant to do. Gu Jun, if you weren't smiling so widely that your molars showed, I might actually believe you. Chapter 45. The marriage with the Su family needs further consideration. After all the fuss, it was already dawn outside, and a quick glance at the time showed it was past 5 in the morning. In one night, they had chased from City A to City B, captured Old Guofu, and engaged in a battle of wits with whoever was behind Old Guofu. Even Su Qingqing felt a little tired. If it hadn't been for her dedication to physical exercise over the last month and daily cultivation of her spiritual powers, increasing them from 1/10 back to 2/10, she might not have lasted through the night. With a yawn, Su Qingqing bid farewell to the Gu family. All right, there shouldn't be anything else today. I've just taken the opportunity to check the feng shui of your ancestral home, and it hides wind and gathers qi perfectly. There's absolutely no issue. The old abbot who designed the Xuangqing shrine for you must have done everything he could. If there's nothing else, I think I'll head back to rest now. Hold on, Su Qingqing couldn't help but feel like she'd forgotten something extremely important. Mr. and Mrs. Gu were still thanking Su Qingqing profusely. Grandma Gu had gone upstairs at some point and come down holding a big red envelope. From its thickness, it looked to contain at least 50 or 60,000 yuan. She pushed the thick red envelope into Su Qingqing's hands, expressing her gratitude again. Master Su, our cash isn't abundant, but we can't break propriety. You've done us such a huge favor today, so we must present this red envelope as a token. Please don't think it's too little. Take it first. In the future, if you need any help, our Gu family will not hesitate. Su Qingqing originally didn't want to accept the heavy red envelope, but what she didn't expect was that even the elders in this top-notch family, the Gus, possessed bargaining skills. After pushing it away for half an hour, she ultimately failed to bargain with the 70-something-year-old grandma and ended up having the red envelope shoved into her hand. She could only grin and bear it while saying, it's more than enough. You've already given plenty. No need to pack another red envelope. Grandpa Gu intended to send Master Su off with a special car, but it was refused by Gu Jun, who said, I'll personally escort Master Su. No one in the Gu family found anything improper about this. They had seen Su Qingqing's abilities firsthand earlier. Her skills were comparable even to the old abbot of Xuangqing Shrine while he was alive. Besides, Su Qingqing was so young. Her potential for future accomplishments and strength was truly immeasurable. Allowing Gu Jun more contact and interaction would naturally strengthen their relationship. By this point, no one in the Gu family underestimated Su Qingqing because of her age anymore. On the contrary, those previously noisy people like Su Shushu had become quiet as chickens. The Gus are a very intelligent family. Judging from how the Su family had treated Su Qingqing before, it was clear that their relations weren't harmonious. Now that Su Qingqing was so formidable, the Gu family needed her assistance regarding matters related to Gu Jun. They wouldn't want to maintain close ties with the Sus anymore, let alone good relations. If Su Qingqing had a good relationship with the Su family, they might have been more polite and friendly. Mrs. Gu gave an official farewell. Parents of Shushu, it's late now, and you've also helped us out all night. Go back early to get some proper rest. Don't ruin your health. Su Shushu, along with Mr. and Mrs. Su, could only nod and agree. Only they knew how anxious they truly were inside. If Su Qingqing really has these skills, does she know that their fates were swapped? Will she retaliate? Will this affect the Su family? They had no intention to stay longer and hurried home to discuss these matters. Their spirits wandered as they walked away. Mr. Gu watched the Su family's car drive off and squinted his eyes, saying, the Su family doesn't seem to be trustworthy, evident from how they treat their adoptive daughter after raising her for more than a decade. Let's observe further regarding this matrimonial matter. If we manage to uncover the person behind the incident targeting little June, it won't matter whether June marries someone with matching horoscopes in the future or not. Mrs. Gu thought the same way, her doubts running even deeper. That Su Shushu simply gives me discomfort every time I see her. Could she really be a good match for little June? At this point, the Gu family wasn't yet suspecting the authenticity of Su Shushu's birth date. It was the Su family, feeling guilty, who started panicking first. After returning home, the Su family immediately held an urgent discussion. Mrs. Su paced anxiously, unable to figure it out. This little trash, Su Qingqing, is hiding too deeply. When exactly did she learn all this? This white-eyed ingrate. After we raised her for all these years, she's never even shown us a fraction of her abilities, not helping the family even once. Indeed, you can't make someone trustworthy if they're not biologically related. Mr. Su was extremely agitated as well. He looked at Mrs. Su and Su Shushu with disappointment and frustration, pointing his finger to rebuke them. It's your fault too. Women lack foresight. If only the two of you hadn't found Su Qingqing troublesome and kicked her out so early, breaking all ties with her, now she would still be living comfortably in our home. If we hadn't acted so decisively and given her a little more advantage, she could still be useful to us now. You women are truly long-haired yet short-sighted. As the head of the household, Mr. Su had absolute authority in their home. Once he spoke and raised his tone severely, neither Mrs. Su nor Su Shushu dared to argue back. Mrs. Su could only inwardly complain. It wasn't just you who allowed us to drive her away back then. Now you're pretending to be a good guy here. A wise after-the-fact person. Su Shushu, on the other hand, was more calculating. She was the first one to calm down and say, talking about these things now is already too late since none of us expected that she'd have such skills. The key issue now is, does she know that our fates were swapped? If she finds out and deliberately retaliates against our family, what should we do? Upon hearing this, Mrs. Su flew off the handle again. She wants to retaliate against us? Our family may not have given her birth, but we have certainly provided care. All these years we've fed her and let her live in luxury without complaint. Otherwise, she would have been nothing more than an unwanted orphan in an orphanage. Even if we did switch her fate with ours, isn't it enough after raising her for so many years? On what grounds does she have the right to retaliate? Su Shushu sighed helplessly. Mom, please calm down. Didn't you yourself call Su Qingqing a white-eyed ingrate? Will she remember our favors then? Of course, once she finds out, she will seek revenge on us. Mr. Su also nodded. You don't need to start yelling when something goes wrong. Instead, focus on solving the current problem. The event where they switched the fates was entirely managed by a master chosen by Mrs. Su. Mr. Su was unaware of the specific details. He only knew that soon after Su Shushu's birth, their family faced misfortune, with continuous problems affecting their business. But later, after the exchange involving Su Qingqing, everything improved. After pondering for a moment, he said to Mrs. Su, can you still reach the master from those days? You must contact that master immediately and ask for advice on how to deal with this situation. Su Shushu's eyes lit up. That's right, Mom. Contact him quickly. With the master's extensive experience, he will surely know what to do. If worst comes to worst, we can consult him to see if there's any way to ensure no future trouble. In this situation, having crossed swords so thoroughly with Su Qingqing, they knew only by permanently eliminating the potential for retaliation could they finally be reassured. Chapter 46. Are you desperately short of money? Su Qingqing didn't know what Su Shushu and her group were plotting to do. Even if she knew, she wouldn't care much. Today when she showed her prowess, she made sure that the Su family would be present, with the intention of instilling fear in them. She said nothing, but Gu Jun was pondering about this. The Su family doesn't seem to have a good relationship with you. Is it really okay for you to show your abilities in front of them today? Will it bring you any trouble? He personally drove Su Qingqing, talking while driving with one hand on the steering wheel. Despite not sleeping all night, he looked somewhat weary, yet his handsome beauty remained intact. He habitually pushed his wire-rimmed glasses up while speaking, looking cultured and self-disciplined, completely different from the terrifying rumors about General Gu outside. Su Qingqing thought that his face was quite pleasing to the eye. Supporting her chin with one hand, she watched him. I deliberately let them see it today. Otherwise, how would they think of troubling me, or expose their flaws? Do you want them to come to you intentionally? What grievances are there between you? Gu Jun acutely caught the essence. Su Qingqing initially intended to blurt out that the Su family adopted her to exchange her Batzi, Chinese astrology, with Su Shushu's, replacing her destiny to save Su Shushu. But upon further reflection, she thought it inappropriate. The old abbot of Xianying Temple told the Gus to find a person matching this Batzi for marriage. If Gu Jun found out that this Batzi wasn't Su Shushu's but hers, wouldn't it cause unnecessary complications? Although Gu Jun was handsome, he wasn't charming enough to disrupt her spiritual resolve. Thus, Su Qingqing ambiguously said, previously, the Su family must have hired some disreputable sorcerer to steal my fortune for Su Shushu, causing me near fatal accidents. So I'm waiting until they're anxious again to make contact with this person, allowing me to follow the clue and catch them all at once. Gu Jun, is this related to that incident on the variety show where you were set up to climb into someone else's bed? Su Qingqing inwardly praised how quick-witted Gu Jun was. She nodded. That was one of the unfortunate events after my fate was swapped. Gu Jun's impression of the Su family plummeted to freezing point. If you need any help, don't hesitate to tell me. Su Qingqing smiled. Let it be. The matter with the Su family is something I can handle myself. As for you, following last night's clue, check who hates you so much as to harm you from childhood. Gu Jun, I already have an investigative direction and lead. I'll contact you as soon as I find anything. Good. While chatting, the car had reached downtown and was heading towards Mount Bay. At this moment, Su Qingqing suddenly slapped her forehead, remembering what she had forgotten. Sorry to bother you, but could you turn around and drop me off at the old First People's Hospital of City? What are you going there for? Gu Jun smoothly turned the car around while curiously asking. Su Qingqing glanced at her phone. To record a program called Escape from the Hospital. I promised my agent not to be late, and I still have an hour. You haven't rested all night. Shouldn't you go home to rest well before recording? Gu Jun furrowed his brows. Su Qingqing shrugged. What can I say, since my main job is still being an entertainer? If I don't diligently film, I'll get blacklisted by the industry. This is a hard-earned opportunity. Gu Jun suddenly asked. Are you desperately short of money? Only people short of money would strive so hard to stay in the entertainment circle, right? Coupled with the overly genuine and enthusiastic smile on her face every time he sent her money, the conclusion drawn was clear. Su Qingqing seemed to be very short of money. Su Qingqing candidly nodded. Yes, I am. I'm extremely short of money. She was indeed short of money. The debt for breach of contract was settled using Li Liang's 80 million yuan, But she had a new discovery. Donating to reliable welfare institutions could also give her certain moral credits. This realization came to her not long ago. She donated 10,000 yuan to the orphanage in City A where she used to stay, gaining 100 points in moral credit. Though this conversion ratio was somewhat exploitative, her way of earning moral credits was indeed a bit opportunistic. Besides, having another way to earn moral credits was always good. Isn't making money simpler than ghost hunting? So she determined to mix in this entertainment circle. Mixing well in the entertainment circle could bring positive energy and gain moral credits. Fame could bring more money, donating which could again gain moral credits. Win-win. For the sake of moral credits and flying ascension early, mixing in this entertainment circle was non-negotiable. Once again, Gu Jun was puzzled. After holding back for a while, he couldn't help but ask, "Is there something troubling you? Why are you so short of money?" Su Qingqing didn't know how to explain this to him, so she vaguely replied, "Because of my previous actions, I breached quite a few contracts. The penalty fees added up." Gu Jun didn't say anything more, but appeared lost in thought. Their car arrived at the shooting location precisely at 7 o'clock. To achieve an authentic program effect, the set was built inside a real abandoned hospital. At the entrance of the hospital, pig heads and similar items were already placed as part of the opening ceremony ritual. All the crew members, the guests, and their staff had gathered at the door. As soon as Su Qingqing got out of the car, she furrowed her brow. This place has such heavy energy. Is it really an actual haunted site? Gu Jun also stepped out of the car. He noticed the show's logo and remarked, "This program is actually funded by that guy. No wonder." Who's funding it? Su Qingqing turned around to ask. "A close friend of mine," Gu Jun said indifferently. Su Qingqing pressed her forehead with one hand. "Since he's your friend, I can't resist saying a bit more. Your friend must be grateful he hired me. Otherwise there'd definitely be trouble during filming. How dare they choose this location? It's sheer recklessness." Chapter 47. The price is still too cheap. Gu Jun originally planned to get out of the car, send Su Qingqing on her way, and then leave. But after Su Qingqing said something, he became interested and decided to stay. Su Qingqing looked at the abandoned hospital in front of her. To ordinary people, this was just an old hospital that had been deserted. At most, it just looked abandoned and eerie. However, places like these, where medical technology wasn't advanced enough in the past, probably saw many deaths, making them quite ominous. People generally avoided them. Beyond that, there wasn't anything particularly unusual about it. But in Su Qingqing's eyes, this hospital was literally filled with resentment and grievances, especially the left side of the small building, where the second and third floors were practically solidifying into substantial negative energy. Gu Jun curiously asked, "Is there something wrong with this place? Why can't the program be recorded here?" Just as Su Qingqing was about to answer, someone from the production team had already come over with Sister Su, so she didn't say anything. Sister Su noticed Su Qingqing arriving from afar and said contentedly, "Good job. You've been pretty obedient this time. If I said to be here by 7, you're here by 7. No delays. Go prepare yourself quickly. Change your clothes. The opening ceremony is at 7:30. After she finished speaking, she only then noticed the man standing beside Su Qingqing, tall and handsome, dignified and majestic, his face more good-looking than any male celebrity. Standing there, his demeanor was hard to ignore. At first, Sister Su didn't recognize Gu Jun, only finding him somewhat familiar, thinking perhaps he was a new face rising in the industry. She immediately felt uneasy inside and pulled Su Qingqing aside, criticizing her sharply. "What's wrong with you? How could you be fine for a few days and then fall back into bad habits? How? Why did you bring a man to the filming site? Do you think your reputation is too good recently?" Su Qingqing looked completely confused. "A man? Are you talking about Mr. Gu? He's my client. He just sent me here. Why can't he come? And why would this affect my reputation?" "Client," Sister Su exclaimed, her voice rising slightly before quickly lowering it again. Seeing Su Qingqing look at her with puzzled confusion, those pure eyes made her suddenly remember something. How foolish. It seemed she thought Su Qingqing was acting silly just because of seeing a handsome man. Her immediate reaction forgot that Su Qingqing now actually has a side business. She lowered her voice and asked, "Is he a client in that field? Did he also have some misfortune in that area and asked you to take a look?" "Yeah." Su Qingqing nodded and added, "He's really unlucky." Hearing this, Sister Su turned around and took another close look at Gu Jun, feeling increasingly familiar. What's his name again? Why does he seem so familiar to me?" The two women whispering together caught the attention of the staff following behind, causing their lips to twitch involuntarily. The staff exchanged glances and couldn't help but reveal disdain in their eyes. They had all heard it. Su Qingqing not only brazenly brought a man to the filming location, but also claimed he was her client, even calling this man something like Mr. Her agent pulled her aside secretly and whispered something, which couldn't help but make one associate with the shady dealings common in the entertainment circle. Just as Su Qingqing wanted to tell Sister Su who Gu Jun was, another elegant figure approached from not far away. She was wearing a pair of stiletto heels, dressed in a strapless long dress for the current season, striding confidently towards Su Qingqing. "Su Qingqing, how could you just arrive? I've been messaging you on WeChat all day yesterday afternoon to this morning." It was none other than Zhao Liya, the guest scheduled to join the recording today. Upon approaching, she immediately grabbed Su Qingqing's hand and said 3 words, "Save me." Su Qingqing glanced at her facial features and understood immediately. "You barely escaped death? Did the amulet I gave you turn to ashes?" Hearing this, Zhao Liya's eyes brightened instantly. Despite the fatigue on her face that couldn't be hidden even by foundation, she now appeared radiant. She held Su Qingqing's hand even tighter. Exactly. You know, yesterday afternoon, I went to meet that damned ex. She forcibly restrained herself from saying the rest, looking back at the crew behind her and swallowing her words. It's inconvenient here. I'll tell you inside later. Do you still have any of those amulets? Give me a couple to calm my nerves right now. Su Qingqing extended her hand. The previous amulet was given to you indirectly, helping me teach by Luxua a lesson. Now if you want more amulets, it will cost extra. How much? 50,000 yuan per piece. Su Qingqing held up 5 fingers. Taking out her phone, Zhao Liya tapped on Su Qingqing's avatar and immediately sent 5 million yuan while saying in a generous tone, "All right, give me 500. Su Qingqing. So impulsive. She had previously hesitated over the price since drawing talismans was almost cost-free for her. Priced at 50,000 each, she would net 48,900 per sale. Was that too much? However, seeing these outrageously wealthy people who treat money as if it were nothing, she felt like her prices were set too low. After rummaging through her ever-present backpack, Su Qingqing pulled out 20 talisman sheets and handed them to her. I don't have that many amulets on hand. So here are 10 protective amulets, 5 heavenly fire talismans, and 5 concealment talismans. You take them first. Each protective amulet can shield you from 3 ordinary attacks. The concealment talisman hides your presence, giving an invisible effect. And the heavenly fire talisman will launch a celestial fire attack if attached to those creatures. The next 10 talismans I'll provide will be several times more expensive than these protective amulets, but we'll consider them even with your 5 million, okay? With every word, Zhao Liya's eyes shone brighter until finally, she snatched all the talismans in one go. Heavenly fire talismans are great. How dare anyone try to harm me? I'll wipe them out directly. Su Qingqing. Impressive, very fierce. If everyone were as fierce as you, half of the world's Taoist priests would be unemployed. After receiving the talismans, Zhao Liya carefully stuffed them into her Hermes handbag worth hundreds of thousands. Then raising her head, she finally noticed Gu Jun. Surprised, she asked, Gu Jun, what are you doing here? And then she took a big step back, avoiding Gu Jun like poison. No wonder I'm starting to run into bad luck. I've met you already. Heaven, how unfortunate must I become now? Gu Jun. This girl Zhao Liya has indeed grown bolder after not seeing him for some time. Under Gu Jun's icy glare, Zhao Liya quietly took another step back. Hearing Zhao Liya mention Gu Jun, Sister Su slapped her forehead as something finally clicked. Oh yeah, I remember now? Gu Jun, Gu General Manager, the young heir to the Gu family fortune who became the youngest billionaire in our country. Chapter 48, I'll just take a look. Sister Su's voice was not loud, but almost everyone present heard it, including the staff who had just been complaining about Su Qingqing in their hearts. Gu Jun is relatively low-key and rarely appears in front of the public media. The media that want to catch glimpses of his private life also need to consider if they have the ability to do so. He has only appeared a few times on official financial news, and those were mostly about achieving anti-technical monopoly or reclaiming major projects from foreigners for national glory. His face is simply stunning, making him unforgettable once seen. However, due to his infrequent appearances, everyone merely feels familiar with him. Moreover, given Su Qingqing's less than stellar reputation before, it easily leads people to associate her negatively, thus leading everyone to misinterpret the situation. Gu Jun looked at Su Qingqing with a complicated expression. I see, your previous reputation indeed needs some serious repair work. Having grown up this far, he has experienced bad luck when necessary, but never has he been looked at with the gaze reserved for pretty boys. Surprisingly, this experience felt quite novel. What else could Su Qingqing say? She could only keep smiling. They had already spent quite a bit of time outside, and then the staff's walkie-talkie rang. What are you all standing outside for? Hurry up and come inside. The launch ceremony is going to start soon. Delaying it won't be good. The staff could only awkwardly but politely say, Sister Zhao, Sister Su, the launch ceremony is about to start. Let's go inside first and chat later. Su Qingqing and Zhao Liya nodded, and together they headed inside. Gu Jun originally planned to leave after seeing Su Qingqing off, but now his interest was suddenly piqued, curious about what would happen next, so he followed them inside as well. Su Qingqing curiously asked him, You're not leaving? After we finish the launch ceremony, we will start filming, and no one unrelated is allowed during filming. Gu Jun replied calmly, No problem, you focus on filming, I'm just here to take a look. Soon, Su Qingqing realized why Gu Jun was so confident. Turns out the producer knew him. When the producer saw Gu Jun, his mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. Mr. Gu, General Manager Gu, how did you come here? Are you looking for our boss? He isn't here today, due to some matters. Should we call him for you? No need. Gu Jun waved his hand. You continue with your work. A friend of mine happens to be recording a program here, so I came to visit, just observing. It shouldn't bother you, right? The producer shook his head vigorously. Not at all, not at all. How could it disturb us? Since you're interested, there's still a seat left at our monitoring station. The viewing angle is the best from there. Thank you. I'm troubling you, Gu Jun said courteously. After the show airs, I'll sponsor another 10 million yuan. The producer's eyes lit up, repeatedly saying, Thank you, General Manager Gu. Thank you, General Manager Gu. Sister Zhao rolled her eyes. Tisk, evil rich people. Being rich makes one outstanding, huh? The only poor person in the room, despite earning money through hard work and even having to donate, Su Qingqing. She couldn't help feeling upset. This kind of casual conversation involving millions or tens of millions of yuan really wasn't friendly towards her. Just at this moment, the remaining 3 guests arrived, 2 men and 1 woman. They were Bai Sheng, the newly crowned top actor, and Lan Xian, a young idol who debuted through a talent competition. The other one was Xiao Yufan, who rudely turned up his nose at Su Qingqing as soon as he walked over. Bai Sheng is a seasoned actor who worked hard to gain recognition within the industry. Though not particularly handsome, his appearance grows more appealing over time, making him a classic middle-aged actor with charm. He remains very well-mannered, showing no arrogance despite his experience and awards, smiling and greeting everyone present one by one. Lan Xian is also an idol singer-dancer who emerged from a talent competition with a slight heritage from Japan. She looks soft and delicate and loves bowing to people often. From her appearance, aside from having a mild temperament, she does not seem to be a bad person, and her politeness makes her easy to get along with. As for Xiao Yufan, though courteous to everyone else, he deliberately skipped greeting Su Qingqing, specifically ignoring her as if she didn't exist at all. At the launch ceremony, based on their rankings, Xiao Yufan should have stood alongside Su Qingqing, but he deliberately kept his distance, constantly moving away, clearly avoiding proximity to Su Qingqing. Moderate avoidance can be understood, but avoiding her to this extent seems overly deliberate. Since the beginning of the launch ceremony, the cameras had already started rolling, capturing certain scenes to be used as extras in the final cut. Xiao Yufan's behavior had already made Su Qingqing feel awkward, especially since she was a girl and thus more disadvantaged in public opinion. It was Zhao Lia who first lost patience. She directly pulled Su Qingqing to stand beside her and Bai Sheng, giving Xiao Yufan an exasperated glance as she said, "A big man like you fussing over a spot? If you really want to avoid trouble, why did you join the show in the first place?" Xiao Yufan was exposed by Zhao Lia's words, and his face flushed red. But Zhao Lia not only came from a wealthy and influential family, but also had a higher status in the industry, so Xiao Yufan dared not say anything. Bai Sheng and Lan Xian remained silent. Actually, they both felt that Xiao Yufan was being overly delicate about this matter. Therefore, during the launch ceremony, Xiao Yufan stood alone at the edge offering incense while everyone else kept their distance from him. Gu Jun took a few more glances at Xiao Yufan and confirmed in his heart. It seems that day's variety show indeed saw Su Qingqing falling victim to some sort of scheme. Otherwise, how could someone like Xiao Yufan, with such a petty mindset, end up sharing a bed? The on-site director had witnessed all this, and he too felt somewhat irked. Even before the games began, Xiao Yufan was already being difficult. What problems would arise later on? However, with the program already underway and contracts signed, it was impossible to kick him out now, so the show must go on. After the opening ceremony, everyone returned to the temporary tent set up outside the hospital to apply makeup and change into their costumes. Here, the director explained the rules of the game one by one. You all know that our program aims for authenticity and effect, so there is no pre-written script. Once inside, just imagine you are genuinely participating in a large-scale escape room game. Our show will feature live streaming throughout, with each participant wearing an action camera on their head and accompanied by a dedicated photographer. And each person will have their own live stream room. After the live stream ends, we'll edit it into a standard variety show. Chapter 49, all in good fun. Being live-streamed throughout the entire process is extremely testing. One misstep, and it's likely that the internet will ridicule you. But this format of non-stop live streaming also adds a lot of excitement to the show, being a completely new type of variety show not yet attempted in China. There are a total of 5 guests, 3 women and 2 men, and 1 extra male NPC acting as a guide. The NPC is portrayed by a male celebrity named Xia Quan, a regular on variety shows, and a comedic actor known for his great personality and high emotional intelligence. His role in this abandoned hospital setting is as the gatekeeper, responsible for keeping outsiders from entering the hospital. The identities of Su Qingqing and her 4 companions are linked to a game of truth or dare. A friend chose to enter the abandoned hospital to last for 10 minutes as part of a dare. Amidst their laughter and playful ribbing, he crawled into the hospital through an old dog hole located at the back. However, long after those 10 minutes passed, time advancing from afternoon into late night at 11 p.m., he had yet to re-emerge. No matter how much his group shouted outside, there was no response. Left with no other choice, they all squeezed through the dog hole to search inside the hospital for their missing friend, Xiao Si. Just as they entered the building, however, they were spotted by hospital security conducting routine patrols outside. Before the security could escort them out, they realized the main entrance had been locked from the outside, trapping them inside. Now, their only way out seemed to be through the side door. However, strange things began happening. The hospital's interior was laid out like a maze. They would have to piece together various clues to unlock doors leading to the next room. Their ultimate mission: find their lost friend Xiao Si, unravel the secrets hidden within the hospital, and escape successfully. The recording time for the program is 24 hours, but due to a time flow ratio of 1:3, inside versus outside, a day inside equates to 3 days outside. If they cannot leave within 24 hours, they'll become trapped permanently inside, joining the list of disappeared people. This was the entire background story explained. After the director finished speaking, everyone stood frozen in shock. Even experienced variety show veteran Xia Quan threw up his hands and asked, "That's it? Just that? Nothing more than some backstory? What about the rules, the procedures? Everything just gone?" "Nope," said the director shrugging. "The rest is up to your improvisation." "Oh yeah, the cameras are rolling now. The live stream has started. Best of luck, we're waiting for you at the end." The crowd was silent. Xiao Yufan, who initially maintained a cool and detached demeanor, suddenly flipped into full-on panic mode, wildly tugging at his hair as he yelled, "No way, you're serious? Even if you want to pull a stunt, give us at least a heads up before the cameras start rolling." At this moment, Douyin platform had already turned on its live stream, and large crowds flocked to each guest's individual live broadcast. Yufan, being an original Douyin star, naturally boasted an immense fan base. Immediately after the stream began, over 10,000 fans rushed into his room, and the number kept increasing dramatically. Needless to say, his abrupt change in demeanor upon realizing the broadcast started got transmitted live to his audience. Haha, seriously dying laughing here. Yufan truly cracks me up, so unaware that the camera was already on him. Yufan, bro, I'm in the business of quick switching modes. Ahawk, even his blank face pre-recording is just so adorable. Yufan's super fun, we're exhausted daily, so let's unwind and play games today. Fan-dominated comments swarmed his screen relentlessly, transforming his supposed annoyance moments into charmingly oblivious ones, even praising his grumpy face right before filming began. Similar reactions were seen in other cast live streams. At first, fans dominated the chats, controlling narratives, but less exaggerated compared to Xiao Yufan. One live stream stood out differently. That was Su Qingqing's. She had gained unexpected attention previously due to a near social media violence incident that nearly ruined her career. Although her reputation improved slightly, it didn't gain her any dedicated fan base. Her company also left her to grow untended, without anyone managing or controlling the comments, leaving her live stream immediately overwhelmed by nasty remarks and mockery. Are you kidding me? Can she really make a comeback after that scandal? The bottom line of this industry is getting lower every day. Chinese entertainment is doomed. I'm not exaggerating. I can't believe it. Why is someone like Su Qingqing still active on screen after all the controversies and self-promotions? Who's supporting such trash? I heard that even though Su Qingqing was kicked out of the Su family, she shamelessly took a large sum of money. Is this show also something she paid for to appear on with Xiao Yufan? Oh my god, how terrifying. Yufan must keep away from this terrible woman. Boys who work outside should be cautious and ensure their safety. The guests currently recording the show cannot see the live stream comments, and naturally, even if they could, Su Qingqing wouldn't care. After explaining the story's background, the group was blindfolded and led into a prearranged locked room. The entire journey was filled with deliberately amplified eerie ambience, fully enhancing the atmosphere. NPC Xia Quan led the team up front, followed by Su Qingqing, Zhao Lia, Lan Xian, Xiao Yufan, and Bai Sheng. The two boys were trailing at the back, Xiao Yufan to avoid suspicion with Su Qingqing, and Bai Sheng volunteered to take the rear. Su Qingqing remained composed, while Zhao Lia tightly clutched her little handbag in one hand and rested the other on Su Qingqing's shoulder, slightly tense, but still holding it together. Lan Xian had been uneasy ever since her eyes were covered. Hey, have you guys noticed? The further we go inside, the colder it gets. I feel shivers all over. My whole body is covered in goosebumps. At this point, Xiao Yufan gently consoled her. Don't worry, it's all fake. It's just the production team creating suspense. They've probably turned the air conditioning way down inside. Lan Xian touched the goosebumps covering her arms. Is that true? But why do I still feel so chilled to the bone? Xiao Yufan said. It's fine, stay calm. If you're really scared later, just stick close to me, and I'll protect you. Bai Sheng brought up the rear, and he too felt something wasn't quite right, but couldn't exactly put his finger on it. There was just an unsettling feeling deep down. He couldn't help but say, regardless, let's be careful once we get in there and mentally prepare ourselves. A friend who previously participated in this show told me the production crew plays things big and goes hard. They play for real. The silent Su Qingqing, walking ahead all this time, suddenly interjected. That's true. They play for real. Just after she finished speaking, the group abruptly halted, sending shivers through everyone. Chapter 50. Is the production team serious? When the person at the front of the group stopped, the system broadcast sounded. Everyone, please pay attention. We are now in the hospital's first floor lobby. Please remove your blindfolds and start today's task. After the system broadcast ended, everyone took off their blindfolds with a mixture of tension and urgency. Before them was a dimly lit hospital lobby covered in spider webs, filled with dust and an atmosphere of decay. Files from the reception desk were scattered all over, while the red paint on the cash register had aged to the point where it started peeling. At the end of some strokes, there were droplets of red paint that seemed like blood dripping down. All the windows around were closed and sealed by black cardboard by the production team. However, even standing in this almost completely enclosed room in the height of summer, one felt icy winds blowing, making it bone-chilling. Lan Xian couldn't help but shiver again, hiding tightly among the others, unwilling to take another step forward. This hasn't even started yet, she said with a trembling voice. White Sheng didn't get it wrong. This show really is serious business. It's too realistic. It feels like we've actually come to an abandoned hospital. Xiao Yufan was also a bit nervous, but he couldn't let it show. He stood still with his lips tightly pressed together, holding the only powerful flashlight for the entire group. On the way here, he had been boasting loudly, telling Lan Xian to follow behind him if she got scared. As soon as they stepped inside and removed their blindfolds, however, he went silent, his position retreating until he was almost behind Lan Xian. In addition to them six, there were 7 cameramen present, 6 of whom were responsible for filming each of them individually, while the remaining 1 filmed the overall scene. The cameramen had followed the show since the previous season, highly professional in their duties. They wore full-body black clothing, along with black masks and sunglasses. Apart from holding their large black cameras, they were completely silent, practically blending into the background. Staring at them for long could even give one chills. They diligently recorded every reaction and movement of the guests without participating in any activities. Their responses after removing the blindfolds were captured entirely by the cameras. Everyone more or less received a shock after removing their blindfolds. Zhao Liya, known for her tough personality, quietly retreated behind Su Qingqing. Among everyone, Su Qingqing remained extraordinarily calm, showing no additional emotion on her cold, beautiful face. She even had the presence of mind to pat Zhao Liya's hand, which clung firmly to her shoulder. Her inner thoughts were, "Don't worry, from the moment you spent 5 million yuan on my talismans, you became my second major client. I'll make sure to protect you." But others didn't know what was going on inside her head. When caught on camera, it came off differently. The live streaming room's chat quickly refreshed with comments. "Oh my goodness, am I hallucinating? Why do I suddenly feel so attracted when Su Qingqing comforts Zhao Liya? I don't want to fall for it, but Su Qingqing and Zhao Liya together, two stunning beauties, are truly a feast for the eyes. Cold goddess meets radiant woman, a perfect difference in charm. What should I do?" Suddenly wanting to ship them. You need to snap out of it. She's infamous for shipping everything. It will only hurt you. Our sister, you might be just a bit timid, but please don't randomly form strange pairings. Be a civil viewer, start from yourself. The tone of the chat slightly shifted due to these odd comments. Because of this unusual tone, the live stream room, which usually had the least traffic, belonging to Su Qingqing, suddenly saw an influx of bystanders, with the online viewership count reaching over 10,000. Occasionally, in the general chat room, some comments about Xiao Yufan being a coward disappeared amidst the overwhelming tide of unrelated chat comments, creating no ripples. After recovering from their initial panic, everyone quickly calmed down a little. Xie Quan, acting as the NPC and host of the small group, initiated the next step. "Look over there. There's a door leading upstairs, with a password lock. If we want to leave from here, shouldn't we find the password first?" As the elder here, Bai Sheng felt a sense of duty and voluntarily took up the role of leadership. "Let's quickly disperse and look for clues in this hall regarding numbers. Then we can consolidate our findings." After he finished speaking, people began splitting up into pairs to search for clues in the hall. The difficulty of the first level wasn't very high. Clearly, the production team didn't intend to make things difficult for them at the beginning, to avoid ruining their confidence. Soon enough, they found a pattern within the stack of files scattered across the reception desk. Each paper filled with numbers would always call the same number at different time intervals, each exactly 2 minutes. Finally, they pieced together the digits from the end of each time interval and unlocked the door leading to the second floor in the hall. As soon as the door opened, a much colder wind blew in their faces, causing everyone to shiver involuntarily. Xiao Yufan couldn't help but mutter under his breath. "This is ridiculous. The production team has made everything too realistic. It's getting colder and colder with every floor. Even for the sake of program effects, there's no need to take it this far." The live chat erupted in laughter, praising the production team for being one of the few truly conscientious ones. Only the staff monitoring the control room looked bewildered. The chief field coordinator asked in confusion, "I remember that this hospital has been abandoned for so long that there's no electricity inside. All the props power comes from temporary generators outside. Did any of you install an air conditioner inside?" "No way. Our budget dried up long ago. Where would we get money to install an air conditioner?" Everyone shook their heads in unison. "That's strange. Why are they getting colder as they move deeper in?" The head coordinator was even more perplexed. The on-site executive director waved his hand and said, "It must be a psychological effect. This means they've fully immersed themselves into the scene. They're finding their groove. That's good. On the second floor, they'll encounter ghosts very soon. Get ready to capture the highlights." Everyone immediately perked up, eagerly sitting straighter. They loved watching these celebrities panic and lose their composure. Only Gu Jun, leaning on his chin, frowned slightly. He recalled Su Qingqing saying before entering that the place was filled with overwhelming resentment, leading him to wonder, could this icy chill actually be related to the lingering grudges inside? Inside the hospital, the group had already made their way through a narrow and dark corridor to the second floor passage. Their eyes finally adjusted to the dim environment, and Xiao Yufan shone the flashlight ahead, causing everyone to instantly scream in shock. In sight was a pristine white corridor and ceiling covered in crimson bloodstains, with countless blood-streaked handprints left by desperate struggles. At the end of the corridor stood a woman in a blood-soaked hospital gown, her disheveled hair covering her face. Chapter 51. Do not attack NPCs. Aya! Everyone screamed and huddled together, retreating incessantly. They wanted to retreat back to the original room, but the door they entered through had already locked automatically to prevent them from retracing their steps. Of all the people present, Lan Xian was the most timid. She screamed the loudest and kept shrinking behind the two men. It wasn't because she was being flirtatious. She was genuinely scared, and compared to the women, the men seemed more secure. Since she moved backward, she inadvertently pushed Xiao Yufan in front of her. At the end of the corridor, a black-haired, white-dressed female ghost slowly approached them, floating eerily under the dim light. Startled, Xiao Yufan, who had been pushed forward, instead of protecting the girls, forcefully shoved Lan Xian out, angrily shouting, "Why? Don't push against me." Lan Xian, after being shoved, nearly fell to the ground. Just as she was terrified, screaming until her voice almost became hoarse, a pale, slender hand reached out from beside her and pulled her up. She looked up and saw Su Qingqing had protected her by standing in front of her. The next second, Su Qingqing delivered a powerful kick that sent the female ghost flying. She calmly turned around and said to Lan Xian, "Don't be afraid, this is fake." The female ghost stumbled back several steps before stopping. Her wig fell off, revealing a rugged man's face. Su Qingqing had used a bit of skill, ensuring he would lose his balance but wouldn't feel too much pain. He stood there, holding the wig in one hand and covering his chest where he'd been kicked with the other. Though not in much pain, he was utterly confused. Looking at the bewildered expressions on Lon Xin and others' faces, whose mouths gaped wide enough to swallow an egg, he felt his career as a ghost-playing NPC faced an unprecedented challenge. This was truly embarrassing. He whimpered, covering his face painted ghastly white with his hands, then turned and ran off, exiting the scene. Upon closer inspection, his running posture even leaned slightly outward, filled with embarrassment and Wojciech. Su Qingqing. The rest of the group. How did the feeling of terror suddenly dissipate? Why did Su Qingqing's figure instantly become so majestic? Not just the players inside, but even the director and staff monitoring from their screens were stunned. The director Wang's voice stuttered. Is Su Qingqing really this fierce? The producer, also present, sighed as she massaged her forehead. I've heard she has some real skills, which is why the boss specially invited her to join. Wang and the rest. Who knew there was such a relationship here? Only Gu Jun couldn't help laughing aloud. He truly wanted to say that if these weren't fake ghosts, but real ones, they'd still just get beaten by Su Qingqing. With a grimace, Wang grabbed the microphone to broadcast. Attention all players, please do not attack NPCs. Emphasize again, do not attack NPCs. Those who violate the game rules 3 times will be confined in a dark room for 10 minutes. Su Qingqing, this is your first warning. Su Qingqing shrugged. Oh, I've been warned. Her radiant face, paired with this innocent expression, made her seem somewhat dorky and adorable. Zhao Liya was the first to react. She burst into laughter, clutching her stomach as she bent over, laughing hard. Su Qingqing, you're something else. With just one kick, you created a new rule. Ha ha ha. Lon Xian looked at Su Qingqing admiringly. Sister Qingqing, you're amazing. Even Xia Quan, who was playing as the team's NPC, couldn't resist giving her a thumbs up. You're truly fearless. Bai Sheng followed suit. We have a fierce warrior among our team. Only Xiao Yufan remained silent, barely resisting rolling his eyes. To kick someone directly during the show, it was rude, uncultured, and clearly intended to create a rash persona for herself. Meanwhile, the livestream chatroom for the program flooded with messages. Ha ha ha, I'm dying laughing. Su Qingqing must be the first female celebrity to make an NPC cry in a horror variety show. I'm Lon Xian's loyal fan, and I want to sincerely thank Su Qingqing for helping Lon Xian earlier. Otherwise, my little Lon Xian would have been scared to death. Didn't anyone else notice that Lon Xian was actually shoved out by Xiao Yufan? What kind of man is this, using a woman as a shield? What are you talking about? Wasn't it because Lon Xian was forcing herself into Xiao Yufan's arms that she got pushed? Exactly. As women, can't we all see through each other's little schemes? It's disgusting. Ah, that's right. Your Yufan brother is as handsome as Panin, the most handsome man in the world, and all the beauties want to marry him for free. The bullet chat comments started another argument, but those arguing were from the fan circles. Meanwhile, many ordinary netizens were drawn to Su Qingqing. They found Su Qingqing quite interesting, so they moved from the main live streaming room to her personal one. The number of people online in her personal live streaming room surged to 20,000. At this point, Xiao Yufan's fans were busy tearing into Lon Xian's fans, leaving no one controlling the tone in the bullet chats, making the atmosphere surprisingly harmonious. For the first time, everyone felt curious about Su Qingqing, who originally gained attention through some negative news, attracting a wave of bystander fans. One highly liked reply was, "A woman willing to help other girls must have a good character." The filming of the variety show continued. Later, Lon Xian got smarter. She, together with Zhao Liya, closely followed Su Qingqing step by step, never leaving her side. Su Qingqing's kick also dispersed the initial horrifying atmosphere significantly. Now, though everyone was still tense, they weren't as scared as before. As the elder brother figure here, Bai Sheng proved himself reliable by finding many clues alone and doing thorough analyses, thus becoming the brainy role. Based on the clues found in the 3 wards down the corridor, they pieced together that there had once been a large-scale infectious disease outbreak here. This epidemic initially broke out within the hospital due to medical personnel not strictly adhering to regulations. In order to cover up the truth and evade responsibility, the hospital confined all infected patients to this floor. Following the clues indication, they summarized the total number of patients locked up here, entered the number, opened the door of this corridor, and arrived at the 3rd floor. After arriving at the 3rd floor, the chilling sensation became more intense, almost immediately giving people goosebumps. Even the lighting in small corners along this floor was dimmer, and it seemed like there was a layer of mist swirling around. Zhao Liya exclaimed outright, "Damn it, do the program producers really need to make things this realistic?" Chapter 52. Someone is missing. The main live streaming room was also marveling at the production team's dedication, with high-quality costumes and props. Even through the screen, one could feel the intense horror atmosphere on site. Director Wang praised, "You've done a good job setting up the scene this time. The dry ice has made the visual effect very impressive." The lead person in charge of the setup crew looked confused. "That's strange. I don't remember instructing anyone to use dry ice. That fog isn't our doing, is it? If it wasn't your team, who else could it be? It must be someone from your crew who did it without reporting. Great job. Once we find out who, make sure to add chicken legs to their boxed lunch." Director Wang waved his hand and no longer lingered on this question. After reaching the 3rd floor, due to the worse visibility and scarier atmosphere, even Xia Quan, the NPC who knew the script, was tightly squeezed together with everyone else. The only one remaining calm was Su Qingqing, walking slowly at the front with an unchanged expression. Lan Xian and Zhao Liya were holding her hands tightly on both sides, looking as fearful as two little wives. Truthfully, Baixing also felt a bit unnerved. He walked at the back. Even during the first 2 floors, he had been a little nervous. But he kept telling himself that this was just a game, everything was fake, so he wasn't overly afraid. However, after reaching this floor, just after taking a few steps forward, he felt like something was following far behind them. He turned back several times, but saw nothing, so he could only give up, assuming it was just his imagination. The layout on the 3rd floor was bigger than the previous 2 floors. If the first 2 floors were appetizers, then here was the main battlefield. The first 2 rooms on the 3rd floor were the medicine room and the laboratory, while the last one was the operating room. Each room was filled with numerous props of all kinds that needed to be searched, making the amount of information overwhelming. If these few people continued to stay huddled together, it would take monkey years for them to search properly, and they would waste much time here. Baixing offered, "Why don't we split up and search? You girls have small hearts. Go search the medicine room. Xiang Yufan and I will go to the lab and operating room." The sight inside the operating room with blood splattered everywhere illuminated by flashlights was absolutely terrifying enough to make knees wobble. Xiao Yufan actually didn't want to go to such a scary place for the search, but since Baixing took the initiative, he couldn't refuse either and had to follow along bravely. Thus, the group split up temporarily. Xie Quan followed the boys' group. Relying on the fact that he held the script, he appeared less scared and was even still cheerfully trying to keep the mood lively. Once the groups separated, he exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Don't be afraid. I am the security guard here. Each of you call me Big Brother once, and I will definitely protect you." Behind that came a string of intentionally crude laughs, which sounded even more conspicuous in the relatively empty space of the 3rd floor. Zhao Liya couldn't help but criticize. This joker, he should always walk at the front. Su Qingqing and the others were searching for clues in the medicine room. They found a researcher's diary that recorded what happened here chronologically. It turned out that after the incident occurred, not only were patients locked inside, but a batch of doctors and nurses were locked inside as well. The owner of the diary was a doctor. Faced with this fatal infectious disease, he was completely helpless, could only watch as patient after patient passed away, recording the dwindling numbers of survivors each day. Lan Xian immediately guessed, "There are so many numbers written here, could they be related to a password? Let's go and try." Zhao Liya grabbed the diary and called over the guys next door to test the password. Naturally, it was wrong. With so much stuff spread across this large floor, there was no way that merely a diary could solve the password. Everyone returned to continue their search. After 3 failed attempts with different combinations, frustration grew among them. They had already spent over half an hour stuck on this floor. Baixing comforted everyone, "Don't panic. There must be some clue we've missed. Let's split up and look again." They went back and continued the search for about 10 minutes, regrouped, and tried the password again, only to find it was still wrong. Xiao Yufan finally lost his patience and complained, "Why is this floor's password so hard? It feels like it's deliberately not letting us leave." "Hey, Xie Quan, you must know the password. Give us a hint. If your hint is useful, I'll agree to call you daddy." "Deal." Of course, he was just joking. Given Xie Quan's character, even if he didn't reveal the clues, he would still tease Xiao Yufan a little for the sake of the program effect. However, after Xiao Yufan finished speaking, there was dead silence around him, with no one responding. It was then that everyone realized Xie Quan wasn't in the group anymore. They had assumed he was still searching inside the room and called out his name loudly. "Xie Quan, Brother Quan, where are you? Hey, we don't need the password from you anymore, so stop hiding and scaring us." Xiao Yufan shouted again, louder this time. Xie Quan still did not respond. At that moment, everyone started to realize something was off and turned back to look for Xie Quan. But even after searching thoroughly, they couldn't find him. This left them all puzzled. Lan Xian asked curiously, "There's only so much space here, and the doors at both ends haven't been opened. Where could he possibly hide?" Everyone thought Xie Quan must be deliberately hiding since he was an NPC who had the script. His sudden disappearance might very well be part of the script. Only Su Qingqing had a faint sense that something was amiss. She asked, "When was the last time you saw Xie Quan?" Baixing thought for a moment and said, "I remember when we went to try the password last time, he followed us out. I saw him. Wait, it's strange. Why is Xie Quan's cameraman still here?" A cameraman was specifically assigned to follow and film one guest. Since Xie Quan was an NPC as well as a guest star for this episode, if he really hid somewhere, his cameraman should have captured the close-up shot of him grinning while hiding. Yet Xie Quan had disappeared, but his cameraman was still present, which didn't make any sense. Su Qingqing directly questioned the cameraman, "Where's Xie Quan? Where did he go?" To their surprise, the cameraman lifted the camera, removed the mask, and looked bewildered. "I don't know. Just now he was with you trying the password by the door. I saw him lean against the wall next to me, and then suddenly he disappeared from the frame. I poked my head out to look for him, but I couldn't see him. That shouldn't happen. If there were any special scenes, the production team should have informed me." Chapter 53, the west side of the 3rd floor. At this moment, everyone felt their scalp tingling. Did Xie Quan really just vanish right under everyone's noses? Xie Quan's livestream chat also exploded. Now his third-person perspective in the livestream was all that remained, showing an empty view. The first-person perspective interface that Xie Quan usually used had gone black. What the heck, are you serious? Such a mysterious move, just disappearing like that. Did you guys see Xie Quan's first-person perspective just now? It looked like he was suddenly dragged from behind. Then the screen went black. I saw it too, and honestly, I was pretty scared. Is this for show effect or some kind of accident? If it's for the show, it's incredibly realistic. The people above have such small courage. This is absolutely for the program effect. They're just teasing you guys. I thought this would be a regular horror variety show, but it's actually getting me more interested with each twist. As Su Qingqing and the others noticed Xie Quan was missing and began searching everywhere on this floor, the staff members backstage were also in chaos. Director Wang asked the group of staff, "What's going on? When we rehearsed earlier, was there any segment like this?" No. Everyone shook their heads, their bewildered expressions no less than those of the viewers in the live stream. So where did Xie Quan go? Who arranged for him to disappear? Where's he now? Director Wang fired off 3 soul-searching questions. There was silence on site, and no one could answer these questions. The stage manager kept rewinding the video of Xie Quan's sudden disappearance, nearly tearing out his hair. Something doesn't add up. This place where Xie Quan disappeared is just a wall. There's no hidden mechanism. How could he possibly vanish here? Then everyone panicked, and Director Wang quickly instructed, "You hurry up and send people through the backup passage to search over there thoroughly. Make sure nothing goes wrong." Meanwhile, the recording session on the 3rd floor of the hospital continued. Xie Quan's sudden disappearance added a tense atmosphere. Su Qingqing appeared lost in thought, looking through the door of the 3rd floor. Others might not notice it, only feeling as though it was inexplicably growing colder, but Su Qingqing could see it. Beyond this door, at the other end of the corridor on this floor, resentment filled the air so heavily it almost seemed tangible. Since the start, something sinister had come from that direction, quietly trailing behind them without showing itself. She asked those who were with Xie Quan just now, did he touch anything, or do anything specific before he disappeared? Bai Sheng and Xiao Yufan both shook their heads. They were fully focused on searching for clues and didn't pay much attention to Xie Quan. Xie Quan's cameraman carefully recalled. He didn't do much. He was just watching you guys look for clues and casually touched one of the props. What prop did he touch? Su Qingqing asked again. The cameraman pointed to a model of a human embryo on the shelf. It looked like an unborn child floating in formaldehyde. Just now, he touched this and said how lifelike it felt. And then he was gone. The cameraman truthfully replied. Everyone gathered around the human embryo model for a while, but couldn't discern anything unusual. Xiao Yufan, impatient, remarked, "If you're unsure and lack ideas, stop wasting our time, okay? We're already anxious enough right now." Since the beginning, Xiao Yufan had been slightly irked by how everyone seemed to revolve around Su Qingqing. Thus, seizing the opportunity, he couldn't help but needle her. As soon as Xiao Yufan finished speaking, Xie Quan's cameraman's radio crackled, transmitting Xie Quan's intermittent voice. "Help! Save me! Save me! It's so dark here." The broken voices mixed with static made everyone instantly covered in goosebumps. The cameraman immediately asked, "Where are you now?" Xie Quan's signal got worse, his voice almost indistinguishable. "I'm on the 3rd floor, the other side of it. It's so dark here, and I can hear children crying. Hurry, come find." Before he could finish his last sentence, the signal cut off, and no matter how the cameraman shouted, there was no response. Everyone exchanged glances. At this point, they were unclear if this was part of the production team's arrangement or if they were all included in the program's pursuit of realism, or whether Xie Quan truly encountered danger. But that shouldn't be possible. Xie Quan was right under everyone's eyes. How could he suddenly run into trouble? This is definitely a staged effect. Xiao Yufan declared firmly. The priority now is to leave here as soon as possible and head to the other end of the 3rd floor to find Xie Quan. Lan Xian worriedly said. Xie Quan's cameraman and the other cameramen looked at each other. They wanted to say that during the rehearsal, the production team had mentioned that the western half of the 3rd floor hadn't been set up or decorated yet, and wasn't within the recording area. How could Xie Quan possibly be over there? But since the program was live-streamed and no messages from the production team indicated a pause, they could only remain silent and keep recording. Perhaps due to growing anxiety and confusion, they gathered clues once more to try the password again, but it was still incorrect. Su Qingqing pursed her lips, unwilling to wait any longer. She lifted her leg and kicked the door with all her might. With a clang, the entire doorframe collapsed. The door that wouldn't open regardless of how many passwords they guessed just got smashed open like this. The loud sound echoed throughout the entire floor. At that moment, they heard Xie Quan shouting from the other side of the corridor. "Help! I'm here, something is chasing me, come save me." That piercing scream sounded anything but fake. After kicking the door down, what appeared was another corridor set, a path leading to the 4th floor. The passage toward the west side of the 3rd floor had been boarded up with wooden planks, ensuring they didn't accidentally wander into that direction. Yet Xie Quan's voice clearly came from that side. Before everyone could fully process the first door being kicked open, Su Qingqing kicked the blocking wooden plank aside, revealing the true face of the western corridor. Even though it was daytime and the windows on that side weren't covered by anything, after a cloud of dust settled, it was evident that it was unusually dim in there. The chilling sensation grew even stronger. "Is this a hidden map?" Zhao Liya exclaimed in shock, tightly hugging onto Su Qingqing's back. When she felt the icy air, her whole body involuntarily shivered. And for reasons unknown, maybe it was just her imagination, but the talismans in her handbag seemed to be heating up. Just like when she encountered bad luck yesterday. Could it be that the other side was a real haunted house? Chapter 54. If you guess right, you can go. Zhao Liya shook Su Qingqing's arm and pointed at the opposite Aboba. "That, over there, no, it can't be real, really?" Su Qingqing nodded at her, meaning, "Yes, you guessed right. There indeed is something wrong over there." Phew. Zhao Liya drew in a sharp breath. But with the live stream cameras watching, they couldn't speak plainly. Su Qingqing said directly, "I'm going to check it out." If you're scared, you can stay behind. Zhao Liya was the first to object. No, I'd be more afraid staying alone. I'll follow you. Now only you can give me a sense of security. Lan Xian looked back at the operating room filled with human mannequins, then at Su Qingqing, and nodded vigorously. I want to go with you too. The expression of dependence on her face was all too clear, and once again the live chat exploded with comments about shipping the pair, saying that the lilies of hometown had bloomed again. Since the three girls were all going, could the boys refuse? Bai Sheng said with great gentlemanly courtesy. I'll accompany you. This is likely a hidden task. Let's see what's hidden. Xiao Yufan was actually quite afraid and didn't really want to go, but since he had been pulled up already, he gritted his teeth and muttered, Xia Quan. It was okay that you used to scare me before, but if I find out that you're just making up stuff again this time, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Seeing that everyone wanted to follow, Su Qingqing's expression became somewhat complicated, and she could only take the lead walking forward. They must quickly find Xia Quan, otherwise lingering for too long would risk soul separation from the body. Su Qingqing led them ahead. Just as they stepped into the west tower, thick fog suddenly enveloped them. The fog grew denser and denser, blinding them all. The already dim environment became even harder to see clearly in. Su Qingqing softly reminded, hold on to the person in front of you. Don't get left behind, or you will end up like Xia Quan. Zhao Liya and Lan Xian both nodded earnestly, gripping each other tightly. Xiao Yufan snorted disdainfully, thinking to himself, here we go again, setting up people, wanting to stand out. Why should I listen to you? After they walked in a bit, he was carefree, loosely holding Lan Xian's hand ahead of him, not taking it seriously at all. But after a few steps inside, he felt several dark shadows flash by his side. When he stared hard, there was nothing. This happened 3 consecutive times, and on the 4th, he finally turned around quickly as a shadow passed. Behind him, there was nothing. But when he turned back, the hand pulling Lan Xian's in front of him was empty. In front of him, besides the dense fog, there wasn't a single human silhouette. He panicked, shouting loudly, Lan Xian, Zhao Liya, where are you? Don't deliberately scare me. But however loud he shouted, no one answered him. Earlier, Bai Sheng had walked to the front, next to Su Qingqing, so he was the last in the line. It was as if he were alone in a closed-in mist, the whole world reduced to just him, and no matter which way he went, he couldn't get out. He called out for his cameraman again, but at this point the cameraman seemed to have disappeared as well. He shouted several times, with no response. Just as he began to completely panic, the dark shadow that had just flashed by his side reappeared, accompanied by a string of childish laughter. A black shadow quickly flashed by on his left, and he looked left. This time, he saw clearly. It was a 2 or 3-year-old little boy, naked, eyes without irises except whites. Before he had time to scream, a dark shadow flashed by on his right. He looked to the right, where a girl cloaked in white fabric stood, her eyes having only black pupils without any whites. Exactly the opposite of the earlier little boy. Ah! After confirming what he had just seen, Xiao Yufan screamed loudly. At this moment, he no longer cared about appearances, running forward like a monkey while screaming loudly. He wanted to escape from those dark shadows and catch up with the people ahead, but no matter how much he ran, he could not reach the teammates who were clearly in front of him moments ago. That pair of children continuously flickered and weaved past him, following him relentlessly. In a state of sheer terror, he suddenly noticed a ward appear ahead of him. Without hesitation, almost fleeing, he hid inside and immediately shut the door tightly. Yet upon recognizing the furnishings within the room, his heart nearly ceased beating. There were rows of shelves everywhere in the room, with buckets full of transparent liquid on them containing preserved human embryos submerged in formalin. But these human embryos were far more realistic than those in the lab before. There were all kinds of embryos, some fully formed, some completely wrapped like blood clots inside the amniotic sacs, and there were even ones with only heads and no bodies. The visual impact almost made Xiao Yufan faint. At this moment, a little girl's voice suddenly came from the side. Big brother, you think the one in the lab looks fake? We'll show you the real ones then. All the ones here are our little friends. That's right, my sister and I are also in here. You guess which one is me and my sister, and if you get it right, we'll let you go. The little boy chimed in next to him. Yeah. If you can't guess, you will have to stay and play with us. The little girl clapped her hands happily. This was sheer terror that Xiao Yufan could not endure. He looked at the 2 ghostly figures before his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed into a ball, passing out on the spot. Xiao Yufan's section of comments had already exploded. The cameraman's view had lost sight of him, but his first-person perspective was still stubbornly linked. The scene he just witnessed was also seen by the audience in the live stream. At this moment, the chat room went absolutely berserk. Holy sh**t. This hidden plot twist is too horrifying. Those shadows and the fog were so damn realistic. Is this just some prank? Do they need to go this far? And the embryo models in the room look so real, even more real than the ones in the lab. If I saw them, I would probably pass out right there. I'm not kidding. I now have absolutely no intention of mocking Xiao Yufan for being cowardly, because if I were in his shoes, I'd already be hiding under the covers. I've quietly retracted my feet outside the blanket. Medical student here. Why do I feel these embryos aren't fake? They look exactly like what I've seen in medical school. Guys, is this really just a live streaming effect or something actual going on? My entire body is covered in goosebumps. Have we actually run into real ghosts? Chapter 55, The Abortion Room. Xiao Yufan had fallen behind, and Su Qingqing had actually noticed it long ago. He was bewitched and turned into another room. Everyone was following her tensely, looking ahead, so no one noticed. Su Qingqing did notice, but she didn't care to deal with it. Xiao Yufan's mouth was too much. He deserved to be scared. Anyway, no one would die immediately, so let him taste a bit of hardship first. The most important thing now was to find Xiaquan first. His Bazi, is the weakest, and there's also black chi swirling above his head. It's clear that he'll have bad luck today, and he might even pass away if something goes wrong. We'd better find him quickly, or someone will really die today. The fog in the corridor was still very thick. As they walked further in, they intermittently heard the crying of children, which was terrifying. Lan Xian was already nervous and could only stabilize her emotions by walking behind Su Qingqing. As they were walking, she suddenly felt something cold touch her ankle and looked down to see a small hand quickly retreating. Scared, Lan Xian started screaming at a high pitch. In extreme fright, she even unconsciously let go of Su Qingqing's arm that she had been holding onto. Just as she was about to be taken away by the thick fog, Su Qingqing grabbed her hand firmly. Su Qingqing's voice sounded like it had a magical quality that could soothe people. Don't be afraid. What you see is all fake, all illusions. The more panicked and scared you are, the more likely something bad will happen. Although Lan Xian's heart had just been in a state of immense panic and fear, this sentence from Su Qingqing, without much tone variation, calmed her miraculously, as if the soul that had just been scared out of her body was pulled back. She re-grabbed Su Qingqing's arm and nodded hard. Say, yeah, I'll follow you. I'm not afraid. Lan Xian looks very girly, white and clean, with big eyes and large crescent-shaped eye bags, appearing extremely adorable and pitiable. No one can resist a soft girl. Su Qingqing patted her hand. Stick close to me. I'll protect you. The live streaming chat went crazy again. I've completely lost my mind. How come I feel that Su Qingqing is so cool, so full of security? How am I getting such a fan of Su Qingqing? Oh yeah, me too. I never got the beauty of Su Qingqing before, but why do I think she looks cooler and more charming today? I'm a hardcore fan of Xinzi. Can anyone understand my feeling right now? I really appreciate how Qingjia helped timid Xinzi at this critical moment. Haha, don't the people upstairs have any brains? This is obviously a script, isn't it? It's meant to promote Su Qingqing as the main star. Exactly, you're calling this touching? Forcing CP shipping, aren't you guys disgusting? Can the fans of Xiao Yufan shut up? Wherever we go, you cause disputes. Exactly, your online behavior reflects the worst fan culture. Isn't that like master, like followers? The comments blew up again, but this time, more random spectators supported Su Qingqing, who successfully reversed her public image through her real capabilities. Su Qingqing and the group continued moving forward. Apart from Lan Xian, Bai Sheng's ankle was also touched, but since he had already been on guard and has a steadier temperament, he didn't react dramatically. He just felt slightly alarmed. Zhao Liao wasn't touched, but once she thought she almost was. However, the talisman in her handbag heated up, preventing her from being touched. She made a guess. It must be her talisman protecting her. She whispered in Su Qingqing's ear. The talisman you gave me really works. When we get out later, please buy me more. I want to carry them with me at all times and plaster them all over my house. Su Qingqing. Alright, however strange the customer's needs are, they still need to be satisfied, don't they? They continued walking forward. Su Qingqing, annoyed by how much the fog affected visibility, casually waved her hand, and the dense fog gradually dissipated. No one paid attention, assuming that it was just the dry ice set up by the production team that had finally evaporated. At this point, they reached the end of the corridor and saw a room at the end, where 3 characters were written, abortion room. Is this a specialized surgical room for abortion? Zhao Liao pointed at the sign outside the operating room and asked. It seems so. Could this also be part of the program's arrangement? Is this part of the hidden script? Is Xiaquan inside? Bai Sheng frowned and asked. No one answered him. The cameramen exchanged glances. They had also been scared stiff just moments ago but tightly followed the group, with one hand holding the camera and the other gripping the person in front of them so as not to fall behind. The others might not be clear about it, but the production team indeed seemed to have never set up such a scene. However, as they were currently filming, none of them dared say anything more and had to endure. At this moment, someone from a city who was watching live identified the place in the chat. I know this place. This is the abortion room at the Old People's Hospital in a city. It's a real former surgical room for abortions. A sister of mine got accidentally pregnant by her ex, and I accompanied her here once. But there were too many comments. Most of them were busy arguing, so this message was quickly pushed away, and no one paid much attention to it. At the same time, Su Qingqing also sensed the overwhelming grudge emanating from within the abortion room. The grudge was very strong, and most likely there were aborted infant spirits that had turned into malevolent ghosts inside. One theory says that when the pregnancy reaches around 4 or 5 months, the fetus's brain is fully developed, meaning there's a truly conscious life inside. That's the scientific explanation. According to the mystic explanation, children at this age already have a soul. Souls that have waited for reincarnation for a long time will drink the soup of forgetfulness prepared by Lady Ming and have all their memories erased, becoming completely innocent children waiting to be born inside their mother's bodies. But if these unborn lives are terminated and forced to endure dismemberment and extraction in the womb, having their right to birth stripped from them, they generate grudges. The grudges from these innocent infant spirits are the purest and strongest kind. If mishandled and under appropriate conditions, these grudges can transform into Ying, Yuanling, which are a type of fierce ghost. This abandoned people's hospital became rarely visited after being left behind, located in a sunken area that collects Yin energy. Furthermore, its position is slightly westward, with little sunlight throughout the day. Over time, naturally, the Yuanling formed. But these Yuanling cannot leave the hospital, binding them as earthbound spirits. They can't go out and harm people either. Still, if you come searching willingly and establish a terrifying themed escape room in the same location, aren't you just asking for trouble? Chapter 56. Why don't they like girls? Perhaps it was because Su Qingqing had interrupted its mischief-making behavior repeatedly, making it very angry. As soon as Su Qingqing and the others pushed the door open, it unleashed a big move. A little girl with a face full of blood floated in the air, emitting a sharp, eerie laugh-cry hybrid sound, rushing toward their group. She extended her arms, with hands that looked like sharp claws. Everyone got a shock. Bai Sheng was standing next to Su Qingqing in the front row, directly facing the impact. Influenced by Su Qingqing, he instinctively kicked the little girl covered in blood. Forget about the rule of not attacking NPCs, it was far too terrifying. Besides, this NPC was flying all over the place. Even though she looked like a little girl, maybe it was actually a man dressed up, using wires to scare people. However, when his kick landed, it went straight through the girl's body, as if he had kicked nothing but thin air. Bai Sheng was stunned, and all the kids behind him were also shocked. This was too eerie. Could this be the latest panoramic special effect? Before he could think more, the infuriated little girl turned around and let out a shriek at him. The sound wave was so tangible that it knocked Bai Sheng down to the ground. He sat on the ground, feeling dizzy and ringing in his ears, as if his brain was experiencing a concussion. When he finally came back to his senses, the little girl's sharp claws were aimed at him, changing her target from Su Qingqing to him. Just when the girl was close enough for him to feel her impending attack, Su Qingqing acted. No, corrected, she kicked. The little girl, who had just seemed intangible like air under Bai Sheng's previous attempt, was now kicked away by Su Qingqing, flying through the air like a kite whose string was cut, then landing hard on the ground. Bai Sheng. He was astonished. Wait, was this even real? And why did the special effects work differently depending on who used them? Of course, this wasn't even the most shocking part yet. Even more shocking, the little girl slowly got up from the ground. After getting up, half of her face was caved in, and her head was twisted at an impossible angle for a human being. She adjusted her head with a click-click sound, and then started crying. Her cries were incredibly shrill and piercing. Wah wah wah. It's no fun. It's no fun. You're all bullying Xirongrong. Xirongrong doesn't want to play with you anymore. Go away quickly. Everyone present froze, dumbfounded. At this point, everyone was too shocked to speak, including the cameraman in the back whose legs were trembling. Oh my gosh, didn't they know what equipment their production team had? This high-tech stuff was definitely not within their reach. They had come across something real. Oh no, working people really have it tough. Director Wong. They demanded a raise after filming this scene. Su Qingqing's skull was pounding from the wailing baby ghost, and she couldn't bear it anymore, shouting loud. Stop crying. You're awful. If you keep crying, I won't send you to reincarnation. Her shout carried a trace of spiritual energy, and immediately, the girl stopped crying abruptly. With a sniffle, she stared at Su Qingqing, seemingly fearing her, but still stubbornly saying, if you don't reincarnate me, fine. Don't threaten me. You mean old woman, I don't need you to take care of me. I'll wait here for my mom. What are you waiting for your mom for? Zhao Liya saw how easily Su Qingqing had bullied the little ghost into bawling uncontrollably, thinking she might not be that scary. Driven by curiosity, she mustered the courage to ask. The little girl sniffled and said, what am I waiting for? Of course, I'm waiting for her to take me home. Did you wander off alone? Lan Xian also peeked out from behind Su Qingqing and asked. Since this was a game, it must continue, right? Communicating with NPCs was certainly one of the key elements in escape rooms. The little girl nodded and shook her head. Not exactly. Originally, I was in my mom's belly with my younger brother. But when we were 8 months old, my mom suddenly came here and forcibly took us both out. I heard the doctor say that both my brother and I could survive. He asked my mom whether she wanted to save us. I heard my dad tell my mom, there isn't enough money in the family, unexpected twins, a boy among them. They decided to only save the boy. Then, my younger brother was taken away, my mom cried and apologized to me, telling me that she'd come to take me away a few days later. Later, I was put in a small box and waited and waited, for a long time, and my mom never came to take me away. With half of her face crushed, the little girl told her story in an innocent and naive tone, which was both bizarre and horrifying, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Lan Xian murmured her analysis. This is an abortion room. The little girl, being 8 months premature, was forcibly taken out, which means she was probably induced to be aborted. There was also a younger brother who came out with her, but her father, because he was a boy, chose to take him away for treatment while abandoning her since she was a girl. Her mother said that she would come back for her later. This must have been the remains of the baby after the abortion. However, for some unknown reason, she never returned. And so the girl has been waiting until now. Without a doubt, Lan Xian's analysis nailed the truth, and what had happened all those years ago was pretty much on point. The little girl tilted her head and asked, big brothers and sisters, why did my parents choose to take my younger brother first instead of me? I've thought about it for so long and can't understand. Did I do something wrong? Once again, everyone was speechless, this time not from fear, but because they didn't know how to explain. How were they supposed to explain to a baby who wasn't even born yet about the deep-seated preference for boys over girls? Even in modern society, there are still people who will keep having children, 3, 4, or more, just to ensure one of them is a boy. It's because they believe that boys carry on the family name and shouldn't let the ancestral line die out, as if they're waiting for someone to inherit a royal throne. Su Qingqing bluntly said, you haven't done anything wrong. It's simply that they don't like girls. There's no bond between you and their family. Your mom probably won't come to pick you up anymore. Don't cling here. You should move on and be reborn sooner. In your situation, the underworld will likely arrange for you to find a new mom early. Hearing that her mom wouldn't come back for her, the little girl widened her eyes suddenly. Why won't my mom come back for me? She promised she'd return. I've waited so long for her. Why don't they like girls? Do they know how painful it was when I died alone in that little box? I'm going to find my mom. I must ask her why clearly. Chapter 57. The livestream crashed. Although the little girl was scary and aggressive before, those actions seemed more like prank without proper control. She could still be communicated with normally, chatting back and forth. And she realized that she couldn't defeat Su Qingqing. She just got angry, yelled at them, said she wouldn't play with them anymore, and ordered them to get out. But now, when they mentioned her mother and told her the truth about what happened years ago, it was as if they had ripped open a wound in her heart, touching upon her obsession. The little girl suddenly began to wildly scream loudly. You get out of my way. All of you get out of my way. I want to go out and find mom. I don't want to wait for her anymore. I will go out and look for her directly. While yelling, she rushed outside. Her screams were louder than ever before, so loud it nearly shattered everyone's eardrums. The crowd at the door immediately made way for the little girl, almost unconsciously, because she was simply too terrifying. Su Qingqing also sidestepped a bit. She could have easily extinguished the girl or sealed her away. After hearing about her past, however, she felt that this was just a pitiful ghost child. There was no human blood on her, so if possible, Su Qingqing wanted to communicate with her gently after calming her down. There was another point. Since just a moment ago, Su Qingqing had noticed something peculiar about the little girl. Though she had been a ghost for not very long, about 5 to 6 years, she carried a heavy aura of evil energy, even heavier than some 100-year-old malevolent ghosts. Moreover, her cultivation was also not low. The few moves she used earlier were beyond the level of an infant spirit of 5 or 6 years. Su Qingqing wished to observe and see how events would unfold. The little girl rushed out from the Relentless flow room. She wanted to rush downstairs, but found that she couldn't leave the 3rd floor. It was as though there was an invisible barrier at the stairs on the 3rd floor, blocking her tightly. She screamed and collided with it several times, tilting her head and body. The force was much stronger than the kicks Su Qingqing gave her, but she still couldn't break through. She didn't give up. Instead, it angered her further. She tried jumping out of the window on the 3rd floor, but all the windows had the same barrier, and she couldn't jump out. This completely infuriated the little girl. Until now, she had only one thought, which was to stay here and wait for her mother to come and take her. She never once thought about leaving. Now, when she wants to leave, she realizes she can't, being confined to this small world. She doesn't understand. She doesn't know that she is a tied-to-the-ground spirit. All she knows is that ever since Su Qingqing arrived, she hasn't been able to leave. She roared at Su Qingqing. Is it you? Is it your intention to trap me here and stop me from going out to find my mom? Su Qingqing shook her head. It's not me. It's because of here that you became such a tied-to-the-ground spirit. The rules of heaven cannot accommodate you, so you can only stay inside. Without someone helping you, you'll never be able to leave. I won't listen. I won't listen. You are liars. All of you who suddenly intruded are bad people. Liars. Before Su Qingqing could say, I can help you, the little girl, having lost her mind, went completely berserk. A sudden bright red light burst from her brow. As the red light grew brighter, the white part of her eyes became less and less, turning entirely black. She launched a great wave of black chi at Su Qingqing. You are the worst person among them. You die first. You said my mom doesn't want me anymore. You die. Everyone was startled by the sudden change in the little girl. What was going on? Just moments ago, she seemed reasonable and pitiable, yet in the blink of an eye, she transformed into this? Su Qingqing, however, knew that this sudden change must be due to something influencing her reason, something located right between her brows. Su Qingqing swiftly performed a hand gesture, opening up a faint golden light net, effortlessly blocking that wave of black chi. The little girl wasn't ready to let it rest there. She sent out another powerful black wind, which lifted flying stones and sand everywhere. Everything in the room was swept up and thrown towards Su Qingqing and the others. She wasn't targeting only Su Qingqing, she targeted everyone. Seeing these objects hurling toward them, the group screamed and huddled together. Even the camera in the photographer's hands was sucked away by a powerful gravitational pull, also getting tangled in the black wind and falling back onto them. And thus, the livestream cut off. Because of its highly stimulating content, the livestream already had over 600,000 viewers watching live. Just before, they were debating whether the special effects might be too realistic. Looking at how scared the celebrities were, especially Xiao Yufan, who was lying unconscious on the ground with rolled back eyes. Is this level of intensity really appropriate? It's not friendly to the artists. It's too exaggerated, too extreme. There was also a so-called knowledgeable special effects expert commenting that if this were live filming, it couldn't possibly be special effects. Current technology hasn't advanced to such a degree. Immediately after, someone mocked him, saying if special effects can't achieve this, could it be real? Did they really encounter a ghost? However, no matter how the argument unfolded, one thing was undeniable. This livestream was incredibly captivating, highly stimulating, and filled with suspense. Just as everyone was witnessing the little girl suddenly turning dark, seeking answers from the mother who abandoned her, and starting to attack people, right at the climax's peak, the livestream signal abruptly cut off. The program team's explanation was that the number of viewers in the livestream was too high, causing the server to crash. They were repairing it and striving to reconnect, but the audience wouldn't accept this excuse. They flooded the live stream chat with angry messages demanding the program team restore the broadcast immediately or face collective backlash. Yet, the staff of the program team were even more confused than the viewers. They noticed something wasn't right when Su Qingqing didn't follow the script and headed toward the west side of the third floor. That's when reinforcements were dispatched. To be precise, since the moment Xie Quan went missing, people were already being sent westward. However, once the program team entered the emergency use small staircase, they couldn't reach the third floor. No matter how many times they climbed upstairs from the second floor, and no matter how fast they climbed, they kept ending up back on the second floor. Everyone became almost desperate climbing stairs, regardless of how many reinforcements joined. All of them had to climb those stairs endlessly. Director Wong, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, "It's over, it's really over. We've been through so many episodes without incident. But today, something's happened. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have never believed it." Gu Jun, sitting uneasily in front of the surveillance screen, stood up. "I'll go take a look upstairs." Director Wong hastily blocked him. "No, don't do anything rash. With your unlucky constitution, you'd only make things worse if you go inside." Gu Jun calmly opened his coat, revealing rows of neatly placed protective amulets inside. There were at least 10 of them. "It's fine. A master gave me these amulets. If there's really something supernatural, it's more likely they'd be afraid of me." What could Director Wong say in response? He could only give him a thumbs up. No wonder Gu is called Mr. Professional. You truly live up to your reputation. Chapter 58, Doubting Life. Inside the abortion room, all cameras had been destroyed, leaving Su Qingqing free to act without any reservations. Before the black wind carrying objects could hit them, she quickly formed a larger protective net with her gestures and placed it above everyone's heads. When those objects hit the protective net, it was like hitting super sturdy reinforced glass. As the glow of the protective net faded, everyone stared in shock. If what they had seen before were special effects, then what they were seeing now was what? The camera that had been swept away was a real camera, and its falling down was also real. So what exactly was this protective net? With just one move, she had made everyone doubt everything they knew about life, shattering their worldview of the past few decades. Su Qingqing left the protective net behind for them and warned them again. "Stay inside. Don't go out, or if the fight starts up again, I won't be able to protect you." They immediately nodded vigorously, joking, because under these circumstances, even without Su Qingqing saying so, as long as one wasn't an idiot, no one would go outside. Seeing that long-distance attacks didn't work, the little girl switched tactics and began a close-range attack, once more lunging towards Su Qingqing. However, this time, her movements were much faster than before. Had it been at the peak of Su Qingqing's abilities, such speed wouldn't even register. She could eliminate her with a mere snap of her fingers. But now, Su Qingqing only had 2/10 of her original power at her peak, and she was also limited by her physical form, unable to fully utilize her powers. As the little girl attacked, Su Qingqing counterattacked. But due to the latter's speed, both managed to dodge each other, resulting in neither managing to land a blow on the other. Thus, a deadlock ensued between the girl and the ghost. However, the little girl couldn't last long. Her speed was only providing marginal advantage. Once Su Qingqing discerned its pattern, her expression hardened slightly as she pulled out the Heaven Thunder Talisman and accurately hit it every single time. After several repeated rounds, the little girl gradually started losing the upper hand. Suddenly stopping her attack, she stood in place and let out a roar. "Brothers and sisters, come help me. There are bad people here. They don't let us go out to find our parents." This cry was extremely persuasive, and instantly countless infant spirits emerged from all directions, their pale faces glaring angrily and resentfully at them. Since Su Qingqing was too strong, the spirits couldn't get close. Instead, they began attacking Zhao Liya, and the group huddled together. Su Qingqing was shocked. She glared at the little girl and shouted, "When did I ever say we wouldn't let you go find your parents? You dumb kid, why must you accuse others randomly? This is not right. Do you understand?" For every extra sentence Su Qingqing said, the dark aura around the little girl grew stronger. The infant spirits surrounding Zhao Liya and the others began hitting the protective shield harder, making it visibly thinner with each impact. Fine cracks started to appear across the shield. Zhao Liya became increasingly distraught. Shielding her head, she yelled desperately, "Su Qingqing, if you don't know how to keep your mouth shut, then just shut up. If you keep provoking it, sure, you might survive, but we're about to die." Su Qingqing. Sorry, when her tongue gets rolling, there's a certain disregard for others' lives that takes over. There were simply too many infant spirits here. In the decades that the old hospital's abortion ward had been operational, countless individuals had undergone abortions here for various reasons. Even more countless children turned into infant spirits out of resentment and unwillingness. They surged out from the walls, thickly packed, forming waves of black tide. Repeated impacts weakened the protective barrier further, even showing some fine cracks. There was no way Su Qingqing could spare a hand to create another protective shield for them. So, she shouted to Zhao Liya, "Take out the celestial fire talisman I gave you and use it the way I taught you earlier. Throw it at them, and it will halt their attacks." Zhao Liya probably realized at this point there was no hope for Su Qingqing to lend a hand again. Trembling, she took out the celestial fire talisman from her handbag and used all her strength to shout, "Celestial fire talisman, vanquish evil, fall." This incantation was so typical of a cheesy fantasy novel that she initially made fun of it, saying she'd never bring herself to say it aloud, and that she'd rather just rely on the talisman itself without any verbal cues. But now, in dire straits, who cares about that? Eyes closed, She screamed louder than ever before. The pronunciation was crystal clear, more filled with emotion than any of the lines she had ever acted out. After her scream, the celestial fire talisman flashed with golden light, and as she threw it, it emitted dazzling firelight, sending flames soaring into the crowd of infant spirits. These sudden flames fell upon the group of infant spirits, pushing them back in one massive wave. They shrieked in agony, the cries loud enough for the production crew downstairs to hear. However, as soon as one group was repelled, another took its place. They had no fear of death, appearing endless in number. Zhao Liya could only quickly take out the next celestial fire talisman. By now her hands were already trembling. Using these talismans seemed to consume a great deal of energy. She felt as if she had been completely drained, dizzy and weak, unable to gather the strength to shout again. She shoved the talisman into Lan Xian's hand beside her. Come on, you try shouting. Lan Xian's hands shook even more than hers. No, I can't do it. I'm scared. Just as this new group of infant spirits was about to close in again, a tall figure suddenly burst through the protective net. He snatched the celestial fire talisman from Zhao Liya's hand. Heavenly fire talisman. Exterminate all evil, descend. He shouted the words at the infant spirits with far more authority and power than Zhao Liya had managed. The impact was tremendous. The celestial fire talisman erupted in brilliant golden light, unleashing flames that expanded several times larger than before, covering an entire section of the spirits in an instant. Screaming in pain, the infant spirits fled back into the walls. Su Qingqing glanced back briefly and realized that the newcomer was Gu Jun. She raised an eyebrow at him. Did you practice too? Gu Jun looked down at his own hands. No, I think I just naturally know how. Zhao Liya, listen to that smug bullshit. Can't he leave any room for normal people? With Gu Jun's help, Su Qingqing's pressure drastically decreased. She seized the moment, grabbing the little girl by the neck, finally bringing the battle to an end. Holding the girl by the throat against the wall, Su Qingqing sighed irritably. Tell me clearly, which ear exactly heard me say I wouldn't let you find your mom? Zhao Liya and the others facepalmed. For heaven's sake, after fighting for so long, Su Qingqing, why are you still hung up on this? Chapter 59, The Aura of a Ferocious Beast. The little girl had her neck pinched. It finally realized how powerful Su Qingqing was. Earlier, she obviously held back. There were several moments when if Su Qingqing had used a fatal move, it would have been gone. Its malevolent aura had dissipated a bit, restoring some clarity to its mind. It couldn't argue or fight back, and on top of that, so many of its younger siblings had been burned. The little girl was still just a ghost less than 5 years old. At this point, it could no longer control its emotions and burst into tears, sobbing out of Vidchek. You bully people. Wah, you bully us poor, abandoned ghosts. You're such a capable adult. As the little girl cried and talked, tears and snot streamed down, and it even transformed back into the appearance of a normal child. It looked like Su Qingqing was choking a young girl's neck, bullying a child. Su Qingqing's face darkened further. Didn't you start it? Why are you whining because you lost? The little girl justified confidently. I'm just a kid. Kids can be unreasonable. You. Su Qingqing felt very frustrated. She couldn't even out-talk a little ghost. Just as it seemed she was about to go at the little ghost again, Gu Jun quickly ran over and reminded her. Calm down, Master Su, stay calm. She's just trying to provoke you. Su Qingqing took a deep breath and gave the little girl a toothy grin. That's right, I do bully children. What can you do about it? Besides, there's no one else here anyway. Look at those behind me. Do you think they'll dare to tell anyone about me bullying a ghost? Slightly shifting her body, Su Qingqing allowed the little girl to clearly see Zhao Liya and the others behind her. There was no way Zhao Liya and the others dared to say anything extra now. A single glare from Su Qingqing made them furiously shake their heads, indicating that they absolutely wouldn't speak up. The little girl was utterly shocked by Su Qingqing's shamelessness. It pointed at her. You. What? Who told you to not win against me? Now whatever I ask, you must answer. If you behave well, I might help you cross over. If you don't cooperate and answer my questions sincerely, I'll cast a thunder talisman on you until your soul dissipates. As Su Qingqing spoke, she activated the thunder talisman, which hung high above the little girl's head. Thunder roared continuously, as if ready to strike at any second. The little girl shrank back a little, finally understanding fear. What do you want to ask? I'll answer what I know, and for what I don't, I can only say I don't know. Su Qingqing asked. One of our companions was taken by you earlier. His name is Xiequan. Where is he? Hurry up and bring him back. He's alive, and staying with you too long will kill him. With a flick of its hand, the little girl brought Xiequan tumbling out from inside the wall. By this time, Xiequan's breathing had become shallow, his face blue-purple, having already lost consciousness and barely clinging to life. Gu Jun reacted first, striding over and supporting Xiequan, guiding him back to where everyone stood by the door. Seeing Xiequan in such a state, everyone gathered around worriedly. Su Qingqing said to Zhao Liya, take out an amulet from your bag and place one on him. Malevolent energy has invaded his body, and his spirit is unstable. First put the amulet on him, then I'll deal with his condition later. Zhao Liya immediately retrieved a protective amulet from her bag and stuck it onto Xiequan's forehead. Placing it didn't require any particular skill, it would work once applied. Sure enough, after the amulet was stuck, it began glowing faintly, and Xiequan's complexion visibly improved. Though still somewhat pale, his face was no longer blue-purple like a corpse. Still, Lan Xian felt something odd. She clenched her left fist and hit her right palm, recalling something. Sister Liya, why stick the talisman on his forehead? That makes him look like a zombie. Can't we stick it on his chest? Zhao Liya hesitated briefly. I watched Hong Kong films from the past, and that's what they always did. No matter, as long as it works, we won't take it off yet. In case there's danger later, we shouldn't cause trouble for Qingqing. Alright, Lan Xian nodded firmly. They had already centered their group around Su Qingqing. Their current self-perception was that they were Su Masters Juniors. Su Qingqing then asked the little girl, why didn't you grab someone else, but chose Xie Quan instead? The little girl shook its head innocently. It wasn't my decision to grab him, it was the small stone in my head. It chose him, saying his body was convenient to use. It also said that if I didn't bring him back, it wouldn't lend me its power anymore. At once, Su Qingqing picked up on the key points. A small stone in your head? What kind of stone? Who gave it to you? The little girl thought that this wasn't something she couldn't talk about, and was just about to speak when the red light on her forehead suddenly turned hot and bright. Its already restored normal face began to twist again. It clutched its head, its voice once more becoming shrill. Ah, my head hurts, sister. My head hurts. It really hurts. The little stone is so hot. I feel like my head is about to crack open. From the red light spot on her forehead, cracks began to appear on her face, spreading across her head, extending and expanding. The cracks also started emitting red light, as if they were truly about to split apart. Su Qingqing immediately realized that this was the restriction placed by the little stone the girl had mentioned. Whenever there was an intention to reveal its origin, a self-destruction mechanism would activate. If this continued, the little girl would be destroyed along with it. Although mischievous and naughty, this little girl had not hurt a single human life before her mind was controlled, and her background was pitiful. Su Qingqing slightly narrowed her eyes. Kid, even though you have a nasty mouth, are weak and love to play around, and cheat when you lose, since you haven't harmed anyone's life, I'll still help you out. Just consider it as me accumulating merit and doing good deeds for karma. It will hurt a bit when I do this, bear with it. After finishing her words, she first bit her finger to draw a stabilizing soul charm on blank talisman paper she carried with her, then stuck it on the little girl's chest. Then, with her right hand making a hand seal, golden light glowing on her hand, she slowly inserted it into the little girl's forehead, carefully extracting the burning red stone from her brow. The process was extremely arduous. The little girl screamed in pain continuously, her soul flickering between brightness and dimness. If it weren't for the glowing soul-stabilizing talisman holding firmly, it might have disappeared long ago. When the red stone was completely removed and tossed onto the ground by Su Qingqing, the little girl collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Her soul was now faded to only a sliver of color, but at least it was preserved. She returned to her normal appearance of a 4 or 5-year-old girl. She blinked her big, watery eyes at Su Qingqing and said, "Thank you, sister, for saving me." Yes, the transformation from a malevolent ghost to a cute little girl happened in the blink of an eye. Chapter 60. Even though you have a smelly mouth, you're a good person. Su Qingqing didn't pay attention to her first. Instead, she looked down at the stone she had thrown on the ground. It wasn't that she intended to throw the stone on the ground. Rather, it was about to explode itself, with a temperature too high for her to hold. Su Qingqing could sense the ominous energy from the stone, the same as Gu Jun's earlier, and also by Lusnos. It was identical to what she had sensed from old fruit bat god as well. She originally wanted to look for clues about the cult organization on this red stone, but the next second, the red stone exploded with a bang. A wave of heat was generated. Fortunately, Su Qingqing had prepared in advance by setting up a defensive net, otherwise this impact might have harmed those present. After the small stone exploded, it turned into ashes and disappeared from the ground shortly after, leaving no trace behind. Su Qingqing only sharply noticed that when the small stone exploded, there seemed to be a hint of the aura of an ancient savage beast which escaped through the window. However, it was too fast for her to catch up. After the explosion of the small stone, Gu Jun approached her and asked, "Did you detect that aura?" Su Qingqing nodded unhappily. Unfortunately, it got away again this time without leaving any useful clues. Other people hadn't noticed, but Gu Jun did notice that Su Qingqing's hand, which had held the small stone, was trembling slightly by her side. She appeared calm on the surface, but she had used her full strength. Gu Jun comforted her, "Don't worry. These people are keeping an eye on me. If you keep watching me, they will eventually make their move and reveal their weakness." Su Qingqing seemed comforted, turning to Gu Jun and examining him. "That's true. There's still you, the old unlucky fellow around." Gu Jun. Could he take back what he said when he was comforting her? Let's deal with the current mess first. Su Qingqing once again looked at the little girl. Her gaze had already returned to clarity. The little ghost babies behind her also gradually came out of the walls one by one. They all hid behind the little girl, looking up pitifully at Su Qingqing. The little girl apologized in a baby voice. "Sister, I'm sorry, I wasn't intentionally so mean just now. The stone in my head has been influencing me, making me become so rude. I didn't do it on purpose. I am not the unreasonable kid." Su Qingqing squatted down and patted its head. "It's okay. Although you were being unreasonable just now, I hit you too. Don't feel guilty." "Little girl." All the others. Of course, she's still hopeless at choosing words. Su Qingqing asked, "So, who gave you that small stone, and why did they give it to you?" The little girl carefully recalled. "A Taoist wearing a robe gave it to me. He originally wanted to destroy us, but we cried and begged him. He took pity on us and gave me this small stone. He told me I must not lose it wherever I go, and he taught me cultivation techniques to help me grow stronger. He told me to wait here until my mom comes back to find me. When I become strong enough, I can take my brothers and sisters away from here, and we will all be able to find our parents." In fact, there were a lot of flaws in what the little girl said. It was clear that the Taoist had deliberately deceived them, but who could blame the young ghosts? They were so easy to fool, they fell for it completely. Su Qingqing sighed. That Taoist is a bad person. The thing he gave you does make you more powerful, but it also makes you evil. If you become evil children, even if your parents come back, they won't be able to take you with them. And you won't be able to return below and be reborn to find new parents. Upon hearing this, the little girl clenched her fists. That Taoist is so bad. Why did he deceive us? Maybe he wanted you to listen to him, helping him harm people and commit evil deeds, Su Qingqing said. The little girl and the others fell silent, unable to respond, but their eyes reddened. Behind them, Zhao Liya and the others understood what happened and had similarly red-rimmed eyes, feeling some pity for the situation. After some consideration, Su Qingqing decided to see things through for these beings. She said, you now have two options before you. One is that I directly send you down below, letting you reincarnate. Since you haven't committed serious karmic wrongs and were artificially aborted, you should have priority for reincarnation and finding new parents. In your next life, you'll definitely be born into happy and complete families with loving parents. The other choice is that you continue waiting here for your parents to come back and find you. But you've waited so long, and this hospital has already been abandoned. There shouldn't be anyone coming back to take you anymore. The little girl and the others hung their heads. With a strong belief, they had waited here for so many years, and now, it was truly hard for them to just give up like this. While they were hesitating, even Zhao Liya couldn't help but say, your parents were heartless enough not to want you. Why do you keep waiting here miserably? What is old must go for the new, and that applies to parents too. It's better to reincarnate early and soon have parents who truly love you. The little girl wasn't sure if she had been moved by Zhao Liya's words, or if she realized that no matter how much longer they waited, their parents wouldn't come. She took a deep breath and said, sister, then send me down. Before I reincarnate, even grandmother Menbo said I am a child with merit and good fortune. That kind of parents who would meet me would be very lucky. I originally planned to bring my good fortune to the parents I chose, but since they don't want it, I won't give it to them. I want parents who truly love me. Since the little girl was the oldest, she was probably the backbone here. Once she changed her mind, the other infant spirits all changed their minds too, saying they wanted to leave as well. Su Qingqing didn't say much more. She performed a complex hand gesture, and soon, an ancient wooden door appeared in front of everyone. When the wooden door opened, inside was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. All that could be felt was a pure rush of fresh energy. The little girl hugged Su Qingqing proactively. Sister, though your mouth stinks, you're a good person. After I go below, I will speak well of you. Thank you, sister. Perhaps we'll meet again through our karmic connection. After saying that, the little girl was the first to walk into the wooden door and disappeared from everyone's sight. The remaining infant spirits all followed in one after another. In just a while, they all vanished. Su Qingqing closed the wooden door. The surrounding temperature finally returned to normal, and the sunlight outside could shine through again. If it weren't for Xia Quan lying unconscious and the chaos left behind in the maternity ward, everything that happened might seem like a dream in hindsight. Chapter 61, Cornered by Paparazzi. Su Qingqing turned around and saw Xia Quan lying on the ground. With a casual wave, she dispelled the evil qi from his body. Xia Quan's complexion finally returned to normal human pinkness, and he slowly opened his eyes. The first thing upon waking was to let out a terrified scream as he shrank back. Don't come near me. Don't come near me. I like boys and girls alike. I don't favor one over the other. I like boys and girls. Poor Xia Quan. Judging by his reaction, he'd just been through sheer terror and hadn't yet recovered his wits. Zhao Liya and Lan Xin consoled him. It's all right. Everything is fine now. Those infant spirits have already been dealt with by Sister Su Qingqing, and they've all gone to be reborn. You're safe now. Only then did Xia Quan come back to his senses. Seeing familiar faces nearby, he calmed down slightly, but this big man burst into tears with a loud wah. He cried uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming, sobbing harder than someone who might have lost their parents. Unable to control himself further, he ended up being carried down the stairs by Bai Sheng. As everyone began heading downstairs, the production crew finally managed to break free from the ghost wall curse and climbed upstairs to the second floor. The group was utterly exhausted, panting heavily and sweating profusely. One of the stage hands, breathing heavily, asked, "Double-H, what happened? What exactly went down just now?" Zhao Liya, drained of energy, weakly waved her hand. "There's no quick way to explain it. We'll tell you once we're outside." The crew, noticing Xia Quan still wiping tears from his face despite being carried by Bai Sheng, along with everyone else showing obvious signs of exhaustion and lingering fear, decided against asking any more questions. Just thinking about what would happen next gave them headaches. It would be better left to the upper management of the production team. And at this moment, Su Qingqing, after solving everything, remained unusually quiet, walking silently at the back. Everyone was in a rush to leave the hospital, and no one noticed her. Only Gu Jun had also kept silent, staying quietly by her side without uttering a word. While descending the stairs, Su Qingqing's legs suddenly buckled, and she almost fell. Gu Jun reacted swiftly, catching her with one swift movement, pulling her close to his chest to steady her. He softly asked, "Are you alright? Did you get hurt?" Actually, he had noticed earlier when Su Qingqing had helped that little girl extract the red stone from her forehead, her hands had trembled slightly, indicating that she was expending a lot of effort. She didn't show it, but later she still opened the portal for the dead souls to reincarnate and cleared the negative qi from Xia Quan's body. It was clear she was pushing herself far beyond her limits. Gu Jun had carefully watched over her, only to find that even walking down the stairs was too much for her. Su Qingqing thanked him gently, steadying herself before speaking. Thank you. I'm fine. It's just that my magical power consumption was a bit high earlier, and my body can't keep up. TSK, this physical fitness really needs improvement. I need more practice. She could clearly feel that her soul was stronger than her physical body. Her magical powers weren't depleted, but her body was already reaching its limit. Evidently, jogging 5 kilometers every day wasn't enough. She should also incorporate some cultivation methods that strengthen the body. Physical fitness must catch up, otherwise, it will hold her back whenever something happens. At this point, Gu Jun realized how thin Su Qingqing was. Her frame was so frail, and when she leaned against him earlier, she felt almost weightless. This realization made him understand for the first time. Despite Su Qingqing's impressive abilities, she was still just a girl in her early 20s. He pursed his lips, wanting to say, "If you're tired, don't force yourself. I can carry you down." But just as he was about to speak, Su Qingqing abruptly looked up at him and asked, "Do you know of any martial arts or boxing gyms with skilled practitioners? My physical strength isn't up to par, and I want to train." Gu Jun. Any words of reassurance stuck in his throat. He didn't know how to continue. Who goes directly to martial arts or boxing gyms to exercise instead of choosing an ordinary gym? But knowing Su Qingqing's unique nature, he smiled. "I know of a great boxing gym. Their coaches and members are strong professionals competing in international competitions. It's membership by referral, but I'll invite you." Wow, never would have guessed you boxed. Su Qingqing glanced at Gu Jun again. Gu Jun smirked lightly. "Not just boxing. My skills are diverse. They're nearly comparable to those of a special forces operative. That's because I've been so unlucky that if my body wasn't tough, I doubt I'd be alive until now." His self-deprecating tone mixed with his past misfortunes made Su Qingqing chuckle. By the time they reached the ground floor, they discovered that the area outside the abandoned hospital was already swarming with reporters armed with cameras and microphones. These were only the first batch of local reporters to arrive. More were on their way. The production team was struggling to maintain order on the perimeter. Everyone looked utterly bewildered. What was going on? The entertainment reporters outside had been restless but kept under control, at least, until Su Qingqing emerged from the back. At her appearance, the reporters went wild, rushing in uncontrollably, overwhelming the staff, who couldn't hold them back. They immediately swarmed around Su Qingqing, cameras and microphones nearly shoved into her face. "Miss Su Qingqing, is it true that what happened on the 3rd floor was real? Or was it part of the script? Is it true online that you are skilled in mysticism and have even exorcised ghosts for your company's head agent? Miss Su Qingqing, how do you feel about the polarizing public opinion regarding you online?" One question after another bombarded Su Qingqing, leaving her momentarily stunned, unsure which one to answer first or how to respond. The media in this age is truly mad and terrifying, she thought, noticing the red glows on the foreheads of these reporters. That red light clearly carried a highly inciting nature, capable of easily stirring the emotions of countless people. With great effort, and under the protection of the staff, Manager Su pushed through, spreading her arms protectively around Su Qingqing. "Excuse us, everyone," she said to the reporters, "but now is not a suitable time for our artist to give interviews. We'll save it for next time." Turning back to Su Qingqing, she said urgently, "Don't answer anything. Let's get in the car and discuss later." Yet escaping wasn't easy for Su Qingqing now. She was surrounded by relentless reporters determined to pry for answers at any cost. Just when Su Qingqing found herself in a difficult situation with no way out, Gu Jun intervened. He stepped forward from behind her, using his tall frame to create some space around her. Gu Jun's bodyguards arrived quickly as well. Professional in their actions, they managed to clear a path, allowing Su Qingqing to temporarily board Gu Jun's car. Chapter 62. Live broadcast the whole process. She didn't know that after she got into Gu Jun's car, the entertainment reporters became even more frenzied. These reporters were very sharp-eyed people who had memorized all kinds of public figures, big and small. Soon, someone recognized Gu Jun. Normally, when such a powerful president was seen with a female star, it would definitely spark some scandal gossip. But this time was different. This time, it was entirely unlike all those flashy past rumors. The title that hit the hot search list this time was actually, "Su Qingqing can really exorcise evil spirits, and Mr. Gu is actually her client? Is the notoriously unlucky Mr. Gu finally going to be saved? Su Qingqing's money isn't something ordinary people can earn." Under these topics, not a single person tried to insinuate any romantic relationship between Su Qingqing and Gu Jun. Instead, it developed in an unusual direction, primarily because Gu Jun's misfortunes were too famous. Gu Jun himself was extremely low profile, only appearing in finance news. Other than that, there was no tabloid gossip about him at all. Yet, he frequently encountered accidents and even got injured. He kept hitting hot searches due to various unfortunate incidents. A dominating president who was so good-looking as to almost not look human, yet always unlucky. Such a man was bound to leave a mark on netizens' hearts. So either Gu Jun wouldn't appear, but once he did, his news inevitably hit the hot searches. And Su Qingqing finally understood why she had been ambushed. Sister Su protected her, and together they boarded Gu Jun's car. After getting in, Sister Su told her, "Oh my god, do you know? Just now, all the program's live streams were cut off, except for your sports camera, which was still on." The production team arranged 2 cameras for each participant, one operated by a photographer and another fixed on the collar. All other cameras blacked out due to signal interference, except hers, which inexplicably remained functional. Her entire series of actions dealing with the little girl and the infant spirits was streamed live. Director Wong and the producer realized something serious was happening. They desperately tried to forcibly shut down the live broadcast. But this signal might have been interfered with too strongly. It malfunctioned. No matter what they did, they couldn't connect to it, and once connected, they couldn't turn it off. Amidst the panic of the entire production crew, Su Qingqing finished her live broadcast. Su Qingqing's live stream, originally having the lowest number of online viewers, turned into the peak with over 2 million people watching simultaneously. Subsequently, arriving audiences couldn't even enter the live room. Director Wong and the producers went crazy, anxiously watching the monitoring screens while their faces twisted with frustration and breakdowns. Thus, Su Qingqing made her name known overnight. Her cool performance during the live stream was even recorded, edited into short clips, and swept across several short video platforms, quickly racking up tens of millions of views and hundreds of thousands of likes. This was also the reason why so many entertainment reporters rushed to the scene, demanding to interview Su Qingqing. They wanted first-hand materials. After hearing everything from Sister Su, Su Qingqing fell silent immediately. She sighed helplessly. At that moment, the situation was urgent. I had no choice but to fight back. Otherwise, Xiequan would have been done for. Sister Su let out a heavy sigh. I know. Of course, this isn't your fault. Blame it on your unique constitution for attracting all sorts of situations. With an innocent blink of her eyes, Su Qingqing asked, then what should we do now? How should I respond? Gu Jun, who had been listening silently for a while, suddenly spoke up. I think you don't need to respond to this matter at all. Ordinary people might not know, but I've encountered many such things, and I am aware of them. Matters like this are often concealed from the general public to prevent causing panic. They have a department called the 7th Bureau specifically handling and managing such affairs. Influential media isn't allowed to report on these events. With today's commotion, they will surely contact the production team, asking them to deny everything via public relations. Soon, the production team will probably reach out to you, asking you to confirm it as a special effect of the show. They might even give you a considerable amount of money as a gag order. As soon as he finished speaking, the production team's call came in. The slightly flustered voice of the producer came through from the other side. Sister Su, this is how it is, the higher-ups said. Following an explanation similar to Gu Jun's, the producer cautiously asked, could you cooperate with our team by posting a PR statement on Weibo? In return, we'll provide you with an additional 10 million yuan as compensation for mental distress. Su Qingqing instantly smiled and readily agreed. Of course, no problem at all. Today, she earned some merits by sending a group of lost souls to reincarnation, and also effortlessly gained 10 million yuan. Donating it would get her another 100 merits. Gu Jun couldn't help but hold his forehead when he saw Su Qingqing's grin at the sight of money. Such a big event has occurred, and you're happy with just 1,000 yuan compensation. Su Qingqing glanced disdainfully at Gu Jun, who radiated with true dragon purple chi and was clearly marked as someone who didn't need to worry about money. She sighed inwardly again, feeling how joys and sorrows among mortals were not always connected, and that the heavens were inherently unfair. Afterward, Gu Jun drove Su Qingqing back to her home on Beishan Mountain. Out of appreciation for Gu Jun's full day of assistance, she invited both him and Sister Su into her house. As soon as they entered the yard, Gu Jun and Sister Su felt an immediate sense of relaxation, as if all their stress had been lifted by an invisible hand. Especially for Gu Jun, this sensation was even more pronounced. He looked at Su Qingqing and asked, why does your courtyard give such a refreshing feeling? Su Qingqing explained, our neighborhood is close to Beishan Mountain, where spiritual energy is naturally abundant. I also set up a spirit gathering array in my courtyard, enhancing its flow even further. Additionally, in my sunroom, I have an altar dedicated to the ancestral master, which keeps any malevolent spirits at bay. You've just come out from a heavily filled abandoned hospital, so naturally, you'd feel comfortable here. If you're willing, you could light incense for my ancestral master. Not only will it drive away any negative vibes clinging to you, but it can also bring you good fortune. Of course, sincerity is essential. Lighting incense for the ancestral master was essentially a minor purification ritual. Upon hearing it was for Su Qingqing's revered master, neither Gu Jun nor Sister Su hesitated to agree, nodding eagerly. They followed the method Su Qingqing instructed, and each lit incense for the ancestral master. When Gu Jun knelt down in reverence, there was a noticeable reaction from the ancestral master, whose divine statue seemed to widen its eyes animatedly. Su Qingqing raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What exactly was the ancestral master trying to convey? Chapter 63, A Strange Way to Make Headlines. When Gu Jun stood up after burning the incense, the statue of the Grandmaster had already returned to normal. Gu Jun noticed Su Qingqing looking at him thoughtfully and asked, what's wrong? Su Qingqing stroked her chin and asked, did you ever study these kinds of things before? I saw that when you used the Heavenly Fire Talisman earlier, its power was much greater than when an ordinary person uses it. Judging from the Grandmaster's reaction, his resemblance to someone from her world, as well as the extraordinary power when he used the Heavenly Fire Talisman, a suspicion in Su Qingqing's mind was almost confirmed. She strongly suspected that Gu Jun was a practitioner from the same world as hers. But then again, it seemed somewhat off. If he were really from the same world, how could he have ended up so badly? Almost losing his life multiple times? If he truly were a fellow from the same world, even as a beginner apprentice, he should have been able to handle situations with ease. Gu Jun met Su Qingqing's investigative gaze, spread his hands wide, and said very honestly, I've never learned any of this before. I just felt a sense of familiarity when I saw Zhao Liya use that talisman, and somehow, I immediately knew how to do it. After contemplating for a moment, Su Qingqing could only say, "You seem quite gifted in this area. Are you interested in spending a bit more money to buy some offensive talismans for protection?" Gu Jun. He never imagined Su Qingqing would reach such a conclusion. Silently, he took out his phone and transferred 5 million yuan to her. Then Mafat, "Please, Su Master, help me draw a few powerful attack talismans, the strongest ones, thank you." Su Qingqing gave him a glance indicating she appreciated his understanding. "Rest assured, all my talismans are top-quality pieces. They can save your life in critical moments. You won't regret spending money here." Gu Jun nodded in agreement. Su Master is truly talented, reasonable in pricing, and morally upright. Of course, she wouldn't cheat me. Miss Su watched awkwardly on the side as they flattered each other commercially. Or rather, she watched as Gu Jun followed Su Qingqing obediently. She thought inwardly, rumors say Gu Jun is the most cunning smiling tiger in the business field. Despite appearing gentle and cultured on the surface, his tactics are harsher than anyone else's. Moreover, despite his wealth, he's particularly frugal. In doing business with him, unless everything is clearly negotiated beforehand with prices set and benefits allocated accordingly, don't expect to make an extra penny off him. However, what she observed now didn't match those rumors. It appeared Gu Jun kept actively handing over money to Su Qingqing. Miss Su was puzzled but dared not ask, given Gu Jun's status far exceeded her level for casual remarks. After Gu Jun and Miss Su sat a while longer, seeing Su Qingqing begin to yawn, they both stood up and bid farewell voluntarily. Gu Jun told Su Qingqing, "You haven't slept since yesterday, and you've been busy nonstop. You must be tired. You're not made of iron, so take a good rest first." Su Qingqing, yawning, nodded. She indeed planned to take a shower and fall into bed right away. Upon hearing she hadn't slept from the previous day, Miss Su immediately said, "This Saturday, I told you to stay home and rest fully, didn't you? It's admirable how you still managed to come record the show early this morning. I can see your determination to enter the entertainment industry. All right, take a good rest first. After this show, there will likely be much public relations work to follow. I'll go ahead and handle these things for you." "Thank you, Miss Su." Su Qingqing replied compliantly. With a sigh, Miss Su waved her hand. "All right, stop trying to ingratiate yourself. Just rest well. Once you're rested, we'll plan and arrange the next steps." Gu Jun left together with Miss Su, who indeed went away. But Gu Jun stayed behind. He found Su Qingqing's yard incredibly comfortable. Even being near her house felt more relaxing than being outside. After stepping out, he noticed the house beside Su Qingqing's was empty, so he called Mr. Bai, his assistant, instructing him to purchase it. The original owner, residing overseas for a long time, initially didn't want to sell. But Gu Jun offered too much. Eventually, he bought the house at 3 times the market price. The former owner was delighted. Met a wealthy fool who paid through the nose. The foolish Gu Jun was also happy because he could finally live next to Su Qingqing. The security level soared instantly. Su Qingqing slept from 6 in the afternoon until 6 in the morning the next day, dreamless, and woke refreshed. After waking up, she meditated for an hour in the sunroom where she honored the Grandmaster, jogged 5 kilometers on the northern mountain, sweated all over, and ate breakfast from a decades-old stall near the northern mountain park. The breakfast stall was bustling with people, some heading to work and others to school, each face displaying haste, but brimming with vitality and hope, a scene lacking in Su Qingqing's world. She ate 5 steamed bun baskets, 3 bowls of tofu pudding, 2 wheat pancakes, and 1 bowl of soy milk in quick succession. A seemingly frail girl wearing sunglasses large enough to cover her entire face sat alone at a corner table, dazzlingly consuming a whole table full of breakfast. She garnered considerable attention, leaving many awestruck. When Su Qingqing went to pay the bill, she was accidentally bumped into by someone rushing by, causing her big sunglasses to slip off her face. As her clear and radiant smile came into view, an instant hush fell over the entire breakfast stall. Then the crowd began to stir. Someone shouted excitedly, "My goodness, it's Su Qingqing. She looks even prettier in person than on live streams." Almost instantly, the crowd surged forward like bees swarming around honey, encircling Su Qingqing layer upon layer. Neither students going to school nor adults going to work continued on their paths as they surrounded Su Qingqing enthusiastically asking, "Sister Qingqing, is everything that happened in yesterday's live stream really true? Rumors in the industry suggest you not only catch ghosts, but also have fortune-telling abilities. Can you tell me my fortune? If you predict correctly when I'll end my singleness, I'll support you for life. Could you help foretell when my 35-year-old son will marry? If you help me out with this, I'll make today's breakfast free for you, and every breakfast from now on." This last remark came from the passionate owner of the breakfast stall. The crowd's ardor left Su Qingqing utterly flustered. With an awkward yet courteous smile, she carved a path through the crowd and fled without looking back. Behind her trailed enthusiastic followers, forming a line that stretched down an entire street, creating quite the spectacle. Thus, after running 5 kilometers and eating breakfast, Su Qingqing was forced to run an extra 2 kilometers just to lose the pursuing crowd. Feeling very frustrated, Su Qingqing realized that this world, though brimming with earthy charm, had its people crazily enthusiastic. Chapter 64, A Little Merit Gained. Su Qingqing's act of eating breakfast by the roadside once again made it to the hot search list, marking her nth time during this period. This time, the way she trended was also pretty absurd. The title read, "Su Qingqing eats 5 steamed bun baskets for breakfast, 3 bowls of tofu pudding, 2 wheat cakes, and a glass of soy milk." Su Qingqing chased down 3 streets by an enthusiastic crowd, and so on. Besides the netizens who were merely there for the spectacle and entertainment, some couldn't help but say, I always thought she was one of those detestable rich girls who injects money into production teams. But who would have thought this sister has such a quirky style? Save me. If I keep paying attention to her, I'm going to switch from hating her to being a fan. Someone else said, I've already turned from hating her to loving her. This sister seems to have some kind of lucky talent in her. After watching her livestream reality show the other day, I casually followed her Weibo and just looked at some of her photos. Today, my boss notified me of a promotion. Yes, me too. Last night, I only started following her Weibo account, and today, when I was late for work, our company's check-in machine happened to break. I was almost going to lose my full attendance bonus. It's too supernatural. I subscribed to her last night, and today, I won 500 yuan from scratch-off lottery tickets. The comments similar to having good luck after following Su Qingqing kept piling up until over 1,000 messages accumulated. Nowadays, young people have a laid-back attitude, willing to roll with punches rather than believe in their own efforts. They'd rather seek divine intervention or superstition. After Su Qingqing's exploits spread around, her Weibo followers surged by over 1 million within days. The PR article posted by Su Jia, explaining that everything happening in the live streaming show was actually special effects, was completely ignored by everyone. Instead, the comment section under it was flooded with wishes left by netizens. There were also people annoyed by Su Qingqing's frequent trending, even more irked by her ability to reclaim fame and whitewash her reputation. Many commented acidly below, it's really speechless. How much did Su Qingqing spend on the trending topics? Every time I open Weibo, I see her. Is she living inside the trending topic list? It looks like the internet never forgets anything. Who wants to see someone as scandalous as her? Can you stop pushing her content to me, please? It's disgusting. But this time was different from before, when Su Qingqing was mocked all over the internet. This time, some people stood up to speak for her, and quite a few of them. A casual passerby seriously can't stand this anymore. Let me say something fair. I think this sister's trending isn't bought. After all, which female celebrity establishes a persona around eating 5 steamed bun baskets, 3 bowls of tofu pudding, 2 wheat cakes, a glass of soy milk, then being chased down 3 streets? Exactly. Moreover, why are there still people saying Su Qingqing is a bed climber? Honestly, I kind of believed it before watching yesterday's reality show livestream. But after watching it, I changed my mind. With how cowardly Xiao Yufan appeared on the show, Su Qingqing must be blind to willingly climb into his bed. Ha 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 ha. This really had me laughing. Yesterday, Xie Quan was carried out while crying, but was at least conscious. Xiao Yufan, however, fainted out of fear and was carried out by medical staff. Ha ha ha. The comment trend suddenly changed direction when mentioning Xiao Yufan, starting a wave of merciless ridicule. Xiao Yufan's wife fans could only unhappily lurk online because they couldn't even control the narrative. Su Qingqing was comfortably at home, enjoying takeout food, and indulging herself in browsing through Weibo. It was here she realized why, yesterday, when leaving the scene, she felt like she forgot something. She now remembered. She completely forgot about Xiao Yufan, who had fainted from fear in another room. It was only when Xiao Yufan's agent started looking for him, and the production crew began clearing the site, that Xiao Yufan was discovered lying unconscious in a remote storage room. They say Xiao Yufan was scared so much that he wet himself. Truly, in every sense, wet. His team blocked the information at the scene, forbidding anyone from spreading it outside, hence only those present knew. The paparazzi outside only managed to photograph Xiao Yufan being carried out on a stretcher. If they knew he wet himself out of fear, Xiao Yufan might lose even more fans. Furthermore, it was rumored that after returning, Xiao Yufan was awake, but his behavior was like he had lost his soul, distracted, startled easily, constantly scaring himself. There were even moments where he'd suddenly become delusional, making normal communication impossible. His team, having no other options, first took him to a psychological doctor but found it ineffective. Later, they spent an exorbitant amount hiring a master in the spiritual realm. Coincidentally, they hired the same master as last time who had consulted for Director Li's economic agents, with a fee of 20 million. After the consultation, the master concluded he was excessively frightened, losing a part of his spirit. Only after summoning it back did Xiao Yufan return to normal. Although his spirit was brought back, Xiao Yufan had a string of bad luck afterward. Due to the damage to his image, he lost several endorsements and even missed opportunities to enter the big screen. His team also attempted to sue the program producers for compensation, but the producers were only willing to offer 50 million yuan. The negotiation dragged on for a while, but the law didn't support their claim, so they eventually lost the case. These were all things Su Qingqing learned while having casual conversations with Sister Su. Shaking her head in regret, Su Qingqing said, "Tsk, if only he had kept quiet during the show and just followed me obediently. Wouldn't that have been better? He really had to keep picking fights with me, but I couldn't drag him along. There's no way." After that episode, Su Qingqing gained 3 more loyal customers, Xie Quan, Lan Xian, and Bai Sheng. They got Su Qingqing's WeChat ID from Zhao Lia. After adding her as a friend, they each bought amulets, heavenly fire talismans, and some peace blessings. Being celebrities, they were all rich and started purchasing the talismans at prices starting from 4 to 5 million yuan each. Su Qingqing earned close to 10 million yuan through these extra sales. She calculated that after clearing her debts and buying property, in just 1 week, she had accumulated another 60 million yuan. Of course, most of this was contributed by Gu Jun. The title of Unlucky Guy #1 was truly well-deserved. She set aside 1 million yuan as pocket money for herself. then rounded up the remaining 60 million yuan and donated it all again. This time, the orphanage where the original host of her soul stayed refused to accept any more donations, saying that it was too much. They only accepted 10 million yuan and recommended a reliable channel for her to donate to children in impoverished mountainous areas. 3 days after sending the little girl and the infant spirits to be reborn, Su Qingqing received 2,000 merit points. Raising an eyebrow, she couldn't help but chuckle. It seems these little ones down below must have said quite a lot of good things about me, resulting in such a high merit score. Alright, I'll forgive their antics. Chapter 65, The Master's Charging Standards. After resting at home for 2 days, Su Qingqing was finally ready to go back to the company and continue to slack off. Sister Su said that because of her stunning performance in the horror hospital, her popularity had recently skyrocketed. Aside from some variety shows that approached them again with good scripts, there were also some web series that came over. Sister Su suggested she pick a few at the company that caught her eye or she was interested in. She just stepped out to hail a taxi to the company and immediately ran into someone familiar. Gu Jun had just finished jogging and gave Su Qingqing an enthusiastic wave as he greeted her. Good morning. Su Qingqing curiously asked him, how did you end up here? Did you come to find me? You look fine today, not like someone who's down on their luck needing help. Gu Jun. So you think the only reason we would run into each other is because I'm down on my luck? Su Qingqing nervously touched her nose. No, I didn't say that. Don't make things up. Gu Jun looked at her with a half smile. If you weren't nervous, you wouldn't be touching your nose right now. Previously, after being saved twice by Qingqing, he had this image of her as a master who seemed detached from worldly affairs. But as he got to know her better, he realized that she wasn't that aloof. Most of the time, she looked calm simply because she wasn't good at expressing herself. Upon closer observation, it became clear that she had quite a lot of little gestures that honestly conveyed her thoughts. For instance, right now, she obviously felt guilty. Gu Jun pointed to the small villa next door. I've moved. Just relocated next to your place. I discovered the feng shui around your house seems pretty good. Yesterday when I visited, I felt very comfortable. And I'll be staying in a city for the next while anyway, so I've decided to move next to you. Su Qingqing gave Gu Jun a thumbs up. Nice, good choice. The spiritual energy here is indeed the most abundant in a city, which is why you feel comfortable here. Spiritual energy works best for those who constantly deal with negative qi or those who have excessive exposure to it. Then she flashed a bright smile. Of course, the reason my yard feels especially comfortable is because I've set up a small spirit gathering array. Living in an area rich in spiritual energy not only benefits physical and mental health, but can also prolong life, and malevolent spirits won't dare approach the doorstep. Mr. Gu, would you consider having one set up too? Upon seeing Su Qingqing's current smile, Gu Jun instantly understood. He took out his phone and transferred 5 million to Su Qingqing. Please set up a spirit gathering array at my new house, and also at my old family residence. Is this money enough? More than enough. After I get off work these next few days, I'll go set up the arrays at your new house and your old residence. Su Qingqing's eyes curved happily. By now, she'd learned her lesson. When doing business with Gu Jun, she absolutely didn't initiate price quotes because he always surprised her with unexpected offers. One could only say that poverty limited imagination. There truly was a barrier between super rich people and ordinary ones. But what Su Qingqing didn't know was that the price Gu Jun quoted was actually only slightly higher than the market price. Gu Jun had a sense of propriety in this aspect. He wanted to build a long-term relationship with Su Qingqing, so it definitely couldn't be about throwing money blindly. Otherwise, it might make the other party uncomfortable. Moreover, truly capable people were rare nowadays. Many masters charged starting at 5 million yuan merely for advising on wealth-attracting feng shui, without even guaranteeing its effectiveness. Even more exaggeratedly, exorcism ceremonies that could really eliminate malevolent ghosts or send them away cost millions, yet still didn't ensure complete success. Several highly skilled masters had practically been hired exclusively by the wealthy to handle such issues for them, with prices fixed according to industry standards. What? Do you think commoners can afford these services? That's overthinking, because common people can hardly even reach out to these masters. When common people encounter such matters, they can only try their luck with local shamans, relying purely on fate to see if they survive. In the end, Su Qingqing hitched a ride with Gu Jun to the company. Before getting out of the car, Gu Jun handed her a golden card. Didn't you mention wanting to find a more impressive boxing gym or martial arts school to exercise at? I originally thought of finding you a boxing gym, but then someone recommended a good martial arts school. I checked it out for you. And the elder teacher there is a direct inheritor of the Zhang-style, Tai Chi lineage. He does have real skills. I think compared to Western boxing, you'd probably be more interested in this kind of traditional style. Su Qingqing accepted the golden card and carefully read the words on it, casually weighing it in her hand. Oh wow, this card is actually pure gold. Gu Jun, is the focus really on this now? Is it about the pure gold card? He suddenly gained a higher level of understanding regarding Su Qingqing's money obsession. The martial arts school comes from an old and reputable lineage. Apart from cultivating skilled students, their boxing techniques also help in maintaining health. A group of wealthy elderly people have joined as members there, so the conditions at his martial arts school are pretty good. Gu Jun cleared his throat lightly as he explained. He didn't mention that the martial arts school was membership-based, where only golden card members could recommend other golden card members, and each card cost 5,000 yuan. Su Qingqing took the card and waved at him. Got it. When we have time, we can spar together, purely sparring, no magical attacks from me. After finishing her sentence, she got out of the car, waving without looking back, her retreating figure looking as casual as always. As Gu Jun looked at Su Qingqing's casual silhouette, he somehow felt quite relaxed. When White Special Assistant saw Gu Jun smiling faintly at work, he even asked, "Mr. Gu's mood is quite good today? Did the Central Africa project go through?" Only then did Gu Jun realize that he had been smiling all along. He thought carefully and decided that the reason for his good mood was likely because he knew that as long as Su Qingqing was around, he wouldn't have to face those inexplicable matters anymore. His life returned to its deserved calmness. There weren't as many surprises every day, and he no longer needed to remain perpetually tense. Living for over 2 decades, he experienced for the first time how easy and peaceful life could be. No, he must firmly grasp on Su Qingqing and become her best friend. Before entering his office, he suddenly turned to White Special Assistant and said, "By the way, don't we have any media companies under our Gu group yet? Do some competitive market research for me this afternoon. I'll take a look at starting one." White Special Assistant was initially puzzled since hadn't Mr. Gu always focused on the real economy. Why did he suddenly want to enter the entertainment industry? Just then, they heard Gu Jun muttering while walking into the office, saying, "Master Su's company has gone too far, not even arranging a chauffeur-driven car and professional team for Master Su after such a long time. What will happen next time when she's chased for 3 streets?" White Special Assistant. Now he understood. This entertainment company was specifically established for Master Su. Their Mr. Gu truly was Master Su's #1 believer. Oh wait, that statement wasn't exactly right. It should say Master Su's greatest patron. Chapter 66, Another Breach of Contract Fee. After Su Qingqing arrived at Ms. Su's office, she immediately noticed that something was off about her demeanor. With her arms crossed, she sat there looking rather upset. "What's wrong? Why are you in such a bad mood on the first day back to work?" Su Qingqing asked. Upon seeing Su Qingqing, Ms. Su's expression softened slightly, but she still wasn't very cheerful. She handed over a stack of notices for selection to Su Qingqing. "Take a look. These are all the invitations we've received in the past few days. I think quite a few of them are pretty good. For instance, this movie where they invite you to play the role of a voodoo girl as the second female lead. It is a major international co-production. Even though it's just the second female lead, it is still an excellent opportunity for someone like you who is completely new to the entertainment industry. After all, unless you're one of those chosen prodigies, not everyone can start off as the protagonist. Most people grow gradually from smaller roles." Su Qingqing took the documents and flipped through them. "Then isn't that great? What made you so angry?" Miss Su sighed. "It's those people upstairs. During today's meeting, I proposed that you should transition into acting, but the higher-ups said it would be a waste of time to join the film crew, especially since these large productions usually require closed-set shooting. They said that you have hit the jackpot right now with your current high popularity, and no one knows how long it will last. Rather than joining the film set, it would be better for you to take on more variety shows and commercial performances to make quick money. They didn't approve any announcements for you joining the film set." Su Qingqing. "Do they really dislike me so much that they plan to exploit me and then discard me? They never interfered before when I chose which announcement to take." Speaking of this, Miss Su sighed even louder. "You were Miss Su from the Su family back then, with strong backing. Of course, they didn't dare to tell you what to do. But now they've realized that the Su family has cut ties with you completely, so they've become bolder." Su Qingqing asked quietly. "Could it be that they don't believe in my abilities in that area?" Miss Su let out a cold laugh. "People like them, driven by greed and profit, have absolutely no reverence for anything or anyone except for exploiting artists to make more money. How could they believe in you? They still think that your success is purely due to luck, being adept at dealing with things, and establishing your own persona." The more Ms. Su spoke, the more agitated and frustrated she became. When you ran into trouble before and needed public relations help, they didn't contribute a single cent, nor did they use the PR team they had within the company. Now that you've started climbing up a bit, they just want to squeeze all your value to make quick profits for the company. No wonder our company has never been able to produce a real big-name star. With such focus only on short-term gains, and without concern for future cultivation, how could there ever be a superstar? Su Qingqing recalled that it was they who helped her find a media company after she discussed her intention to enter the entertainment industry with her father and mother. At that time, they told Su Qingqing that she could pursue whatever career path she wanted because they had everything arranged for her, offering their support. The previous host had been touched by this for a while. Looking back now, the Su family indeed had everything perfectly arranged for her. Finding a particularly exploitative entertainment company is not easy after all. Most likely, they hadn't even intended for Su Qingqing to succeed. Perhaps they believed that the worse Su Qingqing fared, the better their fortune would be. Such a thought was extremely malicious. Su Qingqing didn't come to the entertainment industry just to make fast money. She genuinely wanted to be a star and gain greater influence, so that her merit points could increase more rapidly. If this company stubbornly decided to exploit her and prevent her from having a chance to shine, staying here would be completely meaningless. She pulled out the chair opposite Ms. Su, sat down casually, and asked, "Tell me, how many years is my contract with the company? How much would I have to pay if I wanted to terminate it proactively?" Ms. Su held up one hand. 50 million yuan. Su Qingqing immediately corrected her casual posture, politely closing her legs. "This number is still a bit too high for me at the moment. I should have been slower yesterday, not donating that 60 million so quickly. What can I say?" She found herself quite speechless. She felt like she clashed with this company. Otherwise, why was she always either paying breach of contract fees? Ms. Su lit a cigarette. "Let me think about this. We need to figure out the best way to handle this situation, and we cannot remain passive. Wait, they don't believe that you possess such talent, do they? Maybe you should send a ghost or two to scare them, making them believe, so they will never randomly assign tasks to you again." Su Qingqing. To be honest, Miss Su looks really tough right now. This isn't the same person who used to get easily frightened and alarmed, is it? When did she become so bold? Su Qingqing coughed lightly. This method might work quite well, but I doubt it's feasible. Although I am a member of the Xian sect and could do this, I would lose merit points for doing it. Even though we are powerful, there are still heavenly rules that restrict us from acting recklessly. Otherwise, human society would have long been ruled by members of the Xian sect. Miss Su immediately sighed in defeat. Then what do you suggest? What should we do? How can we grow stronger and larger like this? Su Qingqing patted her shoulder to comfort her. Don't worry. I've already started gaining recognition in the industry. Once a few more unlucky ones come my way, I'll be able to gather enough money for the breach of contract fee. Miss Su. Suddenly, she felt extremely sorry for herself. What was this operation? Am I supposed to earn money catching ghosts to buy back my freedom in the entertainment circle? After such a tiring session, neither of them wanted to continue selecting notices. Just as they were at a loss, both Su Qingqing's and Miss Su's phones rang simultaneously. Su Qingqing stepped outside to answer her call, and Zhao Lia's weary voice came through. Qingqing, the talismans you gave me seem to have lost their power. I've had nightmares for 2 consecutive nights. Talismans losing power? That's quite unusual. Have you encountered any attacks recently? Su Qingqing asked with a slight frown. Chapter 67. Accidentally Gaining Faith Power. Zhao Lia thought carefully. Actually, it's not really an attack. I've been having dreams for 2 consecutive nights. In the dream, there's a long-haired woman covered in blood standing at my doorstep, crying to me about how she met a terrible death and begging me to save her. But she looks so terrifying that I hide in my room and don't dare to go out. All I can do is crouch in a small room and peek outside. For 2 nights in a row, she eventually gets swallowed by a huge shadow later on. And when this happens, I wake up. Every time I wake up, it's at exactly 4:44 a.m., not a second more or less. After Zhao Lia finished speaking, she still felt a chill of fear, tightly gripping her amulet with both hands, unable to calm down. And I don't know if it's just my impression, but I feel like the blood-covered woman is very familiar. Even though I can't recognize her, I keep feeling as if I know her well. After hearing this, Su Qingqing asked, then has your amulet changed at all? Did it get hot or warm, or did its color change? Zhao Lia shook her head. No changes on that front, which is strange. The dreams have been so bizarre for 2 days in a row. There must be something wrong, but my amulet hasn't reacted at all. Could it possibly have become ineffective? Su Qingqing said seriously. The talismans I draw won't lose their power. If it didn't react, it means you're safe. It's likely that the woman coming to find you isn't here to harm you. Maybe she's looking for you for another reason. The more serious Su Qingqing spoke, the more uneasy Zhao Lia became, shivering along her back. What other reason could there be? Look, I'm Zhao Lia. I've always done good deeds, never messed around with young idols in the entertainment industry, and never bullied others with my influence. I haven't done anything I'd feel guilty about. So, why would someone come after me? Su Qingqing sighed. If you haven't done anything wrong, then why are you so anxious? Zhao Lia. It's hard to describe, but I'm just freaking out. Who wouldn't panic if they encountered something like this? She asked anxiously. Qingqing, are you busy these next couple of days? Do you have any commitments you need to meet? If you have some free time, can you stop by my place to check it out? Don't worry, sister has money. Absolutely no way will I let you work for free. No matter how many millions, it's no problem. Upon hearing that money wasn't an issue, Su Qingqing's eyes lit up. She had recently been worried about not having enough money to cancel her contract with the company, and now misfortune had sent business right to her door. She cleared her throat slightly. Whether or not it's about the money isn't important. It's mainly because we've hit it off. What's your address? I'll come over right now. Zhao Lia was deeply moved and quickly gave her address. After going back inside, Su Qingqing informed Ms. Su and got ready to leave with her little backpack to take a taxi. As she entered, Ms. Su had just finished making a phone call. She put down her phone and looked rather complicated, saying, you go ahead and deal with your matters first. When you return, I still have something to discuss with you. Just now, I received a call from a newly established media company. They currently don't have any artists signed under them yet, but their CEO highly admires you and wants to sign you to their company to plan your career development. Are we being monitored through our phones while talking? What we mentioned actually came true, with such great conditions offered too. Is this perhaps a scam? Su Qingqing carefully examined Ms. Su's features. Your career prospects show a purplish glow, symbolizing good fortune coming from the east. It doesn't seem like something that would result in a financial loss. On the contrary, it suggests that your future career will greatly develop. Since our careers are intertwined, I believe you shouldn't reject them outright for now. You can investigate and learn more about them. Ms. Su's trust in Su Qingqing had reached almost a blind level by now. After hearing that her career palace was showing purple, her heart was already moved. She retracted any previous dismissive attitude and nodded repeatedly. All right, understood. You go ahead and focus on your affairs without worrying. I'll thoroughly research and discuss things here on my side. Su Qingqing took a taxi and headed toward Zhao Lia's house. While sitting in the taxi, the driver recognized her. The driver was a middle-aged man, around his early 40s. After recognizing Su Qingqing, he kept trying to start conversations with her. He said his daughter used to love Xiao Yufan a lot, spending all her pocket money on Xiao Yufan. After Xiao debuted, she even stole money from home to buy his albums and help him with data management. His daughter, although academically average, was quite obedient and well-behaved. However, due to her obsession with Xiao Yufan, she had frequent arguments with her family during her rebellious teenage years, causing strained relations. However, After watching the live variety show set in a haunted hospital, his daughter suddenly lost interest in Xiao Yufan. She originally thought Xiao Yufan was a carefree and sunny big boy with no ulterior motives. But after watching the show, she found him not only lacking in grace, but also extremely timid, frightened into a cowardly mess until he had to be carried out by others. She said that there was no way she could continue to be a fan afterward. Now, she no longer fights with her family for money and has diligently returned to school to continue studying. Oh yeah, recently, her daughter's new favorite is Su Qingqing. Not only does Su Qingqing refuse any kind of data support from fans, but she also frequently posts positive messages on Weibo encouraging people to love life and stay optimistic. Su Qingqing was forced to listen to the driver uncle's chatter all the way. When it was time to get out of the car, he refused to accept the over 200 yuan taxi fare, even smiling as if he should thank Su Qingqing instead. Su Qingqing, who is least skilled at dealing with such situations, ended up giving him a protective charm instead. Since you won't take the money, then let me give you a protective charm. Hang it in your car, it can protect you and keep you safe, Su Qingqing said. The driver uncle didn't really believe in it inside. It seemed like these mystical things were becoming trendy again among young people. But seeing that the charm probably wasn't worth much, he didn't decline further and placed it together with his car decorations, tying it to his car ornaments. He had no idea how big of a bargain he got. Those charms would cost Su Qingqing at least 10,000 yuan each if sold in wealthy circles. A few days later, because the driver wanted to earn some extra money to buy a set of handbooks for his daughter, who had become well-behaved again recently, and because his daughter used to collect such things but couldn't afford them anymore after following Xiao Yufan, he decided to work extra nights. He wanted to buy an expensive set of handbooks as a birthday gift for her, so he worked through several late-night shifts. On one of those nights, an accident almost happened. He accidentally veered dangerously close to an oncoming large truck. At the last moment before collision, his hands moved involuntarily. By the time he realized what had happened, he had narrowly avoided crashing head-on with the truck. It was extremely perilous, just a small mistake, and he could have lost his life under the wheels of that truck. He didn't know how he had escaped the collision. All he saw when he looked up was the protective charm he had tied to his car decoration turning gray. With a light touch, it crumbled into ashes and scattered all over the floor. After returning home, he quickly told his daughter about this incident. The whole family was deeply frightened, and they realized it must have been Su Qingqing's charm that saved him. His daughter posted the event on Weibo, which gained some attention. Some people accused her of fabricating the story, claiming Su Qingqing was investing too much in marketing related to supernatural themes. However, more people surged to Su Qingqing's Weibo page to make wishes, and she unknowingly gained another wave of faith power. Su Qingqing was quite perplexed for a while. I can't figure this out. It's incomprehensible. In the previous world, there were too many gods, and even real deities had to work hard to gain a little bit of faith. Here, however, I just need to be a star, and I already get it. Puffed, truly the age of new media. It's something else entirely. As a result, she became even more determined to pursue her goal of being a big star. Faith, power, and merit points aside, her main goal was always to become a star. Chapter 68 absolutely can't get married too early. All of these are just afterthoughts. Su Qingqing is now rushing to Zhao Lia's house. Zhao Lia and her mother personally came out to greet her. Zhao Lia's mother is very beautiful, over 40 years old, but because she has taken good care of herself, she looks like in her early 30s. Without exaggeration, when standing next to Zhao Lia, they look like two sisters. Moreover, she is very kind-hearted, without any air of a wealthy lady. She personally poured tea for Su Qingqing. Qingqing, you look better in person than on live broadcasts. The things you've done for Yaya, she has told me all about them. Auntie truly appreciates your help. Our Yaya is always perfect and goes smoothly in everything except for matters of the heart. She keeps encountering scum men. Losing money is one thing. After all, it's just money wasted on those mercenaries. The real issue is that she's been emotionally abused. After each breakup, she would come home crying and lock herself up for an entire day. As her mom, every time I hear this, I can only cry quietly with her. My heart hurts so much. Zhao Lia felt exposed and shot her mother a glare. Mom, Qingqing is here to help us resolve issues. What are you babbling about? Su Qingqing sighed internally. No wonder they're wealthy people. Being deceived of money isn't a problem as long as feelings aren't hurt. If these words were posted online, at least impoverished netizens struggling in life would leave 10,000 comments berating her. But Su Qingqing actually liked her, and she took the initiative to console her by saying, Aunt Zhao, don't worry too much. It's just that Yaya has had bumpy love experiences when she was younger, but if she sticks to not getting married before 30, then naturally after turning 30, she will meet a worthy partner. In the future, she will have a happy marriage, 2 children, a boy and a girl, and smooth sailing all her life. And Aunt Zhao yourself, looking at your face, your forehead is full, your cheekbones have healthy flesh, your nose tip is round and smooth, your earlobes are round and well-shaped, all indicating signs of wealth and prosperity for both your husband and home. With you presiding over the household, everything will surely prosper. Your husband and children will become increasingly successful. You're indeed a person blessed with good fortune. The more Mrs. Zhao listened, the bigger her smile grew. By the time Su Qingqing finished speaking, she was already holding her hand, treating her warmly like a daughter. Then let's hope what Qingqing said comes true. Oh dear, the more I look at you, the more I like you. You're a rare friend for Yaya. There's no need to be polite, and call me Aunt Zhao. Call me Auntie Zhao from now on. Who doesn't enjoy hearing pleasant words? Especially since Su Qingqing expressed them so beautifully. Without delay, Aunt Zhao made a comment. I can't understand why the Su family threw someone as adorable as you out. They even spread terrible rumors about you outside. I almost believed them before. Now seeing you in person, I know they've been telling lies. Even if you're not their biological daughter, they raised you for so many years, there should still be some affection. How could they say such vicious things? Even though Aunt Zhao didn't specify what exactly the Su family had said, Su Qingqing could guess some. It was probably stuff about her being an unlucky star or a thankless white wolf who never showed gratitude. Zhao Liya gave another exasperated glance at her mom. Mom, you keep blaming me for talking too much. I think this isn't my fault, blame genetics. Su Qingqing chuckled, it's fine. Ever since I left their house, I've had nothing to do with them. I don't rely on them for anything. Whatever they say about me, I really don't care. Realizing she might have said something inappropriate, Aunt Zhao quickly covered up. That's right. Don't care. Not caring is a good thing. A fortunate daughter doesn't enter a house without fortune. Auntie Zhao thinks highly of you. Auntie Zhao likes you. After saying that, she forcibly changed the subject. Did you hear that, Yaya? Don't get married too easily. Nowadays society is too complicated. Some people might seem great before marriage, acting perfectly, but who knows whether they turn into monsters after the wedding. Do you remember Lele, your childhood friend who played with you since young? Despite opposition from her family, she insisted on marrying that university teacher who came from the countryside. Before marriage, he appeared to be so refined, a doctorate degree holder, and a university teacher, a high educational background, and a decent job besides refusing a single penny from Lele's family. But what happened after they got married? His true colors were revealed. His whole family moved from the countryside to the city. Lele bought new houses, arranged jobs for them, and despite receiving all that, they weren't grateful. Recently, wasn't she constantly coming over to complain to you? Worst of all, she became pregnant before marriage when she was already 7 or 8 months along. She couldn't bring herself to terminate the pregnancy. Divorce required a cooling-off period, and the man firmly disagreed because he claimed no faults, so divorce wasn't possible. TSK. Truly tragic. Zhao Liya's mood wasn't great after hearing this either. Got it, Mom. I'm focusing on my career in the entertainment circle right now, and I won't get married before 30. No matter how much I like someone, I won't marry them, so don't worry about me. By the way, Lele hasn't come to see me for a long time recently. That silly girl quarreled with her family over marriage back then, and she could only come to me to complain. It's almost time for her delivery. Wonder how she has been doing. After the mother and daughter sighed and exchanged feelings for a while, they finally got to the main point. Zhao Liya said, Qingqing, I've already told you about my nightmares. Can you take a look for me? What's really going on here? Su Qingqing nodded. I came today specifically to help you with this. But since it's daytime, there's nothing unusual to see for now. Tonight, I'll stay at your place to watch if that woman will appear again tonight, and then we can take corresponding measures according to the situation. All right, Zhao Liya nodded enthusiastically, feeling reassured and unafraid with Su Qingqing around. Aunt Zhao also prepared a big dinner for her, leaving Su Qingqing thoroughly satisfied. The rest was just quietly waiting for nightfall. Chapter 69. It was her best friend who came to ask for help. Zhao Liya had been worried that she would be too nervous to fall asleep tonight, but just after midnight, when she lay down on the bed, she drifted off to sleep almost naturally. Then once again, she dreamt of the same dream. In it, she stood by the bedroom window, and suddenly her vision became extraordinarily sharp, allowing her to clearly see outside the yard. The blood-soaked woman appeared again. Her body seemed to have suffered countless slashes. Not a single piece of skin remained unbroken. Her face was a blur of blood and flesh, making it impossible to recognize her features. Yet her eyes were so familiar. They exuded an indescribable sorrow and despair, and she looked up at Zhao Liya with such emotion. Zhao Liya's heart filled with indescribable sadness and grief under this gaze, as if something squeezed her heart. The first night she saw the bloody woman, she jumped in fright, feeling extremely terrified. But the woman didn't harm her. She simply stood there at the doorway and watched her. On the following night, Zhao Liya dreamed of her again. Although fear lingered within her, it wasn't as overwhelming as it had been the first time. Now, seeing the woman again, Zhao Liya was no longer as scared. She even wanted to ask her why she kept coming to find her. As Zhao Liya was lost in these thoughts, Su Qingqing suddenly appeared at the gate of the yard. Zhao Liya could barely believe her eyes. Wait, wasn't this her dream? Why was Su Qingqing in her dream? Even more shocking, Su Qingqing walked directly to the gate, opened it without hesitation. Zhao Liya saw Su Qingqing conversing with the blood-soaked woman standing outside. With Su Qingqing present, Zhao Liya wasn't as frightened anymore. Instead, she became curious about what they were talking about. An intuition told her that the content of their conversation was incredibly important. She left the room and ran towards the gate. By the time she got close, she noticed the blood-soaked woman was about to be swallowed up by a dark shadow. Before being taken away, the woman put all her remaining strength into handing over something to Su Qingqing. Just as Zhao Liya was about to ask what was happening, she felt a sudden sensation of falling. The ground beneath her cracked open, and she plummeted. She woke up abruptly, finding herself lying in her own bed. Realizing everything had been a dream, she glanced at the clock. It was 4:44 once again. She sat up from the bed abruptly and rushed downstairs. There, she found Su Qingqing sitting on the couch, as if waiting for her. Breathing heavily and slightly out of breath from excitement, Zhao Liya stammered. Just now, I dreamed. In my dream, you went to open the door. Su Qingqing interrupted her. What happened just now was not a dream. Your soul witnessed it, but upon waking, you thought it was one. So you really opened the door? What did you two talk about? Who is that woman? Zhao Liya asked anxiously. Su Qingqing hesitated for a moment, but then responded. She said her name is Kai Lele. She came to seek your help because she was murdered by her husband and mother-in-law. You're the only person she trusts to assist her. As she spoke, she handed over the item she had been holding. A beautiful clover necklace adorned with pink diamonds that sparkled under the living room light. From the moment Su Qingqing mentioned that Kai Lele was killed, Zhao Liya could hear nothing else. It felt like electric currents buzzing in her ears. Her immediate reaction was disbelief. How could such an absurd thing happen? Even if Kai Lele had strained relations with her husband's family, it couldn't go this far, could it? Was it some sort of mistake? Could the ghost be someone pretending to be her? However, when Su Qingqing handed her the pink diamond clover necklace, Zhao Liya's resolve broke instantly. This clover necklace was bought during their overseas trip as a 20th birthday gift exchange between them. Zhao Liya gave Kai Lele this pink clover necklace, symbolizing luck, hoping that her future life would always go smoothly. Kai Lele gave her a purple diamond necklace, equally precious, hoping her career in the entertainment industry would shine brilliantly. There was no doubt, this necklace belonged to Kai Lele, and Zhao Liya recognized it immediately. Holding the necklace, Zhao Liya trembled all over and had to lean on the sofa just to keep standing. Why does she need my help? If she can communicate, why doesn't she just appear before me instead of staying outside the yard? Su Qingqing sighed. Because there are amulets placed in your home given by me. The power of my talismans is very strong, so she could only stand outside your house and contact you this way. It seems her spirit is trapped somewhere and has limited freedom. I asked her why she didn't turn to her own family first when something like this happened. She said that it was because she had gone against her family, argued with them, and married that man despite their objections. She felt too ashamed to go back to them now. She also said that in this world, the person she trusted most was you. By the time Zhao Liya heard this, tears were already streaming down her face. She covered her face and cried so hard that her whole body shook. She could barely catch her breath. So she had been trying to ask me for help all along. No wonder she felt so familiar. But I was afraid of her and kept avoiding her. How scared, how sad, and how desperate must she have been. The friendship between girls is often much stronger and deeper than love. Since their families are also business partners, Zhao Liya and Kai Lele grew up playing together from a young age. With their parents busy working, they always supported each other and knew every secret, big or small, about one another. They attended junior high and high school together and even entered the same university. Though not blood sisters, they were closer than real siblings. Suddenly hearing such terrible news, especially about Kai Lele dying so tragically, Zhao Liya couldn't bear it. She cried uncontrollably and completely lost control of her emotions. When Zhao Liya went downstairs, Aunt Zhao followed her. After listening to what happened, she felt chills run down her spine and thought it was truly terrifying. Aunt Zhao comforted Zhao Liya while asking strangely, "But why didn't we receive any news of Lele's death?" "Her body likely got hidden by now," Su Qingqing said coldly. "It probably hasn't been discovered yet." Zhao Liya finally began to recover from her initial emotional breakdown. She also noticed something odd about the situation. So, Lele was likely killed by her husband and mother-in-law, and then her body was hidden so no one has found it yet. That's why she came to me for help, right? Chapter 70, A Poor Cover-Up. Su Qingqing nodded. It's highly likely to be like this. Aunt Zhao felt her goosebumps rise. She had heard before about children of others dying far away without a trace, later appearing in dreams to their families and giving specific locations to find them. She never imagined that such an event would happen to them. After going through initial sorrow and shock, Zhao Liya wiped her tears fiercely and said with determination, "Since Lele asked for my help, I must assist her. I have to fight for justice on her behalf. Her husband and mother-in-law will pay the price." First, she picked up her phone and called Kai Lele twice. The calls went through, but no one answered. She then sent WeChat messages. "Why haven't you come to find me lately? The new autumn collection is coming out soon. Let's go shopping together." There was no response via WeChat either. With suspicion growing, she reviewed Kai Lele's social circle updates and discovered that her last update was from the previous day. The post showed a table full of home-cooked dishes accompanied by the text, "My mother-in-law knows I'm due soon, so she cooks for me daily as nourishment. I'm almost turning into a pig." Upon examining the food photos closely, Zhao Liya couldn't suppress a bitter laugh. Lele never touches any dish with coriander. She dislikes it the most. Out of 6 dishes, 4 have coriander. This isn't her posting. They killed her and are pretending by posting updates from her phone. Suppressing her rage, she called Kai Lele's husband, Su Tianxiang. Zhao Liya got straight to the point. "Su Tianxiang, where's Lele? I called her just now. She didn't answer. No reply on WeChat too. Her pregnancy is pretty advanced. I'm sure she's fine at home." Su Tianxiang responded seamlessly without a moment's hesitation on the other end. "Huh? When did you call? Why would no one answer?" "About an hour ago," Zhao Liya replied. "An hour ago? That's when she usually rests or takes a nap. Maybe she's sleeping. Since she's nearing her due date, she tends to sleep more. I'll call Grandma to see if she's still asleep and send you a message back. Don't worry, my mom has been here to take care of Lele all day long. How could anything happen to her?" Hearing his lies smoothly told, Zhao Liya felt a chill run down her spine. She tried controlling her voice saying, "Is that so? In that case, I'm relieved. Oh yes, Lele's due these days, right? Be sure to notify me first once she gives birth. I'll send a big red envelope gift." Zhao Tianxiang said, "Sure thing, though with Lele approaching her due date, don't keep inviting her out anymore. It's risky for her big belly. You might understand each other while playing around normally, but she's married now, pregnant. Family should be her priority now. If something happens to her baby while out playing, it wouldn't be easy for you to take the responsibility. Zhao laughter became colder as she thought how he often used similar tactics with Kai Lele, gradually cutting her off from many good friends except Zhalia herself, who remained close. To say the least, Zhalia was her only confidant. Her tone cooled significantly. Su Tianxiang, what you're saying is overstepping. Lele and I grew up together. Our relationship has always been closer than hers with you. Do you remember the words I said at your wedding? You'd better always treat Lele well, otherwise I won't forgive you first. And with that, Zhao hung up the phone abruptly. Even after the call, her chest kept rising and falling due to anger, unable to calm down easily. Next, she dialed the parents of Kai Lele. Kai Lele wasn't an only child, she had a younger brother. However, being the eldest daughter of the Kai household, she had always been their beloved treasure, economically well off since childhood, and raised with much affection. Kai mother quickly answered, her warm voice coming through the phone. Yeah, what made you suddenly think of calling Andy today? Judging from her voice, Zhao knew she hadn't sensed anything amiss regarding Kai Lele's situation. At the thought of this, her throat tightened uncontrollably. Forcing herself not to choke up, she spoke as calmly as possible. Here's the matter, Aunt Kai. I know you may still be upset with Lele, but over the past couple months, Lele's constantly cried to me privately. She misses you both dearly. Her marital life with Su Tianxiang hasn't exactly been smooth or happy. She complained that her mother-in-law constantly gave her trouble, also forbidding a cesarean delivery no matter what, insisting on natural birth without pain relief. I think it's almost time for Lele's due date, right? I've been calling her the past few days, and she hasn't answered. I'm really worried about her, but I don't have a proper reason to just show up at her place directly. You're her mom. Can you come with me to check on Lele? At first, Aunt Kai was still somewhat upset when she heard about Kai Lele. Their daughter had always been pampered, and to marry Su Tianxiang, she had said many hurtful things that broke the entire family's heart. It was as if her brain had been poisoned. Aunt Kai and Uncle Kai were helpless, angry, and sad. In frustration, they stopped contacting Kai Lele, hoping she would learn some hardship, realize Su Tianxiang wasn't a good person, and understand her choice was wrong. But they absolutely never stopped loving Kai Lele. After hearing Zhao Lia's words, Aunt Kai became immediately agitated. How could this be? Why didn't Lele come back and tell us these things? That old hag from the Su family, an ignorant farmer who understands nothing. How dare she treat Lele like this? Has she lost her mind? Does she think our Kai family has no one to stand up for us? Are you available now, Yia? Aunt Kai will go with you to check on Lele immediately and see what's going on. Zhao Lia nodded fervently. Yes, let's go now. Zhao Lia set off with Su Qingqing by car. Worried they might not find Kai Lele's hidden body, Su Qingqing volunteered to help. Just as Zhao Lia left home, Kai Lele's WeChat responded. Yeah, I fell asleep just now and didn't hear the message. I'm almost due, so because of the phone radiation, I don't use it much anymore. Don't worry about me. Big fat lie about phone radiation. Zhao Lia was so enraged, she almost threw her phone away. What era are we in where people still talk about phone radiation? Lele doesn't believe in that nonsense. This is clearly sent by her mother-in-law to cover up the situation. Chapter 71, Not Allowed to Enter. Zhao Lia stepped on the gas and drove straight to Kai Leluo's house, arriving just as Kai Leluo's parents got there. Aunt Kai had informed Uncle Kai about the matter, and they both immediately drove over. It was evident how much they cared for their daughter. Zhao Lia briefly introduced Su Qingqing to them, without mentioning that she was a master of metaphysics. She just said Su Qingqing was also a good friend who was concerned today and decided to come along for support. The group arrived at Kai Leluo's doorstep. Kai Leluo's new home after marriage was located in the outskirts, not a well-maintained suburban area where the rich lived, but rather a neighborhood blending urban and rural elements. It still featured a little villa with a small garden, but this villa and garden were very typical of rural areas, a vulgar-looking villa and a vegetable garden filled with various plants. As soon as they reached the entrance of the small garden, a strong smell of farmyard manure could be detected. Farmyard manure, made from human and animal excrement fermented, is a primitive kind of fertilizer used in the countryside. Even in modern-day rural areas, many people avoid using it due to its overwhelming odor, opting instead for more hygienic industrial fertilizers. The stench from the yard hit Zhao Lia's group hard, making them wrinkle their noses. Uncle Kai suddenly became choked up with emotion. Leluo has always been such a clean-loving child. When she was younger, she'd cover her nose at the mere smell of cow dung in the country. How can she possibly live comfortably in a place like this? Such a harsh environment. It's nothing like what our family offers. Why would they choose a house in such a place for their wedding home? Zhao Lia knew the answer. Isn't it because when they bought the house, Su Tianxiang's mother insisted that she couldn't get used to living in city apartments and demanded a house with a yard? Leluo didn't have enough money, so she ended up buying this one in the suburbs. Aunt Kai grew angrier the more she listened. I've said it before, this whole family has no shame. If they wanted so much control, why didn't they shell out money to buy the house or pay rent themselves? Instead, they only know how to make things difficult for our Leluo. Uncle Kai's frown deepened. This man, who had built an entire business empire from scratch, wasn't someone to trifle with. Now, seeing his beloved daughter suffering so much indignity after 20 years of being doted upon, his fists clenched tightly by his sides. They rang the doorbell at the iron gate outside the yard for quite some time before anyone came to open it. It was Su Tianxiang's mother, also known as Kai Leluo's mother-in-law, who opened the door. Dressed like a typical rural housewife, what set her apart was an overly glamorous perm in her hair, completely incongruous with her deeply lined face from years of labor. Her upturned eyes, high cheekbones, and thin lips gave her a perpetually unkind look. When she saw Aunt Kai and Uncle Kai outside, her expression faltered slightly, but quickly masked itself. She approached the gate without opening it, addressing them through the iron bars with sarcastic undertones. Well, what wind brought the two of you here today? Didn't you say, when Leluo married our Tianxiang, that you'd sever all ties with her and absolutely not interfere ever again? Aunt Kai's face darkened like the bottom of a pot as she barely suppressed the urge to scold back. That was us speaking out of anger. Leluo is our biological daughter, a piece of flesh from my body. Do you really think I can abandon her? Yes, Leluo is our daughter. Uncle Kai chimed in sternly, and since she is far along in her pregnancy now, we've come to visit her. Whether and how we communicate with her is none of your business. Open the door and let us in, or let her come out. That's right, Zhao Lia interjected. What right do you have to meddle so much in matters between Leluo and us? This house was purchased by Leluo, and you certainly don't own it outright. Just open the door and let us see Leluo. Who says this house belongs to Leluo? Yang Fengwan, Su Tianxiang's mother, rolled her eyes dramatically and remained firm about not opening the door. My son contributed tens of thousands too, and his name is on the deed. It's natural for me to live here. I'll open the door if I want to. Otherwise, I won't. It's my house, after all. Besides, Leluo isn't even here. She went traveling with friends. Even if you enter today, you wouldn't see her anyway. She went traveling? Her due date is coming up in a few days. How could she possibly go on vacation? And with how isolated you've made her, which friends does she have left to travel with? Zhao Lia shot 3 direct questions back. A flicker of uneasiness crossed Yang Fengjuan's eyes, but disappeared quickly. She quickly regained her composure and said, how would I know where she went or who she went out with? She doesn't talk to me much anyway. She's so wild all day, always thinking about going out and playing. How can I possibly control her? This speech sounded reasonable enough, shifting all the blame onto unreasonable Kai Leluo. When Zhao Lia heard them conspire to kill Kai Leluo's reputation even after harming her, her chest heaved up and down with fury. Pointing at Yang Fengwan, she became so angry that she couldn't speak for a moment. Regardless, Yang Fengwan continued making up various excuses to keep Zhao Lia and Kai Leluo's parents from entering. Just as the tension reached an impasse, Su Qingqing, who had remained silent until now, suddenly piped up, "You're lying. Lele didn't go anywhere. Her phone's location tracker still shows her at home." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire scene fell silent, and Yang Fengjuan's face immediately revealed panic. Combining this reaction with her previous attempts to block their entrance, Kai Leluo's parents instantly sensed something was wrong. Kai Mom reached through the iron fence and grabbed Yang Fengwan by the collar with unexpected strength, preventing her from escaping. "You open this door right now? I need to see my daughter." Kai Dad kicked the door hard. "Open it, damn you. Open it." The iron gate resounded loudly with each kick, unsettling everyone within earshot. "Stop it, everyone just stop." Suddenly, a man's voice shouted behind them. Everyone turned to see Su Tianxiang returning. After receiving Zhao Lia's call earlier, Su Tianxiang had felt uneasy and took a whole day off school, rushing back home without delay. But as soon as he returned, he found himself in the middle of this scene. Parking his car hastily, he jogged over and wiped the sweat from his forehead before asking innocently, "Mom, Dad, what's going on here? Why is there such a commotion? Could it be some kind of misunderstanding?" His tone and attitude exuded calmness, contrasting sharply with the appearance of Kai Leluo's visibly upset parents after their loud quarrel. Su Tianxiang looked scholarly and polite, reinforcing the impression that any dispute must have been entirely their fault. Neighbors began gathering around, whispering and pointing fingers at the group. Chapter 72. Kai Lele is back. Are they the in-laws of that rich daughter-in-law? TSK. The whole family is just as tyrannical and unreasonable. Yes, I heard that the daughter-in-law does nothing at home all day long. The mother-in-law takes care of everything alone and even grows vegetables in the yard, working herself to exhaustion. The daughter-in-law is unreasonable and lazy. It's just because she has a bit of money and throws her weight around. TSK. Now it seems clear that all family members are the same. It looks like one shouldn't marry a rich wife. Otherwise, there will be too much resentment. The whispers from neighboring houses kept entering the ears of Kai Lele's parents. Without guessing, it must be because Yang Fengwan has been promoting this story outside, causing these neighbors to say such things. Kai Lele's parents immediately became so angry they couldn't catch their breath. Zhao Lia was trying hard to soothe them, her eyes turning red with anger as well. Kai's father took a deep breath and said, "I don't care about all this right now. My daughter's phone GPS locator is still showing at home. Your mom blocked us from entering, preventing us from coming inside. We just want to see our daughter." Su Tianxiang's heart sank. He had thought of almost everything, but forgot about Lele's phone having its location services on. But his psychological quality was better than his mother's. As an intellectual who can lie without batting an eye, what? How could Lele be so forgetful again and leave her phone behind when going out? Su Qingqing observed his performance quietly. She knew that Kai Lele's phone location was still active because Kai Lele was currently standing in the courtyard. No one could see her or hear her voice except Su Qingqing. She told Su Qingqing her phone's GPS service hadn't been turned off. She had started crying profusely from the moment she heard her parents refer to her as their precious daughter and as a part of themselves. Unfortunately, ghosts don't cry tears, they cry blood. Su Tianxiang roughly guessed that Kai Lele's parents would not leave unless they entered the house and searched for Kai Lele. He then gave his mother a look, opening the courtyard gate. Lele really isn't at home. Her relationship with you guys used to be strained. My mom was also worried about letting you come in without her consent and upsetting her. She's pregnant after all, and my mom didn't dare to upset her, so she didn't open the door. But my mom's bad at explaining herself clearly and caused this misunderstanding. Let me apologize for my mother. Since you've come, Dad and Mom, I must invite you inside for a cup of tea." As he spoke, he led the way inside, while Yang Fengwan followed closely behind him. Although she didn't say anything, her face still showed signs of tension. Outside the courtyard, it smelled awful, but inside the house, it was relatively clean and tidy. The furniture wasn't particularly expensive, all wooden practical items that didn't appear unusual. After sitting down in the living room, Kai Leilei's parents saw Su Tianxiang personally pour them tea. Meanwhile, Zhao Liya took the chance to visit their marital bedroom during her bathroom break. Everything looked normal, showing no signs of anything suspicious. Kai Leilei's parents' expressions eased slightly, but remained cold. Their daughter lacked discernment, but they certainly did not. They had recognized from the beginning that Su Tianxiang was a smooth-talking man whose words sounded good. Kai's mother asked sternly, "Where's Leilei? Where did she go to play, and with whom? Who goes out nowadays without bringing their phone? Tell us where she is. We'll go find her directly. Both her father and I miss her. We have to see her today." Su Tianxiang replied reluctantly. Leilei once signed up for prenatal yoga classes where she met quite a few new friends. She doesn't love talking to us about these things. We truly don't know where she went. Both sides engaged in several rounds of verbal fencing. In short, Su Tianxiang's meaning was clear. Kai Leilei's parents arrived on an unlucky day, and they wouldn't see her today. This made the situation stiffen. Zhao Liya was anxious like a restless ant, but she had no evidence and dared not make unfounded accusations. What should she do? She cast a pleading glance towards Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing merely gave her a reassuring look. Just as both parties were locked in a standoff and Yang Fengwan was subtly hinting to ask them to leave, Su Qingqing, unnoticed by everyone, raised her hand, pinched a finger together, and snapped her fingers lightly. Instantly, the lighting in the living room dimmed, as if a heavy cloud had descended upon them. A layer of mist spread through the living room, but quickly dispersed. Suddenly, at the entrance, appeared a pregnant woman. This woman was none other than Kai Leilei, whom they had been searching for all day. The moment Kai Leilei appeared, Su Tianxiang and Yang Fengwan both nearly disbelieved their eyes. An expression of extreme terror showed on Yang Fengwan's face, while Su Tianxiang's legs began trembling uncontrollably. Kai Leilei's parents noticed their daughter at the door. Initially delighted, they quickly felt something was off. Leilei. Mrs. Kai stood up and walked toward her daughter, breaking into tears for no apparent reason. "Mom," Kai Leilei responded, staggering towards her mother. Looking at her daughter, a sixth sense told Mrs. Kai that her child had endured much suffering. She stretched out her arms to embrace her daughter, but her hand passed right through Kai Leilei. Mrs. Kai froze, doubting her own senses. She tried several times, but each time her hand went through Kai Leilei, failing to hold her. Though ordinary people might have been frightened, this was her daughter. Rather than being scared, she anxiously asked, "Why? Why can't I hold you?" Kai Leilei couldn't stop crying and sobbed as she apologized. "Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. From now on, I won't be able to repay you or treat you well. Your daughter is dead, brutally hacked to death by them working together." Her voice grew sharper with each word, filled with anguish and blood-soaked emotion. Just then, Mr. Kai realized what was happening. He leapt up from the sofa, ran over to his daughter, and tried many times but still couldn't hold her either. He started shaking, stiffly turning to look at Su Tianxiang and his mother hiding in the corner, trembling like leaves. Yang Fengwan, terrified, started babbling nonsense. How could this be possible? How could it be? Dead people can't come back to life. And wasn't she sealed under the well using my earth method already? Chapter 73. It's all your fault. Su Tianxiang stepped back repeatedly. Under the almost murderous stares of everyone, he became increasingly afraid and apprehensive. In the end, he directly pushed Yang Fengwan in front of him, pointing at her as he said, "It's not my fault. Really, it's not my fault. You were pushed and fell to your death by my mom, not me." In an instant, the truth came to light. Su Tianxiang betrayed his own mother. Yang Fengwan looked at her son incredulously. "Didn't you tell me that Kai Leilei refused to go home for money to help with your school connections, so I gave her a lesson? That's why we got into a fight, and I accidentally pushed her, right?" She could never have imagined that her beloved son, the one she cared about wholeheartedly, would push all the blame onto her at such a critical moment. Kai Leilei, her eyes streaming blood-stained tears, glared fiercely at the two people before her. "Su Tianxiang, you're also not off the hook. The two of you worked together to kill me. Your mom shoved me down the stairs from the second floor when I was heavily pregnant. I hit my head when I fell, just fainting temporarily. I was still breathing. But it was because you both feared taking responsibility if I were taken to the hospital for emergency care, so you didn't send me. You just stood there watching me bleed out from giving birth prematurely. 2 lives gone. After I died. Only then did you realize the severity of the situation. You were afraid of being pursued by my parents for compensation, and your mom was scared I'd return as a vengeful ghost seeking revenge. The two of you used knives to dismember my body, cutting me into pieces and putting them in red plastic bags. My head was thrown into the water well in the yard, my limbs buried at each corner of the yard, and you even covered the well mouth with dog blood-soaked cloth and sealed it with a peachwood cover. Poor me. While I was alive, I was emotionally abused by you and constantly drained of money, and now after death, my remains are dismembered and sealed in your courtyard. Had it not been for the deep resentment in my heart allowing me to leave the well every midnight during the strongest Yin energy, I wouldn't have found Zhao Liya for help. All the monstrous things you did to me might never have come to light." Kai Leilei recounted all the details of her murder and the subsequent dismemberment in one breath. Because she had already passed away, turned into a spirit of vengeance, she could not linger in the mortal world for long. It would harm both herself and those still alive, like her parents and Zhao Liya. She had to seize the opportunity, reveal the truth swiftly, and leave no room for the cunning Su Tianxiang to excuse or escape responsibility. All these were informed to her by Su Qingqing, the master brought by Zhao Liya. Su Qingqing had met Kai Lele above the water well at the entrance just now. Except at 4 o'clock in the morning, she was otherwise trapped within the well, without freedom to move. Just now, Su Qingqing remained silent, but freed her soul, using a thread of her own spiritual power to save her from the well's seal. It was also Su Qingqing who explained the next steps. She claimed to have secured her 30 minutes, enabling her to appear in broad daylight and reveal the truth herself in front of everyone. Kai Lele was extremely grateful. When Kai's mother heard what her daughter had endured, she almost couldn't stand steady anymore. Anguished, broken-hearted, and seething with extreme anger. Even Zhao Liya, supporting her, trembled with rage. Kai's father rushed towards Su Tianxiang and pummeled him with punches on his face and body. I treated my daughter as if she were my own pupil, and when she got even a scratch, I'd cry over it. But when she married into your family, you consumed her resources without ever caring for her. And now, this is how you've treated her? You're not human. I'll beat you to death. I will avenge my daughter. Each punch he threw was fierce. Initially, Su Tianxiang protected his head and took a couple of hits, but as the pain intensified, he too grew angry, pushing Kai's father hard. After all, Kai's father was already in his 50s, and clearly, Su Tianxiang at around 20 lacked nothing in physical strength. With the shove, Kai's father nearly stumbled backward, nearly hitting the ground, but fortunately, Su Qingqing intervened just in time to support him. Otherwise, this careless push might have caused further serious harm. Realizing the matter was fully exposed and beyond remedy, Su Tianxiang decided to abandon all pretense and confront recklessly. Pointing at Kai Lele, he yelled arrogantly, "Your death was your own fault. What good person do you think you are, flaunting your few paltry dollars, money which isn't even yours anyway, acting so condescending and ordering me around like I'm some sort of obedient dog? You thought you could treat me this way and act superior simply because you were born into a better family and have wealthy parents? You aren't smarter than me, nor more educated than me, nor even capable. You're just a brainless woman. So what exactly makes you so great? Since you married me, you belong to me. When I needed funds for promotion and title assessment, it should have been your duty to give me the money. If you didn't want to give me money when I asked for it and told me to earn it on my own, how could I possibly do that in this society where everything relies on money and connections? Should I have let my mom discipline you instead? Was that wrong?" Kai Lele was almost amused by Su Tianxiang's shamelessness and his unrepentant attitude. So enraged, she felt her surroundings filled with twice as much ghostly energy. "You say my money all came from my parents, that you look down on me and think I'm just a brainless woman. But why didn't you say these things when you were coaxing me to spend my money on you? Why didn't you then think I was useless? At the time, my parents were against me marrying you. They even said they would cut ties with me. What did you tell me then? You promised me that you could take care of me after we got married, that the rest of our lives together would be fine without relying on their wealth, and that we could build a simple, yet happy family. I actually believed you. I truly believed your lies. The house we lived in after marriage was bought by me. The car you drove to and from work was also purchased by me. The decoration costs of the house were paid for by me. Altogether, the savings I had of a few million yuan have all been poured into this family, into you and your mother. And still, you asked me for 200,000 yuan so you could grease some palms. Did I refuse? No. I told you that I had no more money because the 10,000 I had left needed to be used for the baby, to take care of the child once it was born." Not only was Su Tianxiang not remorseful, but he almost instinctively blurted out, "If you're out of money, you can go back home and ask for more. Your family has plenty of wealth. Do you really think they wouldn't continue giving you more if you asked enough times? You weren't willing to go back and ask them for money even though you knew how important it was for me to get promoted. You're selfish, and all you ever cared about was saving face. Marrying a woman like you is the unluckiest thing that's happened to me in 8 lifetimes." Kai Lele looked at Su Tianxiang, and by now she was too angry to form a single complete sentence. She regretted it until her intestines turned green with remorse. It was only now that she realized she hadn't married a human being. She'd married something less than an animal, a devil. What had clouded her judgment to allow herself to be manipulated by this man during their courtship, blinded by infatuation to defy her family and insist on marrying him? Chapter 74. What do you think you are? Lele has been so good to you. She spent all her money on you, and you actually say such things about her. You brute. Mrs. Kai was so angry that she could only repeatedly curse him as an animal. Despite her higher education, she could not think of any more insulting words at the moment. After all, in her view, even the harshest insults for this family were still like compliments. At this moment, Zhao Liya became the spokesperson for Kai Lele. She slapped Su Tianxiang hard and scolded him angrily. "You ungrateful wretch. There are plenty of university professors who are smarter than you, with higher degrees than you, and more capable than you. Do you really think you're that exceptional? If it weren't for Kai Lele liking you, you'd still be living in a school dormitory, taking public transportation every day, and your single mother would still be growing vegetables in some remote mountain village. On your own, it would take you at least 20 years to live such a decent life in City A. But not only do you not know how to be grateful, after getting so much from Lele, you start to think that Lele owes you everything. Not only do you not treat Lele well, but you also become even worse. Let me tell you, A garbage like you wouldn't even be noticed by the Kai family if it weren't for Lele liking and choosing you. You're not even worthy to carry her shoes. Those who love and pursue Lele are thousands of times better than you. The heavens gave you the fortune to have Lele, but not only did you not cherish it, you actually harmed her. People like you deserve to be chopped into pieces, thrown into hell, and boiled in hot oil. Su Qingqing added solemnly from the side. Not just that. After going through judgment in hell, people like him will likely experience 10 of the 18 levels of hell, suffering punishment for 800 years before falling into the path of beasts, never able to regain human form. Her beauty was clear and radiant, yet her eyes cold enough to chill one's heart. Her voice, without a hint of mercy, delivered this kind of judgmental verdict, making everyone present break out in goosebumps. Su Tianxiang didn't believe in talk of descending to hell after death. He glared at Zhao Liya, full of venomous hatred, and compared to being sent to hell, he was far angrier at Zhao Liya exposing his incompetence. When Yang Fengwan realized what was happening, she started beating her thigh dramatically, shouting, "What a disaster! What a calamity! What an unfortunate household! I've said it before, girls from wealthy families who are spoiled like Kai Lele shouldn't be married. Marrying her means nothing but trouble for us. Now that something happened, it's evidently all our fault. I poured my entire life into raising my son for more than half a century. But look, he's ruined now because of this woman." As soon as those words left her mouth, Lele's parents and Zhao Liya grew even angrier. They lunged forward, ready to rip the mouths off these cold-hearted ingrates. Su Qingqing stopped them in time. This family shows no remorse at all and fails to recognize their mistakes. No matter how much we say, it's useless. Let's go outside first. Lele doesn't have much time left. Let her give them a taste of their own medicine first. I'll call the police, so they come and deliver justice for Lele, and let these two trash bags face legal punishment. Kai Lele worried that her parents might lose control due to her and cause more harm, quickly saying, "Yes, master is right. If we kill them now, we'll bear legal responsibility because of these two brutes, and I will also be subject to karmic retribution and unable to reincarnate smoothly. It's not worth it for these animals. Mom, Dad, Ying, please go out and report the case first, and drag my body out from the cold well water." Mrs. Kai broke down into sobs again, while Mr. Kai gritted his teeth and said, "Lele, don't worry. Even if Mom and Dad go bankrupt and spend every last penny, we will hire the best lawyers. Su Tianxiang and his beastly mother must be sentenced to death. We must make sure you see them judged and thrown into hell to serve their sentence in the underworld." Yet even if they personally tore Su Tianxiang and Yang Fengwan limb from limb, it still wouldn't soothe their hearts, for killing them couldn't bring back their beloved daughter. Kai Lele's parents and Zhao Liya retreated to the yard as arranged by Su Qingqing to call the police. Su Qingqing transferred about 10 years' worth of spiritual energy she had cultivated to Kai Lele, allowing her to punish Su Tianxiang and Yang Fengwan. Before stepping out, she sealed all possible escape routes so Kai Lele could close the door and vent her rage freely, leaving them nowhere to flee, except to endure this sense of fear and pain. Su Qingqing reminded carefully, "Lele, when you punish them, be absolutely sure not to kill them, or else you'll dirty your hands and won't be able to reincarnate properly." Kai Lele looked at Su Tianxiang and his mother and coldly smiled. "Don't worry, I won't. I will never harm myself for creatures like these again." Seeing this, Su Qingqing finally left, thoughtfully closing the door behind her to give Lele some private space. The police arrived quickly after the call, and it took no more than 10 minutes from the phone call to their arrival on the scene. They soon uncovered Kai Lele's body in the well and at the four corners of the yard based on the intelligence provided by Lele's parents. Realizing immediately that this was a serious case, they promptly dispatched the most professional major crimes team. Kai Lele's parents informed the police that, realizing something was wrong, they had already locked Su Tianxiang and Yang Fengwan inside the house and were waiting for the police to arrive. When the police opened the door, brought Su Tianxiang and Yang Fengwan out, and escorted them onto the police car, the two appeared to have been extremely shocked. They were raving incoherently and struggling like mad. Su Tianxiang even reeked of urine. He had obviously wet himself out of fear. The police couldn't understand why they reacted in such a way, but Kai Lele's parents knew. It was because they'd been taught a lesson by Lele. However, none of them would tell the police about it. There were still many tedious matters left to deal with on the police side. Su Qingqing couldn't do much to help as she had already done everything within her power, so she decided to leave first. Before leaving, she whispered to Mrs. Kai, "Lele isn't safe here. The presence of the police with their yang energy could harm her. I'll take her away first. Once you're all done, give me a call, and I'll bring her back so you can reunite. Be sure to contact me within 3 days. After the 7th day since her passing, she might become a wandering ghost if she stays outside too long." Mrs. Kai nodded furiously, unsure how to properly thank Su Qingqing. It wasn't until after everyone left that she realized she should sincerely express her gratitude. Mrs. Kai asked Zhao Liya for Su Qingqing's account number and transferred 500 million yuan to her. Su Qingqing. Oh wow, so her company's breach of contract fee was covered just like that. Chapter 75. Oh, the penalty was earned. After Su Qingqing finished dealing with matters on her way home, she happened to receive a call from Sister Su. Actually, Sister Su had left quite a few messages on WeChat for her, but Su Qingqing was busy handling Zhao Liya's affairs and didn't check her phone at all. To be precise, she still wasn't in the habit of checking her phone anytime. If she was busy with something, she wouldn't think about checking her phone unless someone called her. As for WeChat, whether or not she saw the messages largely depended on fate. Sister Su sent a lot of messages to her without receiving any reply, And today, she waited for her for a long time, but Su Qingqing never showed up at the company, so she eventually decided to give her a call. Hello, Qingqing, there is something very important I need to tell you right now. Before Sister Su could finish her sentence, Su Qingqing interrupted her. Don't get too angry, right? It's because of the matter where the company claimed a huge penalty fee for what you proposed, right? No. Before Sister Su could finish her sentence again, Su Qingqing interrupted once more. Never mind. You said earlier that breaking the contract would cost a 50 million yuan penalty, right? Yesterday and today, I made exactly that amount. There are a few things I have to take care of these 2 days, but once I'm done, we can start dissolving our contract. Sister Su, what? Are you kidding me? She almost couldn't believe her ears. Wait, did I hear it wrong? Did you just say you made 50 million yuan in 2 days? Who did you encounter? Another unlucky person like the agent of General Li? Not really. Su Qingqing shook her head. This one's misfortune is truly unprecedented. They were terribly affected. What happened? Sister Su asked curiously. I've taken payment for my services, so I cannot reveal too much. Su Qingqing refused to disclose details because she was a professional with strong integrity. Sister Su stopped probing further. She wasn't the nosy kind who must pry into everything. Changing the subject, Sister Su said, okay, actually, I originally called to inform you that the company which recruited you yesterday, it turns out, is a newly established subsidiary of Gujun's. They're reliable. And after knowing we had to pay a large compensation for an early dissolution of the contract, they told us that the contract we signed may be illegal and that we don't need to pay so much compensation. They even offered us professional lawyers to assist us in the legal case. And if we end up having to compensate the remaining penalty fees, they can help cover them, treating it as signing up funding. Moreover, upon signing the contract, we'll have our own separate studio free from other artists' influence. We'll enjoy independent decision-making rights, giving us great autonomy. Is it really this good? All benefits with no requirements. Su Qingqing furrowed her eyebrows slightly. Sister Su shook her head. I already asked. They said there were absolutely no strings attached. They even mentioned putting this assurance in the contract, telling us not to worry. Su Qingqing found it strange indeed. There was no such thing as a free lunch. How could all these advantages fall upon her without cause? Then it hit her. Oh, right. This was under Gujun's company. Perhaps it was meant as a favor repayment. But wasn't Gujun generous enough every single time before? Everything between them had been settled fairly. Although Su Qingqing loved money, she was also extremely mindful of the cause and effect relationship behind earnings, refusing unjustified gifts. After pondering for a while, she spoke to Sister Su. In this case, since it's Gujun's company, it should be trustworthy, and we can go ahead with them. We will also accept their support in terms of providing professional legal teams. However, we won't let them compensate for the penalty fees. Now that I have the money, I'll take care of it myself. Please confirm the signing contract again with them, making sure there are no loopholes. I really don't want to bear another sky-high penalty fee. Primarily because in this entertainment circle, any slight breach often starts from millions of yuan in compensation. It was simply too much for her to afford. There were indeed many wealthy, unfortunate individuals around, but one shouldn't waste such opportunities like that. Her purse always seemed to have leaks everywhere. It was hard to keep her balance. Of course, Sister Su understood Su Qingqing's concerns perfectly. On the phone, she solemnly nodded. All right, got it. I'll handle this properly. Thank you, Sister Su. I trust you. After hanging up, Su Qingqing thought about it and decided to send a WeChat message to Gujun. Thank you for your kindness, but there's no need to express gratitude through this manner. I will sign with your company, but treat me like any ordinary employee. Gujun instantly grasped Su Qingqing's meaning upon receiving the WeChat and replied almost immediately. No, you misunderstood. I just established a new entertainment company, and it's your potential that has caught the attention of our company, thus the offer. Su Qingqing's lips twitched involuntarily. If it weren't for her strong self-awareness, knowing full well she had neither acting talent nor singing abilities, not to mention her rigid dancing moves, she would have genuinely believed an entertainment company actually valued her potential. There was no need for her to look back. What would she get by looking back? Anyway, everything was awkward. Since she had signed with his company, there was no way he would harm her. Su Qingqing didn't have to wait long. The next day, Kai Leilei's parents, who had preliminarily handled matters at the police station, got in touch with her and even sent a car to pick her up. When Su Qingqing arrived, she found Kai Leilei's parents, Kai Leilei's younger brother, Zhao Lia, and other closest family members all gathered together. Kai Leilei's parents looked as if they'd aged 10 years overnight. Without wasting time, Kai Leilei's mother asked anxiously, "Did you perform the funeral rites for Leilei? Was she reincarnated after being delivered from suffering? Or is she still here? Can we see her one last time?" Su Qingqing nodded. "She's still here. When I asked you to contact me within 7 days, it was to give you some time for a final farewell." After speaking, Su Qingqing took out the soul-storing talisman that contained Kai Leilei's soul, flipped her hand, and made a gesture. Instantly, Kai Leilei appeared before everyone. Upon appearing, Kai Leilei immediately cried and rushed toward her family. The entire family cried together, while Zhao Lia sobbed uncontrollably nearby. Of course, this crying together was literal, as Kai Leilei had turned into a ghost and could not physically touch anyone. Through her tears, Kai's mother lamented, "Leilei, my dear, you endured so much injustice over there. Why didn't you come home and tell your mother? Even during that tragic incident, you didn't return to us, but reached out to Yaya. If Yaya hadn't been so sensible and taken the initiative to find us and told us about your situation, this matter wouldn't have been resolved so quickly, and the beastly mother-son duo, Su Tianxiang, wouldn't have been dealt with so soon either." Kai Lele choked on her words. I thought I had gone against your wishes when I insisted on marrying Su Tianxiang, uttering all those cruel things just to marry him. Surely, you must have hated me so much that you no longer wanted me as your daughter. Our words were just that, mere words spoken in anger. You are our beloved daughter, whom we cherished from childhood. How could we possibly abandon you like that? Her father interjected, his eyes red with tears. Since Kai Lele's death, the whole family had slept poorly every night. More than anything else, he had endlessly cursed himself for ever saying such harsh words to Lele back then. Words like, if you're set on marrying this man, consider yourself disowned from the Kai family. Don't ever come back to the Kai household, nor call me dad. Had he not said those words, might Lele have returned home in distress and shared her grievances instead of letting further tragedies unfold? Chapter 76. Can come back to be your daughter again. Kai Lele regretted even more in her heart. She had gone through everything smoothly from childhood, so smoothly that she thought her life would definitely go well, and she believed all the decisions she made were correct. She was so capricious. Her parents didn't like Su Tianxiang, and they didn't see a future for him, but she insisted on marrying him to show off her good life to them later. Now it seemed that she was so stupid, utterly foolish. The Kai family and Kai Lele were very regretful. Their biggest problem was still the lack of communication. If they had communicated more, many things that happened afterward might not have occurred. But there's no time machine in this world, nor is there any pill for regret. Many things are one wrong step after another. Regret has already been formed, and no matter how much they regret, it's useless. Su Qingqing thought that Kai Lele and the Kai family were very pitiful, and at the same time, it was very regrettable. But she found it very uncomfortable with such a scene where a group of people cried uncontrollably. As an outsider, she quietly walked out and sat on the stairs outside. She gave them enough space, waiting until they had said what they needed to say, and when they all calmed down, then talk. Finally, after half a day passed, even the lunchtime was missed, they finally calmed down inside. Kai Kongkong, Kai Lele's younger brother, ran out quickly to find Su Qingqing. Seeing Su Qingqing was still there, he sighed in relief and said, Great. Thank goodness Master Su you're still here. Sorry, we were too agitated just now and didn't pay attention to you. Kai Kongkong had always had a good relationship with his sister Kai Lele since childhood. With this incident happening, besides being heartbroken to the point of inability to accept it, he was equally grateful to Su Qingqing and treated her with great respect. Su Qingqing waved her hand and said, It's fine. I can understand. It's not hot today either. Sitting here for a while doesn't matter. Kai Kongkong invited Su Qingqing to go inside to eat, saying that the family specially prepared a feast for her as a thank you. Su Qingqing looked at the estimated 10 square meter large round table full of delicacies in the Kai household. Lobsters as thick as arms, emperor crabs as big as children 5 or 6 years old, and many dishes she hadn't seen before but knew were expensive just by looking. She sincerely felt inside that the Kai family was likable. Under the enthusiastic serving of dishes by the Kai family, she finished this lunch. Of course, Kai Lele couldn't eat, but she also took a seat, placed a bowl and chopsticks, and considered herself involved. After the meal, the relatively warm atmosphere at the table dropped again. Kai's mother started wiping away tears secretly, turning her back. Kai's father and Kongkong also had red eyes, remaining silent without a word. Zhao Linya, however, kept her eyes firmly fixed on Kai Lele, unwilling to miss even a second. They all knew that Kai Lele's 7th-day anniversary was approaching, and this meal was likely their last chance to gather forever. They were reluctant to part, but they had no way out, fearing only that speaking about it would only increase their sorrow. Kai Lele didn't know what to say either. She could only repeatedly plead, Mom, Dad, I am unkind, unable to fulfill my filial duty in this life. In the next life, I will still be your daughter. Next life, I'll be a good daughter. Brother, in the next life, I will still be your sister. We will be a family again. Yaya, in the next life, let's be best friends. As soon as these words were spoken, the sound of sobbing erupted across the dining table, and everyone burst into tears. Only Su Qingqing remained, finishing her meal slowly, wiping her mouth with a cloth, clearing her throat lightly, then asked Kai's mother solemnly, Auntie Kai, aren't you 39 this year? Uncle Kai, aren't you 48? This unexpected question confused both of Kai Lele's parents, but they still nodded. Su Qingqing asked further, Then, are you willing to have another third child? It's true that Auntie giving birth at this age would indeed be dangerous, but there's a hidden third child possibility in both your destinies. If you're willing, you can try for a third child. What do you mean? Kai Lele's mother asked, her mouth trembling. She certainly knew that Su Qingqing wasn't saying this for no reason. She must have something else in mind, but she dared not guess. Kai's father also looked at her with keen eyes. Su Qingqing didn't keep them guessing and explained directly. Your family, the Kai family, must have done many good deeds in the past, so your family has accumulated a lot of merit. Lele died a violent death, and she has committed no fault. Her natural lifespan is not yet complete. After she goes down below, considering the merits of your family, she should be able to reincarnate earlier and choose which family to be reborn into. So, if Auntie Kai and Uncle Kai are willing to have another third child, Lele can return to be your daughter in the next life. But she probably won't retain her memories from this life. She will become a completely newborn baby. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire dining table fell silent. No one had expected such a twist at the end, and for them, it was nothing short of a miracle. Mrs. Kai nodded continuously. I'm willing to have another child. I'm definitely willing. Of course, I'm willing. She even knelt down directly in front of Su Qingqing. Master Su, you are the benefactor of our whole family. You truly are the benefactor of our family. We really don't know how to thank you enough. Su Qingqing hurriedly tried to help her up, but then unexpectedly both Mr. Kai and Kai Kong also knelt down, and naturally, Kai Lele followed by kneeling too. She struggled to support one after another and finally turned to Zhao Linya for help. Zhao Linya was also delighted, but she understood Su Qingqing better. She helped everyone from the Kai family to stand up and joked, "All right, that's enough already. Kneeling doesn't do anything. If you really want to thank her, why not do something practical? After being expelled from the Su family, she's quite short on money. If you want to express your gratitude properly, then do so." At first, the Kai family thought Zhao Linya was being a bit rude, but they were surprised when Su Qingqing earnestly nodded. "Yes, I don't need kneelings. I need money." Kai Lele's mother instantly understood. After standing up, she quickly transferred 80 million yuan to Su Qingqing. As Su Qingqing heard the notification sounds of the money arriving, she sighed with resignation while supporting her forehead. Why does everyone spend so lavishly? I'm getting rich every day, and I can't even keep up with donating all this money. In the end, Su Qingqing drew blood from Mrs. Kai's fingertip and used it to draw a small camellia flower behind Kai Lele's earlobe. This was because Kai Lele was born on the day when the camellia flowers bloomed in their courtyard. It was like an agreement, a mark between them, waiting for her return when the camellias bloom next year. Kai Lele left with a contented smile, waving goodbye to her family and best friend. As she walked toward the gate leading to the underworld, she turned around and smiled, saying, "Make sure to wait for me to come back." Everyone nodded vigorously in response. Chapter 77. We'll try to move past the pain. After sending Kai Lele off for her successful reincarnation, Su Qingqing left amidst countless thanks from the Kai family. Even after Kai's mother transferred 800 million yuan to Su Qingqing, the Kai family still felt it wasn't enough. How could such a great favor be measured by money? Kai's father wanted to give her several more millions, but Su Qingqing hastily waved him off. "That's plenty, really plenty. To be honest, this matter was no trouble for me at all. It was almost effortless. The reward you've already given is quite sufficient." Su Qingqing had to explain that she would only take what was rightfully hers and wouldn't accept more than she deserved. Well, then, Kai's father showed disappointment and regret over Su Qingqing not accepting his money. He could only say, "In the future, all our beverages under the Kai family will be endorsed by you." They had just found out Su Qingqing was a celebrity because they were industrialists who rarely paid attention to entertainment news, so they weren't familiar with Su Qingqing's reputation in the circle. Zhao Liya stood nearby, silently disapproving. She thought it took courage to ask Su Qingqing to endorse all their products. Otherwise, the business might go bankrupt. With an emotionless face, Su Qingqing spoke up beside her. "Zhao Liya, please pay attention and keep your thoughts inside. I heard everything you're thinking." Ahem, ahem, ahem. Startled, Zhao Liya burst into a string of coughs. "Sorry, I'll be more careful next time. Can you stop criticizing next time?" Su Qingqing asked. Zhao Liya pondered for a moment. "Probably not. Considering your standing in the entertainment industry, it's hard for me not to comment. After all, very few people manage like you." Su Qingqing remained silent for a while. "All right, then don't come asking me for talismans next time." "No, don't do that. Aren't we the best sisters in the entertainment industry? We have rare, genuine friendship here." Zhao Liya immediately backed down, clinging onto Su Qingqing's arm and pouting as if she'd hang off her completely. Since the two were pulling at each other right on the busy street outside the Kai household, and both were female celebrities, they were quickly spotted by paparazzi and the photos went viral online. Both having relatively high public interest levels, this incident sent them both straight to the trending topics list. Thanks to her livestream performance in the haunted hospital, Su Qingqing had successfully established a lucky charm persona, improving her public perception and winning some loyal fans. But since she didn't really have any standout works to her name, the higher her popularity got, the more ridicule she faced, resulting in mixed feedback overall. Zhao Liya's family background and fiery personality were well known within the entertainment circle, yet her performances in the film and TV industry were commendable. She'd created multiple representative characters, won numerous awards, and gathered quite a number of dedicated fans. There was fundamentally a difference between Zhao Liya and Su Qingqing. Many people commented sarcastically on Zhao Liya's Weibo account. Just because you recorded one reality show together, you actually think it's okay to associate with someone like Su Qingqing? That's degrading. This kind of sentiment was surprisingly common. After seeing these comments, Zhao Liya confidently posted a selfie with Su Qingqing as a response. "You don't understand, Qingqing's sister is my big brother figure, and I begged her to bring me along." From then on, regardless of whatever comments or discussions came from her fans or netizens, Zhao Liya chose not to respond anymore. Later, everyone realized how wise it was for Zhao Liya to link arms with such a powerful ally so early. It was initially assumed that matters involving the Kai family would end there, but unexpectedly, a trending topic emerged later. Hashtag the billionaire Kai family's daughter-in-law was jointly murdered and dismembered by her husband and mother-in-law after marriage. Hashtag Kai family's daughter-in-law was killed and dismembered. Hashtag Zhao Liya's close friend Kai Lele was dismembered. Hashtag among similar headlines instantly claimed the top spots on social media. A case of post-marriage dismemberment within such wealthy circles was bound to draw maximum attention online. Turned out, after the event was reported to the police, it drew crowds of onlookers, one of whom recognized Zhao Liya at the scene and sold this juicy information to a tabloid. Upon receiving the tip-off, reporters quickly investigated, and before long, they uncovered a sensational story. Ordinarily, severe societal incidents of this sort would be announced officially by the police department, albeit masked details for suspects and victims to protect privacy. For the tabloids, though, it wasn't difficult to piece things together. They matched names and dug up various details, publishing practically everything online except photos. In a flash, public opinions erupted across the internet. Especially upon learning about the full context, that Kai Lele married a lower-class husband, and what followed, online users discussed passionately. Holy crap, being love-struck can be terrifying. Is this possibly the worst romance of the year? She lost her life over it. Trivia: never marry a man who is a phoenix male, a mama's boy, or disliked by your parents. Otherwise, all the foolishness you display before marriage will turn into tears after it. Sympathizing with a man is the start of disaster, and spending money on him leads to 8 lifetimes of bad luck. After marriage, women may end up in refrigerators, sewers, wells. You get the picture. In many classic tales, wealthy daughters marrying poor men end up happy in the end. In real life, though, they're just dismembered. It's hilarious. Friends for Life edition. Shit, where do these rich girls even come from? I've been poor for 30 years and I'd like to have one too, so I can feel what it's like to be financially supported. I promise I won't murder or dismember her. The guy above smells like he thinks he's funny. Anyway, such discussions kept coming in waves, and the internet was in an uproar. Many netizens also left comments under the Kai group's official Weibo account. The majority offered condolences to the Kai family and shared their outrage together. Of course, there were also a few who took malicious joy in their misfortune, saying things like, "What's the point of making all that money if your daughter ends up brutally murdered anyway? It might be better to live as an ordinary person. Less money, but at least peace and happiness." In response, Mrs. Kai personally wrote, "Thank you all for your concern. This kind of thing happening has been something we still can't accept till now. But there is some good news. At the age of 39, I'm pregnant again, already over a month along. I have a feeling that this baby will be a girl. Lele must have unfinished business with us, so she's coming back to us as the Kai family's daughter. We believe in the future we'll manage to move past the pain. And also trust in the law. Those murderers should absolutely pay for their crimes with their lives, giving Lele justice." After Mrs. Kai's Weibo post, everyone's focus finally shifted onto the killers. Given the severity of the case and public attention online, Su Tianxiang and Yang Fengwan were sentenced to immediate execution by death penalty. All 3 appeals were rejected. However, during the process, a number of rumors emerged. An informed source claimed that the Kai family had specially hired a master at great expense to conduct a ceremony to ease Kai Lele's soul and ensure she reincarnated again. And according to hearsay, that master was probably Su Qingqing. This rumor went unanswered officially by anyone, and after circulating for a while, it eventually faded away without conclusion. But oddly enough, though such speculation would sound absurd for any other female celebrity, on Su Qingqing it somehow felt strangely plausible. Chapter 78. Sister Qingqing will always walk the flower road. Of course, what happened later to Kai Lele is another story. Su Qingqing is now busy dealing with the company. As expected, when Sister Su proposed the termination of the contract to the company, they immediately opposed it. After all, Su Qingqing has been muddled for so long, and finally had a bit of luck recently gaining some fame, just as she could be used as a money-making tool. How could the company let her go so easily? Immediately, they demanded an astronomical penalty fee of 600 million yuan. After Sister Su's strong protests, this was revised down to 500 million yuan. And that's why you can say Sister Su is experienced. She guessed their intended penalty fee amount without a single mistake. In fact, the amount of penalty fee they are asking for is a way to give Su Qingqing a warning, indirectly refusing her termination request. The upper management of this company knows Su Qingqing's parents, and they know the relationship between the Su family and Su Qingqing hasn't improved at all. Last time, Su Qingqing already received 800 million yuan after breaching the contract. They don't believe she could possibly come up with 500 million yuan in such a short period of time. Even the Su family wouldn't be able to produce so much liquid cash in such a short period of time, right? They couldn't have imagined that Su Qingqing could actually come up with it. But she didn't want to use it. Gu Jun's support team of lawyers quickly arrived on the scene. It's a very famous lawyer group from City A, specializing in economic disputes, with almost 100% success rate. Su Qingqing straightened her collar and said in newly learned jargon, "During my signing period with you, I haven't even made 5 million yuan in total. During this time, your lack of action, I won't mention. You now demand 50 million yuan in compensation. Sorry, I can't accept that. My legal team has arrived. Please discuss any issues with my legal team." After delivering this statement full of arrogance, Su Qingqing flung her hair and walked away with great strides, her strikingly beautiful face shining brightly, leaving the office of the leaders. The company's executives were stunned, silently acknowledging the reason behind her arrogance. She had come prepared. One of the executives recognized the leader of the legal team and stuttered while pointing at him. "Why? You're the lawless renegade Zhang San who's famous online. You guys are part of the Lawyer Heaven group, from City A?" Mr. Zhang nodded modestly. "That's the nickname the netizens kindly gave me out of affection. If there's nothing else, let's talk about the termination procedures now. I see there are many unreasonable parts here. I hope we can reach a consensus through communication. If not, we'll proceed legally as soon as possible." All the company's executives went quiet. While Zhang San spoke calmly, they knew they wouldn't get their hands on those 500 million yuan in penalties anymore. Those who know Mr. Zhang sneered inwardly. They don't understand how the people from the Su family dared to even specifically call him and hope that he could give Su Qingqing more lessons, saying she doesn't know her place, the complexity and danger of the outside world. So he allowed the senior management of the company to demand 500 million yuan as a penalty. Upon seeing that the lawyer team hired by Su Qingqing were from the Lawyer Heaven Group, according to his knowledge, the Lawyer Heaven Group's base fee starts at 2 or 3 million yuan, and with so many lawyers present, the price would only be higher. Not mentioning whether Su Qingqing has enough money or not, there must definitely be someone supporting her. These Su family people truly have holes in their brains. Despite raising her for 15 years, they were so eager to kick her out once they found their biological daughter, constantly creating difficulties for her. Now that she has succeeded through her own abilities, backed by influential figures, smoothly thriving in the entertainment industry, do they regret it or not? But then again, if the Su family had any foresight, the Su Corporation wouldn't have remained in the middle upper class of small fortune and status in City A for so many years. In the end, under the professional operations of the Lawyer Heaven Group, the penalty fee was reduced to 100 million yuan. 100 million yuan was written into the original contract. If the signing duration wasn't fulfilled and early termination occurred, one had to pay this amount. Su Qingqing transferred 100 million yuan on the spot, completed all the legal termination formalities with the help of Mr. Zhang, signed the termination contract, and did a notarization, leaving everything clean and flawless without any hidden risks. Looking at the termination contract, Su Qingqing felt quite satisfied. She tapped the contract and thanked the diligent Mr. Zhang, saying, "Thank you. I'll send you a few peace-inducing talismans later, which will help improve your sleep quality every night." Mr. Zhang looked astonished. "How does Miss Su know about my poor sleep quality? I've indeed gotten used to being busy, and I cannot fall asleep before dawn." Su Qingqing pointed at his dark circles and said, "Your eye bags are almost swollen like a panda's. How could I not know you aren't sleeping well?" Mr. Zhang. All right, he had vaguely heard about Su Qingqing's rumored prowess in metaphysics, and initially thought she figured it out through physiognomy. Reflecting on how he had fulfilled his duty, and Su Qingqing had just proactively gifted him an anxiolytic talisman, regardless of its efficacy, he felt deeply moved. He lamented, "In truth, with your company's completely non-actionable approach during your signing period, they breached the contract first. You shouldn't have to pay them a single cent for terminating the agreement. However, the mistake was in that specific clause included in the contract you signed at the very beginning, which we genuinely couldn't rectify for you. Miss Su, did no one examine that contract for you before you signed? Such an important document, with such an obviously detrimental clause, and you just signed without hesitation?" Su Qingqing carefully recalled the situation. The original owner of her body had taken the contract home to sign, consulting her brother beforehand. He, impatiently, said there could be nothing wrong with the contract from such a large company. How could she possibly know more than their legal team? She then took it to Mr. Su, who casually glanced over it, and said there were no major issues overall. Now, upon reflection, it seemed clear that the Su family truly had malicious intent beyond imagination. They must have intentionally deceived the original owner of her body. TSK, they wanted her to never recover throughout her life, so they themselves could live carefree for the rest of their lives. Still, calculating the time, she'd been in this body, reclaiming her destiny for quite a while now. The Su family should be about due for misfortune, right? The day after Su Qingqing terminated her previous contract, she reported for duty and signed with Gu Jun's entertainment company. Gu's Entertainment is newly established and currently has only Su Qingqing as its sole contracted artist. Its office is located at the headquarters of Gu Group in City A, next to President Gu's office. This location choice is clearly highly unreasonable, but most of Gu's higher-ups already knew a bit of the inside story from Assistant Bai. When Su Qingqing arrived to report in, not only did no one make things difficult for her, but she was actually warmly welcomed. Bai Assistant excels at handling affairs. He even organized everyone to buy flowers and a cake, arranging a particularly ceremonious welcome event for Su Qingqing. "May our sister Qingqing always walk the flower road after coming to our company." Clap clap. Gu Jun, walking in from the doorway, led the applause. Su Qingqing flicked her hair and said, "Before I signed, I specially calculated it. My arrival will bring you financial luck, so we can all walk the flower road together." Chapter 79, Qingjun Entertainment Company. Gu Jun named his newly opened entertainment company Qingjun Entertainment Company. At the time when Bai Assistant asked him what name he wanted to give to the entertainment company, a random thought came to his mind, and the first name that popped up was this one. A combination of Su Qingqing's name and his own. Anyway, it's exactly for Su Qingqing, so this name fits perfectly. But after Bai Assistant heard it, he felt something was slightly off. He hesitated and asked, "Mr. Gu, won't this name carry some ambiguity? After all, this sounded too much like a couple's company, right?" Of course, Gu Jun also realized that. But upon second thought, with a serious face, he said, "That's not how it works. Consider masters like Su Qingqing, geniuses in metaphysics at such a young age. Forget the whole entertainment industry, even in the entire metaphysical field, how many are there? For a master like Su Master, if she has no desire for worldly things, you want to actively flatter her, establish good relations, have her lend a helping hand during crucial moments, but you wouldn't even know how to do that, right?" My assistant subconsciously nodded. Transcendent figures like these hermits, they don't just want money. They have peculiar tempers, great airs, and everything must go according to their whims. So, summarized Gu Jun, since it's rare for Su Master to be so interested in the entertainment world, we might as well open an entertainment company for her. This way, not only can we cater to her preferences, but we can also make her one of our own people. Just think about it. How much money would it cost to serve someone as talented as Su Master? Not to mention, the name of this company will bring me closer to Su Master. Think again. Do you still think this name is inappropriate? My assistant slapped his thigh. Appropriate. Extremely appropriate. I can't believe I didn't think of it myself. No wonder Mr. Gu is Mr. Gu. So, my assistant went ahead and registered the company with the name Qingjun Entertainment Company. When the registration process finished and his brain, which had been excitedly persuaded by Gu Jun earlier, calmed down a bit, my assistant scratched his head. This makes sense, but still feels a bit off somehow. Forget it. Don't try to guess Mr. Gu's thoughts. Just being an obedient worker was enough for him. Besides, though Mr. Gu had always been extremely unlucky with other matters throughout his life, when it came to finances, there was no question. He succeeded in whatever he ventured into, without ever having lost any money. Even the most obscure and unpopular industries he invested in revived because of his capital. His worry about Gu Jun opening a company for Su Qingqing and naming it inappropriately was utterly unnecessary. The next day, Su Qingqing's official announcement about terminating her contract with her old company and signing with Gu Corporation's subsidiary entertainment company appeared on Weibo. In the official announcement from Qingjun Entertainment Company, photos of Su Qingqing walking on the flower-covered path and cutting cakes were also uploaded. Shot by professional photographers, the angles, lighting, and clarity of the photos were top-notch. They enhanced Su Qingqing's already strikingly beautiful features even further, making her look stunning, as if the goddess Luo had descended from heaven, so beautiful that she didn't seem human. My goodness, changing companies really does make a difference. This new company looks far more professional. It's amazing. How could I have missed how gorgeous Su Qingqing truly is? Her previous company was Kai Huang Entertainment. Who'd even want to join Kai Huang? They totally ignore artists who aren't popular. My brother was under one of their contracts before, and their announcement photos weren't even as clear as casual snaps taken on the street. Haha, you're all focused on the wrong thing. Didn't anyone else notice that she changed companies once she got famous? And it wasn't just any company. This is Gu Corporation's new subsidiary. Wasn't Gu Corporation's CEO also seen alongside Su Qingqing at the end of that horror variety show? She clearly has a powerful new backer now. TSK. I knew this woman wasn't simple. Her reputation online used to be terrible, yet she turned it around so quickly. Who would believe that without backing? Please, can we stop letting Su Qingqing monopolize publicity and resources just because she knows marketing tricks and doesn't create any real content? Can't we let those with true talent get some exposure? Below the official microblog post from Qingjun Entertainment Company, discussions about Su Qingqing remained mixed as usual. Neither the company nor Su Qingqing gave further responses, mainly because Su Qingqing had long grown accustomed to it. Also, she recently gained a small group of loyal fans who voluntarily spoke up for her online. For her, that was sufficient. As Zhao Liya, that woman, would say, controversial fame is still fame. Being famous is a kind of skill. Don't just focus on the negative comments. Some of these people who spend their time online criticizing don't even have mothers. Su Qingqing could only forcefully suppress her lips at the time, fearing her 10 years of good karma might disappear with a single smile. She kindly reminded Zhao Liya, ahem, you should probably avoid saying things like this in the future. It can bring bad karma, and doing it for the sake of those trolls isn't worth it. Holy cow, you're absolutely right. After experiencing all those events, Zhao Liya now firmly believed in cause and effect. Not long after, Su Qingqing noticed that Zhao Liya had installed an app on her phone and was often tapping at it for extended periods of time. Curious, Su Qingqing leaned over to ask, what are you tapping on your phone for? Zhao Liya showed her the screen, which displayed a black background with a white wooden fish. Tapping on it with her finger would produce a sound, as if a small stick were striking the fish. The more she tapped, the more sounds it produced. She proudly declared, you wouldn't understand. This is an electronic wood fish. It helps accumulate merit. The next time I talk nonsense, I'll just tap it a few more times, and then Buddha will forgive me. Su Qingqing replied dryly, all right, next time, deal with Buddha, not me. I'm a disciple of the Grand Master, so I don't have much connection to Buddhism. Don't be like that. I didn't know, okay? I'm sorry. Zhao Liya quickly apologized. Meanwhile, Gu Jun's office was right next to Su Qingqing's. Lately, he felt incredibly refreshed while working every day, his sense of security skyrocketing. However, this feeling didn't last long because Sister Su had arranged a new announcement for Su Qingqing, meaning she was about to join a film production. During lunch, Gu Jun hesitated before saying to Su Qingqing, actually, you don't need to rush into joining the cast. You could take some more time to rest. After all, our company doesn't depend on you to make money. You can wait until you find a role you truly like. Su Qingqing completely missed his hidden meaning and replied, no, actually, the show Sister Su got for me, I really like it. Gu Jun. He froze mid-sentence. He had thought he wasn't very good at making small talk, but somehow, someone else turned out to be even worse. Chapter 80, A Suspicious Enemy. Gu Jun paused for a moment and thought otherwise, deciding it was too deliberate to continue this topic of conversation. Moreover, Su Qingqing would eventually leave to film her drama, so even if he wanted to keep her by his side, it shouldn't be this contrived. He switched the topic and asked, by the way, are you free today? What's wrong? Have you encountered something unfortunate again? Su Qingqing instinctively assumed that Gu Jun had encountered another issue. She looked him up and down and said, it shouldn't be. Your purple aura is strong, and there isn't any black aura around you. You don't seem like someone who's about to have bad luck. Gu Jun. Why does everything that happens to me have to be an unfortunate event? Su Qingqing retorted. Then what is it? Gu Jun sighed in his heart as he felt like a knife had been stabbed into his chest. Taking a deep breath, he said, tomorrow, City A will hold a charity gala, which occurs every 4 years nationwide. To attend, one must bring a female companion. Are you interested in coming with me? I have 2 entrance tickets. Su Qingqing knew about these charity galas. Previously, whenever the Su family approached the time of the gala, they'd try hard to find tickets everywhere. After all, only the richest tycoons or prestigious families attended such galas. Participating offered many opportunities for collaborations with large groups and enterprises. The last time, the Su family managed to secure 3 tickets. Su Qingqing really wanted to attend, but her parents decided it wouldn't be useful for her to go since such grand occasions required sons to represent the family. The previous owner of her body, of course, did not attend and later regretted it for quite some time. In short, such places were essentially arenas for fame and fortune. Su Qingqing had no interest in these kinds of venues. She wondered why Gu Jun would suddenly invite her and asked curiously, "Why are you inviting me suddenly?" Gu Jun cleared his throat slightly and said, "The simple reason is that attending such charity galas requires having a female companion. But there's another reason. In connection with the old bad incident, we thoroughly investigated our Gu family, starting from the group of workers who decorated our wine cellar when it was renovated, and surprisingly, we found out a lot of things. The foreman of those workers had owed a large sum of gambling debts, yet mysteriously paid it off just 2 days before starting work at our place. The account used to transfer the money belonged to a small company under the Yi family in Beijing. Additionally, the materials he purchased also came from a company belonging to the Su family in Beijing. This means he had contacts with both the Yi family and Su family. Both of these families could possibly have had a hand in targeting me. What's stranger is that shortly after finishing the work at our house, that foreman fell into a small pond while walking at night after drinking heavily, drowning before being discovered the next day. Was he killed to silence him? Su Qingqing arched an eyebrow and asked. Most likely, Gu Jun nodded. Anyway, whoever it was, they covered their tracks very well. The leads end here. Are the Yi family and Su family both your enemies? Su Qingqing asked again. Gu Jun explained. They can't exactly be called enemies, more like competitors. The Yi family and Su family are long-established families in Beijing. We didn't have any major grudges against each other in public, but there have been many frictions in private business dealings. However, there's no fair competition in the business world, and there aren't always gentlemen involved. These 2 families played the dirtiest in past business competitions. Su Qingqing nodded. Got it. So basically, they're unscrupulous and coincidentally related to this incident. So you suspect them greatly. Yes, Gu Jun's gaze darkened. These 2 families are long-established noble clans. If they started targeting me since my birth, then I think over and over again. Only their level of clan has the capability to do so. I highly suspect them, but I couldn't find an opportunity to take you to meet them. They'll both attend tomorrow's charity gala, so I thought of inviting you along to see who among them carries that kind of energy. If one of them possesses that type of aura, we may almost close the case. Su Qingqing, upon hearing this, realized that this was indeed related to the Guho perpetrators behind the plots against Gu Jun, and probably linked to the cult organization. She agreed immediately. All right, then I'll go with you tomorrow. Thank you. Gu Jun sincerely expressed his gratitude. What are you thanking me for? Su Qingqing was puzzled. Gu Jun pursed his lips. After all, you don't have to get entangled in this conflict. Your appearance with me in such a public setting is equivalent to indirectly siding with me. When they target me, they might involve you too. Su Qingqing laughed as if she heard something amusing, patting her chest and saying, "Bring it on. Let them come straight for me. If they dare to confront me directly, I won't hesitate to drag their ancestors' names through the mud." This, 18 generations of ancestors, refers to the literal meaning of 18 generations of ancestors, those still in the underworld, or those who haven't been reincarnated yet. They can all be summoned for a lesson together. Gu Jun raised his thumb. Impressive, mighty. Su Qingqing flicked her hair. This is nothing. I will become even more powerful in the future. Her magical power was still slowly recovering. She could vaguely sense that she had reached another breakthrough point. In about a week, she believed her magical power would recover to 3 layers. The later it went, the harder it became to recover the magical power. She could clearly feel that the progress was getting slower and slower, mainly because there wasn't enough spiritual energy. If it weren't for the fact that she had a spirit gathering array at her house, the spiritual energy would be even more insufficient. However, this was not something that could be rushed. She had heard her master say that the world was now in a phase of spiritual recovery, and in the future, the spiritual energy would gradually become abundant. Seeing Su Qingqing's confident appearance, Gu Jun couldn't help but feel a bit envious. If I were like you, I could do these things, and I would be so strong too. Speaking of this, Su Qingqing remembered the tremendous power when he used talismans. Come on. I think you actually have talent in this area. Do you want to learn? If you want to learn, I can teach you from scratch when I have time, and see how far you can go. Hearing this, Gu Jun's eyes immediately lit up. Can I really? Would this be too much trouble for you? Su Qingqing muttered quietly. It is quite troublesome. Gu Jun. He immediately wanted to slap himself. Didn't he know who Su Qingqing was? What was he being so polite for? Fortunately, Su Qingqing's next sentence was, but since you're living next to my house now, I can teach you during my morning run without it being too much trouble. Chapter 81. Am I interrupting you? Gu Jun's eyes lit up instantly. He knew that moving next to Su Qingqing would definitely bring good things. With excitement, he immediately said, tomorrow, you'll be the female companion because of me, and your makeup, costume, and jewelry will all be reimbursed by the company. You don't need to get up early tomorrow, just wait at home. I'll have Funi bring a makeup team to do your styling, and when it's done, I'll come directly to pick you up for the banquet. Su Qingqing had no objections and added a sentence. Don't make the styling too complicated. Keep it as simple as possible. Otherwise, if anything happens at the scene, I won't be able to move freely. Alright, I'll listen to you. Gu-jun naturally had no objections. As soon as he finished speaking, an argument could be heard from the doorway of the office. Sorry, Miss Su, you didn't make a reservation, so you really can't go into Mr. Gu's office. I'm Gu-jun's fiancé. I've come to see him about something. Why can't I enter? The voices outside grew louder until the office door opened from the outside, and Su Shushu in her high heels walked in. She immediately overheard Gu-jun smiling warmly at Su Qingqing and saying, Alright, I'll listen to you. The upper part of the door to Gu-jun's office was made of perforated glass, making it convenient to see if there was anyone in the office. Su Shushu hadn't originally planned to rush, but as soon as she got out of the elevator on this floor, she saw Su Qingqing and Gu-jun eating takeout inside the office, laughing and talking happily. Last time, when she went to the Gu family, she encountered a particular situation and thus learned the secrets of the Gu family. Originally, knowing their secret could have brought them closer, but it was unexpected that the master Gu-jun hired turned out to be Su Qingqing. What they couldn't anticipate even more was that Su Qingqing truly had some skill and resolved the matter right then and there. That ungrateful Su Qingqing. They had raised her for so many years, only for her to gain the trust of the Gu family and never return any favors to the Su family. Instead, she showed her contempt towards them on the spot. It made them feel particularly awkward and resulted in them being asked to leave from the Gu family. After Ms. Su returned home, she hastily contacted the master who had appeared 15 years ago, only to eventually fail after much trouble. She managed to contact his apprentice instead. His apprentice told her that the master had traveled far and wide, and when he returned, he would help inform the master of their situation. But rushing wouldn't help now. How could the Su family not be anxious? Ever since that day, every time they proactively contacted the Gu family, Mrs. Gu, who used to be very kind to them, suddenly became distant, cold, and aloof. When they proposed wanting another visit, Mrs. Gu also refused with the excuse that their home was not suitable for visitors at the moment. Even worse, the Su family's business was heading downhill. They originally became wealthy through daily use products. In the past, when there were fewer manufacturers of such products, they seized the opportunity and quickly built a decent scale. But now, with the rise of new daily use brands, despite several updates to their products, they remained outdated and old-fashioned. With so many better performing daily use items on the market, their products appeared both outdated and impractical, causing a further drop in sales. In recent years, they had barely managed to maintain revenue thanks to older clients. Some time ago, Mr. Su and Su Shushu's brother bet everything on the development and marketing of high-end skincare products in an attempt to thoroughly reverse the situation. However, after selling for 2 or 3 months, consumers weren't buying it. Younger consumers believed that such an outdated brand could hardly produce effective luxury skincare products, perceiving it merely as a fad for the unintelligent, preferring either trendier domestic options or similar-priced imported ones. Older consumers only bought from them due to affordable pricing and generous quantities. With prices significantly increased, they opted for other brands instead. Thus, the Su family faced catastrophic losses, not just financial loss, but the blow impacted the company's entire capital chain, making it difficult even to sustain older product lines. They were soon facing loans to pay salaries. Mr. Su was frustrated during this period, yelling at home constantly, annoyed by everyone yet powerless to change anything, leading to feudal anger. Finally, they thought of the Gu family involuntarily. To them, the Gu clan was a behemoth. Their expertise in market strategy was unmatched, with their marketing teams comprised of elite industry figures. If they could gain assistance and cooperation from the Gu family, not only would all issues be easily solved, but perhaps the Su family might even advance to greater heights. Seeing that the charity gala was approaching and held in a city where Gu-jun was certain to attend, Su Shushu felt her chance had arrived. As long as Gu-jun attended, he would certainly bring a female companion. Now, everyone in the circle knows that she is his nominal fiancée, so it should be very reasonable for her to accompany him at banquets where a female companion is needed, right? But no matter how she waited, Su Shushu never received an invitation from Gu-jun. The attitude from the Gu family also remained lukewarm. Su Shushu had actively sent messages to Gu-jun, but he never replied. The charity gala was tomorrow, and she couldn't help coming over directly. She didn't expect to see Gu-jun and Su Qingqing looking so affectionate as soon as she arrived. Su Shushu immediately felt on edge. As soon as she walked in, she gave Su Qingqing a harsh glare full of ill intent, as if Su Qingqing had stolen her boyfriend. Su Qingqing thought it was boring and saw a troublemaker written all over Su Shushu's face. She put down her chopsticks and stood up, saying to Gu-jun, "Your fiancé has come to find you. I won't interrupt anymore by being the third wheel here." After saying this, she got up and left, her movements quick and graceful, as though there was something dirty here that she wanted nothing to do with. Gu-jun. After Su Qingqing left, Su Shushu took a deep breath. She told herself to stay calm, reminding herself to bear it through, especially at moments like this. She tried to smile at Gu-jun, attempting to look innocent and pitiful. "I'm sorry, did I interrupt your time together? My sister was sent back home because of me, and my parents are really worried about me. They've always thought that my arrival took away their love, and they've been upset with me about it. They even left angrily." Gu-jun strangely retorted. "Isn't that exactly true? You're their biological daughter. Your parents indeed favor you. You have already reaped all the benefits. What are you complaining about? Shouldn't the person crying be Qingqing, who got kicked out of the house?" With just those words, Su Shushu's subsequent arguments were completely silenced. Su Shushu bit her lip in frustration. Why could others change their opinions about Su Qingqing after hearing her few sentences, but Gu Jun could cut straight to the truth instead? That was why she liked Gu Jun so much, yet she didn't know how to get close to him. At the same time, hatred grew inside her. How could she not be able to approach Gu Jun when Su Qingqing, who lacked academic qualifications, had no cultural refinement, and didn't even know who her biological parents were, could do it? Chapter 82. It's all because of Su Qingqing. Su Shushu bit her lower lip and said somewhat embarrassingly, "Did Qingqing tell you anything about our Su family? There are indeed some misunderstandings between our family and her, but my parents raised her as their own daughter for more than 10 years. We're family. Family doesn't hold grudges overnight. After I get back, I'll talk to them about this and have them find time to apologize to Big Sister. It's not easy for Big Sister being out here on her own. The fact that she argues with us shows that she still cares about us, doesn't it?" Su Shushu spoke softly with her head down, her voice subdued, sounding quite sincere. Gu Jun raised an eyebrow slightly. Is that so? His emotional intelligence in this area was not particularly high. He always had a family, so he wasn't sure what it felt like to lack familial affection. But Su Qingqing, talented as she was, is ultimately just a girl in her early 20s. Would she feel sad due to the lack of family ties? Gu Jun didn't know, but he also didn't want to worsen the relationship between the Su family and Su Qingqing because of him. After some thought, his tone softened slightly. If your family can ease tensions with Qingqing, that would be best. Upon hearing this, Su Shushu quickly nodded, seizing the opportunity to say, "Our family has been looking for the right moment to repair our relationship with Big Sister. It's just that our recent business has run into problems, and my parents have been busy dealing with it, leaving them no time to address this matter." What's the problem? Gu Jun naturally followed up with a question. Su Shushu put on an expression of difficulty and recounted how the new expensive ladies' cream developed by the Su family was failing to sell. She looked heartbroken. "My father's company is too honest. They've practically poured all their funds into product development. With insufficient marketing funds, they couldn't hire any good teams either, hence falling into such a predicament." "Is that all?" Gu Jun responded, as if finally realizing her true intention. "Our Gu Group has a specialized advertising company that deals with marketing. I'll have them visit your company shortly to discuss cooperation details. If the product truly has no issues, selling off your unsold inventory should pose no significant challenges." In a few words, he had lightly resolved an issue that could almost crush the Su family. Su Shushu vigorously nodded while experiencing a wave of intense emotion. She admired this absolute power where there was no need to worry about others' opinions. However, Gu Jun's next sentence felt like a bucket of cold water splashed on her. "Once this business issue is resolved, your family should promptly mend relations with Qingqing." "Okay." Su Shushu clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging painfully into the flesh of her hand. So, even Gu Jun's quick agreement to help the Su family was still motivated by consideration for Su Qingqing. He went so far for Su Qingqing's sake. Su Shushu's jealousy boiled within her. What did Su Qingqing do to earn Gu Jun's kindness? Just act a little strange now and then? She was supposed to be Gu Jun's fiancée. She didn't even know how she eventually left Gu Jun's office. Before leaving, she tentatively brought up the matter of the female companion for tomorrow's charity gala, which Gu Jun immediately rejected. However, considering she would go back and mediate the relationship between the Su family and Su Qingqing, Gu Jun agreed to provide 4 spots for the Su family at the charity gala. This roughly achieved her objective, but after leaving, Su Shushu still felt upset. She walked out of the Gu company building, and the wind outside cooled her down slightly. With clenched teeth, she muttered to herself angrily, "I see now. Su Qingqing must have used some bewitching sorcery to win over Gu Jun's complete devotion. Otherwise, why should someone spoiled since childhood deserve Gu Jun's favor?" She stormed off toward the underground parking lot across the road. As she neared her parking spot, a person suddenly collided with her shoulder. The collision threw her off balance, and with her mood already foul, she glared up and cursed. "What the hell? Aren't you watching where you're going? Can't you see people around you?" She never finished the rest of her sentence. Looking up, she saw a face full of wrinkles, causing her to step back a couple of paces in fright. The person who had bumped into her was an elderly woman, stooped over, dressed in a large black robe with a hat covering most of her face, leaving only a portion visible, which was filled with deep creases deep enough to crush ants. A pair of turbid eyes stared at her unwaveringly, like staring into a dead pool, sending chills down her spine. The first word that popped into her mind was cat-faced old woman. Terrified, she took several steps back and hurriedly opened the car door intending to climb inside. Forget it. You're an old woman, I won't argue with you." Just as she tried to shut the door, the old woman extended her hand and firmly held the car door open. The old woman's hand, as withered as a dead branch and covered in wrinkles like her face, was deceptively strong. Despite Su Shushu's efforts to slam the door, it remained motionless. This eerie old woman made Su Shushu feel extremely uneasy, her voice trembling. What are you doing? You were the one who bumped into me. You're being unreasonable. Do you want to extort me?" The cat-faced old woman slowly shook her head. Her voice was as aged as her face, crackling like an electrical current, unpleasant and grating. "Young lady, I see that your aura is weak and your facial features reveal red marks in the area indicating betrayal. Are you recently troubled by scheming people around you?" Su Shushu's heart skipped a beat, but her tone remained wary. "What's it to you? Do I know you?" The cat-faced old woman didn't seem to mind her rude attitude. She rummaged in her cloth bag and pulled out a wooden idol, thrusting it into Su Shushu's hand. Rather than handing it over, it was more like forcing it into her grasp with a strength she couldn't resist. The compassionate true God cannot bear injustice in this world. I sense we have a connection, young lady. This idol is a gift for you. If you sincerely pray to the compassionate true God, he will surely grant you 3 wishes. After saying this, the cat-faced old woman turned around and shuffled away, hunched over as before. Before leaving, she looked back at Su Shushu with a wrinkly smile full of folds. Remember, only 3 wishes. Su Shushu was startled again by the grotesque smile, which reminded her of a hairless cat. Regaining her senses, she slammed the car door forcefully, muttering a curse under her breath. Crazy old hag. Is this how people proselytize these days? But for all her complaints, her gaze was involuntarily drawn to the small wooden idol in her hand. Chapter 83. The divine statue appears. Su Shushu casually placed the small divine statue on the passenger seat, feeling a bit strange in her heart. But she quickly forgot about it and didn't give it another thought. She informed her family that she could join them for tomorrow's charity gala since Gujun had given her an invitation. Then she made an appointment at the most famous styling salon to prepare for her appearance at the event. However, because Su's family had suffered losses recently, there was little budget left to spend on her styling. She couldn't afford many of the latest designer pieces and ended up renting an off-season gown. The final styling result was barely satisfactory. She felt that her look was far from being breathtaking. Thinking of the important dinner tomorrow, which she had managed to attend after so much effort, but would not be able to present her best self, she felt deeply frustrated. She drove home moodily in the evening. While taking something out from the passenger seat, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her fingertip. She quickly pulled back her hand, only to see blood trickling from the wound. Looking closely, she discovered that the wooden statue, which had been given to her by the cat-faced old lady in the afternoon, had pricked her with its splinters as she had grabbed it without noticing. Su Shushu became very irritated. What a poorly made thing. Already in a bad mood, she raised her hand, ready to throw the statue onto the busy road outside her window. But then she noticed something unusual. Where the statue had touched her blood, it began to change color. Gradually, the entire statue turned colorful before her eyes. This miraculous transformation occurred right in front of her. Wiping her eyes, Su Shushu almost thought she was hallucinating. But when she finished wiping, the originally plain wooden statue had turned completely into a colored one. Though just a faint layer of color, it was undeniably multicolored. In her ears echoed again the words of the cat-faced elderly woman. If you sincerely worship the true deity of compassion, the deity will protect you and fulfill your 3 wishes. Could it be that the old woman was telling the truth? Su Shushu murmured to herself. She no longer dared to take this divine statue lightly. She carefully placed it in her handbag and hurriedly returned to her room, locking the door behind her. Instinctively, she did not want her family to know about the divine statue, because if it really could fulfill 3 highly efficacious wishes, once they found out, they would certainly demand that the statue prioritize their family's needs first. That way, there wouldn't be much room left for her own wishes. But this was her divine statue. It must satisfy her wishes first. Su Shushu reverently placed the divine statue on her desk and bowed devoutly toward it. Almighty true deity of compassion, if you truly exist, can you make me overshadow everyone at tomorrow's charity dinner? Let me become the most dazzling, striking, charming woman who captivates all men. The statue remained silent and showed no response. Su Shushu was not discouraged. Could it be that she hadn't prayed properly or wasn't devout enough? Kneeling down, she bowed twice, but the statue still exhibited no reaction. She racked her brain and suddenly remembered how the statue reacted before. It had been due to her blood. Was it only fresh blood that could prove her sincerity? Without hesitation, Su Shushu picked up a craft knife from the table and, enduring the pain, sliced her fingertip once more. Blood dripped from her finger and landed on the statue. As visible to the naked eye, the statue rapidly became more vivid. Before, it had lacked facial features, but after being moistened with blood, those features gradually appeared. It depicted a male bodhisattva with closed eyes, looking androgynous and exuding compassion. Su Shushu stopped only when her wounded finger ceased bleeding. The statue suddenly emitted a golden glow, and she felt herself losing consciousness for a moment as she was fully enveloped in the light. When she woke up, she glanced down at her hands, but nothing seemed to have changed. Disheartened, she wondered if it might all have been useless, a deception. Deciding to bathe before further contemplating, she entered the bathroom. But upon seeing herself in the mirror, she was utterly astounded. Covering her mouth in astonishment, disbelief and joy filled her eyes. Very early the next morning, the team responsible for her makeup and styling arrived. It was quite an impressive scene. Su Qingqing also observed this for the first time, indeed broadening her horizons. According to her measurements, 3 gowns were hastily altered overnight, all from this season's unreleased haute couture. They were selected according to the requirements previously stated by Gu Jun. Since they were unsure about the fit, all of them were brought over, allowing Su Qingqing to try them on slowly after completing her makeup and hair. The makeup artists who came to do the styling were even more impressive. Their cosmetic bottles were wheeled in carts, a total of 5 small carts, each with 5 layers, all filled with high-end brands. There were eyeshadows, lipsticks, and blushes in almost every imaginable color. However, when it came time to apply makeup, the artist working on Su Qingqing's face kept shaking her head and sighing over the cosmetics. Su Qingqing was genuinely puzzled. Isn't this enough cosmetics for you to work with? It's not that. The makeup artist shook her head again, sighing. Your face is already so beautiful naturally that I feel like these cosmetics wouldn't add any value. Instead, they might detract from your natural beauty. An assistant nearby nodded. That's right. This face is just naturally stunning. Using any cosmetic colors would only seem redundant and forced. The skin is also too good. Its current condition looks better than applying foundation liquid. Celebrities really know how to take care of themselves. The employees who brought the gowns while waiting for Su Qingqing to try them on also expressed admiration. Su Qingqing immediately said, "Does that mean I don't need makeup? Let's just style my hair, make a quick hairstyle, and call it a day." She had just stood up when she was pressed back down by two makeup artists. Even though you're already naturally beautiful, there are still many areas we can refine and enhance. This makeup must definitely be applied regardless of anything else. Otherwise, how would they earn their pay today? Thus, Su Qingqing spent the entire morning being groomed and dressed up. They ordered sushi takeout for lunch and ate casually before preparing to head to the charity dinner. When Gu Jun and Su Qingqing made eye contact, both saw astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. Chapter 84, Charity Dinner. Gu Jun was extremely formal today. He wore a black suit with a tie, which was entirely handcrafted from top to bottom, every detail exuding meticulousness. Today's suit had a national style, and the collar and cuffs were embroidered with silver dragons spiraling upward, done carefully by hand with silver threads. The silver dragons were subtly hidden in the clothing, coming to life only as he moved, flashing faintly under certain lights when his hands or body moved slightly. He originally possessed an incredibly strong purple dragon essence, coupled with his powerful presence, making these silver dragons on his body look alive, giving off the impression of dragons wriggling around him. His jet black hair was neatly combed back, adding depth to his already sharp facial features. His looks not only left internet-famous stars in the dust, but even surpassed the practitioners Su Qingqing remembered from her old world. Su Qingqing didn't hesitate to give him a thumbs up. "Mr. Gu, your looks, this figure, those long legs, you're impressive. Very durable, I'd say." When Gu Jun saw Su Qingqing, his eyes brightened. She was already beautiful enough that further makeup enhancement seemed unnecessary. But then the makeup artist had an inspired idea and gave her a little devilish look. A small red triangle was drawn below her left eye, and a blood-red rose was placed on her right cheek. Her chosen evening gown for the night was a snug fishtail dress that accentuated her curves beautifully. With her demonic-inspired makeup, she looked like a small devil herself. The stunning beauty of the little devil caught everyone's attention. Gu Jun genuinely complimented her. "Your beauty tonight is absolutely dazzling." Su Qingqing hesitated slightly at his words and asked curiously, does the word dazzling fit here?" Gu Jun nodded firmly. "I think it suits perfectly." Su Qingqing believed him and replied, giving him a thumb up, "You're also quite dazzling." Gu Jun. Why did it feel odd once used on himself? By the time they reached the charity dinner venue, the open-air charity gala held along the riverfront of city had already begun. Even both ends of the roads leading here were closed off and specially guarded because the guests attending this gala were all either wealthy or prestigious, allowing no room for errors. Any mistakes could not be tolerated. The street outside had been converted into a parking area, while the road leading into the event was wide open. Guests entered and exited without any particular order. There was a super long red carpet outside the outdoor banquet venue, with a logo-adorned billboard nearby where guests could take photos as mementos before entering. As soon as people got out of their cars, they walked inside briskly, each having their own things to do. Some female celebrities stood on the red carpet taking endless pictures after getting out of their vehicles, exceeding the allocated time until they were gently urged to move away by security guards. When Gu Jun and Su Qingqing stepped out of the car, the focus of the entire venue immediately turned to them. Such a charitable gala gathered numerous attendees, including some billionaire moguls from foreign groups. It was an exceptionally international affair. It was not only celebrities like Su Qingqing from the third or fourth tier of fame who attended, but also many of China's top artists who, in such a place, might not even have notable recognition. Moreover, Gu Jun hardly made public appearances. However, anyone in the upper circles would surely recognize him. After all, if one could get the first-hand investment information about Gu Jun and immediately follow through with an investment, there was a 100% guarantee of earning money. It was just a matter of how much. Thus, compared to Su Qingqing, Gu Jun was more recognized in this setting. Of course, the reason they captured the full attention of the venue wasn't just because Gu Jun was the newest mysterious heir of the Gu family empire. There was another important reason: the pair's exceptional good looks. When they got out of the car together, it felt like they radiated their own light. Not only were their appearances extraordinary, but their bearing and aura were equally outstanding, almost as if they came from a different dimension than the others. Gu Jun extended his arm, gentlemanly saying, "Master Su, may I ask you to link arms with me? To avoid drawing more attention unnecessarily, we'd better follow proper social etiquette." Su Qingqing didn't act coy. She extended her white and delicate hand, lightly latching onto Gu Jun's arm, and the two walked ahead side by side with matching indifference painted on their faces. Just walking the red carpet was gracious enough on their part. Asking for forced smiles or excessive politeness was out of the question, or, rather, it came at a different price. As they proceeded, cameras flashed nonstop. The photographers went berserk capturing images during their signing moment at the photo billboard, with lights almost exploding everywhere. Throughout the entire process, Gu Jun and Su Qingqing both maintained an almost emotionless expression. Their identically pursed lips, strangely, gave them a married couple-like appearance. After finishing taking photos, Su Qingqing turned her head toward Gu Jun and said, "Aren't you worried that they'll later say I'm capitalizing on your fame? Or that you're associating with someone like me, which lowers your status?" That's exactly what Zhao Liya was criticized for. Without batting an eyelid, Gu Jun replied, "What kind of status do they even have? Why would I care about their evaluations of me? Besides, as long as I know you came to help me out today, it's me who should be thanking you. That's all that matters, isn't it? Su Qingqing nodded approvingly. Our Mr. Gu is indeed top tier. Just as they were about to step off the red carpet together, there came a sudden wave of startled cries from behind them. Even the staff beside them looked back toward the red carpet entrance and drew in sharp breaths at the sight. Curious, Gu Jun and Su Qingqing also turned around, catching sight of a teenage girl who had just stepped out of her car at the end of the red carpet. She wore a pale pink evening gown that wasn't particularly flashy, yet she seemed to glow with an ethereal light, capturing everyone's attention effortlessly. Each step she took exuded grace and allure, showcasing perfect curves. Any bit more would make her look overweight, any less underweight. She appeared nothing short of divine, like Luo Shun descended upon earth, and her beauty was as refined as a piece of art. Many men on the red carpet couldn't take their eyes off her. Their gazes stuck firmly on her figure. Gu Jun, however, found something peculiar about her. Leaning closer to Su Qingqing, he whispered softly, "Why does this woman make me feel so uneasy inside? It's as if there's something wrong with my whole body when I see her." Startled, Su Qingqing glanced at him. "Not bad. Impressive. You managed to resist her charm? Can you actually handle it?" Gu Jun looked thoroughly confused. "Resist what? She's just a woman, and she's not even prettier than you. What is there to resist?" Su Qingqing shook her head slightly and touched his forehead lightly. The moment she did, the scene before Gu Jun transformed again. That peculiar multicolored aura reemerged. The young woman at the end of the red carpet, the one captivating everyone's focus, emanated a deep purple aura verging on black, a sign of ominous energy. And this woman was none other than Su Qingqing's sister, Su Xiuxiu. If it weren't for Su Qingqing activating his heavenly eye, he might never have recognized her. Her features had seemed entirely blurred earlier. Frowning deeply, Gu Jun asked, "How did she become like this?" Chapter 85, Is she prettier than me? Su Qingqing glanced in the direction of Su Xiuxiu and revealed a meaningful smile. This depends on what she has done. Trading with evil beings, she really doesn't fear dying too soon. What evil being? What trade? Gu Jun looked utterly perplexed. Su Qingqing picked up her skirt and led him inside. "Never mind. Your luck is pretty good today. Even if the Yi family and Su family who might have been trying to harm you turned out to be innocent, you won't leave empty-handed today." "Why?" Gu Jun was even more confused. Su Qingqing, the Su Xiuxiu who came in later, the killing aura around her originates from the same source as those who have tried to harm you. Even if tonight's banquet doesn't yield much, we can take some time to investigate at Su Xiuxiu's home. Gu Jun understood. He gave Su Qingqing a thumbs up. "Nice, I knew it. You're indeed better. It turns out my luck's been better just being with you." Su Qingqing humbly replied. "Well, that's not exactly true, Mr. Gu. You shouldn't belittle yourself. If no one were scheming against you, your own fortune is quite good." Gu Jun, what's the point of saying something like this? Isn't it the same as not saying anything? Of course, this thought of Gu Jun's only dared to stay in his heart. There was absolutely no way he would say it out loud. After all, Master Su was a master he greatly respected. Whether he would live well in the future, when he could truly enjoy peace, and when the culprit who had harmed him for years would be caught depended entirely on Master Su's mood and skill. Su Xiuxiu, standing at the other end of the red carpet, deliberately chose to appear after Gu Jun and Su Qingqing entered. When she went out after styling herself today, even her father, mother, and brother were shocked by her. If she hadn't spoken, they might not have even recognized her. To put it plainly, Su Xiuxiu originally could be considered a little beauty. Not ugly, but just a little beauty, far from a major beauty. But after being bathed in golden light, it seemed like she was glowing with a naturally filtered soft glow, and her facial features seemed slightly adjusted. Although each feature's angle changed only minutely, the combination made her a major beauty. From the moment she left her house today, her rate of people turning their heads reached almost 100%. Just moments ago, two photographers nearly got into a fight over the best angle and position to capture her. She was exceptionally confident in herself today, so she specially chose to enter after Gu Jun and Su Qingqing. She wanted Gu Jun to see how beautiful and dazzling she was today. She intended to completely overshadow Su Qingqing beside Gu Jun. Men, after all, liked beauty. Being this beautiful, coupled with actively approaching Gu Jun and the compatibility of her birth date with his, how could Gu Jun remain unresponsive? So, when Gu Jun was squinting at her from afar just now, she unconsciously stood up straighter and even gave him what she thought was a very charming smile. Unexpectedly, Gu Jun merely glanced at her from afar, showing no reaction at all. Not only that, she even noticed him frowning slightly in disapproval before Su Qingqing pulled him away. At that moment, Su Xiuxiu felt an inexplicable anger rise within her. Could she really still fail to capture his attention, even when she looked this good today? Her vanity, which had just swelled up, suffered another massive blow. She forcefully tugged at her brother beside her and asked in a lowered voice, "Am I pretty today? Am I doing all right?" Su Xiuxiu's brother vigorously nodded. "You look absolutely stunning tonight. Haven't you noticed that men's eyes have been glued to you since earlier?" Su Xiuxiu lowered her voice again and asked, "Then how do I compare to Su Qingqing from just now? Who is prettier?" Her brother gave her a very definite answer. "Definitely you are prettier. I saw Su Qingqing earlier too. Today, her appearance obviously required careful preparation. She is indeed very pretty, but she's definitely not as beautiful as you." "Are you sure?" Su Xiuxiu asked again. Her brother, "I'm sure. Didn't you see? Everyone was taking pictures of Su Qingqing earlier, but once you showed up, they all took pictures of you instead. Doesn't that clearly show you're more beautiful than her? You've been hurt by Su Qingqing for too long, making you lose confidence. Be more confident. You're the daughter of the Su family, whereas Su Qingqing is just someone who climbed her way up through her looks. How can she possibly be like you? Only then did Su Shushu feel reassured, realizing it afterward. She nodded. I also think I look better than her today. It must be because she has skills in that area, so Gu Jun needs her help and is trying to maintain a good relationship with her. She must have been unhappy after seeing Gu Jun looking at me. After saying something to him, Gu Jun was pulled away by her, pretending not to like me. That's right. It's correct for you to think this way. Her brother laughed and said full of disdain. That's Su Qingqing's old trick. She targets you, wanting to exclude you, so she pulls these stunts. She's just a very petty person, so you have to strive hard. You must thoroughly surpass her. Seize the opportunity today and firmly capture Gu Jun's heart. When you become the madam of the Gu family, you can say whatever you want, and even ban Su Qingqing from the entertainment industry in a snap. Su Shushu was amused by the bright future painted by her brother, and regained confidence. Look what you're saying. As the daughter of our Su family, how could I possibly ban her if she wants to mix in the entertainment industry? It's just that the direction she mixes in the entertainment industry will be up to her, since there are many directions in the entertainment industry. Doesn't Su Qingqing love standing out so much? Being a sex symbol is also quite attention-grabbing. In just a few words from her brother, Su Shushu found her confidence again and quickly planned out Su Qingqing's future. How could this woman live in her house when they were young? How could she be prettier than her? How could she have a better fate than hers? And how could she be more successful now and get so much attention? Clearly, she is the true daughter of the Su family, while Su Qingqing was just picked up from an orphanage to ward off disasters for her. Su Qingqing had no idea how malicious Su Shushu felt towards her, or how ridiculous the origin of this malice was. Even if she did know, she wouldn't care, because anyone who trades with evil beings won't live long. Chapter 86. Not envious of the money. Su Qingqing followed Gu Jun into the banquet. As it was a charity dinner, the interior decoration was not as gilded as imagined, but still meticulously designed. The lighting was perfectly set up, transforming the primarily white-themed banquet area into a dreamlike and luxurious scene under its glow. The charity dinner had yet to officially begin. At the entrance, external journalists took photographs of the guests, but once inside, only official photographers were allowed in, making it semi-closed. This arrangement aimed to protect the privacy of all the distinguished guests. As soon as Gu Jun entered the banquet hall, he caught the attention of several groups of people who walked toward him with their wine glasses, offering toasts one after another. Gu Jun maintained an elegant smile throughout, looking refined and gentle. Occasionally, he adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, but upon closer inspection, his eyes behind the glasses remained distant from everyone. Su Qingqing could feel how weary this must be for Gu Jun, wearing this mask all night long. Judging by how adeptly he handled himself, he must have been accustomed to donning this kind of facade frequently. It appeared that even Mr. Gu's earnings weren't so easy. She certainly wasn't envious of him at all. After spending some time around Gu Jun, Su Qingqing grew restless. The people who came to toast Gu Jun also invariably asked her who she was, then scanned her with glances filled with indistinct implications. She couldn't be bothered to deal with them like Gu Jun did. But neither could she afford to offend this group of contacts Gu Jun had nurtured. That would be highly inappropriate. So she stood beside him, mechanically keeping her lips curved into a Mona Lisa-like smile, until her cheeks felt ready to cramp from holding it for too long. Her expressions were rigid enough for those who greeted her to notice something was off. They didn't say anything on the surface, but afterward, they started discussing privately that this was the first time seeing Gu Jun attend such occasions with a female companion. She was undoubtedly good-looking, but perhaps not very bright. With extraordinary hearing that picked up every word spoken across the entire banquet, Su Qingqing responded internally, "Fine. Whatever, since Gu Jun is my big client, I'll just bear it." Thankfully, Gu Jun noticed her discomfort and immediately led her over to meet the Yi family and Su family. The Yi and Su families were located not far away, surrounded by others due to their prestigious status as major clans. Gu Jun held his wine glass in hand and actively walked with his female companion toward them, surprising evident looks of astonishment across their faces. Their respective corporate groups overlapped significantly in multiple industries, meaning they were business competitors. Yet, Gu Jun always managed to stay firmly ahead, never initiating any contact with them. This marked the first time Gu Jun actively sought them out. The Yi family had changed its inheritor 10 years ago. Yi Xingfeng, 11 years older than Gu Jun, was about 38 nearing 40 now. Known for his careful and planned actions, his most notable quality was recognizing and utilizing talent effectively. He himself might not have stood out exceptionally gifted, but he wasn't aggressive either, maintaining stability. Under his leadership, although the Yi Corporation hadn't achieved remarkable breakthroughs or advanced to the next level, it remained solidly established amidst the waves of change in the era, completely unaffected by emerging forces. That alone was quite commendable. When Yi Xingfeng saw Gu Jun greeting him first, he initially looked surprised, then raised his wine glass courteously in response, engaging briefly with pleasantries. On behalf of the Su family attending tonight's dinner was their younger son, Su Yuan. He hadn't inherited the Su family business yet, but rumors were widespread that he would almost certainly become the next heir. Su Yuan was roughly the same age as Gu Jun, 2 years younger. Upon spotting Gu Jun approach, he seemed momentarily taken aback before swiftly flashing a provocative glance, which he quickly concealed. Even his eye contact with Gu Jun appeared insincere, hiding smiles while mocking. Even when Gu Jun offered a toast to him, he pretended to be engrossed in conversation with someone else, oblivious until reminded. Then he woke up, saying apologetically, "Sorry, I've been constantly engaged in talks. Gu Jun showed no irritation, responding with a matching insincere smile. No problem. I was originally coming over to find Mr. Lee, but since I spotted you, Manager Su, I thought I'd take the opportunity to say hello. Beside him, Su Qingqing almost couldn't suppress her laughter. It seemed like being slapped in front of everyone. How dare he act haughty towards someone merely giving him a casual nod. You're nothing more than someone I'm casually addressing along the way. Furthermore, in terms of titles used, Yi Xingfeng was called Mr., whereas Su Yuan was simply referred to as Manager Su, indirectly reminding him that both himself and Yi Xingfeng are already leading their respective families, while he's merely an heir. To address someone of your standing is already an act of grace. Comparing apples to apples, you're hardly on the same level and thus unworthy of attention. It was exactly as Zhao Liya had complained to her before. She didn't like hanging out with these rich people, let alone those who would casually inherit an entire family fortune. Each one of them seemed to have 800 ulterior motives. Sure enough, Su Yuan's smile froze slightly after Gu Jun finished speaking. But he couldn't say anything in rebuttal and, for the sake of appearances, had to put his smile back on and clink glasses with Gu Jun. Gu Jun ignored him again and turned to discuss a foreign cross-sea bridge construction project with Li Xingfeng. I have special material technology for this, but I'm still lacking somewhat in the bridge structure technology. If I want absolute confidence, this technology needs further research. I heard that the Yi family overcame challenges in this area. Would you be interested in joining as a technical stakeholder? If so, we can work together on this project. Li Xingfeng's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he immediately nodded. Of course, no problem at all. After the banquet is over, we can discuss details. They toasted each other, and their future cooperation was practically foreseeable to go smoothly. Su Yuan's face grew darker next to them. Everyone knew their Su family also possessed this technology, yet Gu Jun deliberately reached out to Li Xingfeng, with whom he had just chatted happily in front of Su Yuan. Wasn't this a direct slap in the face? Moreover, it was incredibly difficult to secure the contract for this foreign cross-sea bridge project. Back then, Gu Jun personally wrested it away from foreign enterprises. Now all that was required was technical equity, which would undoubtedly yield substantial returns. Gu Jun must have done this intentionally. But Gu Jun paid Su Yuan no mind, merely exchanged pleasantries with Li Xingfeng, and then cast a glance at Su Yuan that wasn't too warm or cold before leaving with Su Qingqing. When they reached a quieter corner, Gu Jun asked, "How about it? Did you notice anything odd during our encounter?" Su Qingqing shook her head regrettably. "Not yet. Nothing seems off about them. There isn't any shared shachi around them." Gu Jun took a sip of mineral water. "That's truly regrettable, and I went through all the trouble of saying so much earlier." Chapter 87. There's something wrong with the entire banquet. It's not worth it, Su Qingqing said, suddenly looking at him with a mysterious expression. "What do you mean?" Gu Jun asked. Su Qingqing pointed around the entire banquet hall. "Haven't you noticed yet? Although there is no evil qi on the Yi family and Su family members, the entire banquet hall is filled with it." Gu Jun looked in the direction Su Qingqing was pointing. He hadn't noticed before, but upon closer inspection now, he indeed found faint traces of ominous energy lurking in various corners of the hall. Not only that, all the guests were chatting and laughing as if everything was normal. However, when they passed by areas emitting this evil qi, wisps of pale red fortune were being drained from their foreheads. These stolen fortunes gathered at the top of the banquet hall, forming a small red sphere wrapped in black evil qi. Over time, the red ball grew bigger and bigger. Yet, none of the people down below seemed to realize what was happening above. They continued indulging in champagne, wine, and socializing, with laughter and music filling the air, beautiful women dancing gracefully in the middle of the dance floor. The scene felt eerie in an indescribable way. "What's going on?" Gu Jun asked quietly. Su Qingqing narrowed her eyes dangerously. "As you see, they're having their fortunes sucked away. Generally speaking, those who attend such banquets are either wealthy or influential. To common people, they naturally possess strong fortune. They're extremely lucky. Their strong fortune can be used to alter someone else's fate or even aid cultivation. In short, fortune is a valuable thing with countless uses. But everyone's fortune is fixed, innate, predestined through cause and effect. Stealing another person's fortune goes against heavenly principles and invites retribution. This type of sorcery belongs to forbidden arts. Does that mean there's been something wrong with this banquet since the very beginning?" Gu Jun immediately seized the crux of the problem. Su Qingqing nodded. "And this is an indiscriminate attack. Looking at this scene, it doesn't seem to be just aimed at you." Gu Jun asked again, "Will things get out of hand like this? What happens after they lose their fortunes? If nothing unusual occurs, then nothing drastic should happen. On the contrary, this could be an excellent opportunity for us. We'll track where this stolen fortune goes, follow it, and perhaps we'll find the mastermind behind your troubles directly." Su Qingqing touched her chin thoughtfully while considering the feasibility of her plan. "Unfortunately, I only brought a small handbag today, and I didn't have enough talismans inside. If I had more, I could sell them for 1 million each. Those who spend 1 million on a protective charm can safeguard their own fortune from being stolen. When other competitors at the dinner tonight end up unlucky, you alone will remain fortunate. You could potentially make a lot of money. Thinking about it, a 1 million yuan talisman sounds like such a good deal. Alas, why didn't I bring more?" Su Qingqing truly regretted missing out on potential wealth, as though she'd lost billions. Gu Jun looked curiously at her, finally asking, "When you joined our company, your assets were notarized. You didn't know any money. Why are you so eager to earn more?" He'd been puzzled about this for a long time, originally assuming her drive was due to debts owed to the Su family or penalty fees for breaking agreements. But after the fruit bat incident, his family gave her no shortage of money. Even in the Kai Lele case, the Kai family paid her tens of millions as remuneration. Why does she still appear to need money so badly? Su Qingqing answered earnestly, because I've donated all my money. As someone practicing Taoism, I need to accumulate merit. All of it gone. Gu Jun was surprised by this revelation. Yes. Su Qingqing sighed deeply at the thought of the 100 billion points of merit she owed, feeling the weight of a long journey ahead. She patted Gu Jun's shoulder. Next time, if you know someone just as unlucky as you, please introduce them to me. Let me take advantage of them too. Gu Jun stared at Su Qingqing, whose face clearly read, I can't keep depending solely on you. All right. Even if he admitted he was unfortunate, couldn't her almost money-grabbing expression be toned down a bit? As she saw the complicated expression on Gu Jun's face, Su Qingqing cleared her throat and regained her composure. Ahem, I was joking, she said earnestly. It's not right to watch someone use such unorthodox dark magic without taking action. This indeed goes against righteous conduct. I'll circle the venue and figure out a way to destroy the formation. If the array of this magnitude is destroyed, it might lure out the one behind all this, Su Qingqing added. Gu Jun nodded. I have no objection. Is there anything you need me to assist with? She waved him off. No need. You're like a spotlight. Following me would make us too conspicuous. Just carry on with your business in the banquet hall while I move around by myself. All right. Though Gu Jun wanted to follow and help, he had to admit that Su Qingqing made a valid point. They parted ways as Su Qingqing excused herself to go to the restroom and slipped away quietly. Fortunately, the dress she wore today had some stretch to it. It hugged her body tightly, but didn't hinder her movement at all. Circling the entire banquet venue, Su Qingqing indeed spotted an intricate magical formation. This formation spanned the entire hall, with its core even placed right at the center of the podium where speeches were to be given later. That position was highly visible, making it challenging to tamper with, which clearly indicated that whoever had laid this formation came prepared. Su Qingqing also noticed that next to the banquet hall flowed a roaring river, a major waterway running through the entire city of a city, known as the Mother River. Along its banks lay luxurious riverside gardens, and condominiums nearby fetched prices over 2 million per unit. She felt there was something odd about the river, but upon closer inspection, nothing seemed amiss. It must be her paranoia kicking in. Back at the banquet, she immediately spotted Gu Jun surrounded by a group of people. Beside him stood Su Xiuxiu, looking up at Gu Jun as if trying to get his attention. However, Gu Jun kept staring at the sky instead of acknowledging Su Xiuxiu. The scene looked quite amusing. Gu Jun kept scanning the room, searching for Su Qingqing's return. Soon enough, he spotted her re-entering the banquet hall and quickly strode towards her, leaving Su Xiuxiu talking to him just moments ago behind. This infuriated Su Xiuxiu, who turned and glared at Su Qingqing. It seemed Su Qingqing had spoiled her plan yet again. Chapter 88. Being targeted. Su Xiuxiu didn't glare at Su Qingqing for long before she was once again approached by a few gentlemen. She was just like the beautiful protagonist in Sicilian Beauty, who, due to her beauty, was surrounded and flattered like a star among the crowd. She very much enjoyed this feeling and provocatively glanced up at Su Qingqing. That look seemed to say, what's the use of looking good? I'm still more popular than you right now. Su Qingqing rolled her eyes from a distance, a fool unaware of impending disaster. One person being bad is not terrible, one person being stupid isn't either. The most dangerous kind, however, is both stupid and bad, just like Su Xiuxiu. Gu Jun walked over to Su Qingqing and directly led her to a secluded corner asking, anything new found out? Su Qingqing nodded, yes. As expected, the entire banquet venue has been arranged with an array. This array isn't hard to break, but its focal point is set on the central podium. If we want to destroy it, it might draw attention. Gu Jun thought for a moment. No worries. After the host finishes speaking on the podium and the formal banquet begins, that area will be left unused. At that time, I'll bring you over. I'll attract their attention while you destroy the focal point. All right, no problem. The two of them gathered in the corner and whispered to each other for a while. In order to block outsiders' gazes, Gu Jun used his towering physique to shield Su Qingqing, placing her under the shadow cast by his body and the wall corner. Did you sense it? Su Qingqing suddenly looked up and asked him. Gu Jun turned away from the light, half of his face obscured by darkness, making his sharp features even more profound, his gaze piercing. Yeah, he nodded. Since you just left, I've noticed it too. There's always someone in the dark watching me, but when I checked around earlier, I couldn't find anyone. So as soon as Su Qingqing entered, Gu Jun pulled her into the corner and used his body to shield her. From the perspective of bystanders, Su Qingqing appeared to be a woman dragged aside by him for some flirtation. Even though he knew Su Qingqing was strong, he selfishly didn't want her to get targeted because of him. As the old saying goes, even the highest martial arts fear a kitchen knife. No matter how powerful mysticism may be, it might also fear firearms. What if those people use guns instead of following martial ethics? Then I'll go out again and check who's been watching us. As Su Qingqing said this, she pushed against Gu Jun intending to leave again. Unexpectedly, pushing Gu Jun didn't budge him, and she looked up puzzled. What's wrong? Let me pass. Gu Jun was worried. Someone's already onto us. You should be careful alone. For now, don't wander off. If they know you're the master who's been helping me all along, things will get troublesome if they focus their attack on you. Seeing Su Qingqing's nonchalant attitude, he added another sentence. I know you're very capable, but we still don't know our enemy's strength or how many there are. Better safe than sorry. What you're saying makes some sense, but you don't need to worry about me. My techniques are different from theirs. As long as I don't expose myself voluntarily, they'll likely think I'm nothing more than an empty vessel blessed only with beauty. Su Qingqing laughed, estimating that those people who had experienced repeated setbacks with Gu Jun were probably already investigating who the high master near Gu Jun was. But since Su Qingqing showed absolutely no fluctuations in magical power, despite accidentally coinciding with them a few times, they never guessed her involvement. They merely assumed she was Gu Jun's favored beauty. There's no rush. The person secretly watching us is probably the same person who set up the array. Once we destroy the focal point, they will naturally lose control and appear. When Gu Jun said this, his eyes dangerously narrowed. He shared a glance with Su Qingqing, and there was a spark of understanding between them. If you're going to act, then do it fully. Gu Jun took Su Qingqing's hand and returned to the center of the banquet. At the center stage, the host was passionately delivering the key points of the evening's event. The gist was that this gathering was a rare feast in City A, and everyone was hoped to eat well and drink heartily, and later generously contribute to charity, thanking all present for their support to charity. After the host finished and retreated, the tall podium slowly descended, transforming into the center of the dance floor. The lecture podium became a neon-lit glass platform. Everyone began inviting their female companions for the first dance. Gu Jun and Su Qingqing exchanged a glance. Here came their chance. Gu Jun graciously bent down halfway and extended his hand to invite Su Qingqing to dance. The original hostess of Su Qingqing's body had specifically learned dancing in preparation to enter the entertainment industry, so this ordinary social dance was child's play for her. Su Qingqing placed her hand into his open palm, and the two of them started dancing with perfect understanding. Their goal was clear, to dance straight to the center of the floor without appearing deliberate. Su Shushu had previously turned down a few invitations from men, waiting for Gu Jun to ask her to dance first, but instead, Gu Jun walked off with Su Qingqing without even glancing back at her once. Su Shushu harbored resentment, just as Su Yuan, the heir of the Su family, extended an invitation to her. He was still unmarried and considered a prime catch, coming from a family whose influence her own Su family could never hope to match. If she couldn't have Gu Jun, then Su Yuan might do just fine. Regaining her composure quickly, she flashed a charming smile, accepted Su Yuan's invitation, and stepped onto the dance floor with him. Su Yuan felt vindicated in his heart after being humiliated publicly by Gu Jun moments ago. But now that he had officially invited his fiancée to dance, and she was so beautiful, rejecting everyone else except him, he felt extremely proud. Perhaps driven by the desire to show off, Su Yuan began to move closer to where Gu Jun and Su Qingqing were dancing. Meanwhile, Gu Jun and Su Qingqing were solely focused on heading toward the center of the dance floor, where their paths soon crossed. Su Qingqing looked at the glass podium shining brightly in the center of the dance floor and noticed what appeared to be a black shadow hidden among all the lights. Almost instantly, she knew, it must be the focal point of the array. Gu Jun was also carefully observing it. Neither of them realized that Su Shushu and Su Yuan were approaching them rapidly. As Su Yuan passed by Gu Jun, seeing that he seemed distracted, he decided to act out of revenge. With one big step forward, Su Yuan suddenly shoved him hard. Gu Jun didn't fall, but Su Shushu lost her rhythm and stepped on her wide skirt, letting out a small cry as she tripped and fell. And with some calculated cunning, Su Shushu intentionally fell towards Su Qingqing, grabbing her along the way. Su Qingqing, who had been contemplating how to destroy the array openly. Could this really be the chance they needed? Chapter 89, Wrongfully Accused Again. Su Shushu pulled Su Qingqing down with her. Though Su Qingqing could have dodged the fall, she chose not to and instead fell along with Su Shushu toward the glass podium. However, during the fall, Su Shushu was pinned tightly beneath Su Qingqing, who landed squarely on the glass podium. The podium was knocked over, shattered on the floor, leaving pieces of broken glass everywhere. From within the broken structure, a black object dropped out. It was an identical black stone to the one previously found with Yuan in the abandoned hospital. With quick reflexes, Su Qingqing used Gu Jun, who leaned over to help her up, as cover. She made hand seals silently at an angle where no one would notice, directly sealing the black stone, then quickly stashed it into her small handbag. Just like that, the eye of the formation was destroyed. At the very moment the eye was ruined, the continuous spewing of black chi throughout the grand hall ceased. The condensed ball of luck floating in the air also stopped moving. The outer layer of black chi encasing the ball of luck dissipated visibly until it finally couldn't hold onto the central mass of luck anymore. The bubble burst, scattering back into the hall. Subsequently, this dispersed luck quickly returned to its rightful owners, re-entering their bodies. The guests in the hall only noticed that after a sound of something shattering emanated from the center of the hall, their brains suddenly felt clear again. Just moments before, they had been feeling fatigued and somewhat muddled from attending the banquet. One little child among the guests tugged at his mother's sleeve, pointing up at the sky saying, "Wow, Mommy, there's a meteor shower. So many beautiful meteors are falling." His mother glanced upward, but saw nothing. Likewise, other adults who heard him and followed suit saw nothing either. More people turned their gazes toward the dance floor, which had become much more lively. Su Shushu fell and overturned the glass podium, causing the glass to break into pieces all over the ground. Lacking Su Qingqing's ability to avoid or cushion the fall, she hit the glass hard. Her arms, body, and especially her bottom were slashed by shards of glass, clearly injuring her rear end as well. Meanwhile, Su Qingqing, having fallen, was quickly assisted up by Gu Jun, who worriedly examined her for any signs of injury. Su Shushu remained awkwardly seated among the glass shards until Su Yuan hesitated for some time before reaching out to help her. After standing up, all she could do was awkwardly clutch her injured bottom. Upon seeing Su Shushu's injured bottom, Su Yuan himself became quite flustered, unsure how to react. He simply stood there watching Su Shushu endure her embarrassing situation. On the other side, when Gu Jun confirmed that Su Qingqing was unharmed, he sighed slightly in relief but then noticed her dress disheveled. Her shoulder strap had been pulled off by Su Shushu. With her appearance compromised, he didn't hesitate, removing his own suit jacket and draping it over her shoulders to prevent exposure. The oversized jacket instantly swamped Su Qingqing, wrapping her tightly, but in such a way that instead of making her look worse, she now exuded a soft, delicate beauty that appeared even more vulnerable and endearing. Gu Jun's actions flowed seamlessly, avoiding any potential awkwardness entirely. The neatly wrapped up Su Qingqing looked up at him, blinking her eyes. "I'm fine. You don't need to be so worried." Gu Jun's lips twitched lightly. "You're at least still my company's female star. Try to keep your image somewhat intact in public." "Okay." Su Qingqing nodded obediently. After all, she still wanted her acting career to flourish. By contrast, Su Shushu, whose bottom was impaled by glass shards, looked increasingly disheveled and pitiful without anyone helping her. Finally, the Su family arrived, with her brother Su Quan taking off his coat and placing it over her shoulders. This marginally lessened Su Shushu's unbearable embarrassment. Su mother tenderly supported Su Shushu while raising her head angrily to shout at Su Qingqing. "Su Qingqing, you're truly heartless. How dare you harm your own sister just because she is slightly prettier than you today? Is that reason enough for you to shove her onto the glass podium?" She carelessly placed all the blame on Su Qingqing in front of everyone, without hearing either side of the story. Of course, this was Su family's usual routine operation. Before the original Su Qingqing left the Su family, she similarly took all the blame. Hence why the original Su Qingqing always suffered losses and ended up with such a bad reputation. Su Qingqing shrugged. "Although I know your eyesight may not be good due to your age, surely you aren't blind yet. Clearly just now, it was her who first collided with me and dragged me down. She pulled me down, all right. And as for the direction we fell once we started falling, that's not something I can control, is it? Can you really fault me for that? We all saw you pulling Shushu toward the glass podium." Su mother's anger was intercepted by Su Shushu. Her eyes were red, tears streaming down her face as if she had suffered a great injustice. She held back her mother with an appearance of forced strength, sensibly saying, "Let it go, sister didn't do it on purpose. Don't berate her in front of so many people." Throughout the incident, Su father frowned but refrained from harsh words. Instead, he looked at Su Qingqing with deep disappointment and said, "I originally thought you had become more sensible, but apparently, you are still so thoughtless." Even Su Quan, Su Shushu's brother, chimed in, "That's right. You've always bullied Shushu since we were kids." She agreed to come along to this banquet with her fiancé even though she knew better, and she has been generous about not holding grudges. But how could you have harmed her like this? Look at what you've done to her. In full view of the crowd, the Su family immediately laid all the blame on Su Qingqing, openly condemning her without leaving any room for her dignity. Meanwhile, Su Shushu blocked their comments, pretending to sob softly while wiping her tears away. The surrounding guests, although they didn't crowd around, whispered amongst themselves close by. Some who recognized Su Qingqing added in additional commentary. "She's actually a foster child of the Su family. After their real daughter returned not long ago, the adopted one got kicked out for being too spoiled. She also works in entertainment, and I heard her reputation isn't great either. Isn't Gu Jun supposed to be her sister's fiancé? And yet she dared to attend publicly as his date? How shameless can someone get? It's no surprise that she did something terrible enough to get expelled from the Su family. Looks like this situation suits her just fine." Whispers echoed incessantly, until finally Gu Jun's expression darkened for the first time. He wanted to speak up. Hadn't it been because of Su Qingqing's quick action that all of their luck hadn't been completely drained? For a prolonged period of time after this, their fortunes would suffer. And now, instead of showing gratitude, these same people were allowing themselves to be led astray by mere words. Su Yuan seized this opportunity to humiliate Gu Jun, turning towards Su Qingqing and saying, "Miss, I believe it's necessary for you to apologize to your sister at this moment." Chapter 90. 5 million for one person, thank you. Su Qingqing was so angry that she laughed. Pushing Gu Jun, who was shielding her behind his back, took a deep breath and prepared to let loose. If tigers don't roar, people mistake her for a Hello Kitty. Just at that moment, all the lights in the venue went out suddenly. It was already dusk. The sky filled with rosy clouds was suddenly covered by a heavy cloud, making the open-air banquet hall dim instantly. The guests looked at each other, wondering what happened. Was it a sudden power failure? Such a grand banquet. How could the power just be cut off? Is there no backup power supply? The general manager in charge of the scene and the staff were in a terrible situation, only able to shout through the backup loudspeaker. "Please calm down, everyone. There's a slight problem with the venue's circuitry. We're currently repairing it urgently. Everything will be fine soon." Everyone quieted down somewhat, but were still very dissatisfied. For such large-scale, high-standard events, there are usually at least 3 to 4 sets of backup power supplies on site. As long as a little attention is paid, there won't be a situation like the power going out. Now that the power had been cut off, it was getting darker. It seemed like their perception, they felt the atmosphere at the site also became eerie. But they never expected that the sudden power failure wasn't even the worst thing. The worst was that a few people were caught in a light drizzle at first, and before anyone reacted, torrential rain poured down from the sky. Yes, it was pouring, suddenly with fierce wind, which lashed the rain against the entire banquet venue. The lighting racks and tables in the venue were fixed only in an ordinary way, unable to withstand such strong, instantaneous wind. The lighting racks fell one after another, almost hitting the guests. The flying tables and chairs injured quite a few people. A few particularly light female guests were almost blown away by the gale, fortunately pulled back in time by their male companions nearby. This sudden chaos terrified all the guests at the scene. People running around, screams, and confusion everywhere. Everyone wanted to exit the open-air venue, but couldn't find the way out no matter how hard they tried. They walked around in circles and ended up back at the scene eventually. Su Qingqing and Gu Jun were drenched from head to toe too, but Su Qingqing barely wore any makeup aside from a small amount of oil paint. She wiped her face with Gu Jun's suit, leaving her plain face clean and beautiful nonetheless. Without makeup, she looked even more like a lotus flower emerging from water, starkly contrasting with the women around her whose makeups were smeared. Su Qingqing looked toward the direction where the storm was blowing from, slightly squinting her eyes, lowering her voice to ask Gu Jun, "Did you feel it? This bone-chilling sensation?" Gu Jun nodded. "I did feel it, coming from the river surface. That constant feeling of being watched seems to have come from something in that direction too. Who decided to set the charity dinner here?" Su Qingqing asked suddenly. "It should be someone official, but who exactly needs investigation? Is there something wrong with this place?" Gu Jun realized the implication. Su Qingqing pointed towards the direction of the great river. "Look over there, further out. Isn't this the obvious turning point of the river? We're the only spot that dips inward, with terrain clearly lower than others." After Gu Jun carefully checked, he nodded. "Seems so indeed. Every flood season, this location gets submerged, but it isn't the flood season now." Su Qingqing showed a look of comprehension, then it settled. This place surrounded by the riverbed, being at a low position, is not a good choice. Scientifically speaking, it's perpetually damp, which isn't good for human health. But if we explain it using our mysticism, this area has accumulated much energy over the years, making it highly suitable for cultivating some sort of spirit, resulting in twice the effectiveness with half the effort. Actually, I've suspected since the start that whoever or whatever is watching you might not be a person, but some kind of spirit cultivated here. We couldn't detect it earlier because it hid within the great river. The river is too deep, allowing it to hide from us effortlessly. As soon as she finished speaking, a massive whirlpool suddenly appeared on the river's surface. The whirlpool grew larger and gradually leaped out of the water, forming a tornado above the river, which kept growing. As the tornado came closer, its force grew stronger. The guests at the banquet struggled to stand, feeling themselves about to be sucked into it under the immense suction. Vaguely, angry dragon roars could be heard, piercing sounds that made people dizzy, causing darkness to cloud their vision. A few frail children at the scene started bleeding from their noses and mouths. A translucent giant dragon slowly materialized within the tornado, coiling up on top of the wind column. Some people at the scene saw it and pointed, shouting, "Quick look, there's a dragon." Su Qingqing sneered, "Dragon? That's not a dragon. It's just a failed to ascend python. No, worse, it's a python that has taken the wrong path." Her voice was not loud, yet it cut through the chaos of the scene, clearly reaching everyone's ears, including the pythons. In a few steps, Su Qingqing leapt onto a fallen light frame, standing tall and steady despite the howling wind and torrential rain. With her hands spread, she drew a complex talisman in front of her chest, and from it unfolded a massive golden net. The net acted like a giant protective umbrella. Wherever it covered, there was neither wind nor rain. Finally, the net formed a 10-meter diameter hemispherical shield, firmly rooted on the ground with Su Qingqing at its center. Su Qingqing shouted fiercely, "If you don't want to be swept into the tornado, come in quickly." As if awakened from a dream, people rushed towards the protective circle of light. "Wait." Su Qingqing paused after letting a few people in, spotting among them those who had previously sided with Su Xiuxiu and spoken ill of her. She repelled these few individuals out of the protective circle. "You lot were gossiping about me alongside Su Xiuxiu earlier, right? You spoke ill of me but still expect me to protect you. What nonsense are you thinking?" At this point, the wind outside grew stronger. Those outside the protective circle could barely stand even when clinging together. If the wind became any stronger, they would be sucked away. Seeing those who hadn't gossiped about Su Qingqing slip safely inside, their faces relaxed. These outsiders finally panicked. They wanted to get in too. They shouted, "How can you let us die without saving us?" Su Qingqing shrugged. "We're not related or friends. Why should I be obligated to save you? Besides, weren't you just bad-mouthing me before? Trying to morally blackmail her? That's impossible." Using Zhao Lia's words from earlier, she decided, sweep aside moral obligations, and do what's best for herself. They immediately responded, "We're sorry, we were wrong. What must we do for you to save us?" Su Qingqing grinned mischievously as she bared her teeth. "Sure, you can come in. One person for 5 million yuan, no bargaining. In an emergency like this, you can pay later." People outside. "Shit, agreeing with some comments costs 5 million. It's a blood loss." They regretted opening their mouths in the first place. How could they have been so mean back then? Chapter 91. I can also call the wind and rain. Fortunately, all the guests present were rich people. 5 million yuan per person was not a small amount for them. It would hurt a little, but gritting their teeth, they could still handle it. Much like how ordinary people would feel spending 50,000 yuan. As the tornado grew larger, they could only grit their teeth and agree. They regretted it now. If only they had known that Su Qingqing was so capable, they wouldn't have dared to speak ill of her. It was the fault of the Su family. How could they let such an outstanding daughter slip through their fingers and even publicly criticize her in front of everyone? Weren't they fools? Wasn't there something wrong with their heads? Su Qingqing had been observing the reaction of the dragon there and didn't have time to make sure everyone handed over 5 million yuan. But no problem, she had Gu Jun, an obedient and proactive helper. Once these people were inside the glowing circle, Gu Jun approached each one of them with a polite smile. Could you please transfer 5 million yuan on-site? Thank you. He took out his mobile payment QR code. His account was a special corporate account without daily limits, meaning he could receive as much money as needed. He then loudly called up to Su Qingqing standing on the light stand. Master Su, I'll collect the money first and then transfer it to you later. I counted. There are 20 people here. 20 people, each contributing 5 million, totaling up to 100 million yuan. Considering the 1-to-100 ratio, donating this amount would still yield 10,000 merit points. Not bad. These people may be dumb and rude, but they weren't entirely useless. Gu Jun was busy guarding the funds when he noticed Su Xiuxiu and the rest of the Su family sneaking into the light circle, trying to get away with things unnoticed, hoping to hide themselves without drawing attention. Gu Jun was about to drive them out when someone else spoke first. And that someone was none other than those who had just chimed in earlier, agreeing to spend 5 million yuan just to enter the circle. They spent 5 million yuan merely for criticizing Su Qingqing once. Why should Su Xiuxiu, the main culprits, come in for free? One woman immediately pointed at Su Xiuxiu and shouted, Su Xiuxiu and others are trying to sneak in secretly. It was them who insulted Master Su earlier. Gu Jun twitched the corner of his mouth. He couldn't help thinking, this Master Su rolls off your tongues quite fluently, doesn't it? Su Xiuxiu paused in her tracks. A look of annoyance crossed her face, biting her lower lip and feigning a half-crying expression. Su's mother first hesitated slightly, then regained her composure. I am Su Qingqing's mom. We raised her for years, and everyone in a city knows how spoiled we let her be. Now it's just a minor family dispute, and she actually wants to ignore our plight and abandon us to die? Is she even human? Su Qingqing noticed how fond the Su family was of pinning blames and employing moral coercion, dropping yet another heavy responsibility upon her within just a few sentences. No wonder the previous owner wasn't a match for them. They won't stop until they've thoroughly ruined her reputation right in front of everyone. Unfortunately for them, they were dealing with Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing believed that facing the Su family meant adhering strictly to Zhao Lia's famous saying, sweep aside morality and be yourself. Immediately after Su's mother finished speaking, Su Qingqing waved her hand, instantly ejecting Su Xiuxiu, along with the Su family members, and Su Yuan, who demanded an apology earlier, all outside the glowing circle. Su Qingqing turned and gave them a smile. Since you haven't apologized for misunderstanding me, what are you doing here talking about what is right? If you're so defiant, you obviously don't need my help. Face the tornado with your arrogance and see if it listens to your moral constraints. Under normal circumstances, someone might say that Su Qingqing shouldn't treat her own family this way. However, this was a special situation. The bizarre events unfolding before them and the increasingly powerful tornado made it clear that only Su Qingqing could protect their safety. At this moment, Su Qingqing was their sole deity, the absolute authority. Pointing fingers and whispering complaints against her were simply suicidal. Gu Jun added salt to the wound. Moreover, didn't your family kick Qingqing out 3 months ago and force her to leave empty-handed? She took on a debt of 50 million due to a contract termination at the company she introduced to you before. And while she worked hard to pay off the debt, you turned a blind eye. How is it that when Qingqing owes debts, you deny being part of the same family, but now that you need her, you suddenly claim kinship again? Su Qingqing admired Gu Jun immensely for his words. Good. She struggled with eloquence herself, only able to confront people directly, which, while assertive, lacked reason. Gu Jun's mouth was sharp indeed. With just a few words, he laid out the cause and effect of the situation crystal clear. In a flash, she had the right on her side, and the true face of the Su family was exposed to everyone. Mr. Gu was truly someone you could count on. He got things done when they mattered. But there was one point that puzzled her. It seemed like she hadn't gone through all the trouble to earn the breach of contract fee herself after all. People from the Kai family had been quite generous when it came to money. In no time, she pocketed the fee for breaking the contract. Still, at Su Qingqing's reminder, something else occurred to her. She looked up and said to the Su family, you can come in too if you want, but here's the deal. The last time I terminated my contract with the company, it cost me 50 million as a breach fee. And that company was introduced by you. At the time, you insisted so strongly. So now this 50 million breach fee, let you cover it. It seems very reasonable, doesn't it? And Mr. Su, you were so eager just now demanding an apology from me, didn't you? Don't you think it's appropriate for you to step up again and pay these 50 million on their behalf? Su Qingqing wore a mischievous half-smile, looking more demonic than ever, a far better which look than what she'd achieved with makeup earlier. Su Yuan immediately felt beads of cold sweat running down his back. He realized standing against Su Qingqing was clearly not the right move. He quickly turned to Su Xiuxiu and the others, saying, I think Su Master makes perfect sense. Anyway, you guys did call her your daughter and claimed kinship. Why don't you just transfer her the 50 million directly then? The Su family felt struck by lightning, each one stunned into silence. What they couldn't grasp was why the situation had suddenly taken such a turn. How dare Su Qingqing lord over them like this? Just then, the tornado gained more intensity, the dragon-like creature rising from the water pillar on the river seeming to sense something. It grew increasingly agitated, its cries becoming sharper. Su Yuan nearly lost his footing. All he wanted now was to get into the protective sphere of light as fast as possible. He urged, "Hurry up. What are you hesitating about?" Seeing how the situation had turned sour, Mother Su gritted her teeth in shame. "We don't have that much money." Su Yuan stood dumbfounded. He thought families who attended such charity galas would generally be at the top tier, so how could a high-end family fail to cough up 50 million? Initially, he thought perhaps the Su family was just stingy, unwilling to spend the money. But after closer observation, it appeared the Su family truly couldn't afford it. Who could have guessed that the Su family's investments failed, leaving them teetering on the brink of bankruptcy? They originally couldn't even attend the charity gala. It was only through Su Qingqing's plea to Gu Jun that they managed to come. Little did they know, after arriving, instead of behaving properly, they kept creating trouble targeting Su Qingqing. To say who regretted everything the most now, well, that person undoubtedly was Gu Jun. Gu Jun was filled with remorse in his heart, questioning why yesterday he believed Su Shushu's claim that the Su family reconciled with Su Qingqing and intended to give her love again. Handing over the gala seats to the Su family was, without a doubt, the most wrong decision he'd ever made. Su Yuan definitely didn't want to die mysteriously today. He still had a fortune left unclaimed, still heaps of money left unspent. Through clenched teeth, he said, "Fine, I'll pay. 5 million. I'll fork it out. Just let me in first." Su Qingqing swiftly nodded in agreement. All right. Once given permission, Su Yuan hastily took a step inside the glowing circle, slipping in smoothly this time without being repelled again. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Gu Jun already had his payment QR code extended toward him. 5 million. Your situation is special. Please transfer the money right away. Su Yuan was speechless once again. Inside he fumed, but there was nothing he could do except pull out his phone and transfer 5 million yuan to Gu Jun. Their companies weren't strangers to each other, nor was it the first time Su Yuan's company transferred money to Gu Jun's firm. However, never before had it been under such humiliation. Teeth grinding, he handed over the money to Gu Jun and immediately noticed Su Shushu and her family entering alongside him. By now, any romantic feelings he harbored for Su Shushu had diminished greatly. No matter how good-looking Su Shushu was, in his eyes, she wasn't worth 5 million yuan or his bruised pride. Being no fool either, he turned around directly and said to Su Shushu and her family, "I'm suffering due to your fault today. Under any circumstances, it shouldn't have been my responsibility to shoulder this 5 million. It's because you couldn't come up with the money that I had to. Therefore, consider this 5 million as my loan to you. Once we're outside, remember to repay me when you've managed to collect enough." Su Shushu, the Su family, they were silent. They came to this charity gala hoping to establish some business connections and relieve the economic crisis somewhat. But who would have guessed that not only did they fail to make any deals, but they also ended up losing face in public and somehow accumulating a debt of 5 million yuan. 500 million. This wasn't even a sum the Su family could easily cough up during their prime, let alone now. Su Shushu's eyes turned black, blaming all the fault on Su Qingqing. As she glared at Su Qingqing, her eyes burned with wild hatred and jealousy. It was all Su Qingqing's fault. She could have saved her outright, yet insisted on making her look so ridiculous. And then there was the time she fell, which was clearly because Su Qingqing had shoved her down. Su Shushu herself was actually the victim. Before Su Qingqing could respond, Gu Jun noticed the Su family's gaze fixed on Su Qingqing and couldn't hold back. "If anyone feels upset or unsatisfied, you're free to leave right now." After hearing Gu Jun's words, Su Shushu and the rest of the Su family members bowed their heads. To be evicted at this moment would amount to nothing less than a death sentence. Even though they felt aggrieved in their hearts, they could only swallow it silently. Meanwhile, over on the other side, the dragon-like creature whipped up an enormous gale with its wind magic, creating chaos but causing no casualties. The scene was a disordered mess, yet no one got hurt. This feeling was akin to a man raging in fury punching a cotton ball, generating no real consequences. All that effort used without releasing a single ounce of built-up anger. After roaring 3 times, seeing Su Qingqing still unperturbed, it became enraged as it clearly saw the undisguised sarcasm gleaming from Su Qingqing's eyes while she stood high atop a light pole. Infuriated, it bellowed, "Who are you insolent beings daring to act rampantly on my territory? Wasn't it you who disrupted the cultivation array I set here, just for practice? You've disturbed my 1,000 years of cultivation and interfered with my attempt to ascend. Tonight, every single one of you will die." As its roar reverberated through the sky, lightning struck violently nearby where they were standing, bolts thick as fists splitting the night, and everyone's hair bristled upright due to the electrostatic force. The people present experienced the first real proximity to death, and if not for the presence of peers in the elite society around them, many might have crumpled to their knees out of fear. However, when the thunderbolts crashed right in front of Su Qingqing, she faced them without so much as a flicker of fear across her face. Instead, she mocked him with a soft laugh. "You're nothing more than a 1,000-year-old water snake who has cultivated some minor sorcery and been raised here like a pet, and you truly think yourself a dragon? Your powers aren't sufficient enough, yet you resort to absorbing human fortune through forbidden arrays, considering yourself comparable to dragons? Your spirit root might possess a bit of potential, but you've taken the wrong path, and creatures like you will never become dragons after 10,000 years of practice, only tools of others' desires." Hearing Su Qingqing's words filled it with uncontrollable rage, and it thrashed its massive tail furiously. Its colossal tail sent up tidal waves on the river surface, wave after wave crashing toward the shore, all effectively blocked by the protective sphere. The guests inside the circle nearly wet themselves in terror, almost falling to their knees before Su Qingqing, imploring, "Ancestor, please don't anger it further. It seems so terrifying." Yet Su Qingqing remained utterly fearless, nonplussed, even lifting a challenging eyebrow toward it. "What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied? Isn't your trick simply calling the wind and rain? Practicing for over a millennium, and this is the extent of your abilities? Look at me. I can do that too." With those words, she reached into her luxurious designer handbag, took out a wind charm, chanted a spell, and slapped it forward lightly. A much stronger wind surged forth, easily pushing back the large waves that had surged toward them. The creature was pushed far back into deeper waters away from the shore. Su Qingqing declared triumphantly, "That was the wind. Now watch closely. This is the rain." She hurled another rain charm into the air, instantly causing a torrential downpour. Rain poured, stirring up the entire river into tumultuous chaos. And the final touch, this is thunder. Su Qingqing flung down a celestial thunder charm. While the previous strikes were only as thick as a fist, this time, a powerful bolt as thick as an adult human body crashed precisely onto the beast. Chapter 92. They just want to go home and be rich. The dragon-like creature immediately dodged, but the thunder was like it had eyes, curving around and striking its body. In the end, the lightning fiercely struck its body. Su Qingqing thought that its previous arrogance was very annoying. Moreover, it clearly became angry and wanted to harm others just now. If it weren't for her, the guests here might have been swept into the river by the tornado, and whether they could survive would be uncertain. Since it intended to harm others, it should be well punished. She continuously threw 3 heavenly thunder talismans, each of which severely struck the dragon-like creature's body. The heavenly thunder talisman carries the power of natural laws with the mighty righteous energy of heaven and earth. For those who follow the natural law without violating the heavens in their cultivation, even if struck, they would only feel great pain and injury, but mostly, there wouldn't be any loss of cultivation essence. Even in the trial of lightning, failing leads to either serious injury or disappearance due to instability in Taoist resolve or having impure thoughts. After being hit by 3 heavenly thunders, this creature directly lost most of its cultivation strength. It could no longer maintain its previous dragon-like form and revealed its true self as an emerald green large water snake. Its entire body was covered with injuries. It could barely hold itself up, floating on the surface of the water with its head held high. At this moment, as it looked at Su Qingqing again, all traces of contempt from earlier were gone. Now, it was even filled with fear. Its voice was somewhat trembling. "What kind of holy person are you? Why can you not only summon wind and rain, but also casually call down heavenly thunder? Why do you know such forbidden techniques?" Su Qingqing laughed. Her voice sounded unbearably proud, even a bit arrogant. "Sorry, I'm different from you, a third-rate practitioner relying on wicked practices. I cultivate orthodox Taoist methods. Summoning wind and rain is merely one of the simplest basic skills. Even if I let my guard down against monsters like you who practice wicked techniques, I could still press you into the river and beat you." Jiao. Oh no, to be precise, it should be called green snake now. Its gaze towards Su Qingqing contained deep apprehension. It was still slightly bufu, not submissive, towards Su Qingqing, wanting to compete with her to teach this young girl that its 800 years of life were not for nothing. But Su Qingqing's previous series of moves wiped out that bufu, non-submission, completely from within it. Just thinking about the righteous energy brought forth by the heavenly thunder talisman earlier, the pain that felt like hitting its soul, and the near disintegration of its soul then, made it shiver in terror. It originally intended to look for an opportunity, bluffing while finding the chance to run away. But unexpectedly, Su Qingqing kept cursing it as a monster practicing evil techniques. The Jiao, who initially wanted to sneak off quietly, couldn't help itself after enduring for some time. It stood upright, roaring toward the shore. "I am not something that cultivates evil arts. I am naturally endowed with spiritual bones, capable of becoming a dragon. And I am not lying. I have cultivated for over 1,000 years. I am already a Jiao. I just need one more step to become a dragon." Su Qingqing coldly smiled. "If you insisted on following your original path of cultivation, it's quite possible you could become a dragon. But long ago, you lost your initial aspirations, resorting to the reverse celestial black arts for quick progress, siphoning off humans' fate energy to advance, forcibly seizing what isn't yours. Do you think the cultivation achieved in this manner could ever withstand the trials to ascend as a dragon? Had I met you earlier, I might have been unable to contend with you and addressed you respectfully as Master Jiao. Now, you're just a beast practicing forbidden arts." The green snake suddenly widened its eyes, the 2 small green bean-sized eyes glaring like bells. "You say the method through which I utilize others' fortune for cultivation is a forbidden art? How is that possible? How is it impossible? If your cultivation weren't from forbidden arts, why would you fear the righteous energy of heaven and earth? Why was your cultivation dissolved?" Su Qingqing's triple counter-questions made the green snake's pupils scatter as it shook its head repeatedly. "How could this be? How could this be? I never harmed anyone's life." From its overly shocked expression, Su Qingqing finally sensed something off and asked helplessly, Could you really not know your own cultivation technique was forbidden?" The green snake's head shook like a drumbeat, an expression full of confusion yet showing intelligence, akin to a husky. "Su Qingqing," the green snake added, "the person who gave me this technique said that as long as no human lives were taken during cultivation, it didn't count as a forbidden practice. It also said that I was borrowing their fortune now, but once I successfully cultivated through the heavenly tribulation to become a dragon, I would be able to bless and protect them, returning their fortune. Thus, it would count as borrowing and repaying. I even thanked him at that time. I said, "Hey, you are actually quite nice." Ching Su again. She realized that this emerald snake's brain might not be functioning well. It doesn't appear to be very smart. She sincerely asked, "No, with your IQ, how did you survive for over 1,000 years? With this mind of yours, your snake gallbladder should have been dug out and stolen long ago." Speaking of which, a blush of coyness actually flashed across the face of the green snake. Though seeing coyness on a snake's face was truly bizarre, Ching Su indeed saw it clearly. The snake, blushing coyly and twisting its body nervously, said, "For the first 500 years, I was a little snake cherished in people's palms, and then in the last 500 years, I have lived in great rivers and lakes where ordinary people could no longer beat me. Had it not been for the serious pollution these recent years and the depletion of vital energy, I wouldn't have come out either." Su Ching. Understood. So you were a brainless pet snake. Pet. The big emerald snake tilted its head and thought for a moment before grinning, saying, "In the past, my master called me a steed. Now it turns out it's called a pet. It sounds pretty good too. Among all spirit pets, my master cherished me the most." Su Ching. Everyone. Wait, weren't you just really ferocious? Why did the atmosphere shift so fast? At this point, Gu Jun beside her leaned in close to Su Ching's ear and whispered, "I highly suspect that since it can't fight you, it's pretending to be dumb and cute. It was trying to drown everyone earlier by pulling them into the river." "That's right." Su Ching nodded in agreement, raising her voice and saying, "Don't try to deceive me. You wanted to drown everyone just now." Her stern expression as she repeated what Gu Jun had said made her look actually not too smart. "Everyone. Oh gods, what kind of things have they encountered tonight? Heavenly Lord, they just want to go home and be rich. Wow. Chapter 93. This snake isn't very smart. The great emerald snake was getting agitated too. It raised its voice. "Back then, I didn't know that drawing on others' fortune for cultivation was an unnatural, evil technique. I only knew that after sucking up a huge amount of your collective fortunes, when I used it for my cultivation, I would be able to ascend to the next stage and leave the water for a long time. But then, just as I was salivating in anticipation, one of you suddenly interfered and scattered it all. It's like being starved for days, waiting eagerly for a big chicken leg, only to have someone knock it off the table right before you eat it. Would you feel happy if that happened to you? I was simply so enraged that I wanted to roll them up and give them a few smacks, teach them a lesson, then throw them back onto the shore. Was that too much to ask? Who said I wanted to kill them? If I killed someone, I wouldn't be able to ascend through the tribulation and become a dragon. I'm not that stupid." The great emerald snake spoke with righteous indignation, almost wanting to swear to heaven and earth. Su Ching guiltily touched her nose. "If you had said this earlier, if you had made it clear that you didn't have any harmful intentions, I wouldn't have cast 3 thunder talismans at you. But it's too late now." Gu Jun stepped in appropriately beside Su Ching to ease her discomfort. "How are we supposed to know that you just wanted to punish them instead of truly harming them? Besides, forcibly siphoning off other people's fortune is inherently wrong anyway. Why should you punish anyone for that?" "That's right." Su Ching nodded in agreement, feeling like Gu Jun was completely voicing her thoughts. The great emerald snake puffed its neck. "I was just borrowing. Once I ascend past the tribulation and become a dragon, I'd return their fortunes. Wouldn't that be fine? I was only borrowing. I never said I wouldn't pay it back." Su Ching couldn't help but laugh out loud at how absurdly dense the snake was. "You actually dare say such things? Haven't you thought about how long you could live, versus how long those people from whom you borrowed their fortune could live? By the time you ascend to becoming a dragon, those people whose fortunes you've absorbed would have already been reincarnated through many lifetimes, perhaps dead countless times already. How are you planning to return it? What do you have to return? Such a completely imbalanced transaction can't possibly be called borrowing and returning. Has your body ascended in cultivation while your mind hasn't caught up yet?" The great emerald snake was left speechless by the rebuttal, wishing it had hands to tug at its ears in frustration. Why does the powerful Taoist over there have a mouthpiece, and I don't? Frustrating. If its master were still around, they'd surely have stood up for it and restored justice. As they conversed, the guests who had listened attentively were whispering among themselves. What does it mean to have one's fortune stolen? Has our fortune been stolen? If our fortune has been stolen, what will happen to us? Gu Jun heard this and kindly offered his explanation. Fortune is essentially our luck. People like us who have been wealthy since childhood typically possess far stronger fortunes than ordinary folks. However, if our fortunes get stolen, bad things will happen, terribly bad things. How terribly bad exactly? Yi Shengfeng asked curiously from the side, instinctively following up on the joke-like setup. Gu Jun answered seriously. Just as terrible as the bad luck I've always experienced, except I'm stubbornly alive no matter what. But for you, unexpected accidents could lead to death or permanent disability. Even worse, you might go bankrupt and become poor. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a sharp breath, realizing just how terrifying it was. For people who have been rich since birth, going bankrupt or turning poor is far scarier than death. It's like choosing to suffer rather than die. And Gu Jun's notoriously bizarre misfortunes are infamous. To be even unluckier than him? That's unimaginable bad luck. A corner of Su Ching's mouth twitched involuntarily. There's no denying it. Gu Jun setting himself as an example was vivid and apt indeed. In order to curry favor with Su Ching, Gu Jun added another explanation. Fortunately, Master Su is here. If she hadn't resolved the issue and returned the fortunes to you all just now, the consequences would have been catastrophic. All knew that at Gu Jun's level, Any woman he wanted could easily be within reach. He really had no need to use this to lift anyone else's reputation. Furthermore, everyone personally witnessed Su Qingqing's formidable power just moments ago. Her image instantly elevated significantly in their minds. Many internally breathed a sigh of relief that they hadn't followed the Su family in accusing Su Qingqing earlier. Otherwise, offending such a powerful person over this incident would have been utterly counterproductive. Those misled by Su Shushu cast glares toward them like daggers. They cursed the Su family for misleading them, deliberately portraying Su Qingqing as so undesirable. Now, they've ended up looking like fools. Not only did they spend 5 million yuan just to hide under a protection circle to save Xiaoming, but they've also alienated such an extraordinary master. All businesses related to the Su family and city, they shall be blacklisted immediately. Blacklisted. The great emerald snake didn't understand the intricacies of human interactions. Its mind simply couldn't grasp this complexity. It wriggled its body, preparing to slip away. Well, thank you for telling me this cultivation technique is evil. Now I know, and I will never practice it again. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I'm pressed for time to find another place to continue my cultivation. I must become a dragon as a male snake. Wait, Su Qingqing stopped it, and with a random flick of her wrist, she cast a binding talisman that immobilized the heavily injured snake right where it stood. What? The great emerald snake said cautiously. You've already reclaimed your fortune. I was also beaten by you for playing around too much, losing so much cultivation skill. Now, we should be even. What else do you want to do? Su Qingqing, why does it sound like I'm still bullying you? The great emerald snake shook its head magnanimously. Never mind. No big deal. I don't hold a grudge. I really am in a hurry. I really need to find a new place to practice. The environment is now polluted so severely, and the spirit energy has just recovered. If I don't go now, all the good places will be taken by other spirits and monsters. Su Qingqing tossed him a spirit-gathering talisman. The rich essence fell on its body, dispersing and making the great emerald snake shiver in delight, its eyes glowing. Such a rich concentration of essence. I haven't felt this in ages. I'll give you 10 more if you answer my questions well. Su Qingqing began coaxing gently. Think about it. I could have just forced you to answer, but I made a deal with you instead. Isn't that reasonable? The great emerald snake. Although it wasn't very intelligent, it still thought something seemed off about this. Still, without any other choice, it could only say, all right, ask away. If I know, I'll tell you. Chapter 94. It began a long time ago. Su Qingqing went straight to the point. Who taught you this dark art? And when did you start practicing this kind of skill? This was something big emerald snake could answer, and it let out a sigh of relief. I thought you were going to ask me some profound questions to make things difficult for me. But this is easy. It was probably 20 or 30 years ago. I almost got poisoned in a river contaminated by chemicals. Then I met a kind, old Taoist priest. He wore a purple robe and said that all the rivers around here had been polluted by chemical plants upstream. He guided me to this area and told me that the rivers here were not polluted. I was grateful to him, and I asked him how I could repay him. He said my current strength couldn't help him, so no need. I also told him that I was very confused about how to become stronger, so he taught me a set of skills, saying that they would accelerate my practice process and allow me to grow stronger faster. 20 or 30 years ago. Wasn't that around the time you were born? Didn't you start having bad luck from the day you were born? If it's an organization, doesn't the timing fit perfectly? As Su Qingqing analyzed, she glanced at Gu Jun, who nodded and said, they must be one group. In that case, it seems like they're not just targeting you. They have activities in various places, as if they are laying a big trap. What do they want to achieve? Su Qingqing pondered aloud. She then looked up and asked the big emerald snake, can you still contact that old Taoist priest now, who set up the fortune-sucking array at today's banquet? Since the cult people had kept the big emerald snake cultivated here and even laid down a special array to let it absorb luck, they wouldn't possibly ignore it for such a long time. Someone must be monitoring it. Finding the person who arranged the charity dinner tonight should lead them directly to the evil sect behind everything. Even though they've found traces of the cult several times, they still haven't faced them officially yet, which was quite odd. This was a rare opportunity, and they couldn't afford to miss it again. The big emerald snake, without any guard, replied, I haven't seen the old man who taught me those skills for a long time. He was already old back then, so after 2 or 3 decades, either he's dead or on his deathbed. This time, the one setting up the layout at the banquet was his disciple. His disciple told me that when it was about time, I should swallow the fortune, and I was just about to. Its voice became quieter as it muttered these last few words. Gu Jun quickly seized the key information, asking sharply, you saw the old Taoist priest's disciple among the staff. Who is he? The big emerald snake opened its mouth to speak when suddenly there was a clatter sound from the back. Something fell to the ground and broke. Because the entire venue was extremely quiet at that moment, the sound stood out very clearly. Everyone turned their heads toward the sound simultaneously, only to see one of the staff members, who had been trapped with them earlier, smash a red stone in his hand and run away. Oddly enough, the exit, which they couldn't find no matter what before, suddenly appeared when he ran toward it. Seeing that the staff member was about to escape, Su Qingqing and Gu Jun immediately sprinted forward to chase him. However, the dragon previously immobilized by Su Qingqing suddenly twisted in agony. Blood flowed from its eyes, nose, and the corner of its mouth, and red net-like patterns began to appear on its face, just like the little girl at the hospital before. Damn, it must have said something it shouldn't. It needs to be silenced, and if we continue this way, it might explode. Su Qingqing frowned as she said this. To be honest, a snake with innate spiritual bones that has practiced for 1,000 years to transform into a giant python is really rare. It didn't have malicious intentions. It was simply not very smart and got manipulated by others. Even though it was being manipulated, it hadn't harmed a single person's life, far from being irredeemably evil. If it disappeared like this, it would be a pity. More importantly, if it died, the clue might very well be broken again. Without hesitation, Su Qingqing tossed her small handbag to Gu Jun. Take it and go after that person. The bag contains wind, fire, thunder, and lightning attack talismans, as well as teleportation talismans. Go easy. Our main goal is to capture the person alive, not kill them. And if you can't fight your way through, run. My teleportation talisman will ensure that he cannot catch up with you. I won't go with you. I'll see if I can save this stupid snake. Alright, Gu Jun thought along the same lines as Su Qingqing. There was no need for further words between the two of them. They naturally understood each other's intentions. Gu Jun, holding the strap of a pink handbag, rushed out immediately. The sight of him, a tall guy at 186 centimeters, sprinting ahead with a pink bag trailing behind was oddly picturesque and somewhat amusing to the guests. Su Qingqing had immense trust in Gu Jun. Not only did he possess the true dragon purple chi, but she even suspected that he might be the son of Heaven's Way, an existence even more favored by fate than herself as the cherished disciple of her lineage. Just from his use of heavenly fire talismans during the hospital incident, their power far surpassed those wielded by Taoists with over 20 years of cultivation experience. Su Qingqing shouted loudly to the still-dazed guests. What are you all standing there for? Scared senseless? Didn't you see the door open? Hurry up and run. If this snake explodes soon, I won't be able to protect any of you. As if jolted awake, the guests turned and stampeded toward the exit. In the chaos, several female guests lost their high heels, and some children were knocked to the ground. Unable to bear it anymore, Su Qingqing roared furiously. Everybody form an orderly line, or anyone pushing others without manners will be left here. At her thunderous command, the crowd that moments ago had been chaotically shoving became instantly quiet. The wealthy and powerful guests, influential figures in the business world outside, now meekly lined up like schoolchildren. Satisfied, Su Qingqing turned her attention back and leaped towards the big emerald snake twisting painfully in the air. She stood on the tallest utility pole by the shore, allowing her to meet the serpent's gaze levelly. Even though the big emerald snake had lost much of its power after being struck by 3 celestial thunder talismans, its remaining strength was still formidable. The overwhelming pressure it emitted in its fury was hard for Su Qingqing to withstand, making it difficult to even open her eyes. Gathering some spiritual energy, she yelled to the snake, "Calm down. If you want to survive, endure this. Don't move despite the pain. I have a way to save you. But if you continue like this, I won't be able to control you, and you'll die." Death. This word startled the big emerald snake. It shook its head in agony. I can't die. I haven't become a dragon yet, and I haven't gone to the heavens to find my master. How can I possibly die? Chapter 95, perhaps a benevolent lie. The giant emerald snake seemed as if something within its body had been shattered, releasing a surge of pitch-black chi that spread from within, consuming its cultivation and spirit bones. The sensation was likely more excruciating than being burned alive. Yet, upon hearing Su Qingqing's words, it managed to endure the pain purely through sheer willpower, standing still without moving an inch. Su Qingqing seized the opportunity, tearing apart a spirit-gathering talisman and utilizing its essence to rapidly form seals with both hands, executing a complex set of techniques. Given her current state, having only recovered about 30% of her powers, attempting to help this millennium-old python reseal the malevolent energy inside it proved extremely challenging. After completing the seal, a layer of fine sweat formed on her forehead. She accurately timed the moment, forcefully injecting the seal into the 7-inch mark of the giant emerald snake. The snake let out a deafening cry towards the sky, losing strength as it collapsed into the river, causing massive ripples before disappearing beneath the water's surface. Su Qingqing realized she'd barely managed to insert the seal in the nick of time. Any later, and it might have exploded on its own. Thus, Su Qingqing herself wasn't certain if she had successfully saved it or not. Standing by the riverside, amidst the silent darkness, the river water flowed eastward ceaselessly without any commotion. Just as she sighed lightly, pondering whether this foolish snake hadn't endured enough in the end, bubbles suddenly erupted on the river's surface. A green snake head emerged from the waters. The great emerald snake gazed at Su Qingqing with eyes full of wisdom. That's wonderful. I'm still alive. I can still cultivate to become a dragon. Su Qingqing. To be honest, she was moved by its determination to cultivate into a dragon. She looked down at it, battered and bruised. Your current condition doesn't seem very good. If no one treats your injuries, you may take a long time to recover. And you've already angered those people. They may come at any moment to take your life. To take my life? They want to kill me? On what grounds? I haven't done anything evil. On what basis do they have to kill me? The giant emerald snake abruptly widened its eyes in shock, still utterly clueless about what had transpired. Frankly speaking, being this dense genuinely evoked pity. Unable to bear it, Su Qingqing kindly explained a few things to it. Because that old Taoist priest who imparted you the wicked technique for cultivation is not a decent person. He simply sought to exploit you. You almost self-destructed because they implanted something inside you. When they saw that you could no longer serve their purposes, they intended to destroy you, to kill you. Do you understand now? The giant emerald snake grew enraged. There are actually people depraved enough to go this far. But I don't want to die. I still want to cultivate to become a dragon. Its tone at the end carried traces of grievance. Su Qingqing truly felt puzzled. Why must you persistently cultivate to become a dragon? Do you have some sort of obsession with it? It's quite normal for a snake endowed with spirit bones to seize the opportunity to cultivate into a dragon. However, its obsession reaching such extremes was indeed rare. The giant emerald snake glared with its wise eyes, revealing resolve within them. Because my master who raised me ascended to higher realms 500 years ago. Before ascending, she instructed me to cultivate diligently and encouraged me to quickly transcend calamity, transform into a dragon, and join her above. Snakes, as rarely gifted creatures of profound insight, are blessed by heaven and earth. They typically spend 1,000 years cultivating to become pythons, and another 1,000 years cultivating to become dragons, but only under favorable conditions for transcending calamities. If they fail in these trials, they need to resume training and wait another 1,000 years. Upon becoming a dragon, they achieve immortality and ascend to the heavenly realms, similar to how humans ascend to become immortals. Finally, Su Qingqing understood why it was so determined to overcome tribulations and transform into a dragon. There was someone it couldn't let go of up there. However, upon reflection, she started to sense something amiss. According to what the Great Elder had said, the world's spiritual energy had almost entirely vanished around 500 years ago, only starting to recover in the last few decades. So, how could its master have ascended to immortality 500 years ago? This didn't seem plausible. Hence, the truth remained singular. It was highly possible that its master, knowing she couldn't ascend and nearing the end of her lifespan, feared this loyal yet foolish snake would attempt something rash after her demise. Thus, she concocted a reason, telling it she had ascended, urging it to diligently cultivate until it overcame tribulations and transformed into a dragon. This was likely a beautiful lie. Su Qingqing pursed her lips. All right, considering how cooperative you've been, I'll save your life. But once you're better, you must assist me in tracking down that old Taoist priest. They aren't decent people, and we need to protect the people from their harm. Upon hearing this, the great emerald snake enthusiastically nodded. That old Taoist priest tricked me into cultivating using wicked methods, and also duped me into feeding off people's destinies. He almost made it impossible for me to transcend calamities and become a dragon. He isn't a decent person either, and I definitely intend to confront him as well. I absolutely will cooperate with you. Only after this did Su Qingqing nod in satisfaction. She patted her body, trying to find a blank talisman paper to fold into a demon-concealing talisman. But after searching all over, she remembered. Oh yes, her small handbag was with Gu Jun. She said to the great emerald snake, "How are you? Is your ability to transform still intact? If it is, come up by yourself. Turn into a small snake and coil around my shoulder. I'll take you back." Oh, that's still there. The great emerald snake nodded. It re-emerged from the river water, shrinking and shrinking until it became about a meter long and as thick as a thumb. Then it coiled onto Su Qingqing's shoulder. After completing all of this, it had completely depleted its last bit of spiritual energy. Feeling the threads of spirit energy emanating from Su Qingqing's body, this spiritual power made it feel very comfortable. Quietly absorbing, it soon fell into unconsciousness. Su Qingqing planned to take it home first. In her small courtyard, there was a small pond where she could place it for healing. The spiritual energy at her home was abundant, so it would recover relatively quickly. When she walked out with the great emerald snake on her head, most of the guests had already been evacuated. Outside, layers of security were in place, and the area had been isolated. Seeing her come out, several people in uniforms immediately surrounded her. Su Qingqing noticed that their uniforms looked similar to those of ordinary police officers, but were also fundamentally different. Their shoulder badges were different, inscribed with Bureau 11, and their belts were golden, looking especially impressive. Seeing the great emerald snake coiled around Su Qingqing's shoulder, they treated it as a major threat. A few of them even pulled out weapons and pointed them directly at Su Qingqing. The leader was a tall, thin man who held a peachwood sword made from lightning-struck wood. He shouted at Su Qingqing, "Quickly put down the fiend. It's extremely dangerous." Su Qingqing blinked. Huh, it was reduced from a dragon-like python to just a normal snake by me. And you're saying it's dangerous? Chapter 96. So you're taking it away? A little snake? You just brought in the storm outside which almost caused a flood, creating quite a disturbance throughout City A, and even prompting an urgent public relations response from the authorities. The entire officialdom of City A was on high alert. Many influential upper-class individuals were trapped inside, with no one able to enter for rescue from outside. The officials summoned their most capable people from special departments as fast as they could. Just moments ago, they had been utterly powerless outside. Now, you've casually taken it out, and yet you're speaking so lightly about it, referring to this as merely a small snake? Listen to yourself. Does that sound reasonable? The leading man was about to ask Su Qingqing to cooperate with their work when Su Xiuxiu, who had not yet left from outside, suddenly rushed over. With a single step, she came forward, pointing at the giant emerald snake on Su Qingqing's shoulder, and shrieked her accusation. "This is the snake. It's extremely dangerous and nearly swept all of us away just now. It's incredibly ferocious, and strangely enough, it doesn't obey anyone except Su Qingqing. That's truly strange, isn't it? Police officer, you must take control of it. If you let it stay outside, there will be trouble." Her words were cleverly phrased, subtly shifting the blame onto Su Qingqing within her speech. First, she described the large snake as especially dangerous, then mentioned how this large snake only listens to Su Qingqing, implying indirectly that Su Qingqing could use the big snake to cause mischief. Indeed, The man who had initially planned to talk amicably with Su Qingqing immediately turned sour upon hearing this. His tone became severe. Miss, we need your cooperation with our work. If you don't cooperate, we have the authority to take compulsory measures against you. Su Qingqing. Sigh. She originally truly intended to have a peaceful conversation and maintain a low profile while doing good deeds without seeking recognition. However, Su Xiuxiu never gave her this opportunity. She glanced at Su Xiuxiu, who had just revealed a look of triumph, and sighed softly. Uncle Policeman, what you said is right. As a law-abiding citizen, I will fully cooperate with your work. After saying that, she gently patted the head of the great emerald snake, waking it up. As she did so, she infused a bit of pure spiritual energy into its body. Feeling the spiritual energy, the great emerald snake abruptly opened its large eyes and turned around with a confused expression looking at Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing slightly nodded her chin towards Su Xiuxiu and the other's direction. Sorry, I can't take you back. That woman told the police officer that you're dangerous, so they want to take you away and lock you up. What? The great emerald snake suddenly widened its eyes, suspecting it had misheard. Its body instantly grew 10 times larger, standing upright and transforming into a very intimidating python. It aggressively approached Su Xiuxiu and those few special department policemen, so close that its icy breath almost reached their faces. Its forked tongue, half the length of Su Xiuxiu, stretched before her face as it angrily questioned. I didn't harm you. Why do you call me dangerous? We have no grudge or enmity between us. Why are you trying to harm me? Facing such a large snake up close, Su Xiuxiu's vision went black, nearly fainting from fright. Her face turned deathly pale, and she couldn't say a word. After questioning Su Xiuxiu, the great emerald snake turned to the people from the special department. You're so fragile. I could kill you all with just one swipe of my tail. Why would you think to imprison me? Why do you want to confine me? Can you even hold me? No, something feels off. It seems like your brains aren't functioning properly. Are you really that unintelligent? The great emerald snake wore an expression of disbelief. I already feel dumb enough, but apparently, you're even dumber than I am. Su Xiuxiu. Special department personnel. Just like that, they suddenly felt as if they had been insulted, incomprehensively at that. The situation was awkward for a moment. At this time, Gu Jun returned from chasing after someone outside. He was slightly out of breath, clearly having rushed back. He had already learned the general situation on his way here. Seeing Su Qingqing struggling and dealing with the special department, he quickly stepped forward to defuse the tension. Comrade policeman, you might be mistaken. It's not that the great emerald snake only listens to Miss Su. It's that only Miss Su can subdue this large snake. All the guests present witnessed it earlier and can testify. If you don't believe us, you can investigate. You are. The leading man looked at Gu Jun and asked. He felt that this outstandingly charismatic man seemed familiar somehow. Gu Jun, from the Gu group. Gu Jun modestly introduced himself. The leading man immediately remembered. No wonder he felt familiar. He was Mr. Gu from the Gu group. Given Gu Jun's influence not just in the entire city but also across the country, there was no need to elaborate. With his backing, the man who had been stern earlier naturally had to show some respect. Most importantly, Gu Jun's art of speech was far superior to Su Xiuxiu's. He had subtly given the officer a way out moments ago. The implication being that it was a misunderstanding and Su Qingqing had actually subdued the great emerald snake. He glanced at Su Qingqing, seeing her not only unoffended but giving him an innocent smile. I originally thought this great emerald snake was too dangerous, so I intended to take it back and lock it up. Who would have thought that doing so would actually be against the rules? Sorry about that. Why don't you take it away now? It will save me some trouble. Upon hearing Su Qingqing's words, the young officer turned around and looked at the great emerald snake. SSSSSSSS. The great emerald snake immediately let out a long hiss, causing the officer to tremble. He quickly turned back to Su Qingqing and Gu Jun and said, My apologies. Both of you please wait here a moment. I'll make a report to my superior to see how we should handle this snake. Su Qingqing and Gu Jun nodded in agreement, completely without any objections, looking like perfectly cooperative citizens. After the police left to make their report, the great emerald snake, having lost its previous focus, turned its gaze and stared intensely at Su Xiuxiu. While glaring at her, it continued muttering under its breath. You still haven't answered me. We have no enmity. Why did you accuse me of harming you? Why did you call others to capture me? How could Su Xiuxiu dare to respond? She could only curl up, shaking violently. A suspicious smell of urine wafted over. She had been scared to death and wet herself. Su Qingqing frowned in distaste. Weak, stupid, malicious, cowardly, and loves making trouble. Honestly, I don't get it. Don't understand at all. Su Xiuxiu screamed at her. Take it away. Take it away. Get this snake off me. In response, she received a dismissive glare from Su Qingqing. Beside them, Gu Jun pressed his lips together to hide the corners of his mouth, threatening to curve into an almost ungentlemanly smirk. He had already thought about helping Su Qingqing get revenge somehow, but it appeared unnecessary now. She settled scores right away, which he quite liked. Chapter 97. On what grounds? The young police officer who had just gone out to make a phone call for instructions and report came back soon. Su Qingqing's cultivation level was much higher than his. He couldn't figure out her exact cultivation stage, but she could see through him at a glance. He was a disciple of the Xianmen sect who hadn't even reached the second stage of the cultivation phase. TSK, how to say it? Perhaps Su Qingqing's starting point was just too high, or maybe her world was just too extraordinary. In her world, as long as someone has the right physical constitution to practice cultivation, even a 5-year-old child, after cultivating for more than a year, would usually be at the second stage of the cultivation phase. The first stage is an entry level, and achieving the second stage after cultivating for a year is generally more than sufficient. Like this young police officer from the special department, judging by his age, he must be around 25 or 26 years old, yet he was still at the first stage of the cultivation phase. In her world, this level would basically be considered beyond salvation. All he did was wipe the cold sweat off his forehead, then politely introduce himself, his attitude making a 180-degree turn. I've kept you waiting. My surname is Zhang, pronounced as Gongchang Zhang. You can just call me Officer Zhang. I went out earlier to understand the situation and reported it to the higher-ups. The leaders above have said that since Master Su is a friend of Mr. Gu, she is naturally a trustworthy person. If so, we certainly trust Master Su. Then let Master Su take the snake back first. Once we here come up with a specific solution, I will contact you again. Oh yes, one thing. We may need Mr. Gu to act as a guarantor. The most important point was the last one, needing Gu Jun to act as the guarantor. With Gu Jun's status and position, if he were willing to be the guarantor, then there was bound to be no trouble. Gu Jun nodded quickly. All right, sure, no problem. I'll sign my name as the guarantor now. Officer Zhang breathed a sigh of relief and sighed, glad that this matter wasn't as thorny as he had imagined, and it was resolved relatively smoothly. By now, he had mostly calmed down and recalled how close he'd been to straining relations with Su Qingqing, causing a layer of cold sweat on his back. Thinking that he almost ruined the relationship with Master Su due to the sudden appearance of Su Xiuxiu made him somewhat irritated as he turned his glare towards Su Xiuxiu. Just glaring at her wasn't enough to vent his frustration. He also gave a low warning. Next time don't exaggerate things to the police, or else whatever consequences arise, you'll have to bear legal responsibility. Su Xiuxiu. At this moment, did she dare say anything? She could only nod furiously, swallowing all the grievances into her belly. After Su Qingqing left majestically with the great green snake, Su Xiuxiu finally snapped out of it. Her legs were numb when she tried to stand up, almost failing to get to her feet. It was only then that Su's mother dared to peek in cautiously from outside. Actually, she had been waiting outside all along. Seeing Su Xiuxiu facing the big snake alone inside, her heart was pounding anxiously. But that great green snake was simply too terrifying. She dared not go inside and stayed outside all this time until now. She supported Su Xiuxiu to walk out. Likely because she was thoroughly frightened, she didn't say much along the way. When Su Xiuxiu got into their family car and saw her father, Su father was frowning tightly. She thought Su father was worried about her, her nose tingling, and she wanted to complain. Dad, Su Qingqing she. Before she could finish her sentence, Su father already scolded her loudly. Su Xiuxiu, what are you doing? Do you have no brain? Usually, you seem pretty smart, but how could you do something so stupid today? Dad, what foolish thing did I do? Su Xiuxiu instantly felt wronged. Su father frowned deeply. Are you unaware of your mistake? Don't you know what Su Qingqing is capable of? Of all people, why did you provoke her today? Not only that, but you even provoke her twice? Rushing up to offend her yourself? Now you've caused our family to incur a 50 million debt. Are you happy with this result? Is it you who will repay this money? She didn't expect Su father to not only fail to protect her, but instead blame everything on her, leaving Su Xiuxiu staring open-mouthed, feeling an inexplicable wave of resentment rising within her. If Su Qingqing were present, she would definitely tell her, don't be hasty. This isn't even half the trouble. Back then, the previous owner of her body didn't do anything at home and suffered far greater injustice than you're experiencing now. Ignoring Su Xiuxiu's grievance, Su father continued, it's not that you're really not intelligent. Since Su Qingqing is currently so powerful and useful, you should cultivate a good relationship with her. Utilize the advantage that you are sisters and bring Su Qingqing closer to the family, making her serve the family and earn money for us. However, what do? Instead of fostering good relations with her, you keep offending her and going against her, pushing her further away, and even causing the family to incur debts. What on earth is your mind thinking? Su Xiuxiu's face turned ashen white, devoid of blood. Her whole body was shaking uncontrollably, and she couldn't understand why things had developed into what they were now. Today, she was supposed to be the most beautiful woman in the entire venue, the one who stole the limelight, the most eye-catching. But why did she still end up being trampled under Su Qingqing's feet? Why did Gu Jun tell her to get along well with Su Qingqing, to please Su Qingqing, and now her father also told her to flatter Su Qingqing? Was she destined to live in Su Qingqing's shadow forever? On what grounds? She was the true daughter of the Su family. Su Qingqing was just an orphan from the welfare home, nothing more than a replacement for her brought back by the Su family. Su Xiuxiu hated it even more inside, but she knew she couldn't show it now, or else her father would scold her even worse, and she would completely lose her family's affection. At the same time, she keenly felt the interests of her family. When she was better than Su Qingqing, the entire family liked her more and favored her more. Now that Su Qingqing had become more useful, their attitude toward her changed instantly. In addition to hating Su Qingqing, she wanted to make herself stronger, to become more useful. She returned home dazedly, finished washing up, and when lying on the bed, she saw the statue of worship. She realized that she truly had become more beautiful today. The statue hadn't lied to her. Like grasping a lifeline, she knelt down in front of the statue and prayed devoutly again. Compassionate deity, if you can see the sorrow of your believer, please grant her another wish. Believer Su Xiuxiu wants money, so much money, money that never runs out. I want to become someone everyone has to beg to. Let Su Qingqing kneel before me and return 100-fold the disgrace I suffered today. After saying this, she slashed her wrist and watched as drops of blood dripped onto the statue, making it appear even fresher. Chapter 98. Your master has fallen. Su Qingqing did not yet know about Su Xiuxiu, nor did she care whether the statue had made a deal or not. The same principle applies. Making deals with demons only hastens one's demise. Su Qingqing took the great emerald snake back home, changed the water in the small and used pond in the yard, and placed the snake inside. She then set up a few spirit-gathering arrays around the small pond, maximizing the concentration of the misty spiritual energy within. The great emerald snake luxuriously rolled around in the little pond, almost exposing its belly. Seeing how blissfully it enjoyed itself, Su Qingqing reasonably suspected that it had already nearly forgotten its previous pain. Gu Jun looked at the contented great emerald snake in the pool, slightly furrowing his brows. Why does watching it indulge feel so annoying? Should we not have brought it back? Perhaps we should just toss it back into the river? The originally lazy great emerald snake lying in the pool pretending to be dead finally couldn't maintain its composure any longer. After experiencing this water pool filled with pure spiritual energy, how could it possibly endure returning to those industrial polluted great rivers? As an old saying goes, I could have tolerated the darkness if I hadn't seen the light. The great emerald snake floated up from the bottom of the pool, revealing its head. Upon closer inspection, there was even a melancholy expression on its face. It said to Gu Jun, I have no grudges against you. Why are you trying to harm me? These were also the words it previously spoke to Su Xiuxiu. It realized that times had changed. People now weren't as simple-hearted as before. In the past, when people saw it, they would directly kneel down and pray for blessings from the Dragon King, often making it feel somewhat embarrassed. However, now, people upon seeing it not only showed no respect, but even conspired against it. Gu Jun shrugged. Do you know how expensive housing is these days? The little water pool you're lounging in, the small courtyard where you're staying, all come with a 2 million price tag. And such a pricey place is where we don't harbor idle people, let alone idle snakes like you. If you're utterly useless, naturally, you must return from where you came. You were from the Great River initially, so putting you back in there wouldn't pose any issues, right? Gu Jun was unlike Su Xiuxiu. His level was far above what Su Xiuxiu and her ilk could reach. Previously, Su Xiuxiu was rendered speechless by its questioning. Now it was being silenced by Gu Jun. Gu Jun snorted. You might not know, but Master Su has been managing without family support, and her life hasn't been easy. But she has a thin skin and feels too awkward to say certain things to you, which means it's my job to tell them. The great emerald snake turned to look at Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing cleared her throat and nodded seriously. That's right, General Gu is correct. Living alone is indeed tough, and if you're of no use. Before she finished speaking, the great emerald snake quickly slid over to Su Qingqing's feet. In urgency, it pleaded, please don't send me back to the river. I am useful, very useful. Weren't you looking for the old Taoist who once led me astray? Once my body and cultivation recover, I'll take you to find him. And my master also mentioned, I have a celestial bone destined to become a dragon. I am a child favored by heaven and bringing good fortune. Favored by heaven brings good luck? Su Qingqing quietly glanced at Gu Jun, whose body radiated true dragon purple chi, and then she lowered her eyes to look at the jade rui pendant hanging from her neck, which occasionally displayed the random musings of her grandmaster. They, perhaps, needed nothing more than good fortune? Still, looking at the intelligent gaze in the great emerald snake's eyes and its endearingly clever manner, Su Qingqing reluctantly nodded. Given your willingness to cooperate, I will keep you around. The great emerald snake immediately gave Gu Jun a smug look. Gu Jun, what can be done? This time, it truly was power flexing. Suddenly, Su Qingqing remembered to ask, by the way, you mentioned your master has ascended. Who is he? Does he have any specific title? I have some expertise in these matters and can help investigate what kind of divine position your master may hold. Hearing this, the great emerald snake's eyes instantly lit up, its whole body glowing. Really? Can you really find out? If you know your master's name and birth year and month, then I should be able to help you check. Su Qingqing nodded. A person's birth year and month hold a great deal of information, almost like the script for one's life. What will this person encounter in the future? How their whole life would roughly go? Everything is hidden within the 8 characters of one's birth. If its master indeed managed to ascend successfully that year, then he or she must be an individual of great fortune. That should be discernible from the master's 8 characters. The great emerald snake may seem rather foolish in other areas, but when it comes to matters regarding its master, it turns sharp. Without hesitation, it smoothly recited the master's 8 characters as well as his name. My master was by Miao Miao, the elder sister at Shuqing sect back then. She was born on the 9th day of the 6th lunar month in Qingwu's 32nd year. Qingwu refers to a previous dynasty. As it had been quite a while, Su Qingqing specially took out her pen and carefully calculated through it all once again. After finishing her calculations, she briefly froze in astonishment before letting out a sigh of confirmation. The great emerald snake saw that Su Qingqing hadn't spoken for a while, gradually calming down from its earlier excitement. It looked at her suspiciously. Did you fail to figure it out due to lacking skills? My master was extremely powerful after all, with great origins. Su Qingqing. She originally felt a slight bit of sympathy for the great emerald snake, but now decided to disclose the truth immediately. No, I've got the answer. What is it? Which deity did my master become in heaven? She was the most beautiful woman across the 4 seas and 8 desolations. Didn't she become the most beautiful fairy in the heavens? The eyes of the great emerald snake shone brightly while saying these words. Su Qingqing shook her head. Your master did not succeed in ascending. Based on the divination pattern, your master had a lifespan of more than 500 years and should have perished during that time already. Hearing this, the great emerald snake froze. Perished? Then it burst into laughter, full of mockery. I said your abilities are insufficient. Your prediction isn't accurate at all. I personally witnessed my master ascend. How could you calculate that she perished? You're incompetent, completely so. Chapter 99. I can find your master. Su Qingqing neither rebutted nor spoke, but just gazed at it silently. The big emerald snake excitedly argued with itself for a while, but Su Qingqing still didn't say a word. Gradually, the big emerald snake finally sensed something was off. It asked, "Why are you just staring at me? Did you miscalculate? Shouldn't you recalculate?" Su Qingqing simply reiterated once more, "I already told you, I haven't miscalculated." Impossible, impossible. How could this be? The big emerald snake frantically shook its head. It couldn't accept it. My master is the universally acknowledged genius cultivator of the Xianqing sect, the most powerful person in the entire sect. She was also recognized as the last ascended being across the entire cultivation world, the final hope of the cultivation realm. Su Qingqing softly sighed. Your master was indeed remarkable, but she was born in the wrong era. By then, the magical era had already arrived, and spiritual energy was growing increasingly sparse, until it eventually dried up entirely. Cultivation requires large amounts of spiritual energy. The higher the level of cultivation, the more spiritual energy is required. Even if your master possessed extraordinary abilities, without sufficient spiritual energy, there would be no way to escape her fate, being stuck at one stage, ultimately exhausting her lifespan. The big emerald snake still wouldn't believe it, but I personally witnessed my master ascend. Even Gu Jun beside them could not restrain himself any longer. Perhaps your master deceived you so that you wouldn't feel sad, allowing you to continue cultivating. Yes, Su Qingqing added. By that time, you were already a Jiao, and the Jiao has a lifespan of 5,000 years. Even if cultivation became impossible due to lack of spiritual energy, you would have still been able to live well. Your master may have thought that she wouldn't survive to see the return of abundant spiritual energy, but maybe you could. She still hoped you would live a good life and eventually become a dragon through cultivation. That's why she deceived you. Looking at the big emerald snake, which appeared bewildered, evidently somewhat shaken though still refusing to fully believe, Su Qingqing delivered the final blow. If you still don't believe, try recalling. When your master ascended, wasn't the spiritual energy already gone? You cultivated too. Shouldn't you have been able to feel it? The big emerald snake nodded. Yes, by then the spiritual energy was already depleted. The whole cultivation world experienced significant chaos due to the complete exhaustion of spiritual energy. But when my master ascended, she said she had already found a solution. Su Qingqing and Gu Jun stopped speaking. They quietly observed the snake just like before. They had made things clear enough, yet the big emerald snake still refused to believe it. This meant it was self-deceiving, unwilling to accept reality. In that case, there was nothing they could do about it. Let it remain immersed in its own world then. The big emerald snake said nothing anymore. For over 500 years, after its master had ascended, it roamed alone among all the great rivers and lakes of the nation. It tried every possible method to cultivate, wanting to swiftly pass through the calamity phase and ascend into becoming a dragon so that it could quickly go to heaven and find its master. This was almost its entire mental pillar and dream. Now someone suddenly told it that its master had actually long since died and had been deceiving it. Its spiritual world collapsed in an instant. It silently sank to the bottom of the pool, bubbling a string of bubbles, then completely withdrew, ignoring anyone's calls. Gu Jun said to Su Qingqing, "Just let it stay and cool down for a bit." Su Qingqing nodded and helplessly replied, "Originally, I planned to use the master's birth date and time to recalculate where your master might have reincarnated. Since it doesn't believe, let's leave it be." After expressing her regret, she turned and prepared to enter the house with Gu Jun. Unexpectedly, the big emerald snake, which had just sunk underwater, suddenly surfaced and used its long tail to circle around Su Qingqing's ankle. The big emerald snake's hoarse voice twisted with sorrowful entreaties, imploring desperately, "Master Su, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted the accuracy of your divination. Please consider my pitiful weakness and helplessness, and give me another chance to divine." Su Qingqing. She remained expressionless and tried to withdraw her foot, only to find that the big emerald snake's tail gripped her quite tightly. After tugging twice to no avail, she turned and saw the big emerald snake looking at her on the verge of tears. "Take back your tail first," Su Qingqing said. The big emerald snake replied, "Promise to help me divine first, and I'll take back my tail. Otherwise, I'll keep clinging to you." Su Qingqing coldly said, "If I don't want to help you divine, even if you cling to me, it will be useless." The big emerald snake continued to look at her pitifully. "Then tell me, what can I do for you to agree to divine for me? As long as you're willing to help me, I'll do anything." Su Qingqing furrowed her brow and thought for a moment. "But apart from helping me find people, you don't seem to have any other uses. Can you reconsider? I'm really quite useful. I can guard the house just fine. I'm certainly better than a regular dog, right?" The big emerald snake desperately showcased its usefulness. Gu Jun couldn't help but criticize sarcastically. "That's not necessarily true. My friend's border collie looks smarter than you." The big emerald snake glared at Gu Jun. "We have no grudge against each other. Why do you have to ruin me like this?" Gu Jun, "Sorry, I couldn't help it." Su Qingqing thought about it. Actually, helping it again wasn't much of a problem for her. She said, "All right then, I can't think of anything I need you to help me with right now. Let's say you owe me a favor, and when I come up with something later, you're not allowed to refuse. Yes. The big emerald snake agreed without hesitation. This is our promise. Anyone who breaks it will face heavenly punishment. Of course, the big emerald snake once again nodded in agreement without hesitating. For it, if it could not find its master, the world held no meaning whatsoever. The unwavering determination in the big emerald snake's eyes, along with its resolute agreement, made Su Qingqing feel slightly moved. Apparently, the master meant a great deal to the big emerald snake. She didn't say more and immediately recast the divination, thoroughly figuring out the current state of the snake's master. After finishing, she raised an eyebrow. Who would have thought that you two had such a deep connection? Your master has already reincarnated, and judging by the direction, she should be within this city. She's likely a 17-year-old high school student now. What? My master is in the same city as me. The big emerald snake was excited. Do you have any more specific information? I must find my master. I want to find her right now. Su Qingqing glanced at it coldly and poured some water on its enthusiasm. Your master is just an ordinary person now, with no memory of her past life. Do you plan to go find your master like this and scare her to death? Chapter 100. Do you still intend to marry Su Shushu? The great green snake was taken aback. It had just remembered this question. Its master was now an ordinary high school student, with no memory of the past life. Seeing it, a talking snake, would definitely terrify him beyond belief. Its mood sank again. Then, can I hide by your side and look at her from afar? Su Qingqing curiously asked, haven't you cultivated for over 1,000 years already? Normally, you should be able to transform into human form by now, right? Why don't you transform into a human to go find her? Transform into a human form. The great green snake shook its head in confusion. My master never taught me this skill before he left, so I still don't know how. Su Qingqing responded. Oh, right. Almost forgot. Your mind isn't too sharp, not very clever. It's normal that you don't know how. With the serious injuries you've sustained, your cultivation has also been damaged. Transforming into a human form requires a great deal of spiritual energy, which you definitely lack right now. Just focus on cultivating honestly. Once you've recovered a bit, we'll first find that old Taoist who taught you wicked magic. Then I'll teach you how to transform into a human form. Though the great green snake was extremely impatient, it knew such matters couldn't be rushed. It quietly dived into the pool to cultivate beneath the water. Regardless of anything, its priority was healing its wounds properly. Fortunately, the spiritual energy here was abundant, so its recovery wasn't too slow. After handling the matter with the great green snake, Gu Jun and Su Qingqing returned to her home together. Su Qingqing asked, didn't you go after that person? Why haven't you mentioned it again? Did you catch them? Dead, Gu Jun said succinctly, but his expression wasn't pleasant. Not far after chasing him, he was hit and killed by a car on the highway. What's more, the car that hit him was a scrapped accident vehicle with no driver. This method of committing crime was exactly the same as the one used previously when they tried to run Gu Jun over. This time, it seemed someone wanted to kill to silence. Su Qingqing nodded. Seeing Gu Jun's somewhat disappointed look, she consoled. It's fine, don't worry too much. Even though the direct clue is broken, don't we still have some leads? The old fruit bat should recover soon, and we can use it to find people. If not, there's always that snake, isn't there? Gu Jun apologized hesitantly. Sorry, I initially planned to take you to the banquet tonight to see if there might be any clues, but didn't expect to cause so many problems. Su Qingqing shrugged. It's okay. Idle time is idle time anyway. Today's troubles weren't your fault either. And you don't owe me anything either, like money or anything. Moreover, she made quite a bit today too, although she hasn't carefully checked how much she managed to cut off those rich people who were boasting their wealth today. Donating what she earned will surely gain her considerable merit points. In general, it was a day of sure profit without any loss. There's more than just this. Gu Jun felt somewhat uneasy opening up. I shouldn't have pinned my hopes on your family members and given Su Shushu a spot to attend the banquet. I hadn't anticipated how overly harsh they'd be toward you. Speaking of this, Gu Jun's gaze darkened, making him appear a little sullen. Su Qingqing was also puzzled. This doesn't really matter. I'm just curious about why you agreed to give Su Shushu the spot back then. You wouldn't happen to want to marry her because of her birth chart, right? Su Shushu's birth chart was actually hers. Though this fact hasn't been discovered yet, fate in this world is rather peculiar, and one day it might get uncovered. If Gu Jun insisted on marrying a person because of this specific birth chart, wouldn't it make things awkward for her? Fortunately, Gu Jun shook his head. No, haven't you already said it? My misfortunes have nothing to do with my birth chart, does it? Isn't it all about someone harming me? As long as we solve the problem with the person who's causing harm, why should I even need to marry her? Besides, I wasn't engaged to her or anything yet. Everything was still in the getting to know each other stage. At the mention of marrying Su Shushu, Gu Jun showed strong repulsion, even raising his voice for the final sentence of his explanation. Previously, since he had no particular affection for anyone and led an incredibly unlucky life, unable to live like a normal person, marrying anyone seemed indifferent to him. It wouldn't matter who. But things are different now. His life gradually found peace due to Su Qingqing, and he began to feel what it was like to live a normal person's life. He now filled with hope for his future life, akin to being reborn. At this point, if someone asked him to marry someone he didn't like, someone he'd witnessed firsthand having a terrible character, he would refuse outright. Even if this person brought him good fortune or suited him well through their birth chart, he wouldn't agree anymore. However, Su Qingqing misunderstood his meaning. She thought he had finally given up on this birth chart and no longer believed that it was the most suitable one for him. She patted Gu Jun's shoulder. Although judging from your facial features, your marital palace has some difficulties, which means the process of getting married will be a bit challenging, but your marital palace is still relatively complete. Your married life will be harmonious, like music. Thank you, Master Su, for helping me with a free reading. But I'm not considering marriage right now. I won't think about marriage until we catch the person behind all these troubles. Gu Jun now knew how much Su Qingqing could fleece people, so he thanked her in advance for the free reading as a way to avoid being fleeced further. Fortunately, Su Qingqing had scammed quite a few rich people today. Her pockets were full, so she didn't care about small gains anymore. So why did you give Su Shushu the spot? Su Qingqing asked again. Her gaze towards Gu Jun gradually turned strange. You don't like her type, do you? Gu Jun's head was full of black lines. No, I don't like her. Thank you. I gave her the spot because she said the Su family recently ignored their relationship with you due to problems with their business. I thought of solving their problem while helping them to come back and ease their relationship with you sooner. Stop. Su Qingqing felt incredibly baffled at this point. She looked at Gu Jun as if he were someone not very smart. You gave her the spot just to let the Su family mend relations with me? Why would you even want them to mend relations with me? What's in it for you? Not only did Su Qingqing fail to understand, but when Gu Jun thought about it now, he also thought he was probably a fool. He coughed lightly. I was just thinking, don't you need your family's concern? Now Su Qingqing's look towards Gu Jun was more like looking at a fool than ever. Gu Jun touched his nose and forcibly changed the subject. By the way, since you read my face earlier, I'll transfer some money to you later. It's not good to provide services for free. Su Qingqing smiled faintly as she looked at him, seeing clearly through his forced change of topic, but chose not to expose him. Just give what you feel appropriate. Chapter 101. Visitor in the middle of the night. In the end, Gu Jun transferred 5 million yuan to Su Qingqing, and Su Qingqing returned 4,950,000 yuan, keeping only 500,000 yuan. She loved money, but she had her principles. There were limits to the wealth she would accept. When Gu Jun was leaving, Su Qingqing looked at him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, and said, you don't need to worry. I don't have as deep feelings for the Su family as you think. They adopted me for a purpose. They never treated me like a real family member. They just wanted to take advantage of me. So, I don't have much feeling towards them either. Don't think I'll be upset, or do anything for them that could allow them another chance to use me. The original owner of this body, one of the Pulg souls within her, had been harmed so severely by the Su family. She chose not to act merely because it was against her moral principles to attack ordinary people recklessly. But allowing the Su family to continue exploiting her? That was absolutely out of the question. She didn't like taking advantages of others, nor did she let others take advantages of her, especially those who treated her poorly. Gu Jun looked somewhat abashed. I understand. This kind of thing will not happen again. Su Qingqing waved her hand. All right. I'm also exhausted from the day's events. Go back early and rest. Aren't you still planning on practicing with me? Come to my place at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, the furrowed brows of Gu Jun immediately relaxed. Su Qingqing inviting him meant she didn't harbor any resentment about the matter, or perhaps she'd already forgiven him. Gu Jun nodded. Rest assured, I'll definitely be here on time tomorrow. Su Qingqing ordered some takeout for dinner and casually ate before brushing up and sitting quietly in the little sunroom dedicated to ancestor worship for cultivation practice. She originally intended to go upstairs and rest directly, but habitually calculating her fate, she discovered that there would be a special guest coming tonight. Thus, she decided to wait in the small sunroom. Sure enough, at 11 o'clock in the middle of the night, the doorbell outside the courtyard rang. As Su Qingqing came out of the sunroom, she saw a familiar-looking young policeman standing at the entrance, precisely the special department officer Zhang whom she met at the banquet earlier. Beside him stood another man who appeared slightly older. Actually, Officer Zhang had hesitated for quite a while outside the yard. He knew Su Qingqing must be extraordinary, but when he stepped in front of her house and felt the overwhelming amount of spiritual energy emanating from her doorstep, he was utterly stunned. How could the spiritual energy gather so intensely right outside her door? Thankfully, during the banquet, he hadn't caused her any conflict. Otherwise, she would certainly be someone he couldn't provoke. Beside him stood an older man, his superior leader and mentor, who shared the same surname, Zhang. He and Officer Zhang were known among the public as Old Officer Zhang and Young Officer Zhang respectively. Compared to the fraudsters outside who collected money under false pretenses without performing any actual service, both Old Officer Zhang and Young Officer Zhang possessed the ability to handle minor supernatural incidents, including cases involving malevolent spirits harming people. They were part of official law enforcement, their charges reasonable without exorbitant demands. If approached through formal reporting procedures, their services were generally free. Old Officer Zhang was even once a monk who had left the Taoist temple, and his name was still listed in the Taoism Association. He was a certified celestial master with a commendable reputation within their circles. Upon hearing what happened tonight and sensing the intense flow of spiritual force at her doorstep, Old Officer Zhang momentarily froze in bewilderment. Coming back to his senses, he quickly whispered anxiously to Young Officer Zhang. Oh my goodness, this doesn't seem to be an ordinary master. You're sure you haven't provoked her today, right? Otherwise, our mission today is going to be hard to accomplish. If she holds a grudge and targets you, even 10 of your masters combined wouldn't be enough to match her with just one hand. Young Officer Zhang's face contorted in distress, almost forming into a grimace. I should be fine. I spent the entire night handling things impartially. There shouldn't be any other areas where I've offended anyone. However, maybe my tone during impartial handling wasn't too good. His last words were barely audible, spoken softly as if whispered by a mosquito. Old Officer Zhang heard this, alarmed internally, raising his hand to smack young Officer Zhang's head. When you first started this line of work, how many times did I teach you? Our line of duty differs significantly from regular police work. We must possess discerning eyesight, and we absolutely must be perceptive. In the face of genuine experts whose powers we can't withstand, we choose alliance over conflict. In the face of absolute power, all those rules and regulations are nothing more than nonsense, mere clouds in the sky, subject to change. Why can't you remember this? Be careful, or else you may lose your life due to this. While walking out, Su Qingqing overheard these earnest teachings from Old Officer Zhang to young Officer Zhang. Her lips twitched. It seemed young Officer Zhang's mentor was different from what she had imagined. As Su Qingqing appeared, Old Officer Zhang immediately shut his mouth, straightened his clothes, stood upright, and showed an official smile to express kindness and respect. He also nudged young Officer Zhang with his hand. Young Officer Zhang quickly reacted and greeted Su Qingqing through the iron gate, saying, "Master Su, disturbing you at such a late hour is truly inconvenient, but we are here on an organizational mission. Please kindly bear with us as it's arranged from above." Su Qingqing said nothing and directly opened the door. It wasn't that her vigilance was low. She had already calculated earlier that the visitors this time held no ill intent. Su Qingqing served them both freshly boiled hot water. Old Officer Zhang was somewhat surprised. The hot water was just boiled, and the tea leaves were already prepared. "Did you foresee our visit?" Su Qingqing shook her head. "I couldn't predict it that accurately, and I didn't know it would be you too. I just calculated that there would be guests visiting tonight. This is already quite remarkable." Old Officer Zhang, being a veteran in the workplace, smoothly gave a heartfelt compliment. Su Qingqing didn't feign modesty. "I am indeed better than most people." Old Officer Zhang. The atmosphere fell into a subtle awkwardness until Old Officer Zhang gave young Officer Zhang another signal, and young Officer Zhang came back to his senses. Young Officer Zhang introduced. "This is Officer Zhang Yao. He is the deputy director of our 7th Bureau and my direct superior. The organization sent him along with me especially to show their high regard for you. You may call him Old Officer Zhang as well." Su Qingqing nodded towards him. "Old Officer Zhang, hello. I'm Su Qingqing. You can call me Xiao Su or Qingqing." Old Officer Zhang waved his hands frantically. No. How could we? You are a master, a rare talent in our field. Talented individuals like you in the Xianmen tradition are few now." Su Qingqing glanced at his cultivation level, second stage of the qi refining phase, making him big brother and young Officer Zhang little brother. She didn't plan to be modest. She was genuinely an expert in this field and cut straight to the chase, saying, "Actually, the Xianmen tradition isn't lacking in talent. Young Officer Zhang has great aptitude and roots. It's just that you all don't possess the correct cultivation methods, which is why you've been stuck at the entrance to cultivation." Chapter 102, Advanced with a Little Guidance. "What do you mean? Are we practicing the wrong way?" Officer Zhang sat up straight, sensing that Su Qingqing was about to say something important. Junior Officer Zhang scratched his head. "No, we've been following the ancient texts. Every step I took followed your teachings, and last time you even praised me for my talent, having reached the first level so quickly." Su Qingqing nodded at him. "Show me how you practice what you've learned. Let me see how you usually train." Junior Officer Zhang looked at Senior Officer Zhang, who slapped him on the back. "Why are you looking at me? If the master is willing to instruct you, it's your good fortune. Quickly show her your routine." Junior Officer Zhang immediately stood up from the couch, assumed a horse stance, and demonstrated his entire practice from start to finish for Su Qingqing. After watching once, Su Qingqing roughly understood where the problems were. The general steps weren't wrong, but there were several missing details. She personally guided Junior Officer Zhang through the process, correcting several of his mistakes. At first, he found these corrections very uncomfortable, unable to connect them smoothly several times, but by the 7th attempt, he managed to flow through them naturally. On the 8th repetition, he felt as though he had unlocked a new world. Once the missing details were recovered, the amount of spiritual energy absorbed in one full cycle now surpassed what 10 previous cycles could accomplish. Moreover, he clearly sensed that using this method taught by Su Qingqing thoroughly refined his meridians. Previously, running hundreds of cycles felt effortless, but now after only 3 or 4, he was sweating all over, his body feeling sore and swollen. When he completed the 5th cycle, thanks to the spirit accumulating formation within Su Qingqing's villa that made the surrounding spiritual energy more than 10 times richer, he actually broke through, ascending directly from the first stage of the qi condensation period to the 2nd stage. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, staring at his own hands and sensing the changes inside his body, dumbfounded. Had he really advanced just in those moments? It couldn't be possible. Senior Officer Zhang became so excited that he jumped off the couch, his look towards Su Qingqing now completely transformed. "What kind of cultivation technique was that?" Su Qingqing calmly explained. "That's the complete version of the technique you two have been practicing. I don't know why, but the cultivation technique you've been using has several omitted details, which is why your progress has been so slow. Even if you have natural talent, it's impossible to become a true master. If you practice the complete technique, look, Junior Officer Zhang would be progressing rapidly." Senior Officer Zhang, older and holding a higher position in their field, had broader vision. He knew exactly what it meant to possess such a technique that could increase strength so dramatically. He felt confident enough to elevate the nature of his conversation with Su Qingqing. Calmly, after taking a sip of water, he said, "We came tonight originally to discuss the large snake matter. Our organization is severely understaffed, and witnessing your skills tonight has made us want to invite you to join our group. For various reasons, money is not an issue for our organization, thus our benefits and perks are quite generous. Even for non-core members, the conditions offered are quite excellent. That enormous snake caused significant chaos throughout City A. Despite public relations teams spending vast sums, rumors still circulated wildly, barely suppressed. Yet that snake wasn't under official control. It was with Su Qingqing. An old saying went, for absolute safety, make the other party one of your own. So their superiors sent both old Zhang and young Zhang over with the main goal being to lure Su Qingqing in with advantageous terms. But after seeing the cultivation method Su Qingqing used to teach young Zhang, Officer Zhang believed that allowing someone like Su Qingqing to simply remain as a peripheral member was truly a waste. It was necessary to draw her further into their fold. Peripheral member? Su Qingqing asked. Is the workload heavy for a peripheral member? If it's too much, then I'll decline because my primary job is being a female celebrity. There isn't much to it. Just supervise that big snake well. Young Officer Zhang blurted out impulsively. He then received a fierce glare from old Zhang, filled with frustration. However, Su Qingqing readily agreed. All right, I can be your peripheral member as long as the work isn't overwhelming. Personally, I dislike trouble. Officer Zhang. He took a deep breath, and his seasoned old-timer qualities showed through as his thick skin remained unwavering like an old hound. It's like this. I think, given your skills, being just an external consultant would be such a waste of talent. I don't know if you're aware, but our Xian sect has suffered from a calamity over the past few centuries because of the depletion of spiritual energy. Many cultivation techniques and magic spells have been lost, even entire sects vanished into history's rivers. Today, only a fraction of the original Xian sect's cultivation methods survive, with significant gaps in knowledge. While I may not know your origins, your inherited technique is so complete. If you were willing to teach and guide us at the 7th Bureau, we could certainly make up for our lack of talented people more quickly. No, Su Qingqing refused without hesitation. This sounds very troublesome already. I have a lot of things to do every day. I need to cultivate myself, and I don't have much time. Having almost expected to be rejected, Officer Zhang didn't give up easily, persuading her earnestly. You might not know, but lately, although there is more spiritual energy around, making it better for cultivation, our Xian sect disciples are progressing very slowly, whereas those naturally born monsters outside improve their strength rapidly. They need no teacher, as their instinct for cultivating is deeply embedded in their genes, allowing them to advance as long as they are qualified. While most of them are relatively well-behaved, some stir up trouble, or worse, come out to harm others. Our progress within the Xian sect is too slow, combined with a lack of capable individuals. We have been continuously at a disadvantage, suffering losses constantly. Recently, colleagues injured or killed on missions keep increasing. We're barely holding on right now. By the end of his speech, Officer Zhang thought of the sacrificed colleagues, his voice slightly choking. Officer Junior Zhang also bowed his head, clenching his fists silently. If only we could be stronger. Su Qingqing. Not really, you can just talk normally. Don't be like that. I haven't directly turned down your offer. Please, don't try to guilt-trip me with tales of hero sacrifices. Chapter 103, Deputy Director. Just as Su Qingqing finished speaking, Chief Zhang and Officer Zhang, who had been looking down dejectedly, quickly raised their heads and looked at her with glowing eyes. Su Qingqing. Why did she have a feeling of being tricked? But since the words were already spoken, Su Qingqing couldn't take them back anymore. She massaged her temples and said, helping you guys with training isn't impossible. It's just that I don't have that much time to cooperate with you. Instead, more of it will depend on your cooperation with my schedule. I can't be around every day either. I can teach the elites of Division 7 first, then write a complete cultivation manual. The others will be taught by you. Chief Zhang nodded vigorously. That's fine. No problem at all. I can agree to these requests on my own. Do you have any other requirements? Just say them, and I'll file the application together. Su Qingqing thought for a moment. That's all for now. Nothing else comes to mind. The main principle is this. Before you make any arrangements, you need to inform me in advance. Once I agree, then proceed. Otherwise, I reserve the right to refuse the arrangement. She had too many things on her plate. First, she had to focus on uncovering the cult organization through Gu Jun. Her master hinted to her that defeating the cult would bring great merit. She realized that joining the organization would allow her access to more useful information, like the case of Dayaquish, Big Emerald Snake. Surely they must have dealt with such creatures more frequently. Both Laguofu, Old Fruit Bat, and the Big Emerald Snake, or the little girl who was forcefully corrupted in the abandoned hospital, showed traces of the cult's influence. Also, Su Xiushu who appeared tonight. Her situation also bore the handiwork of the cult. If you were to say all these incidents were coincidences happening just around her, she wouldn't believe it. This suggested that the cult was operating at a certain scale, and likely there were similar occurrences nationwide. Joining Division 7 could collect much more information. Most importantly, the jade ruby attached to her phone glimmered slightly when she glanced down. On it, there was her master's reminder. Agree to their proposal. Come to think of it, with the recent resurgence of spirit energy, the inheritance of the mystical sects faced a major rift. As this gap widened and those malevolent entities grew stronger, it would spell doom for modern society. Her master definitely didn't want to see such an outcome. He must still wish to carry forward the traditions of the mystic sects. After Officer Zhang and Deputy Director Zhang confirmed a few things, they left delightedly without wasting any time. They rushed back to report, wanting to finalize the matter soon, fearing Su Qingqing might change her mind. They acted swiftly. The next morning at 7:30, Su Qingqing was just descending the stairs feeling refreshed when she noticed Gu Jun stepping into the yard from the neighboring area. They greeted each other across the yard. Gu Jun was dressed today in casual sports attire. Usually he wore more composed formal suits. This rare display of casual clothing suited him well. His hair, normally styled neatly upwards, fell loosely with some stray strands brushing his forehead. He seemed younger than ever, even reminiscent of a college senior, aloof yet cultured. When he smiled and greeted Su Qingqing, he instantly became the gentle and sunny college idol. Seeing such a pleasing view, early in the morning lifted Su Qingqing's mood significantly. Truly wonderful. Once again this unfortunate lamb, looking fully thriving, appeared unlikely to be completely shorn of its precious fleece anytime soon. Su Qingqing laughed and waved her hand in greeting. As Gu Jun was about to say something to Su Qingqing, the doorbell rang outside Su Qingqing's door. Looking up, Su Qingqing saw none other than Deputy Director Zhang and Officer Zhang, their smiles as warm as seeing the god of wealth. Su Qingqing, so quickly your proposal was approved? Is your Division 7 always so efficient? Director Zhang beamed and said, yes, our Division 7, due to its simple personnel structure, can handle special cases expeditiously, making us very efficient. If you join us, you'll find it absolutely free. Su Qingqing opened the gate and invited them inside. Gu Jun also entered from the neighbor's side. He looked at Chief Zhang and Officer Zhang and asked, who are they? Su Qingqing introduced them. These people are from the 7th Intelligence Bureau. This one is Xiao Zhang whom you met last night. This is Chief Zhang, who is the Deputy Director. Gu Jun exchanged pleasantries with them, then asked Su Qingqing quietly, are they here to ask you to join the 7th Bureau? How do you know? Su Qingqing asked in surprise. Gu Jun shrugged. I guessed. Those higher-ups definitely wouldn't trust you enough to just hand over the stupid snake. The best way is to rope you into their organization. The big emerald snake outside the yard. Hey, next time if you want to badmouth me, could you do it from farther away? I am at least 1,000-year-old snake spirit with extraordinary hearing. I can hear everything. Thanks. Su Qingqing gave Gu Jun a thumbs up. Speaking of intelligence, you're the one. Fine. Since you're here anyway, help me check the employment contract they brought today. I'm not too familiar with this kind of thing. Gu Jun nodded. No problem. Then he turned and smiled warmly at Officer Zhang and Chief Zhang. Just take out the contract and let me have a look. If there's no issue, I'll have Master Su sign it. Officer Zhang and Chief Zhang. Why did they suddenly feel an ominous killing aura? Had they offended Gu Jun in some way or angered him before? That couldn't be possible. What they didn't know was that Gu Jun had finally succeeded in signing Su Qingqing to his entertainment company, essentially roping her into joining his team. The longer Su Qingqing stayed by his side, the more secure he felt. Didn't he even buy a house next door to hers? But now these people were trying to pull Su Qingqing into the 7th Bureau. The 7th Bureau. Anybody who knew just a bit about the internal affairs would know that this place, despite being small, was constantly riddled with all sorts of trouble. If Su Qingqing signed with them, combined with her shooting schedule for films and television programs, how much time could she possibly spend with him? So Gu Jun had decided to keep a sharp eye out. He almost hoped the contract from the 7th Bureau would have loopholes so he could find them and use them to reject the deal on behalf of Su Qingqing. However, as he looked through the contract, his eyebrows slightly arched in surprise. Deputy Director? He thought he must have misread. You're directly appointing Su Qingqing as Deputy Director? Yes, absolutely. Chief Zhang nodded enthusiastically. Chapter 104. Mr. Gu's Inner Suffering. The Deputy Director of the 7th Bureau? Wouldn't that mean even more work and less time to spend with him? This was Gu Jun's first thought. He turned around and said seriously to Su Qingqing, I think you need to carefully consider this matter. Where can you start as the leader right away? There are only two types of places. One is an irregular organization or company, and the other is a place on the verge of collapse, which might shut down soon. His implication was that it didn't seem reliable for the 7th Bureau to appoint her as Deputy Director straight away. Detective Old Zhang, hearing Gu Jun say this, waved his hands anxiously to explain. No, absolutely not like that. The review process in our 7th Bureau is usually very strict and difficult to pass. It's certainly not someplace anyone could casually get into. The position of Deputy Director was specifically applied for Master Su by me because of her remarkable strength. In the long run, she can change the situation and current status of our entire 7th Bureau. We desperately need such talent, so we specifically made an application upwards. We are a very regular official organization, and our contract bears the official government seal. How could we be irregular? Young Detective Zhang nodded emphatically beside him. That's right. It's our sincerity, absolutely nothing irregular here, filled with good faith. Su Qingqing looked at Gu Jun helplessly. Don't scare them. I've already calculated it today. This opportunity will bring good things. She didn't finish the latter half of her sentence, which meant asking him to check the contract was just a formality. Gu Jun adjusted his glasses, smiling politely at Detectives Old Zhang and Young Zhang. Sorry, I didn't mean anything bad. It's just that Master Su has been tricked before in terms of contracts, so I have to be cautious. Everyone can understand that, right? Nothing to worry about. It's understandable. Detective Old Zhang ground out these words through gritted teeth. Gu Jun nodded and continued to examine the contract seriously, ensuring it was indeed from a legitimate source, free of any issues. Only then did he push the contract towards Su Qingqing. There's no problem. It pretty much follows your requirements. Su Qingqing swiftly picked up the pen, signed her name, and pressed her thumbprint. Seeing her signature, Detective Young Zhang finally let out a sigh of relief. He grinned at Su Qingqing. Now I can call you Director Su. However, Su Qingqing wasn't used to this title. No thanks, I don't want to take charge anyway. Probably my main job would just be guiding your cultivation training. Don't call me director, calling me Miss Su or Master Su works fine. But Detective Young Zhang wouldn't agree. After a bit of tugging, they decided to call Su Qingqing Instructor Su. Detective Old Zhang also liked this title, finding it polite to use, so he began to address her by the same title too. Instructor Su, if there are no other problems, then this matter will be set. We may need you to find some time to come over to our bureau and finalize your onboarding, as well as fix your teaching schedule every week when you come here. Detective Old Zhang spoke extremely cautiously, fearing that Su Qingqing might feel it troublesome. His attitude was not exaggerated at all. In today's declining world of mysticism, someone who knows complete techniques has suddenly appeared, leading the entire metaphysical community forward. It's best not to ask who her master is, nor question how old she is now. Heroes don't require pedigrees. Even being directly promoted to director wouldn't be surprising. Imagine the old Taoists in the mystical community knowing they might directly revere her as a little ancestor. Fortunately, Su Qingqing was humble and cooperative, easy to negotiate with and talk to. I have no announcement tomorrow, so I can come tomorrow to handle the onboarding. I'll set my teaching hours for every Friday morning at 9 o'clock. If I have no other commitments, I'll teach the whole day on Fridays. Of course, as for what level they reach is their own business. I'm only responsible for teaching, not the results of their learning. That's right, the fact that you're willing to teach is already excellent. What they learn is dependent entirely on their individual capabilities. Detective Old Zhang was pleasantly surprised. Su Qingqing's teaching time was more than what he had expected. As for teaching outcomes, there was no need to worry. The 7th Bureau sent its most capable and talented members here, and constantly emphasized how rare and valuable this opportunity was. Whoever attended instructor Su Qingqing's class, if they occupied the spot but did not study diligently, would face punishment and possibly even disciplinary action. So Detective Old Zhang had no concern for the teaching results. Never mind. If anyone doesn't study diligently, he would personally step in. As Detectives Old Zhang and Young Zhang were about to leave, they heard Gu Jun excitedly ask Su Qingqing, "So, can we start the teaching now?" "What kind of teaching?" Both Detectives Old Zhang and Young Zhang turned back immediately. "Ms. Su, can we join too?" Detective Young Zhang asked with hope shining in his eyes. Gu Jun. He knew this group would be troublesome. He was supposed to have one-on-one teaching. Su Qingqing didn't refuse. "It's just basic beginner stuff. I'll teach him while I practice in the morning. If you don't mind, of course you can join." Coincidentally, both detectives were wearing casual clothes today. Having witnessed Su Qingqing's abilities firsthand, how could they say no? They nodded immediately. "No problem. Even if it's just a regular morning exercise, we're happy to join." Gu Jun. This was supposed to be his private one-on-one lesson. Mr. Gu's heart was suffering, but Mr. Gu remained silent. However, Detectives Old Zhang and Young Zhang, who were currently grinning from ear to ear, soon regretted their decision. Because Gu Jun's learning speed was far too fast, it was fast enough to make them question their own lives. The first step in mysticism was drawing qi into the body, then being able to freely use this qi to knock down a leaf from afar, which counted as a success. Just the step of drawing qi into the body was a tremendous test of talent and foundation. Those without talent or foundation couldn't achieve it no matter how long they trained. Normally, it would take an ordinary person about half a year, even with unwavering persistence. Even those with good talent might need 1 or 2 months, this already being considered exceptionally talented. But Gu Jun, after Su Qingqing explained it for the first time and practiced it the second, directly drew qi into his body right then and there. Yes, he completed drawing qi into his body on the spot. The spiritual energy in North Mountain was still abundant, and after Gu Jun managed to draw qi into his body, he almost instantly entered a meditative state. After a few cycles, he was already beginning to sense the threshold of level 1 of the qi practitioner stage. Detectives Old Zhang and Young Zhang were almost driven to jealousy, completely astonished. They could not believe someone could progress so quickly. Genius, this is truly a genius. Detective Old Zhang murmured to himself. But for Gu Jun, he felt that drawing qi into his body was as simple as drinking water, like he was born knowing how to cultivate. All it took was Su Qingqing waking up this latent knowledge within him. Chapter 105. Can the patriarch bear it? This isn't scientific. Officer Zhang looked at Gu Jun, who was improving at a rapid pace, muttering to himself. As soon as he said that, he received several disdainful looks. Senior Officer Zhang glanced at him like he was looking at a fool. You're already on the path of cultivation, and yet you still talk about science? Officer Zhang. It made sense, and he couldn't come up with any rebuttal. He must have been shocked by Gu Jun's cultivation speed. Senior Officer Zhang and Officer Zhang still had work to do, so after Su Qingqing finished her morning practice, they went to their office. Before leaving, Senior Officer Zhang hesitantly asked Su Qingqing, Instructor Su, even though you've started teaching now, our overall capability in the Bureau certainly won't improve quickly. If we run into some difficult issues to handle, would it be possible for us to seek your help if you are free?" Su Qingqing nodded. Sure. She joined Bureau 7 precisely to obtain more information about heretical organizations. She added, "The reason I dislike trouble is because I don't want daily routine tasks or clocking in and out every day. If you encounter difficulties or unsolvable problems, you can come to me. And if I don't have anything extremely urgent, I will always rush over." Senior Officer Zhang and Officer Zhang expressed many words of gratitude. They knew pulling Su Qingqing into this was an incredibly correct choice. After they left, Su Qingqing and Gu Jun walked home together. Su Qingqing looked at Gu Jun, scrutinizing him up and down, lost in deep thought. It was Gu Jun who finally felt uneasy under her gaze and asked, "Why do you keep looking at me like this?" Su Qingqing stroked her chin. "You're not simple. You're the second fastest person I've ever seen to master the technique of guiding qi into the body." "Then who's the fastest?" Gu Jun asked curiously. Su Qingqing flipped her hair. "Of course, it's me. I succeeded the first time I tried learning how to guide qi into my body. It took you 3 attempts to succeed, but this is already fast. The other people with the best talents need about 1 to 2 months. Gu Jun, is this really praise for me? Why does it feel like you're bragging and showing off instead?" Su Qingqing nodded affirmatively. "Of course, you're already very good. Although surpassing me is almost impossible, as long as you cultivate well, self-preservation should be no problem. Those people who want to harm you will have to reconsider whether they have the capability." Gu Jun looked at Su Qingqing's expression softened somewhat. "Talking about this, I should thank you. Otherwise, I think I would have been troubled by those things all the time, unable to live a normal life. And he would probably have had to marry someone he didn't like just to live a normal life." Su Qingqing patted his shoulder. "There's no need for such thanks between us." Gu Jun felt even more moved, thinking their relationship had developed well enough. Who would have expected that Su Qingqing's next sentence would be, "After all, the money you give each time has always been sufficient." Gu Jun. He almost forgot that Su Qingqing had once said, "Don't talk about feelings. Talking about feelings hurts the wallet." Anyway, whatever the case, Gu Jun could now officially count himself as part of this world. In theory, since he was introduced to this world by Su Qingqing, he should respectfully call her master. But for some unknown reason, he couldn't bring himself to call her master, as if the relationship between him and Su Qingqing wasn't supposed to be master-disciple. Fortunately, Su Qingqing didn't want to take him as a disciple anyway. With Gu Jun possessing this body full of purple dragon true qi, she wouldn't be able to handle it either. She couldn't bear the title of master from Gu Jun. Yet, if she couldn't, her patriarch surely could. She proactively told Gu Jun, "Since you've entered this line, everyone who enters Xian sect must pay homage to the patriarch. It's rumored that the patriarch was the first person of our Xian sect to ascend, and also the master of all of us in Xian sect." Gu Jun listened intently and was exceptionally devout when he paid tribute to the patriarch. According to the patriarch's usual character, he loved offerings most, especially those from people with great merit and fortune. The more merit and fortune, the happier he became. But today something was strange. When Gu Jun seriously took 3 incense sticks, bowed 3 times, and sincerely said, "Master Patriarch above, please accept the bow of your disciple." The moment Gu Jun bowed, Su Qingqing clearly saw the expression of the patriarch's statue crack slightly. Although it only cracked momentarily, she saw it distinctly. Su Qingqing looked at the patriarch's statue and tilted her head in confusion. Was it her illusion? Why did she feel her patriarch seemed a little downcast? Looking closely at the forever smiling face of the patriarch's statue, there was now an indescribable bitterness. What could the patriarch say? Could he tell Su Qingqing not to let this man worship him because even he, the old man, couldn't bear it? Su Qingqing helplessly shook her head. "Sigh, the founding master is becoming harder and harder to please these days." "The founding master? Are you going to let me speak, or what?" Before leaving, Su Qingqing gave instructions to the large emerald snake in the courtyard's pool. "Little green, guard the house well. Focus on your cultivation and recovery. Don't open the door for any strangers, no matter who they are." "Got it." The large emerald snake poked its snake head out, emphasizing again, "I'll say this one more time. My name isn't Little Green. I have my own name. I rank 6th among the master's spirit pets, so the master calls me Little Six." Su Qingqing said, "Got it, Old Six." With that, she left home. Today, she had to go back to the company to confirm some announcements with Sister Su and arrange her next schedule, because, after all, she still had to continue being a female celebrity. The large emerald snake looked at Su Qingqing's departing figure and thought to itself, "Old Six? Why call me Old Six? Is it because I'm old now, so I changed from Little Six to Old Six? Could this be another form of respect?" The large emerald snake couldn't help but raise its snake head. It said, wasn't it true? It was just one step away from turning into a dragon. They must give it some basic respect. After knowing what Old Six meant, the large emerald snake, unable to argue logically with Gu Jun and unable to fight against Su Qingqing either, it could only endure it silently, all for the sake of returning to the master's side. Su Qingqing went to the company, and Sister Su had already screened a batch of announcements. Her reality show heat was about right. It was a good time to use this momentum to move into movies. In the end, they got in touch with a big production crew that had previously sent them an invitation for the second female lead. They felt that the role of the witch girl as the second female lead would suit Su Qingqing, mainly because of the matching temperament. The witch girl maintained a cold expression throughout the movie. The first female lead was a dependable older sister type without much of a romantic storyline, only needing to appear cool and stylish until she made a grand sacrifice to save the younger sister, the protagonist, and tragically perished. Sister Su nodded. "This is absolutely a tailor-made script for you. You don't even need to act too much. It fits perfectly." Su Qingqing bluntly replied. "It's simply because there's no need for acting, isn't it?" She wanted to say that even if acting was needed, it didn't matter since she could summon a god to help her perform. But, Chapter 106, considering returning to school. Of course, no matter how you look at it, Su Qingqing had no objections to this arrangement. The film crew had waited for Su Qingqing for so many days without hearing anything and learned that she was dealing with a contract termination dispute with her previous company, assuming she wouldn't accept the role anymore. During this time, they started auditioning actresses for the daughter's character. The head director of this grand production had very high requirements for the characters. Many connections trying to insert their favorite actors still needed auditions and would be rejected if unsatisfactory. At that time, they sent Su Qingqing an official notice mainly because the head director accidentally saw her on a terrifying hospital variety show and thought that from many angles, and through subtle glimpses of her demeanor, Su Qingqing was a perfect fit for the second female lead. Particularly when Blue Xian and Zhao Liao relied on her, and she calmly protected them. The head director almost determined then and there that she was the right person for the female supporting role and immediately sent out the invitation. However, receiving the invitation didn't mean it was certain. Auditions were still required. The audition requirements wouldn't be as strict, and the head director even reviewed the horror reality show several times over those few days, commenting while watching that if Su Qingqing were willing to act, he could teach her every scene, despite any potential lack in acting experience. It was clear how much the head director hoped Su Qingqing would participate. After not hearing back from Su Qingqing for quite a while and learning about her disputes with her former company, leading to the possibility of non-participation, the director regretted for a long time before starting interviews with other actresses. But after this period passed, they never found an appropriate actress for the female role, whether big names or promising newcomers. He went through a week-long selection process and still didn't find someone fitting. When he suddenly received a reply email from manager Su, stating that Su Qingqing had stabilized in her new company and could now officially take on notices, prioritizing his movie and reserving time for it, the director was extremely delighted. Yet, formalities still needed to follow, so the audition was arranged by the head director for the next day, coincidentally at the A City Communication University. Ironically, Su Qingqing had dropped out of this school. The original owner of her body had been spoiled by her family, lacking foresight, and made impulsive decisions. To enter the entertainment industry and join talent shows, she directly took a leave of absence from school. Getting leave required parental consent. The teachers originally did not want to let her go, but after her family signed off on the consent forms, they had no choice but to let her leave. This leave continued all the way from last year until now, essentially becoming a dropout. Su Qingqing came from a fantasy world where the concept of academic credentials didn't exist. Thus, over such a long time, she completely forgot about this issue. Not until the audition venue was chosen here and she arrived at the school in a luxury van did she remember this matter. Right? She had taken a leave from this school. A leave cannot exceed 1 year. Otherwise, unless special circumstances exist, it counts as a dropout. At that point, she likely couldn't return even if she wanted to graduate. Through understanding this world during the past period, Su Qingqing realized the importance of education. Many people desire university education but can't get it due to various reasons. As a celebrity, especially one meant to bring positive energy, having the opportunity to attend university should definitely not be wasted. There's a saying here, knowledge is power. Since she was returning to school, she might as well handle this situation. Manager Su wasn't particularly surprised when she learned Su Qingqing wanted to continue studying at school today. Why? Nowadays, the entertainment circle is highly competitive, competing not just in artist skills, but also in their comprehensive qualities. Highly educated actors and idols are always more admired, and even have an edge in some aspects. Their fans often find these traits prestigious. When manager Su initially knew Su Qingqing had left school for a break, she had advised her, "You're not doing well in your career now, have plenty of free time anyway, why not return to school, earn a degree, and set up an image of a professionally trained actor or an intellectual?" As expected, it was rejected by the original owner of the body, whose mind was distorted by the Su family's indulgence. Her exact words back then were, "My parents said, I can do what I like. Degrees? That's only important for children of poor families who need better paying jobs. In our family's case, degrees don't matter, schooling is hard and dull. I'm not interested." Sister Su had never brought up the matter again after that, but now that Su Qingqing raised it herself, she wasn't particularly surprised. After all, since the fiasco of the dating reality show, which caused her to be cyberbullied nationwide, and subsequently being kicked out of the Su family home with nothing, Su Qingqing's behavior and attitude had changed a great deal. Even her personality was different. If it weren't for the identical face, Sister Su would suspect someone else had taken her place. But the current Su Qingqing was much cuter than her previous self. Although still expressionless and not very talkative, she could sometimes silence people with her words. Yet, this version of her was reliable, more than reliable, in fact. There was an intense edge to her presence, and she was very capable, which was more than enough. Sister Su agreed readily. Of course, at your age, you should be attending university. If you hadn't switched companies, there might have been issues from that side. But now that you've changed to a new company, Mr. Gu's attitude is practically worshipful toward you. Don't even say wanting to return to school. It's likely that if you wanted to hike through Tibet, he'd approve the leave. Su Qingqing lightly coughed. Cough, cough. That's quite exaggerated. Why on earth would I randomly choose to trek through Tibet? Sister Su shrugged. I'm just making a comparison. Su Qingqing couldn't possibly imagine that one day she would indeed be hiking through an uninhabited area in Tibet, and the purpose would be to save Gu Jun. Of course, that was another story for another time. At present, Su Qingqing first went to attend the audition arranged by the head director. The head director was a middle-aged man in his 50s, extremely lean, with sharp eyes full of spirit, clearly someone who was destined to shine in the arts. People like him are not only extraordinarily talented, but their achievements in the artistic field are also remarkable. One could say they are naturally meant for this industry. When the head director saw Su Qingqing for the first time, he was quite excited inside. Her cold and stunning looks were perfect for the role, but he remained calm on his face. He asked, "Did you take a look at the script we sent you earlier? For today's audition, you can act out the part you're most familiar with." Chapter 107. Unfortunately, won't live long. This was already being very considerate to Su Qingqing. One could say it was letting her off easy. With this director's usual standards and level of expertise, after giving the full script, on set they would have pop quizzes where they would perform, acting whichever scene he randomly selected. Now, all Su Qingqing had to do was act out the part she was most skilled with. This was equivalent to outright making things easier for her. Although Su Qingqing was not familiar with acting, she was still professional. With a good memory, she memorized the entire script. She thought about it and performed one of the simplest segments. She placed 2 fingers like a sword in front of her chest, protecting the younger sister behind her, sneering coldly. "A mere 100-year-old malevolent ghost dares to show off in front of me and bully my younger sister. You're asking for death." After she flicked her finger lightly toward the front, a sudden gust of wind blew in from the window, blowing her hair up, her whole presence fierce and commanding. When she stopped, the chief director and everyone else on site were left speechless for a long while. The chief director applauded on the spot. "Good. The atmosphere and emotions are perfectly captured." He always felt there was something missing from previous actors. They emphasized gracefulness and high coldness of a powerful character. But he realized now that something was still amiss. It lacked that sense of disdain. A true powerhouse would never take an ant seriously. It needed that carefree and contemptuous feeling. Su Qingqing nailed this aspect thoroughly. As he clapped, he said, "Whoever said you couldn't act clearly doesn't understand your grasp of the script better than most artists. I believe you have great talent. You just need more refinement. If you're willing to put in the effort step by step, I think you will surely become a good actor someday." Su Qingqing. She looked confused, truly bewildered, thinking she was just mimicking her normal demon-hunting demeanor. How did that suddenly turn into her having insight into the role and possessing acting skills? Sister Su beside her found immense satisfaction. She patted Su Qingqing's shoulder, saying, "I knew you've changed. The current you has indeed improved greatly." Su Qingqing. So was acting really that simple? In the end, the chief director directly decided on Su Qingqing. The female secondary character didn't need further interviews. When the movie is officially announced, Su Qingqing would simply be promoted as casted. The setting of the movie was in modern times, telling the story of a group of college students with special abilities gathering together for various reasons. The university is shrouded by evil forces, leading them into an infinite loop of horror games. In the end, apart from the main male and female leads escaping, all others perished. The role of the second female lead has relatively more screen time, dying in the final checkpoint while saving her younger sister. This script mainly centers around the perspective of the main characters, delivering a stimulating action piece without much profound meaning inside. The chief director initially didn't want to take on such a script, but back when he was unappreciated despite his talents, thanks to an investor boss, he managed to rise to fame through that film. Now, this film was proposed by that same boss, hoping he would direct it. It's often said, monetary debts can be repaid, but debts of gratitude are hard to repay, especially such life-changing favors. The chief director found it difficult to refuse and finally agreed. However, he made quite a few sweeping changes, adding many meaningful elements along the way. The location shooting would primarily happen at this university, making it highly convenient. Now, the start date for joining the production hasn't been fixed yet, estimated to be within the next month, letting Su Qingqing go home and wait for news. Su Qingqing decided to return to school and handle the procedures for ending her suspension. Being on hiatus for a year meant she would have to start over with the students of the next semester. Since it's summer break now, she'd wait until the new batch of younger classmates enter before continuing freshman year with them. There was still over a month until the summer break ends, giving Su Qingqing over another month of summer vacation. However, during the processing of her reinstatement, there arose a small issue. She required signatures from family members both for suspension and resumption. Su Qingqing asked, "Isn't there a way that doesn't require parental signatures? I'm already an adult. Can't I independently decide my own actions?" The teacher from the academic affairs office replied, "It's possible, but your household registration must be listed separately as only one person. Then legally, you wouldn't have any immediate relatives. You're an independent entity, and you can make all decisions yourself. Otherwise, if you're still studying in school, many matters will still require your parents' consent." Su Qingqing understood. Although she has been driven out of the Su family now, her Hoku, residency registration, is still on the Su family's book. As long as it remains on the same Hoku, this could cause problems in the future, not just for schooling, but potentially other matters too. There's a good chance that the Su family could stab her in the back or manipulate her using this situation. Being someone who acts decisively, since there was such a risk, she must not hesitate or delay. She had to resolve the matter as soon as possible. She immediately told Sister Su, "Go back to the company first. I need to visit the Su family to have my Hoku separated. Otherwise, if something happens to me one day, they would still be entitled as my legal heirs." "Sister Su, why do you talk about life and death so casually, as if you're just going on a trip? That's really scary, you know?" After leaving school, Su Qingqing went directly to the Su family residence. When Su mother saw Su Qingqing come, her expression flickered unpredictably, but then she thought about Su Qingqing's abilities, along with her relationship with Gu Jun. Her face froze into an awkward smile. Even though she smiled very Minchang, stiffly, with the muscles in her cheekbones tense and bulging, her tone sounded incredibly enthusiastic. "Oh, Qingqing, why did you think of coming home today? Come inside quickly. We're just about to eat lunch." Su Qingqing was greeted courteously and ushered into the house. As soon as she sat down, Various fruits were placed on the coffee table in front of her. Su's mother also asked warmly, "What would you like to drink? Tea or a beverage?" Su Qingqing was tired of being polite with her, but didn't rush to mention separating their residency registrations either. She wasn't stupid. If she brought it up directly, Su's mother might guess that she was doing it for some useful purpose and try to threaten her, asking for things in return. So Su Qingqing took the initiative first. She scanned the entire house from top to bottom and finally fixed her gaze on Su's mother, shaking her head slightly in apparent regret. Su Qingqing's headshake, combined with what people knew she could do, made Su's mother instinctively feel a chill in her heart. She couldn't bear waiting any longer as Su Qingqing sat calmly without showing any sense of urgency, so she anxiously asked, "Qingqing, why are you looking at me like this? Is there something wrong with me?" Su Qingqing gave her a faint smile and said, "Nothing serious, just pitying that your days might be numbered." Su's mother. Chapter 108. Only one requirement. Mrs. Su was frightened, almost jumping off the couch. Su Qingqing's youthful face showed little expression. Her clear and extraordinary features had always seemed somewhat aloof. In the past, when she lacked intelligence, she at least still carried some semblance of warmth. Ever since she was kicked out of the Su family, those once clear eyes resembling amber now stared at people without any emotion, making it quite unsettling to be looked at so silently when one has guilty secrets. Mrs. Su is now essentially in this state, especially after Su Qingqing mentioned that she wouldn't have much time left. She struggled to maintain her smile, which became more unnatural. "Qingqing, what are you talking about? I just had a health checkup not long ago, and there weren't any problems detected." "There isn't only one way for a person to die from disease," Su Qingqing lightly threw out another comment. Mrs. Su immediately got goosebumps due to Su Qingqing's words. If not from illness, then did it mean dying unexpectedly? If it were the previous Su Qingqing who spoke these words to her, Mrs. Su would have been extremely angry, but Qingqing now wasn't the same as before. Her statements were believed completely, without doubt. Mrs. Su's smile became slightly more sincere as she began appealing with emotional arguments. "Qingqing, I know there have been some conflicts between you and the family ever since Shushu came back. But our Su family raised you for over 10 years. During these years, haven't both your father and I never hit or scolded you even once? We also didn't skimp on your expenses. We truly treated you as part of the family. Let's talk everything out frankly as a family, so we can live harmoniously and help each other as should be done among family members." Her mouth was full of righteousness, while completely ignoring their unreasonable actions, brushing it all away as misunderstandings. They pushed her aside whenever they didn't need her, but now, when they needed her, they suddenly changed tone, claiming to consider her part of the family. They had already spoken every kind of excuse conceivable. Su Qingqing was too lazy to play games or beat around the bush with her. She placed the teacup in her hand onto the table with slight force, producing a crisp, clang sound, which immediately silenced Mrs. Su, who had been ready to lecture further. Su Qingqing looked up and said to Mrs. Su, "There's no need to pretend to be a family or speak pretty words. Don't think I don't know why you adopted me back then. I once told you, your business in the Su family will definitely run into problems within a month. The worst case would be complete ruin. The best, loss of all wealth. By now, I imagine your Su family's business has started encountering issues. The next step is destruction of the home, and the first person in your household to meet trouble will be your son, Su Quan." Su Quan was the only son of the Su family. Though Mr. and Mrs. Su genuinely cared for Su Shushu, their son was even closer to them. It was their lifeblood. Upon hearing that Su Quan could be in danger, Mrs. Su immediately panicked, anxiously asking, "Then what should we do? Qingqing, you must think of a way. He's your older brother who grew up with you from a young age. How could you just watch?" Su Qingqing directly cut her off. "Stop. There's no need to say useless things to me. It's possible to save someone from your Su family, but you must do exactly as I require. Whatever the requirement is, no matter what it is, we agree." Mrs. Su immediately responded. Though she readily agreed by words, internally, she played her own game. Thinking back, Su Qingqing, who was expelled from home back then, had hoped to be coaxed back into the family home again. Probably her request was similar to this kind of situation. Now, let's coax her back first, and then whatever else she wants us to do later would still leave her under our control. Unexpectedly, Su Qingqing's first requirement was, "I have only one requirement. Remove my name from your household registration. Once that is done, I will save you all." "What?" Mrs. Su almost thought she had heard wrong. Su Qingqing arched an eyebrow. "Isn't this acceptable? Shouldn't this demand be fairly easy for you?" Mrs. Su hastily said, "Not difficult, not difficult. It's just that moving out of the household needs to be handled by the head of the household, and I'm not the head of the household, so we'll have to wait until your father comes back." Su Qingqing stood up and smoothed her crumpled clothes. "Then this matter is none of my concern. You can discuss it among yourselves, and once you decide, come straight to me for handling. However, I advise you to act quickly because the time you have left is running short." Having finished speaking, she left without uttering another word to Mrs. Su. Mrs. Su also didn't dare say more. Only now did she realize how different Su Qingqing had become compared to before. The Su Qingqing from before would throw tantrums, all in an attempt to gain the attention and favor of her family. Occasionally, she'd awkwardly and clumsily try to please them. But now, Su Qingqing thought even speaking a single word to them was too much. Her only request was still about moving her registration out of the Su household. In the evening, Su's father who worked during the day, Su Quan, and Su Shushu who had been attending extracurricular interest classes all came home. Su Shushu had lost face so publicly at the charity banquet, and they expected her to be disheartened for some time. However, she reappeared looking radiant, and even more dazzling than before on the very next day. The Su family believed it was because she had good resilience and comforted her a few more times, but didn't think much about it after that. Mrs. Su recounted everything Su Qingqing said when she came over today. With deep concern, Mrs. Su said, "I think what Su Qingqing showed off at Gu's residence and the banquet doesn't seem fake. We've also been having constant bad luck with our businesses recently. She said she can save us. All she asked for is to have her name removed from our household registry. We wouldn't lose anything anyway. In fact, we originally planned to transfer Su Qingqing out eventually. Why don't we just agree?" It was exactly what the Su family intended to do. They were actually worried about Su Qingqing making claims on their assets. But now, Mr. Su hesitated a little. Now that she has acquired some abilities, putting her in the same household registration does provide some control over her. Once she's truly moved out, won't we have no way to manage her anymore? Su Quan sneered. "I think you're exaggerating things a bit too much. She might indeed possess some skills, but how could she possibly be an infallible prophet who knows everything? I believe she's simply climbing up to Gu Jun and is worried we'll take advantage of her, so she concocted this excuse to get away from us, wanting her own separate household. I definitely don't believe such a coincidental thing could happen." However, Su Xiuxiu, who hadn't spoken since they started discussing, finally chimed in. "If she wants to move out, then let her go. Someone like her, who watches our family fall into trouble with our struggling business and thinks of migrating away from our household registry. Why should we keep her around? Besides, our business is just facing temporary difficulties right now, not permanent ones. We may turn the situation around soon enough." Chapter 109. Manager Gu feels a little disappointed. Su mother keenly picked up on the implications in her words and asked brightly, "Have you thought of any way to respond?" Su Xiuxiu flicked her hair. "I met a friend on the way to practice piano today. After chatting a bit, he said he's interested in our family business. We can find time to talk later. Maybe we can pull in an investment." Su father immediately followed up. "Who is it?" Su Xiuxiu held back the answer. "It's not confirmed yet, so I won't say for now. I'll tell you when there's further progress. Anyway, it's someone who can resolve our family's crisis sufficiently." Su father and Su mother immediately broke into smiles. Su Xiuxiu continued, "See how calculating Su Qingqing is. Now that we are poor, she wants to remove herself from the household registration. If we don't do it now and wait until we have money again, what if she sticks around? What should we do then?" This left Su father and Su mother with no objections. Su mother also thought now that their family business was on the verge of getting back on track. This proved that what Su Qingqing had said wasn't entirely accurate, like claims about the downfall of the family. These must have been scare tactics. Su mother immediately said, "Let's go ahead with it. You don't have to work tomorrow. Just take care of this matter first." Su father nodded, and this time he had no objections. As soon as Su Qingqing stepped out of the Su family home, a call came from Gu Jun. "I heard you went back to the Su family. How did it go? Did they make things difficult for you?" Gu Jun's deep voice asked. "Not at all," Su Qingqing replied with a hint of cheerfulness in her tone. "And why did you go back?" Gu Jun asked curiously. Su Qingqing explained how she wanted to resume her studies and transfer her household registration away from the Su family. After hearing her explanation, Gu Jun frowned slightly. "If they treat you like this, it's justified for you to remove your name from their household registration. But why are you still willing to help save them? That's too lenient." Gu Jun thought that the Su family didn't deserve saving. Su Qingqing blinked innocently and said, "I'm only saying I'll help them once. I didn't say I would solve their problems forever." "What do you mean by that?" Gu Jun asked, sensing some ulterior motives. "I mean that the Su's doom and destruction is inevitable, and I'm only helping them this one time. I didn't promise to help them escape their demise." Su Qingqing said, sounding more innocent than ever. This time Gu Jun understood. "So even if they survive because of your intervention this time, all kinds of other issues will keep coming up, and ultimately, they will end up destroyed. Is that what you mean?" "Exactly," Su Qingqing nodded. "Gu Jun, actually, there's no need for such trouble. If you want to move your household registration separately, just let me know, and I can apply some pressure. They'll agree immediately." Su Qingqing replied, "No need. Separate matters should be handled separately. I can manage these sorts of personal issues myself." She preferred not to bother others with her own affairs. All right. For some reason, Gu Jun felt a little disappointed when Su Qingqing rejected his offer. Her rejection meant that, in her heart, their relationship hadn't reached the level where he'd intervene like that for her. Could it be that he was still just an ordinary client to her? Realizing what he was thinking, Gu Jun quickly shook his head. Why was he wasting thoughts on these random musings? He and Su Qingqing had a pure comrade-in-arms friendship. Meanwhile, Su Qingqing was completely unaware of the many complexities swirling through Gu Jun's mind. Aside from cultivating herself, she didn't have much on her mind at all. The next morning, Su Qingqing received a call from Su mother asking her to visit a designated office to handle the transfer of her household registration. Her attitude was different from the day before. Today, she was back to being high and mighty, looking down on Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing found it a little strange, but didn't dwell on it. She didn't care about Su mother's attitude either. After finishing the process to transfer her household registration, Su Qingqing smiled satisfactorily at the new book showing her name alone. Perfect, this is exactly what she wanted. A household registration with only her name, making her an independent individual, free from any constraints. No one could hold her back or limit her. No one could interfere with her ascension. Once done with the transfer, Su Qingqing gave Su mother 4 talismans as promised. "These are the talismans I promised before. Carry them close to your body, and they can each rescue one person once." When Su mother took the talismans, she sounded somewhat dismissive. "Can a mere broken piece of paper protect us from disaster? Who are you fooling? And frankly, I doubt your calculations are accurate anyway. Though Su Qingqing didn't understand the complete reversal in Su Mother's attitude, it didn't matter to her. As agreed yesterday, I haven't gone back on my word. The talismans are already yours. What you do with them is your decision. People of mysticism valued following through on their promises, otherwise they would bring unnecessary consequences. Su Mother coldly scoffed and carelessly shoved the talismans into her bag, then ignored them. Su Xiuxiu, after knowing that Su Qingqing had completed the procedures for transferring the household registration, specially took a photo of the paper document used in the process. After blurring out the key information, she uploaded it to Weibo. She was also an avid user of Weibo. Since she had won awards in several international piano competitions and had been consistently managing her presence on Weibo, followed by verifying her identity as the daughter of the Su family group, she enjoyed considerable popularity on the platform and was considered a minor influencer with 500,000 followers. She posted the blurred document on her Weibo with the caption, "I'm really heartbroken. I thought that even if we had disagreements, we would still be a family. But who would have known that during our family's most difficult time, she would completely disregard all past memories and directly transfer her household registration away from the family." She added, even if she didn't transfer her household registration, Mom and Dad wouldn't have let her shoulder the debts. As soon as this Weibo post went live, many of her fans started guessing whether the person eager to transfer their household registration was Su Qingqing. A group of people below asked what exactly happened, but Su Xiuxiu did not reply to a single fan after posting, allowing them to speculate wildly. However, since her fan base wasn't large, the incident did not stir up much of a storm. It only caused a slight ripple in a limited circle. Su Qingqing and everyone at Qingjun Entertainment were completely unaware of this. About a week later, the Su group suddenly found itself trending multiple times. The first trend involved a leaked video showing Su father and Su Quan, the two men known outside as the Big and Small Su presidents, discussing cooperation with investors. The general content revolved around the investor mocking them, saying no one nowadays actually invests so much money in technology when consumers are unaware or disinterested, preferring to put their money into marketing instead. You Sus are too stupid. It's no wonder your products aren't selling, with consecutive quarters of losses. Our investors cannot provide funding for you, said the investor. Chapter 110, Su Xiuxiu's intentions. Su father and Su Quan have been humbly explaining to the investor how great their product is, saying it incorporates foreign technology and they just lack the funding for promotion. However, after mocking them, the investor directly turned them down. He also mentioned that there were simply too many daily use brands out there now, all of which seemed more appealing than Su Family Daily Chemicals. Brands like Su Family Daily Chemicals, as old brands, were destined to be eliminated by the times. In the video, the investor was facing away from the camera and never revealed his face. His voice also underwent special processing so that it was impossible to identify who he was. Only Su father and Su Quan, with their forced smiles and obvious disappointment in their eyes, stood out prominently. This video was anonymously posted by an intern. She captioned it, "On my first day of interning at the company, I saw this. Sigh, everyone has their own difficulties. Seeing our honest state-owned enterprise come to this stage makes me feel quite upset." On the first day this video was posted, only a small portion of people who follow this type of content responded, with mostly sighs of regret in the replies. Later, it was mysteriously reposted by several large verified accounts, V, with millions of followers. The first V that reposted it commented, "I don't know what you think, but after watching this video, my heart feels very heavy. My mother has been using skincare products from Su Family Daily Chemicals since she was young, and it is also part of my childhood memories. Su Group is an honest state-owned enterprise. They donate wherever there are natural disasters or man-made calamities. I believe we shouldn't let such an honest state-owned enterprise come to its end. By reposting this video, I hope to do my bit to recommend Su Family Daily Chemicals to everyone." After this V reposted it, other big verses continued to share it under the banner of supporting domestic products. Then, the incident suddenly went viral on the trending list. Comments from netizens below were unanimously full of pity and support. "Wow, I'm from City A. In my memory, when I was a child, the daily use items in supermarkets were all from Su Family Daily Chemicals. Any family able to use Su Family Daily Chemicals products was considered to have a higher standard of living. How could it possibly be nearing bankruptcy? The key point is, didn't you see? They've invested all their budget into product development, and because they lacked funds for advertising, they fell into difficulty. Isn't this a truly conscientious product? Now I understand why good products always fail." Not really. Am I the only one who noticed? I saw both President Su Sr. and President Su Jr., two grown men, smiling apologetically in front of the investors. It felt so heart-wrenching. They hadn't done anything wrong. And similar comments like these virtually dominated several major social platforms. Then Su Family Daily Chemicals' new skincare line suddenly became popular. Their live streaming sales rooms on various platforms were overwhelmed. Within days, everything sold out. There were so many orders that not only did all the previously unsold daily items sell out, but even the existing production lines in the Su Family factory couldn't keep up. Thus, Su Family Daily Chemicals' crisis was resolved, and their stock prices soared. It was then that Su Xiuxiu posted another Weibo message. She definitely wouldn't have guessed, either. Just when she thought we Su family were nearing the brink of destruction, she abandoned us out of fear of being dragged down. Little did she expect that we Su family would resurrect so quickly, not only surviving, but thriving further. Unfortunately, those who chose to leave in despair do not deserve to share in today's glory. Since her Weibo account had an official certification as the daughter of Su Corporation, and recently Su Corporation had been in the trending topics, Her post soon made it to the hot search list. It wasn't long before curiosity seekers uncovered that the person Su Xiuxiu referred to should be Su Qingqing, who had recently been receiving much attention. Suddenly, Su Qingqing was pushed to the forefront, her once slightly improved reputation again hanging precariously. I always thought Su Qingqing was expelled from the Su family, but I didn't know that she left voluntarily because she saw that the Su family business was struggling financially, fearing she might get entangled in the debt. Haha. She ran away so fast that she certainly didn't expect Su family daily chemicals would encounter such a new opportunity, not only reviving itself, but also climbing higher. She must be regretting deeply right now. Being a movie star isn't nearly as relaxing as being a group company's Mississippi. But someone like her, who sees only profit and cannot endure hardship together, deserves to never become truly wealthy. Gosh, I used to see her getting cyberbullied and posting positive energy weebos, making me quite sympathetic towards her. But who knew she was actually like this behind closed doors? This is truly disappointing. The person on the floor above is really naive. Nowadays in the entertainment industry, it's all about personas. They're all crafted images presented for you to see. Moreover, Su Qingqing has been gaining so much attention recently, clearly with capital backing her up behind the scenes. Do you actually believe she's a straightforward and impulsive idiot beauty who speaks her mind? And with that series of comments, the marketing accounts targeting Su Qingqing quickly made it to the Weibo hot search list. Su Xiu household registration removed from Su family. Does Su Qingqing regret it today? And similar terms were prominently featured on the Weibo hot search rankings. As soon as Su Qingqing woke up, she received a call from Ms. Su. Have you seen Weibo? You're trending again. No, I haven't. Su Qingqing usually stays at home practicing cultivation and drawing talismans, without much time to follow Weibo updates. Ms. Su, you should check Weibo once. Your younger sister has caused trouble again. Su Qingqing slightly furrowed her brows and opened Weibo to skim through the general situation. She suppressed a cold laugh. Now I understand. How could the Su family so easily agree to let me remove my registration? They've obviously been waiting for this moment. Without even needing to ask for details, she had already calculated what the Su family must have intended. Su Xiuxiu traded beauty with an evil entity before. However, after the charity banquet, she realized that beauty alone wasn't everything. Money and power were the true necessities. Then she definitely traded money with the evil entity again, changing the Su Corporation's fate from bankruptcy. After losing face so severely last time due to Su Xiuxiu's actions, there was no way Su Xiuxiu would leave things at that. From the moment she posted her first disappointed Weibo, she had already started laying groundwork, precisely to get Su Qingqing trending for being scolded, tarnishing her reputation, and making her an object of ridicule. Such intent was truly malicious to the core. When Su Qingqing arrived at the company, Qingshu Entertainment staff had already acted swiftly, preparing the first batch of crisis management strategies. The PR department had stated, this trending topic isn't coincidental. Someone is orchestrating public opinion through water armies, and quite a significant amount of money has likely been spent. Then investigate. Let's find out who's behind these orchestrated campaigns. Gu Jun's deep voice echoed from behind as he stepped out from the adjacent office. Chapter 111. Helpers also encounter misfortune. Su Qingqing turned around and saw Gu Jun, whose face didn't look very good as he walked in with a frown. Su Qingqing helplessly told him, it's fine, no need to investigate. I roughly know who did it. I think if you really want to investigate, you should look into who has the power to bring Su Corporation back from the brink. If I'm not mistaken, this person helping Su Corporation is probably in danger right now. Gu Jun didn't care whether the person helping Su Corporation was in danger or not. He was curious about who that person was and planned to find out after his investigation. Sister Su, however, was quite annoyed on the side. She knew all too well the complicated love-hate relationship between Su Qingqing and the Su family. Why? Why are the people of the Su family so evil, yet still wealthy? They were about to go bankrupt, but somehow found a benefactor and turned things around. Isn't this? Sister Su originally wanted to say that heaven was being extremely unfair, but after spending time with Su Qingqing, she became more superstitious about these matters, so she stopped herself halfway through her sentence. However, Su Qingqing immediately noticed what Sister Su was thinking, not because there's no retribution, it's just a matter of timing. It's their own doing and altering their fortune, but this will be of little use. What's meant to come will eventually come, and they'll suffer even greater consequences. We'll wait and see. Gu Jun's people worked fast and quickly discovered who was behind the funding and marketing for Su Corporation. But when they found out the person's identity, Gu Jun was somewhat surprised. How could it be him? The white assistant who delivered the list was also extremely puzzled. Yes, when I first got the list, I was also quite surprised. This lord usually never meddles in any affairs, so why would he step in for the Su family this time? We've never heard of him having any past connections with the Su family either. Gu Jun liked getting straight to the point. Let me call him directly. He dialed the phone directly, and after a long while, someone picked up, but it wasn't him. It was his mother. His mother sounded exhausted. Mu Qing had an incident. His health has always been poor since childhood. Yesterday, he suddenly collapsed at home. Fortunately, he carries a personal emergency alert device with him at all times and was promptly sent to the hospital for treatment. Otherwise, she couldn't finish her sentence. Gu Jun suddenly remembered what Su Qingqing said earlier, that the person who invested and helped the Su family was now in trouble. Things lined up immediately. How is his current condition? Which hospital is he in? I'll head over now. Gu Jun asked succinctly. He is still unconscious and hasn't exited the ICU danger period. He's at Rukan Hospital in City A, 6th floor ward room number 1. Got it, I understand. After responding, Gu Jun went next door to find Su Qingqing. He told her, I don't know much about others, but if it's Jiang Muqing, I think something fishy is going on. He might have been manipulated. Why are you so sure? Su Qingqing asked curiously. Gu Jun explained, because Jiang Muqing is my friend, or rather, my lifelong buddy since we grew up together. He has zero interest in women or business. Moreover, his health has always been fragile since he was young, and an old master of the Xianqing temple predicted his fate. The old master said his destiny was too weak to engage in business. Any money he earns comes at the cost of shortening his lifespan. The only type of business he can do is selling incense related to mysticism and Taoism, and even then, he can't make too much profit. Every time he makes money, his lifespan decreases. He values his life greatly and spends his days studying feng shui and other supernatural topics. So how could he possibly take the initiative to help the Su family do business? I don't believe it. That makes sense, Su Qingqing murmured thoughtfully. According to his mom, his critical condition means he hasn't overcome the danger period. I think maybe medical methods won't resolve this. He's one of my few friends, so I hope you can go take a look. As Gu Jun finished, he added quickly, his family is financially substantial and cares deeply about him, their youngest son, lavishing funds whenever necessary. It almost slipped out that this family was especially easy to extract resources from. Su Qingqing immediately understood what he implied. It seemed like another unlucky rich guy just showed up. She coughed lightly. Actually, money doesn't matter much here. What matters is this relates to Su Shushu. I will definitely go take a look. Gu Jun nodded cooperatively. Indeed, wealth means nothing to our master Su. Whatever she earns will all be donated anyway. Su Qingqing graciously nodded. If you understand me, then that's good. Gu Jun earnestly responded. I most certainly do. White assistant and sister Su stood by silently. They both felt that there was something strange about their interaction, but they couldn't put it into words. Su Qingqing arrived at the hospital in Gu Jun's car, and on the way learned that his friend was named Jiang Muqing. When they got there, Jiang's mother was waiting outside the ICU door. She was a woman of average height who exuded an air of elegance and gentleness despite her appearance of tiredness. With her good upkeep, she looked only about 30-something years old. She must have been awake all night, yet seeing Gu Jun approach, she managed a weary smile. You came so quickly, but unfortunately Muqing hasn't woken up yet. Gu Jun consoled her. Aunt Jiang, don't worry. This guy has always faced serious illnesses growing up, yet every time he pulls through somehow. He'll definitely get over this. Aunt Jiang said. Indeed, since he was little he's had bad health. He's never given me a moment's peace. As Aunt Jiang spoke, tears brimmed in her eyes. There is extremely strong sha-qi, malevolent energy. Suddenly, a clear feminine voice rang out from behind them. Both Aunt Jiang and Gu Jun turned to look, realizing Aunt Jiang hadn't noticed Su Qingqing standing behind Gu Jun, having come with him. Who is this? Aunt Jiang asked as she gazed at the young face of Su Qingqing, uncertain of her identity. This is Master Su, the same one Mom mentioned earlier who helped us many times, including during the charity banquet, Gu Jun explained succinctly. Hearing this, Aunt Jiang changed her gaze towards Su Qingqing entirely. Being close friends with Gu Jun's mom, having attended school together since childhood, she had naturally heard much about Su Qingqing from Gu's mother. Spotting the crux of the matter, she anxiously questioned, strong malevolent energy? Where is it? Su Qingqing inclined her head slightly towards Jiang Muqing's ward. In there. The malevolent energy inside is incredibly intense, even more so than spending a month in an abandoned graveyard. Aunt Jiang was shocked. How? How could that be possible? Gu Jun remarked. Aunt Jiang, Master Su doesn't say things without reason. Let's take a look inside the room first before saying anything else. Chapter 112, Medical Miracle. The ICU ward is not accessible to just anyone. It maintains a sterile environment. Aunt Jiang didn't want to delay and told the attending doctor and nurse that she needed to bring someone in, but was scolded by the attending doctor. He said Jiang Muqing's condition was very urgent and extremely dangerous, and he hadn't even gotten out of the critical period. Bringing people in now to see him was simply absurd. Moreover, after hearing them call Su Qingqing Master Su, the attending doctor looked at them with an even stranger gaze. He had already heard rumors about how superstitious some people in City A were, but never imagined it could reach this extent. He thought to himself, no matter how rich they are, being born into such a family is truly pitiful. The look of disdain on the attending doctor's face practically overflowed, as Su Qingqing touched her nose, unsure what to say. Let this misunderstanding continue for now. After changing into sterile protective suits, Su Qingqing, Gu Jun, and Aunt Jiang entered the ICU ward. Jiang Muqing lay on the hospital bed, various tubes connected to his body. His complexion was pale as paper, and his breathing was incredibly weak. If it weren't for the instruments attached to him that were still showing activity, it would seem as though he was gone already. And the intense sha-qi, negative energy, Su Qingqing sensed from outside was indeed coming from him. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with my son? Aunt Jiang asked anxiously. Su Qingqing nodded. Someone has put a curse on him. There's a dark cloud enveloping his body, and this sha-qi originates from that dark cloud. This dark cloud has been consuming the wealth energy around him. Consuming the wealth energy around Muqing? Aunt Jiang panicked. The wealth energy around my son can't be touched. The abbot of Xianqing Monastery once said that although my son has a thin destiny, he has strong wealth luck. He cannot bear heavy wealth energy. Using it will shorten his life. Originally, the Jiang family didn't really believe in this, but later when Jiang Muqing started doing business after graduating from college, he made money in everything he did. At the same time, health problems began appearing. large or small ailments kept surfacing, and different organs in his body began malfunctioning one by one. It was only then that everyone remembered what the abbot of Xianqing Monastery had said back then. That Jiang Muzhen carried wealth energy, but couldn't withstand it. Making too much money could lead to a shortened lifespan. The Jiangs, being a wealthy lineage with a capable older brother ahead of Muzhen, did not need him to take on the responsibility of making money for the family. From that point onward, the Jiang family decided that Muzhen wouldn't engage in any more profit-making activities. Instead, they allowed him to open an incense shop according to his interests. Though his physical condition never fully recovered to the level of an ordinary person, he remained chronically weak and sickly. At least there were no more instances requiring emergency hospitalization. But nobody expected, despite all precautions taken over the years, that this peace lasted just a few short years before another problem emerged, and this time, it was much worse. Since she was young, Aunt Jiang had worried endlessly about her younger son, feeling completely drained. Master Su, please tell me if there's any way to save my son. Whatever fee you ask for, I'll pay. Just please, help save my son. Aunt Jiang tightly held Su Qingqing's hand and pleaded. Parents do this for their children, whether rich or poor. They are willing to give everything for their child. Su Qingqing comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, it's a minor issue, and I'll resolve it immediately. As for payment, you can decide what's appropriate." She had learned from experience. The concept of money these rich people have differs greatly from hers. She'd never dare to quote such large sums herself, but if they offered it, they might feel it wasn't enough. So the best method is letting them decide. Gu Jun pulled Aunt Jiang aside to comfort her further. It's fine. If it were someone else handling this, it might indeed be difficult. But Master Su is different. At the charity gala, she single-handedly subdued a snake demon that was over 1,000 years old. Compared to that, resolving Muzhen's problem is like child's play. Let's stay quiet and not bother Master Su. She can solve this in a moment. Yes, yes. Reassured, Aunt Jiang vigorously nodded, as if she'd finally found her anchor. Su Qingqing rummaged through her small bag, pulling out a purification talisman. She infused it with a bit of spiritual energy, forming a complex seal with a single finger gesture. Golden light emitted from her fingertip transformed into an intricate formation, which she transferred onto the forehead of Jiang Muzhen using the talisman. In the instant the formation was embedded on his forehead, a sudden breeze whipped up inside the closed window room. It felt like a gust of cold wind rushing towards Aunt Jiang and Gu Jun, then quickly dissipated. Jiang Muzhen slightly furrowed his brows, but did not open his eyes. Visibly, his complexion became rosier, and his breathing strengthened, becoming longer and more steady. The instruments connected to his body, which had previously displayed barely alive waveforms, now showed a bit more activity. Su Qingqing then took out a peace talisman and a protective amulet, placing them on Jiang Muzhen's chest. Aunt Jiang anxiously asked, "How's it going? What should we do next? Do we need to set up an altar for a ritual? Is there anything I need to prepare?" "No." Su Qingqing pointed at the bedridden Jiang Muzhen. "The dark cloud around him has already been driven away by me. Now, his body is just weak due to a loss of vital energy, so he needs some good rest. In the coming period, his constitution might be frail, making him more susceptible to negative influences. That's why I've given him these protective amulets and peace talismans. They are crucial and should never be separated from him under any circumstances. He should wear them for at least 3 months. If something happens in between and the talismans lose their color, come to me for replacements. Remember, they must never be taken off, not even during bathing. Use waterproof materials to cover them." Su Qingqing emphasized this important matter 3 times. Aunt Jiang nodded repeatedly. All right, I understand. I will ensure he takes care of them properly." Su Qingqing said. "All right, the doctor can be allowed in now. Have him conduct a full body examination and see if any medications need to be adjusted." At this point, Aunt Jiang followed Su Qingqing's instructions without hesitation and quickly called the doctor back inside. Seeing her rushing in, the doctor assumed that Jiang Muzhen's condition had worsened. As he walked into the ward, he muttered, "I already told you, the patient's situation is extremely critical with constant danger, but you didn't listen and insisted on going in. And now look." While grumbling, the doctor approached Jiang Muzhen. But when he saw the readings on the medical equipment, he froze mid-sentence, unable to utter another word. He swiftly performed a basic full-body checkup and discovered that all of Jiang Muzhen's bodily functions were recovering. He had clearly moved past the immediate life-threatening phase. Almost instinctively, he exclaimed, How is this possible?" Chapter 113. So that shop was yours. Naturally, the result was a slap in the face for the attending doctor. After an initial examination, a more precise instrument was used, and the results all showed that Jiang Muzhen's condition was improving. The attending doctor looked at the lab report in his hand, his face full of disbelief. "How is this possible? How can this be?" Aunt Jiang asked anxiously from the side. "What's the current situation? Is there any improvement? Is it still dangerous?" The attending doctor shook his head. "Don't worry, the overall situation is getting better. Just look at this indicator. As long as he wakes up now, he can be transferred to a regular ward." Aunt Jiang let out a long sigh of relief. Before the attending doctor could ask anything else, she ran to Su Qingqing's side. She tightly held Su Qingqing's hand and said, "Master Su, this time I owe you so much. Without you, I really don't know what I would have done." This gentle woman started tearing up again while speaking. It was evident that she was beautiful in her youth, and even while crying now, she had an air of a delicate beauty shedding tears. Su Qingqing didn't know how to comfort people and felt awkward about such situations, so she immediately said, "Actually, the person you should thank the most isn't me, but Gu Jun. It was him who first noticed something wrong with Jiang Muqing and insisted on bringing me over. Without him, I wouldn't have been able to get here so quickly. Given how dangerous his condition was, any delay might have been fatal. Then Aunt Jiang started thanking Gu Jun. Gu Jun remained calm in the face of Aunt Jiang's gratitude, waving his hand. No need to say so much. I don't have many friends, and Muqing counts as one. All of this is just what should be done. Saying too much feels distant. As for Master Su, after hearing my request, she came directly from her busy schedule. You should thank her even more if you want to express gratitude. Su Qingqing. Finally, she managed to pass off this hot potato, but now it was thrown back by Gu Jun. She gave Gu Jun a pointed glance, signaling not to let Aunt Jiang thank her anymore. She couldn't bear the sight of women crying. However, Gu Jun misunderstood her meaning. Combining it with the fact that Su Qingqing always requested compensation after saving someone, he assumed she was reminding him about the fee. Gu Jun thought he understood, and he pulled Aunt Jiang aside, lowering his voice as he said, just saying thanks won't do. Master Su doesn't care about money, having a Taoist temperament, but our heartfelt appreciation should be properly conveyed. Aunt Jiang immediately understood what Gu Jun meant. She slapped her forehead. Look at me, completely forgetting such an important matter. I must be too anxious. She walked to the side, made a phone call to Jiang Muqing's father, briefly explained what happened, and succinctly concluded, decide how much your son's life is worth. I'll send Master Su's account information to your phone later. After hanging up the phone, she turned around and said respectfully to Su Qingqing, Master Su, shall we exchange WeChat IDs so it's easier for you to provide payment details? Su Qingqing wasn't hesitant, exchanging WeChat IDs and then providing the payment details. About 2 minutes later, her phone received a text message notification. It showed that 1 billion yuan had been transferred to her bank account. 1 billion. Su Qingqing stared blankly at the string of zeros behind the number until her eyes adjusted, and only then did she count clearly. It was 1 billion. Even if she donated this amount and calculated it into merit, taking away 2 zeros would still leave her with 10 million points of merit. Su Qingqing originally thought 100 billion points of merit was an impossible task, but now it seemed that if these rich, unlucky individuals were a bit more numerous, it wasn't entirely unattainable. Of course, such thoughts she could only keep to herself. If expressed aloud, they'd undoubtedly deduct merit points. Not long after, Jiang Muqing woke up. The life support system was removed, and he was transferred to a nearby ward where visitors could come anytime. Su Qingqing followed Gu Jun to the ward, where they saw Jiang Muqing lying on the bed. Aunt Jiang stood beside him, asking after his health, inquiring how he felt. Seeing Gu Jun, a weak smile appeared on his face. Thanks, buddy. This time, without you, I'd definitely be gone. Gu Jun slightly furrowed his brows. Don't talk nonsense. Do you know what caused this yourself? Did you do anything peculiar or notice anything abnormal recently? Abnormal. Jiang Muqing thought hard, but he couldn't figure anything out. He scratched his head. No, I've been very cautious lately. I've stayed in my incense shop. I know my physical condition is special. To save myself, I rarely go outside. After saying this, he seemed to recall something. By the way, someone who came to my incense shop to buy talismans and deity statues once said that after I altered the layout of the shop, it wasn't very good anymore. They said my health would suffer in the future. Could that be the reason? Su Qingqing didn't react much as he spoke about the earlier part. However, when he mentioned the latter part, she felt a sense of familiarity. She asked, isn't your incense shop located at the end of the antique street behind University Town? The one ranked first on a certain review platform. Just noticing Su Qingqing standing behind Gu Jun, Jiang Muqing had not seen her before because she was mostly hidden by Gu Jun's broad frame. He curiously asked, how do you know my incense shop is there? Have you been there? Su Qingqing, yes, I have been there. That's where I bought my talismans. The quality of your items really is excellent. Even though lying in bed, upon hearing someone compliment his products, Jiang Muqing proudly raised his voice. Of course. All the incense and talismans in my shop are produced by a factory I specifically set up. Every item's quality has been strictly supervised by me. Before he could finish his words, Su Qingqing interrupted him. Unfortunately, the feng shui in your incense shop is genuinely poor. I don't know who designed it for you, but it wouldn't just be problematic for someone with such fragile life like you. Even normal people staying there for long periods would develop issues. Jiang Muqing. Embarrassed, he rubbed his nose, reluctant to admit that the feng shui in the incense shop was studied and altered by himself. However, this critical condition of yours is unrelated to your incense shop's feng shui. Although feng shui can affect health, it wouldn't be so swift. This time, it's clear that someone figured out your 8 characters, birth data, and intentionally tried to harm you. Su Qingqing added. The reason she used the word figured out is because wealthy individuals' 8 characters are usually deliberately well protected, and most publicly declared ones tend to be fake. Thus, it is quite possible for others to manipulate things using these 8 characters. Especially for someone as cautious as Jiang Muqing. She didn't believe he would casually divulge his 8 characters. Hence, it was clear that they were figured out through some scheme. Chapter 114. Am I in a relationship? Yes, think again carefully. Has anything strange or special happened recently? Master Su must not make any wrong judgment. Aunt Jiang urged anxiously beside him. Jiang Muqing looked innocent. Mom, I already said it. There really hasn't been anything unusual happening. Just then, Jiang Muqing's assistant hurried over. Due to health issues, he didn't have much energy to handle various matters, so there was a special assistant assigned to take care of everything for him. Li Tezu was chosen by the Jiang family specifically for Jiang Muqing as an all-around talent and underwent specialized training. He wasn't just trained to handle business and daily life problems, but also received training in Chiman Duanjia, mystical arts, and close combat weapons. After all, a 1,000,000 yuan annual salary doesn't come easy. Upon hearing the news that Jiang Muqing had been transferred to a general ward, he rushed over immediately. Seeing Jiang Muqing lying in bed, although still looking quite frail, at least awake and speaking with spirit, a weight was lifted off his heart. Since being selected to be by Jiang Muqing's side from when he turned 18, almost 10 years had passed. In daily life, Jiang Muqing was a very amiable and gentle person. Not only did he not cause trouble with Li Tezu's work, but knowing about his family situation, even went out of his way to help. Thus, for Li Tezu, the relationship with Jiang Muqing was far beyond just an employment one between boss and subordinate. He saw Jiang Muqing as a benefactor, a friend, and a brother. He sincerely did not wish for anything bad to happen to Jiang Muqing. Seeing him arrive, Aunt Jiang thought since asking Jiang Muqing had yielded no results, she decided to turn to him. Tezu, you are more detail-oriented than Muqing on a regular basis. Tell us, has he done anything extraordinary lately? Or met anyone, or anything strange? Did he meddle in some peculiar metaphysical things again? Li Tezu blinked for a moment and asked, why do you say that? Could it be that this time, Mr. Jiang's life-threatening condition might have hidden causes? Aunt Jiang proceeded to recount the entire incident. How Jiang Muqing had fallen ill due to someone's scheming design, luckily saved by Master Su just in time. Li Tezu's expression immediately became serious. He was tall and imposing, standing at a towering 190 centimeters, with an extremely strong aura. Su Qingqing could sense the ample yang qi emanating from him, making him a perfect complement to Jiang Muqing. It seemed this Li Tezu was indeed carefully selected by the Jiang family specifically for Jiang Muqing. With such a large man furrowing his brow, he looked pretty intimidating. After pondering deeply, memories quickly resurfaced. He smacked his forehead and exclaimed, now I remember. Recently, Boss Jiang started a romantic relationship, and he was fully immersed in it. Day in, day out, he held onto his phone nonstop, barely setting foot in the incense shop for nearly a week. Every day he chased after his lover outside. If there was something special going on with Jiang Muqing, this was it. Are you dating someone? Aunt Jiang narrowed her eyes while asking, am I dating someone? Jiang Muqing pointed at himself, utterly bewildered. Jiang Muqing had absolutely no memory of being in a relationship and firmly denied. How could that be possible? There's no way I'm in a relationship. Would I not know if I were in one? Li Tezu's frown deepened, and his tone became very certain. You definitely started a romance. A few days ago, when you last came to the incense shop, you told us yourself. It wasn't just me who heard it, everyone else in the store heard it too. I don't remember at all. Jiang Muqing began to doubt the meaning of his own existence. Su Qingqing keenly felt that the problem likely originated here. She said, Tezu said that you're always clinging to your phone. If there is a romance, there would certainly be records on your phone. Let's check and see. Only now did Jiang Muqing start searching for his phone. Where is my phone? Aunt Jiang handed him his phone. As soon as Jiang Muqing opened WeChat, he saw a pinned conversation. A woman he didn't recognize at all. Opening the chat history, what he read almost caused him to die of embarrassment on the spot. He was acting like a completely obsessed and desperate puppy, doting excessively on this woman, not only sending overly intimate greetings, but also spouting all kinds of sweet talk. The amount of sugary flattery inside exceeded anything he had ever said in his lifetime combined. Moreover, there were numerous substantial transfer records, often reaching millions in a single transaction. But that wasn't the most crucial part. What alarmed him further was that within the chat records, he discovered a clear plot. The woman complained to him, expressing how because of her sister, she lost many investments and opportunities, and her family company was now on the brink of collapse. Her father and brother invested a lot of money in daily consumer goods technology, but lacked funds for advertising, resulting in a failed transition, causing their company to face significant losses. She let out a few pitiful sighs after sharing her sorrow, and he responded with righteous indignation and overwhelming sympathy, declaring he would take full responsibility for the matter. Then he masterminded the secret filming of a video about investment talks, sought marketing strategies for domestic goods via various promotional accounts, and bought a large number of internet trolls. With his single-handed effort, this news made it to the top trending list. The woman's family company was thereby brought back from the brink of collapse. However, this matter also consumed his luck and wealth. He had a life trait where earning any amount of money would make him fall sick. The Su family was directly revived because of him, rescued from the verge of bankruptcy to stock price spikes, which gave an idea of how much luck and wealth he expended. That was why he suddenly had a heart attack, fainted, and was hospitalized, followed by sudden multiple organ failures. His hand that held the phone was trembling. While quickly scrolling up the chat records, he incredulously said, How could this be? How could this be possible? Why do I have no recollection of all these? Aunt Jiang stood by Muqing's bedside, viewing the chat records with him. Her expression darkened after seeing them. Who is this woman? I don't know. Muqing shook his head, completely bewildered. He really had no memory of this period at all, making him suspect whether someone had taken over his body recently. Su Qingqing asked, Could you let me take a look at your phone? Of course. Su Qingqing took the phone and, upon seeing the woman's WeChat profile picture, revealed an expression of expected realization. No need to check further. Her name is Su Xiuxiu, the long-lost daughter whom the Su family welcomed back not too long ago. There's a high probability she's the one behind what happened to you. Su Xiuxiu, being someone who rarely mingled in any circles within the upper echelons, Muqing failed to recognize her even after seeing Su Xiuxiu's profile picture. An indignant Aunt Jiang questioned, Our family has absolutely no feud with hers, so why does she harm Mooching? Su Qingqing replied. She probably never anticipated that Mooching would be hurt as seriously as this. She might have only noticed Mooching's good fortune and wealth. She likely didn't expect Mooching's unique life traits, where expending such fortune could lead to death. After all, how dare Su Shushu intentionally harm someone of Mooching's level? She merely wanted to use and attach herself to him. What she never imagined was Mooching's special life trait, accidentally nearly killing him in the process. Now the Su family would definitely not let her off easily. Chapter 115, You Have an Idea. After confirming that the woman was Su Shushu, Su Qingqing roughly had an idea. The black cloud that Jiang Mooching had on his body before should be what Su Shushu took advantage of to place on Jiang Mooching, intending to drain his fortune. He must have been tricked at that time. So after the evil influence was removed and he regained his senses, he doesn't remember what happened. Seeing everyone's confused faces, Su Qingqing explained in more detail. Her explanation had just finished when the people of the Jiang family hadn't figured out how to settle accounts with Su Shushu and her family yet. Su Shushu's call came first. Su Shushu had been unable to contact Jiang Mooching for a day and night already. At first, she wasn't worried because ever since choosing Jiang Mooching, he constantly reached out to her willingly. He behaved like an overeager dog, doing whatever she asked. This made Su Shushu extremely confident, believing she had thoroughly controlled Jiang Mooching. Deep down, she knew it was all thanks to the divine statue, so she became even more devoted, using her own blood to nurture it every night. She hoped that such days could last forever, until she could smoothly marry Jiang Mooching. She had already inquired clearly. Jiang Mooching was the second son of the Jiang family. Although he didn't do much business, his family pampered this son immensely. They bought him anything he wanted, and their family's influence was vast. Although Jiang Mooching couldn't compare with Gu Jun in terms of excellence, unfortunately Gu Jun didn't like her, and by his side stood Su Qingqing, who was both formidable and adept in magical arts, leaving her no opportunity to make a move. However, for Su Shushu and the Su family, Jiang Mooching was still a colossal figure far beyond their normal reach. If Su Shushu could enter the Jiang family, it would count as one person achieving immortality and bringing prosperity to all around her. Still dreaming about controlling Jiang Mooching and marrying into the Jiang family, Su Shushu started feeling something was amiss after an entire day and night without any communication from Jiang Mooching. Half an hour ago, she sent a message. According to the past behavior of Jiang Mooching, he should have responded instantly, but half an hour had passed, and there was not a peep from him. Finally realizing something might be wrong, she wondered if her previous aloofness toward Jiang Mooching had caused this. After much deliberation within herself, Su Shushu concluded that she couldn't afford to lose Jiang Mooching and decided to take the initiative to make the first phone call. She wanted to ask what was going on, express some care, and regain control over him. Holding the phone in his hand, Jiang Mooching suddenly felt unsure about what to do. Holding the phone, he was thinking, should I answer this? If I do, will I get trapped again? He was truly terrified after experiencing near death. Only someone who is sick understands how miserable it feels. Truly, he had even had a flash-like experience standing before Lord Yama. Lord Yama, what keeps flashing in front? So now he was very concerned and scared, fearing that if he interacted with this woman again, he would fall victim once more. Unanimously, everyone turned their gazes to Su Qingqing regarding whether or not to answer the call. Seeing their overly cautious expressions, Su Qingqing shook her head exasperatedly. There's nothing to worry about. No need to be so tense. These kinds of things generally spread through physical contact. And with me here, what are you afraid of? Even if anything unexpected happens, I can handle it. With these assurances, Jiang Mooching picked up the phone. From the other end, Su Shushu's deliberately sweet voice rang out. Hello, Mooching, are you okay? Is everything alright on your end? Why haven't you contacted me in so long? In addition to feigning sweetness, Su Shushu's voice carried a tinge of grievance, as if throwing a small tantrum, waiting for Jiang Mooching to comfort her. The moment Jiang Mooching heard her, he was covered in goosebumps. In all his years, no woman had ever spoken to him in such a voice. It was simply nauseating, this affected tone. Without hesitation, he retorted, Who exactly are you? Are we enemies? Why do you harm me? Starting with 3 quick questions, Su Shushu was immediately flabbergasted. It's me, Shushu. Why would you ask that? Furious, Jiang Mooching exclaimed, I don't even know you. Until now, you're still pretending ignorance with me. Do you think I, Jiang Mooching, am some easy target? At this point, Su Shushu realized that something was indeed wrong. Could it be that the method the divine statue taught her to control Jiang Mooching has failed? That shouldn't be the case. She had just offered sacrifices to the divine statue yesterday. Forcing herself to remain calm, her voice became even more pitiful. Mooching, what do you mean? After that accidental meeting, wasn't it you who pursued me voluntarily? Everything between us, every step, was initiated by you. When have I ever harmed you? Strangely enough, judging from the chat records, it was indeed like that. Throughout everything, it was always Jiang Mooching who made the first move. His current mood felt just as terrible as if he'd swallowed a dead fly. Just as he was feeling pitiful, weak, and helpless, a fair-skinned hand stretched out before him and took the phone. Su Qingqing directly cut to the chase. Su Shushu, it's me. You should be very clear about what you've done yourself. All I want to say is, you have extremely bad luck, and you've once again picked the wrong person. If you had chosen an ordinary person with good fortune for your plan, maybe it wouldn't have unraveled so quickly. Unfortunately, the person you chose is Jiang Mooching. His fate dictates that he has wealth in his destiny, but cannot speak. Once his fortune is used, he'll face shortened lifespan. Because of how much fortune you drained from him into Su family, He was on the verge of death yesterday. Had his family not found me, he would already be dead by now. Su Shushu, are you sure you can bear the consequences? If Jiang Muqing were to die sick, the Jiang family would definitely invite the most professional practitioners to conduct rituals and send Jiang Muqing off properly. In cases of non-natural death, any feng shui master with even slight knowledge would recognize there's something amiss. Upon further inspection using clues from the phone, it would lead straight back to Su Shushu. Would the Jiang family let the Su family go unpunished? Clearly, they wouldn't. They'd probably make the entire Su family pay with their lives for Jiang Muqing's death. Su Shushu had been harboring Zhaoxing hope that Jiang Muqing's issues could be resolved by simply blaming him. But when she heard Su Qingqing's voice, a foreboding sense welled up inside her, making her realize this situation might turn ugly. By the time Su Qingqing finished speaking, Su Shushu's face turned pale as paper, and her hand holding the phone trembled. She fully understood the meaning behind Su Qingqing's words, yet she still feigned innocence, protesting. What are you talking about? I don't understand a single word. Let me reiterate, it was Jiang Muqing who pursued me willingly. It has nothing to do with me. Chapter 116. Do you think our Su family is easy to bully? Su Qingqing was too lazy to argue with her verbally. It was meaningless. Her voice was indifferent, without any fluctuation. Talking to me about these things is completely meaningless. Those who do too many unjust deeds will eventually bring ruin upon themselves. This isn't the first or second time you've done something that harms others and yourself. There's a limit to everything, and you will soon pay the price. After finishing, Su Qingqing hung up the phone. By now, it was almost certain that Su Shushu had set a trap for Jiang Muqing. Aunt Jiang was so angry she felt like biting her teeth off. Is it Su Shushu? Who gave her the guts to even dare to scheme against someone from our Jiang family? Do you really think we've been kind and good-natured all these years for Muqing's sake, just because we are easy to bully? She took out her phone and made 2 consecutive calls in a very authoritative manner. Hey, honey, your son has been tricked by someone. They plotted against his luck and health. He's about to die this time because of it. Yes, that family is. Hey, my eldest son, big trouble. Your younger brother was almost killed. It seems like you're not doing well outside and lack intimidation. How dare someone scheme against your younger brother? Who's behind this? The Su family in City A. After the 2 calls were finished, the Su family had already been dealt with accordingly. After putting her phone away, she noticed everyone in the hospital room looking at her. Only then did she realize how fierce she must have looked before. She coughed lightly, trying to salvage her image, and said, Sorry, I was just too anxious. Su Qingqing and Gu Jun, it's fine. They couldn't have imagined that the seemingly gentle Aunt Jiang could become so strong when it came to Jiang Muqing. It was just a huge contrast that caught them off guard. Jiang Muqing had long gotten used to it. When he was a child, if he got bullied in the park due to poor health, his mother would roll up her sleeves, wearing an expensive dress, and pull someone's hair. There were countless examples like this. He had known early on that what seemed to be a delicate exterior was merely her camouflage, as in reality, she was an exceptionally resilient person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to manage such a large family like the Jian so effectively. Jiang Muqing turned nervously to Su Qingqing and asked, So far, is this issue resolved? Will Su Shushu target me again in the same way? After all, I still don't know how I got targeted this time, and it's really hard to guard against. Su Qingqing shook her head. Hard to say? If your family has retaliated against the Su family, Su Shushu might resort to desperate measures. Recently, she's been making deals with evil beings. Doing something extreme is normal for her. In order to resolve this issue thoroughly, dealing with the Su family alone isn't enough. We need to address the root of the problem where Su Shushu gets involved. Then let's visit the Su family. Gu Jun, who had remained silent nearby, suddenly spoke. We should directly find Su Shushu at the Su residence. Last time, didn't you say the aura of the evil thing coming from her body matched the origin of those who harmed me? Let's investigate together to see if we can find some clues. We should go right now, since this phone call may have alerted them. If we wait longer, Su Shushu will likely hide herself. Su Qingqing also wanted to check the situation, wanting to see exactly what kind of evil being this was. No sooner said than done. Aunt Jiang initially intended to join, but they refused. Su Qingqing explained, We don't yet know the depth of the powers of that evil thing. Gu Jun has recently been learning these things from me, and his martial skills have improved, so if anything happens, we can handle it together. Honestly speaking, similar evil entities escaped several times before. This time, we must catch and keep it no matter what, so it doesn't harm more people. Aunt Jiang, understanding the situation clearly, nodded quickly. Okay, I'll stay nearby to back you up. Call me anytime something comes up. Good. Gu Jun and Su Qingqing arrived at the Su residence shortly thereafter. When they knocked on the door of the Su family, it was quite surprising, for members of the family were there. Worried that they might ignore Su Qingqing, Gu Jun knocked on the door himself. The Su family paused for a moment when they saw it was Gu Jun. However, they were thrilled by Gu Jun's unexpected visit. Their first thought was that Gu Jun had noticed their recent resurgence and found them superior to Su Qingqing, so he had come back to them. Even Su Shushu was somewhat surprised to see Gu Jun. Although Jiang Muqing was nice too, he certainly wasn't as outstanding as Gu Jun. Between Gu Jun and Jiang Muqing, she'd naturally pick Gu Jun without hesitation. Evidently, she didn't yet know Gu Jun's role in the incident concerning Jiang Muqing. She assumed Gu Jun was uninvolved in the matter. Gu Jun did not respond to their enthusiasm. Instead, he slightly moved aside to reveal Su Qingqing behind him. Su Qingqing standing at the doorway smiled at them and revealed her small white teeth. Hey, didn't expect we'd meet again so soon. The Su family. Su mother felt an urge to slam the door shut right away, and she actually acted on it subconsciously. But before the door was fully closed, Gu Jun extended a hand to hold it back. With immense strength, Gu Jun's hand prevented the door from being shut further. Su's mother was infuriated, but there was nothing she could do against Gu Jun, who sounded exasperated yet helpless. Mr. Gu, Su Qingqing, I admit our Su family has wronged you in the past and tried to take advantage of you. But didn't our Su family end up getting nothing good out of it either? And Su Qingqing, your calculations weren't even accurate. You've even moved your registration out of the Su family already. Mr. Gu was Su Shushu's fiancé, but now only cares about you. We haven't made any excessive complaints. So what do you want now? Our Su family business has finally improved. All we want is to live our lives in peace. Can you please stop bullying us excessively? From what Su's mother had said, it seemed like Su Qingqing and Gu Jun were overly oppressive while they themselves were magnanimous and lenient. But the truth was, the Su family was never that generous. It was because Gu Jun was an overwhelming force they couldn't shake, let alone defeat, which was why they decided to accept bad luck and endure silently. If one day Su Qingqing and Gu Jun fell out, they would definitely be the first ones to confront Su Qingqing and try to bring her down. Looking at Su's mother who feared them more than anything, Su Qingqing found this amusing all of a sudden. Crossing her arms, she calmly said, "Is that so? Then apparently, you still don't know what your beloved daughter Su Shushu has been up to." Su's mother looked completely bewildered. What thing? She turned to Su Shushu and asked, "Have you done anything recently targeting Su Qingqing?" Of course Su Shushu wouldn't admit it. "How could I? Mom, how can you believe a few words from Su Qingqing and start doubting me? I've been busy with the family business these few days. Would I have time for anything else?" Underlying her words was a reminder to Su's mother that the revival of the family business was all thanks to her efforts. Chapter 117. I want Su Qingqing dead. Su Shushu's statement was not only a reminder to Su's mother, but also to the entire Su family. At this point, Su Shushu was the treasured darling of the whole family. The reason Su family's business had started improving was all because of her. So even before Su's mother could speak up in defense, Su's father interjected first. "Qingqing, don't go too far with everything. Your conflict with Shushu is between you two. Now why have you brought Gu Jun over? Are you planning to rely on Gu Jun to bully us? You are also a public figure in the entertainment circle. Pushing it this far, our entrance has surveillance. Aren't you afraid we might fight to the death?" Every word Su's father said seemed forceful, as though he were completely standing on the side of justice and righteousness. Unexpectedly, Su Qingqing and Gu Jun didn't get angry, but instead both smiled. It wasn't a mocking or fake laugh, but one that truly resembled hearing something hilariously funny. Gu Jun shook his head. "Mr. Su, you're worrying too much. It may not be me who's coming for your family right now. It could be the Jiang family. To be honest, I couldn't care less about taking on your family. If I really wanted to mess with you guys, I wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Just a single word would make your business grind to a halt. But your beloved and most trusted daughter has done something terrible to the Jiang family. They're notorious for protecting their own. So what they want isn't merely bankrupting your family. Their goal may be much worse." "What do you mean? The Jiang family?" Su's father was confused by Gu Jun's words and turned to look at Su Shushu. Before Su's father could demand an explanation, Su's mother interrupted nervously. "What situation is this? Isn't the second son of the Jiang family your boyfriend? Didn't he help our family? Why would the Su family still target us?" Su Shushu's face went pale, panic clearly showing in her eyes. She realized it now. Su Qingqing and Gu Jun had come here looking for evidence she'd set a trap for Jiang Mujing. Clutching Su's mother's hand tightly, she said, "Mom, don't ask too many questions right now. If you want our Su family to stay intact, absolutely do not let Su Qingqing and Gu Jun inside." By the end of her sentence, Su Shushu's voice had grown sharp and uncontrollable. Su's mother and others in the Su family were frightened by her near-hysterical state. Due to Gu Jun's remarks, an ominous feeling settled into their hearts. Su Quan stood blocking the door, his tone firm. "Who do you think you are? This is our Su residence. Do you think this is someplace you can just barge in and search at will? I'm telling you, it's illegal to intrude without permission. I can call the police right now and have you arrested." Their uneasiness was exactly what Gu Jun and Su Qingqing had anticipated. A glance passed between them. Gu Jun nodded at Su Qingqing, signaling that these people were left to him. Sensing something amiss, Su Shushu quietly backed out from the doorway, returning to her room. Her instinct was to hide the statue. However, there weren't many places in her room to hide things. After circling the space, she decided to tuck the statue away in her wardrobe. After hiding it behind clothes, she prepared to lock the closet door when suddenly, staring at the statue whose features were becoming increasingly clear and lifelike, a daring thought struck her. She remembered how the statue had helped fulfill her wishes before, but those efforts were thwarted by Su Qingqing each time. The thought that as long as Su Qingqing existed, she'd never be able to achieve anything good caused Su Shushu's resentment towards Su Qingqing to hit a peak. If only Su Qingqing were dead, then no one would ruin my plans anymore, she thought. Once the idea emerged, it grew uncontrollable. Looking at the statue, she remembered that the cat-faced old woman had said the statue could grant her 3 wishes. 2 wishes had already been used, leaving only 1 wish remaining. Su Shushu knelt down before the statue and made her final wish. "O great and compassionate God, if you hear this humble worshipper's wish, please fulfill her last desire. Let Su Qingqing die, let her perish right now, immediately. Only her death can ensure she never ruins my happiness again." After making the wish, she grabbed her wrist and slashed it deeply, watching as drops of bright red blood fell onto the statue. As the statue became increasingly vivid, her smile turned increasingly sinister. Downstairs, Gu Jun exchanged a meaningful glance with Su Qingqing and then moved to restrain Su Quan and Su Father. Su Mother tried to grab Su Qingqing, but Su Qingqing slipped away like an eel. It wasn't that Su Qingqing didn't want to teach them a lesson, but her identity was special. She couldn't act recklessly against ordinary people unless in self-defense, or she would face karmic retribution. If she dared to use magic to attack ordinary people without justification, she would provoke the wrath of heaven, and the divine punishment that descended upon her would be even more severe. However, Gu Jun had just begun learning and wasn't yet fully initiated into these practices. He had no such restrictions. As Gu Jun put it, when it comes to ghostly or supernatural matters, I can't match you. I have no way. But for anything related to human affairs, leave it to me. I'll ensure everything is handled properly. And true to his word, he effortlessly pinned one person with just one hand, showing no strain whatsoever. Su Qingqing quickly ran upstairs straight towards Su Shushu's room. She had barely reached the top of the stairs when she saw a surge of malevolent energy erupt from Su Shushu's room, as though something had been unsealed. By the time Su Qingqing arrived at the doorway, a disheveled woman suddenly charged out of the room. Her movements were ghost-like, her speed as fast as a cannonball. Her hair was wild, her fingers claw-like, as she lunged directly at Su Qingqing's chest. Had this attack been aimed at an ordinary person, or even someone with limited spiritual powers, it likely would have resulted in instant death. But Su Qingqing stood still, not bothering to dodge a single inch. With incredible swiftness, she moved towards Su Shushu, grabbed her wrist with one hand, and with a slight twist, there came a sharp crack. Su Shushu's attacking arm snapped backward in an unnatural arc. Su Shushu let out an inhuman scream and bit down fiercely on Su Qingqing's neck, her teeth resembling those of a zombie. Without hesitation, Su Qingqing released her grip on the wrist and delivered a swift kick to Su Shushu's chest. Like a kite cut loose from its string, Su Shushu crashed into the living room downstairs. Her leg was broken, twisted unnaturally at an impossible angle as she collapsed on the floor. Shushu. Upon seeing Su Shushu hurled downstairs by Su Qingqing, Su Mother screamed in terror, rushing to her daughter's side. But moments later, she screamed again and retreated. For Su Shushu appeared entirely unfazed by her injuries. Dragging her clearly broken leg, she stood up once more. Her hair was in disarray, her hands crimson red, and her face ghostly pale. Chapter 118, The Universal God. Su Shushu's state was pretty much like that of a zombie in the movies, completely lost her mind. Even being battered this way, she didn't feel any pain. Su Mother, who originally went up to show concern, was frightened by this entirely strange Su Shushu and retreated step by step. People all have instincts, and she instinctively felt that Su Shushu was very dangerous right now. Su Shushu crawled up from the ground. She had been severely injured and urgently needed positive energy to replenish and recover. After she got up, her eyes were immediately locked on the Sus at the door and Gu Jun. She let out another piercing scream, stumbling forward but extremely fast toward the direction of the door. Su Mother screamed and hid behind Su Father. Su Mother found Su Shushu's current appearance terrifying. He shoved Su Mother forward to block it. As for their son Su Quan, he was so scared that he froze on the spot, completely not knowing how to react. At the critical moment, Gu Jun took out a heavenly fire talisman from his pocket, mobilized spiritual power, and loudly exclaimed, "Break!" A tremendous heavenly fire erupted from his talisman paper, heading directly towards Su Shushu. Su Shushu didn't expect Gu Jun to have this trick up his sleeve. Before she could dodge, she was fully surrounded by the heavenly fire. By the time she rolled on the ground to extinguish the flames on her body, Su Qingqing from the second floor had already arrived. Su Qingqing didn't rush to take action, but instead looked helplessly at Gu Jun first. "You're really enthusiastic, acting so fast." Gu Jun almost immediately understood what Su Qingqing meant. With Su Qingqing's skills, she could have arrived first, but she intentionally delayed just slightly, obviously wanting to see the Sus and Su Shushu tear each other apart like dogs. Gu Jun regretted it immensely and sincerely apologized. "Sorry, I subconsciously acted. I'm wrong. It won't happen again next time." Su Shushu, having extinguished the heavenly fire, saw Su Qingqing and fearfully stepped back twice. The evil spirit possessing her clearly didn't anticipate Su Qingqing's thinking. It had taken over Su Shushu's body intending to defeat Su Qingqing and then absorb her cultivation. But now, it was clear it couldn't beat Su Qingqing, so it developed an independent consciousness and wanted to flee. Gu Jun was guarding the door with talisman papers in his hands, so it dared not make rash moves. In front, there was Su Qingqing. Its eyes scanned around, pausing momentarily on the window. It threw a clump of blood mist at Su Qingqing, then feigned an attack toward her. After a feint, it lunged toward the window. Rich in battle experience, Su Qingqing immediately saw through its intentions. When it feinted an attack, Su Qingqing didn't even dodge. Her figure flickered, precisely blocking it at the window. She smiled at it and showed her teeth. "Is that all?" Then, the powerful exorcism charm in her hand struck the face of Su Shushu. Su Shushu screamed, and a black shadow was ejected from her head. Subsequently, Su Shushu collapsed like her soul had been sucked out. The black shadow tried to escape, but Su Qingqing easily controlled it with another charm. It couldn't break free, only capable of hissing at Su Qingqing. Looking at the situation stabilized from the doorway, Gu Jun asked, "How about it? Can I come over?" Su Qingqing nodded. "Yes, come on over. It's under control. You can ask your questions now." Only after hearing this did Gu Jun walk in. However, the Su stood at the door still heart racing, not daring to enter much. ignoring even Su Shushu lying on the ground. They really didn't know when exactly Su Shushu began to associate with these things. Walking closer, Gu Jun mainly observed while Su Qingqing interrogated the captured ghost. Su Qingqing directly questioned it. Who are you? Why do you attach yourself to Su Shushu's body? How did you get here? And what is the divine statue upstairs related to you? Although suppressed by Su Qingqing's talisman, the fierce ghost still looked at Su Qingqing with full disdain. Why do you bother asking me? I am the fourth disciple under the universal God. That woman prayed to our God for help. She made a wish that she wanted you dead, which is why I came. Who knew you're this powerful? Not only couldn't I defeat you, but I was beaten until heavily wounded. My mission isn't complete yet, truly unfortunate. Su Qingqing seized the key points and asked, who is this universal God? What kind of deity is he? Why have I never heard of universal God among the celestial deities? Disdain filled its face more intensely now, coupled with a hint of arrogance. What are those celestial gods? Can they compare to my universal God? Our God is omnipotent. It will thoroughly transform this world without light or fairness. He will become the sole creator God of the world. It spoke passionately, looking at Su Qingqing as if they were ants. And Su Qingqing regarded it with a gaze akin to looking at a fool. She turned her head and said to Gu Jun with a firm tone, it's definitely a cult organization. No one with a normal brain would say such stupid words. Gu Jun also nodded in agreement. It sounds like they're not very smart, just like fools. Their uninhibited discussion in front of it deeply hurt its pride, causing it to shout furiously, what are you laughing at? Anyway, how could stupid humans like you understand our great universal God? That's why you people can only stay at the bottom. Su Qingqing retorted, is that so? I don't believe it. If your universal God is so powerful, then since you've suffered such an injustice now, why don't you summon him to let him come deal with me? Gu Jun chimed in immediately. Exactly, he claims he can solve all unfairness in the world, yet he can't even protect his own followers, right? These two were more sarcastic than the other as they spoke with the ghost, infuriating it to the point it was jumping around in anger. The Su family standing by the door listened with palpitations, silently lamenting how these two seemed so adept at stirring up trouble. The ghost initially had no intention of saying anything further, but provoked by Su Qingqing, it couldn't hold back anymore. It angrily shouted, what do you know? The universal God is merely sleeping now. He will awaken soon, and when he does, the first ones to die will be those who oppose him like you. Su Qingqing scoffed. Is he really sleeping, or already dead? Or perhaps he's simply powerless. I've dealt with you guys before. This is all you're capable of. It was breathing heavily in rage. How dare you insignificant ants look down upon our universal God? All you've dealt with are the least effective, lowest-ranked members of our organization. After over 100 years of cultivation, the power of our universal God has already permeated every corner of this world. In every high-level sector, there are believers of ours. I advise you to stop now while you still can. Our higher-ups have taken notice of you. If you continue like this and interfere with matters we value most, you'll face the punishment from our universal God. Chapter 119. I am from the 7th Bureau. The amount of information conveyed in its statement was overwhelming, such as the fact that many high-level industries were already infiltrated by their omnipotent God's influence. Su Qingqing rolled her eyes and continued to use reverse psychology. Are they all really in high positions? I don't believe it. Unless you tell me who these people are, let me see if they are indeed all in high positions, then I might believe. Her face showed complete distrust, and her tone was extremely contemptuous, which infuriated the evil ghost. As it was about to reveal those factions' names, its intelligence suddenly kicked in at the crucial moment. It quickly swallowed those words back, gritting its teeth and saying, I understand now, you cunning human, you're just trying to trick me into revealing those people. Su Qingqing sneered, thinking to herself how uninteresting it was that it had discovered her plan so quickly. Gu Jun, more experienced, pointed at the ghost and said to Su Qingqing, look how agitated it is, because it got caught lying. Evil ghost, I didn't lie, I just don't want to tell you. Su Qingqing nodded at Gu Jun, it's definitely flustered. Evil ghost, I'm not flustered. Gu Jun, then why don't you say who they are? If you can't say them, then you're lying. Su Qingqing, exactly. Evil ghost, it had been dead for several hundred years, and now it felt an impulse to die again. This time by bashing its own head against something until death came. Biting its teeth, it declared, a man may be killed but not humiliated. It's my misfortune to encounter you too. There's nothing I will divulge from my lips. You cannot make me confess anything useful. If righteous men have the skills, then kill me directly. It spoke with a face full of righteousness, as if it were on the side of justice and Su Qingqing and the others were the evil ones. But Su Qingqing smiled at it. You say that so easily because right now, you're only a fraction of your consciousness, not your main body. Even if we destroy you, your awareness can return to your main body. We can't truly kill you. Even after being revealed, it wasn't upset. Instead, it seemed even prouder. If you knew this already, you'll never be able to kill me. Even if you defeat me, you're powerless against our omnipotent God. It's easy for our omnipotent deity to destroy you all. It just requires lifting a finger. If you know to fear. Before it could finish its sentence, Su Qingqing's face broke into a mischievous smile. Who says I want to destroy you? What difference would destroying you make compared to releasing you? All I need to do is trap your current soul here, making it impossible for your consciousness to return, trapping you here indefinitely. Sure enough, when Su Qingqing finished speaking, the previously arrogant expression froze for a moment on the ghost's face. But only for a moment. Quickly it regained its arrogance. Even if you are more despicable than ordinary Taoist priests, do you actually think you can confine me? If I destroy this wisp of my soul, there will still be no way for you to harm me. As it spoke, it gathered power, red veins appearing on its face, as if ready to explode at any second. It gave Su Qingqing a disdainful smirk. Farewell. The next time we meet will be your end. As soon as its words ended, Su Qingqing conjured a talisman out of nowhere and slapped it onto its forehead. Instantly, the whole ghost was controlled. It realized not only could it not move, but all of its spiritual powers were sealed, leaving it unable to access any of it. Even wanting to self-detonate became impossible for it. Only now did it realize that this person in front of it possessed far more magic techniques than it had originally imagined, making her much tougher and more skilled than it had thought. Besides feeling terrified, it finally took Su Qingqing seriously, viewing her as an opponent. Darkening its face, it asked Su Qingqing, "Who exactly are you? Who is your master? Why do you possess so many lost arts?" Su Qingqing replied, "You don't deserve to know. Let your omnipotent God come to me personally." "Huh? Do you think our omnipotent God would meet someone like you?" The voice of the evil ghost was still filled with disdain and scorn. Su Qingqing, unfazed, grinned wickedly at it. "Then there's nothing to be done. I'll just keep you here then. Your omnipotent God is so powerful. Surely he will come rescue you, right? You are despicable. You deceived me. Can't you fight fairly?" The evil ghost panicked. Of course, it knew its omnipotent God wouldn't bother rescuing it, which made it lash out in anger. Gu Jun helpfully provided an alternative path. "Of course, if your omnipotent God doesn't come to save you, you can choose to defect. Just tell us some details about the omnipotent God in exchange for your freedom. If you provide information, we'll let you go." "Impossible. Not in a million years will I betray our God under any circumstance. He is the greatest God in the world. He will rule this world. You are all despicable ants." Before it could finish its words, Su Qingqing was already tired of its incessant noise. She gently gathered the talisman that was stuck to its forehead and trapped the ghost into the talisman. The living room instantly became quiet. Apart from Su Xiuxiu, who lay face down on the ground, disfigured, everything seemed like an illusion just now. It was at this moment that the police whom the Su family had called earlier arrived. The sharp sound of sirens brought back the stunned Su family members who were standing at the door. Su's mother pointed at Su Qingqing and Gu Jun and said to the police, "Comrades of the police, they were the ones who not only pushed my daughter off the building, but also set her on fire. The one lying on the ground is my daughter. Comrades of the police, they are dangerous. You must arrest them quickly." The leading policeman saw Su Qingqing and Gu Jun standing calmly in the living room. Combined with their composed demeanor, it was difficult for him to associate them with violent intruders. Seeing no action from the policeman, Su's mother stomped her feet in impatience. "Hey, comrades of the police, what are you waiting for? This is our Su family residence. We didn't agree to let them in. They forced their way in, illegally entering a private home and assaulting people. Arrest them quickly." Upon hearing that it was the Su family and that they had entered by force, the leading policeman finally took some action. As he was about to take a few steps forward to interrogate Su Qingqing and Gu Jun, Su Qingqing rummaged through her small bag and handed over a document. "Hello, comrade. I am from the 7th Bureau. I received a report from the public saying that this family was harming others using evil magic, so I came here to investigate. An incident involving an evil ghost hurting people just happened here. Here is my ID. You can carefully check it. If there are any issues, feel free to call someone from the 7th Bureau to assist with the investigation." Chapter 120. It caused the sacrifice of many comrades. To be honest, Su Qingqing looked pretty cool when she pulled out her ID from her bosom and handed it to the person in charge. The leading police officer was a bit stunned. He had just been promoted not long ago and paused for a moment when he heard about the 7th Bureau before realizing what it was. After searching his mind for quite a while, he barely remembered what the 7th Bureau was. His gaze towards Su Qingqing instantly changed, filled with surprise and inquiry. It was the first time he had ever met someone alive from this mysterious department. The work permit of the 7th Bureau was no different from that of ordinary policemen, except for one difference. The department written on the permit said 7th Bureau. After checking Su Qingqing's passport without any problems, the young policeman scratched his head. "There is indeed nothing wrong with the credentials, but I have never worked with anyone from your 7th Bureau before. So what's the next step?" Su Qingqing. She immediately understood after hearing this, knowing that this matter would ultimately require people from the 7th Bureau to be called over. She didn't waste any more words and directly made a phone call to Officer Xiao Chun, briefly telling him the situation over there. However, she was quite clever. She didn't say it was her who came here voluntarily to handle things, but claimed that she temporarily received a report and commission from someone else. In this way, her visit could be classified as an official business trip, not due to personal matters. Upon hearing Officer Su Qingqing encounter such an issue so soon after joining, thinking of Su Qingqing's skills, Officer Xiao Chun, driven by the desire to learn and assist the public as soon as possible, rushed to the scene at the fastest speed. Accompanying Officer Xiao Chun was also Senior Officer Lao Chen. Recently, they happened to have no urgent tasks, so how could they easily miss out on such an opportunity? At the same time, Gu Jun also informed the Jiang family, and Aunt Jiang nearby conveniently arrived in the role of the complainant, thereby participating in this case together. Aunt Jiang not only arrived herself, but also brought Jiang Muxin's father and brother along. Unlike Jiang Muxin, who appeared frail and delicate, his father and brother were both tall and burly, radiating masculinity. Judging by their appearance, they had very strong destinies capable of withstanding many trials and tribulations. They regularly exercised and built up their muscles. Unlike businessmen, they seemed more like athletes. When Jiang Muxin's father and brother stood to the left and right of Aunt Jiang, glaring fiercely, the members of the Su family trembled uncontrollably like quails. All they could do was listen quietly as Aunt Jiang recounted the incidents involving Jiang Muxin to Senior Chun and Officer Xiao Chun, as well as other police officers. Initially, they wanted to ask when Su Qingqing joined the 7th Bureau, but given the current circumstances, they dared not even open their mouths, let alone ask questions. After the Jiang family finished their accusations, Su Qingqing recounted the recent events and then led them to Su Shushu's room, quickly uncovering the statue of the omnipotent god. After examining the statue for additional clues and confirming it couldn't be used to connect with the omnipotent god anymore, Su Qingqing decisively smashed it. From the shattered statue, they discovered a black stone, whose appearance and emitted aura were very similar to the one previously found within the body of the little girl in the haunted hospital. The black stone was covered in a layer of congealed, foul-smelling blood. The stench was overwhelming, even worse than that of a dead rat rotted for a month, causing the regular police officers and the Su family to vomit on the spot. But upon seeing this stone, Officer Xiao Chun and Senior Chun were greatly alarmed. Their expressions grew solemn instantly. Senior Officer Chun almost blurted out, "It's this kind of stone again. I can't believe it was hidden inside this god statue to harm people." Su Qingqing asked curiously, "Have you dealt with this kind of stone before?" Young Officer Xiao Chun, brimming with righteous passion and loyalty, gritted his teeth. "Previously, we told you that in recent years, our department has experienced increased casualties, and almost every incident involved this stone. Many comrades sacrificed themselves on-site trying to resolve its troubles, and a part of them disappeared, still missing until now. And now it has reappeared in our city A." Su Qingqing realized that considering all the evidence so far, the cult must have been plotting for many years, and issues related to this stone were far beyond the few incidents she had encountered. However, this was neither the time nor place to discuss these matters. When she had some free time, she would go directly to the 7th Bureau to properly exchange known information with them. Senior Officer Chun then directly addressed the ordinary police officers. "With this evidence, we can now basically determine the nature of this event. Indeed, it was Su Shushu causing harm. As for the subsequent actions and handling solutions, we will send an official document to your bureau to finalize the handover. Currently, the suspect Su Shushu is still unconscious, making further steps impossible. We'll need to wait until she wakes up. So currently, there's nothing left for everyone here to do. All of you comrades have worked hard today." The leading young policeman and the other officers waved their hands continuously, saying it wasn't hard work at all. What kind of hardship was this? This could be considered one of the easiest and simplest duties they had ever been on. Not only did they not have to intervene much themselves, but they also encountered things they had never experienced before. It was both tense and exciting, like stepping into an entirely new world. And they learned so many secrets among the wealthy families and gossiped about countless scandals. How unreal could this feeling get? The newly promoted young policeman suddenly remembered something that happened a month or two ago when he was called out to handle a case involving a group of teenage girls who were crying about seeing ghosts online. Some of them even wet themselves in fear. At the time, his bureau suspected these girls were hallucinating after taking drugs and conducted urine tests on them, but everything came back normal. Now reflecting on it, could they really have seen ghosts? Of course, these matters no longer had anything to do with them. They even signed a confidentiality agreement given by higher authorities upon returning, strictly prohibiting any leakage of this matter outside. Otherwise, it would count as dereliction of duty. This was already a very serious punishment. After the civilian police left, Su Shushu was taken away by Xiao Chun and Lao Chun. She was a special suspect related to these incidents, and even though she was injured, she could only be treated in designated places. Once she recovered and regained consciousness, the next steps would involve processing her under charges of intentional injury or attempted murder. Before leaving, Jiang father simply said to Su father, "Your Su family really has big ambitions for money. Why don't you just stick to the right path instead of daring to scheme against our treasured son? I myself haven't dared to lay a hand on him since he grew up. We'll just see next what your family stole from my son is enough to protect your wealth forever." The Su family didn't dare to plead for mercy, only helplessly watching as the Jiang family walked away, followed closely behind by Su Qingqing and Gu Jun, who had earlier boldly intruded into their home. Chapter 121, Su Qingqing's Tragedy. The next day, the Su family's cosmetics company made the headlines again. This time, it wasn't a good headline. It was revealed that the patents that the Su family's cosmetics company claimed to have heavily invested in were actually bought from dubious institutions abroad through connections. These patents weren't recognized domestically, and their efficacy was questionable. In short, the new products of Su family's luxury series were merely wrapped in expensive packaging and marketed under the guise of patriotism. Soon after, the Su family's actions of deleting negative reviews online were also exposed. Many of the victims who had their comments deleted spoke out. They had purchased the entire luxury product line with 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, motivated by support for ethical domestic goods and sympathy for the Su family. However, not only did the products show no effect after use, but many people with sensitive skin experienced allergies. Some even suffered severe facial damage and had to spend more money seeking treatment at hospitals. When they reported the issues to customer service, the Su family's cosmetics company offered a mere 20 yuan rebate as a solution. Those who left poor reviews were then deleted. The victims expressed extreme anger. It wasn't just a few cases. Within half a day, the initial post on Weibo detailing how Su family products caused facial damage garnered thousands of similar complaints. Eventually, this matter, combined with the revelation of purchasing wild patents abroad, made the trending list. Just as the Su family's cosmetics company was beginning to gain momentum, its shares plummeted once again. However, the stock drop was only the beginning of the Su family's misfortune. What followed was truly catastrophic. The company faced an overwhelming amount of returns online. The newly sold products quickly became unsold inventory. Just before this happened, the Su family had expanded production lines and built additional processing sites. Now, with all their products unsold and being returned in bulk, none of the previously promised investments arrived. The funds that the Su family originally possessed were insufficient to handle the crisis, and thus their financial chain broke. Su father and Su Quan scurried around trying to raise funds. Before the controversy, there were still those willing to negotiate with them, partly due to the potential matrimonial alliance with the Gu family. Now that the Su family was embroiled in such a scandal, no one from the Gu family stepped forward to help, and others kept a safe distance, unwilling to invest further. The Su family even approached Su Qingqing, pleading with her, saying that she had been raised in their household for 15 years. How could she watch the Su family decline so heartlessly? Families didn't hold grudges overnight. Su Qingqing wouldn't bother replying. She directly accused them of their ulterior motives when they adopted her. They wanted to use her destiny to deflect disasters and harness fortune, but when it served their purposes, they welcomed back their biological daughter, expelled her from home, and often stabbed her in the back. Now that the situation seemed dire again, they wanted to play the emotional card to receive her help, an absolute pipe dream. Su Qingqing was not someone who would suffer silently. After sarcastically ridiculing them, she immediately evicted the Su family from her place. Her current residence was next to Gujun, where security was top-notch. Her company also merged with Gujun's corporation, making it impossible for the Su family to harass her further. Still, they didn't give up easily. On Weibo, they subtly mocked and criticized Su Qingqing, accusing her of enjoying the privileges of being a young miss in the Su household for over a decade. Yet now that the Su family was in trouble, she remained indifferent, watching from afar, completely devoid of conscience. Most netizens blindly follow the crowd, lacking judgment. Added to the pre-existing controversies surrounding Su Qingqing, she was soon dragged into this conflict. With a do-or-die mentality, the Su family threatened Su Qingqing, claiming they would ruin her acting career if she refused to assist. Su Qingqing's response was straightforward. Go ahead and try to ruin my career. I'm very curious to see what you can do. Essentially, whatever actions they took, she wouldn't help them. And indeed, she was genuinely curious about what they thought could threaten her. Infuriated by their failure, the Su family dared not provoke Jiang or Gu families, instead directing their anger towards Su Qingqing, choosing her as the weak link to vent frustration. They exclusively leaked to the largest marketing account that originally, Gu Jun was engaged to Su Shushu, but was interrupted by Su Qingqing, taking away her sister's fiancé. In doing so, they earned themselves a handsome payout from this scandalous leak. The entertainment world hadn't seen such a dramatic, explosive scoop in a long time. Moreover, this drama touched on secrets of wealthy clans, the love and hatred between a rising controversial starlet and a mysterious corporate tycoon. Such high-level scandals didn't remain hidden. Almost overnight, the servers crashed from the overwhelming traffic. It took overnight work from the Weibo programmers to fix the issue. Su Qingqing had been wondering what kind of damaging revelation Su family could possibly have against her acting career, but she never expected it to be just this. She was utterly speechless, at a loss for words for a moment as she didn't know how to react. As far as the Su family was concerned, she still held the same opinion. These people were simply stupid and evil. While her reaction seemed rather mild, Ms. Su, her manager, was fuming with anger. Cursing aloud, she said, "It's one thing when heaven sends misfortune, but self-inflicted calamity is inescapable. The day that has come upon the Su family is entirely their own doing. Not only did they cause trouble for themselves, but they also tried to harm you and forced you to intervene everywhere. Now that they've run into trouble, they still expect you to clean up their mess. When you refused, not only did they morally coerce you, but they even resorted to spreading rumors to ruin you, fabricating the most disgusting yellow rumors that severely hurt women. How can there be such repulsive people like them? What misdeeds have you committed to be adopted by such a family?" Su Qingqing remained completely calm. No problem. People who consistently commit injustices will eventually destroy themselves. Their whole family won't last more than a few days. Let's wait and see. She was perfectly composed and paid no attention to the matter, but Gu Jun was not so calm. As soon as the incident broke out, he immediately had the PR company take action. Firstly, an official statement with the company seal was released on Gu Group's official Weibo account, clearly stating that they had never been engaged to any of the Su family's daughters, and even privately, they had little interaction. If certain marketing accounts continued to spread rumors, they would consider resolving the issue through legal means. Then, they posted the settlement details from when Su Qingqing parted ways with her previous company. All the tens of millions in breach of contract penalties were paid solely by Su Qingqing herself, and the Su family hadn't contributed a single cent. Additionally, there was the public notarization showing Su Qingqing being officially removed from the Su family's household registration. At the peak profitability period of Su family products, Su Shushu had even sarcastically ridiculed her on Weibo. Once these items were revealed, it was clear to all discerning individuals exactly what had happened. Hilarious, in my opinion. Su Qingqing is truly the victim here. After the Su family found their biological daughter, they expelled her without giving her anything. Now they're in trouble, and they want her to bear everything. I'm really baffled. Why are there still people defending the Su family? Their products lack integrity and specialize in deceiving consumers. How much of what they say can be trusted? I remember Qingqing's good luck charm aura. It seems like anyone who opposes her will end up suffering misfortunes. I stand firmly behind Sister Qingqing. Let's see who dares to oppose her. Chapter 122. The Total Annihilation of the Su Family. The public relations team at Gu Group far surpassed Su Qingqing's former company, not by just a little bit. They were truly industry role models. What the Su family had considered their desperate retaliation only managed to spark briefly against Su Qingqing before it was quickly extinguished. No, to be precise, it backfired. Every revelation from the Su family ended up being confirmed, but all the evidence they provided actually condemned themselves. Their so-called explosive revelations only fanned the flames further. Not only did these leaks fail to destroy Su Qingqing's acting career, but they inadvertently cleared her name instead. On the other side, Su Shushu had finally awoken. Upon waking, she discovered that her entire body had been burnt, and she looked decades older. She now appeared like a woman in her 50s or 60s. When she sat in front of the computer, she couldn't even recognize the person in the mirror. It was inconceivable for her to believe this reflection was really her. The day she wished for Su Qingqing's death, she felt an overpowering consciousness invade her body. Afterward, she lost all awareness of what happened until she woke up again. Now, Su Shushu fell apart. She violently scratched her wrinkled face while letting out wild screams. She shouted, "It must have been Su Qingqing. That wicked woman has ruined me. It must have been her who caused this." Her commotion in the hospital room startled the guards outside. They urged her to calm down, but she ignored them, continuing to smash things in the room. In the end, she had to be restrained, and nurses injected her with a sedative to finally subdue her. Due to her special condition, Su Shushu was detained in the hospital under the jurisdiction of Bureau 7, though it wasn't a traditional hospital. To be more specific, it was a department embedded within Bureau 7. After realizing Su Shushu was linked to the Black Stone, everyone in Bureau 7 gave her significant attention, yet they simultaneously disliked her intensely. That Black Stone had caused too many comrades to sacrifice their lives, so they were extremely vigilant about it. When Su Shushu caused a disturbance, everyone who was still stationed within Bureau 7 rushed over. Coincidentally, Su Qingqing had also come to Bureau 7 that day, both preparing to provide teaching guidance for their courses and wanting to learn more about the universal God and related information. Once Su Shushu's outburst was controlled, Su Qingqing came in to observe her. Upon seeing Su Qingqing, Su Shushu became even more agitated, accusing Su Qingqing of ruining her. She yelled that the officers at Bureau 7 abused their power and shielded the real criminal. With her arms crossed, Su Qingqing merely smirked as she mocked her. "I see you're still oblivious even at this point. You don't know who harmed you, do you? Do you really think I was the one who did this to you? No, it was you yourself. You thought the God you made a deal with was actually divine, but it was just a lowly malevolent entity. How could making a pact with such an evil thing not exact any price from you? Every wish you made, every dream fulfilled, came at the cost of something you had. Your fortune, your lifespan, even your youth and vitality. This is the aftermath of your deal, where the cost has finally been collected. You've brought this upon yourself. I warned you before, there'd be no good outcome for you." Su Qingqing spoke calmly, without inflection, neither angry nor mocking. She sounded as if she were simply stating a fact that didn't concern her at all. And that was true. Though Su Shushu had always viewed her as a thorn in her side, Su Qingqing hadn't given her a second thought. Such indifference infuriated Su Shushu even more. She found it unbearable and hated Su Qingqing even deeper. Deep down, Su Shushu already believed what Su Qingqing said, but she refused to admit it. And with no better words left to use, she could only repeat over and over, "You're lying. It was you who ruined me. It's all because of you." Even Officer Xiao Chan, who accompanied her, couldn't bear it anymore. He said to Su Qingqing, "Ignore her. She's already gone mad. You can't wake someone pretending to sleep, and talking sense to her is pointless. Her crimes are clear. She's a suspect. Now that she's awake, dedicated police officers will take her away soon for questioning." Though he called it questioning, in reality, it would be more like an interrogation, and being interrogated wouldn't feel good at all. Su Qingqing nodded and walked away without saying another word to Su Shushu. She had actual business to attend to today. Looking at the heavy dark aura on Su Shushu's face, Su Qingqing knew this was the kind that only appeared on someone who was about to die. She had a premonition that this might be her last encounter with Su Shushu. There was no fluctuation in her emotions. The same old truth still held. Heaven's wrath can be survived, but self-inflicted calamity leads to destruction. Su Shushu's destiny, although not impressive, was that of an ordinary person destined to work hard with an unsmooth marriage. However, her lifespan was quite long. She could have normally lived up to her 90s. Overall, she was just like any normal person, part of the masses who lead lives full of ups and downs. This was all too common. But Su Shushu, influenced by her parents, had a taste of swapping fates with Su Qingqing and began to fantasize about things that didn't belong to her, giving rise to greed for impractical vanity. Eventually, step by step, she committed sins herself and led herself to this point. People who harm others for their own benefit deserve no sympathy, no matter how tragic their end. Sure enough, not long after, she received news of Su Shushu's sudden death. She couldn't accept what she had become. After being interrogated, she realized she might face a trial and imprisonment. Her mother came to visit her once, and she begged her mom to find the best lawyer to defend her in court, claiming everything she did was for the family and that she didn't want to go to jail. However, Sue's mother cried as she told her the family was in trouble. They had already filed for bankruptcy. Now, the Sue family owed billions of yuan and didn't even know what to do next, let alone help her. With no way out, Su Shushu couldn't bear the idea of spending the rest of her life in prison. She slept poorly night after night and alternated between laughing and crying when looking at her reflection in the mirror. Finally, weakened by illness, refusing to eat or sleep, she exhausted herself until she died suddenly from overstrain. After hearing about Su Shushu's self-inflicted death, Jiang family decided not to comment further or continue targeting the Su family. Jiang aunt sneered after learning about the cause of Su Shushu's death. If she couldn't bear the consequences of her wrongdoing but still chose to commit such acts, then it's her own fault. Yes, her manner of death was essentially from being scared to death by herself. After the Su family declared bankruptcy, not all debts were erased. They still owed tens of millions of yuan. Their villa was seized by the court, and the entire family moved into a shabby urban village rented at hundreds per month. Su's father faced enormous debt pressure every day. His son, Su Quan, fled abroad with the last 10,000 yuan in cash to avoid debt. Su's mother wasn't helpful at all and cried incessantly, making a fuss at home about living or dying. In the end, unable to withstand the immense pressure, Su's father committed suicide by jumping off the top of the old Su company building, dying on the spot. After Su's father's death, high-interest loan people found Su's mother. She surrendered entirely, telling them she couldn't repay the money since her husband and daughter were dead, her son had run away, and her own worthless life was just a burden. Essentially, she had no money, and they could do whatever they wanted. She naively thought that if she played dead, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. But how could these merciless people let her off so easily? Her complete refusal to pay back the money thoroughly enraged them. They directly kidnapped her and sold her to Myanmar North. There, she was treated purely as a commodity. When wealthy individuals mashed her organs, she was dissected for them and died an even more tragic death than her father, who had chosen suicide. Su Quan fled abroad and stubbornly attempted to come back. Through normal business methods, there was no chance for him to rise again, so he joined a local gang and tried his hand at gray area businesses. However, doing business in a foreign country wasn't that simple. They don't ban guns, and his interference with their business angered some of the local mafia. During a chaotic battle, he was shot and killed instantly. Chapter 123, Su Qingqing's Woes. The family of 4 in the Su household all died in their own ways, but they all ended up dead in the end. City A wasn't that big, and the Su family was at least part of the upper social circle. The commotion they had caused over the past year hadn't gone unnoticed. Everyone was keeping an eye on them. Soon, the news that everyone in the Su family had run into trouble spread throughout City A. People watched helplessly as the Su family descended to such a sorry state, and couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Mostly because the fact that everyone in the family was dead was indeed a bit frightening. At this point, someone suddenly remembered that during the homecoming banquet held at the Su residence for Su Shushu, Su Qingqing had once made an appearance. Back then, the Su family wasn't very kind to her. They acted smug in front of everyone, wanting to chase her away with sarcastic comments. At that time, Su Qingqing said in front of everyone that the Su family tried to take the fortune of others and make it their own. With such injustice, the family would inevitably self-destruct and soon meet ruin. But many people still berated her, calling her a lunatic, weird, a charlatan who wasn't quite right in the head. Rich young ladies like her who ventured into showbiz and chased after male celebrities were already looked down upon, let alone when they also seemed mentally unstable. For a long time after that, she was a laughingstock in the upper circles of City A, talked about over tea and dinner. But now, no one treated her as a joke anymore. Before, stories about Su Qingqing's abilities started surfacing. First, there was the Gu family treating her as an honored guest, followed by rumors that she was involved in solving the dismemberment case of Kai family's daughter. There was also a tale that Su Qingqing had saved the Jiang family's son from a vengeful spirit that brought him near death. Finally, the offhand comment Su Qingqing made at the banquet came true within half a year. All these facts laid before everyone, and although these members of the elite were arrogant, they weren't fools. Now, nobody dared to underestimate Su Qingqing anymore. In a short period, people wanting to connect with Su Qingqing suddenly increased. Among those rich enough, how many have truly clean hands? Be it directly or indirectly, most carried some legal entanglements involving human lives and thus experienced strange occurrences. Through various connections, these people sought out Su Qingqing, offering any price just so she could go check things out at their homes. The prices offered were extremely high. Even for something as simple as examining the feng shui of a residence, they were offering tens of millions. Such high prices equated to substantial virtue points, and Su Qingqing was naturally tempted. She agreed to go investigate once. It turned out that the family being haunted by evil spirits was completely at fault themselves. The company's boss had slept with a talented new intern, repeatedly engaging in workplace favoritism. It was a long-standing pressure, and he had also gotten the young woman pregnant. The boss gave the young woman a large sum of money, urging her to abort the baby and leave the company, threatening not to publicize the matter or face industry-wide blacklisting. He told her not to be ungrateful. The young woman was merely a recent college graduate. Even from a prestigious university, she was powerless against the CEO of a company, this old manipulator. What could she do? She accepted the insult and took the money, planning to have an abortion and leave. Strangely, the boss's wife somehow found out about this. This wife knew her husband wasn't a first-timer at infidelity. She couldn't control him, but that didn't stop her from harboring resentment. She vented all her anger on the young woman. first spreading rumors around the office that the young woman had seduced the boss herself, then sending chrysanthemums and banners to her house. The young woman had been raised solely by her single mother, and faced with such public shaming, she couldn't bear the gossip. Already weak with a heart condition, she was immediately hospitalized due to stress. Even after being discharged from the hospital, her mother didn't believe in her innocence, instead constantly questioning why the girl did such things for money. In short, the few yellow rumors spread by the boss's wife nearly destroyed the young woman altogether. The young woman lost her job, her reputation tarnished. Worse yet, her mother now blamed her and criticized her harshly. During the abortion procedure, the doctor warned her that due to her unusual bodily structure, having an abortion risked massive bleeding and would render her permanently infertile. He suggested she should give birth to the child. But given everything that had transpired, how could the young woman keep the child? She insisted on having the abortion and subsequently bled out and died on the operating table. Even though she had passed away, the rumors continued. Some people even said she deserved her fate for undergoing an abortion. It was retribution for her lack of self-discipline. These malicious rumors eventually reached the ears of the young woman's mother, who couldn't bear them either. Her heart condition flared up again, and this time she didn't survive the episode. She was literally angered to death. After the deaths of both mother and daughter, their resentment lingered, turning them into vengeful spirits that lay in wait at the boss's home. Every day, they would cling to the backs of the boss and his wife, not only bringing them bad luck, but also seeking to take their lives. When Su Qingqing was invited to their house, she communicated with the spirits of the mother and daughter and directly confronted the boss and his family, asking if they were responsible for such a situation. However, the boss and his family outright denied everything and even tried to shift the blame, displaying no sense of morality or disheng whatsoever. Seeing their complete refusal to admit fault, Su Qingqing grew extremely angry and left without hesitation. Everything has its cause and effect. The seeds they sowed were the consequences they must reap. Being haunted by the spirits of the mother and daughter was their consequence. The haunting may not show immediate effects, but over time, it would deteriorate both their physical health and fortune. Eventually, they would face untreatable health issues, and their businesses would collapse. These were all their karmic retributions, which they deserved to endure. Su Qingqing didn't have much opinion on this. If she had any feelings about it, it was probably how unfair life could be. Many people, while alive, faced countless injustices without any means of pursuing justice. Therefore, they died with deep resentment and resorted to extreme actions after death. Later, many more wealthy families invited Su Qingqing over, but many situations were similar. Either both parties were at fault or they refused to acknowledge their mistakes. In these cases, Su Qingqing simply turned around and walked away. Over time, she became privy to more and more scandals involving the elite class. One might say that although those wealthy families appeared polished on the surface, their dirty secrets were almost laid bare before Su Qingqing. Yet Su Qingqing demanded honesty from them. If they wouldn't admit their wrongdoings, she absolutely refused to lend a hand. Now, the entire high society felt a mix of admiration and hatred toward her. Su Qingqing herself was troubled by it all. In this period, she had witnessed bizarre incidents that would usually span 2 lifetimes. Even the family she rejected kept coming back to her, some even waiting outside her company with millions in cash, stubbornly hoping to win her over. Who knows where the rumor started that she loved money? And because these wealthy individuals certainly weren't short on funds, each one believed throwing money at her would work. Su Qingqing. It's true, she did love money, but not every kind of money. Chapter 124, a big attitudinal change. Later, it was Gu Jun who helped her come up with a solution, implementing an advanced reservation system. He had the technical department create an internal appointment website for Su Qingqing. Firstly, to log into this intranet required an invitation code, and there could be at most 10 such codes per week. After logging in, users were required to detail all of their strange occurrences thoroughly, promise that they had no guilty secrets, and submit evidence. They were also responsible for ensuring the authenticity of what they said. If they lied or misrepresented to meet Su Qingqing and the actual situation did not match their descriptions, they would forever be blocked. Regardless of whatever happened in the future, Su Qingqing wouldn't offer help. Moreover, if someone tried to deceive her, even if the issue wasn't resolved, double compensation would have to be paid as a penalty for wasting her time. The last rule was mandatory, and a legally binding contract would be signed. With these rules in place, the cost of deceiving others would become very high. This thorough truth-filling process also aided Su Qingqing in screening cases more effectively. Those genuinely under threat or manipulation could receive help more quickly without delays. Su Qingqing was very satisfied with the web system. In high spirits, she gave Gu Jun 10 lightning talismans as payment. Gu Jun was delighted. Since his recent start in cultivation, his progress had been extraordinarily fast, rocket speed, changing day by day, and now he was almost reaching the foundation establishing stage. But while his cultivation speed was astonishingly quick, his performance in drawing talismans was incredibly slow. He completely couldn't draw them. Even the simplest ones were beyond him. Meanwhile, Officer Xiaochen already managed some basic symbols, yet Gu Jun still failed every time he attempted one. This made Gu Jun feel rather frustrated. Yet, when using talismans, the efficacy under him was especially powerful. Unattainable always seems best. Unattainable desires keep stirring restlessly. The less Gu Jun could draw talismans himself, the more intensely he yearned for them. However, offensive talismans, though easy enough for Su Qingqing to create, could not be given lightly to Gu Jun. After all, they were weapons and might bring unforeseen retribution if used irresponsibly. Once, during a joint effort against some evil entity, Su Qingqing had provided him with attack-oriented talismans, but generally, she limited herself to giving him protective talismans like peace blessings and protective charms. On that happy occasion, when Su Qingqing handed over the 10 lightning talismans, Gu Jun treated them like treasured jewels, keeping them securely away. He remained joyous all day, looking happier than someone who'd just made billions. Su Qingqing tried consoling him. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses. You're so strong in magical arts and physical combat. It's only natural you might be weak in another area. There's no one perfectly skilled in everything. In response, Gu Jun issued a deep inquiry. Then why are you excellent at everything? To this, Su Qingqing patted his shoulder and replied, you should know, there are always a few geniuses out there, and I happen to be one of them. Don't compare yourself with me. You're already exceptionally remarkable. Gu Jun. Thank you. You know how to console people. Surprisingly, Officer Xiao Chun showed talent in drawing talismans. After learning once, he kept practicing tirelessly, and by the time Su Qingqing visited the 7th Bureau again for teaching, he had managed to draw a basic protection charm. During Su Qingqing's first class at the 7th Bureau, some people didn't believe in her abilities until they witnessed her firsthand. Despite their silent demeanor, doubts still lingered internally. However, after Su Qingqing taught them correct energy-guiding methods, they all surrendered, thoroughly convinced. Her teaching pace was swift. She only came once every week for a morning session, which definitely wasn't meant for merely imparting bits of knowledge. Subsequently, she also taught the basics of drawing talismans and utilizing a peachwood sword with mana. While they may have dabbled in these topics before, perhaps even specializing in some areas, Su Qingqing's teachings felt entirely different from what they'd previously learned, more detailed, precise, and practical. After learning from her, instead of feeling confused afterward, they truly grasped the knowledge fully. This time, when Su Qingqing came to teach, her students' attitudes were markedly different, a warmth that bordered on enthusiasm, perhaps even deference. The students wouldn't stop praising Coach Su, exclaiming how amazing and great she was. They even bought her all sorts of different snacks, some of which were highly sought after from trendy internet-famous shops. Although Su Qingqing didn't say much, she was genuinely happy inside. With a grand gesture, she taught everyone some peculiar talismans and techniques, such as the wind-traveling technique, and talismans that could conceal one's aura. The group only managed to learn the basics, like appearing on and off when using the concealment aura talisman, or falling flat on their bottoms when employing the wind-traveling technique. Even though these skills seemed temporarily useless, everyone learned with great joy, creating a very cheerful classroom atmosphere. This brought the students even closer to Su Qingqing, as they realized she wasn't just high and mighty after all. After finishing the class for the day, Su Qingqing gathered her things to leave. As soon as she exited the training room, she was stopped by Officer Lao Chun. Besides being a police officer, Lao Chun also served as the deputy director of the 7th Bureau. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the authority to grant Su Qingqing so many privileges. Smiling, Officer Lao Chun asked, "Class is over? How did it go? Were those kids well behaved? If not, don't hesitate to push them hard. They're tough." Shaking her head, Su Qingqing truthfully replied, "No, they were all eager to learn. Many of them have quite impressive potential. Their potential was undoubtedly remarkable. In an era where lineage inheritance was severely lacking, it was still possible for these young people to master a move or two at the entry level. How could their talents be bad?" Hearing Su Qingqing praise them made Officer Lao Chun grin broadly, exposing his large teeth. Only when Su Qingqing was about to leave did he remember the important matter. "Wait, are you free now? Our director has returned. Since you've been outside all this time, you two haven't met yet. The director is here today, and if you're free, why don't we chat a bit?" "Sure." Su Qingqing paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. She'd also heard that this 7th Bureau was single-handedly established by the director. He must know more than others. Chapter 125, Directorly. From the outside, Bureau 7 appeared to be a very ordinary department. It looked no different from any other office. The director's office also resembled a regular one. Actually, departments like Bureau 7, which specialized in solving trouble, could become rich quite easily if they charged exorbitant fees to wealthy clients. Yet, this bureau looked so ordinary that even its training room, which used to be an old basketball gym, had barely been remodeled or refurbished, clearly showing that it was just a clean administration office. Su Qingqing was led by Senior Officer Chun to the director's office where she met the director of Bureau 7. She originally thought that since Deputy Director Chun was already in his 40s, the director would naturally be older. But unexpectedly, the director was rather young. The moment she walked into the office, she saw a man sitting in front of the desk wearing a neatly pressed uniform, concentrating on reading through a stack of files. The warm yellow light in the office illuminated his handsome and pale face, adding a soft touch to his otherwise stern military attire. Surprisingly, he looked about as young as Gu Jun. Senior Chin knocked gently on the open door and said, "Directorly, I've brought Coach Su over." Finally, his gaze shifted away from the dossier, and upon looking up and meeting Su Qingqing's eyes, he gave her a kind smile. "So you're Coach Su? It's an honor." He stood up and proactively shook hands with Su Qingqing, showing great respect and lowering himself considerably. This showed how much importance he placed on Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing extended her hand for a brief handshake, subtly frowning at the extremely low temperature of Director Li's hand, which wasn't normal. This made her more curious, so she carefully observed his features. How should she put it? Overall, he had relatively standard facial features with a particularly good career line. indicating that the previous 3 generations of his family were likely officials, suggesting his own authoritative nature. Judging from his appearance, he didn't seem like a villain, but more like an upright person. His character was probably amiable and approachable. However, Su Qingqing couldn't shake off the feeling that there was something odd about him. His appearance seemed veiled in a hazy fog, making it hard to see his true characteristics clearly. There were only 2 possible explanations for this phenomenon. Either he borrowed another person's luck to change his destiny, like Su Xiuxiu, and hence his current fate wasn't his own. However, under such conditions, some ominous energy usually attached itself to them. Sorcery came with ominous energy, an unavoidable fact. But there was none of that energy on him. Everything about him was pristine. Therefore, this first possibility was unlikely. The other possibility was that this individual was an expert, skilled in certain secret arts capable of concealing his true facial traits. In Su Qingqing's previous world, this was quite common. A person's facial features could reveal too many things and practically counted as privacy. Therefore, people often utilized various mystical techniques to conceal their real faces. Yet the puzzling thing was that Su Qingqing didn't sense any magical fluctuations from him either. Could he have concealed even his magical abilities? Although Su Qingqing couldn't discern his essence, she kept her expression unchanged. Her naturally emotionless, aloof demeanor ensured Director Li noticed nothing unusual. After all 3 of them sat down, Director Li began with a self-introduction. Nice to meet you. My name is Li Che. Your decision to join our Bureau 7 will be a tremendous help to us. Once again, thank you. Su Qingqing waved her hand dismissively. No need for formalities. My joining Bureau 7 has personal reasons as well. I encounter similar matters frequently, many concerning life or death lawsuits. Joining Bureau 7 makes it convenient for me in multiple aspects. Li Che smiled. I appreciate Coach Su's straightforward personality. It's easier dealing with direct people than those who beat around the bush. Su Qingqing merely nodded without responding further. Director Li picked up on Su Qingqing's disinterest in idle chit-chat and wisely refrained from continuing. Instead, he transitioned to the main topic. As you know, we are aware of your capabilities. You're the strongest here in Bureau 7, perhaps even surpassing the main disciples and elders of those external mystic sects. When Deputy Director Chun recommended promoting you to our bureau, I approved it directly without going through official channels. Primarily because Bureau 7 has suffered excessive casualties in recent years. We urgently need capable individuals like you. So, did you call me here today to tell me something? Su Qingqing asked. Su Qingqing cut him off, her clear eyes staring straight at him. Since I've joined Bureau 7 and enjoyed the conveniences it brings me, I naturally will fulfill my obligations. You don't need to flatter me with extra words. Whatever you want to say, you can tell me directly. As long as it's something I can do, I will not shirk my responsibility. This straightforward statement made Li Che a little uneasy, as if his previous compliments were all cunning tricks aimed at achieving his goals. Deputy Director Chen stepped in to ease the tension. That's just how Director Li speaks, very formally. Actually, he was afraid you'd reject him. Su Qingqing replied. As long as it's a reasonable request, just say it directly. If I have time and can accomplish it, I won't refuse. Li Che cleared his throat lightly, then took out a stack of documents from the files he had been focused on earlier and handed them over to her. You can take a look at this first. Su Qingqing took the documents and began reading. It was a classified document marked as Level 2 confidentiality, stamped on every page, accessible only by those holding a rank above Deputy Director. What's more, it was color printed, complete with detailed colored pictures accompanied by explanatory notes. As Su Qingqing progressed further into the document, her expression grew increasingly serious. The document meticulously recorded the transformation of a county, starting from its initial prosperity and vitality, through a series of strange events, until it became a ghost town. The numbers documented within were shocking. Over 300 regular police officers were listed as casualties, along with more than 20 colleagues from Bureau 7. Now, the county was practically deserted, still fraught with danger. Many daredevils entered for publicity or attention, but most went missing without return. Those who managed to come out were terrified, many suffering mental disturbances. Currently, the entire county was surrounded and guarded by the military, prohibiting unauthorized entry. Chapter 126, Yin City. Li Che saw that Su Qingqing had read through the materials, and with a serious expression, he began to explain. Yin City is located in the northwest, where there are rich mineral resources. A small county developed around the mines, but over a decade ago, because the minerals were exhausted and the coal mining company went bankrupt, some of the population migrated away. 6 years ago, the local government started transitioning towards tourism, developing part of the deep mountains. The strange events began around this time. The first group that entered the mountains to explore the terrain and create maps all went missing. The subsequent expedition team discovered their bodies in a mountain hollow. According to the autopsy, they all died from poisonous gas poisoning. Then, a week later, the people in the county saw these deceased explorers return as if nothing had happened, behaving normally and saying they had merely lost their way in the mountains for a long period. However, those who saw them come back died on the same night, with the exact same cause of death, poisonous gas poisoning. And it didn't stop there. That batch of people who saw the return team members also came back after a week, but then everyone who saw them again also died on that very night, also from poisonous gas poisoning. As more and more dead people kept returning, and whoever saw them kept dying, terror spread throughout the entire county. Those left fled or perished, turning what was once a relatively lively small county into a ghost town within half a month. Even now, at night, the sounds of bustling crowds can still be heard in the county, as though at night, the place becomes an entirely different city. Su Qingqing simply listened without any notable expressions on her face, yet her eyes revealed a contemplative glint. Seeing her lack of reaction, Li Che continued, "Currently, information about Yun City is deliberately being concealed by the state. You won't find any related data online. But as you know, such a place poses an inherent threat to the nation, and only our Bureau 7 has the capability to handle this. Superiors have given us a firm deadline. Within 3 years, no matter what resources or interdepartmental cooperation we require, everything will be granted. But we must resolve this within the 3-year time frame." Deputy Director Chen muttered on the side. "It's already the 3rd year now. In these past 3 years, our Bureau 7 has launched 4 operations, all failures. Dozens of our experienced colleagues perished during these attempts." His voice grew heavy. "We all know how dangerous this Yun City project is. Therefore, the strong colleagues in the Bureau volunteered themselves, not seeking any merit or recognition. But because it's dangerous inside, they fear accidents happening to the younger staff, so they chose themselves, leaving safety to the young ones." By this point, Su Qingqing had already guessed the main purpose of their visit. To train the staff of Bureau 7 was one reason, but the primary intention was likely to involve her personally in Yun City. While listening to them, she flipped through the documents in her hands until the end. Her gaze focused on the final item, a blood-stained black stone. Though she hadn't seen the real thing, just judging from the photo, the pitch-black rock looked clearly connected to the Universal God Sect. Closing the document folder, she looked up and asked directly, "When do you plan for the next operation? How do you expect me to assist?" Li Che and Deputy Director Chun exchanged a glance, both revealing expressions of relief and joy. With such a powerful expert joining, the success rate of this mission would definitely improve. Deputy Director Chen detailed the opportunities they plan to exploit during this operation, while Li Che supplemented the information. "Our current plan is under preparation. It's almost ready. This time, 20 colleagues from Bureau 7 will participate, led by Officer Xiao Chun, who has extensive experience. Now that you're joining us, you'll be given the same command authority as Officer Xiao Chun. You two will coordinate together on leadership. In addition, we've learned from previous mistakes, this time jointly recruiting several experts from the mystical sects." Li Che added, "These mystical sect experts could provide good assistance, but there's also a potential issue. They're usually top performers in their own fields, so they might be somewhat arrogant. Even though they've been officially invited, they may not always be easy to get along with since they're here to help. If possible, I hope, as an official representative, you try not to have conflicts with them." Su Qingqing looked up at him briefly. "Why would you think I'd conflict with them?" Li Che faltered, unsure whether it was his impression or not, but he felt Su Qingqing seemed to be deliberately targeting him. Deputy Director Chun interjected from the side, smiling awkwardly. "Coach Su, please don't take it to heart. Director Li is just like this. He tends to ramble endlessly, reminding everyone of everything, but he truly means no harm. Please don't misunderstand him." Su Qingqing, "I see." She glanced at the time. It was already 7 in the evening. She had finished work at 6 and had been chatting casually here for an hour. In her view, if she hadn't left her workplace on time, regardless of the reason, it counted as overtime. "I've understood the situation you mentioned. I'll cooperate with you. Just tell me when you plan to act. As my primary job is being an entertainer, and I have commitments to fulfill, I need to arrange my time accordingly." When she reiterated that she was an entertainer, her tone was calm and matter-of-fact, as though there was nothing strange about it. Li Che and Deputy Director Chun. "Fine. It seems that having this skill and yet still choosing to stick with the entertainment industry must mean she genuinely loves being an entertainer." Li Che said, "The initial time set is 3 months from now. We're mainly waiting for the availability of those mystical sex people, but it won't be delayed much longer than that." Su Qingqing silently calculated the timeline in her mind, and 3 months later would roughly coincide with the completion of the movie she was shooting. She agreed. "All right, I've understood. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I'll drive you home." Li Che stood up. "No need. I have a limousine to pick me up." Su Qingqing politely declined. Li Che. He almost forgot. This was someone with a personal limousine. Provoking her? Definitely not an option. There's simply no way. Su Qingqing left the 7th Bureau and happened to encounter Gu Jun, who had just returned home, on her way back. Gu Jun immediately dropped by her place and asked whether she had eaten dinner. Upon learning she hadn't, he promptly ordered takeout and invited Su Qingqing to join him. While having dinner, Su Qingqing recounted the story of Yun City briefly to Gu Jun. Finally, she summarized, "I suspect that Yun City is likely the main base of the Universal God Sect. Are you interested? At your cultivation speed, by then, your strength will likely surpass most of the colleagues in the 7th Bureau. If you're interested, I can apply for special approval for you to go together. But it will still be dangerous inside. It's up to your decision." Chapter 127, Regarding Ascension. Su Qingqing had just finished saying that there was danger, but she didn't even get a chance to elaborate on what kind of danger when Gu Jun immediately said, "I'll go." Su Qingqing arched an eyebrow. "I haven't even told you what the danger is yet." Gu Jun was very serious. "No matter what danger there is, I have to go. Firstly, the people from the Universal God Sect have been trying to harm me for reasons unknown. Although I am temporarily safe because of you and can enjoy a brief moment of peace, as long as those who want to harm me are still alive, I will always be in danger. I don't like sitting around waiting to die. I prefer taking the initiative. Would staying at home, cowering in fear, keep me any safer?" Su Qingqing shook her head. "Though I don't know their purpose, I suspect it's probably related to the purple dragon chi within you. They likely want the purple dragon chi from your body. As long as they exist, and as long as you're alive, they will always have their eyes on you." So, Gu Gu Jun's expression became earnest, his eyes flashing with sharpness. I'm not just helping you. I'm also helping myself. Furthermore, these people from the Universal God sect have committed countless evils. If we can eliminate them sooner, it would be a good deed. What Gu Jun didn't say aloud was that he had his own considerations. Yunqing City was known at the end of the last century for its energy resources, rich in mines, which brought prosperity and a peaceful life to the local residents. At the time, this small county town was quite famous, ranked among the top 10 powerful counties nationwide. Even after the mining was placed under state control and large-scale extraction wasn't allowed anymore, making the town less prosperous than before, it still retained a solid foundation. The state planned to resume regular mining operations in the future and continue development. But this place, akin to a treasure trove, decayed into a ghost town in such a short span due to the Universal God sect, highlighting the destructive power of this evil cult. If they were not stopped soon and allowed to continue developing unchecked until they grew stronger, wouldn't it become a hazard to society as a whole? The Gu family was undeniably wealthy, but all their businesses depended on a thriving and stable environment. If society descended into chaos due to the Universal God sect, how could the Gu family remain unscathed? For one thing, he himself was targeted by the members of the Universal God sect, and on another note, he had to protect his own family too. Su Qingqing looked at Gu Jun with appreciation, lightly patting his shoulder, and said, "Not bad. Your insight is pretty nice. Unfortunately, you were born at the wrong time. If you were in a world abundant with spiritual energy, with your qualifications and insight, you'd definitely be able to ascend successfully." When Gu Jun heard Su Qingqing talk about ascending, her usually indifferent expression lit up with excitement, revealing more passion than when discussing money. Gu Jun hesitantly asked, "So, do you want to ascend?" Su Qingqing nodded straightforwardly. "Of course, I want to ascend. Everything I'm doing now is for the sake of ascension." Ascension remained a distant concept for Gu Jun, something he only encountered in novels and films. While he wasn't unfamiliar with the idea of ascension, if someone mentioned it in real life, he would surely think that person was crazy. But now, since the person talking about ascension was Su Qingqing, he felt differently. After hesitating a moment, he cautiously inquired, "Is there really such a thing as ascension in this world?" Of course, Su Qingqing wanted to say more, but found it difficult to explain as the words reached her lips. Finally, she only said, "You focus on cultivating. Perhaps if you live long enough, you might see my ascension. Then you'll understand what ascension is." Gu Jun. It was truly a response hard to counter. "Oh right, do you want to ascend?" Su Qingqing belatedly added a question. Gu Jun helplessly spread his hands. "I don't even know what ascension is yet, let alone how to ascend." Su Qingqing generously shared her ascension experience. "Don't worry. At your current level, you don't need to worry about ascension yet. Once you break through to the foundational cultivation stage and choose the path you want to follow, I can create a set of cultivation methods for ascension based on your situation. Of course, cultivation is one aspect. It strengthens both body and strength. Additionally, you should always aim to accumulate virtue by practicing kindness regularly. Never commit any wicked deeds or acts that weigh heavily on your conscience. Accumulating sufficient virtue reduces the intensity of the heavenly thunderbolts during your ascension. Otherwise, if the thunderbolts are too strong, you might not withstand them and perish." As Su Qingqing mentioned the last part, perishing because the heavenly thunderbolts are too overwhelming, her tone was filled with deep sorrow. Thinking back, she herself had been a prodigy of the mystic sect, achieving ascension after cultivating for 200 years in her previous life. As it turned out, the heavenly thunderbolts that descended were the most powerful ones in a millennium. If those bolts had been just slightly weaker, she could have endured them. Unfortunately, the thunderbolts were so immense, and due to her soul missing a fragment of essence, her attempt at flying up failed right there. Now reflecting on it, she realized that she had suffered from the lack of merit points. Had she not been so arrogant, and instead descended the mountain for training when her cultivation skills reached an appropriate level, and spent 100 years or so doing good deeds to accumulate merit points, she might have had enough merit to protect herself, and possibly she could have succeeded in withstanding the heavenly thunderbolts in her past life. Back then, she had focused all her energy on cultivation, finding everything outside of cultivation very troublesome, especially descending into the mortal world for trials, where she would be involved in numerous interpersonal matters. But after coming to this world and helping many people, she began to understand why the ancient patriarchs always encouraged her to leave the mountain for trials. Because when she had the ability to help others, aiding those people to overcome difficulties and uphold justice truly felt wonderful. The feeling of being needed was something she had never experienced before. Gu Jun asked again, "Then what kind of actions can help me accumulate more merits?" Su Qingqing replied, "Do more good deeds, save some injured small animals, and the simplest way is to do more kindness, such as making donations. Of course, the money donated must absolutely not be ill-gotten." It was only at this moment that Gu Jun finally realized. "So you work so hard to make money, and keep donating it, just to accumulate merit, and prepare for ascension?" Su Qingqing nodded seriously. "Yes, I need to accumulate more merit than any of you, and there's still a long way to go." As she spoke, she pulled out the jade ruby hanging around her neck and took a glance at it. Only she could see the numbers inscribed on it. Currently, the merit she had accumulated over time added up to more than 90,000. Part of these 90,000 merits came from saving so many wealthy individuals at a charity banquet, while the majority were earned by donating her earnings. Although 90,000 merits seemed like a large number, compared to hundreds of millions of merits, it was merely a drop in the bucket. She sighed deeply and looked up to ask Gu Jun, Is there anyone else around you who needs help? Any unlucky souls? Gu Jun. Why did he have a strong feeling that his former self was also among the unlucky souls Su Qingqing mentioned? Mr. Gu felt a little hurt. He thought he was different, but in the end, he was no different from others. Chapter 128. Master Su is about to be taken away. In any case, Gu Jun decided to go along with them. Now they just had to wait for the news from Bureau 7. Since Gu Jun was going together, Su Qingqing also became concerned about Gu Jun's training. Although Gu Jun was not good at drawing talismans, his physical fitness was extremely strong. He had only been cultivating for a few days, and he hadn't yet broken through to the foundation stage. But after Su Qingqing tested him, she found that his physical fitness had already reached the level beyond the foundation stage. So she formulated a special physical training plan for Gu Jun. This kind of physical training wasn't something that could be achieved by just working out in a regular gym. It mainly focused on developing a special ability to withstand attacks. She submitted an application and brought Gu Jun to the training room of Bureau 7. She let those trainees fight with him, saying fight, but in reality, it was one-sided beating. Different students excelled in different elemental attacks, so she treated Gu Jun as a target to receive these varied elemental assaults. Starting with the weakest attacks, once Gu Jun could withstand them without harm, she gradually increased the power. With 5 different elements, there would be a change in the attacking element every day for 5 days without repetition, and then the last 2 days would involve all 5 elements simultaneously. After adapting, Gu Jun would have resistance to common attacks. This method of physical training not only made his body stronger, but also enhanced his cultivation speed. When Su Qingqing's trainees first heard that they were supposed to hit Gu Jun, they hesitated. Officer Xiao Chun, knowing Gu Jun's identity, was hesitant. Coach Su, should we really hit him? If Mr. Gu gets hurt, won't he sue us or make our bureau pay compensation? Before Su Qingqing could respond, Gu Jun spoke up. It's fine, stick to the designated training volume. Even if something happens, I don't need you to pay any compensation because I'm certainly not short of money. Officer Xiao Chun and other colleagues. What is this top-level flexing? His words are so piercing. I am not short of money. Then, those who were initially hesitant about hitting Gu Jun actually went all out without any psychological burden when it came to the actual fighting. Beating up rich people was something everyone usually wanted to do but dared not. So now they indulged fully. Once Gu Jun's training routine got settled, Su Qingqing finally finished reprocessing her enrollment procedures. Having her own household registration booklet now made everything very convenient for her. She didn't need parents or guardians to sign off, and she alone could handle everything. Life at university was simpler than she expected, completely devoid of the scheming and manipulation depicted in TV dramas. The university students here were rather naive, either attending classes for their studies or being deceived while doing part-time jobs outside. Su Qingqing casually introduced them to some part-time job opportunities, which made them immensely happy, telling her that she was surprisingly nice. However, she didn't really make any friends at the university because she had spent some time in the entertainment circle and was already quite famous beyond that realm. The classmates who hadn't yet ventured into the wider world always felt a distance from her. Anyway, she came to school for a degree, not to make friends. Coincidentally, a major film production that she had signed on to began shooting at the university, where she played the role of the second female lead. Most of her scenes took place at the school, allowing her to balance studying and filming. As time passed smoothly, Su Qingqing thought that combining studying with acting and using her free time to cultivate was a fairly pleasant rhythm of life. The only thing that annoyed her was that the original female lead of the movie injured herself during an action scene, fracturing and dislocating her ankle, requiring at least half a year of recovery. For the progress of the entire movie, it was necessary to replace the female lead. The new female lead turned out to be someone familiar to Su Qingqing, Zhao Liya. Upon seeing Su Qingqing, Zhao Liya excitedly greeted her like meeting a long-lost relative, openly holding her hand in front of everyone and saying, "Finally, I see you again. You unfeeling person, why wouldn't you come out when I asked normally? Do you know how much I've missed you? In order to be with you, I overcame numerous difficulties, went through tough interviews for this leading role just to meet you and work together with you in this film. Did you know?" Su Qingqing, feeling disgusted, pushed her head back with her hand and said, "Stop making me sick, speak plainly." Only then did Zhao Liya calm down and say, "Plainly speaking, I get bored easily when I'm alone. I feel that the events I encounter around you are more thrilling and interesting. Are you not scared anymore? Not afraid of danger?" Su Qingqing raised an eyebrow at her. Zhao Liya waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, come on. Once you get used to something, it becomes normal. Seeing it often makes you less afraid. I've realized by now, those ghosts that people fear might just as well be someone many people have been longing for day and night. When you think of it this way, they're not really scary anymore. And anyway, don't I still have you here to protect me?" As she spoke her last sentence, the usually strong-willed her actually showed a trace of shyness on her face. "Su Qingqing, if you hadn't brought up this nonsense, we could have continued being good friends." Zhao Liya didn't flinch. "Even with this nonsense, I still want to be your friend." Of course, Zhao Liya wasn't the biggest headache for Su Qingqing. The most bothersome was when Jiang Muqing managed to find his way to the set too. In order to stay in the crew, he even boldly auditioned for the supporting male role, but obviously failed. He wouldn't give up, so he proposed sponsoring the film. As a result, the production's props team was upgraded to an extravagant level. The head director allowed him to stay because of his financial power. His body had already recovered quite well, and due to the amulets and talismans given by Su Qingqing, combined with the potent cultivation boosting symbols, his current energy was even better than before. His spirits were the best they had ever been. And all of that newfound energy went into following Su Qingqing around. Why was Jiang Muqing pestering Su Qingqing? It wasn't because he wanted to see the world like Zhao Liya did. He was there to learn her craft. Jiang Muqing had long been completely impressed by Su Qingqing's skills. He genuinely believed that she surpassed all the masters he had previously met. Moreover, he had an immense interest in this area, so he started clinging to Su Qingqing, asking her to teach him. On the set, he showered Su Qingqing with endless care and attention, tending to every little detail, and those who didn't know any better might assume he was pursuing her. When Gu Jun found out about this news, he immediately made his way to the set. How could he let anyone compete with him for Master Su? Chapter 129, Fake Thunderstruck Wood. Jiang Muqing appeared to be as aloof as a young gentleman under the clear wind and bright moon, further enhanced by his identity as the weak second son of the Jiang family, making him quite hard to approach. But upon real contact, one would find that he was no less of a joker than Zhao Liya. Moreover, he was obsessed with metaphysics and insisted on learning it. He kept trying to get close to Su Qingqing and even flattered her. Su Qingqing was resting on set while reading a script when he approached her with a piece of wood resembling black charcoal, showing it off as if it were a treasure. Master Su, take a look. This is a millennium-old thunderstruck wood that I purchased for a heavy price. It's peachwood too. Many practitioners from the esoteric sects competed with me for it, but I managed to secure it by throwing down loads of money. Su Qingqing glanced at the pitch-black wood, twitched the corner of her mouth, said nothing, and continued to read her script. Jiang Muqing was already accustomed to her aloof attitude. He didn't feel defeated at all and pressed on. Master Su, I've heard that those in your esoteric sect love using this kind of thunderstruck wood since it gathers the great righteousness from the lightning strike, capable of intimidating all ordinary evil entities. How about this one? I had such difficulty obtaining it, yet it serves no purpose in my hands, unable to unleash its full potential. Since you are so capable, I'll just give it to you. Finally, Su Qingqing put down her script and turned to look at Jiang Muqing, whose face brimmed with anticipation. How should she say this? She felt rather awkward, unsure of how to tell him that he'd been duped, most likely in cahoots with others. And this thunderstruck wood was fake. Given his reported heart issues, if he learned that he'd been conned, and probably out of a hefty sum of money, would his heart condition flare up again? That might result in another hospital trip. Just now, she had donated all her money, and her next big spender hasn't surfaced yet. Neither had her acting fee been paid. She was currently broke and couldn't afford to compensate this rich master's medical expenses. Before she could figure out how to phrase it, a familiar, deep, and magnetic voice came from behind. Jiang Muqing, how many times must I tell you that if you're swindled, just accept it? Why must you keep showing off things like this? Jiang Muqing and Su Qingqing simultaneously turned their heads and saw Gu Jun, who had just arrived. Gu Jun effortlessly snatched the thunderstruck wood from Jiang Muqing's hand, weighed it slightly, then chuckled. He lightly snapped the thunderstruck wood, breaking it cleanly in half. What do you think you're doing, Gu Jun? This cost me several million. It's a millennium-old thunderstruck wood. You have. Before Jiang Muqing could finish asking whether Gu Jun had any sense, Gu Jun pushed the broken piece of the wood right up to his face. Take a look yourself. If this is really a 1,000-year-old peachwood struck by lightning, wouldn't it have scorched centers too? Take a good look. It's still its original wooden color inside. And smell closer. Doesn't it emit the scent of camphor trees? The thunderstruck wood was almost shoved into his face, leaving him no choice but to inhale. Furthermore, Jiang Muqing had to admit that he indeed smelled camphor wood instead of peach wood. Realizing this, even a fool like Jiang Muqing finally understood that he'd been cheated. Holding the remnants of the thunderstruck wood, he muttered to himself, how could this be? How could this be possible? At that time, there were several disciples of masters vying for it. Gu Jun was merciless as he poked further into his sensitive spot. Why wouldn't it happen? I've already told you. Stop associating with those charlatans. They're after your money, and you've been tricked countless times. Yet, you never learn. Jiang Muqing lowered his head shamefully after being reprimanded by Gu Jun, finally understanding the meaning behind Su Qingqing's incomprehensible expression from before. Recalling the great embarrassment he caused in front of Master Su, his face burned red, feeling as though he couldn't lift his head. After some time passed, he suddenly realized something seemed amiss. Turning his head, he asked Gu Jun, that's not right. When did you become so knowledgeable about these things? How can you identify the fake thunderstruck wood at first glance? As if he had anticipated this question, Gu Jun instinctively straightened his back, pride evident in his tone. It's because naturally over the recent period, I've learned quite a bit from Master Su. Regarding whether or not something is truly thunderstruck wood, I can tell at a glance. Su Qingqing. What's with this tone that sounds like a child bragging about his toy? When Jiang Muqing heard that Gu Jun's skills came from Su Qingqing, he widened his eyes immediately. What? You've actually learned from Master Su. I want it too. After hearing this, Su Qingqing felt her head buzz. She originally didn't want to take Jiang Muqing as a disciple, which was already quite troublesome. Now, after learning that she had taught Gu Jun, he became even more persistent. Gu Jun noticed his mistake as soon as he saw the gleam in Jiang Muqing's eyes. He shouldn't have bragged. Originally, apart from the 7th lesson's teaching hours, Su Qingqing could focus solely on him. But if she were to take Jiang Muqing as a disciple as well, wouldn't his time be squeezed out? He hurried to reject Jiang Muqing before Su Qingqing said anything. No way, stop daydreaming. Why can you and not me? Jiang Muqing refused to accept it. Gu Jun crossed his arms. Because I have talent, and you don't. Besides, your health isn't great. What if something happens to you during the learning process? After he mentioned this, Su Qingqing suddenly remembered that brother Jiang Muqing wasn't in the best of health. Any risky move, and he might perish. And given how much his whole family doted on him, if something happened to him while with her, there would be no compensation high enough for the loss. Thinking about this, Su Qingqing immediately told him, well, your birth chart really doesn't align well with getting involved in these kinds of practices. You should go home and stay safe at home. Otherwise, if you run into trouble again, your family will definitely worry. Jiang Muqing. She hadn't initially outright refused him or pushed so firmly. It's all because of what Gu Jun had said. Jiang Muqing clenched his teeth and asked Gu Jun, are you deliberately doing this? Your words were just a hint to Master Su, so she wouldn't take me on as a student. Gu Jun frowned. How could you think like that? Everything I've said is for your good. He sounded utterly selfless, as if he had zero ulterior motives. This made Jiang Muqing question himself, scratching his head wondering if he was overly sensitive. Was everyone truly acting in his best interest? Chapter 130, Master Su Needs Money. At this point, Zhao Lia, who had been applying makeup nearby, spoke up leisurely. She said to Jiang Muqing while outlining her eyebrows, I heard your mother recently participated in an overseas auction and got her hands on a set of ruby necklaces and rings. That's right, so what? They're her new treasures, don't even think about them. Jiang Muqing responded promptly, her gaze at Zhao Lia filled with evident vigilance. Everyone knew that Zhao Lia, this woman, had a penchant for jewelry. It was estimated that she also attempted to snatch the ruby set, but failed. With a glance at his tense expression, Zhao Lia said lightly, well, I originally thought of suggesting that if you were to sell me that set of ruby jewels, then I would tell you how to get accepted as a disciple by Su Qingqing. But with this attitude of yours, never mind. Hearing this, Jiang Muqing immediately jumped at it. He walked over to Zhao Lia and began saying sweet words. No way. Although those are jewelry my mom likes, they're not mine. If you want, I could steal them out for you. The crowd. What a filial son. Do your parents know how obedient you are? Doesn't Zhao Lia fear your mom beating you if you secretly take these beloved gems away to resell? Zhao Lia questioned, looking askance at him. Jiang Muqing showed no care at all. He waved his hand nonchalantly. It's nothing. She won't kill me. Anyway, since I'm always sick, she'd only feel regret and fear herself when hitting me. She'll never go all out. Clearly, such acts have been part of his life from young till now. Zhao Lia gave him a big thumb up. Jiang Muqing, you live up to your reputation. Impatiently, Jiang Muqing urged, stop all this nonsense, just tell me first. What method do you have that can make Master Su take me as a disciple, and afterward, I'll definitely steal that ruby jewelry set for you. Although unreliable normally, Jiang Muqing is known for being trustworthy. He never deceives others. Zhao Lia beckoned to him with one hand. Come closer, I'll whisper the secret to you. Primarily, it seemed somewhat embarrassing to say it outright, and rather unbecoming, difficult to utter gracefully in public. Gu Jun slightly furrowed his brows, wondering what trick Zhao Lia might pull off that could allow someone like Jiang Muqing, with such specific fates, to become a disciple under Su Qingqing. Aware of Gu Jun's constant watchful eyes, Zhao Lia felt uncomfortable and turned around, leaning close to Jiang Muqing's ear, lowering her voice. Master Su is extremely short of money. She doesn't desire anything else but money. If you wish to impress her, offering money should suffice. And if it doesn't work, it simply means the amount hasn't been enough yet. Jiang Muqing doubted, half believing, half not believing. Is that true? Would a master-level person like Master Su really need money too? Absolutely, Zhao Lia swore confidently. Despite her high earnings, her spending is even greater. You know how she keeps breaching contracts and paying out millions in damages? Isn't it clear that she needs more money? Anyway, stop looking at me this way. If you don't believe me, why don't you just give it a try yourself? Moreover, considering your family isn't poor either, and if it turns out to be futile, you don't even need to hand over that ruby jewelry set. Her certainty and tone made Jiang Muqing doubt reality itself. Could it truly be so simple? Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Lia's whispered secrets were as audible to Su Qingqing and Gu Jun, who had specially trained ears, as loud conspiracies right in front of them. Gu Jun inwardly lamented that things might go awry, because Su Qingqing could resist all sorts of temptations, except monetary ones. Or more accurately, she couldn't resist the allure of virtue points, morality value, not directly money, though money could be converted into virtue points which she adored. A crack of uncertainty appeared on Su Qingqing's usually composed face. Dang it. That woman Zhao Lia had discovered her weak spot. Yet still, Su Qingqing wanted to put up a fight against it. Jiang Muqing walked up to her and cleared his throat, settling his composure before speaking. Master Su, I realize that people at your level must have countless responsibilities to shoulder, and teaching apprentices will undoubtedly consume much time and effort. How utterly thoughtless I was to ask you to take me as a disciple without prior consideration. Therefore, as you know, I'm not good at recognizing precious gifts. So, we may cut straight to the point. Let's get down to something mundane money. Would you agree to my proposal where I offer 10 million yuan per month as hard-earned fee for you merely taking a few idle moments each day to guide me? Su Qingqing. Damn rich people. 100 million yuan in a month. The figure spews casually from his mouth, like kids playing around. To normal folk, this is akin to mentioning 100 yuan casually. Just like that joke she saw online, rich folks spend amounts that commoners wouldn't dare waste frivolously. Su Qingqing also lightly coughed and said, you've got it wrong. It's not about the money. It's just that your baju, birth chart, makes you unsuitable for this line of work. One misstep, and it could be very dangerous. 20 million a month. Jiang Muqing didn't let her finish before upping the ante by another 10 million. Su Qingqing struggled to swallow, wanting to protest further, Cough, cough. Didn't you hear what I just said? It's not about the money. 30 million a month. Jiang Muqing added another 10 million. Su Qingqing's mental defenses began to crumble. The main issue is that this line of work is extremely hard. I'm afraid you might not be able to bear it. 40 million a month. After increasing his offer, Jiang Muqing clasped his hands together and said, Master Su, this is the most pocket money I can scrape together in a month. Any more, and I won't have anything left. I can endure hardship, truly I can. This is my utmost sincerity. Please, take me on. Even Gu Jun and Zhao Liya couldn't help but feel embarrassed by how eager he was to give up his money. Finally, Su Qingqing's resistance broke down. She cleared her throat and straightened up her body saying, I've already told you, it's not about the money, it's about your attitude. Once we start in this trade, the worst thing is quitting halfway through. I was simply testing your attitude earlier, and now you've passed my test. I will take you under my wing and teach you some things, but absolutely not as an official disciple. We'll just say it's due to our fateful encounter that I guide you casually a bit. Do you understand? Jiang Muqing was an astute person. By this point, how could he not get it? He nodded vigorously saying, I understand, I fully understand. You're not my master, you're merely my mentor in this field, the guiding light leading me forward. By this time, Gu Jun had already started massaging his forehead with one hand. He should have known long ago. The only temptation Su Master can't resist is money that can be exchanged for virtue points. Chapter 131, Worthy Capitalists. In the end, Gu Jun was moved by Jiang Muqing's sincerity and agreed to take him as a disciple. But she wasn't cruel enough to really charge him 40 million yuan as a hardship fee every month. Although she liked money and never got tired of having more, she didn't believe in getting rewarded without doing the work. It made her quite uncomfortable to take so much money from him every month for no good reason. In the end, she set a fixed price, only charging Jiang Muqing 60 million yuan, but leaving the teaching content entirely up to her random arrangement. Originally, she intended to ask for 40 million, just to take 1 month's worth of his pocket money and be done with it. However, Jiang Muqing refused outright. Excited about finally studying seriously under a master, he practically wanted to give everything he had to his teacher. To him, 40 million was merely 1 month's pocket money. How could that possibly suffice? So, under Jiang Muqing's insistence, he pulled a little extra money from home, making up a nice round figure of 60 million yuan. Without consulting Su Qingqing, he asked Zhao Liya for the bank account details and sent the money directly. About half an hour after Jiang Muqing transferred 60 million to Su Qingqing received another 40 million. She also received a WeChat friend request, noting that the sender was Jiang Muqing's mother. Su Qingqing accepted the friend request and learned that this was the private number of his mother. She also learned that the subsequent 40 million came from Aunt Jiang. Aunt Jiang was humble and respectful in her attitude. She told Su Qingqing over WeChat that Jiang Muqing was incompetent and playful, clearly unsuited for the metaphysical arts. Yet these years of obsession had cost him a lot of money in scams. Moreover, meeting ill-intentioned people like Su Shushu exposed him to danger and caused endless worry. Rather than forcibly preventing him from pursuing this field and letting him mess around on the outside, it would be better to find someone reliable like Su Qingqing to guide him. At least he would be under watchful eyes, out of trouble. The additional 40 million was extra compensation, hoping Su Qingqing could take extra care of their child. How to say it? One could only lament the caring hearts of all parents. She felt like she was a kindergarten teacher being bribed by parents to take extra care of their children. Looking at her recently emptied account, now swollen by 100 million yuan, she couldn't help but sigh once again in her heart. Truly, they were rich. Thankfully, she had joined the 7th Bureau, where inflows and outflows of her personal account were backed up and went through official channels. Otherwise, with such mysterious financial flows, she might have been called up for investigation or questioning. After Zhao Liya confirmed that Su Qingqing agreed to teach Jiang Muqing, she leaned over curiously. Dear Qingqing sister, whether teaching 1 or 2 students is still teaching. I'm far smarter than Jiang Muqing. You can bring me along while you teach me, too. This was a declarative sentence. It wasn't even a question. Clearly, Zhao Liya had already decided to latch onto Su Qingqing shamelessly. She was determined to freeload on the learning opportunity, come what may. Su Qingqing. Woman, you've gone bad. Zhao Liya flicked her hair. Bad women attract men. This isn't my going bad. It's just my true nature. You simply didn't understand me before. Su Qingqing. Yes, I'm shallow. Realizing late in the game, Jiang Muqing pointed at Zhao Liya. Zhao Liya? You scoundrel are taking advantage of me again. You've been scamming me ever since we were kids. All his efforts, money, and several days' worth of goodwill spent courting Su Qingqing led her to finally agree to teach him. But Zhao Liya managed to piggyback on his efforts. Worse yet, he even lost his mom's set of ruby jewelry. But Zhao Liya wasn't fazed at all. What do you mean, ever since we were kids? You've always been scammed, not just by me. It's your own fault for being so gullible. How dare you blame it all on me? Jiang Muqing. It angered him, but there was no way to refute it. Instead of quietly reading the script as expected, Su Qingqing now had to endure Zhao Liya and Jiang Muqing bickering nonstop in her ears. She suddenly felt a headache coming on. Why did it feel like she, who loved quiet cultivation, had ended up in this situation? Oh well, for the money, for the merit points, she'd endure it. Gu Jun was also troubled. Initially, he could have quietly cultivated with Su Qingqing every day, but now 2 more people had to be inexplicably added to the mix. He sighed heavily as he walked beside Su Qingqing. You see, earlier you shouldn't have agreed to Jiang Muqing. Even though 60 million is quite a bit, but isn't he the unlucky type? Just wait until he runs into misfortune multiple times and comes back looking for your help. Later, the rewards you get might be even more than 60 million. Oh, Su Qingqing. She cast a meaningful glance at Gu Jun and sighed. They really aren't capitalists. Even their way of fleecing is professional. If she had the same kind of business acumen as Gu Jun, the same fortune as Gu Jun, and the same knack for making money, she might even be able to ascend right where she was just by earning money, donating it, and accumulating merit. Unfortunately, she still had too soft a heart, and she lacked the ability in this area, didn't she? After the filming was over, Su Qingqing, having collected her payment, took both Jiang Muqing and Zhao Liya back home with her. The moment Su Qingqing stepped into the house, the large green snake peeked out from the pool and looked at Su Qingqing with its small, bead-like eyes. It asked, "Master Su, could you please take a look and tell me if I have recovered enough to practice the art of transforming into human form?" Su Qingqing gave it a brief glance. Not yet. The large green snake lifted more than half of its body out of the water pool, dissatisfied. Not yet. You always say not yet. How long do I have to keep practicing? It couldn't wait to master the art of transformation so it could go find its master. It almost asked this question every day, and Su Qingqing almost never replied. But today, much to its surprise, Su Qingqing actually answered. 2 weeks. If you continue recovering at this speed, in 2 weeks, once your injuries are mostly healed, you can start learning how to transform into a human shape. Upon hearing this, the green snake first froze in shock, then became excited all over, leaping out of the pool to hover beside Su Qingqing, repeatedly asking, "Really? Really? Is it really?" Su Qingqing's head began to throb due to its shrill voice. "Shut up and be quiet, or I'll throw you into the Yangtze River outside." The large green snake immediately silenced and obediently shrank back into its water pool, but its tiny bead-like eyes sparkled, showing how incredibly thrilled it was. Even more excited than it were Jiang Muqing and Zhao Liya, who came back together. Zhao Liya, who had seen a lot, was calmer. However, Jiang Muqing couldn't help himself. First, he got an enormous scare from the large green snake that could talk like a human. Then his entire face turned red with excitement. Chapter 132. It seems like a magical world. Jiang Muqing didn't get a chance to ask Su Qingqing where the giant green snake came from. Still dazed, he followed her inside, and in the living room, he saw an enormous black bat hanging upside down. Before he could even scream, he heard that hanging fruit bat talking like a human. "Master Su, I've already said everything I needed to say, and confessed everything I had to confess. When are you going to help me find someone? Once we find that old Taoist priest who tricked me, you can release me sooner, right? Big cities are no fun at all. The nights here are too bright. It's bad for my fragile eyesight. And the fruits here don't taste good either. They're all filled with additives, grown with ripening hormones. I want to go back to the countryside. I want to go back to the rural areas. I also want to return to the deep mountains." As the old fruit bat spoke, it began crying, wiping its tears sorrowfully. This scene was quite a shock for Jiang Muqing and Zhao Liya, except for Su Qingqing. She seemed unfazed by this, mainly because this old fruit bat was a chatterbox. This has been its old routine. It would almost daily howl and complain to Su Qingqing like this. Su Qingqing usually ignored it, but since she brought some friends back today, there were still some things she had to explain. Otherwise, with the way the old fruit bat kept yelling, there was a possibility others might think she was a weirdo. Su Qingqing glanced at it hanging upside down and said, "If you want to leave, then leave. I haven't set any arrays to trap you. You can go anytime." The old fruit bat replied confidently, "If you don't send me away, how am I supposed to go? Modern cities are so complex, I couldn't possibly fly out. Moreover, there is such a lack of spiritual energy outside. There's nothing to eat or drink on the way. If you don't take me, how am I, just one bat, supposed to get there?" Su Qingqing coldly rejected, "Then there's no other way. I never can find you. If you want to leave, you figure it out yourself. It's none of my business." Still hopeful, the old fruit bat asked again, "Can I exchange 100 years of cultivation with you? If I give you 100 years of my cultivation, will you release me into the deep mountain forests? I need a clean environment without pollution, preferably in the tropical area, somewhere with endless fruits." "Stop," Su Qingqing interrupted with a headache. "First, you don't even have several hundred years of cultivation in the first place. You've already given up 100 years of your cultivation before. Another 100 years gone means what remains wouldn't be enough for you to protect yourself. Secondly, your cultivation doesn't sync with mine. What do I need your cultivation for?" Her last words were filled with disdain. On the face of the old fruit bat appeared an expression of hurt similar to a human. It said sorrowfully, "If I'm trapped forever in this city made of steel and cement, I'd rather disperse all my cultivation. Just let me return to the forest. Let me return to my beloved cave." Su Qingqing opened the living room window and said, "Then please leave. I don't want your 100 years of cultivation. Go now, pursue the freedom you desire." The old fruit bat sighed again. "I can't leave, I really can't. I'm unable to get out of this steel jungle. From the very start, I shouldn't have come here. If I hadn't come, none of this would have happened." Su Qingqing finally lost patience, opened a dark little room at the corner of the first floor, threw the old fruit bat in there, then casually put a soundproofing talisman. Everything went smoothly. The world finally became quiet. Jiang Muqing and Zhao Liya were both stunned. The moment they pushed open the door to Su Qingqing's yard, they felt as if they had stepped into Harry Potter's magical world. Su Qingqing turned back and smiled at them. "Don't worry about these details." Jiang Muqing and Zhao Liya dared not worry, absolutely dared not worry. This wasn't something they should even bother to question. Although Su Qingqing didn't become their master, she still intended to teach them some skills. So Su Qingqing led them to the small sunny room in the garden dedicated to their ancestors, allowing the two of them to offer incense together to their ancestor, symbolizing a form of discipleship. Once they entered the sunny room, they immediately felt the surrounding air change, making them feel particularly comfortable and relaxed, with a sense of mental clarity. Especially for Jiang Muqing, his health was originally poor, and he was very sensitive to his surroundings. In some places heavy with yin qi, he would feel suffocated and have trouble breathing just by getting close. But here was exactly the opposite. No matter where he was, he felt nowhere else was as relaxing and comfortable as this place. His whole body felt loose, as if filled with infinite vitality. He wasn't unfamiliar with seeing or worshipping the ancestors' statue elsewhere. However, only this place's patriarch gave him the most special feeling. It was as if the patriarch smiled kindly and quietly gazed at him, protecting and guarding him. Here, he didn't need to fear any dark evil things. Jiang Muqing was extremely devout when offering incense, and he even prayed sincerely in his heart that his financial luck left on him had no use anyway. If possible, he would be willing to use all the money he earned in the future to build a dojo for the patriarch, and inside, he would cast an 18K golden statue for the patriarch. Su Qingqing did not know what Jiang Muqing was thinking, but she saw that while he was bowing his head and lighting the incense, the patriarch's divine statue appeared visibly happy, glowing with red light, with its mouth nearly curling up into the sky. She could not help but cough slightly, hinting that regardless of what the patriarch might have heard, it should still maintain some dignity. The divine statue of the patriarch then returned to normal. After Jiang Muqing finished worshipping, Su Qingqing, genuinely curious, asked, "What wishes did you make?" With innocence written all over his face, Jiang Muqing asked back, Is it okay to tell people what wish I made? Won't it lose its power if I do?" "It's fine. Telling me won't make it lose its power." Su Qingqing lied smoothly without changing her expression. Blindly believing Su Qingqing to the core, Jiang Muqing recounted word by word exactly what he thought in his mind to her. After listening, Su Qingqing. No wonder the patriarch was so delighted. It turned out it was because Jiang Muqing wanted to give him a new golden statue. While she herself was lighting incense, she asked the patriarch, "So you actually still care about these material things? Are you mad at me for donating all my earnings for merit and never replacing your divine statue with a better one?" The jade ruby hanging from her chest flashed wildly. "I am not. I haven't. Don't accuse me falsely. Divine statues are all external objects. I have already ascended. How could I possibly care about such trivial things?" Chapter 133. Teaching according to aptitude. Of course, Su Qingqing was just joking with the ancestral master. She wouldn't care about these things. In any case, when Jiang Muqing and Zhao Liya paid homage to the ancestral master with incense, there was no adverse reaction from the ancestral master, indicating that even the ancestral master recognized these two individuals. Hence, teaching them would pose no issues. If any problem arose later, it would be due to the ancestral master's oversight, not her responsibility. This situation was an extreme case of shifting blame. For her astronomical amount of merit points, she must ensure everything goes perfectly. Any event that might impact her merit or lead to a deduction, she would avoid getting involved in at all costs. After Jiang Muqing and Zhao Liya finished paying their respects, Su Qingqing gave them a rough test, evaluating what each of them were more suited for or excelled at. Then, based on their aptitudes, she tailored the magic and directions they should learn, teaching them according to their talents. First, definitely ruling out physical cultivation. Looking at Zhao Liya's delicate, flower-like appearance, and how a gentle breeze could knock down Jiang Muqing, it was clear forcing them into physical training would be tantamount to sentencing them to death. After one-by-one testing, it turned out that although Jiang Muqing lacked talent in other areas, weak and frail, he showed exceptional potential in drawing talismans. During his first attempt at drawing a very basic talisman for peace, despite having no prior experience, he successfully created a talisman in one stroke. As soon as he finished, a flash of golden light appeared over the talisman. When the mysterious feeling of success washed over him, Jiang Muqing froze in place. He kept alternating his gaze between the brush in his right hand and the completed talisman for peace, too excited to articulate any words. Did I draw this? Did I really do it?" Jiang Muqing's voice quivered, tinged with disbelief. Su Qingqing nodded. "Although your talisman for peace has extremely weak functionality and almost negligible power, only able to help someone withstand minor external injuries, it is indeed a talisman for peace, and you've drawn it successfully." Jiang Muqing became flushed with excitement. I never thought I'd be able to draw talismans. Master Su, you're incredibly skilled. You barely instructed me, yet where I had failed countless times before, I actually succeeded this time." Su Qingqing didn't think much of it. Shrugging, she said honestly, "Your talent in this area is good, so succeeding at creating a talisman on the first try isn't something extraordinary. I simply taught you the correct method. As long as you have the right approach, success is quite normal." Despite Su Qingqing maintaining composure and deeming it nothing remarkable, Jiang Muqing remained extremely ecstatic. Overwhelmed with excitement, he wanted to give Su Qingqing money, but all the pocket money he could mobilize had already been given to her. He earnestly told Su Qingqing, "I'm currently short on funds, but after visiting my dad's and older brother's company tomorrow and arranging a few profitable projects, once they make money, I'll reward you." Su Qingqing paused. She'd met many wealthy people, but Jiang Muqing was the first who spontaneously showered gold like this. She turned to ask Gu Jun, who was quietly meditating nearby, "Is the reason the Jians don't produce a national richest person because Jiang Muqing is too extravagant?" Gu Jun, who was meditating, opened his eyes calmly. His being overly extravagant is just one reason. The most important reason is that I am too powerful. When he said this, his face didn't change, as if he were merely stating a fact. And indeed, this was the truth. Su Qingqing, 6. After Jiang Muqing successfully drew his first talisman for peace, every subsequent attempt ended in failure, seemingly always missing something crucial. This feeling needed exploration on his own, so Su Qingqing left him alone. He practiced incessantly without interruption for the whole afternoon, nearly reaching a state of total absorption. On the other hand, Zhao Liya wasn't great at drawing talismans. She completely couldn't grasp the basics, and failed repeatedly. Finally, she gave up in frustration, throwing the brush onto the table. I can't do it. There's no way I'll ever draw these. It's too difficult. I quit. Maybe I'm just not naturally suited for this. Saying this, she glanced enviously at Jiang Muqing, who was intensely focused on drawing his talisman. Su Qingqing, since you're not suited for talisman drawing, there's no need to force yourself. Come over here, and I'll show you some even more interesting things. Without hesitation, Zhao Liya abandoned the talisman paper and brush, rushing over. Su Qingqing took her to the garden. Her small garden contained no trees except for a huge camphor tree. This camphor tree was no different from the trees in other small gardens in the neighborhood before she moved in. It had been transplanted not long ago and wasn't very robust. It relied on the abundant spiritual energy of the northern mountains to survive the transplant, and it was thriving. However, after Su Qingqing moved in, due to the effects and blessings of the spirit gathering formation, this camphor tree grew better than all the other trees planted at the same time. Its trunk had thickened significantly, and even its branches were exceptionally full of vitality. It felt like after some more time, this camphor tree might have a chance to develop sentience. Su Qingqing said to Zhao Liya, "Come over here, stand under this big tree, and follow the rhythm I tell you to breathe. Carefully sense if you can feel anything, then let me know what you feel." Zhao Liya was puzzled as she was pulled under the tree. She didn't know what Su Qingqing wanted her to do, but she completely trusted Su Qingqing. After following Su Qingqing's breathing rhythm back and forth, she suddenly felt something. Tightly gripping Su Qingqing's hand, she excitedly whispered, "I can feel it. I think I can sense the breath and feelings of the camphor tree." "What is the camphor tree saying?" Su Qingqing guided her. "It's complaining that the big green snake in the yard is too noisy." Zhao Liya exclaimed. Su Qingqing, "Big green snake. Thanks, camphor tree, for your politeness." Under Su Qingqing's guidance, Zhao Liya successfully made the camphor tree sway by itself within 10 minutes despite there being no wind, causing it to tremble, which looked exactly like an imposing roar of power. This sensation was similar to when Jiang Muqing succeeded in drawing his talisman, so mystically profound. Zhao Liya stood frozen for a long time without regaining her senses, blankly staring at the camphor tree. Su Qingqing readily planned out her future development direction. "You are the type naturally close to herbaceous plants. In the future, focus on cultivating skills related to this. Skilled cultivators in later stages can even keep plants as pets or control plants to attack others, making it quite formidable." Chapter 134, Soaring Housing Prices. After hearing Su Qingqing's words, Zhao Liya was so excited that her eyes were gleaming like she was emitting laser beams. She tightly grabbed Su Qingqing's hand. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's start learning now. And if we want to keep plants as pets, which kind of pet should we choose, and how can we make it obey?" At this moment, Zhao Liya had endless questions, thirsty for knowledge, wishing to immediately absorb everything Su Qingqing knew. Jiang Muqing, who was originally drawing talismans inside, curiously ran out when he heard the commotion outside. Upon learning that Zhao Liya could keep plants as pets and even command them for attacks, Jiang Muqing thought it was extremely cool. Therefore, he was eager to try it out himself. However, after standing under a camphor tree for a long time, all he experienced were a few mosquito bites in the courtyard. He felt nothing else. This made Zhao Liya, who had just envied him, smirk smugly. "Hey, stop struggling. Something this awesome obviously isn't suited for you. You'd better focus on practicing your talisman drawing and then toss those papers around." Jiang Muqing retorted, indignant. "You stop showing off. Once I learn to draw the celestial fire talisman, I'll use fire to burn you. Fire overcomes wood. Let's see what you'll do." "You." Zhao Liya was furious. She rolled up her sleeves and said, "Do you believe I will beat you up right now?" Then she chased Jiang Muqing all over the yard. While running away and shouting incessantly in a ridiculous manner, Jiang Muqing wasted his otherwise refined demeanor. Su Qingqing covered her face, unable to watch, not even wanting to glance at it. Why did she end up befriending these two people who were as childish as elementary school students? At this point, Gu Jun walked out of the living room holding a water cup. He looked at the lively scene in the courtyard, took a sip of water, and said, "Didn't I tell you not to randomly take on apprentices before? Look, this is the result." Su Qingqing asked Gu Jun, whose composure and style was completely different from everyone else. "Are you gloating?" Gu Jun shook his head. "How could that be? Am I such a low-class person? With our relationship, would I gloat at your expense? I'm just kindly reminding you that next time when encountering something like this, you can listen to my opinion. I definitely wouldn't harm you." Su Qingqing, seeing Gu Jun's sincere expression, felt that maybe she had unfairly judged a noble man with a small mind. She nodded. "All right, I will think it over carefully next time." Gu Jun's lips couldn't help but subtly rise slightly. As he turned to look at Jiang Muqing and Zhao Liya, who were still bickering in the courtyard, his mood finally improved somewhat. If Su Qingqing would consider more of his opinions and follow his advice, then their friendship might not be entirely useless. As soon as twilight began to fall, Su Qingqing started urging them to leave. I've taught you all I can teach today, enough for you to digest for a while. Especially regarding guiding chi into your bodies, you didn't succeed tonight. And none of the subsequent spells can be practiced unless you master the technique of guiding chi into your bodies. So come back to me only when you have successfully learned it. The saying goes, a master opens the door for you, but cultivation depends on the individual, and there isn't anything wrong with that phrase. She already taught them the method of guiding chi into their bodies. The rest was up to them repeatedly practicing and sensing until they eventually awakened themselves. Su Qingqing saw off the guests, and the group left accordingly without making any trouble. When they reached the gate, both Jiang Muqing and Zhao Liya got into their respective cars driven by their personal chauffeurs, only to find Gu Jun still leisurely standing at the entrance of the yard. Jiang Muqing asked curiously, "Is it that your driver hasn't arrived yet? Do you want me to give you a ride?" "No need," Gu Jun coldly replied, then turned and walked into the neighboring yard, unlocking the door with a fingerprint scan. Jiang Muqing stood stunned for a few seconds before muttering, "Holy crap, this guy actually bought a house next to Master Su long ago. No wonder." Still, Gu Jun knows his stuff. On the car behind, Zhao Liya had a similar reaction. She slapped her forehead. "How come I didn't think of this earlier? Living next to Qingqing certainly enhances one's sense of security, doesn't it?" Then both of them simultaneously contacted real estate agents, determined to buy houses surrounding Su Qingqing's place. But this was an exclusive townhouse neighborhood with scarce properties, and all the available houses had been sold long ago. Su Qingqing's house was an unexpected find due to luck, and Gu Jun's house was acquired for twice the market price. Buying houses here wasn't as simple as they initially thought. In the end, they pestering the homeowners through real estate agents relentlessly, ultimately purchasing the 2 adjacent townhouses next to Su Qingqing's home at 3 times the market price. After knowing about this, Su Qingqing remained speechless for a while, but didn't have much more to say. After all, these people were rich, and making money was as easy as eating and drinking water to them. In short, feeling sorry for the rich is truly a boring and foolish thing. After learning that Su Qingqing's house had an abundance of spiritual energy due to a spirit gathering formation, they began pestering her non-stop to get one as well. Su Qingqing, annoyed by their persistence, simply took some time to set up a slightly larger medium-sized spirit gathering formation that included the other 3 buildings. However, a spirit gathering formation forms a perfect circle, and not only did it include their 3 buildings, but it also covered half of the neighborhood. This resulted in a small twist. The housing prices in the neighborhood where Su Qingqing lived suddenly skyrocketed. The reason was that the neighborhood near the northern mountain was originally bought by many wealthy people for their elderly family members to retire. Elderly people generally have some underlying health issues. There are plenty with the 3 highs: high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and high blood sugar, and others suffer from countless chronic diseases. But after moving into this neighborhood, their health improved day by day. Despite doing nothing out of the ordinary, without additional exercise, no special medication, and without intentionally focusing on recuperation, their health got better every day. Not only did the common 3 highs disappear, but many chronic illnesses were brought under control. Some even showed signs of improvement during checkups. The most surprising case was of an old man who returned home to rest after chemotherapy. After living in this neighborhood for half a year, the cancer cells in his body disappeared, and his health seemed rejuvenated. These individual cases might be anomalies, but when all the elderly in the entire neighborhood experienced improvements, it became impossible not to link it to mysterious forces. Word quickly spread among the upper echelons of society that the feng shui of this neighborhood nourished its residents, and with some deliberate promotion, housing prices here soared rapidly. Su Qingqing was unaware of all this. Her life continued steadily and busily along the lines of cultivation, work, and accumulating merit. It wasn't until the big green snake finally managed to transform into human form and began loudly insisting on finding its master. Chapter 135, The Water Snake Waste. The large emerald snake had pondered and practiced under a moonless, stormy night to master the technique of transforming into human form, finally achieving it. This evening, Su Qingqing was just shooting a night scene and only returned home at around 2 in the morning. Upon opening the courtyard gate, she suddenly saw a graceful man swaying his water snake waist rushing toward her while yelling, "You deadbeat! You've finally come back." Without much thought, Su Qingqing instinctively kicked him, sending him flying 7 or 8 meters away until he crashed into a wall. The impact created a large dent in the wall. The great green snake fell to the ground from the wall, spitting out a mouthful of murky air as he shakily extended a hand towards Su Qingqing. "Master Su, why do you wish me dead? What wrong has Snake done?" It was then that Su Qingqing realized it was the great green snake. She placed a hand on her chest with fright and said, "You scared me to death. Fortunately, I only used 2 levels of my strength, otherwise you would have been kicked to death." Great green snake. He couldn't help it. This was really too harsh on a snake. Sitting on the ground without caring about his dignity, he burst into howling cries, all the while twisting his water snake waist, making for quite an awkward picture. Su Qingqing sighed deeply, rubbing her forehead. "You've cultivated for over 1,000 years. 1 kick isn't going to break you. Get up now, or I'll throw you out." The great green snake sat on the ground stubbornly. "No, I won't get up, and I'm not leaving. If you throw me out, I'll just find my way back because I know where you live. If you don't let me in, I'll cry at your doorstep every day. Every time you toss me out, I'll just find my way back. I know you're a star and need to keep face. You can't afford such embarrassment. Either kill me or watch me cry every day." Su Qingqing truly wanted to cut him down, but he hadn't committed any grievous wrongdoing. He didn't cause harm, and if she killed him first, she'd be in the wrong, losing merit and fortune. All her accumulated merits were her lifeline, so she couldn't tolerate even the slightest loss of it. She certainly wouldn't act rashly. Apparently, this snake had been studying soap operas during his cultivation here, leading him astray and teaching him how to threaten people. Yet, against such shameless tactics, she was powerless. Su Qingqing took a deep breath and said, "Just spit it out. What do you actually want?" With that, the great green snake sprang to his feet in one roll. In his human form, he conjured a set of clothes for himself. Despite having stayed in modern times for some time, he still preferred the garments of 1,000 years ago. Clad in a smoky green robe, he looked ethereal and otherworldly, paired with his overly delicate features, like a celestial figure walking straight out of a landscape painting. Ancient books once recorded that foxes and snakes, when cultivated into their human forms, usually possess remarkable beauty unless affected by genetic mutations. Thus, the great green snake's striking appearance clashed hilariously with his absurd actions. The more picturesque the scene, the less pleasant its reality. Having just turned into human form, his movements and gestures still resembled that of a snake. He twisted his water snake waist, excitement brimming in his voice as he said to Su Qingqing, "You promised, remember? Once my wounds heal and I achieve my human form, you'd help me search for my master's reincarnation. Now that I've successfully transformed into human form, can you take me to find my master?" The great green snake daily reminisced about his master. He never ceased to mention it. If there ever came a day when he didn't bring it up, that would indeed be odd. Formerly, striving to pass calamity trials to become a dragon to reach his master was his obsession. Now, cultivating into human form to search for his master was still his obsession. His persistence was so unwavering, more like faith than mere determination. Su Qingqing did not refuse outright. His master had once helped and saved his life, guiding him through his cultivation from being a spirit-endowed water snake to becoming a current python-like creature, Zhao. For him to seek his master could be regarded as a gesture of gratitude, a noble cause, and assisting him in finding his master for such recompense also brought her merit. Su Qingqing examined him carefully, saying, "Sure, no problem. I can take you to look for your master tomorrow. But, are you sure you want to go in this form?" The great green snake glanced down at himself, puzzled. "What's wrong with my current form? Didn't you say before that if I went to see my master's reincarnation in my snake form, she, as an ordinary person, would surely be terrified? Now that I've already achieved human form, and I look even better than regular humans, why can't I go find her?" The great green snake felt utterly wronged, believing Su Qingqing was intentionally delaying things, merely looking for excuses to avoid taking him. Su Qingqing pointed at him and said, "Take a look at yourself. Apart from looking human, where else do you resemble a human? If you're going to meet your master, at least practice human conduct a little. Otherwise, won't you still scare people just like before? What if your master thinks you're crazy and refuses to talk to you? What would you do then?" Upon hearing this, the great green snake immediately became deflated. He slithered weakly onto the ground, resembling a dried fish that had lost its dream. "What should I do then? Does this mean I will never see my master?" As he spoke, the great green snake lay down on the floor, crying loudly with his hands covering his face. His cries were sorrowful and shrill, sounding unbearably pitiful. Su Qingqing's head started to hurt from his crying. "Stop now. Get up and quit it. If you keep using tears to threaten me like this, I'll really ignore you." The great green snake sniffled as he stood up from the ground, wiping away his tears. "I'll stop crying. You must find a way to help me." Su Qingqing massaged her temples. "Tomorrow I'll let Zhao Liya and Jiang Muqing teach you how to behave properly. Zhao Liya is an artist who has trained specifically in posture, so she can definitely help. Then I'll ask Gu Jun to arrange a legal identity for you in human society to make sure everything goes smoothly. Once you've practiced enough and pass our test, we'll take you to find your master, okay?" The great green snake wiped away his tears decisively. "All right, no problem. Let's start tomorrow." Su Qingqing hesitated. Looking at how quickly his mood shifted, why did she have a feeling that she was being tricked? The next day, when Zhao Liya and Jiang Muqing arrived at Su Qingqing's house, they also got quite a shock upon seeing the additional man. After understanding the situation, both of them assured while patting their chests that teaching proper human behavior to the great green snake was something they'd handle. Only Gu Jun's face remained dark. Later, when he left, he mentioned he'd take the great green snake back to live in his courtyard. The great green snake had grown fond of his little pool and was definitely unwilling to leave. But Gu Jun insisted on dragging him along, refusing to let him stay. Puzzled, the great green snake asked, "Why do you want to take me away today out of nowhere?" Gu Jun frowned and said, "You used to be a snake, but now you're a man. Qingqing is a girl. How could two unrelated men and a woman live together under the same roof?" The great green snake. That does make sense. He was convinced and reluctantly moved into the small pond in Gu Jun's yard. In any case, the spirit array also covered this area, so the spiritual energy was just as abundant. The camphor tree in Su Qingqing's courtyard thought, finally, peace and quiet. Chapter 136, A New Artist? After the big green snake transformed into a human form, it could no longer keep being called Big Green Snake, so it needed a human name. Su Qingqing mentioned this to him, and the big green snake waved his hand and said, "No need to give me one. She already gave me a grand name called Qing Xian, the Qing in green and the Xian as in black." Although the big green snake was called Big Green Snake, its original body wasn't purely green. Its color was rather deep, almost dark, more akin to blue-green. Su Qingqing was quite surprised. "I didn't expect your grand name to sound so nice. It completely doesn't match with your current aura." Qing Xian automatically ignored the latter half of Su Qingqing's sentence. He proudly lifted his chin and said, "Of course, my name was given by my master. My master is amazing at everything. How could the name not sound good?" Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing let out a tisk from the side. "I think your species shouldn't be a snake. You don't seem like a snake turning into a spirit. What should I resemble then?" Qing Xian curiously asked. Jiang Muqing interjected. "A dog. Just look at how boastful you are. You don't resemble a snake transforming into a spirit, but more like a dog spirit, specifically the type that always licks someone up." PFT, Zhao Lia, who was drinking water, couldn't help but laugh loudly. Without missing a beat, she sprayed tea directly onto Qing Xuan's face. Qing Xian wiped his face, and instead of getting angry, he laughed along. It must be said, although sometimes he seemed a bit foolish, his temperament was truly excellent. For such a long time, regardless of what happened, he never got mad. Albeit he talked too much, he has never lost his temper. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only caused some wind and waves when practicing the evil arts, merely intending to teach those people a lesson rather than taking their lives directly. Certainly, since Qing Xian was easy to get along with, everyone wouldn't really bully him. At most they teased him a little about things related to his master. Qing Xian learned very seriously. In just a week, he changed from a wiggly snake to a gentleman with proper demeanor and composed behavior. Zhao Lia thought his aura was very classical, so during her teachings, she showed him body postures from classic period dramas. When Qing Xian displayed his learning results in front of everyone, his delicate face, paired with an upright posture, classical aura, and the new Chinese-style long robe, made him look even more like a character stepping out of the TV screen. Even Su Qingqing, who rarely praised anyone, nodded this time. Not bad. This time you look like a proper human being." Qing Xian was excited. "Then can I go find my master now?" This time Su Qingqing did not hold him back. "Yes, incidentally, your master goes to the high school attached to my university. Tomorrow, I'll shoot a scene. You can follow me, and once I finish tomorrow, I will take you to the neighboring school to find her." "Yes," Qing Xian answered enthusiastically. He was so excited that his face turned red. Throughout the whole night, he didn't sleep. Instead, he kept changing different outfits, showing off across the courtyard in front of the camphor tree. "How about this? How about that? Which outfit do you think looks better?" The camphor tree. So annoying. Why does he come over to the other yard and still cause so much noise? Another day where I want to die. The next day, following Zhao Lia's professional advice, Qing Xian switched to a light green new Chinese-style long robe. His appearance was originally exquisite. His skin was cold white ivory, and the tender green color made him look even paler and fair-skinned, with rosy lips. He nervously tugged at his clothes. "Is this really good looking? It's the first time my master sees my human form. Will she disdain my appearance? Will she think I am not as cute as when I was a small snake?" "Everyone." Su Qingqing glanced at him disdainfully. "What nonsense are you talking? When you were a snake, did it ever have anything to do with cuteness? Besides, your master has reincarnated now. She doesn't even remember what you looked like as a snake, alright? Your worries are completely unnecessary." Rebutted, Qing Xian muttered softly to himself. "You guys don't understand. Only when it's just the two of us. She often compliments me for being such a cute little snake." Though he mumbled softly, everyone heard him, leading to collective silence. Alright, each person has their own interest, respecting everyone's hobbies. When Qing Xian followed Su Qingqing's group to the film set, he caught the attention of many. The chief director noticed Qing Xuan's innate classical aura and approached Su Qingqing, trying to be friendly as he said, "Is this the new artist your company just signed? His looks and aura are great. In our later production, there's a male snake spirit actor who became a disgraced performer due to misconduct. He could easily take over this vacancy. Why don't you ask him if he's interested?" After finishing his statement, he was afraid that Su Qingqing might not let him go, and also feared they would look down on it being only a minor role which might affect the newcomer's market positioning in the future. He added one more sentence. "His remuneration can be generous. Our crew has received the sponsorship from the Jiang family recently, so we can offer him a salary of no less than 1,000,000 yuan. Su Qingqing secretly thought in her heart, the chief director truly lived up to his name. His vision is sharp. He actually spotted at once that Qing Xuan's aura resembles that of a snake. She originally intended to refuse, but when she heard about the 2,000,000 yuan remuneration, she changed her mind. Qing Xian, the big green snake, had been eating and drinking for free at her place. Moreover, she had tutored him gratis, without asking for any payment. And isn't the main reason all because he doesn't have money? But things are different now. If he can really use this opportunity to join the entertainment circle, with his appearance, even though he won't become a top streamer, making it to the forefront line should definitely not be an issue. Once he makes money, if he rewards her, wouldn't that provide another source of help for her cause of accumulating merit values? Now that Qing Xian has adapted to human society living in her house and cultivated into human form, he will never return to the wild again. Isn't finding him such a high salary and dignified job to stabilize himself in human society a pretty reasonable thing to do? Chapter 137. He's not a love addict. Su Qingqing's mind churned with countless thoughts. Although her internal calculations were loud and clear, her face revealed nothing. She only explained to the chief director, "He is my friend, and he wasn't originally in this line of work. I can help you discuss with him and ask for his opinion." The chief director nodded. "Alright, then go discuss with him. I really think his demeanor suits our character perfectly. As you know, sometimes even a minor supporting role can add a lot to a movie." Su Qingqing quickly turned around and told Qing Xian about the matter. She said very sincerely, "I think you should consider this opportunity. Aren't you wanting to transcend and become a dragon? You know the rules of our industry. The higher your merits, the easier it is to pass through the thunder tribulations. You could do what I do, earn money, and then donate it. That way you can accumulate some merits. Little by little, when you reach a certain amount of merits, won't the tribulations be easy peasy for you? Su Qingqing guided him gently, explaining with great seriousness. But no matter how she explained things, Qing Xian seemed absent-minded. After Su Qingqing finished explaining, he said, "Didn't you say that after today's shooting was done, you would take me to find my master? When will you finish, so we can go look for my master?" Well, Su Qingqing realized that no matter what, Qing Xian wasn't listening at all right now. Other people may have love-addicted brains, but he is different. His brain is fixated on his master. And this condition is even more severe than being love-addicted. Even Su Qingqing had to give in. Fine, I understand. My part today ends at noon, and after lunch, I'll take you to find your master, okay? Do we really have to eat lunch first before finding my master? Can't we find my master first, and then eat? Qing Xian asked innocently with a pitiful tone. Su Qingqing didn't indulge him and refused him directly. Nope, not eating makes you hungry. We must eat before we look for your master. Even Zhao Liya beside them couldn't resist saying, "Aren't you thinking too simply? Your master has reincarnated and doesn't have memories from the last life. So she definitely won't recognize you now or be familiar with you. Which girl would casually agree to dine with a stranger who they just met? So don't rush it. After lunch, we are free this afternoon. We'll slowly accompany you to find your master." Qing Xian calmed down slightly under Zhao Liya's reassurance, but he was still absent-minded, preoccupied only with meeting his master soon. Su Qingqing finally couldn't help but ask, "Your master has no memory of you now. When people die, it's like a lamp being extinguished, let alone reincarnation. All past memories and matters disappear along with it. She probably doesn't remember you now. Even if you find her, what then? Is there anything else you wish to do?" Hadn't Qing Xian thought about this as well? Just imagining that his master might not remember him made his heart feel as if pricked repeatedly, throbbing painfully. He shook his head blankly. "In truth, I don't know what to do after finding my master, but I have to find her. Even if she doesn't remember me, even if I only get to see her for a moment. We made a promise when we parted ways, that we'd definitely meet again." His voice was filled with infinite sorrow, yet incredibly determined. Su Qingqing roughly understood his feelings. This agreement was likely the root of his obsession. Unless resolved, it seemed he'd keep persisting this way forever. Finally, in anxious anticipation, it was noon, and Su Qingqing had finished filming. The boxed lunches from the crew weren't that delicious, so they decided to eat at a nearby private restaurant. Just as they were heading out, they heard a commotion nearby. Two passers-by were discussing something. "Man, have you seen the school forum? There's a girl on the B building of the female dormitories in East Zone 3 who wants to jump off. I saw it. It's terrifying. She's already sitting on the edge of the outer wall, with her legs hanging outside, swinging back and forth. A slight mistake, and she'll fall." To be honest, students jumping off buildings happens way too often these days. Their mentalities seem so fragile. Any tiny unsatisfying event leads to such drastic measures. Baffling. Plus they always claim depression, but from what I see, it's mostly exaggeration and drama. Do you want to go check out the commotion? There hasn't been this kind of show around here for quite a while. Sure, let's go fast. If we're late, she might have been saved already, and there will be no show to watch. The two walked away discussing, their voices fading into the distance. After hearing this, Su Qingqing frowned and asked Zhao Liya, "Is someone jumping off a building really something interesting to watch as a spectacle?" Zhao Liya held correct values. She shrugged and said, "I don't know why people would find joy in watching others attempting suicide. These kinds of people enjoy making a scene out of any incident, seeing everything as a form of entertainment. They completely lack moral principles and boundaries." Su Qingqing nodded, reassured that normal people still outnumbered the odd ones. They were about to head to the private kitchen diner nearby when they had to go around a middle school along the way. Even before they reached it, they saw a crowd gathered near the middle school. Police cars, fire trucks, and warning lines marked the scene. The onlookers craned their necks, pointing and whispering upward. Stopping in their tracks, Su Qingqing and the group followed their gaze upward and spotted the girl dressed in her school uniform sitting on the rooftop edge. Her hair was tousled and her uniform dirty, giving her a disheveled appearance. She looked extremely frail with an almost waif-like figure, so slight that it seemed she could be blown away by the wind at any moment. She sat precariously on the roof's edge, her delicate, pale legs dangling outside, swaying back and forth. The wind was strong on the rooftop, whipping her waist-length hair and lifting the hem of her school skirt into a restless dance. It seemed like another gust would carry her away altogether. The sight made everyone's hearts lurch and worry, fearing the next moment might bring disaster as the girl, still in her bloom of youth, plummeted from the rooftop. At such a tense moment, everyone below felt their hearts rise in apprehension, yet amidst the anxiety, a few heartless individuals stirred the pot. An elderly man in his 60s, bald and wearing a white tank top, speaking a city's local dialect with a Mandarin accent, pointed toward the roof and loudly voiced his opinion. "What's there to see? This is just a show, purely for attention. The more people gather here to watch, the prouder she becomes. Girls like her crave attention. This is nothing but a publicity stunt. At her age, what difficulties could possibly drive her to take her own life so easily? Whatever happened can't be too serious. It's just her fragility showing through." Indeed, he added arrogantly after his rant, pointing at those glaring at him. "You're all wrong. She clearly doesn't truly intend to die. If she really did, she'd jump into an empty river where no one would see, instead of standing up here for so long." After making himself heard enough, he taunted aloud, pointing upwards. If you're so brave, then jump. Prove you have the guts to leap off this rooftop. Afraid, aren't you? You're just putting on a show. Chapter 138. A punch for justice. Down below, an old man was shouting without restraint and stirring up trouble. On the rooftop, out of sight of everyone, a group of firefighters were already frantically trying to figure things out. Their captain had been non-stop trying to persuade the young girl, while his team below looked for the right moment to pull her back. They had questioned her for a long time, wanting to know why she felt so hopeless and what difficulties she had encountered. However, the girl didn't utter a word. She just shook her head and said, "It's useless, don't ask anymore. I can't get over this obstacle, and I will never be able to move on in my life. No matter what happens, as long as you're still speaking, there must be a way to solve it. What grievances have you suffered? Who bullied you? Just tell us, older brothers, and all of us will help you stand up for yourself." The firefighters comforted the girl one after another. Under their care, the girl still didn't reveal what happened, but her emotions visibly stabilized. She who had been numb and desperate before, now started twisting her hands together and silently crying. Crying and shedding tears was actually a good sign. It meant her psychological defenses were weakening, and she was starting to hesitate about whether or not to disclose the issue that she couldn't get over. But just as the situation was slowly beginning to improve, the voice of the old man down below, who clearly enjoyed causing a commotion, echoed up loud and clear. The girl stopped crying again. She wiped away her tears, and her expression became numb once more, even showing a hint of mockery. She pointed at the people below watching and said to the firefighters, "Do you see? This is the true face of this world. In this world, darkness always outweighs light. It's too dirty, too repulsive." The firefighters. They were nearly driven crazy with anxiety and anger. They were doing their best to save her upstairs, yet those below kept goading her with words, wishing she would jump right then and there. Isn't that just pure cruelty? What's the difference between this and murder? You mustn't think irrationally. Your life belongs to you, not others. You are responsible for your own life. Yes, my life is mine, so I should have the freedom to deal with it how I want. With me living like this, I really don't want to patch myself up anymore. Above, the negotiation continued. However, downstairs, Qingxian couldn't move forward when he saw the girl on the roof. He possessed cultivation, and his 5 senses were much stronger than those of an average person. He could easily discern the features of the girl on the rooftop. The girl had a very delicate appearance. If you ignored the large birthmark on the left side of her face, one could say she was exquisite and otherworldly. Her beauty wouldn't have fallen short in the entertainment industry. Unfortunately, her left cheek bore a significant birthmark, ruining the overall aesthetic, making it look grotesque and even somewhat frightening. However, Qingxian instantly recognized her. The girl on the rooftop was his master reincarnated. Apart from an additional scar on her face, her looks were almost identical to her previous life. "Meow meow, master, master." Pointing at the rooftop, Qingxian spoke incoherently due to excitement. "She is my master. She is my master." Su Qingqing hadn't expected such a coincidence either, that this girl about to jump off the building was Qingshuan's former master. Just as the ruckus continued with the noisy old man below, the girl who had been sitting quietly on the rooftop slowly stood up. She stood on the edge of the rooftop, arms spread wide, as if ready to leap off any second. Seeing his master in danger, Qingxian acted immediately. Transforming into a pale green light, he leaped from the ground directly to the rooftop in a speed so fast that even Su Qingqing barely noticed. When the firefighters saw Qingxian appear suddenly, they were also startled. Before anyone realized what was happening, the little girl jumped off the rooftop. Qingxian rushed forward and, at an abnormal speed, wrapped his arms around the girl's waist midair, pulling her close and falling hard onto the empty rooftop floor. Even during the fall, he shielded the girl with his body, ensuring she sustained no injuries. Seeing that the girl was saved, the old man cursed from below, saying, "You see? I told you this girl was faking it. She just wanted to attract everyone's attention. Did she jump? No, she didn't. She was just waiting for someone to rescue her. Huh." He hadn't finished speaking when Su Qingqing rushed forward and struck him with a punch. Su Qingqing didn't hold back on this punch, delivering it firmly onto the old man's face. With a shriek, the old man clutched his face. His already loose front teeth fell out, and blood streamed from between his fingers as he covered his nose. Su Qingqing said angrily, "Shut your dog mouth. You don't value other people's lives, and you have absolutely no virtue in speech. It's fitting that your wife divorced you and your child doesn't recognize you. And wait till you hear this. You still have at least 3 years left to live. From now on until your old age, you will spend your days in loneliness and misery, reduced to begging for survival, suffering from endless illnesses until your last breath. And after you die, you'll descend into the hell of tongue extraction, enduring 100 years of torment." After finishing her tirade, Su Qingqing slipped away. When she hit him, she was wearing sunglasses, a mask, and a baseball cap, covering herself entirely. She even felt that wasn't enough, so she attached a concealment charm to herself. With this charm, while others could only see an indistinct person when she spoke or acted, they would be unable to recall her appearance if they tried later. Double insurance. She attacked and fled immediately, knowing full well that even if the old man reported it to the police later, there was no way they'd trace it back to her. What? Do you think practitioners of the Tao shouldn't hit ordinary people? Was he even an ordinary person? That was no human being she just struck. It was a foul-mouthed mongrel. There were already people around who found the old man irritating because he kept stirring up trouble. Seeing him get hit, their hearts leapt secretly with joy. Shit, finally someone stepped up and taught him a lesson. The old man cursed continuously as he called the police. When the police arrived to investigate, they discovered that there were no surveillance cameras nearby. The old man himself hadn't clearly seen his attacker's face, and there were no witnesses willing to testify. During their investigation, some eyewitnesses even claimed that the old man had been incessantly goading the girl to jump off the building, and getting punched like that was completely what he deserved. After gathering the information, the police realized two things. First, there simply wasn't enough evidence to pursue the case any further, and second, his incessant verbal abuse did indeed deserve criticism. The police then gave him a harsh oral reprimand. They pointed out that thankfully the girl was saved without causing greater harm. Otherwise, had she really jumped under his urging, this old man might likely have faced public prosecution and possibly criminal charges. In summary, the matter of Su Qingqing assaulting the old man was quietly dropped, leaving no trace. Chapter 139, Li Miaomiao's family. On the rooftop, Qingxian fearlessly leaped and saved the little girl. They both fell onto the open space of the rooftop. The firefighters nearby were momentarily stunned, but they quickly reacted and together helped Qingxian and the little girl up from the ground. The firefighters tried to pull the little girl away from Qingxian to check if either of them was injured, but Qingxian still held the little girl tightly, refusing to let go. This was his owner he'd searched for centuries. It had been so dangerous just now. He almost lost her again. The firefighters were at a loss for a moment as to what to do. The captain of the firefighters cautiously asked, "Are you two friends?" If they weren't very good friends, it would be hard to imagine anyone risking such danger to save someone. Not only were the firefighters confused, but the little girl herself was confused too. Li Miaomiao looked up at Qingxian, who was more handsome than any ancient costume drama idol, dumbfounded. However, she seemed not to recognize this man. After Li Miaomiao was rescued, her family finally arrived late. Her father rushed over and without a word slapped her across the face, yelling curses. "You're just like your mother, a freaking psycho, crying and making trouble all day long. Now that you've gotten guts, have you also learned to follow trends by jumping off buildings? Not a bit of peace comes with you. If you're so capable, then don't let yourself be rescued. Go ahead and jump down for real." Li Miaomiao covered her face which had been struck, turning her head away. She kept her head low, with no expression on her face, as if she'd already become numb to everything. Standing next to her father was an older woman, well-maintained, dressed properly. She supported Li Miaomiao's father, rubbing his back and saying sarcastically, "Miao Miao, I can't believe how disrespectful you are. Your father works tirelessly outside every day, and you cannot even be considerate. If you can't help lighten his burden, at least don't make him worry about you all the time. Getting into disputes with colleagues at school and needing parents called in is one thing, but coming home to being scolded a few words shouldn't lead to threats of suicide like jumping from a building. Even our 3-year-old son is more understanding and obedient than you." From the acrid words of this woman, it could be inferred that she was Li Miaomiao's stepmother. When Li Miaomiao glanced at this woman, there was unmasked hatred and malice in her eyes. Combined with her birthmark, the whole scene appeared quite eerie. Her stepmother dodged behind her father, pulling his arm while saying, "Look at Miao Miao. Whenever we try to reason with her or educate her, she reacts like this. Truly difficult to be a stepmother." Seeing her behavior, Li Miaomiao's father raised his hand once again to strike her. "I see you just need some discipline." This time, however, he couldn't get to Li Miaomiao because as soon as he raised his hand, Qingxian stepped forward and shielded Li Miaomiao. The firefighters around them also rushed forward and stopped Li Miaomiao's father. The captain was furious. He shouted, "What do you think you're doing? How can anyone parent this way when the child was barely talked down from the edge and almost jumped? Are you parents who treat kids like this? You beat them without knowing the facts first." At this point, everyone else could understand why the little girl wanted to jump. With such a family situation, it was really stifling to think about. Qingxian also guarded Li Miaomiao, raising his head to glare angrily at them. Li Miaomiao's father was used to showing his authority with his own daughter, and this was the first time he'd ever been lectured. He felt his authority was challenged and publicly humiliated, and muttered discontentedly, "It's my business to discipline my own daughter, none of your concern. Normally, she's less obedient than our 3-year-old boy." At this moment, Su Qingqing and the others arrived and witnessed the scene. Su Qingqing had excellent hearing and had clearly heard everything Li Miaomiao's father and stepmother had said earlier. She observed that Qingxian, usually talkative, was speechless in this argument, an experience he seldom encountered. The fire captain wanted to say more, but knew their duty was to rescue people, and this went beyond their jurisdiction. Too much interference might result in complaints, leaving them in a tough spot. Su Qingqing smirked coldly and said, "Are you sure that 3-year-old boy born from your wife is really yours? Your eyebrows are messy and disordered, indicating a chaotic marital relationship, and your children's fortune line is recessed, meaning you are generally incapable and bad-tempered. Your marriage will be unlucky for the rest of your life, and you are a person who suppresses your wife. The recessed children palace indicates that you will only have one daughter in your life, and your daughter will be affected by you and suffer from unfortunate events. In short, you are a person who not only suppresses your wife, but also your children. The lady beside you can live such a luxurious life because her man is not only you. If you want to act superior with your own daughter here, you might as well go home and see if you're raising someone else's son, and check if there's green on your head. What are you talking nonsense about? How dare you say such things when you're just a girl? Aren't you ashamed?" Li Miaomiao's stepmother immediately became flustered. She spoke while pointing at Su Qingqing, trying to argue with her. Su Qingqing didn't indulge her. The hand pointing at her was forcefully pushed aside. Su Qingqing's voice was icy. "If you point at me again, I'll break your fingers." Worst case, I'll pay compensation. This kind of vicious woman, from her earlier behavior, could almost be considered an indirect murderer if Li Miao had committed suicide by jumping off the building. Why should Su Qingqing lose merit to teach this social menace a lesson, right? Li Miao's stepmother was frightened by Su Qingqing's oppressive gaze, involuntarily taking half a step back and being unable to utter a word for a moment. Li Miao's father, however, looked at her thoughtfully. It was better left unspoken before. Upon mentioning it, he carefully reflected and indeed found that his 3-year-old little son didn't resemble him at all. Li Miao's stepmother, feeling guilty under the scrutiny, raised her voice. What are you staring at me for? Are you really going to believe her words? They're obviously Miao's friends, and how could friends of Miao be any good? Her words belittled Li Miao to the dust. Su Qingqing's tone remained cold. Whether or not to believe, go home and check. Isn't that simple enough? Li Miao's father scowled. Go home. You've embarrassed yourself enough outside, Miao. Wait till we get home. I'll deal with you. Chapter 140. Suicide is a sin. When Li Miao heard about going home, she shrank back instinctively and hid behind Qing Xian. Qing Xian, who was sensitive, noticed her emotion and turned his head to ask her in a low voice. Do you not want to go home? Li Miao hesitated for a moment. She was sure that she really didn't know Qing Xian, but she inexplicably trusted this stranger whom she met for the first time. She hesitated again, nodded her head, and said softly, yes, that's right. I don't want to go home. They are not good to me, and my father will listen to my stepmother and beat me. Qing Xian almost burst with anger when he heard this. To be precise, he had already been close to bursting with anger earlier. His master seemed to have lived an unhappy life in this lifetime. He knew it. He should have found his master earlier, so at least he could protect her from being bullied so much. Qing Xian patted her shoulder as a gesture of comfort and pulled her further behind him, saying to her father, she said she doesn't want to go home with you. Li Miao's father impatiently asked, if you don't want to go home with us, where do you want to go? Go with your friends. Li Miao really didn't want to go home. Normally, she would not dare to directly disobey her father, but now that Qing Xian was by her side, along with Su Qingqing who had just helped her vent her anger, and all these firefighters. For some reason, she felt more confident. She shouted at her father, I won't go back with you. That house is not my home. I want to go back to my grandparents' house. Li Miao's father smirked with anger. Good. I truly raised a white-eye wolf. After raising you for so long, you actually say that's not your home, wanting to return to your grandparents' house. Your grandparents are both bedridden and unhealthy. They're old. How could they possibly have time to take care of you? If you want to go, then go. Afterward, let your grandparents support you. Let them fund your university education. Once you're there, don't come asking me for even 1 cent. He was glad that he didn't have to support this daughter anymore. She couldn't be tamed at all, and he would save some money now? How could Li Miao not hear the hidden meaning in her father's words? She lowered her head, but her back was held straight. She reiterated, then I still want to go to my grandparents' house. I can take care of them. Li Miao's father had also tired of her troubles, too lazy to argue with her, so he stormed off, and her stepmother followed closely behind. The firefighters confirmed she was okay, and gave Qing Xian and Su Qingqing a few instructions to take care of Li Miao well, preferably sending Li Miao back to her grandparents' house. Then they left too. They naturally assumed that Qing Xian and Su Qingqing were Li Miao's good friends. From the beginning to now, Qing Xian had never left Li Miao's side. His eyes hadn't strayed from her. Su Qingqing called for her nanny car, intending to send Li Miao to her grandparents' house together with Qing Xian. Zhaolia still had scenes to shoot in the afternoon, so she returned first. After pulling down the soundproof panel in the front row of the nanny car, the compartment became a relatively closed but quiet environment. Li Miao finally mustered up the courage to ask, you? Who are you? Why did you save me? And why are you bothering with my troubles? Qing Xian really wanted to tell her that she was his master who saved his life in a previous life, but he also knew that suddenly saying such things could be very frightening. His words turned over several times in his mouth before he spoke. My name is Qing Xian. You helped me without knowing before. I originally came looking for you today, but I didn't expect to encounter such an event. Did I help you before? Li Miao suspiciously looked at Qing Xian, unable to remember any such incident. Qing Xian was simply too outstanding in appearance. If she had met him in real life, she wouldn't have forgotten. Qing Xian confidently nodded at her. That's correct. You helped me. You saved my life. It's just that at that time, I didn't look like this. Didn't look like this? Li Miao got increasingly confused by what Qing Xian said. If it weren't for his selfless rescue of her just now and his sincere defense against her parents, and if his expression wasn't so earnest, she might have suspected she met someone abnormal. Seeing him becoming more disordered with each explanation, Su Qingqing felt a headache brewing. She could only helplessly intervene and smooth things over. It was a long time ago. He didn't look like this as a child, so it's normal that you don't know or remember him. Strictly speaking, she wasn't lying either. Qing Xian 500 years ago really was young. Qing Xian vigorously nodded beside her. He saw Li Miao's suspicion and stressed. I really mean no harm. I really just want to be good to you. Li Miao. Not really. The more you say this, the scarier it gets. However, people can sense goodwill and energy fields. Although Li Miao still thought they were a bit strange, she also knew they weren't bad people. Qing Xian took the initiative to introduce himself. My name is Qing Xian. What's your name? My name is Li Miao. She responded briefly and fell silent. She was wrapped in the blanket given by the firefighter when she was saved earlier, huddled on the seat in a daze. It was evident that although she had been rescued, her mood was still very low. It seemed like a cloud of low pressure hung over her head, making the whole world appear gray and bleak. The talkative Qing Xian had so much he wanted to say to Li Miao Miao, but her withdrawn demeanor left him completely at a loss for how to start a conversation. Su Qingqing suddenly said, "You are a very kind person, but excessive kindness can be a mistake. No matter what happens, you should not punish yourself for others' mistakes. Whoever made the mistake, whoever did something wrong to you, you should expose that person and let them receive their deserved punishment. Not commit suicide. Suicide isn't bravery, it's a cowardly, escapist act. If you're not afraid of death, why would you be afraid to face these things in life?" As Su Qingqing continued speaking, Li Miao Miao finally couldn't hold back and began crying with her knees hugged tightly. Choking on tears, she asked, Do you know what has happened to me?" Su Qingqing looked straight into her eyes. "I can roughly guess what has probably happened to you from your features. This is a destined calamity in your fate. If you get through it, you will rise above others, achieve good results, and lead a smooth and fulfilling life. But if you don't get through it, then your life will come to a halt." Actually, her words were still understated. Li Miao Miao wouldn't actually make it through this trial. Qing Xian's appearance and rescue were an unexpected variable. In fact, according to her birth chart and facial features, she should have jumped off a building and died today. Su Qingqing added another sentence here. There is no reincarnation in committing suicide. It's considered as not cherishing one's own life. Even after death, one must endure sufficient punishment before reincarnating again, and there's no guarantee of being reborn as a human. Chapter 141. I will be with you forever. After Su Qingqing finished speaking, Li Miao Miao was already trembling all over. She muttered to herself, "I thought death would be a relief, that once I died, everything would be gone and it would all be over." Su Qingqing shook her head. Death is never the end. It's merely the beginning of another world. Suicide isn't the end of everything either. It's the start of another kind of difficulty. She said this with an extremely serious expression, so serious that it made Li Miao Miao break out in goosebumps all over. If that were the case, then she had just been on the verge of stepping into an abyss of no return, falling into another kind of suffering. Qing Xian said earnestly to her, "No matter what you have experienced before, now that I've found you, you have me. No matter what happens, I will be with you. Any difficulties can be faced together by us too." Previously, when he practiced cultivation with his master, it was always like this. Even though his master from the previous life was a genius, cultivation was not without its obstacles. There were many trials along the way. For instance, during their cultivation process, they sometimes got injured and sought various celestial treasures in different secret realms to quickly break through their levels. Some of these secret realms were extremely dangerous, filled with powerful magical beasts. His master always took him along, and together they stood united through everything, ready to face risks, even if there was a very high possibility of death. It's the same now. Now, his master has become an ordinary person, facing difficulties and challenges within this complex society. Although he doesn't know much about this society either, that's alright. He can stay with her, go through the trials together, and learn side by side. Li Miao Miao stared blankly at Qing Xian. Looking at him so closely, he seemed even more handsome. His thick, long eyelashes framed his slightly round eyes which appeared completely harmless, moist, and brimming with sincerity. Li Miao Miao unknowingly started blushing. She had just turned 18 this year, and was at the age where young girls easily fall for romance. Being stared at by such a good-looking guy who was also saying things akin to a confession really made it hard for her not to blush. She took a small step back, increasing the distance between them, and stammered, No, it's fine. I can handle it myself." Qing Xian didn't mind her attempt to evade him at all. In fact, he confidently declared, "Do you not trust me? It's okay if you don't trust me right now. As long as you remember this, I will always be by your side. I will prove my commitment with my actions." Li Miao Miao's face was now completely flushed red like liver color. She leaned back a little more, nervously waving her hands and stuttering, "No, I really don't mean it like that." Qing Xian paid no attention to her protests, maintaining an unwavering gaze. Now that he had met his master again, he already had a new goal in his heart. His new goal was clear. He must gain his master's trust, protect her safety throughout her life, and make sure she experiences happiness and joy every day. Su Qingqing, watching from the side, quietly covered her face. How come she felt embarrassed for some reason? As they were talking, the car stopped at the entrance of an old residential neighborhood. This neighborhood clearly looked like it dated back to the 80s or 90s, somewhat resembling the family compounds of old factories. The overall tone of the entire neighborhood looked dim and gray. All the residents inside were elderly men and women of advanced years. Hardly any young people lived in this type of neighborhood. Any young person with means had already moved out. This was where Li Miao Miao's reported grandparents' residence was located. Li Miao Miao wanted to tell them that she'd arrived, and that she could walk back alone from here. But just as she stepped out of the car, both Qing Xian and Su Qingqing immediately followed her out. She looked troubled but had no idea how to ask them to stop following her, so she simply walked ahead, guiding the way. Inside the neighborhood, after turning 7 or 8 corners, they finally stopped at the edge near a civilian building. She climbed up to the top floor, the 6th, and pressed the doorbell on a rusted iron door. She rang 3 times. After a while, an aged voice came from within the door. "Who is it?" Upon hearing this voice, Li Miao Miao's eyes had already started to water. She suppressed her sobs and responded, "Grandma, it's me, Miao Miao." No sooner had she spoken than the iron door opened from the inside. An old woman with gray hair, wearing reading glasses, and seated in a wheelchair appeared at the door. Seeing Miao Miao standing outside, her hazy eyes instantly brightened. Surprised yet incredulous, she asked, Meow meow, could it really be you? What brings you here today? Isn't today Wednesday? Shouldn't you still be in school? Her words were filled with concern, utterly contrasting the attitudes of her father and stepmother. This was exactly the behavior expected from a genuinely caring elder. Li Meow Meow wanted nothing more than to throw herself into her grandmother's arms and cry her eyes out, but she forced herself to hold back. Because her grandparents were old, even if she told them about what had happened to her, all they could feel would be sorrow and anger on her behalf. There wouldn't be any other benefit. At their age now, there was no way they could do anything for her. It would only increase their worries. And with their fragile health, if they learned how she'd been wronged and became so furious that something bad happened to them, then she would have even more reason to grieve and regret. Li Meow Meow managed to smile. Today I went to a competition outside the school. There was no need to return in the afternoon, as I have a half day off. I missed you guys, so I came over to see you. Though she made a great effort to smile, her grandmother immediately noticed something was off. She grabbed Li Meow Meow's hand and said, Is that true? Don't lie to Grandma. Why are your eyes red? Did something make you unhappy at your father's place again? Tell Grandma, who might be old but is still alive. I'll go right now to sort things out with your dad. As long as I'm still breathing, I will not let our precious Meow Meow be hurt. When your mom passed away, your dad took all the inheritance, including the company. Your grandpa, and I didn't take a single penny. The only condition we asked for was that he treat you well, nurture you fully, and when you grew up, provide you with a car and a house. Li Meow Meow couldn't hold it in any longer. She threw herself into her grandma's embrace, kneeling on the ground and sobbing uncontrollably as she leaned against her grandma's knees. Grandma, Dad lied to us. After marrying his new wife, he stopped caring about me altogether. He treats me so badly. I'm unhappy in that house. I don't want to go back there anymore. I want to live here, with you and Grandpa. Li Meow Meow's grandma had no idea what specific grievances her granddaughter had endured or what exactly had happened. But hearing Li Meow Meow's sobs tore at her heart, making her cry too. She gently stroked Li Meow Meow's head, saying over and over, My poor Meow Meow, my dear Meow Meow. Chapter 142, I don't want to go back. Piping, who's come? Is it Meow Meow? What are you doing at the door? A voice from inside came, belonging to Meow Meow's grandfather who was bedridden due to illness. He, not seeing his wife return after she went to open the door, worriedly inquired. My grandfather fell last year when going up and down the stairs, injuring his spine. Now he can only lie in bed, and it's quite inconvenient for him to even sit up. Meow Meow turned her head and quietly explained this to Qing Xian and Su Qingqing. His health was actually pretty robust before he fell. But now that he has been lying in bed all day, although there's no serious disease, his condition keeps worsening. Meow Meow and her grandmother wiped away their tears in unison. They didn't want her grandfather, who had a weak body yet cared about Meow Meow the most, to know of this matter. Meow Meow's grandmother responded from within. There's nothing to worry about. It's just Meow Meow. She's under too much pressure with being in her final year of high school and misses us very much. She skipped class to visit us. I've already scolded her. Why scold her for skipping class? Skipping one day won't affect her studies too much. It's rare for her to visit us, so why did you scold her? Quickly bring her inside. It's hot outside. Come in, have some icy water, eat some fruit to cool down. Meow Meow's grandfather warmly invited them from inside. The lighting wasn't great in these old residential areas, and this house being in the middle meant the lighting was worse. Even at its brightest during the day, the room was still somewhat dim. However, the house was very clean, unlike other elderly people's homes where useless things were stacked everywhere. There weren't many items outside, maintaining a neat environment. Meow Meow's grandfather didn't stay in the bedroom. He slept on a custom-made bed by the living room wall. This bed could be moved easily on flat ground. It's height adjustable to help him sit up. When he saw Meow Meow had brought friends, he wasn't bothered at all and jovially asked Meow Meow's grandmother to take more fruits out of the fridge. He looked overly thin but neatly groomed, with decent spirit. Actually, Meow Meow's grandparents were not old. They were only in their early 70s. Nowadays, 70-something elderly folks are the happiest as their children have families without burdens, without loan pressures, and they receive pensions. If Meow Meow's grandparents could move around freely, at this age they should enjoy retirement and perhaps go dance or do Tai Chi. Meow Meow's grandfather was a chatty person. He might have been cooped up for a while since usually there was no one to chat with, so he incessantly babbled with them, chatting about a lot. Neither Meow Meow nor Su Qingqing were big talkers, but instead, Qingshuan's chatter finally found a companion, and they hit it off well. For an entire afternoon, they kept chatting, and the atmosphere remained light, neither awkward nor dull. As dinner time approached, Meow Meow's grandmother bought ingredients through her phone and got a bunch of vegetables. She smiled happily and told them, Life is so much more convenient now. The elderly community has taught us how to use smartphones. We don't need to go out. We can buy groceries and order food delivery straight from our phones. Even utility bills can be paid through our phones. Back then when I was using a wheelchair, it was really inconvenient. Your grandfather had to carry me up and down every day. But look at us now. I can take care of your grandfather in my wheelchair. She said this optimistically, yet Meow Meow turned her eyes red. One elderly sitting in a wheelchair, another unable to leave the bed, even with a smartphone. How convenient could that possibly be? Just thinking about it made it clear they'd endured plenty of hardships. Now this was intentionally said aloud for her to hear, trying to put her mind at ease. Taking this chance, Meow Meow said, Grandpa, Grandma, now that I'm here, I won't go back. From now on, I will live here. That cluttered room can be tidied up a bit and will suitably serve as my place. The moment she finished speaking, the smiles on her grandparents' faces froze instantly. It wasn't that they didn't want Meow Meow to stay, but they began having bad thoughts. Meow Meow's grandfather lowered his tone, saying seriously, Meow Meow, is your dad treating you badly? Has your stepmom bullied you? Tell me honestly, Grandpa. Meow Meow's grandmother silently looked at her as well. The two elders' gazes left no room for lies. Meow Meow lowered her head slightly and softly replied, I'm unhappy living there. They seem like a real family, whereas I am just like an outsider. She had already expressed this rather tactfully, glossing over much of the hardship and mistreatment she faced at home. But both her grandparents, having lived until this stage in life, had eaten more salt than she'd eaten rice, understanding everything implied. Had she not suffered such great grievances, how would she even abandon schooling and rush here, declaring her wish to live with her grandparents? Her grandmother held her hand and kept muttering, Meow Meow, it's not that Grandma doesn't want you to come back to live here. Now is the critical period of your final year in high school. Your dad took your mom's house and company. No matter how much of a jerk he is, the material conditions at his place are still better than ours. Also, his place is closer to your high school. If you move to Grandma's place now, it will take you an hour on buses and subways every day to go to school. With such a heavy workload in your final year, you'd be exhausted. And Grandpa and Grandma are in this condition. We can hardly take good care of you. At this moment, Meow Meow's grandmother bitterly regretted that they weren't physically strong anymore, didn't have much ability. If only they were as robust as when they were young, they could have directly brought Meow Meow home with confidence. Meow Meow cried, shaking her head. It's fine, Grandpa, Grandma. I'm not afraid of the hardship of schooling, and I don't need you to take care of me. I'll take care of both of you. I just don't want to go back. Her grandmother was about to say more, but was stopped by her grandfather who scolded her. That's enough. Since Meow Meow doesn't want to go back, then she won't go back. My pension plus yours is $6,000 or $7,000 a month, and we also have some savings. How much money do we two old folks really need? At most, we'll save a little more. Can we afford Meow Meow living with us? Can we not provide for her university education? Meow Meow's grandpa had always been a proud person. Even though he couldn't get up now, he still didn't want the granddaughter he loved to suffer any mistreatment. Grandpa. Meow Meow's eyes reddened instantly. She rushed to her grandpa's bedside. I don't spend much money either. I'll be very thrifty. When I graduate from university and start working and making money, I will definitely take good care of you and Grandma. You silly child, we don't need your filial piety. We only wish for your happiness every day. Her grandpa gently patted Meow Meow's hair with a loving gaze. Now, Meow Meow felt extremely regretful and scared. She should never have attempted to jump off the building. She still has these grandparents who love her so much. If she had jumped off and died back then, it would have only caused unbearable pain to those who love her, while giving joy to her foes. Chapter 143. Qing Xian also wants to earn money. After watching quietly from the side for a while, Su Qingqing finally spoke up once everyone had calmed down slightly. Is this injury your grandparents suffered permanently irreversible? With modern medicine being so advanced now, is there really no way to recover? Li Meow Meow sighed. My grandmother was injured in a car accident that damaged her spine. It's an irreversible injury that can't be healed. As for my grandfather, he does have hope of recovery, but at his age, rehabilitation treatment requires a large sum of money, and this cost isn't covered by medical insurance. So it's been delayed. She didn't mention her father throughout their conversation. Her dad has remarried and had a son. Even if he had money, he wouldn't spend it on treating her grandfather. Her grandmother wiped tears beside her and said, It's all my fault. It happened when he was carrying me up and down the stairs. Her grandfather rebuked her from the side. I was careless. Why are you saying things like that? Back and forth, Li Meow Meow's greatest obstacle now boils down to money. Qing Xian anxiously scratched his head at the side, wanting desperately to help Li Meow Meow but couldn't, as he also lacks funds. He didn't know what to do. Li Meow Meow's grandmother insisted on coming over to cook them a meal before they left. Before leaving, Su Qingqing noticed the ominous aura surrounding Li Meow Meow's head had dispersed, indicating that she had come to terms with her situation and would no longer attempt suicide. Seeing Su Qingqing's gaze fixed on her, Li Meow Meow assumed she was still worried and sheepishly smiled, saying, Don't worry about me anymore. I won't do anything foolish again. You're right, we shouldn't punish ourselves for others' mistakes, and suicide is the most erroneous way of escaping. If I die, only those who truly care about me will grieve. My grandparents need me. No matter what difficulties I face from now on, I'll stay strong, and I won't take such extreme measures anymore. Her determination shone clearly in her eyes. Li Meow Meow's situation was different from those suffering from depression-induced suicidal tendencies. People with depression are ill. They cannot control their emotions or physical condition. Li Meow Meow experienced some major blow that caused her to react impulsively and take drastic actions. Now that she's seen through it, found her resolve within herself, and overcome her impulses, it seemed she wouldn't make such mistakes again. Starting today, she decided not to return home. She would live with her grandparents from now on. Anyway, her father never cared much for her, whether she returned or not. He wouldn't concern himself with her anyway. Su Qingqing patted her shoulder, saying, I believe in you. Don't worry. You've already overcome the biggest challenge in your life, and everything else will be smooth sailing. Li Meow Meow gave her a grateful smile. Thank you. As you say, may things continue to go well. Qing Xian wanted to linger, but didn't have any excuse. Being male, staying nearby Li Meow Meow, or even living with her, would cause too many inconveniences. Looking at her deeply, he declared solemnly, almost as if making a promise. Wait for me. I'll come to school tomorrow to be by your side. Don't be afraid. Whatever happens, I'll always stay by your side. Her just steadied emotions were stirred once more, and her face flushed red momentarily. She then remembered the ugly birthmark on the left side of her face and quickly used her bangs to cover it, turning her head away and said, "No, there's no need. The school is strict about visitors anyway. Outsiders aren't allowed to wander in freely." Qingxian subconsciously almost blurted out, "I could transform back into my original form, shrink into a small snake coiled around your arm, concealed under your sleeve, unnoticed by anyone else." However, he swallowed these words back at the last moment because his current master was only an ordinary person. Seeing the hurt look on Qingshuan's face, Li Miaomiao felt inexplicably guilty. Regardless of everything, this person risked danger today to save her. If she acted this coldly, it might be too harsh. After pondering, she suggested, "How about we exchange WeChat IDs? It'll make communication easier later." As she spoke, her face remained red. Truth be told, it was the first time she had ever proactively asked a boy for his WeChat contact information, especially one as handsome as him. WeChat. Qingxian hesitated, puzzled. That was a social media application on mobile phones. He had just attained human form after cultivating, aware of the existence of mobile phones, but did not own one yet. Moreover, how could he have a WeChat account when he lacked a legitimate identity? Those platforms required real name registration. He looked awkward. I don't have WeChat yet. Huh. This made Li Miaomiao feel uneasy too. Was there really a young person without WeChat these days? Could this be an excuse for not exchanging contact details? Fortunately, Su Qingqing interjected to smooth things over. His previous WeChat account got hacked, and he hasn't registered a new one yet. Add mine first, and once he registers a new one, I'll link you both together. Oh, alright then. Li Miaomiao didn't harbor any suspicions at all, and Qingxian let out a sigh of relief. After they parted ways, Su Qingqing led Qingxian back home. All the way there, Qingxian was very silent, looking preoccupied, his eyes losing the former clarity and naivety they once had. When they arrived home, Qingxian sat in the courtyard, propping his chin on one hand, letting out a long sigh. "Sigh, how on earth can I make money? It looks like the young master is really strapped for cash." Su Qingqing opened her eyes after meditating. "You want to earn money? That's not such a hard thing. Didn't I tell you this morning? The director liked you. He wants you to act as the snake spirit. After the movie, you'll get 1,000,000 yuan payment. And besides, do you even need to act since you're naturally a snake spirit? This money practically falls right into your lap." Qingshuan's eyes lit up. "What did you say earlier this morning? How come I didn't know about it?" Su Qingqing sneered. "You were too focused on finding your master that morning. Talking to you was just like talking to a wooden man. So how could you remember anything?" But Qingxian paid no heed to her remarks. All he cared about now was money. "Then go ahead and tell that director I'm ready to take the role, no matter what he asks me to perform. If my master needs money, it's because I need money too." Su Qingqing pushed away his hand that was pulling hers irritably. "Alright, I'll tell the director tomorrow. Oh, by the way, if you're going to act, you definitely have to sign a contract. To sign a contract, you'll need a legitimate identity. So, tell Gu Jun tomorrow to get you an ID card. I'll also try to help out through the 7th Bureau." At this point, Qingshuan's brain worked quickly as he asked, "Can you get me an ID that lets me study in school? My master said her school doesn't allow outsiders to enter easily, but if I enroll in the same school, even the same class as her, surely we would be able to stay together, right?" Chapter 144. Mr. Gu is having a tough time. Su Qingqing gave Qingxian a disdainful look. "Is your brain only active when it comes to matters related to your master?" Qingxian nodded seriously. "Most likely, because I've realized my mental capacity seems quite limited. I can only think about one thing every day." Su Qingqing. Though in many legends and stories, snakes are depicted as cunning creatures, that's not always the case. The physiological structure of snakes determines their limited brain capacity. A snake that hasn't attained magical abilities won't have high intelligence like cats or dogs, nor be able to serve as a companion pet. Even after attaining spiritual powers, like Qingxian who has practiced for so many years, his intelligence will still remain low. Su Qingqing covered her forehead with her hand. "Your identity isn't something that's entirely up to me now. It depends on what Mr. Gu can arrange for you. All I can do is register you at the 7th Bureau." At this moment, Qingxian suddenly had an epiphany. "I see. I'll go wait for Mr. Gu right away." He used to call Gu Jun simply that man, but now, for his own sake, he obediently called him Mr. Gu. Su Qingqing immediately thought he actually understood human relations, and had probably been pretending otherwise all along. Gu Jun was still working overtime at the company, preparing to lead his team to capture a new project, stepping out of the country, and challenging international monopolies. During a meeting, he inexplicably sneezed twice. It was a feeling as if someone was thinking about him. Baitizu worriedly asked, "Mr. Gu, it's almost autumn now. It's getting cooler, so you need to dress warmly. Please don't catch a cold. Our entire team is counting on you. You're our helmsman." Gu Jun coolly glanced at Baitizu. "Even if you butter me up now, there will be no extra pay for your overtime work. After we secure this project, I might consider giving you a bonus." Realizing Gu Jun saw through him, Baitizu didn't struggle anymore. He sighed deeply. I knew asking the stern Mr. Gu would be useless. Maybe I should spend some more money and ask Master Su for a wealth-attracting talisman." When Gu Jun heard this, his ears twitched slightly. He suddenly asked, "How much does a talisman from Qingqing cost?" Not knowing what Gu Jun was thinking, Baitizu answered truthfully. "It's around 2,000 or 3,000 yuan for peace and protective talismans. Other specially requested ones require more, costing approximately 5,000 to 6,000 yuan." Gu Jun almost instinctively said, "So cheap." He wanted to say why did he have to pay tens of thousands each time for talismans, but then realized those amounts weren't quoted by Su Qingqing herself. They were the prices he himself had set. Upon hearing Gu Jun's words, Baitizu knew he had said the wrong thing and quickly made amends. That's right. Master Su is a good person. She likes helping people like us who are poor. She knows we can't afford expensive ones, so she charges reasonably. As for people like you who have power, showing sincerity by giving more money is totally acceptable, right? Satisfied by Baitizu's answer, Gu Jun approved him with a glance. You're correct. You've worked hard these days. Keep going. I'll give you double salary as a bonus this month. Ah. Baitizu was stunned for a second, and once he reacted, he was almost ready to kneel before Gu Jun joyfully. He said, Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Working for you, Mr. Gu, is the best decision I've ever made in my life. Gu Jun gave him a side-eye glance and continued the meeting with a touch of arrogance. It wasn't until later that Baitizu realized why Gu Jun had given him the bonus. It must have been because something he said pleased Gu Jun. So what exactly did he say that made him so happy? Oh yes, he remembered now. He mentioned Master Su and commented how Gu Jun paying more demonstrated sincerity, which pleased Gu Jun enough to raise his salary. Baitizu felt as though he had just uncovered something important. Could Gu Jun's attitude towards Su Qingqing possibly indicate they were just ordinary friends? Can normal friends, or even ordinary relationships between masters and clients, become ecstatic due to just a few nice comments? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Judging from his recent experience in love, there must definitely be something going on with Mr. Gu. Could it be that he has fallen in love? Oh, although Mr. Gu is the only designated heir of billionaire Gu family and an elite since his youth, and considering there are hardly anyone in the world better than him. But the object of affection is Su Qingqing, the Master Su. Baitizu was almost certain that their Mr. Gu could effortlessly charm anyone he set his eyes on. If Mr. Gu just waved a finger, hordes of women would come running in an instant. But there's always that but. If the person he likes now is Master Su, that would be complicated. It's not that Baitizu is biased or has any kind of rose-tinted glasses for Su Qingqing. It's just that Master Su is genuinely too exceptional. You could call her a master respectfully, or go so far as to say she's a celestial deity descending from the heavens. There's really no difference. She's kind-hearted, incredibly righteous, hates evil like an enemy, can foresee events with pinpoint accuracy, and possesses formidable magical powers. No evil entity can survive 3 moves against her. Every day, she works tirelessly to uphold justice for the heavens. Being by her side alone, even if doing nothing at all, feels overwhelmingly safe. Privately, Baitizu thought she would dedicate her entire life to cultivation and never get involved in the mundane affairs of romantic relationships. So even if their Mr. Gu were exceptionally talented, trying to be together with Su Qingqing. Thinking of this, Baitizu couldn't help but shiver, then silently lit a candle for Mr. Gu in his heart. Their poor Mr. Gu. It was rare enough that the iron tree had finally blossomed after all these years. He'd developed feelings for someone, and the person he chose came with such a high level of difficulty. Gu Jun had no idea what Baitizu was thinking about. Still, deep down, sometimes even he felt troubled by the same concerns. Su Qingqing was too outstanding. He longed to become someone who could match her in every way, but it was so incredibly difficult. Every day now, he trained relentlessly, progressing quickly in his abilities. Yet Su Qingqing was advancing at an even faster pace. Although Gu Jun couldn't articulate it clearly, he could sense it. Each time he saw her, she seemed a little stronger than before. At this rate, wouldn't he only end up as someone completely reliant on her strength, someone who could never truly stand shoulder to shoulder with her? Chapter 145, A New Identity. Gu Jun actually had a sense of crisis. He could fully feel how Su Qingqing was different from other people. And this smart man, of course, knew that if he wanted to get closer to Su Qingqing and develop their relationship further, then he himself must also be a person with strength. This strength wasn't financial power, it referred to the power in the field of mysticism. However, in this kind of situation, merely having a sense of crisis wouldn't help him much. All he could do was train even harder, so even if he couldn't match Su Qingqing, he'd at least surpass others. When Gu Jun arrived home after today's meeting, it was already past 1 o'clock in the morning. Everyone said that the Gu family business was huge, almost involved in all important industries. But in fact, Gu Jun was really laid back. Previously, because he was always troubled by certain mystical forces, he truly didn't have the time or energy to focus on expanding his business. The Gu family business did well. Whatever they did turned into profit, with little loss. Perhaps it was purely due to his good fortune. Things prospered even without too much management. Recently, since Gu Jun learned that donating money could gain merit points beneficial for cultivation, he suddenly began to feel dissatisfied with his income. He thought he could follow Su Qingqing's example, earn plenty of money, donate it, and let his wealth serve some real purpose instead of just piling up useless capital anyway. Thus, he led the Gu family enterprise into other industries. During these busy times of expansion, he felt as busy as a top spinning nonstop. As soon as he got home and pushed open the gate to the courtyard, a figure flew toward him. Years of dealing with crises made Gu Jun highly alert. He lifted his leg and delivered a swift kick towards the rushing figure. At least a month of physical training hadn't gone to waste when it came to physical fitness and reaction speed. Qing Xian never expected Gu Jun's first response would be to kick him. Enthusiastic as he was, he couldn't dodge in time and was directly kicked away by Gu Jun. History tends to repeat itself. Once again, he was kicked onto a wall. Then he slid down like a boneless heap and fell to the ground with a dull sound. After a while, he finally picked himself up off the floor, his voice dripping with complaint. Mr. Gu, I know you don't like me, but we've been living together for quite a long time now. Even if you dislike me, there's no need to kick me this way. Once Gu Jun heard Qing Xuan's voice, he slightly relaxed, smoothed out his clothes, and said, "Sorry," instinctive reaction. "If you had something to say, you should have spoken up directly. Why did you leap at me?" Qing Xian understood. In the end, the mistake was still attributed to him. Considering he needed a favor from Gu Jun, he took a deep breath. "All right, I admit I'm wrong. I shouldn't have rushed at you, but I truly have an important matter to tell you." "What is it?" Gu Jun asked with a slight arch of his eyebrows. Qing Xian, "Today, under Master Su's help, I found my master. She's currently in her 3rd year of high school, but she seems to be in not so good condition. There are bullies in her school, and I want to stay by her side. I haven't determined my identity in human society yet, right? So, I was wondering, can you help arrange for my identity to be as a student in her 3rd year? That way, I could transfer to her class and go to school with her, staying by her side every moment." Gu Jun looked him over carefully from head to toe. What to say? Although Qing Xian had a delicate, pretty appearance, he definitely gave off a childish vibe. Perhaps it was due to the naive innocence still present in his eyes, reminiscent of a student's gaze. Moreover, most high school students these days matured early, so Qing Xian claiming to be in the 3rd year of high school might pass, especially if he changed into a sportier outfit. Seeing Gu Jun silently scrutinizing him, Qing Xian thought he found the task troublesome and didn't wish to agree. With palms clasped together earnestly, he pleaded, "Please, please, only you can help me with this matter. Master Su herself has already told me to seek your assistance." Upon hearing that it was Su Qingqing who sent him, Gu Jun arched his eyebrows once more. "Did Qingqing send you?" "Yes, she said only you can solve this issue." Qing Xian reiterated emphatically. Gu Jun's attitude changed immediately, and his expression softened visibly. "I see. Your identity was already arranged, but since you desire a high school senior status, I'll look into it further. I should give you a reply by the end of this week." Upon hearing this, Qing Xuan's eyes lit up instantly. "Thank you, Mr. Gu. The profound kindness I receive is beyond repayment. I am willing to devote myself entirely to serving you for life." Qing Xian had only recently started learning human language. Many phrases he used were ones he'd picked up from TV shows. He had no idea what these words actually meant. He just mimicked them because he saw others saying them in similar situations. When Gu Jun heard this, his brow furrowed lightly again. "Since you put it this way, here's my offer." "No, thank you, Mr. Gu. Your grace is unmatchable." Qing Xian interrupted eagerly, misunderstanding. Gu Jun sighed faintly before speaking clearly. "Just find someone else to act as your girlfriend for practice. As long as she doesn't harm you physically or spiritually, she'll suffice." Qing Xian looked somewhat confused. "Huh?" Ignoring the puzzled youth, Gu Jun waved his hand dismissively. "That's enough chatter for tonight. Get lost." After hearing Qing Xuan's words, Gu Jun immediately got goosebumps all over. "Stop it. Don't say another word. If you keep talking nonsense like that, I won't help you." Okay, I'll shut up as long as you can help me. I'll do whatever you ask." Qing Xian said very obediently and followed instructions perfectly. Perhaps influenced by the context of his previous sentence, this statement made Gu Jun misinterpret him even more. "Shut your mouth." After a low rebuke, he quickened his steps back to his room, moving so fast it seemed like something was chasing him from behind. Qing Xian looked at Gu Jun's retreating figure and scratched his head while saying, "I didn't expect Mr. Gu to be so shy." When I thanked him, he became embarrassed. Gu Jun's efficiency in handling things was quite high, mainly because he couldn't stand Qing Xian constantly pestering him. Initially, he didn't want Qing Xian living in Su Qingqing's courtyard. Now, he still didn't want Qing Xian in Su Qingqing's yard, and also not in his own courtyard anymore. All he wanted was to send this troublemaker away quickly. About 3 days later, Gu Jun had found a suitable identity for Qing Xian. It belonged to an 18-year-old boy from a remote village in the west who was in his final year of high school. The boy died from acute leukemia because his family couldn't afford the treatment. He had just passed away, and according to local customs, the body would be kept for half a month before issuing a death certificate. Gu Jun approached them, spending some money and navigating through certain channels. They decided not to process the death certificate, instead giving the family 1 million yuan and allowing Qing Xian to take over this identity. The family had no objections, and the local authorities were handled via procedures arranged by Su Qingqing using the 7th Bureau. Managing someone like Qing Xian, who could easily disrupt the entire order of a place, was always a headache. Now that he was willing to behave well and agreed to regular monitoring and follow-up visits, giving him a human identity so he could join society was actually the best solution. Higher-ups approved the matter promptly, and Qing Xian finally obtained a legal human identity. He changed his name to Bai Qing Xian. Although his master's surname was Li in this life, he felt his master should bear the surname Bai, so he chose to adopt the last name Bai after his former master. Chapter 146, Li Miaomiao's Experience. After Bai Qing Xian obtained a legal identity, he went to reapply for an ID card as soon as possible. During this period, the omnipotent Gu Jun had already transferred his hukou, household registration, to City A, and also arranged for him to transfer schools to the school and class where Li Miaomiao was studying. Li Miaomiao was still in an elite class, which could be said to be filled with academic geniuses. Apart from these geniuses, there were also super rich people, most of whom would end up studying abroad later on. In such an environment, the children were all very precocious. They imitated adults in engaging in scheming and forming cliques, excluding one person at a time, and then another. Anyone who was slightly weaker, or unapproachable, or different from others, might become a target of exclusion, or even bullying. Li Miaomiao was just like that. Since she entered high school as a freshman, her mother found out about her father's infidelity. His mistress was even pregnant. Already struggling with mental health issues, her mother couldn't bear it and fell into depression. Her mother suffered from depression but refused to take medication properly. Her father continued to act irresponsibly, doing more provocative things that triggered her mother further. Finally, in Li Miao's senior year of high school, her mother overdosed on sleeping pills and committed suicide. She ate 2 whole bottles of accumulated sleeping pills before sleeping. If her father had been home that night, he might have discovered the situation in time and saved her mother. But that night, her father stayed with his mistress again. The next day, when Li Miao went to school and noticed something was off because her mother wasn't moving, she realized her mother had passed away due to the overdose. When she found her, her mother's body was already cold. She wasn't even sent to the hospital. Death was announced immediately. This event left her deeply traumatized. What had once been a quiet personality gradually turned into isolation, leading her to shut herself off completely. She no longer enjoyed socializing with others. Thus, right after entering high school as a freshman, she lost her friends. She became someone seen by others as a strange person who liked to go solo. Moreover, she had a large birthmark on her left cheek. Though she was good-looking, this mark made her stand out in an odd way. Gradually, she became a target for exclusion and bullying. This situation grew worse over time. In her freshman and sophomore years, this group merely teased her, trying her limits through minor mischievous acts. Now, as a senior, they were under greater pressure, and their cruel antics became even more extreme. Someone had watched a South Korean drama where the heroine had been stripped naked and photographed. Inspired by this, they decided to do the same to her. It happened on a day when Li Miao was on duty, leaving school the last among the entire class. By then, not many people remained in the school. As usual, she was preparing to head home, but on the stairs, a group of girls pulled her into the women's restroom. They accused her of why their gang leader's boyfriend came to ask her questions a few days ago. Was she trying to seduce men? Looking like this, how can you still dare to seduce men? Don't you know how ugly the birthmark on your face is? She tried to explain desperately, but the girls wouldn't listen. Perhaps they didn't care about her explanations. It was merely an excuse for them to bully her. They said they wanted her to fully understand what kind of appearance she really had. Then, inside the restroom, they stripped her clothes off and took many photos. Furthermore, they threatened her, saying that from now on, she had to obey them, working like a servant. If not, they would post those indecent pictures onto the school forum. Li Miao was terrified. She felt helpless, often dreaming about that scene, even at night now. She distinctly remembered the faces of each woman. They laughed uncontrollably, acting wildly, looking at her as if she were a dog they could toy with at will. Li Miao couldn't comprehend why. She hadn't provoked them at all. She was aloof and quiet, harming no one. Why did they treat her like this? Is building happiness upon others' suffering really happiness? She didn't want her photos to be used against her, nor did she want to keep enduring such injustice. The next day, she finally summoned the courage to tell her homeroom teacher about the incident. However, the teacher thought she was troublemaking and said, if you weren't somehow at fault, would they focus on you and do such things? After all, one hand can't clap alone. This malicious event could ruin the school's reputation, ending her nomination for Outstanding Teacher this year. At the time, Li Miao was utterly incredulous. Teachers, homeroom teachers, these individuals who were supposed to uphold fairness and justice in school. How could they speak such words? The homeroom teacher grumbled and called over those few girls, asking if the incident had really happened. But those girls completely denied it all, saying that nothing of the sort had occurred. They even said Li Miao was mentally unstable to begin with, which is why she made up such stories. They asked Li Miao if she had any evidence. Of course, Li Miao didn't have any proof. The homeroom teacher, who didn't want to deal with this matter anyway, and with no evidence, immediately decided to sweep it under the rug. She let the influential girls leave while keeping Li Miao behind for a scolding. She also called Li Miao's father, essentially saying that as Li Miao was already in her senior year of high school, not only were her grades dropping, but she was also creating chaos at school. Thus, Li Miao not only failed to gain justice at school, but she was also berated by her own father when she returned home and met with sarcastic remarks from her stepmother. The next day, those girls said she actually dared to report them. They dragged her into the restroom again, beating her up while taking photos. This was when Li Miao lost all hope in life. She truly couldn't bear the bullying anymore. She felt that the event would haunt her for the rest of her life. In extreme despair, she climbed to the rooftop of the school's teaching building. She originally intended to enjoy the breeze, take one last look at the world, and then jump quietly from the building. Unexpectedly, that place had quite a bit of foot traffic, and soon someone noticed her on the roof and called the police. Then, just as she was about to jump, Bai Qingxian saved her. When she was contemplating jumping from the rooftop, her homeroom teacher knew the matter had escalated too far and didn't dare to show up. Afterward, when she requested a week off for rest, her homeroom teacher almost immediately agreed. Now, it was her first day back at school after the incident. Chapter 147, The Light in Life. Just as Li Miao returned to school and entered the classroom, she felt the strange looks from her classmates, who would glance at her occasionally before whispering privately. From their undisguised, contemptuous glances, it was obvious that they were saying nothing good about her. Li Miao took a deep breath, ignoring those gazes, and walked confidently back to the last row near the window. She sat alone in the very last row of the class, with no one next to her. She told herself that her most important task now was the college entrance examination. If she could get into a good university, she could escape everything that plagued her now. Once she graduated from university, she would find a decent job and work hard to earn money to support her grandparents and let them live a good life. She had to endure everything right now and be strong. Moreover, She had bought a miniature recorder hidden on her person. If those girls came after her again, she would record everything. Then she would use the recordings as evidence to report them to the police. Su Qingqing was right. The person who made a mistake clearly wasn't her. So why should she feel ashamed? It's those who have done wrong who should feel ashamed and receive punishment. Now that she had thought it through, if she weren't afraid of death, how could she be afraid of going down fighting? In the midst of her chaotic thoughts, morning reading began, and the homeroom teacher walked in. She had a radiant smile, followed by a male student. As soon as this boy stepped in, he immediately drew everyone's attention. Quite a few students hissed audibly. Subsequently, whispers started, saying how handsome he was. It was like they'd never seen anyone so good-looking before. The homeroom teacher said animatedly, "Classmates, we have a new transfer student joining us today. He will be spending all of the senior year here with us. Let's give him a warm welcome. Why don't you introduce yourself?" A clear yet familiar voice rang out. "Hello everyone, my name is Qingxian. I hope to get along well with all of you for the remaining time." Li Miao Miao, who had been keeping her head down indifferently, showing interest in nothing, suddenly looked up when she heard this self-introduction. Her head rose just in time to meet Bai Qingxuan's gaze at the front of the classroom. Their eyes met in the air, and it seemed like he had been looking at her since the moment he walked in. Li Miao Miao's heart suddenly started racing. How could he be here? That day, he was dressed in a long green robe, making him look older and more mature. But today, he was wearing the school-issued uniform, a sporty style, that gave him an incredibly youthful and radiant vibe. Among the crowd, he was even more dazzling than he was that day, several times over. "Student Bai, find a seat. For now, take an empty spot, then we'll adjust seating arrangements later." The homeroom teacher said, smiling broadly, clearly forming a good impression of Bai Qingxian. Not only did he look handsome, but it was also said that he was brought in through relations with Gu Corporation. He might even be a relative of the Gus. The Gus are a powerful family with influence across the nation. There was no question about their strength. So she treated him respectfully because schools these days were really just societies built on relationships, weren't they? Under the watchful eyes of both the homeroom teacher and all her classmates, Bai Qingxian slowly made his way towards Li Miao Miao. He moved the desk and chair at the back of the classroom next to Li Miao Miao, becoming her desk partner. Then he grinned at her. "See? I'm not an outsider anymore. I'm your classmate now." He smiled so proudly. Li Miao Miao felt a ray of light streaming into her dark world, illuminating her otherwise monochrome existence. Everyone was surprised when Bai Qingxian sat next to Li Miao Miao. Even the homeroom teacher frowned slightly, saying, "Student Bai, are you sure you want to sit there?" Student Li Miao Miao tends to be quite introverted. "You've just arrived, so perhaps it'd be better for you to sit with a more cheerful and outgoing class officer to help you get more familiar with the school environment." Li Miao Miao bowed her head lower, wondering why the homeroom teacher would say such things about her in front of others. Bai Qingxian probably didn't know about her situation in school yet, and if he found out, would he end up despising her too? Unexpectedly, Bai Qingxian looked up and said seriously to the homeroom teacher, "No, I've already known Miao Miao for a while. I don't think her character is bad at all. She's calm and kind-hearted. I intend to be her desk partner." The homeroom teacher. This was a direct challenge to the authority of the homeroom teacher. However, Bai Qingxian wasn't like Li Miao Miao, who lacked familial affection and favor. He had connections with the Gus, so she couldn't lash out and could only awkwardly laugh. After morning reading ended and the homeroom teacher left, Li Miao Miao mustered up her courage and whispered to Gu Jun, "Thank you." "What are you thanking me for?" Bai Qingxian looked completely baffled, as if he didn't think he had done anything worth thanking. Li Miao Miao said softly, "Thank you for speaking up for me in front of the homeroom teacher." Realizing what she meant, Bai Qingxian waved his hand dismissively and replied, "There's no need to thank me for that. I was only telling the truth, and one shouldn't be thanked just for speaking the truth." His carefree and natural demeanor made Li Miao Miao smile involuntarily despite herself. Though they had known each other for such a short time, it felt like they had been acquainted for ages. Even when sitting silently together, an indescribable rapport flowed between them. Bai Qingxuan's transfer to Li Miao Miao's high school caused quite a stir due to his extraordinary looks and exceptionally high good looks. In the monotonous life of high school, there weren't many events worth talking about. Suddenly, girls from other classes swarmed over to gawk at Bai Qingxian, with plenty even attempting to flirt with him. But Bai Qingxian had eyes only for Li Miao Miao. His heart was fully occupied by her, so he paid no heed to others. During class, he propped his head on his hands and watched Li Miao Miao. After class, he sought every opportunity to chat with her, took walks with her during long breaks, and dragged her along to group activities. For lunch and after school, they were always together. Bai Qingxian had become Li Miao Miao's constant shadow. News of their closeness spread quickly through the school. Once again, Li Miao Miao became the center of attention because of Bai Qingxian. This included the few girls who had taken her nude photos. At first, they'd gone quiet out of fear when Li Miao Miao attempted suicide by jumping off a building, worried that investigations might implicate them. With the commotion dying down and Li Miao Miao now receiving all the affection from the newly transferred school heartthrob, envy and malice stirred within them once more. However, since Bai Qingxian was almost constantly glued to Li Miao Miao's side, they could find no opening to make their move. Chapter 148. Despite her resistance. This situation caused them great distress. The more they saw Li Miao Miao, the less they could stand her. They wanted her to be publicly humiliated at all costs. And not only that, they specifically wanted Li Miao Miao to embarrass herself in front of Bai Qingxian, hoping he would then disdain her and no longer focus his gaze on her. How could someone with such an ugly birthmark on their face, so isolated, possibly gain the favor of someone as handsome as Qingxian? Finally one day, their opportunity came. Bai Qingxian had agreed to join a production team for filming, wanting to earn money for Li Miaomiao's grandfather's reconstruction surgery. He took a day off to do this. Now alone, Li Miaomiao was immediately targeted by the girls who were planning to take her nude photos. No matter how careful Li Miaomiao was, they still found an opportunity to drag her into a familiar deserted restroom. They tried the same tactic again, attempting to tear her clothes and force her to call herself vulgar names like a loose woman or student sweetheart. Then, they planned to anonymously send the video to Bai Qingxian. Li Miaomiao fought back fiercely, but she couldn't fight against so many of them, and eventually, they succeeded. After mocking her for a while, they left in high spirits. Slowly, Li Miaomiao dressed herself and stepped out of the bathroom. Her face reflected anger, humiliation, fear, but above all, determination. Leaving the school, she began walking towards the nearest police station step by step. When she reached the police station, her first words were, "Uncle Policeman, I was forced to take nude pictures. I have evidence, and I wish to report it." Meanwhile, Bai Qingxian, who was filming nearby at another university, had just learned how to use a cell phone and was currently in a phase where he was deeply fascinated with it and never parted from it. Every now and then, he sent Li Miaomiao messages. "Have you eaten? What class are you having now? Are you tired?" However, after her last class in the afternoon ended, Li Miaomiao didn't reply to any of his messages. This made him feel uneasy. He kept asking Su Qingqing, "Why isn't my mistress replying to me? Did something happen to her?" Su Qingqing was becoming annoyed by his incessant questions, so she finally relented. Fine, I'll divine something for your mistress to ease your worry." But upon divining, her brow furrowed deeply, and she stood up abruptly. "Something's wrong. It seems your mistress is in some kind of trouble." Hastily following behind her, Bai Qingxian was interrupted when his phone suddenly received a message. It was an anonymous text containing a video. The content showed Li Miaomiao being forcibly filmed in compromising situations. She struggled helplessly, tears streaming down her face filled with despair and humiliation. Seeing this, Bai Qingxian felt as if his brain buzzed. An overwhelming rage surged through his heart. In his fury, he lost control of maintaining human form and leaped into the air, transforming into his true self, a several-meter-long serpent. Coiling in the air, he was imbued with hostility unmatched even during the charity gala night. The people at that school have always been bullying Miao Miao, and it has been only me protecting her. Now, they've done this. Everyone in that school deserves to die. He did not know who had forced Li Miao Miao to do these things, and with his abilities, he couldn't track them down. So be it. Since he couldn't find them, he wouldn't bother. Let the entire school perish. It wasn't like there was a single good person anyway. His vengeful spirit grew strong enough to destroy an entire school. Su Qingqing remained expressionless, delivering a palm strike to knock Bai Qingxian down from the air. Calm down. In this situation, you should go check on Miao Miao first. What if she can't handle it and try something drastic? And besides, why don't we just ask her who forced her to take the photos and videos? There's always someone responsible, and we can punish those specific video makers directly. Right now, all you're doing is creating chaos. Stop overreacting. You've watched too many TV dramas. Su Qingqing's words slightly calmed Bai Qingxian. Yes. Right now the most important thing is to find Miao Miao. Using secret methods of locating individuals, Su Qingqing quickly locked onto Li Miao Miao's whereabouts. Surprisingly, she discovered Li Miao Miao was at the nearest police station. Clearly, instead of succumbing to despair, she'd grown stronger and even taken the initiative to report the crime. By the time they arrived at the police station, outside the door they could already see inside. It was bustling with activity. A group surrounded a girl sitting in the corner talking incessantly. These people were the parents of the young girls involved in taking the naked photos, and the girl in the center of attention was none other than Li Miao Miao. Upon reporting the incident, the case was clear-cut and grave due to its circumstances, so the police immediately handled the case. However, because all the girls involved were minors, they couldn't bear the responsibility themselves. Instead, their parents all rushed over at the first sign of trouble. Once the parents arrived and saw Li Miao Miao alone, with no other family members accompanying her, their initially anxious moods quickly turned bold. They surrounded Li Miao Miao, threatening and bribing her to withdraw the case. "Li classmate, you know, since you're all minors, even if we file the case, my daughter won't be severely punished anyway, so your complaint is completely meaningless. It's better to settle privately for some money." "That's right. We've already looked into your situation. Your dad remarried, and you're living with your grandparents, surely in need of money, right? We'll give you 400,000 yuan directly. Take this money and live well with your grandparents. It will be enough for you to go to university. This is definitely better than making a fuss, isn't it? Now we are speaking nicely to you, giving you face. Don't be stubborn and reject kindness. Do you think just filing a complaint will end everything? There are still lawsuits, hiring lawyers, and going through procedures, all of which cost money. We can drag it out, but can you afford to? It's the same. You're already in senior 3. It's better not to create unnecessary trouble. Our school teachers, and we will properly educate our daughters. Your video won't spread anymore either. Let things go easily where they can. Besides, such videos being leaked would harm you as well." Amid the cacophony of reproaches, Li Miao Miao slowly backed away until she was cornered. She now felt immense fear and helplessness, as if she were fighting against the whole world on her own. Why? Why did she muster up the courage? Why did she resist? Yet nothing seemed to change. Gradually, she began to perceive these people in front of her as demons, clawing and tearing as though they were about to rip her apart and consume her. Covering her ears, she collapsed into a squat on the ground, overwhelmed with despair. Chapter 149, confidence. Just as Li Miao Miao was wavering in her heart, contemplating whether to accept the settlement of 40,000 yuan and swallow this way, a familiar voice came from afar. Why are you all surrounding her? Back off. The wall of people that had surrounded her tightly was then torn open, and she saw a youth appear before her against the light, extending his hand towards her. Bai Qingxian was so furious upon seeing these parents surrounding Li Miao Miao, who was inexperienced in the ways of the world and still shaken after being bullied, that he felt like his lungs were about to explode. When he saw this scene earlier, the murderous anger within him surged once again. For a moment, he wanted to kill them all. How could they speak with such righteous indignation when they had no reasonable grounds at all? Why did they deserve to make their case sound so justified when it was merely bullying the weak? These people certainly weren't worthy. Ants by the roadside were more valuable than they were. If not for Su Qingqing standing beside him, watching him with her bright eyes and forcing him to calm down, he could have dealt with these people in an instant. Those who bullied his master deserved death. Li Miao Miao was pulled up by Bai Qingxian and protected behind him. After all, being a dragon that had practiced for 1,000 years, he might easily lose his composure in front of Su Qingqing sometimes. But now that he had calmed down from his anger, the powerful aura around him was formidable. Staring at the parents of those girls, he said deliberately slowly, "We will not accept any settlement, no matter how much money is offered. A person who has made a mistake should receive the appropriate punishment. Even if the punishment isn't severe, there should be a criminal record left for them." This was what Su Qingqing told him on the way here. She explained that society today is different from the past. Nowadays, every individual would have a personal file, which would be reviewed regardless of whether one is looking for a job or enrolling in school. With a criminal record, especially this kind, whether or not one can attend university becomes uncertain. Even if one pays their way through college, hardly any reputable organization would hire them. In other words, rejecting a settlement and ensuring they leave a criminal record is the severest punishment for them. Upon hearing this, the parents of the girls panicked. If they don't settle with money, that means leaving a criminal record? This couldn't happen. Their daughters' futures must be insured. How can having a criminal record not ruin their whole lives? While they anxiously argued and surrounded again, saying all these things, Su Qingqing could no longer bear it. Taking a step forward, she coldly said, "You're concerned about your daughter's future now and fear it will be ruined. But what about the deeds done by your daughters? Aren't they ruining someone else's life? They do such vicious, despicable acts at such a young age. Why do they dare so much? Isn't it because you, the parents, kept indulging them time and time again? You're also helping them commit wrongdoings. With your daughters leaving criminal records, ruining their lives, you're also accomplices." Su Qingqing's voice wasn't loud, and her tone remained even, yet it carried a commanding power. The previously noisy crowd automatically quieted down, listening to her. After Su Qingqing finished speaking, the parents all looked embarrassed. One parent among these girls, also the parent of the leading girl, whose parents held high positions in the television station, possessed both excellent connections and substantial wealth. Her mother, with a difficult expression but still arrogant, said, "I see that you are not old enough to know that when facing this situation, taking the money and keeping quiet benefits everyone more than making a fuss. Do you not know that the only secretly recorded audio in Li Miao Miao's hands cannot be used as evidence? Our daughter won't be sentenced to anything just because you report it, even if we expend a bit more time and energy, finding the best lawyers to litigate with you slowly. In the end, whether or not crimes are defined and sentenced is still uncertain. And if you lose, you won't only fail to define a crime, you'll also bear all legal costs. Can you handle such a long and draining battle?" The pride in her eyes was obvious, as if they were above others, while Li Miao Miao and the rest were mere subhumans with no rights. Li Miao Miao instinctively gripped Bai Qingxuan's hand tightly and quietly said, "Perhaps, let it go." Before she finished her sentence, Bai Qingxian became angry again. He defended Li Miao Miao and said, "Then let's litigate. This friend of mine is Su Qingqing. She's a celebrity, extremely wealthy. I have another friend named Gu Jun, who is even richer. Isn't it just about money? Who doesn't have any? Who are you insulting with your money? Then we'll sue them too, and we'll hire the best lawyers." He spoke with a righteous confidence, his tone filled with unmistakable pride when mentioning Su Qingqing and Gu Jun, as if bragging about one's friends was something very admirable. Su Qingqing standing nearby. But those people clearly didn't believe him. They recognized Su Qingqing as a celebrity, but they had someone in their family who was a high-ranking official at the television station, so they had plenty of connections and weren't afraid of some little star. As for Gu Jun, such legendary figures were not ones that ordinary people could casually reach out to. Who were they fooling? In any case, no agreement was reached on the matter that night. The parents wanted a private settlement, but with Bai Qingxian and Su Qingqing supporting her, Li Miao Miao found herself more confident, and she gritted her teeth until the end, refusing to privately settle, and the case was successfully filed. By the time they left the police station, it was already late at night. Li Miao Miao, fearing that her grandparents would worry, had already sent a message ahead of time, saying that she would be doing homework at another classmate's house and wouldn't return tonight. Su Qingqing couldn't leave her alone, so she invited her home to temporarily stay at her place for the night. On the way home, Li Miao Miao finally couldn't help but ask, "How did you know I was at the police station?" She remembered that she hadn't notified them, had she? Bai Qingxian originally wanted to come up with some other excuse because he thought telling Li Miao Miao that he received such a video would cause her secondary harm. But then he reconsidered that it was also necessary for her to know, so he truthfully recounted everything that happened. After he finished speaking, Li Miao Miao fell silent for a moment. She didn't say anything, but her hands were even trembling. Bai Qingxian was extremely nervous. After a while of silence, Li Miao Miao suddenly asked, "Would you look down on me? Would you also hate me?" Chapter 150. Am I that kind of person in your heart? Bai Qingxian, who had been very nervous, was stunned after hearing Li Miao Miao's question. He had thought of all sorts of things Li Miao Miao might say, that she would be sad, angry, or upset. But he had never expected that Li Miao Miao would carefully ask if he disliked or despised her. Why would I dislike you, or look down on you? Bai Qingxian asked. Li Miao Miao lowered her head, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Because you saw the worst side of me. At this moment, Bai Qingxian suddenly became a little angry. His voice became deeper. You were filmed in such a video, and yet you are the victim. You didn't do anything wrong. How could that be shameful? Seeing you like that, I barely had time to feel sorry for you. How could I possibly despise you? If I were to distance myself from you because of this, what would make me any different from those women who bullied you? Do you really think I am such a person? Bai Qingxian was truly heartbroken. What kind of relationship did he have with his master? Not to mention his master being the one being bullied now. Even if his master were bullying others, he would still be the one handing over the knife at the side. Now, he just turned into human form, but he wasn't really human. He had no concept of helping the right over the kin. He was just an extremely protective snake, someone who helped kin without considering fairness, someone who would stay by his master's side no matter what. Li Miao Miao hadn't expected that the usually good-tempered Bai Qingxian would get angry over this. She hurriedly explained, I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. I just. She couldn't explain it clearly either. The unclear Li Miao Miao was very anxious to the point where her eyes turned red, and she almost cried. Bai Qingxian decisively said, you don't need to explain. Just know this. No matter when, I will never despise you, and I will always stand by your side. I am the least likely person in the world to betray you. Why? Li Miao Miao felt moved in her heart, but she was more confused. It seemed like he appeared in her life just to save her, rescuing her from jumping off a building, treating her well, supporting her no matter what. But, is there really such a person in this world, someone who treats another person so kindly without any reason? Bai Qingxian, with his delicate and gentle appearance, had especially clear eyes, bright and transparent. His sincere gaze seemed to see through her, making her heartbeat go out of rhythm. Bai Qingxian really wanted to tell her, because you were my master from the previous life, who gave me a second chance at life, and led me to practice cultivation for hundreds of years. But he couldn't say it, because there was simply no way to explain. He could only say, because you saved me before. The same answer as before, and Li Miao Miao knew that asking this time wouldn't yield anything. However, it didn't matter. She didn't need to ask the reason, because she cherished this kindness and sincerity that shone like a ray of light into her life. No matter the reason, she would hold on tightly. Li Miao Miao spent the night at Su Qingqing's house. Bai Qingxian, who had originally been staying in Gu Jun's yard next door, also managed to spend the night inside Gu Jun's house, because letting him stay in the yard as a living person would seem strange if Li Miao Miao found out. Gu Jun, who had originally come over to continue working with Su Qingqing, nodded calmly upon learning about what happened to Li Miao Miao. All right, I understand. Leave it to me. Isn't it just filing a lawsuit? Since the parents of these girls were acting so arrogantly, let's see how many years the top-notch legal team can get them sentenced to. Gu Jun spoke lightly, as he himself was not someone who liked meddling in other people's affairs. But aside from this case being referred by Su Qingqing, the matter itself was rather nauseating. Helping a weaker party out while passing by could also count as upholding justice, and it would add some karma to his account. Li Miao Miao still felt dazed before sleeping. She had initially thought that Bai Qingxuan's mention of Gu Jun was just talk, but it turned out to be true. When she woke up the next day and rubbed her eyes walking into the courtyard, she saw a group of people sitting cross-legged meditating in neat rows. Sitting at the front was Su Qingqing, seated on a mat with her eyes closed, the sunlight streaming through the glass windows casting a golden glow around her body. Behind her were Gu Jun, the big star Zhao Linya, and another handsome man with a refined appearance resembling a noble son. They were all meditating with their eyes closed, just like Su Qingqing. Although she couldn't fully comprehend what she was seeing, Li Miao Miao somehow felt that their meditation wasn't as professional as Su Qingqing's. Their auras were entirely different. Though they all looked pleasing to the eye and were a group of high aesthetical individuals, why were they all meditating? Sensing someone had come in, Su Qingqing opened her eyes. Seeing the visitor was Li Miao Miao, she said, "You're awake. I've left some breakfast for you on the dining table. Go ahead and eat if you're hungry. We will be leaving shortly, and we'll walk together as we're going the same way." Miao Miao. Just as Su Qingqing finished speaking, a loud greeting came from outside the door, and Bai Qingxian strode in, shouting as he walked. He carried a big pile of breakfast bags in his hands, various kinds of breakfast foods including steamed buns, wontons, preserved egg porridge, hot dry noodles. He held up all the breakfast with pride. "Miao Miao, come have breakfast. I specially bought it for you." Li Miao Miao. No, this made her feel awkward. Zhao Linya stopped her meditation. She was always ready to fan the flames, and began sarcastically provoking the situation. "Oh my, how thoughtful. He lived with us for several months before, but never bought us breakfast once. Now that Miao Miao has arrived, he's gone and bought a mountain of food." Jiang Muqing quickly followed up. "Exactly, during those times, he ate our food, drank our beverages, stayed in our home, without hesitation or shame. Never did anything useful. And now he's acting so warmly towards Miao Miao." Bai Qingxian remained completely unruffled, firmly saying, "Of course it's different. She is Miao Miao." Su Qingqing and Gu Jun both wore expressions of disdain at their companion's simplistic thinking, truly fitting of the title Simple Mind. And Li Miao Miao lowered her head even further, finding these friendly teasing moments rather embarrassing. But since they were all friends, she could sense there was no malice behind it. The thick-skinned Bai Qingxian paid no attention to all this, pulling Li Miao Miao along as he went inside. Let's go. Let's first eat breakfast. These people still need to practice for a while. Sitting and meditating is so boring. Chapter 151, A Little Test. Li Miao Miao was still dazed while eating breakfast. After holding back for a moment, she couldn't help but tentatively ask, are Master Su and the others really cultivating? Is cultivation really a thing in this world? Bai Qingxian wanted to say it's truly real. Not only is it real, but in your previous life, you were a rare cultivation prodigy. Now he could only scratch his head and say, it's true. The spiritual essence is beginning to revive, and as long as one has the right path and talent, they can cultivate. Are you interested? For some reason, when Li Miao Miao heard the words spiritual essence and cultivation, they felt particularly familiar to her. What was this feeling like? It was as if these two words were etched deep into her soul, giving her an overwhelming sense of familiarity. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't remember why these two words had left such a deep impression on her. This feeling had appeared too many times recently. She often had this sensation with Bai Qingxian. She hesitated and asked, then, do you cultivate? If you cultivate, can you take me along to cultivate together? Bai Qingxian scratched his head again. I do cultivate. That's true. But what I cultivate might not be suitable for you. I can't teach you. I am a snake, practicing the art of serpents, which humans naturally cannot use. He curiously asked Li Miao Miao, why do you want to cultivate? Li Miao Miao lowered her head and stirred the porridge in front of her. Because I feel like you and Master Su are very powerful, I also want to become stronger. With self-protection skills, maybe I won't be bullied anymore. Bai Qingxian immediately understood. She had psychological scars from being bullied. Wait here for me. I'll go talk to Master Su. She has a good heart. She will surely agree. After saying this, he rushed next door to find Su Qingqing. Next door, Su Qingqing had just finished cultivating. She calmly listened to Bai Qingxuan's words, and the request he mentioned about Li Miao Miao didn't surprise her at all. From the first time she saw Li Miao Miao, she could already sense it. In her past life, Li Miao Miao was a cultivation prodigy who ultimately failed to ascend due to the depletion of spiritual energy despite using all her efforts. Fate is fair. In this life, Li Miao Miao's cultivation talent was strong to the point where it almost overflowed. Su Qingqing wasn't surprised when she heard that Li Miao Miao wanted to cultivate. She didn't directly agree but told Bai Qingxian, let Miao Miao come over herself to talk to me. Li Miao Miao's impression of Su Qingqing was pretty good. She liked Su Qingqing a lot and always felt a sense of intimacy from her. She said firmly, Master Su, rest assured. I don't want to learn out of a passing fancy. I genuinely want to learn and won't cause trouble for you. Su Qingqing shook her head. I don't take disciples. You are all the disciples of the patriarch, and I am merely helping him guide you. Since I'm teaching you, I'll definitely make sure to teach well, but I do have one condition. What condition? Li Miao Miao quickly asked. As long as it's not an unreasonable request, I'll agree. Su Qingqing shook her head. It's not an unreasonable request. This world may face massive changes. Now that the spiritual essence is reviving, besides those in our mystical sect who can begin cultivating again, there will also be some dark, savage, uncivilized entities that will start cultivating. Moreover, their cultivation speed will be much faster than ours. Based on this trend, the world will eventually descend into chaos. It's just a matter of time. The condition I require you to meet is this. Should the day of chaos arrive, within your capabilities, you must stand up to protect and assist those around you. Can you do this? Li Miao Miao's experiences differed from others. She had been harmed by people close to her. Even though others around her hadn't directly harmed her, they were mostly cold observers. These types were essentially no different from the offenders themselves. Asking her to protect these kinds of people felt akin to repaying evil with virtue. Sure enough, after hearing this, Li Miao Miao was stunned. She was silent for quite a while, then decisively said, all right, I promise. I can do it. After hearing her answer, Su Qingqing's lips curled slightly upward. Excellent. You've passed the test. Your thoughts are very pure, so I can teach you the basics of cultivation. Test Kaufa. Li Miao Miao was momentarily confused. Su Qingqing nodded. To test whether you are a pure-hearted person. If you are someone full of fixation and easily troubled, even if you can smoothly start cultivating, later on, you will encounter mental demons, which would be even more dangerous. Li Miao Miao suddenly understood. Su Qingqing added, of course, saving people should only happen within your abilities, and under the premise that they cooperate and know gratitude. If they refuse to cooperate and are annoying, then you certainly don't have to help them. Gu Jun nodded. That's right. Heaven-inflicted calamities can still be survived, but self-inflicted ones cannot. If someone saves them and they still act ungrateful and think it's their due, then that falls under the category of those who cannot survive. Let them go to the underworld. It's the most reasonable place. Su Qingqing glanced at Gu Jun approvingly. Your ideological awareness is quite commendable. Gu Jun modestly replied. It's mainly because I didn't waste my time reading the books recommended by Master Su. Li Miao Miao went through the same process as Jiang Muqing and Zhao Liya, respectfully burning incense for the patriarch. The patriarch's face lit up with a red glow once again. After all, Li Miao Miao was a rare cultivation prodigy, and now he had another genius as his disciple. His heart couldn't help but feel delighted. Truly, only Su Qingqing could accomplish such perfection in these matters. Every disciple she chose for him was better than the last, either highly talented or naturally blessed with good fortune and prosperity. Su Qingqing noticed her jade Rui pendant glowing warmly when she looked down. Surprisingly, her merit points had increased by an entire 10,000. Now, her accumulated merits added up to nearly 300,000. She was a bit surprised, was receiving so many merit points simply because she had Li Miao Miao join the Xian sect to start cultivating? But after some thought, she understood. Perhaps it was because of Li Miao Miao's exceptional talent for cultivation combined with her kind character that it was destined for her to assist countless people once she became powerful through practice. As the guide leading her on this path, she naturally received those merit points. This move was indeed worthwhile, truly a pleasant surprise. Her gaze softened toward Li Miao Miao, filled with affection. There isn't enough time this morning, but starting from this afternoon, after school, you'll come to my house with Qingxian. Every day, I will spend half an hour teaching you. Don't worry, cultivation will strengthen your body, bring clarity to your spirit, and won't make you feel tired. It will also help you relax after your studies in the final year of high school. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime. There's no need to hesitate. Her extraordinarily kind and gentle attitude made Jiang Muqing mutter under his breath beside her. Why did I pay tens of millions in tuition fees? Yet Master Su has never treated me like this. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a chilly glare from Su Qingqing and quickly closed his mouth. Chapter 152. This is the real you. Today Bai Qingxian didn't have any scenes to shoot, so he went to school with Li Miao Miao. As soon as Li Miao Miao walked into the classroom, the previously lively class suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Li Miao Miao. This kind of thing had happened before. Li Miao Miao was increasingly demonized in the rumors among her classmates, like a plague god carrying filth. Whenever she appeared, everyone would stop talking. But at that time, the way they looked at her was different. There was mockery and schadenfreude. It was the feeling of having formed their own little clique and collectively ostracizing others, gaining a sense of superiority from such ostracism. However, today was different. Although it became quiet and no one talked to her, the way they looked at her was no longer filled with disdain. There was even a hint of wariness in their gaze. When Li Miao Miao made eye contact with them, they would instinctively look away, showing guilt, inability to maintain eye contact, and fear. Bai Qingxian stood behind Li Miao Miao. At this moment, there was nothing meek about him in front of her. His gaze was icy, coldly sweeping over the classmates, radiating an overpowering aura as if it were tangible. He didn't speak, but silently supported Li Miao Miao through his actions. Soon after, the homeroom teacher came in to organize the morning reading session. As soon as she entered, her eyes moved toward the back, meeting Li Miao Miao's glance. Today, the homeroom teacher was also strange. Usually, her look toward Li Miao Miao was condescending, but today, she was the first one to avert her eyes. After the morning reading, the teacher coughed lightly and said, Li Miao Miao, come to my office for a moment. Every time she went to the office before, it wasn't for anything good, so Li Miao Miao felt a bit nervous instinctively. Just as her hands unconsciously clenched together, a hand with distinct knuckles, yet overly pale, placed itself on hers, slightly cooler than normal, though strangely reassuring. Li Miao Miao's tensed heart somehow relaxed. Bai Qingxian said, don't be afraid, I'll go with you. Li Miao Miao shook her head. It's fine. I'm not scared. Ever since I decided last night to report it to the police, I won't be afraid anymore. In this struggle, I will fight until the end. In the end, Bai Qingxian still accompanied Li Miao Miao to the office. When Li Miao Miao went inside, he waited outside in the stance of a protector. Today, the homeroom teacher was exceptionally amiable to Li Miao Miao, tentatively asking, I heard that you went to the police station alone yesterday to report something? Yes, Li Miao Miao didn't hide it. They were all students at the same school, so the police department would certainly inform the school of this matter. The homeroom teacher cleared her throat lightly, saying, Ahem, students your age. Naturally, there will be some conflicts between you. Isn't it possible to resolve these things within the school? Why must we resort to the police station? If this incident becomes too serious, it wouldn't be good for the school's reputation or yours either. She spoke in a very sincere manner. But Li Miao Miao gave a cold laugh. Last time, I already told you about the same issue. Didn't you ignore it and even say that because I was too solitary, a single hand couldn't clap by itself? The homeroom teacher was caught off guard for a moment but quickly found a reason. That's because you had no evidence at that time. How could I just arbitrarily blame someone without evidence? That would be unfair to others, wouldn't it? Wrong. Li Miao Miao refuted her bluntly, leaving no room for politeness. This made the homeroom teacher pause momentarily. She hadn't expected that Li Miao Miao, who usually spoke so compliantly, would now have the audacity to contradict her. Li Miao Miao smirked with ridicule at the corner of her lips. Of course not. You can't just accuse them without evidence. That's right. But you didn't even investigate their behavior. Instead, you outright rejected me. Evidence of them bullying me isn't hard to find. The corridor outside the restroom has surveillance cameras. With a little effort, adjusting the footage would easily confirm what I've said is true. Yet you didn't even check the camera records. You simply scolded me instead. This shows that you were negligent. Having met such an irresponsible homeroom teacher, I had no choice but to directly file a report outside the school. After all, I encountered such a despicable situation, and I definitely cannot let it slide and continue being bullied until I die, right? Upon hearing these words from Li Miao Miao, the homeroom teacher's face changed dramatically. Deep down, she realized that the matter becoming public meant trouble for her. While she wouldn't face legal consequences, the school would surely punish her for negligence and irresponsibility. These words from Li Miao Miao firmly pinned the label of negligence squarely on her. She took a deep breath and said, You really are sharp-tongued. A single hand can't clap by itself. If you had no fault at all, would they only target you like this? Here we go again with the same argument. Every time something happened, the school teachers and her father tried to avoid making the situation bigger, opting for less trouble by blaming everything on her. Previously, Li Miao Miao would always silently endure it, including now, when she instinctively wanted to retreat. But when she turned around and saw Bai Qingxian standing quietly by the door accompanying her, an enormous surge of courage welled up inside her heart. She took a deep breath and said, "A single hand can't clap? Then teacher, lend me your head. Let me see if one slap will make any sound." Li Miao Miao. The homeroom teacher abruptly raised her voice as if she were a cat whose paw had been stepped on. The mocking look in Li Miao Miao's eyes deepened. "Teacher, since the day I was rescued from jumping off the building, and I didn't die successfully, I decided that I wouldn't endure anymore. So put away your peacekeeping tactics. Either you become a good teacher and maintain fairness properly, or if you continue to cover for them, I'll show you something even worse than angering them. After all, since I'm not afraid of death anymore, I certainly won't be afraid of more troublesome things." These words were taught to her by Su Qingqing. Now, it turns out they were indeed very effective. Ever since she played the role of the mentally unstable one, her nerves felt much better. After finishing speaking, Li Miao Miao turned around and walked toward the door. Outside the door, Bai Qingxian stood there clapping for her, his eyes full of admiration and respect. "That was too cool, Miao Miao. This is the real you." Just moments ago, Li Miao Miao inside was defiant and strong-willed, but now upon hearing Bai Qingxuan's praise, she blushed. With a red face, she shoved him lightly. "Don't egg me on randomly, or I'll ignore you." Bai Qingxian immediately apologized. All right. Next time I'll just secretly praise you in my heart." "You?" Li Miao Miao lost for words, while her face became even redder. Chapter 153, The End for the Villains, Justice Served. Not long after Li Miao Miao and her group left the office, the Gu Jun legal team arrived. They were not only the lawyers of the Gu family, but the leader of this team was also a friend of Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing didn't like to spend money. For places that required personal favors, she would casually hand out a stack of talismans, ranging from safety talismans, protective amulets, wealth-attracting charms, and many other types of magical papers. And these talismans had incredible effects, unlike the ones they had previously sought. Su Qingqing's talismans were visibly effective. Thus, Su Qingqing rarely needed to demonstrate her abilities in front of them. In their minds, she was almost godlike. Though Su Qingqing usually appeared cold and detached, once someone interacted with her, they realized she was very approachable and easygoing, with a strong sense of justice. Interacting with her was straightforward. No hidden agendas were necessary. Who wouldn't want to be friends with such a person? People were always eager to help Su Qingqing whenever they could. Now, finally given her clear instructions, how could they not go all out? The leader of the legal team assured Su Qingqing at the time, "Master Su, rest assured, if we can't get them sentenced to 10 years in prison, we'll still make sure they stay in juvenile detention for half a year and bankrupt them in compensation." This team specialized in economic litigation, previously focusing on severe malicious lawsuits. Having gone through countless cases, there was no complex case or grand situation they hadn't seen before. But regarding this matter entrusted by Su Qingqing, the entire team held an emergency overnight meeting to carefully study every detail of the incident. After understanding everything, they were equally infuriated. No matter how heinous the cases they had dealt with before, those were still worldly issues among adults. In the adult world, selfish interests led to scheming and deceitful hearts. This was normal. Yet they never expected that even within schools, which should have been sanctuaries, havens untouched by society, such events could occur purely due to inherent malice. School bullying is the most vivid expression of the idea that human nature is inherently evil. The victims are completely innocent. They've done nothing wrong. If no one helps them, this could easily become a lifelong shadow over them. With luck, it may merely leave as a scar buried deep in their hearts, allowing them to pretend to live like normal people throughout their lives. Without luck, they may be trapped in shadows, succumbing to depression requiring long-term treatment, unable to live a normal life. In any case, these were calamities they shouldn't have to endure. Wearing identical suits, the Gu family legal team confidently crossed the school's teaching buildings, traversed the playground, and headed straight for the principal's office to conduct preliminary interviews and gather evidence. Their coordinated attire and righteous demeanor drew attention from countless students along the way. Most students had never witnessed such a scene. They all crowded around classroom windows and hallways, curiously watching them, then asking what had happened. Li Miao Miao's decision to sue her bullies was no longer a secret and quickly spread throughout the school. The majority of teachers and students, being normal people, were often unaware such severe incidents occurred at school, or if they did see them, they didn't realize just how serious it was. They sighed, believing this action appropriate since wrongdoing deserves consequence and punishment. Of course, this was the majority of normal people's thinking. There were exceptions, those other individuals who enjoyed bullying others at school. The act of making examples sent ripples through the student body, striking fear into those who conducted similar acts. Though uncertain about long-term effects, short-term restraints set in, preventing further offenses. For a while, even the energy above the campus became clearer and cleaner. After Li Miao Miao reported the girls to the police, they haven't attended class anymore. These past few days, their parents have been running around trying to sort things out. Originally, they thought Li Miao Miao was a pushover, a girl whose stepmother neglected her after remarrying her father. But they hadn't anticipated that Li Miao Miao somehow connected with the Gu family, and that the Gu family would immediately step in. Things got complicated rapidly, leaving everyone flustered. Attitudes shifted dramatically. from initial obstinacy to now seeking emotional compromises by pleading with Li Miao Miao. They begged her to forgive them based on their shared history as classmates and considering their young ages. They pleaded her not to ruin their lives over one mistake. If these parents had shown such sincere remorse from the beginning, admitting their wrongs fully, perhaps Li Miao Miao might have softened. However, their apologies now were merely because they had no other options left. They had no choice but to admit fault. They weren't genuinely sorry. They only wanted to protect their daughters. If Li Miao Miao were still the helpless weakling she used to be, they wouldn't have apologized at all. Thus, Li Miao Miao firmly refused them, simply saying that there was no need for them to beg her since the law would deliver a fair punishment. In the end, all 8 girls involved were expelled from school. Being expelled during their final year of high school meant it was highly unlikely any other school would accept them. Their lawsuit also failed. The secretly recorded audio couldn't serve as evidence, but they were foolish and malicious enough to send the video to Bai Qingxian. Even though they used an anonymous number, it wasn't difficult for the police to trace it. This became crucial evidence leading to their loss in court. In the end, they all had to spend 6 months in a juvenile labor reform center without bail, and a criminal record would follow them. This made them miss the important college entrance exam, and even if they retook it later, having a criminal record meant no reputable university would likely accept them. It could be said their futures were essentially ruined. Bai Qingxian, upon seeing them receive their due punishment, felt extremely satisfied. He told Li Miao Miao, "See? I've always said this, just keep going strong, and everything is possible. Justice might come late, but it never fails." Li Miao Miao looked at the verdict and felt a great sense of vindication. She was also somewhat excited. She realized that as long as she remained strong, as long as she had faith, everything could change. The key was human effort. No, not exactly. It wasn't entirely right to say that. She glanced at Bai Qingxian, who stood beside her grinning like an idiot. Had it not been for him, had he not saved her, had he not appeared like a god sent from heaven, she wouldn't have succeeded so easily. Chapter 154, Original Form Exposed. Bai Qingxian was excited for a long time before he realized something was off. Why was his master so quiet the whole time? He turned around and saw Li Miao Miao looking at him quietly. He touched his own face. "Why are you looking at me like this? Is there something on my face?" Li Miao Miao shook her head and suddenly said, "We won the lawsuit. Let's celebrate. I will treat you, Su Dashi, and Mr. Gu to dinner." "Do you still have money?" Bai Qingxian asked worriedly. He knew that after Li Miao Miao moved in with her grandparents, she hadn't asked her father for money anymore, and it was likely that she had not even contacted her father. Her personality wouldn't allow her to ask her grandparents for money either. She had been spending the pocket money she saved up from before, gradually depleting it. And he had just finished a guest appearance on a TV show. The salary for that hadn't come yet. So now he didn't have any money either. He usually borrowed money from Su Qingqing, 500 per month, which was only enough to recharge his school meal card. There wasn't much extra. But don't worry, once his paycheck arrives, he'll have money, and then he'll sign with Su Dashi's entertainment company. After that, as long as he works hard and films more, he can continuously make money to support his master. Li Miao Miao saw Bai Qingxuan's nervous expression and couldn't help but laugh. "Don't worry," she reassured him. "I've been saving all my New Year money and summer job earnings. Though I don't have much, I still have 3 or 4,000 yuan. Treating all of you to a hot pot meal won't cost much." Bai Qingxian wanted to say more, but Li Miao Miao interrupted him. "No more refusing. This is my way of expressing gratitude. You and Su Dashi have helped me too much. If you take away this chance for me to express my feelings, I will really be upset." Li Miao Miao pretended to be unhappy, and Bai Qingxian quickly gave in. All right, I won't say anything else. Just don't be upset. But you can find a place that's cheaper and practical. Anyway, it's about the sentiment. We're not picky about what we eat." "Got it," Li Miao Miao smiled. In the end, the chosen restaurant was an old hot pot shop in a small alley. Since Su Qingqing and Zhao Linya were celebrities, Li Miao Miao kindly made a reservation beforehand for the only private room in the hot pot restaurant. Since Su Qingqing was coming, Gu Jun was sure to follow, and soon everyone had gathered in the private room. After checking the prices of the dishes, the hot pot restaurant wasn't expensive. The most expensive meat dish was only 12 yuan. Everyone ordered confidently. All acquaintances made the atmosphere inside the private room very lively and relaxing. As the meal progressed, Zhao Linya and Jiang Muqing called for drinks, saying such a great atmosphere couldn't go without some alcohol. When the drinks came, those two still thought it wasn't exciting enough and insisted everyone join them. Except for Su Qingqing, who was adamant about abstaining from alcohol, everyone else was served a drink. Gu Jun was a man who never got drunk, drinking with composure no matter how much. Up until now, he had never been intoxicated. Jiang Muqing, intending to get Gu Jun drunk, accidentally ended up getting the naive snake Bai Qingxian drunk instead, as Bai was pulled into their antics. At first, Bai Qingxian could maintain some sobriety and control over his human form while drinking. However, as the alcohol started taking effect, he began losing control. His pale skin turned bright red, and his crystal-clear dog-like eyes became reddened as well. He looked helplessly at Li Miao Miao and said, "Master, I feel like I'm losing control over myself." "Master?" Li Miao Miao was startled by his title. You're drunk. But why would someone, when drunk, start calling others master? It sounded like such a strange fetish. The moment Su Qingqing heard this, she inwardly panicked. Oh no, snakes shouldn't drink alcohol. Drinking makes them revert to their original forms. Pang! With a loud thud before anyone could stop it, Bai Qingxian, who had just been calling out to Li Miao Miao as master, transformed into a 2-meter-long green snake. Even drunk, his snake features were flushed red, and he kept wrapping himself around Li Miao Miao, still speaking in human language. Master, Xian feels so hot and uncomfortable. Li Miao Miao froze, unable to move, rooted in place like a statue. She could accept metaphysics. She could accept that they weren't ordinary people. After all, she herself would no longer be normal very soon. But why was Xian a snake? Transformed into a snake, Xian continued winding around Li Miao Miao, changing directions and moving in different ways. Most importantly, as he moved, he kept whining. Master, Xian is too warm. When he slithered close to Li Miao Miao's ear, his breath hit her ear, causing her entire body to tense up, hair almost standing on end. While she was lost in confusion, Su Qingqing intervened and rescued her. Su Qingqing directly pulled Bai Qingxian off Li Miao Miao and shoved him into a spirit-gathering talisman, casting a seal. With that, Bai Qingxian vanished into thin air. Li Miao Miao was once again completely shocked and panicked. You didn't just exterminate him, did you? 3 thick black lines appeared above Su Qingqing's head as she explained. No, I just temporarily stored him away. He was too drunk and causing trouble. It would have frightened civilians if he stayed out. We'll let him out when we get home. Li Miao Miao sighed in relief before stammering anxiously. Qingxian, is he really a snake? Su Qingqing nodded firmly. After receiving this confirmation, Li Miao Miao's expression filled with even greater doubt. Then when exactly did I save him? Why does he say he's thanking me? And why does he call me master? Su Qingqing handed over the talisman to her. Ask him yourself when he sobers up. I'm not entirely clear about the specifics between the two of you. Li Miao Miao took the talisman containing Bai Qingxian. It felt lighter than air but seemed as heavy as 1,000 caddies, burning with warmth in her hand. It wasn't until the next morning that Su Qingqing released Bai Qingxian, only for him to still be sound asleep upon being freed. Su Qingqing woke him up, pointing at the confused Bai Qingxian and then at Li Miao Miao beside him. Wake up. Try to recall what you did while drunk last night. Then explain yourself to Miao Miao. Gradually, Bai Qingxian began recalling all the things he'd done after getting drunk last night. When he looked at Li Miao Miao, he instantly transformed back into his human form. He reached toward Li Miao Miao with a dramatic gesture reminiscent of Air Kang's style. No, Miao Miao, hear me out. To Bai Qingxuan's surprise, instead of showing fear or trying to distance herself because he was a snake, Li Miao Miao merely blushed and nodded shyly. All right, I'll listen to your explanation. Don't rush, take your time. Truthfully, Li Miao Miao had been scared when she first learned Bai Qingxian was a snake the previous night. However, after spending an entire night thinking it through, she came to accept it. Even if Bai Qingxian was a snake or a snake spirit, he was still someone who treated her well, far better than many people. Why should she be afraid of him? Chapter 155. Could it be that she doesn't believe? Bai Qingxian also knew that this matter couldn't be hidden for long. For Li Miao Miao not to be angry and still willing to listen to his explanation was the most fortunate thing for him. He told her everything about their past life, bit by bit. Toward the end, he even felt a little wronged. With red eyes, he said, in our previous life, you lied to me saying you ascended, so I worked very hard alone, trying to quickly pass the trials to become a dragon in order to come find you from heaven. Because of my haste, I was deceived by some bad people and nearly strayed onto the wrong path. It was only Master Su who beat me up and taught me a lesson that pulled me back on track. If it weren't for Master Su predicting that you hadn't successfully ascended and leading me to find you, then we would have missed each other this life. Indeed, the situation had been perilous at that time. If he had arrived just a step later, Li Miao Miao might have jumped down, and they would have missed each other this lifetime. He heard all about how the population explosion in modern society has put the underworld's working schedule at 24 hours a day non-stop, with many souls waiting hundreds of years just to be reborn. If they missed this lifetime, how long would he need to wait until his master reincarnated as a human again? Thinking about this, Bai Qingxian felt deeply sorrowful. Li Miao Miao, on the other hand, was completely stunned. She never expected that this incident involved both her past and present lives. At the same time, she suddenly realized something. So, you've been treating me so well, helping me, claiming it's because I once saved you. This is all because of my previous life? Bai Qingxian nodded vigorously, his face full of sincerity. You haven't changed much compared to your last life. You are just as kind and gentle as before. Only, back then you were like a child of heaven. Even though you were easygoing, no one dared treat you improperly or disrespectfully. Many of your little habits remain exactly the same as before too, such as liking to have a lamp lit at the bedside when sleeping, liking sweet and spicy food, or preferring to look down when you're upset. He seemed to know everything about Li Miao Miao's quirks. But Li Miao Miao was confused. Besides confusion, there was also a slight sense of loss. She had no memories from her past life. Listening to what Qingxian described made her feel as if she were hearing stories about someone else entirely. The faint sense of loss in her heart stemmed from the realization that perhaps his pursuit of her now wasn't for her in this life. It wasn't for her here and now. After finishing speaking, Bai Qingxian looked at Li Miao Miao cautiously. Seeing her lower her head once more and stay silent without speaking, he grew nervous. In a soft voice, he asked, Miao Miao, what's wrong? Are you mad at me? Did I say something wrong? Li Miao Miao shook her head and forced a smile. No, you didn't say anything wrong. It's my own issue. Bai Qingxian could tell something was off with Li Miao Miao, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Scratching his head, he said, as long as you're not mad, that's good. Anyway, I found you now, and I'll be by your side forever. All right. Li Miao Miao raised her head and smiled at him, then fell silent. Later, the two went to class together. Bai Qingxian kept feeling like something was amiss with Li Miao's attitude toward him, which seemed different from before. It was like they weren't as close as before. That night, he sat alone by the water pool in the courtyard, his cheek resting on his hand as he gazed at the sky, his head tilted at a 45-degree angle upward. Gu Jun returned home late again today. As soon as he entered the yard, he saw Bai Qingxian, who looked like he had an ominous aura hanging over him, practically writing emo mode on his forehead. Not being the meddling type, Gu Jun glanced at Bai Qingxian and continued walking inside without looking back. Suddenly, Bai Qingxian called out, "Mr. Gu, what do you think should be done if a girl suddenly becomes distant from you? There's clearly a gap forming between you two. How can you fix that? How do you get closer?" This question somehow stirred something in Gu Jun, causing him to stop in his tracks. After pondering it for a while, without any clear thoughts, he shook his head, his tone equally distressed. "I don't know." Sigh. Bai Qingxian exhaled a long sigh. "I didn't expect there to be something even Mr. Gu wouldn't know how to solve." Gu Jun. Then the number of emo souls in the yard doubled to 2. Since Bai Qingxian couldn't resolve the problem, he was simply unable to sleep. In the middle of the night, he climbed up to Su Qingqing's window and knocked lightly, intending to ask her what she thought he should do. However, before he even managed to knock, Su Qingqing slapped him off with one palm. Bang! Ah! The sound of shattering glass accompanied by a scream rang out as Bai Qingxian fell into the courtyard, creating a large human-shaped crater in the yard. Bai Qingxian stretched out his air Kong hand towards Su Qingqing, who had jumped down into the courtyard ready to deliver the final blow, shouting, "Master Su, it's me, your little snake." Su Qingqing's fist stopped just 1 centimeter away from Bai Qingxuan's face. She finally recognized Bai Qingxian, who had dared to climb up to her window, having just been woken up and still half asleep. Retracting her fist, she said helplessly, "What do you want? It's the middle of the night. Why are you climbing my window like this?" Her smooth series of combat moves had all been instinctive, part of her body's self-protection mechanism. With some resentment, Bai Qingxian said, "There's something I can't figure out, and I can't sleep. I called you to ask for advice, but your phone was off, so I thought I'd come find you directly." Su Qingqing, next time don't do this. If you need anything, knock on the front door. I'm afraid that if you come again, I might accidentally kill you with one punch. Bai Qingxian. Su Qingqing pulled him up from the ground and asked, "All right, tell me what's troubling you." So Bai Qingxian recounted how after telling Li Miao everything that morning, her attitude toward him had changed. "Is that all?" Su Qingqing thought he would climb to her window at midnight to talk about something more serious. Bai Qingxian nodded gloomily. "Yes, it is. My owner has started to distance herself from me now. I feel terrible." Su Qingqing. Initially, she didn't plan to get involved, but seeing Bai Qingxian like this, she realized her usual peaceful days might not stay tranquil unless this matter was resolved. After pondering for a moment, she said, "Could it be because the story about past lives and present ones sounds too bizarre? She doesn't remember her previous life, so she doesn't believe you." Upon hearing this, Bai Qingxian brightened. "You're right, that's definitely possible. Then how can I make her remember the last life's events?" He was sure that once his master recalled their last life, they would certainly become as close as before. Su Qingqing said, "If you want her to remember her past life, I actually do have a way. I knew you could help." Bai Qingxuan's eyes lit up again, and he looked at her now as if she were his savior. Su Qingqing held out her hands. "I can help you, but I can't keep helping you for free. You promised before to help me find the universal God, yet you haven't delivered yet. What do you plan to offer me this time in return for my help?" Chapter 156, Wronged like a child of 1,000 years. Helping people before was just about creating good karma, and after helping once, that was the end of it. But helping to recall matters from a previous life already involves cause and effect, something that really can't be done without recompense. Bai Qingxian tentatively asked, "Money? Don't most people give money when they ask for your help? Would it be alright if I paid you?" Su Qingqing countered, "Isn't your fee set aside for treating Liang's grandparents and her college tuition? Aside from this, how much more do you have?" Bai Qingxian shook his head honestly. "It seems like there's nothing left." Su Qingqing fell silent, thinking she must have developed an insatiable appetite from dealing with rich people like Gu Jun and Jiang Muqing. She had become someone who looked down on small offerings. "So what to do? What else do I have that I could give you? How about my cultivation level? Is that acceptable?" Bai Qingxian asked anxiously. Su Qingqing paused, then responded, "It seems these not-so-smart beast folk all have one characteristic. They don't take their cultivation seriously, always casually asking if they can trade it." She sighed helplessly and said, "I've already told you before, I am not an evil cultivator. Your cultivation is useless to me. All right, here are the terms for my help. They're the same as the ones I agreed upon when I taught Liang the basics of this path. In the future, when we face off against the universal deity sect, you must unconditionally support me and stand on my side, fighting together against them." Initially, Bai Qingxian thought Su Qingqing would make some outrageous demands. She even mentioned not wanting his cultivation, and ended up only requiring his assistance to fight the universal deity sect. For such a condition, even hesitating for a second would disrespect his own intelligence. He quickly agreed, "All right, no problem at all. Just say the word whenever. I'll never hesitate." Besides, Li Miao was destined to join Su Qingqing in fighting against the universal deity sect too, which meant he could accompany his master in battle. The mere thought of it made him feel excited. The jade Rui pendant hanging at Su Qingqing's chest lit up again. When she glanced down, she realized it was the patriarch praising her. Great strategy, far-sighted. It seemed like the patriarch was so worried about her giving up that the glowing of the jade Rui wasn't to update her merit score, but rather to applaud and encourage her frequently. Afterward, Su Qingqing returned home, drew a talisman, and handed it over to Bai Qingxian, saying, "Let Miao Miao sleep with this talisman. She'll dream back to her past life." But, she continued, this kind of talisman has a side effect. It doesn't show everything about the previous life. It reveals only what was most missed and deeply memorable. Also, returning to the past through dreams can only happen once. Using too many talismans like this one risks confusing the present and past lives, leading to mental confusion. In other words, if Bai Qingxian was not an important person in Li Miao Miao's previous life, she probably wouldn't dream of him at all. Thus, she might never remember him. Even though Su Qingqing didn't explicitly explain this detail, Bai Qingxian figured it out himself. He held the talisman in his hand, his expression slightly dazed, unsure whether Liang Liang would truly fail to recognize him. He started feeling afraid. What if Li Miao Miao really didn't remember him, meaning he wasn't considered significant by her, or something she didn't need to remember? If that were the case, what would he do? Su Qingqing, having given Bai Qingxian the choice, left the rest to him. Of course, in the end, Bai Qingxian decided to still pass the talisman along to Li Miao Miao and tell her how to use it. But he didn't mention that it would only let her recall the things that mattered most. Nervously, Bai Qingxian waited until the next day to find out if Li Miao Miao remembered him. When he went to school the next day, his nervousness made him awkward and clumsy. He arrived half an hour earlier than usual, sitting at his desk and waiting anxiously for Li Miao Miao to arrive. Li Miao Miao came to school earlier than usual that day too. As soon as she entered the classroom, she locked eyes with Bai Qingxian at the doorway. However, she didn't speak, walking calmly toward her seat under Bai Qingxuan's intense gaze. With each step, Bai Qingxuan's heart sank further, thinking to himself, "It's over. It looks like the master really didn't recognize me. What should I do?" Just as Bai Qingxuan's hopes were sinking lower and lower, unable to say a word, a light laugh from beside him startled him. Lifting his head, surprised, he found Li Miao Miao smiling gently at him. That warm, inclusive smile was precisely the way she used to look at him in her previous life. The joy that surged within Bai Qingxian, who had been despondent, caused his spirits to soar again. Li Miao Miao smiled as she examined him, nodding appreciatively. "So this is what you look like in human form. Not bad at all, quite handsome. Definitely better than when you were a snake." Bai Qingxuan's eyes suddenly welled up with tears and large droplets streamed down his cheeks. He lunged into Li Miao Miao's arms, sobbing as he began recounting his grievances. "Master, you remember me. I knew you would remember me. Wah, do you know how I've lived these past few hundred years without you? Everyone out there lied to me and bullied me. And master, you even lied to me by saying you had ascended. We almost never saw each other again." Li Miao Miao's eyes also turned slightly red as she embraced Bai Qingxian and gently stroked his hair to soothe him. "It's okay now. I'm here. No one will be able to bully you anymore. In the previous life, I protected you. In this life, it's your turn to protect me. From now on, let's support each other as we move forward together." As soon as Bai Qingxian heard these words, it was as if some kind of emotional floodgate opened, and he cried like a child who'd been wronged for 1,000 years. Li Miao Miao patiently comforted him. But eventually, classmates started coming into the classroom and looked at them with strange expressions. Li Miao Miao could only pat Bai Qingxuan's head and say, "That's enough. Behave yourself a little. We'll talk more when we get back home after class is over." "Okay." Bai Qingxian nodded fervently, still sniffling and looking much like an aggrieved housewife. At the same time, though, his heart brimmed with happiness because his master had never forgotten about him. Chapter 157. How could you say such a thing? Li Miao Miao still remembered Bai Qingxuan's affairs. However, he got so arrogant about it, telling everyone that the master had remembered him and that he was the most important person to the master. Not only did he tell anyone he met, but he also repeated it more than once. Su Qingqing, Gu Jun, Jiang Muqing, and Zhao Liya had all been told at least 7 or 8 times by him, to the point where their ears almost grew calluses from hearing it. Today, Zhao Liya finally managed to smoothly guide qi into her body, accumulating a bit of true energy within her. She came to Su Qingqing to learn the next part of the practice. As she entered Su Qingqing's yard, Song Yin, who happened to be home on Saturday and Sunday, stopped her. He proudly told Zhao Liya, "Do you know? My master still remembers me. The talisman paper given by Master Su can't possibly make my master remember everything." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Liya interrupted him. She knew this story so well she could recite it backwards. She interjected, "Yes, that talisman paper could only make your master remember the most important person from her past life, and it only worked once. Resultingly, your master remembered you, making you the most important person in your master's previous life. Oh dear, this is the 3rd time you've boasted about this to me. Today is the 4th time. You should be done now." Bai Qingxian didn't get upset when he was interrupted. Just hearing Zhao Liya repeat it made him happy, grinning foolishly with his big tooth showing. One does not strike the face of a smiling person, and because Bai Qingxian had such a good temperament, Zhao Liya couldn't stay mad either. She could only hold her forehead. All right, this case seems hopeless. Walking further inside, she coincidentally encountered Li Miao Miao exiting from within, who had also come to study under Su Qingqing. Truly, innate talent cannot be forced. It's killing people to compare with others like this. Although Zhao Liya had started learning a month earlier than Li Miao Miao, currently Li Miao Miao had already surpassed her. Li Miao Miao's progress speed was only second to Gu Jun. It seemed as though she was born for cultivation. She learned everything after hearing it just once, applying it with ease. For her, Cultivation was as simple as eating and drinking water. Most of Li Miao Miao's high school time was spent focused on her studies, yet her cultivation speed surpassed theirs. Gu Jun, on the other hand, managed the largest company nationwide and was busy every day spinning around like a top, but his cultivation speed soared sky high like a rocket, faster than everyone else's. Zhao Lia and Jiang Muqing were rich, idle individuals whose daily work wasn't very hectic. They concentrated fully on cultivation during their free time. It was less about loving cultivation and more about savoring the sensation of making progress through cultivation. With every slight advancement, they felt more mastery over power, a feeling too captivating to resist. Due to Su Qingqing, they also interacted with people from the 7th Bureau, allowing them to draw lateral comparisons. Everyone at the 7th Bureau praised Zhao Lia and Jiang Muqing for their talents, saying they progressed incredibly fast, truly at an unprecedented rate. Originally, they both felt pretty good about themselves. However, when compared to real geniuses like Gu Jun and Li Miao Miao, they nearly spiraled into despair. No matter how hard they trained every day, those two could easily outperform them just by taking advantage of some spare time. After finishing his meditation to consolidate the spiritual energy absorbed today, Jiang Muqing let out a long sigh. I wonder when Gu Jun cultivates. He wakes up at 7 every day, starts work at 8, and returns home around 11 or 12 in the evening. After getting home, he rests, right? So when exactly does he cultivate? Where does he find the time? Zhao Lia glanced at him. Why are you even comparing yourself with someone as abnormal as Gu Jun? He has always been the fastest learner and the best in everything since childhood. In the past, we unluckily were contemporaries with him, leading to our every achievement being compared to his. Wasn't that nightmare enough for you, or what? Why are you so imprudent to voluntarily compare yourself with Gu Jun? Zhao Lia thought it was incomprehensible. Though she envied Gu Jun's and Li Miao Miao's cultivation speeds, her envy stopped at mere admiration. She maintained a normal attitude toward her own cultivation speed, finding joy in any progress. Jiang Muqing muttered embarrassingly. Isn't it because I succeeded in drawing a talisman one time, got too cocky, and went and made bold claims against Gu Jun? What bold claims did you make? Zhao Lia asked curiously. Reluctantly hesitating at first, under Zhao Lia's urging, Jiang Muqing sheepishly said, I declared that sooner or later I would become so powerful that Gu Jun would beg me for a talisman. Puff! Water that Zhao Lia had just sipped went spraying out of her mouth. Then she pounded her thighs laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. Jiang Muqing, are you stupid? How confident can you be to say something like this to Gu Jun? Ha ha ha. Jiang Muqing gave Zhao Lia a sorrowful look. Can you please stop laughing so loud? I'm sorry, I can't help it, ha ha. Zhao Lia was laughing so hard, she was almost convulsing. Su Qingqing happened to walk in just then. Seeing Zhao Lia laughing like this, she asked, what's going on? What are you laughing about? Zhao Lia recounted Jiang Muqing's bold words against Gu Jun. After hearing it, Su Qingqing also cast a somewhat sympathetic glance at Jiang Muqing and said, why would you do that to yourself? Jiang Muqing became even more emotionally low. It's just that after being suppressed by Gu Jun for too long, I wanted to find some way to make up for it elsewhere. Su Qingqing patted his shoulder and said, let go of that thought. If you really want to surpass Gu Jun, earning more money than him is possibly achievable, but surpassing him in cultivation speed, that's completely impossible. But the money I earn comes at the cost of my lifespan. Jiang Muqing muttered softly. If I went over him in terms of making money, I probably wouldn't be far from dying as well. Beside them, Zhao Lia was laughing so hard she was almost having spasms. So ha ha ha. So give it up. You'll never have a chance to surpass Gu Jun in your lifetime. She was practically pounding her thighs in laughter. She didn't know why, but she found Jiang Muqing incredibly funny. This matter seemed to hit her funny bone, and she was laughing until her stomach hurt. Finally, Jiang Muqing got angry out of embarrassment. He shouted, Zhao Lia, is it really that funny? Where exactly is it that funny? Quack quack quack. Zhao Lia laughed like a goose. Angered, Jiang Muqing pulled out a talisman and shouted, Zhao Lia, I challenge you to a duel. Puff! A tiny flame flickered momentarily on the talisman at his fingertip, then quickly went out. This made Zhao Lia laugh even harder. She beat on the sofa. Ha ha ha. Holy crap, you're killing me laughing. The power of your Heavenfire talisman is like farting, and you still dare to challenge me to a duel. Even Su Qingqing couldn't help but laugh this time. Jiang Muqing felt utterly humiliated. He thought his face was lost entirely. He threw the talisman away, storming off in anger. He was heading back to his house to practice diligently. Though he couldn't surpass Gu Jun, he would teach Zhao Lia a lesson. However, just as he reached the front door, Zhao Lia used a bit of her chi to communicate with the banyan tree by the entrance. The banyan tree seized the opportunity and quietly extended a root in the courtyard. Walking briskly toward the door, Jiang Muqing didn't notice a thing, and with his splash, he tripped over the root, landing solidly in the courtyard. Ha ha ha. From the room behind him came Zhao Lia's earth-shattering laughter. Jiang Muqing raged helplessly. Zhao Lia, just wait. Once I draw a stronger Heavenfire talisman, I'll definitely burn your rotten tree first thing. Chapter 158, Baiyun County. Zhao Lia laughed for a good while until her stomach almost hurt, and then she gradually calmed down. She asked Su Qingqing, why does he like to boast so much? Su Qingqing honestly shook her head. I don't know. I can't understand it either, but we should respect and give blessings. Her serious expression made Zhao Lia want to laugh again, but she was too tired from laughing and couldn't anymore. She needed a short break. Days passed by with noise and arguments, but were also very peaceful. To say it was peaceful actually wasn't quite right. It was mainly the small circle around Su Qingqing and the city she was in that remained stable. In the past 6 months, serious criminal cases had been breaking out all over the country. For instance, there were many instances of groups committing suicide together. 4 or 5 people gathered in a small rental apartment, turned on the gas, and committed collective suicide secretly, only discovered after it was already too late. There were also cases where couples quarreled physically. Husbands accidentally killed their wives and then dismembered the bodies before flushing them into the sewers. In another case, a wife killed her husband and hid him in the freezer after being stopped from giving money to an online mail streamer. There were even incidents where bankrupt business people took knives into kindergartens to kill innocents as an act of revenge against society. A horrifying set of news stories. The news reported were just the tip of the iceberg. There were still many unreported minor incidents in remote areas. The most severe incident was the recent emergence of large-scale human trafficking gangs domestically. These traffickers didn't just kidnap children, they abducted many adults as well. Once these adults disappeared into blind spots of surveillance cameras, they vanished completely, as if evaporated from existence. This situation caused panic within small circles. Many people said the missing individuals were sold abroad, forced into telecom fraud schemes, or subjected to organ harvesting. Anyway, it was vividly described and truly terrifying. Many posts online have appeared, not only teaching children but also adults how to be vigilant against human traffickers. Specifically, college students who look innocent yet are foolish enough to eat anything given to them by strangers are cautioned repeatedly. At first, such reports were limited to the internet, making people feel that such events were far removed from their own lives. After all, no similar incidents had occurred recently in City A. It wasn't until an event happened close to Su Qingqing that the problem reached her doorstep. It was a weekend, and Su Qingqing had nothing planned. As usual, she was browsing through client requests on her phone's appointment webpage, deciding which projects to take up the next week. One particular request caught her attention. It mentioned that their 20-year-old son went missing after going on a trip with his classmate. The two families had filed police reports almost a month ago. Initially considered a simple disappearance case, the matter changed when one of the classmates returned just a few days ago. The classmate walked back home. No one knew exactly how long he had been walking. As soon as he stepped inside, he closed his eyes and fainted in front of his shocked family members. After waking up, his family questioned him about what had happened. He became emotionally agitated, gesturing wildly. His explanation was that they ventured into an uninhabited village surrounded by thick fog, and the place was filled with ghosts. He managed to escape because he carried a family heirloom jade pendant whose glow guided him out. Since this involved a missing person case, and only one individual returned from the trip, he naturally became the prime suspect. Thus, the police recorded his testimony. No matter how often they questioned him, his response was always the same. Moreover, he provided clear details about the location and time of their expedition, along with additional specifics, hardly consistent with lying behavior. Without concrete evidence, the police could only make a record of the interview and leave the case unresolved for now. But the missing man's relatives were anxious. They urgently wanted to find their child. The development of this case obviously indicated that it would soon become another unsolvable mystery. The family owned modest wealth from the automobile sales agency business, not extremely rich, but comfortably affluent. As they anxiously spread search announcements worldwide, including considering whether they should send someone to Southeast Asia to check, a wealthy friend offered them a suggestion. Saying that their son's story was mysterious, maybe they could seek advice from a master. Didn't City A have a renowned master Su? Someone even the Gu family treated as an honored guest. Although such matters sounded strange, many people lost in similar situations had been found through fortune-telling methods. However, Master Su reportedly charged exorbitantly, usually starting at millions and potentially increasing with difficulty. For their household, $1 million was not a trivial sum, requiring the use of liquid funds. But for the sake of finding their son, they bit the bullet, sought a channel to book an appointment, and registered. They were quite anxious because the compensation they offered was only 15 million yuan, the least among all concurrent appointments, and they were wondering if they would be selected. Unexpectedly, just a few days after making the appointment, they received a call on the weekend. Su Qingqing informed them that she would come to their place the next day to understand the situation. The reason was simple. The address where the boy disappeared was in Baiyun County, also the place where their 7th Bureau was about to go on a mission. Moreover, according to the first-hand information received by the 7th Bureau, the number of missing people in Baiyun County has increased dramatically, growing geometrically. Many people have been lured there in various ways, and then went missing. Su Qingqing accepted this matter, also wanted to see if she could obtain any clues from it. The next day, Su Qingqing went to the hospital and first met Su Xian, who had run back home. Su Xian's mental state was not good, and his body was extremely weak. He was still hospitalized and had not been discharged. He had been undergoing treatment continuously, with his family always by his side. Upon seeing Su Ji, Su Qingqing's first sentence was, "His soul is incomplete. He lost one of his souls. If it takes too long to find it, he will become an idiot." Chapter 159, My fee isn't that high. Su Ji's family was shocked. Initially, they thought just having him return would be a stroke of good fortune amid the misfortune. His mental instability and occasional loss of consciousness might be due to severe trauma he suffered while missing, something he hadn't yet recovered from. They believed that after some rest, he would be fine. However, they never expected something as extreme as losing his soul. If anyone else had told them this, they surely wouldn't have believed it. But who was Su Qingqing? She was the now well-known master in the upper circles of City A, someone everyone knew by name. It was said that at first, some other masters were skeptical, doubting how effective she could truly be. A young girl, despite being called a prodigy in mysticism, how skilled could she really be? Even geniuses need time to practice and develop their skills. Several masters had even considered challenging her, but before they acted, Su Qingqing was respectfully invited by the 7th Bureau to become a coach. The 7th Bureau was a national organization, not somewhere just anyone could enter. People without true skills weren't considered, even if they applied on their own initiative, let alone being formally invited. And there were also wealthy merchants seeking help from Su Qingqing. These merchants often spent large sums of money consulting various masters with little effect. Some cases involved deliberate designs by others. Some were due to feng shui issues causing serious evil qi in their homes, situations beyond the capabilities of those masters' abilities to resolve. But when these people turned to Su Qingqing, all problems were resolved thoroughly, so much so that some businessmen even posted continuous thank you messages on their social media for days on end. These two facts alone were enough proof that Su Qingqing was indeed highly capable. They all closed their mouths, scratching their heads, trying everywhere to learn which school of mastery Su Qingqing came from, why she was so talented, yet curious but too proud to initiate contact to visit and exchange knowledge with her. Regardless, it was universally acknowledged within the mystic community that she had genuine talent, and no one questioned her abilities anymore. Right now, in all of City A, the person you do not want to anger is undoubtedly Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing's reservation list was always fully booked every week, with people who got rejected still persistently trying week after week. Actually, those in the upper echelons of City A didn't understand why Su Qingqing, whose earnings just from resolving metaphysical matters could last several lifetimes, still insisted on maintaining her career as a celebrity. They didn't quite understand, but they also dared not question her. Perhaps as a master, she simply had a unique hobby or passion that others couldn't comprehend. Maybe Master Su genuinely loved being an entertainment star? As for these discussions happening outside, Su Qingqing either didn't know about them or, even if she did, didn't care. Let them talk. They wouldn't dare say anything to her face, nor would it make her lose any sleep over it. Speaking of which, after hearing Su Qingqing's explanation, Su Ji's mother actually knelt down right then and there. Holding onto Su Qingqing's hand, she pleaded, "Master Su, please, please save my son. We don't have much money to pay you as compensation, but we're willing to give up everything, all we've got, to get your help. Please, I almost died giving birth to him at the age of 38, suffering immensely during childbirth. It was so difficult to bring him into the world, and he's been such a well-behaved and understanding child. It's like he came here to repay us. He's our only son. I can't live without him. We can't stand watching him turn into a shell of himself." This was the first time Su Qingqing had ever experienced such an emotionally charged kneeling moment, startling her enough to quickly pull her back up. "We can talk normally. No need to kneel every time." Being kneeled to without reason could shorten one's life and reduce karma, which was something Su Qingqing could afford to lose. Not her money, but definitely her good deeds. Even after being pulled up, Su Ji's mother continued gripping onto Su Qingqing tightly, repeating herself, "We don't have tens of millions, but selling our house and car will surely gather a few 100,000 yuan. We're willing to give you everything. All we ask is for you to save our son." The Su family were an average household. Su Ji's friendly nature allowed him to play well with today's lost child whom they were tasked to find. With 3 black lines appearing on her forehead, Su Qingqing asked Su Ji's mother, "Didn't you even ask me how much I charge? Why are you already thinking about selling your home?" Su Ji's mother responded, "Because it's rumored that your charges start at millions." Before she finished her sentence, the original statement went on to say that Master Su Qingqing only handled cases for the extremely wealthy worth billions of dollars, and was exclusively accessible to rich families, not the common folk. Su Qingqing was truly at a loss for words. She patiently explained, "No, if it's an ordinary innocent person who genuinely needs help and comes to me, I wouldn't even mention the price. You can pay what you think is appropriate, whatever amount feels right to you. You think my fees are high because those rich people tend to give a lot on their own accord. This is quite a big misunderstanding." Su Ji's mother was bewildered after hearing this. Su Ji's father reacted quickly and immediately gave Su Qingqing a thumbs up, saying, "Master Su is so generous." Su Qingqing faintly felt that something might not be quite right here, but she couldn't put her finger on exactly where. Fortunately, she decided not to dwell on it further. Instead, she walked over to Su Ji and briefly examined his condition. Malevolent energy has invaded his body. 1 soul and 1 spirit out of the 3 souls and 7 spirits have been lost. His internal energy is heavily damaged, and his yang energy is extremely weak. This is clearly someone who barely managed to escape from the gates of death. Su Ji listened as Su Qingqing spoke. Even though strangers talking in front of him usually made him emotionally unstable, he now sat quietly there, tilting his head to look at Su Qingqing. His eyes were vacant and unresponsive, clearly not those of a normal person. Su Ji's mother wiped her tears nearby and handed Su Qingqing a jade pendant broken into 2 halves, saying, "Ji said when he was trapped in the fog, it was this jade pendant that glowed in front of him and let him out of that place. Can you take a look at this jade?" Su Qingqing took the jade pendant. It was a flawless white jade carved with a pair of fat goldfish, perfectly transparent. Unfortunately, it had split down the middle, leaving 1 fish on each side. She could still feel a faint trace of the spiritual power inside it, though it was very weak and would soon dissipate completely. Su Qingqing nodded. "This is a spirit jade. It must have been passed down through your ancestors. It contains spiritual energy that can protect its owner." After using up all its spiritual energy, it cracked. Its mission is complete. From now on, keep it properly stored. Hearing this, Suji's mother kept nodding. Yes, it was indeed passed down by my ancestors. Back then, Suji liked it, so I passed it on to him. Who would have thought that it saved my son's life in such a critical moment? As she spoke, she carefully tucked away the jade pendant, determined to preserve it well in the future. Chapter 160, Smooth Soul Calling. However, it could be basically determined through this that Su Ji and his friend had encountered something supernatural, which led to their accidents and disappearance. Su Qingqing said, discharge him from the hospital. His situation doesn't mean anything if he stays in the hospital anymore. The hospital is not suitable for soul calling. It would be better if we called back his soul in a familiar place at home. Su Ji's family quickly agreed and processed his discharge from the hospital. Actually, today Su Qingqing was commissioned by Su Ji's friend's parents, namely the missing friend, whose name is Shangshuo. Shangshuo's parents went along too. Su Ji's family was indeed an ordinary household. His parents ran a small supermarket around the school and bought an ordinary apartment. The house covered over 100 square meters, with decoration that wasn't overly luxurious but felt very warm, clearly showing it was a little family serious about life. Su Ji's room had been well taken care of long ago, just waiting for him to be discharged and return home. Su Qingqing arranged for Su Ji to be moved back to his room, then gave him a tranquil sleep incantation. Once he fell asleep, she performed the ritual for calling his soul. All the doors and windows were closed in the not-so-large room, leaving only Su Ji's biological parents present. Su Qingqing laid out a formation beside Su Ji's bed, passing 2 lit candles to Su Ji's parents while instructing. You both hold the candles and shout your son's name in all 4 directions. Continue shouting toward whichever direction the candle flickers. Remember, you must shout his full name and beckon him to come home. If he can return before the candle goes out, then this soul calling will be successful. If not, it'll fail, and this spirit may need to be retrieved from where it was lost. Su Ji's parents nodded nervously. The hands that tightly held the candles trembled slightly. Su Qingqing noticed and consoled them, saying, don't worry, don't be nervous. I will assist you nearby. This is just a regular soul-calling ritual. There shouldn't be any big issues. You must remain stable. Once it starts, under no circumstances can you stop. Otherwise, if you stop halfway through calling, your son might never come back, getting lost halfway, which would be even more dangerous. Upon hearing this, Su Ji's parents immediately straightened up their determination, their gazes filled with resolve. After confirming all the precautions, the soul calling officially began. Su Ji's parents rotated circles, facing different directions, rhythmically calling out, Su Ji, come home, come home. It's time for you to come home. Suddenly, when they faced the northwest direction, the flame of the candle swayed without wind. Su Ji's parents immediately continued shouting in that direction. Initially, as the candles burned halfway through, nothing happened, causing Su Ji's parents to grow a bit anxious. In the otherwise normal room, the temperature suddenly plummeted by at least 10 degrees, making it feel chilly. Ear-splitting sounds akin to ghosts wailing also rang out, sending shivers down spines, causing cold sweats to break out. Su Ji's parents paused their calls momentarily, and Su Qingqing promptly reminded them from the side, continue. Do not stop. Su Ji's mother regained her composure first, trembling but continuing her shouts. She was scared, yet she wished for her son's soul to return, hoping her son would return to normal. That chilling sensation grew stronger, as though they had been dragged into a bizarre, alternate dimension. Suddenly, they heard a male voice. Mom and Dad, is it you calling me? Where are you? Where are you? I want to go home. I want to go home. I can't find my way out. Su Ji's parents grew even more anxious, thinking it was because they hadn't shouted loudly enough. Both immediately raised their voices higher, shouting louder. But the candle was almost burned out, and Su Ji hadn't returned yet. Su Qingqing saw this situation and gestured for them to continue shouting while using hand gestures to release a thread of spiritual energy, following the direction from which Su Ji's voice had traveled. Just at the last second as the candle was burning out, Su Ji's parents only noticed a flash of white shadow pass before their eyes, after which the temperature in the room suddenly rose again. Su Ji's mother anxiously asked, Master, was it successful? Her words hadn't yet faded when Su Ji on the bed opened his eyes. Although his expression still showed some confusion, his gaze was clear. He asked bewilderedly, Mom and Dad, how are you here? Seeing Su Ji return to normal, Su Ji's parents were almost overwhelmed with joy. Su Ji's mother pulled him, examining him non-stop. He's back, he's back. Now he's fully back. Su Qingqing sighed in relief as well. Just now, upon noticing the situation was off, she followed that aura, forcibly opening a path with her spiritual power, thus bringing Su Ji back. Thinking about the place where Su Ji had been, it was full of wandering spirits of similar identities. Many of them had lost the signs of human life, while some were still alive, forcibly extracted and trapped there. That place was enormous, seemingly endless, brimming with resentment and grievances. Nobody knew why so many spirits were confined there. After his parents alternately explained everything to him, Su Ji took a long while to realize he was truly back home. Immediately, he covered his face and sobbed uncontrollably. I'm home. I'm really home. I thought I would never come back, that I would die there. After letting him calm down for a bit, Su Qingqing said, Please recount from start to finish everything you remember happening to you there. Your friend is still trapped there, and this information is crucial for us to find him. Thinking of Shangshuo, Su Ji's eyes became red. He anxiously said, Help him. It's very dangerous for him there. Before October 15th, he can still survive, but on that day, it it will be his turn to die. What? What exactly happened? Explain clearly, quickly. After the soul calling succeeded, the door of the room opened. Shangshua's parents had heard Su Ji's words loud and clear outside. Shangshua's mother nearly lost her mind and rushed in, gripping Su Ji tightly and asking frantically. Su Qingqing pulled Shangshua's mother away. Calm down. Let him explain the whole story properly. Panic won't solve anything. Shangshua's mother finally calmed down. Everyone was looking at Su Ji, waiting for him to recount what had happened before. Chapter 161. None of them are human. After Su Ji figured out how he got home and the cause and effect of the events, he finally gradually calmed down and began recounting their inexplicable and bizarre experiences in Baiyun County. Su Ji held a cup of hot water in his hand, sitting on the couch, and slowly said, Shu Hao and I met during an outdoor camping club activity. He studies geology, and I'm in architecture, but we both love outdoor activities. Our dormitories were also close, so we hit it off right away and became good buddies. Shu Hao not only loves outdoor activities, but also enjoys adventures. He is part of several groups of adventure enthusiasts who post different exploration team-up messages every day in their groups. Shu Hao was particularly interested in an exploration trip to Baiyun County last month. He told me that he had always wanted to explore there, saying it was a sealed-off, uninhabited town by higher-ups. He also mentioned there were a lot of thrilling rumors about it. He said he had prepared for a long time to go there, and this time there was finally a group of experienced explorers going together. He definitely wanted to join, and asked if I would come along as well. He said my physical condition was also pretty good. Initially, I was hesitant because I enjoy outdoor activities too. Then Shu Hao bought me a new set of equipment. It made me feel awkward to refuse further, so I decided to join him. When he got to this point, he opened his computer, where the WeChat chat records were cloud synced, proving that he was not lying. Turns out, it was Shu Hao who actively invited Su Ji to go along. That must rule out the suspicion of Su Ji harming Shu Hao then. Su Ji continued, we went there in the middle of last month from City A, rented a car in the neighboring county, and met up with the experienced expedition team. The team consisted of 8 people, 6 men, and 2 women, including a retired Special Forces soldier who got injured, 2 brothers, and 2 couples. The ex-soldier said he had an old paper map of Baiyun County, and their ultimate goal was to reach the infamous cave of Baiyun Town that caused an incident years ago. We picked a day forecasted to be sunny to enter the county. At first, everything was normal, just an empty, fully abandoned place, almost entirely in ruins. To be honest, at the beginning, it felt fresh, but after some time, it just seemed like any other ruin. We entered in the morning, around noon at 12 o'clock, fog started to roll in. Very dense fog, with visibility of less than a meter. We could barely see the people next to us. Anyone farther away was completely invisible. Our leader, we called him Gun Brother, since he was known for being an exceptional marksman before retiring, instructed us to hold hands with the person next to us and to stay tightly grouped together under no circumstances should we split up. Getting separated in such heavy fog is extremely troublesome. Simultaneously, we started looking for a place to rest, as continuing travel in these conditions wasn't suitable. We found an abandoned bedding store nearby and sat down to take a break while eating lunch. But the fog outside kept getting thicker, growing larger from noon to evening. As twilight approached, it was still a hazy mess outside, and our phones had zero signal. Yet, no one brought up leaving. Instead, they continued discussing plans for tomorrow's journey to the cave. Truthfully, at that point, I was already scared and uncomfortable, feeling a tightness in my chest, wanting to leave. But since none of them mentioned leaving and I was just tagging along, I didn't dare say anything. At this point, Su Ji's mother couldn't help but ask, what exactly is in that cave? They seem so determined to go there. Just hearing about it makes me anxious. Su Ji shook his head. I don't know either, but their objective was clearly the cave. Apparently, they wanted to check it off as a landmark or something. If successful, they'd be the #1 adventurers in the exploration community over the past 30 years. Hearing this, everyone seemed to understand. It was pure vanity driving them to explore, seeking to prove themselves as the top adventurers. Su Qingqing nodded and said, ignore others' interruptions, please continue. Su Ji carried on. We thought things would proceed like this until tomorrow. To prepare for an early start, we went to bed quite early. However, we were awoken halfway through the night by commotion outside. When we looked around, we realized we were lying at a street corner with a brightly lit, bustling street ahead of us. We all thought we were dreaming, but surely, we couldn't all be having the same dream? Naturally, sleep was impossible, so we moved forward to investigate. There were so many people hustling and bustling along the street. We randomly asked someone what was going on. Hadn't this county been an empty ghost town? Why were there so many people? But after we asked around, we realized something was off. We noticed that although the street was bustling with activity, vendors lining the path and many passersby busy buying goods, not a single person spoke. It was as if they were all following predetermined programs. Customers went to specific spots to purchase items, handed over fixed amounts of money, and shopkeepers would silently accept it and hand them their goods in perfect synchronization. Afterward, the customers moved on with blank faces. Everything seemed so mechanical, as if they were puppets without souls. Moreover, I observed their ashen complexions and pale lips devoid of any blood color, which made me suspect they might not even be living beings. I was terrified. I urged them not to ask further questions and suggested we leave while no one had noticed us yet. But one of the explorers acted as if he'd lost his mind, insisting on interrogating someone. Initially, no one on the street paid attention to us. But after this person grabbed a passerby to ask questions, everyone on the street turned to stare at us. They bombarded us with queries about where we came from, how we entered, and how to exit. Realizing the situation was abnormal, the exploration team tried to run, but it was too late. Everyone surrounded us, blocking our escape route. Additionally, they exuded an eerie chill and emitted a decaying stench. How could they possibly be human? As we attempted to force our way out, a distant voice echoed, asking what had happened and who had broken the rules. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed signs of fear, scattering and fleeing in terror, shouting, "Run! You'll be punished if you're caught." From afar, we only glimpsed a group of individuals clad in black cloaks. Fear-stricken, we also fled. While running, we got separated. Only Xu Hao and I remained together. After escaping that street, we returned to the dense fog again. When we were completely disoriented, the jade pendant on my body floated and glowed before our eyes, seemingly guiding our way. "How did you get separated from Xu Hao?" asked Xu Hao's mother anxiously. Chapter 162. Only you, Master, can help. Speaking of this, Su Ji was very disheartened. Originally, Xu Hao had been following the guidance of the jade pendant and walking with me towards the outside. After about an hour, we suddenly heard a cry for help from afar. The voice sounded like it came from the adventure team. Xu Hao said he wanted to go and see what happened, so if there was any danger, he could lend a hand. I advised him not to go. The situation was too dangerous and complicated. We were alone and vulnerable. If there were any real danger, going would only be like offering our heads. But the cries from over there grew increasingly desperate. Xu Hao then told me that all the explorers gathered today were called by him. If something happened to them because they came here due to his invitation, he wouldn't be able to explain himself when he returned. Seeing that I really didn't dare to follow, he told me to wait here for a moment while he went to check. He assured me he'd be back soon. No matter how much I tried to dissuade him, he insisted on going. So, I waited at the spot. 3 hours passed, and he never returned. At that point, the glow of the jade floating in the air weakened. Afraid it might go out completely and leave me without guidance, I decided to follow its light and come out here to look for help. All I remember afterward is walking endlessly through chaos. When I regained my senses, I found myself where I am now. Su Ji recounted every detail, leaving nothing out. He grabbed Su Qingqing's hand firmly and said, "That place is eerie. Very, very eerie, and extremely dangerous." There was a persistent voice in my head telling me to leave quickly. Moreover, on that street, people kept saying, "A live person has arrived, and the sacrifices for the 15th can commence." I truly suspect that the live people they intend to capture are Xu Hao and his team. "Master, you must save them." Xu Hao's father was genuinely furious after listening. He cursed immediately. This isn't the first time Xu Hao has taken such risky adventures. Even before this, we only knew about his exploits after he returned. We've scolded him countless times for taking such risks. We told him to be more cautious and not take unnecessary dangers. What will we do if anything happens to him? We're getting old, and he's our only son. Yet, he completely ignores our words. Not only does he disregard them, but when faced with perilous situations outside, he doesn't think about his own safety and acts recklessly. Once he returns, I'll break his legs if necessary. From beside him, Xu Hao's mother, red-eyed, said, "What good is all your talking now? Shouldn't the top priority be finding him? Whether he's alive or dead, we don't even know yet." By the end, Xu Hao's mother couldn't control herself anymore and burst into tears. After hearing Su Ji's account, Xu Hao's mother felt the odds were heavily against them. She also harbored anger inside. Their family wasn't poor. Xu Hao had plenty of options to entertain himself. But as he grew up, he developed a preference for adventures. It was inevitable. Venturing close to danger often invites trouble. Now, it has indeed resulted in this. Everyone now focused their gazes on Su Qingqing. Only she could resolve this issue and find them. On the 8th day, with only a week until the 15th, amidst everyone's hopeful looks, Su Qingqing pinched her temples and said, "Please don't look at me like that. I'll handle this matter and I will search for them." However, this isn't simple. It involves some other complications which I'll work on resolving. All you need to do is wait for my notifications. Hurry, Master. We have no other way out except relying on you. If this mission succeeds, whatever price you ask, I'll ensure you receive it. Xu Hao's mother cried. Upon this reminder, Su Ji's parents immediately started checking their bank balances, readying to pay Su Qingqing. They were stopped. However, as Su Qingqing stated, there's no need to offer money. This isn't just about you. It's a national matter too. The state will compensate for this task. For the rest, I can't elaborate much further. Just wait for my notification. Having said that, Su Qingqing left without waiting for any further inquiries. Su Ji's parents, who initially thought they would need to spend a considerable sum willingly, stared blankly at each other. Finally, Su Ji's mother remarked reflectively, "Whoever says that Master Su only helps those with money is clearly wrong. Though she may seem hard to approach, she gets things done and speaks kindly. She's not someone driven solely by greed for money." Although Su Ji's matter was resolved, Xu Hao's case remained unsolved. Su Qingqing's ambiguous statements made everyone uneasy. Xu Hao's mother rushed after her, hoping to get a clearer idea of Su Qingqing's intentions. New paragraph starts here. Su Qingqing understood her feelings. Seeing no one around, she lowered her voice and whispered to Xu Hao's mother. Baiyun County is a place of national concern. The strange events happening there are not few at all. The authorities have long wanted to take action against this place. There was originally a plan to act soon. I'll go along with them. Rest assured, once I get there, if your son is still alive, I will bring him back to you safely. After I return this time, I'll ask them to move the action up a bit. This is a major event, and I'll do my best to secure it. Now none of us knows whether there's an undercover agent nearby, so don't ask too many questions or spread this information. If the news of the operation leaks out and disrupts the plan, then, your son. Shu Hao's mother instantly understood. She tightly covered her mouth and said, I understand. I'm sorry. I won't ask any more questions. Su Master, you're my only hope now. Please save my son. I will. Su Qingqing seriously nodded at her. This time, as she left, Shu Hao's mother didn't try to stop her. She only prayed fervently in her heart that everything would go smoothly on Su Qingqing's end. After leaving, Su Qingqing rushed directly to the 7th Bureau. As the director wasn't at home, she immediately found Deputy Director Lao Chun and said very seriously, the operation in Baiyun County needs to be moved forward, preferably departing tomorrow or the day after. Deputy Director Lao Chun was startled and asked, what's wrong? Has something else happened? Why the sudden need to act earlier? Because acting before the 15th might still save a group of trapped people. Su Qingqing succinctly replied. What exactly has happened? Lao Chun's heart also started to race. Chapter 163, I will bring your soul back intact. Su Qingqing gave a rough account of what happened between Su Ji and Shu Waoshu. She summarized, haven't there been frequent missing cases nationwide recently? I suspect that this matter is related to Baiyun County. Otherwise, with our current technology, it would be impossible to find no clues at all. Also, the expedition to Baiyun County, what online forces are promoting it, and who is releasing those inciting messages can all be investigated thoroughly. I suspect that there might be people from the Universal God Cult online, posting these inciting messages to lure adventurous young people into secretly entering Baiyun County. As everyone knows, ever since frequent incidents in Baiyun County, it has already been under control by the national military. The internet has almost locked down all news, and searching for keywords related to Baiyun County yields no results. All to prevent those online individuals with nothing better to do or some influencers willing to do anything for traffic from going there to take risks. In other places, it may be called an adventure, but in Baiyun County, it's not an adventure, it's suicide. And there are multiple signs indicating that Baiyun County might very well be the headquarters of the Universal God Cult. But the internet is just too vast. The country can manage overt information, but there are still hidden messages in some small online circles that are out of reach. After a period of silence, Baiyun County couldn't hold back anymore and started subtly attracting people again. Curious and adventure-loving youngsters are clearly the easiest group they can attract. Similarly, due to their strong life energy, they are also the favorite supplement, or perhaps sacrifice, for evil entities. According to what Su Ji said, they plan to perform the sacrifice on the 15th day of this month, which is the full moon. These living people are likely being held until then. Taking action before the 15th can still save a batch of people who have been lured over during this time. Deputy Director Old Chun was highly concerned after listening. I understand. The operation in Baiyun County was already almost ready, and we were planning to leave next month, mainly to wait for some practitioners from mystical sects. But now since the situation is urgent, I will immediately inform Director Li when he returns. Although leaving tomorrow might be a bit rushed because submitting the report and getting approval from higher-ups takes time, we'll probably set off at the earliest on the day after tomorrow. Good, let's proceed as soon as possible. I can leave at any time. Su Qingqing nodded and left. She didn't leave immediately. Instead, she went to the activity room of Bureau 7 and gathered the 48 members currently stationed at the Bureau. She checked each one's cultivation progress and rated them accordingly. There are 4 grades: A, B, C, and D. Those in grade D are not allowed to participate in this Baiyun County mission. Grade C can only serve as reserves at the border of Baiyun County, while only those in grade B and A can enter deep into the county and take part in the operation. In the end, a total of 22 people reached grades B and D. People rated at grade C were somewhat upset about being left behind, while those in grade D were even more dissatisfied. They argued to Su Qingqing that they weren't afraid of danger, and they had progressed rapidly over the recent period. Many outsiders trained in orthodox methods were not as capable as they were, so why couldn't they go? Surrounded by them, Su Qingqing could hardly move away. She reluctantly explained, because Baiyun County is possibly the main base of the Universal God Cult, it's extremely dangerous. People without sufficient strength won't provide help, but may become liabilities. At that time, I'll not only have to fight enemies, but I'll also need to protect you. It'll increase the difficulty and make things even more complicated. After hearing her explanation, colleagues in grade D felt sad and deflated. Their dejected expressions made Su Qingqing feel momentarily as if she were some kind of bad person who had hurt their feelings. She tried to console them. Leaving you here doesn't mean you're useless or that you don't contribute. In fact, compared to before, you've improved immensely, far surpassing many masters outside. When we go to Baiyun County, events related to evil spirits and demons that happen in City A will need someone to handle them, right? Similar harmful cases happening across the country need handling, right? Your colleagues staying behind must safeguard our rear. This is crucial. Without you, could we accomplish our mission on the front lines without worrying? Once grade D colleagues heard that, it seemed indeed to be true, and they instantly felt much better. Police officer Xiao Chun escorted Su Qingqing out of Bureau 7, teasingly saying, who would have thought it? Our instructor Su has a talent for comforting people, showing great qualities of leadership. Su Qingqing, however, wasn't playful with him. Her expression was much more serious than it had been inside. Do you really feel relaxed right now? Do you think going to Baiyun County is a simple and easy mission? Officer Xiao Chun hadn't noticed Su Qingqing become serious yet, still buttering her up. Of course not. No missions assigned to our Bureau 7 are ever simple. But don't we have Instructor Su here? Instructor Su is so capable that capturing Baiyun County is bound to happen. The Universal God Cult will definitely end up as something within our Instructor Su's grasp. Su Qingqing, who was being flattered, remained silent, merely standing at the door and quietly looking at him. It was then Officer Xiaochun realized something was off. He stuttered as he asked, Is there something wrong? Did I say anything incorrect? Shaking her head, Su Qingqing slightly curled her lips. Capturing the universal god cult is indeed something bound to happen, and I am absolutely sure to take them down eventually. However, your attitude of underestimating the enemy raises the question if you'll even survive in Baiyun County, since I'll be busy and can't keep an eye on you all the time. But don't worry, if you really fall in battle, I will certainly bring your soul back intact and send you to reincarnation without fail. Only then did Officer Xiaochun realize Su Qingqing was upset. Weakly, he questioned, What's wrong, Instructor Su? Have I done something wrong? Glancing at him, Su Qingqing gave a cold laugh before walking away. Officer Xiaochun stood dumbfounded at the spot, scratching his head because he didn't know what he'd done wrong. It was Deputy Director Old Chun coming from behind who reminded him, Isn't it because you're too arrogant, too dismissive, and not taking this operation seriously? Of course Instructor Su would be upset seeing this kind of behavior. Officer Xiaochun suddenly understood. He felt somewhat embarrassed as he admitted, It's just because Instructor Su is so powerful, it seems like nobody can stand against her. Overconfidence made me get carried away. Looks like even Su Qingqing feels pressure sometimes. He immediately took out his phone and sent a message to Su Qingqing, expressing deep repentance and assuring her that he had only been talking big and would treat the operation with utmost seriousness once it began. Su Qingqing replied with just one message. No problem. If you don't take it seriously, you'll suffer inside. Officer Xiaochun. Why did he get goosebumps all over when Su Qingqing hadn't said anything threatening? Chapter 164, Confidential Mission. After Su Qingqing went back, she began to make preparations for the things she would need in 2 days for entering Baiyun County. Regarding Baiyun County, Su Qingqing had asked her ancestors about this mission by burning incense. Would this operation go smoothly? Her ancestor revealed 2 words on the jade Rui Xiaji. What does Xiaji mean? It means that the final result will be good, but there might be some difficulties along the way, or possibly even injuries or sacrifices. If there are going to be injuries or sacrifices, then even if the outcome is good, it doesn't quite count as fortunate in Su Qingqing's view. She put away the jade Rui and didn't say much more. She made a phone call to Jiang Muqing, asking him to bring several thousand sheets of talisman paper from his incense shop. Only the best kind. Jiang Muqing delivered the talisman paper. Curious, he asked, Su Master, why do you suddenly need so many sheets of talisman paper? Su Qingqing briefly said, They'll be useful. What will they be used for? Jiang Muqing asked curiously. Since entering the esoteric arts after learning Taoism, he now knew roughly that for Taoists, talismans acted as a form of assistance, or perhaps a medium. By using these talismans, all sorts of attacks could be maximized. At Su Qingqing's level, most of the time, any issue could be resolved with just a finger snap and rarely required talisman paper. Moreover, whenever she did use a talisman, its power was extremely great. Su Qingqing hadn't drawn many talismans recently. Now she was asking for a large amount of high-quality vermilion ink and talisman paper in preparation for what looked like a major session of drawing talismans. Quite unusual. Su Qingqing glanced at him and said, It'll be used when we're assigned a mission in Bureau 7. Bureau 7 has an assignment? Jiang Muqing widened his eyes. Aren't you the instructor of Bureau 7? Are you also going out on a mission? Su Qingqing shrugged. The students are not ready yet, hence it's necessary for the teacher to step in. Hearing this, it seemed very reasonable. Jiang Muqing became even more curious. What kind of mission requires so many talismans? Su Qingqing carried the talisman paper into the room. Confidential state mission. Cannot disclose. Jiang Muqing. Wah. If you don't want to tell me, just say no directly. Why add the phrase state confidential? This only makes people itch to know more. After receiving the talisman paper and vermilion ink, Su Qingqing closed herself off and shut the door tightly, hanging a sign outside her door. In seclusion. Please do not disturb. Consequences at your own risk. With that sign up, who would dare disturb her? But while disturbing may be avoided, curiosity certainly isn't. When Gu Jun returned from work, he wanted to seek advice from Su Qingqing regarding cultivation matters, but found the sign hanging outside her door. Ouyang Lia also came to show Su Qingqing the breakthrough progress she'd achieved in this phase. She ended up being turned away and meeting Gu Jun outside the door. Ouyang Lia asked curiously, Why did Qingqing suddenly go into seclusion? I haven't heard anything before. Gu Jun looked slightly upset, arms crossed, shaking his head. I don't know. You don't know? Ouyang Lia was super surprised. Gu Jun frowned. Is it strange that I don't know? Is there something wrong? No, it's not strange. Sensing the hint of malice in Gu Jun's eyes, Ouyang Lia quickly explained. There's absolutely no problem. I just think that usually Qingqing has the closest relationship with you. So it seems strange that even you wouldn't know why she went into seclusion. That sentence. Qingqing usually has the closest relationship with you. Successfully made Gu Jun's frown loosen somewhat. He shook his head. I don't know. She didn't tell me. Maybe it's something urgent. Otherwise she wouldn't suddenly seclude herself. I know why. Suddenly, a rather irritating voice came from behind. Turning around, they saw Jiang Muqing striding in arrogantly. Do you know? Ouyang Lia asked, giving Jiang Muqing frantic eye signals while asking. Her eyes blinked so much they almost got cramped. Idiot, stop talking already. Haven't you seen how off-color Gu Jun's face looks beside you? Yet, Jiang Muqing remained oblivious, even proud of himself for knowing this little tidbit of information. He raised his chin and said, Of course I know. With the relationship I have with Su Master, how could I not know? Liang looked at Gu Jun once, seeing the frosty aura coming off him, and cautiously stepped back a few steps to avoid any unintended consequences. Without waiting for them to ask, Jiang Muqing couldn't help but blurt out, Su Master is in seclusion because she needs to draw many talismans in preparation for the mission from Bureau 7. What kind of mission? Liang asked. Jiang Muqing mimicked Su Qingqing, raising his chin even higher. Su Master said, this is a state secret, and it's inappropriate to talk about it. When Gu Jun heard state secret, he suddenly remembered the things about Baiyun County that Su Qingqing had mentioned to him before. She had once told him that Baiyun County was very likely the headquarters of the universal god religion, and since incidents frequently occurred there, the area had already been taken over and controlled by the state. Now that Su Qingqing was suddenly going on a mission which was also labeled as a state secret, he immediately made the connection. While Jiang Muqing was still feeling smug, Gu Jun suddenly said, you only know that Qingqing is going on a mission, but you don't know what kind of mission, right? Do you? This is a secret mission. Jiang Muqing retorted. Of course I do. Not only do I know, but I also know it much better than you. Gu Jun's gaze was calm, as if he didn't care about this matter at all, but the pride and self-congratulation in his eyes were so evident. Jiang Muqing was like a proud rooster who had just been showing off, only to have his neck pinched all of a sudden. How do you know? Jiang Muqing asked back. This time, it was Gu Jun's turn to slightly lift his chin. Because my relationship with Qingqing is special. After saying that, Gu Jun left without looking back, no matter how much Jiang Muqing followed him and asked about the details. Zhao Liya watched Gu Jun and Jiang Muqing bicker, finding it rather speechless. These two people, known outside to be extremely difficult to approach, were now arguing like elementary school students, so immature. But, what exactly is this national confidential mission that Qing is going on? Su Qingqing emerged from her seclusion at around 10 o'clock on the night of the next day, having spent an entire day and night painting talismans. She finished all 3,000 sheets of them. This was an incredibly grueling task. Each sheet exhausted Jiang Muqing to the point where he felt completely drained and needed half a day to recover. All he could do was kneel before Su Qingqing in admiration. Just as Su Qingqing had everything prepared and was ready to leave the next day, she realized that Deputy Director Chen had not yet sent any messages back. Su Qingqing directly called him up. Deputy Director Chen stuttered for a long time before sheepishly saying, sorry, Instructor Su. Director Li said that this operation is highly complicated and dangerous, requiring most of the practitioners from the mystic arts to gather. The superiors above Director Li also did not approve of moving ahead early. Chapter 165, Acting Alone. Su Qingqing furrowed her brow. Do we really have to wait until everyone from the Xian sect arrives before acting? But for me, one person from the Xian sect is enough. Combined, they don't measure up to just me. And there are only 3 days left until the 15th. There must be people still trapped in Baiyun County. We should rescue them as soon as possible to ensure their safety. If we delay, it'll truly be too late. She wasn't being arrogant. In this end-of-law era where the orthodox traditions of the Xian sect were almost broken, all those sect members combined wouldn't last 10 minutes against her. To put it bluntly, Zhao Liya, who was currently the weakest among her companions, would be considered elder level in some sects. With such strength in the Xian sect, Su Qingqing honestly didn't expect them to be useful during the mission in Baiyun County. All she hoped for was that they follow instructions, obey commands, and not create unnecessary trouble or drag things down. Incidentally, the Xian sect worshipped ancestral masters now, and everyone essentially worshipped the same master. Ultimately, they were all Taoist friends and comrades in arms. With the revival of spiritual energy now underway, if their lost traditions were not restored, they could only fall behind and suffer defeat. She didn't mind picking a few people who seemed suitable, those with both strength and talent, and acceptable character, to continue their legacy. In her plans, these people from the Xian sect had never been key players. They were merely auxiliary support. Moreover, the primary reason she wanted to act ahead of schedule was that there were still people trapped in Baiyun County, with an unknown number inside. Even if there were only a dozen people, that meant dozens of families. Although Su Qingqing appeared rather cold towards certain aspects of daily life and didn't proactively participate, she was anything but cold about such matters. Recalling how Mrs. Shang had pulled her aside and cried, treating her like a savior, made her feel heavy-hearted. She tightly pursed her lips. Deputy Director Old Chen repeatedly apologized on the other side. I'm sorry. I originally thought the higher-ups would agree given the urgency of the situation, so I agreed ahead of time with you. But I couldn't imagine there would be so many concerns, preventing them from loosening their stance. After all, we're part of Bureau 7 and can be considered half-soldiers. We must obey orders. He couldn't finish his own words because it felt increasingly hard to justify. After hearing this, Su Qingqing didn't say much more, simply responding with a "oh," then hanging up directly. After hanging up, she sat for a long time in the sunroom of the courtyard where the ancestral master's shrine was placed. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't just leave things like this. If she hadn't known, it might have been fine, but since she did know, she couldn't pretend ignorance any longer and simply wait around to join forces with the people from Bureau 7. Saving lives was like putting out a fire. It absolutely couldn't wait. She bought tickets for an overnight train to West City near Baiyun County, packed a large bag full of supplies, shouldered a massive backpack, took a leave from Sister Su, and was planning to head out alone. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to step outside, she ran into Jiang Muqing, who was looking for her. Seeing Su Qingqing come out, Jiang Muqing was very excited. Master Su, you've finally emerged from seclusion. Have you finished drawing the talismans? Are you going on a mission now? Hey, why isn't there a car sent to pick you up for this top-secret national task? For a moment, Su Qingqing wasn't sure how to explain. With the high-speed train time quickly approaching, she briefly said, "This time, it's not for a mission. Something has come up. Excuse me, my train time is almost here. If it's not a mission?" Jiang Muking's eyes lit up instantly. "What urgent thing are you doing then? This certainly can't be a secret anymore. Bring me along. Let me see what's happening." Su Qingqing waved her hand. "No way, it's too dangerous. Bringing you along risks something happening to you while you're outside, leading your parents to blame me. You're too precious. I can't afford to compensate." Jiang Muking shamelessly blocked her path. "Not precious at all. I'm just a spare hand in my family. Just bring me along. If worst comes to worst, I'll sign a contract with you stating that whatever happens to me outside will be entirely voluntary and not related to you. How does that sound?" Su Qingqing rolled her eyes. "It sounds terrible. Get out of my way before I send you flying with one palm. Where are you going with such a big bag?" Finally, Jiang Muking stepped aside, and a familiar voice came from the neighboring yard. It was Gu Jun coming home after work. As he approached to greet her, he heard Jiang Muking pestering Su Qingqing, asking her to bring him along. Su Qingqing immediately felt a headache forming. It was over. The moment she'd gotten rid of one, another even more troublesome one arrived. She was just about to use the same method to fob Gu Jun off when Zhao Lia's voice came from the other side. Hey, Qingqing, you've come out of seclusion. You're carrying such a big bag. Where are you going? How can you leave without even saying goodbye?" Su Qingqing stopped in her tracks. She looked at the three people standing in front of her and sighed inwardly. It seemed they had all gathered here just in time to stop her from sneaking away. Helplessly, she said, "There really is nothing to worry about. I'm just stepping out for a bit. It's not some big deal." But all three of them stood there with their arms crossed, looking at her from different directions. Their expressions and gazes clearly conveyed, "You're not leaving until you explain yourself today." Su Qingqing stared back at them for 2 or 3 minutes, checking her phone for the time 3 times, knowing full well that if she didn't leave soon, she would miss her train. Reluctantly, she explained, "Stop thinking too much. This mission is pretty dangerous. Each of you has families and loved ones. You're wealthy and have high social statuses, so bringing any of you along would put tremendous pressure on me. I'd rather go alone. You guys just wait for me to come back." After finishing her words, Su Qingqing quickly cast the spirit travel technique with both hands and dashed off at lightning speed to catch her train. All they saw was a fleeting breeze passing by, and in the blink of an eye, Su Qingqing had vanished. Ugh, this woman is heartless. She just left us behind like this. There's something exciting happening, and she didn't even bother to include us. And she says it's because taking us along would add pressure. Is she looking down on us? Zhao Lia gritted her teeth. "Yes, exactly," Jiang Muking chimed in beside her. Only Gu Jun stood there lost in thought for a moment, then suddenly seemed to have figured something out as his furrowed brows relaxed. He quietly returned to his own courtyard afterward. Zhao Lia paused for a second, surprised by this rare, easygoing attitude from Gu Jun. Was this really his style? Her instincts told her something wasn't right, so she called after Gu Jun's retreating figure. "Our beloved and talented Mr. Gu, do you know something we don't? Are you aware of where Qingqing is going?" "I don't know," Gu Jun replied curtly and decisively. Of course he knew where Su Qingqing was heading. The dangerous place where no one else could be brought inside. Wasn't that place obvious? If Su Qingqing was taking the bullet train, which took a whole day, he would arrange the earliest private plane tomorrow to head there and perhaps meet her at the high-speed rail station. "Don't know." Zhao Lia turned toward Jiang Muking and asked, "Do you believe him?" Jiang Muking shook his head violently, like a bell ringing back and forth. "No way. I've known him for years now. Do you think I don't understand him?" His expression was clear. He knows but isn't planning to tell us. He wants to go look for Master Su on his own. Believe me, he's definitely hiding something. This vulgar comment caused Zhao Lia to glance twice at Jiang Muking. Whoever this guy was, his mouth always seemed to run unchecked, explaining why he had received countless beatings from Gu Jun over the years. It was always his own fault for stirring things up. Chapter 166, Stubborn Idea. You're all here. Where's Master Su? Where are my benefactors who gave me rebirth?" In the distance, another voice asked about Su Qingqing. Looking up, it was Qing Xian riding a bicycle with Li Miao Miao heading towards this direction. Bai Qing Xian had already received the movie salary. After taxes, he ended up with exactly 900,000 yuan. He took out 40,000 yuan from it for Li Miao Miao's grandfather's rehabilitation. Rehabilitation is a long process. With her grandmother having mobility issues, living on the 6th floor of a building without an elevator was quite inconvenient. So, Bai Qing Xian suggested that Li Miao Miao sell the old house and add another 40,000 yuan to buy a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment with an elevator in the new residential complex opened by the rehabilitation hospital. This was a mid to high-end commercial property with a relatively good property management team. With the new place, the grandmother found everything more convenient, and it was closer to her husband's rehabilitation center, making their trips back and forth much easier. After regaining memories from her previous life, Li Miao Miao didn't feel as distant from Bai Qing Xian anymore. She said she would consider this money as borrowed for now, and once she mastered esoteric practices well again, she would start earning by taking clients. Earning back a mere million would be quick enough. With his persistent nature and the money he put into the situation, Bai Qing Xian managed to secure himself a 1-bedroom unit at Li Miao Miao's home. Li Miao Miao's grandparents were open-minded and easygoing people. They seemed to misunderstand the relationship between Bai Qing Xian and Li Miao Miao, thinking they were a couple. Since Bai Qing Xian truly cared for Li Miao Miao, why would they oppose it? Thus, Bai Qing Xian finally moved out of the pool area and happily moved into Li Miao Miao's house. When Su Qingqing was invited to celebrate Li Miaomiao's moving party at her new house, she also set up a small spirit gathering array for her new home. This way, the energy of the house could become more concentrated, creating a better environment for practicing cultivation. Yesterday, there had been a visit to Su Qingqing that hadn't led anywhere since she was meditating. Today's attempt coincided with their discussion winding down. Jiang Muqing recounted how Su Qingqing had decided to go somewhere alone, citing danger and refusing to bring them along. Upon hearing this, Li Miaomiao immediately frowned. Too dangerous to bring you? Then how dangerous must it be if she's going alone? Isn't that equally dangerous? For Li Miaomiao, Su Qingqing was nothing less than a radiant parent giving her a second chance at life. She not only offered a new lease on life, but also helped her come out of the dark shadows and begin her practice in cultivation. To her, Su Qingqing was not just a person. She was a goddess, the goddess. Now that Su Qingqing was facing potential danger, Li Miaomiao couldn't bear the thought of her venturing into peril without at least one reliable person by her side. Jiang Muqing added, "We wanted to go along too, but she wouldn't allow it. She said we'd only be holding her back." His tone carried a hint of resentment as he spoke. Unexpectedly, Li Miaomiao propped her chin on her hand and nodded. True, given your current pace of cultivation, if you encounter a powerful expert, you'd certainly slow down Master Su. Knowing her kind and responsible nature, she'd definitely focus on protecting you guys first. Both Jiang Muqing and Zhao Liya blurted together. You know she cultivates faster, you know she's amazing, but you didn't have to rub it in our faces like that. Annoying. Changing her tone, Li Miaomiao said. But she could take Qing Xian with her, right? He's a 1,000-year-old snake spirit. Surely bringing him would make some difference. Suddenly called by name, Qing Xian reacted. Why should he be dragged along for dangerous missions? Was his snake life any less valuable than anyone else's? Yet, what Li Miaomiao said did hold some truth. Taking Qing Xian would indeed offer more peace of mind than letting Su Qingqing face danger alone. Zhao Liya shrugged. Now probably only one person knows Qingqing's whereabouts, and that's Gu Jun. But I doubt he'd tell us so casually. For a moment, everyone felt a little stumped. Suddenly, Jiang Muqing slapped his thigh. Master Su can travel using divine speed, something we can't keep up with. But Gu Jun doesn't possess that ability, does he? There's no way he won't look for Master Su. Starting tonight, let's track Gu Jun's movements, then follow him. Wouldn't that lead us straight to Master Su? Zhao Liya nodded approvingly. You, as expected, always think of such stubborn yet practical methods. No matter, as long as it works, we'll remember your efforts. Li Miaomiao and Qing Xian nodded deeply, looking at Jiang Muqing with great admiration. Jiang Muqing. Suddenly, a cold chill ran down his spine. Why was that? The next day, Gu Jun indeed acted. He took a car to the airport, preparing to take a private flight directly to Xiqing, which was closest to Baiyun County. Just as he was about to board, a very familiar voice came from behind him. President Gu, where are you headed? Why don't you bring us along? As he turned around, sure enough, he saw Jiang Muqing. Jiang Muqing was running and waving his hand with a smug smile on his face. Behind Jiang Muqing were three more people, Zhao Liya, Li Miaomiao, and Qing Xian. Every time Gu Jun saw this group, he got a headache. They always hung around Su Qingqing, taking up so much of her time that he barely had any chance to be with her anymore. He turned his head away, pretending not to see them, and continued walking briskly toward the plane, determined to get on board before they could follow him. But shameless Jiang Muqing pulled out an acceleration talisman he'd drawn just the other day, which allowed him to run as fast as a sprinter. In no time, whoosh, he darted to Gu Jun's back, followed him on board the plane, and clung tightly to the plane door like a stubborn pest. Taking advantage of the time delay caused by Jiang Muqing, Zhao Liya and the others quickly caught up. Together, they started acting obnoxiously, but their demand was clear: take them along. Unless he took them along to find Su Qingqing, they wouldn't leave. Gu Jun. He felt the throbbing in his temples, wondering what karmic debt he owed to meet such a group of people. Chapter 167. No return from Baiyun City. In the end, Jiang Muqing and the others managed to squeeze into Gu Jun's private jet with their thick-skinned persistence, following him all the way to West City. Their reasoning was quite plausible. More people mean more strength. Since we're not very powerful, we don't need to go inside. We can wait outside for you and offer support in case anything happens. If something goes wrong, we can take action immediately, right? If it weren't for the intense gleam of excitement in Jiang Muqing's eyes, Gu Jun might have actually believed their lies. However, one part of what they said was true. More people outside could still provide some assistance. They were experienced individuals who could communicate efficiently compared to commoners, because there are things that ordinary people couldn't help with even if they understood them. Thus, when Su Qingqing got off the high-speed train, she found Gu Jun and his group already waiting at the entrance of the station. Everyone was there except the family's old fruit bat. All other beings in the house had gathered. Her lips twitched as she asked, "How did you know I was coming here?" Everyone turned their gaze toward Gu Jun. Gu Jun cleared his throat and said, "I'm not tracking or spying on you or anything like that. It's just pure deduction. You've only dealt with Su Ji and Shang Waoheo's matters recently through the booking site, and their incidents occurred in Baiyun County. You didn't wait for Bureau 7 to act, but took independent action, which likely indicates a special situation. By combining these factors, it's easy to conclude that you're most probably headed to Baiyun County. The closest place to Baiyun County is this side of West City, where there's both a high-speed train station and an airport." Su Qingqing was silent for a moment. What could she say? Gu Jun wasn't someone gifted with premonition, but he had intelligence and high IQ, allowing him to guess almost accurately just by making deductions. Since it had already been guessed, Su Qingqing stopped hiding it. Yes, I am going to Baiyun County to rescue someone, but I'm unsure of the conditions inside, whether the headquarters of the omnipotent deity poses any danger. So, I intended to go alone. In case anything happens, I'll be able to retreat on my own. Gu Jun immediately responded. Taking them along would indeed be cumbersome, but taking me wouldn't necessarily be so. You surely acknowledge my current endurance abilities, and I will be beneficial inside. Li Miao Miao added. You can bring Bai Qingxian. He's a millennium-old great demon with decent magical power. You'll definitely find him useful when you command him. Left out, Jiang Muqing and Zhao Lia were speechless for a moment. Fine, Zhao Lia huffed. We won't follow you inside. We won't drag you down, alright? Can we at least wait outside for you? Jiang Muqing chimed in. Exactly. Anyway, don't expect to exclude us from the fun. This isn't about fun. Su Qingqing sighed helplessly. No matter what she said, this group had followed her, and nothing could make them leave now. A group as fearless as young calves not fearing tigers. Since they were already here, they had no choice but to bring everyone along. She knew deep down that although these people often talked nonsense, their insistence on coming was solely due to concern for her. Baiyun County was next to West City, which was the provincial capital of Gan Province, a bustling city and the most developed area in the province, equipped with both a high-speed railway station and an airport. It was hard to imagine that such a prosperous city would have a neighboring county that was completely abandoned, especially one known for being dangerous. Once entered, never exited. They arrived that morning, around 10 o'clock. Driving from West City to Baiyun County required taking smaller roads since the main highway was blocked, with dedicated personnel guarding it to prevent unrelated vehicles from entering. The online information suggested that driving a 4WD vehicle from West City to Baiyun County via mountain paths would be necessary. It was a winding route, taking over 2 hours to reach, and one would need to continue traveling small roads upon arrival. Hunger set in, so they decided to first look for a restaurant close to Baiyun County's direction within West City, deciding to eat breakfast-lunch combo before heading out. Most people in West City preferred noodle dishes, various types of noodles, including pulled noodles, knife-cut noodles, dumpling soups, and many more. Adhering to local customs, they chose a noodle shop that looked somewhat vintage yet clean and tidy. As it was approaching mealtime, they sat down, ordered their noodles, and soon after, the roadside noodle shop became lively as more guests kept coming. Jiang Muqing was a chatterbox and had chosen this particular restaurant himself. Relax, I'm sure this shop's excellent. Choosing restaurants isn't just about fancy environments and decorations. You want places like these, old establishments that have been around for a long time. That means they must have good food, taste that keeps attracting loyal customers, hence ensuring great business. As he said this, the shop owner, a woman, came out of the kitchen carrying 2 bowls of steaming noodles. Su Qingqing laughed heartily after hearing Jiang Muqing's words. Oh, you're absolutely right. The reason our little noodle shop can continue until now is because of the good business. We have all old neighbors here. They are repeat customers. You will definitely not be disappointed with the taste. The first bowl served was exactly Jiang Muqing's knife-cut noodles. After he had a taste, he gave a thumbs up repeatedly. Delicious, it's really delicious. This noodle is very chewy and has a great texture. The broth is also very rich, amazing. The boss lady became even happier after hearing Jiang Muqing's compliment. She smiled and gave them a small dish of beef for free after all the noodles were served, claiming it was their homemade marinated beef, much tastier than those from outside. After Su Qingqing started eating with chopsticks, she found that Jiang Muqing wasn't exaggerating this time. The noodles here indeed tasted great. Specifically made noodles from places like this surely tasted better than what they had in the south. When they were about done eating, they began discussing the plans to go to Baiyun County. Gu Jun said he could contact the car rental company over here in West City. They, a group of 6 people, could rent a larger off-road vehicle with good performance, and rent the best and most complete camping equipment sets. Because there would surely be no place to stay near Baiyun County, they were probably going to camp out. Su Qingqing frowned again to emphasize. Let me reiterate one more time. You guys are allowed to follow me, but when we get close to Baiyun County and something doesn't feel right, if I tell you to leave or wait on the spot, you must listen and not follow inside. Otherwise, I'll send you back packed up. Understood. Jiang Muqing and others nodded their heads like chicks pecking at grains. Just then, the boss lady went to the next table to clean up and heard their conversation. Being enthusiastic, the boss lady hesitated for a while and finally couldn't help but ask. Young folks, you're not heading to Yunqing next door, are you? Yunqing, Baiyun County used to be called Yunqing, and locals still call it that way now. Seeing that Jiang Muqing and others didn't say anything, she took it as an agreement and quickly said anxiously. Oh my, you guys aren't planning to go on an adventure there, are you? Oh dear, you shouldn't be so reckless. That place cannot be visited. Recently, I've seen too many young people go there. None of them came back. Chapter 168. Save my son and daughter. The shopkeeper's voice was rather loud, and her words advising Su Qingqing and the others were also overheard by the customers sitting around eating noodles. Among them, a man sitting in the corner who had been quietly eating his noodles suddenly stood up after hearing her words. He slammed his hand on the table with a loud "pa" and shouted loudly. Yunqing cannot be visited. Did you all hear that? Absolutely do not go to Yunqing. If you go, it's as good as looking for death. Don't act like fools and blindly run to your deaths. It wasn't easy for your parents to raise you this big. His sudden outburst startled everyone, and all eyes immediately focused on him. Just now so emotionally charged, he instantly calmed down once he realized everyone was staring at him, and his face turned red with embarrassment. He placed 10 yuan for his noodles on the table, stuffed his hands into his pockets, looked down, and hurriedly walked towards the door of the noodle shop as if he were about to leave. Before walking out, he turned around and earnestly said to Jiang Muqing and the others, "Yunqing is extremely dangerous. There are only ruins inside. There's nothing worth exploring there. Definitely don't go." After saying this, he left, his back appearing inexplicably sorrowful. After he was gone, the boss lady sighed deeply and asked, "Hey, were you scared by him?" Jiang Muqing nodded and said, "Not exactly scared, but just a bit strange and surprised. Why did he get so agitated all of a sudden?" The boss lady explained, You shouldn't be scared of him. He's just a pitiable person. His wife died from amniotic fluid embolism while giving birth, and she passed away without being successfully revived in the hospital, leaving behind a pair of children, a sister and a brother. Alone, he acted as both father and mother to them. With much hardship, he managed to bring up the kids until they were grown. But because they lacked a mother, during his son's rebellious phase, they couldn't communicate well. Once, after an argument, his son ran away from home. He didn't tell his father where he went, but he told his sister. He said he was going to explore the ruins of Yunqing with some good friends, just to relax for a few days before returning. Her sister waited anxiously for 2 days, but after receiving one picture sent by her brother from the Yunqing ruins on the first day, she could no longer reach him thereafter. Still fuming, her father said that her brother should simply die outside. Having no other choice, the sister attempted to search secretly herself. But after she went, she never returned either. And just like that, his pair of children disappeared. By the time he realized something was wrong, several days had already passed since his children had entered. Even though he himself managed to come back out when he went in to look for them, he didn't bring them back. Not only that, no matter what people later asked him about the inside of Yunqing, he refused to speak a word about it anymore. All he did was continuously warn others never to visit Yunqing because it was very dangerous. What a tragic person. Everyone says that he has been deeply affected by the disappearance of his children. After hearing this, Jiang Muqing and the rest fell silent for quite some time. It seemed that beneath his seemingly harsh and unreasonable attitude lay a kind heart. Su Qingqing placed a 100 yuan note on the table. "Boss lady, let's settle the bill here. Here's 100, keep the change." With that, she got up and followed in the direction the man had left. Gu Jun immediately followed behind her. After thanking the warm-hearted boss lady, Jiang Muqing and the rest also quickly caught up from behind. As they were leaving, the boss lady called out behind them, "Remember, whatever you do not go adventuring in Yunqing. It's really dangerous in there." Su Qingqing soon caught up with the man who had just left, stopping him at a turning corner. Seeing Su Qingqing, recognizing her as the girl from the noodle shop earlier, he warily asked, "Why are you following me? Do you need anything?" Su Qingqing gave him a friendly smile and replied, "Yes, I heard that you've been inside Yunqing. I wanted to ask you how much you know about what's inside." The man immediately frowned. "What? I just warned you moments ago not to go to Yunqing, and yet you're ignoring that, right? You still want to know what's inside? What are you going to do with that information? Make it easier for you to enter?" Just then, Gu Jun and the others also arrived, having overheard his somewhat aggressive words. He had a thick brow and broad face. When frowning and speaking, he looked intimidating, almost like a bad guy. Had it not been for the boss lady explaining this unfortunate man's experience to them, they would have easily gotten into a conflict and started arguing. Su Qingqing, seeing how guarded the man was, searched through her pocket and pulled out a business card from Bureau 7, handing it to him. She also took out her ID for him to see. "I'm not an ordinary adventurer. I'm from Bureau 7. A while ago, some parents came to me saying that their children had gone missing after exploring in Yunqing County. Acting on their behalf, I've come here to look for them. I'm no ordinary person. I have certain skills in these areas. My purpose here is to go inside and rescue those who are trapped. I heard you're one of the few people who've been inside and returned safely. That's why I want to learn more about the situation inside, so I can prepare accordingly. The more detailed information I have, the better and faster I'll be able to act. Maybe then I can save the people inside sooner." After glancing at Su Qingqing's ID and business card, the man's attitude softened a little, but he still seemed skeptical. "You look so young." Su Qingqing understood his doubt, whether she really had the ability and was reliable despite her age. Without a word, she made a gesture with one hand, and a fierce flame leapt from her fingertip. With another swift motion, lightning struck the rooftop of a nearby building. "I may be young, but I'm strong too. Now, can you tell us about your experience inside Yunqing County?" Su Qingqing asked earnestly. For several seconds, the man was speechless, and his expression towards Su Qingqing transformed into deep respect. He suddenly asked earnestly, filled with hope, "If you're so capable, could you not only rescue people, but also ghosts?" "What do you mean?" Su Qingqing asked. Tears welled up in the man's eyes as his voice cracked. "My son and daughter, they were also trapped inside. Even after they died, their spirits remained trapped, unable even to reincarnate. It breaks my heart. It's all my fault. Everything is my fault." Chapter 169, Qi Zhong's Experience. Su Qingqing knew at once that there must be a story behind this. This man must know quite a bit. She said, "This isn't the place for talking. How about we find somewhere to sit down? You can tell us in detail. As long as I can help, I certainly will." The man wiped away his tears and calmed down slightly. His attitude towards Su Qingqing completely turned around. He volunteered, "Let's talk at my house. It's nearby, just the next residential area over, only a 5-minute walk." Su Qingqing glanced back and exchanged looks with Gu Jun and the others. They all nodded at her, signaling agreement. 5 or 6 minutes later, they arrived at the man's home. On the way, through his self-introduction, they learned his name was Qi Zhong. Coincidentally, he grew up in Baiyun County as a child, and his father used to be a miner there. He was among those who were relocated en masse when a major incident occurred in Bayonne County. At that time, they were settled in this district of West City. In other words, in this part of West City, most of the older residents had been relocated from Bayonne County. To this day, Yunqing remained forbidden territory in the eyes of the elders, with the younger generation constantly warned never, under any circumstances, to go to Yunqing. After arriving at Qizhong's house, it turned out to be a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. He had 1 room. His son and daughter each had their own rooms. His son and daughter's rooms were still well preserved, kept in their original state, indicating that this rugged man had taken good care of everything despite its slight signs of aging. The house was extremely clean. He invited Su Qingqing and the others to sit on the wooden sofa in the living room, pulled out some disposable plastic cups, and brewed tea for them to drink. Though it wasn't fine tea, the hospitality was thoughtful. Su Qingqing said, "Now you can tell us the full story of what happened in Bayonne County back then. What exactly did you encounter?" Qizhong sat on a separate stool and fell into reminiscence. Looking back now, it was 8 years ago. At that time, my son, Xiao Xian, wanted to ride motorcycles. He wasn't focused on his studies. Every day after school, he would secretly work part-time jobs, saving money to buy a motorcycle. I found out. I forbade him from playing with something as dangerous as a motorcycle. He was only in high school, and I only wished for him to study hard, attend a good university, and eventually find a decent office job. But he told me that all he wanted to do was become a professional motorcycle racer. He said he wasn't cut out for studying and didn't even want it anymore. He asked me not to force him. I lost my temper. Not knowing how to communicate well, I impulsively slapped him. I never expected that he would run away from home. His sister, Xiaoyu, even went out to secretly look for him. What I didn't anticipate even more was that he had gone to Bayonne County. Recalling this moment brought him pain. Regret clouded his face. Regret for not communicating properly at the time? Su Qingqing and the others maintained silence. They didn't know how to comfort him. There are no regret pills available in the world. Qizhong wiped his face and continued. I found out they had gone to Bayonne County when my daughter's good friend couldn't contact her and called me. I immediately drove over. Actually, Bayonne County is small. There are only 2 main roads. One is a commercial street and the other a food street. The rest are alleys. If you ride an e-bike, you could circle through the entire county in less than an hour. I grew up there. I'm very familiar with it. I even know which alleys can serve as shortcuts. But when I rode inside, initially, entering the city, it was still familiar, still my familiar Yuncheng. But as I ventured further in, something felt wrong. The buildings and streets weren't like the Yuncheng I knew. That place definitely wasn't Yuncheng. It was another place entirely. After driving around twice, I became lost. I remember clearly because the streets there didn't match my memory, so I paid special attention, memorizing every route carefully. But after looking for a while, shouting my son and daughter's names, and seeing no sign of them, I decided to retrace my steps and try searching from another direction. When I returned the same way, the road was different again. That city, it's alive. It kept changing. There's no way you can remember the routes. You get lost inside, forever unable to escape. When Qizhong got to this part, he was sweating cold sweat all over his body. It was indeed a very unpleasant memory that left a deep psychological scar on him. Even after all these years, he still dreams about being trapped in a completely unfamiliar world of steel and concrete at night. Then how did you get out in the end? Zhang Muqing couldn't help but ask curiously upon hearing this. Qizhong's expression became even more painful, indicating that it was an extremely painful memory for him. He said, because of my son and daughter, I was trapped inside for a whole day and night. But I didn't give up. Although I got lost inside, I kept calling their names. I thought if they encountered anything dangerous in such a perilous place, as their father, I would have to protect them with my life. Finally, on the second day, when the water and food I brought were long gone and I was already exhausted, I saw Xiao Xian and Xiao Yu together appearing at the next corner. I was thrilled beyond words. Finally, I had found them. I was just about to run over, when my daughter ran toward me instead. I tried to grab her hand, but my hand passed straight through hers. I was completely stunned. At that moment, my daughter's face was full of urgency as she told me that she had already died. She had come back to guide me out. If I stayed, I would die too. It was hard to accept then. I wanted to know exactly what happened. At that moment, I even thought if my son and daughter were already dead, then why should I live? I might as well die with them. But my son shouted angrily from afar, telling me to hurry and go. There wasn't much time left. They had snuck away, and the people would soon come looking for them. He intended to draw the people away but couldn't hold them off for long. He urged me not to waste the precious time they'd struggled to buy for me. He was fierce, yet he was crying. That was the first time I ever saw my son cry. When Qizhong reached this point, he deeply hugged his head with his hands. Such a rugged man sobbed uncontrollably. The shock must have been immense for him at the time. Zhao Lia silently pulled out a tissue and handed it to him. After taking it, Qizhong said thanks, calmed himself down slightly, and then continued speaking. Chapter 170. Director Li is not quite right. My daughter went through twists and turns, even passed through walls a few times, and after half an hour of running, she found the way out. My daughter told me that as long as I keep walking along this road no matter what happens, and no matter who calls me from behind, I should not turn back. Then I will leave here completely. She told me that Yun City has already been taken over by evil ghosts. It's no longer Yun City, but another world. That world has its own rules and strict hierarchy. Once you go in, they'll take your life, add you to their register, force a rank and identity on you, and every day you'll have to work according to the given identity, never being able to leave. They were originally dazed and devoid of consciousness after their souls were claimed, but hearing my call woke them up as if from a dream. suddenly regaining their awareness. My daughter said that after their souls were claimed, an imprint was struck into their soul bodies. If they leave the designated area, the imprint will erase them directly. Therefore, even though they regained consciousness, they could not escape. But they couldn't just stand there and watch me meet the same fate, so they secretly ran out to show me the way. In the end, Qizhong said he originally did not want to leave. Even if it was a ghost city, he still wanted to stay with his children. He was their father. No matter what happened, he had to stay and protect them. But his daughter said, even if he stayed, there was no guarantee he would be with them. He might be captured and his consciousness erased again, never to see them again. It would be better for him to escape and tell the outside world about the situation inside, perhaps encountering someone powerful enough to save them. With no other choice, Qizhong left after his children spent so much effort saving him. After leaving Baiyun County, he immediately reported the incident to government officials. However, it seemed that the West City official people were aware of Baiyun County's eerie nature, and those who came to receive him weren't surprised. They simply asked him to recount everything that had happened inside thoroughly, recorded it, comforted him a bit, then sent him back. The official personnel told him this situation was special. Even if higher-ups wanted to resolve it quickly, it wouldn't happen fast. Moreover, Baiyun County had already been sealed off. Those sneaking into it at their own risk from the outside couldn't be helped. They advised him to return home, wait for notification, and not spread these events around. They said such information, if widely disseminated, might cause panic, leading him to sign a confidentiality agreement prohibiting publicizing this event. Otherwise, spreading it outside could land him in jail. This is why, all these years, he kept silent about the Baiyun County incident back then. He had no way to speak and could do nothing more, only trying his best to dissuade everyone around him who he could reach. Whenever he heard of anyone planning to explore within Baiyun County, he would scold them fiercely to stop them. Speaking of this, Qizhong couldn't help but laugh bitterly at himself. I am an unqualified father. I am also an incapable father. I cannot rescue my children. They are trapped inside there, unable to even reincarnate. I lack ability and methods. All I can do is try to do good deeds regularly, persuade one person when possible, and consider it contributing karma for my children. Perhaps one day, heaven will pity me, and I will be rewarded for my kindness. Because of his overly passionate persuasion over the years to those curious about going to Baiyun County, people gossiped behind his back, saying he had mental problems caused by the disappearance of his children. He actually knew it all, but he didn't care. He continued doing what he needed to do. Saving one person at a time mattered, even if people whispered behind his back. So what? Jiang Muqing couldn't help but look at him with respect. Just because of your level of ideological enlightenment, you're a good person. Rest assured, our Su master is incredibly skilled. If she encounters your children, she will definitely bring them out. By the way, what do your children look like? Qizhong immediately went into the room and took out a family photo of the three of them. In the photo, he stood in the middle, with his daughter on the left and his son on the right. Except for his daughter, both he and his son had stern faces. He looked at the family portrait sorrowfully. This is our family's only group photo. Su Qingqing took out her phone and snapped a picture of the portrait deftly. All right, now we have the photo. You should put it away carefully. After all, this was the last memory of this man, and she couldn't take it away just to find people. Qizhong inquired when they planned to go over. He wanted to follow along, but Su Qingqing refused him. You said the city inside keeps changing, so even if you went once, you can't provide us any useful information following again. To avoid another accident and have to take care of you, it would be best if you stay here and wait for our news. Exactly. After all your life was saved by your children's great effort, you should cherish it. Jiang Muqing said earnestly. How to say this? Jiang Muqing often speaks in a harsh way, but always with sincerity. Qizhong could do nothing but agree not to go along, yet he still described several key situations inside Baiyun County to Su Qingqing and her team. For instance, he mentioned noticing an enormous tree in the urban area, after which the buildings and situation within the city began to change. Furthermore, when he exited the city, spotting this large tree marked the return to normalcy, leading him to suspect that this tree might be some sort of marker. There wasn't much else he could provide by way of useful information. Su Qingqing thanked him sincerely before leaving with the group. After they stepped out, they headed to the car shop as per Gu Jun's appointment and collected 2 off-road vehicles with performance matching military-grade ones. Just as they drove onto the narrow road towards Baiyun County, Su Qingqing's phone rang. She took it out, glanced at it, and upon seeing the caller ID read Director Li, she hung up without hesitation. Seated on the passenger seat, Su Qingqing happened to catch Gu Jun's curious glance as he was driving. Gu Jun asked in bewilderment, "Why didn't you answer? Isn't Director Li from the 7th Bureau?" With eyes fixated ahead, Su Qingqing responded expressionlessly. This Director Li might have issues. What kind of issues? Gu Jun sensed something amiss. Su Qingqing explained. Everything Qizhong mentioned regarding what happened in Baiyun County has been reported to the official authorities and is on record, but none of these crucial details were mentioned in the data Director Li showed me the other night. Chapter 171. Is it possible that both have issues? After hearing Su Qingqing's words, Gu Jun's expression indeed changed slightly. He furrowed his brows. The information provided by Qizhong is so important, and the 7th Bureau has arranged this operation so seriously. You're also the key person in this operation. Such information should have reached you. There are only 2 possibilities then. One possibility is that Director Li doesn't know, and the information he received was already like this, with no concealment on his part. The other possibility is that there's an issue with Director Li. He has more detailed information but hasn't shown it to you. Su Qingqing nodded. Yes, there are only these 2 possibilities. But regardless of which one, this isn't good news. Indeed. Because no matter which possibility it is, it indicates there's a traitor in the higher-ups, and the people of the omnipotent god sect have already infiltrated the higher ranks. Director Lee is from the upper levels of the 7th Bureau, but if he doesn't know anything about this, then there might be a problem with the even higher-up authorities above him. And it becomes increasingly difficult to trace who's at fault layer by layer, making the investigation process much more complicated. In comparison, it would be preferable if there were an issue with Director Lee. Gu Jun suddenly remembered something. Do you remember last time when Su Shushu had an encounter with the omnipotent god sect? At that time, the captured evil ghost mentioned and boasted that for many years, a lot of the high-ranking officials had been infiltrated. I suspect these two incidents can be connected. Gu Jun and Su Qingqing were in the same car, and Zhao Liya was seated behind them. Zhao Liya was trustworthy, unlike Jiang Muqing who blabbed everything without thinking twice. So, her hearing these conversations wasn't too much of an issue. After listening quietly from the back, Zhao Liya tentatively asked, "Is it possible that both Director Li and the higher-ups above him have problems?" Gu Jun and Su Qingqing simultaneously turned around to look at her. Both were of the cold and aloof type, and their silence as they watched someone created an inexplicable sense of pressure. Under the unspoken gaze of both, Zhao Liya started sweating nervously down her back. Why? Why are you looking at me like this? Did I say something wrong? No, what you said is very correct, Su Qingqing said thoughtfully. Right? Is it possible that everyone involved has an issue? Director Li seemed to have been parachuted directly into his position. If there's a problem at higher levels, it makes sense that they'd arrange for one of their own. Suddenly, Gu Jun came up with a daring idea. Following the line of thought that there's an issue with Director Li, they scheduled the operation at the end of the month, after Su Ji mentioned the sacrificial ceremony, and it's essential that all the sects gather before proceeding. Isn't it possible that after this sacrificial ceremony, the power of the omnipotent god sect will greatly increase? And perhaps they intend to take advantage of this opportunity to wipe out all of you powerful people in one fell swoop. This conjecture was indeed bold, but upon careful reflection, it made perfect sense. Because in this way, first, all the sect members would gather together. Secondly, if they all met misfortune inside, they'd be considered sacrifices, and the country would honor them accordingly. Furthermore, if so many capable individuals perished, it could simply be chalked up to being overpowered. Any remaining individuals seeking revenge would face almost certain death since the most capable batch would already have fallen inside. The more they thought about it, the more it made sense. Su Qingqing sneered. Then we'll just enter before their sacrificial ceremony, see exactly what they're planning, and test their ability to confidently proclaim that they can eliminate all of us. Hearing the competitiveness in Su Qingqing's voice, Gu Jun realized that she was now driven not only by rescue missions, but by a strong sense of competition. It was mainly due to the audacity of the omnipotent god sect. Their actions always carried undertones of arrogance, believing that in this era where spiritual energies are gradually reviving and orthodox metaphysics is declining, they could do whatever they wanted, imposing their rules on the world. Unfortunately for them, if she hadn't crossed over here, maybe they could have succeeded. But since her grandmaster sent her here after her failed tribulation, let her teach them discipline. Let her show them what true orthodoxy means. Gu Jun keenly picked up on the word us in her sentence and his eyes brightened. So, does that mean you've agreed to bring me along? Su Qingqing glanced outside the window and lifted her chin slightly. Look outside. From the moment we drove out of West City, we've already been followed. They've already taken action against us. As Su Qingqing spoke, she lightly waved her hand in front of Gu Jun, and he immediately noticed the peculiarities around them. From the front of his car to the back, whereby Qing Xian and the others were, a large gray net filled with ominous energy loomed over them like an upside-down pot. It securely enclosed them, moving forward at the same speed as their vehicle. Their original plan was to take a side road to the locust tree that Qi Zhong mentioned, which served as a landmark. Su Qingqing would continue alone toward Baiyun County while the rest of the team waited nearby for her signal. In case of any trouble, they could contact the outside world instantly and arrange reinforcements along with appropriate measures. However, they had barely driven out of West City and hadn't even reached the side road leading to Baiyun County, not to mention the large locust tree, and they were already under surveillance and locked onto. Since they had been targeted, Su Qingqing absolutely couldn't leave them outside waiting anymore. If anything happened and the adversaries used them as leverage against her, it would create unnecessary complications. It was better to have everyone stay together. Gu Jun stared at the pot like net enveloping them. It kept trying to blur his senses, attempting to mislead him onto the wrong path. But Gu Jun smirked, coldly and mockingly. It seems like they're not here to cause us trouble. On the contrary, they seem wary of us, trying to lure us somewhere else instead of letting us reach Baiyun County. Su Qingqing casually made a gesture with one hand and lightly tapped the net above her. The moment she touched it, the net shattered into pieces. The originally gloomy sky suddenly brightened up, and the sunlight was so intense it almost hurt the eyes. Is this all they've got? Su Qingqing was actually surprised by how effortless it was. She had just been testing the situation. This kind of net is akin to a barrier. Normally, such barriers can help estimate the strength of whoever set up the array. She hadn't even used 2 layers of her power. Just a simple touch was enough to break the formation. Chapter 172. Is it, or isn't it? Although Su Qingqing didn't voice her concerns, she was inwardly nervous and on edge. At this moment, however, she was suddenly confused. Are they serious? Is their real strength so minimal that they can occupy a county, then dominate a mountain and establish some kind of omnipotent god religion? With these skills, do they have the nerve to call themselves an omnipotent god? Su Qingqing's silence made Gu Jun and Zhao Luya in the same car grow tense. Zhao Luya hesitantly asked, "What's going on? Is the opponent very strong?" Gu Jun had watched Su Qingqing break through the web, but seeing her silent now, he grew anxious as well. "Is it very difficult to deal with?" Su Qingqing shook her head. "No, it's surprisingly weak." "Huh," Su Qingqing explained. "I felt we were being watched since we left the city. I wanted to see what they were planning, so I refrained from acting, thinking I would let them make the first move. But after driving for half an hour, they haven't really taken any action yet. They've just been constantly trying to interfere with Gu Jun's navigation, attempting to make us take a wrong route. Only then did I realize this thing following us is probably trying to prevent us from reaching Baiyun County. My patience were thin, so I decided to test their strength. But unexpectedly, this net was utterly powerless, broken effortlessly. The one who set this trap was absolutely abysmal. Now I'm unsure whether this person setting up this net is one of their stronger members, or merely one of their low-ranking lackeys." After reflecting for a moment, Gu Jun analyzed. "I think it's not likely that a mere lackey could do this. Firstly, they've been watching us since we left the city and didn't want us to enter Baiyun County, which surely is out of fear of us. There's no doubt about that. If they're afraid of us, then wouldn't it be impossible to send just a regular underling to block our path in such an important mission? Even if it's not their boss, it must be someone high up in their ranks. They must definitely be among the stronger ones." Gu Jun indeed lived up to his name, presenting an extremely logical and persuasive argument. In fact, he was correct. The person who had laid the trap for them was none other than the left guardian of the universal god religion in Baiyun County. When his formation was shattered, the left guardian let out a muffled groan, swallowing the bitterness in his throat, gritting his teeth as he said, "This woman is truly hard to deal with." Dressed like an ancient general in armor, appearing broad and rugged, somewhat resembling a guardian deity in paintings, upon closer inspection, however, the left guardian looked more like an evil ghost than any kind of divine entity. Standing beside him was another figure dressed in a crimson robe, holding a folding fan and looking every bit like a graceful young aristocrat. Mockingly, this figure remarked, "Didn't you say your formation was unmatched in the world? So far, no Taoist priest has ever survived your formation alive. And yet, this is the first time I've seen you use it. How pitiful." The young lady didn't even blink an eye, dismantling the formation you spent so long creating with effortless ease. All for nothing. You expended the life force of 99 souls, all for naught. The speaker was the right guardian, clothed in a scarlet robe, possessing a face more delicate and feminine than most women, with graceful movements and a sarcastic tone. Ordinarily, if mocked by the right guardian, the left guardian would have already started a fight. But today, with his prized formation easily broken, all he could do was grit his teeth and swallow this humiliation silently. His expression darkened. "This girl's powers are unfathomable. She surpasses every Taoist we've encountered before. Our main god is soon approaching the sacrifice period. It's also his weakest state during slumber. We absolutely cannot let this girl intrude. We must come up with a way to lead them astray." Yet, the right guardian merely sneered in disdain. The left guardian usually had more favor from the main deity, always receiving preference when it came to absorbing Soul's life force, because he was considered more loyal and obedient. However, in terms of power, he clearly wasn't superior. Since the left guardian failed to stop them, it was time for him to step in. What's more, just a young, inexperienced woman. How formidable could she possibly be? If he handled this situation effectively, he would prove himself better than the left guardian. When the main deity woke up again, his status would certainly surpass the left guardian, allowing him to become the leader over Baiyun County. He lightly swayed his fan, leaving the room with incredible speed, vanishing almost instantly. As he departed, his only parting words were, "Your formation doesn't work, so let my illusions deal with them." Wait, don't go? There's something strange about this group. But before the left guardian could intervene further, the right guardian was already gone. It turned out that what had remained here was merely an illusory double created by a magic technique. With the right guardian gone, the left guardian dared not move recklessly anymore. He could only stay beside the sleeping main deity, feeling anxious and uneasy, as if sensing something was about to happen. He prayed in his heart, "Oh, main deity, things don't seem quite right. Can you wake up once more and resolve these people? Otherwise, I feel something bad is going to happen this time." The object of his prayer was a huge crystal coffin, sealed tightly. Inside, there hovered a dense blood-red mist, and only faintly visible was a tall man lying within. His face was covered by the thick mist and his floating hair. It was impossible to discern his features. Su Qingqing told Gu Jun to stop the car, and immediately after, Jiang Muking jumped out from the car behind them. He hurriedly came forward and said anxiously, "Didn't you notice the situation wasn't right just now? The road in front of us kept changing." Seeing the situation, I quickly stuck a pure heart talisman on my forehead and discovered then that a massive black cloud like a net was covering us. Wow, you can also detect something unusual. Good job. But don't forget who Qingqing is. How could such trivial tricks possibly confine her? Just now, with a flick of her hand, she shattered that net. Zhao Liya poked her head out from the car and spoke. Su Qingqing also remarked mildly with surprise, "Not bad. Even though your chatter usually irritates me a great deal, but being able to discover the anomaly at this moment and respond calmly is commendable. You're indeed a moldable talent." Jiang Muking. This was probably the second or third time Su Qingqing had ever praised him, last time when he could draw a talisman in one stroke. But for some reason, Why did this praise feel so strange? Was it really a compliment, or more of an insult? Su Qingqing informed them. All right, the plan has changed. Stop driving. Come and crowd in with us. Traveling together in one vehicle will be much safer. Chapter 173. Treat it as a trial. Jiang Muqing didn't know what had happened and thought that some tricky situation must have occurred. He usually talked a lot, but in critical moments, he never lagged behind. He quickly packed the things in his car and squeezed into Su Qingqing's car. The arrangement in Su Qingqing's car was as follows. Gu Jun was driving. Su Qingqing was sitting in the front passenger seat. Li Miao and Zhao Lia were sitting on both window seats in the back, while Bai Qingxian and Jiang Muqing were squeezed in the middle. Fortunately, all 4 people in the back seat were slim, and the rented SUV was large enough. Even if they squeezed a bit, it wouldn't feel overly crowded. Jiang Muqing couldn't help asking again. What exactly happened just now? Are we being followed by someone? What's our next move? Where should we go next? Hey, why are we driving further in? Is this the direction of Baiyin County? Can we also go inside? In fact, despite his loud protests about not being left behind, Jiang Muqing had a clear understanding within himself. As someone who only knew how to draw talismans and nothing else, if he truly went inside, he'd definitely be a burden. He insisted on following Su Qingqing because she had not only saved his life, but also been the master who opened up a new world for him. Though he joked around and usually didn't say much, Su Qingqing held an unshakable position in his heart. Su Qingqing would often take risks, and even though he might not be able to offer much help, he was still willing to do whatever he could. Now, he felt quite uneasy, knowing that he was the weakest person here. He feared encountering any unexpected situations that might make him drag Su Qingqing down. Li Miao and Bai Qingxian also entered a state of alertness. Bai Qingxian protectively stood beside Li Miao, frowning as he said, "The energy here makes me very uncomfortable. This energy feels very similar to that old Taoist from years ago." Li Miao silently drew a kitchen knife from the backpack strapped to her back. From what she'd learned during her recent practice of magical techniques, she discovered that she felt very awkward performing spells with her bare hands. If she used a tool, her spell's power would increase several times over, and she would also feel more comfortable using them. She tried many different tools and even borrowed a peachwood sword from Jiang Muqing, but none of them felt entirely right. It wasn't until Bai Qingxian weakly reminded her that her weapon from her previous life was a kitchen knife that she decided to try one out. Surprisingly, it felt much more natural than any other tool or weapon. After searching through markets for a long time and trying various types of knives, she finally found a pair that suited her perfectly. These weren't just ordinary kitchen knives. They were designed for cutting bone and were small, about palm-sized, yet heavy and extremely sharp. Each time Li Miao finished studying magic at Su Qingqing's place, she would use a whetstone in the yard to sharpen the knives, making a whoosh, whoosh sound. Her voice was loud, and her technique was highly professional. Many passers-by in the neighborhood saw her, a beautiful, delicate young girl, sitting in the yard with serious concentration, completely ignoring the outside world, and diligently sharpening a large kitchen knife. This scene frightened a group of square dance aunties so much that they began to take detours to avoid passing by Su Qingqing's house altogether, giving Su Qingqing more peace and quiet. Even Su Qingqing paused when she first learned that Li Miao's chosen weapon was a kitchen knife. Well, based on the elegant name by Miao and her reputation as a cultivation prodigy, everyone expected her to wield fancy swords and exude ethereal grace. But who would have thought that Li Miao's weapon, both in her past and current life, was actually a kitchen knife? When Su Qingqing saw Li Miao quietly pulling out her knife in the back seat and observed the meticulously polished shiny blade, she couldn't help feeling slightly disoriented. She finally explained, "Well, there indeed was a situation just now. Someone was following us and even used an array to interfere with us and prevent us from reaching Baiyin County. However, their strength is much weaker than we imagined. Based on our analysis, this person is probably among the more capable ones on their side. Since you've already been targeted, simply going back now isn't safe. You might as well stay close to me. There may even be opportunities for you to play a role once we get inside. If their abilities aren't strong, it could be a form of training for you. You've been practicing mystical arts for some time now, learning solid skills and building a good foundation, but unfortunately, you lack practical combat experience. Experience gained from books alone always seems shallow. Now, facing a group of opponents with average strength can serve as your practice. You'll likely progress faster. If there are no major issues, I'll ensure your safety. Of course, there is a certain amount of danger involved. You might get injured, so it's up to you if you choose to go ahead or not." As soon as she finished speaking, the people in the back seat exchanged glances and instantly became excited. Jiang Muqing enthusiastically said, "Go for it. This is like the real-life version of fighting dungeons. The Baiyin County dungeon is dangerous, with the goal of either rescuing or being trapped. Hidden mission: kill the boss of the universal religion." Zhao Lia coolly reminded him of the dangers. "But keep in mind, you only have one life. There are no health bars or attack warnings, and at any moment, you could be killed with no chance to resurrect." Jiang Muqing's previously jubilant heart was instantly doused like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, completely calming him down. Su Qingqing also chimed in with her chilling voice. "I consulted my grandmaster about this mission. Although we'll likely succeed in the end, some casualties along the way are very probable. I can't say for sure who." Gu Jun turned around and delivered another blow. "Judging from your earlier excitement and underestimation, perhaps you will be the sacrifice during this operation, being the weakest one, yet most enthusiastic." Jiang Muqing's smile completely froze. He felt extremely angry. Why were all the people in the car picking on him? Was it because he was an easy target? Yes, it was because he was an easy target. Wah wah wah, the baby is bitter inside but won't say anything. Zhao Liya gave him a hearty slap on the shoulder, saying, "No worries, we grew up together after all. If something happens, just shout dad, and I'll definitely come to save you." "Shut up." Jiang Muqing angrily shrugged off Zhao Liya. "I regard you as a brother, and you dare call me dad." Ha! The back seat erupted in laughter, completely contrasting with the tension-filled atmosphere moments ago. It was mainly because Su Qingqing was there that they dared act so freely. After breaking through the dark clouds that had obscured their view, they avoided all the main concrete roads leading to Baiyun County. These roads were set with checkpoints, where military personnel diligently guarded each entrance, disallowing anyone from the outside to enter without permission. Although there was nothing they could do such as entering and wiping out problems inside Baiyun County, at least they could guard these intersections, preventing innocent civilians from entering and suffering harm, using this method to protect them. According to Qi Zhong from the outside, the soldiers guarding these roads used to encounter incidents quite often. People would disappear in batches, or suffer mental confusion and the likes. Later, they discovered that teams who did not experience issues carried military emblems or flags, leading to the conclusion. The foul things within Baiyun County seemed to fear military emblems and flags. Following Master's interpretation, objects like military insignias and banners were symbols of public faith, carrying an additional power fueled by belief. Thus, the groups carrying these symbols, along with the righteousness of the soldiers, remained unharmed. Afterward, every patrol team began to carry large national flags, ones that had even gone through flag-raising ceremonies in various people's squares, making their strength more formidable. Moreover, soldiers sent here were those with extremely strong destinies and exceptional courage. And indeed, everything went smoothly after that. In other words, coming to perform duty in Baiyun County also meant risking one's life. Before arriving here, these soldiers must have known what had happened to the previous guard stationed here, understanding their sacrifices. Yet, they came, advancing bravely without hesitation. They stayed in these less-known places just to protect more people. While Su Qingqing's group was taking smaller roads, they pasted a concealment talisman on their car. Some small paths were dangerously close to major roads that had barriers set up, and if they didn't use the concealment talisman, they would likely be spotted by the soldiers on guard. When passing by a small road near a major one, Su Qingqing clearly saw the soldiers standing guard on the main road. They had stretched a long barrier across the road, with a military jeep parked in the middle. A giant red flag was pasted on the rear of the jeep. Amidst a thick aura of darkness and killing intent, the red flag radiated a determined red light, though weak, only enough to cover the 4 guards standing post, but steady and resilient. It emitted warmth, harnessing its protective force drawn from the faith of the people to safeguard the soldiers standing guard here. Even the soldiers on guard showed great discipline, unsupervised as they were. With weapons in hand, they stood tall in their positions, like little poplar trees, their gazes as firm as the light emitted by the red flag. Su Qingqing watched them from afar, suddenly feeling a heavy ache in her heart. These people worked tirelessly and risked their lives to protect the masses, yet somehow, among the upper ranks of Bureau 7 were a few rotten apples. No, those who have defected to the universal religion and have been bought off by the omnipotent God, they aren't just a few bad apples, they're leeches sucking the lifeblood out of society. If she had the chance, she would root out these blood-sucking leeches too. As Gu Jun noticed Su Qingqing gradually falling silent, her expression becoming heavy, the lively bunch in the back seat continued laughing carefree. He asked softly, "What's wrong? Did you suddenly think of something?" Su Qingqing shook her head, sighing as she said, "It's just that I see how seriously these soldiers carry out their duties while there are still so-called leaders above plotting evil deeds, and it makes me feel uneasy inside." Not only did Gu Jun hear this, but the few people sitting at the back also caught her words. They all immediately stopped their laughter without exception, their faces growing serious. They had also seen those duty-bound soldiers earlier, and had been touched by their firmness and resolve. Hearing Su Qingqing's words, uneasiness settled in their hearts too. Gu Jun frowned slightly. Perhaps the reason why the universal religion has developed to its current scale is not only because of their actual strength, but more importantly, due to those morally corrupt individuals, some of whom, like Su Xiuxiu, trade what they possess for benefits from the universal God, selfishly pursuing their goals regardless of ethics or conscience. Precisely because of such actions, the universal religion has managed to infiltrate human society, even reaching higher echelons, causing even more harm. So perhaps it isn't entirely correct to blame everything on the universal religion. This situation might better be described as a man-made disaster. How should one put it? Gu Jun's evaluation was candid, incisive, hitting directly at the essence of the matter. Jiang Muqing ground his teeth. To satisfy their personal greed, these people dare to cause so much harm. I want to see exactly what this headquarters of the universal religion in Baiyun County looks like. As he spoke, the narrow path marked on the map ahead was found blocked. The small roads leading into Baiyun County were originally mountain paths, which, compounded by years of disrepair due to rain and other factors, had caused landslides and road collapses. The landslide completely blocked the small path ahead, which happened to be the only secondary route into Baiyun County. Thus, the group could only get out of the car and continue according to the map on foot. Before leaving the vehicle, Su Qingqing opened her backpack, which was as tall as half her body, and took out the talisman she had drawn late into the nights recently during her seclusion. While distributing them, she explained, "Take good care of these talismans. They're all drawn by me. Quite powerful, but but there are only a few. Also, using them consumes a significant amount of energy. You'll likely collapse after utilizing just one or two in a short period of time. Therefore, do not use them unless in the final, most dangerous moments, when absolutely necessary. This wasn't just Su Qingqing trying to scare them. Her cultivation progress had advanced rapidly recently. Her magical powers had already restored to around 40% of what they were in her previous life. Although this might seem far from her full capacity, the talismans she drew now were enough to overwhelm those newcomers to the mystic arts who had been practicing for only 2 or 3 months. Using half the power of her talisman would likely deplete all of their magical energies. Everyone treasured the talismans given to them carefully, nodding seriously. Gu Jun, more subtly, stored away the talismans Su Qingqing handed to him. Unable to draw talismans himself, every talisman mattered dearly, especially since they were created by Su Qingqing. He cherished them so much that he wouldn't dare use them lightly. Seeing the talismans, an idea sparked in Jiang Muqing's mind, and he also pulled out his globally limited edition LV backpack, revealing a large stack of talisman paper. Clutching a handful of talisman papers awkwardly while scratching his head with another hand, he grinned sheepishly. Well, I've got some talismans too. I drew them myself at home during my spare time. They don't hold the same level of power as Master Su's, nor do they consume much magic force, but they're somewhat useful. How about taking a few from me as well? The entire group looked at the crinkled, grass paper-like talismans in his hands, and collectively went silent. Never mind. Thanks for the offer. We'll pass. Chapter 174, The Trapped Souls. Despite her complaints, Su Qingqing still had everyone take a few talismans drawn by Jiang Muqing. Not very powerful, but requiring little magical energy, these low-cost attack talismans were better than nothing. For a period of time, Jiang Muqing was devoted to drawing basic attack talismans. He made ones based on the 5 elements, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and gave each person 5 talismans for each element. He still had a backpack full of them. Seeing the talismans in his backpack all crammed together, Su Qingqing felt a headache coming on. She couldn't help but ask, are all your talismans just crammed together like this? When you need to use them, can you actually find them? Jiang Muqing patted his chest and said, don't worry. I'm more familiar with these talismans than others are with their wives. Of course I can find them, and I can even pull them out at the fastest speed. Pointing to the ammunition pouch attached to his waistband, a beautifully crafted sandalwood box with exquisite hollow designs, he showed it off. It had 5 slots like a tissue box, where talisman sheets could be pulled out one by one. He proudly said, see? I've already prepared for everything. The big bag on my back may look messy, but the small talisman box I use is perfectly organized. Everything is ready. I even custom ordered this. After seeing it, Su Qingqing couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Impressive. You're really thoughtful. It's just that smart people are smart in every aspect. There's a reason why some people can make money. After everyone was finished distributing the talismans, they formed a line and continued walking inside. Su Qingqing and Gu Jun took the lead, with the most powerful individuals Li Miao Miao and Bai Qingxian guarding the rear. The further they went inside, the more rugged and narrower the path became. Gu Jun took out the sickle he'd prepared beforehand and, along with Su Qingqing, led the way in front, deftly cutting away obstructions as the group behind carefully followed suit, raising their guard. Finally, after another half hour of walking, they spotted a large locust tree beside the trail. This locust tree was even bigger than Qi Zhong had described. 3 or 4 people might not even be able to encircle it, and it had completely blocked the path. Jiang Muqing asked, could this be the big locust tree Qi Zhong mentioned as the boundary? How has it grown so big in just a few years? This growth rate was clearly abnormal. According to Qi Zhong's description, the locust tree was about the size where a single person could embrace it back then. In just these few years, it should not have grown this massive. Su Qingqing squinted her eyes as she observed the locust tree. What she saw in her eyes was quite different from what others saw. She turned to the inexperienced members behind her and said, calm down now. Channel a strand of your internal spiritual energy, and then transfer it to your eyes. Afterward, look at this tree again. Following her instructions, Gu Jun and the others did as told. As soon as their spiritual power reached their eyes, they immediately saw an entirely different version of the locust tree. The locust tree they saw matched the description given by Qi Zhong. The diameter corresponded with his account, but around its exterior, there was a dense layer of bloody sha qi, malevolent energy. All the lush foliage seen from the outside was merely the result of this sha qi creating an illusion. The blood qi rose high into the sky, and occasionally human faces would emerge from within the trunk, breaking through to the outer layer of the sha qi only to be stopped by an invisible barrier. Something inside yanked them back in. As the faces were dragged back, their expressions twisted in agony. The human faces all had open mouths, but no sound came out. From their mouth shapes, it seemed like they were shouting, save me. Countless human faces would appear, only to be pulled back inside. No one knew how many innocent souls were sealed within this locust tree. This scene almost triggered Zhao Lu's anger, Zhong, trypanophobia, or fear of clusters/density, and she instinctively took a step back. No, I really can't take it. It's so horrifying, I can't look. Li Miao Miao's voice began trembling uncontrollably. Are these trapped souls inside all ghosts? Su Qingqing shook her head. To say they're ghosts isn't entirely accurate. To be precise, they are living souls. Ghosts refer to souls released after death, while living souls refer to those forcibly torn from a living body before natural death. The souls confined in this locust tree clearly belong to those whose lifespans haven't ended yet. they've been violently extracted during their lifetimes. The process of extracting these living souls is extremely painful. Because of this pain, they generate tremendous grievance. And the resentment they produce is precisely what those sinister sorcery practices crave most. It's easy for such resentful energies to be used as central components in various evil arrays. However, these living souls trapped in the array's focal point would suffer this torment for all eternity, enduring their pain, and their resentment might even accumulate over time. How painful they must be, Zhao Liya couldn't help but say after hearing that. At this moment, when everyone looked at the faces inside the large locust tree, they no longer found them as terrifying. Instead, they felt pity for them. Jiang Muqing couldn't resist saying, "The people trapped inside here should be the earliest batch of residents from Baiyun County, right? The first group of victims who didn't have time to evacuate, or some others lured mistakenly later and failed to leave." So pitiful, Li Miao Miao gazed at the locust tree, feeling a heaviness in her chest. In my previous life, during a time when the world was abundant with spirit essence and orthodox cultivation thrived, there were still many commoners around, as well as those practicing dark arts and following evil ways. But back then, our orthodox path of cultivation remained strong, and even though spirit essence was gradually weakening, handling those unworthy cults who harmed others was effortless. We cultivators followed the righteous way, making it our duty to protect ordinary people within our capabilities and cherish all sentient beings. How is it that, after 500 years, these unworthy cults can now run rampant and harm people like this? Could these so-called believers of the omnipotent religion actually overturn the celestial principles? Li Miao Miao was extremely angry. She clenched her teeth hard and said, "If only my sect from my past life still existed, just 3 or 4 disciples could completely annihilate this place and rescue all these living souls." The reason orthodox cultivators are favored by the heavenly Tao is because they can extend their lifespans through cultivation and become immortals if skilled enough. It's precisely because they punish the wicked and promote goodness, acting as a sharp sword upholding the fairness and justice of the heavenly Tao. After sighing over this situation, everyone wondered if they could destroy the focus of this great locust tree array and release the trapped living souls. Li Miao Miao already had her cleaver ready, but Su Qingqing said, "Let's go. We haven't reached our destination yet. Keep a close eye on the surroundings." With that, she took the lead and walked straight into the forest. The rest exchanged glances and had no choice but to follow her inside. Well, let's deal with the most pressing matter first. Chapter 175, A Faulty Illusion. Just as she passed by the big white tree, the surrounding scenery changed. The originally winding and rugged path in front of her had now turned into the entrance of the Su family villa. Su Qingqing slightly arched her eyebrows, glanced around, and found that the few people who were following her were nowhere to be seen. At this moment, the courtyard gate opened from the inside, and Su mother smiled as she poked her head out. Seeing Su Qingqing, she said affectionately, "Oh, it's our Qingqing coming home after school. Hurry, come in quickly. It must have been tough being away for school for the first time. We've prepared a table full of your favorite dishes. Come in and eat." Meanwhile, Su father's voice came from inside the house. "Is Qingqing back? Quickly let her in. This child, we even told her we'd drive to pick her up, but she insisted on taking the subway home." Suddenly, Su Qingqing's brother appeared behind her, slapped her shoulder, and said, "Looks like you're not completely dumb after all. You actually figured out how to take the subway by yourself. I followed you the whole way just now and saw that you were pretty cautious. Good job, keep it up." Then he pushed her toward the house, saying, "What are you waiting for? Go home and have dinner already." She suddenly remembered this scene. It was when the original owner of this body returned home after their first day at university. But reality wasn't as warm as this. When she first started living in the dormitory and took the subway home happily, hoping for praise from her family. Instead of receiving praise, she found her younger sister Su Xiuxiu waiting for her at home. At that time, the whole family was gathered around Su Xiuxiu, and the meal prepared at home was more luxurious than ever, all cooked personally by Su mother. From then on, the attention of the entire family was focused solely on Su Xiuxiu. Without comparison, there is no hurt. Originally, the real Su Qingqing thought her family treated her well. Although her pocket money wasn't excessive, they hadn't shorted her too often. They would give her extra money when requested if the amount wasn't too large, and they never scolded her for causing trouble or mischief at school. However, after Su Xiuxiu arrived, she noticed that Su father and Su mother started micromanaging every aspect of her life, supervising her studies, encouraging her to participate in various competitions and activities, using every method possible to enhance her reputation and smooth her path. It was only then that the original Su Qingqing began to vaguely realize what constituted good treatment versus bad treatment. It was also from that moment that her originally peaceful life began to undergo tremendous changes, culminating in her eventual eviction from the family home. This event became the core trauma of the original Su Qingqing, deeply embedding itself as a personal obsession. Apparently, she had entered some kind of illusion. Under its influence, it constructed scenarios based on her most cherished memories to confuse her. But this was the most significant memory from the original Su Qingqing's past, not hers. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Su Qingqing's mouth. Clearly, this illusion wasn't intelligent enough. She was curious to see what else the illusion had in store, so she calmly followed and stepped inside. Upon entering, it was the familiar Su family home, exactly as Su Qingqing remembered. In the dining room on the first floor of the Su family villa, there was an identical spread of dishes personally prepared by Su mother. The only difference was that Su Xiuxiu wasn't present at this table. She was the main focus of the dinner, with Su's father, Su's mother, and her brother taking turns to inquire about her feelings regarding her first time leaving home and going to school, asking about what subjects she had studied in college and such. The Su family displayed unmatched kindness, their faces brimming with loving expressions toward her. Indeed, they were filling in all the gaps left by the original Su Qingqing's regretful memories. Throughout the entire ordeal, Su Qingqing remained silent, without touching the food or picking up her chopsticks, quietly observing them. Despite her lack of interaction, they continued to play their parts seamlessly. Su's mother poured Su Qingqing a drink, and together they raised their cups and toasted. Let's celebrate our Qingqing being able to attend university independently. Cheers to her. Su Qingqing accepted the cup but didn't drink. Instead, she played with it in her hands. After everyone drank, they looked at her and asked, Qingqing, why aren't you drinking? You've looked upset since you arrived. Did we do something wrong? Her mother even chimed in with a smiling face. That's right. Are you refusing to drink because you don't consider us family anymore? Su Qingqing stared at the liquid in her cup and suddenly burst out laughing. Raising the cup, she slowly poured the water onto the table under their watchful gaze and mockingly said, Truly pathetic illusion. Has it come to this point where not only orthodox schools of magic have declined, but even the practitioners of dark arts have fallen apart? Nowadays, even this level of incompetence dares to embarrass itself in public. As soon as she finished speaking, she slammed her hand on the table filled with food. The table cracked in half, scattering all the dishes onto the ground. Just moments ago, the dishes that looked incredibly delicious turned into a pile of withered leaves when scattered on the ground. Some were even rotting meat infested with maggots, dark and sticky lumps, looking utterly nauseating. As the table cracked from the force of her palm, the previously warm and lively environment also showed cracks. The scene before her eyes split like a mirror surface, collapsed, and gradually transformed into a space filled with black fog. The space continuously twisted, and a figure quickly retreated from it. But he was fast. Su Qingqing was faster. She directly hurled a heavenly thunder charm, accurately striking the figure. The figure let out a painful cry as he fell to the ground, revealing a man dressed in a bright red robe, with a graceful and effeminate posture. He glared at Su Qingqing, his tone tinged with disbelief. You. How did you so quickly realize this was an illusion? This was clearly based on your most cherished memories in your mind. Why weren't you moved at all? Su Qingqing's lips curled up even more in mockery. She tapped her head. Your illusions target the brain. But don't you know that human memories can be deceptive? A truly powerful illusion targets the soul. Since you don't even understand this fundamental principle, how dare you toy around with illusions? The right guardian. What could he do? He felt humiliated. He still tried to save face. You may have escaped, but your friends are still trapped inside. My illusions. Once you eat something within them, you're stuck there forever, unable to leave even after death. He laughed maliciously. Yet Su Qingqing remained as composed as ever. She swung her palm, dispersing the distorted black mist completely. Is that so? Then let's see who exactly has been caught in your illusion. Chapter 176. Different illusions for everyone. After Su Qingqing swung her palm, the illusionary mist that surrounded her immediately dispersed, revealing the rugged path as it truly was. She had remained in the same spot, not moving an inch. There wasn't a trace of the Su family villa around. Everything was just an illusion. Su Qingqing knew from the moment she saw the Su family villa and its people that it was an illusion. Because she herself had finished off the Su family, their end was something she understood better than anyone. How could she fail to recognize an illusion? She turned to look at the few people who followed behind her, and sure enough, without exception, all were trapped within the illusion. Each one stood frozen in place, their brows furrowed tightly, their expressions filled with suffering. Just as Su Qingqing glanced back, it was Gu Jun who emerged from the illusion first. He threw a punch towards the mass of black mist before him, his punch imbued with spiritual energy. Before him stood something akin to transparent glass, which shattered upon the impact. As he opened his eyes again, his gaze had returned to clarity, though there still lingered a deep-seated anger within them. When he saw Su Qingqing standing there looking at him, he hesitated briefly, as if momentarily unsure whether what he had experienced was real or illusory. Seeing Gu Jun had broken free from the illusion, Su Qingqing calmly questioned him. How did you discern that was an illusion and not reality? What exactly did you encounter inside? Gu Jun's expression faltered slightly for a moment before he averted his gaze, avoiding eye contact with Su Qingqing. Nothing important. It was a completely absurd illusion, clearly false. Because it was too outrageous, I lost control and punched directly, shattering the illusion. Su Qingqing reached out into the void behind her and hurled the man in the crimson robe forward. The man in the crimson robe, having been gravely injured by lightning strikes earlier, was merely an apparition. This apparition had now grown increasingly transparent and was nearly dissolving. Su Qingqing remarked, See? You've heard it yourself. Your illusions are pathetic. Not just me, but others think so too. The right guardian. A strike through the heart. It was nothing short of psychological warfare. He tried to salvage some dignity despite his dissatisfaction. But aren't the others still trapped in the illusion? It's only the two of you who managed to escape, no one else. Perhaps they will never emerge. Before his words could settle, Li Miao Miao also broke through the illusion by slashing forward with a kitchen knife. As she exited the illusion, she cursed loudly. What nonsense. Thinking to threaten me with nude photos? That version of Li Miao Miao doesn't exist anymore. Now I am Yugulu. Meow. Su Qingqing. Alright, no need to ask further. The content of her words already provided a rough idea of the kind of illusion she faced. Indeed, Caught up within the illusion, she resorted to using a kitchen knife. Upon breaking free from the illusion, Li Miao Miao spotted the calm Su Qingqing and quickly realized she had been ensnared in an illusion. She angrily told Su Qingqing, "You know what? Those women in the illusion tried to corner me in the restroom to bully me again. I pretended to be scared but used their plan against them. When we got into the restroom, I cut them down with my kitchen knife. Honestly, they thought I was still the timid person from years ago who couldn't do anything. But watch me teach them how to behave with a kitchen knife." Unfortunately, the illusion ended once I started fighting. Boring. Su Qingqing kicked the man in the crimson robe. "Did you hear that? She said your illusions were dull." The right guardian clutched at his chest. "There is nothing wrong with my illusions. It's you all who are insane. And there are still 3 others who haven't moved yet." As if to mock him, Bai Qingxian also shattered the illusion with a sharp sound and emerged. His gaze immediately regained clarity, locking onto Li Miao Miao as he rushed toward her. Leaping forward, he tightly embraced Li Miao Miao, rubbing his body against hers as he held her. "Wah wah wah, I knew it. My master would never forget about me. She wouldn't keep a new pet either. I'm her favorite little snake." Su Qingqing, Gu Jun. Li Miao Miao tenderly stroked his head to soothe him. "Don't be afraid, I'm here. Everything in the illusion was fake. I wouldn't keep other pets anyway. They're not as smart, obedient, or capable as you. You're the only one I have." Once again, Su Qingqing and Gu Jun. This human-snake duo was more than enough. Zhao Liya then emerged from the illusion as well. Around her wrist coiled a vine she had tamed 2 months ago in the courtyard. After using her magical energy to make it bloom, she realized it was a wisteria flower. The flowers blossomed in small clusters, small but vibrant and elegant. The vines had hooks on them, making for a capable plant weapon when tamed. She broke through the illusion with the wisteria's vines. Emerging from the illusion, she was still catching her breath. What an idiotic boss. Doesn't know who he's dealing with to dare try to sexually harass me. Even without my family connections, I could beat him up. Su Qingqing recalled Zhao Liya mentioning that at the start of her entertainment career, she was naive and full of idealism, entering the industry under the guise of being just an ordinary newcomer by concealing her family's power. As a result, she nearly fell victim to the predatory advances of an unscrupulous producer, got drunk against her will, faced a significant disparity in strength, and almost succumbed until someone heard her scream and saved her. That incident left a deep scar that lingered in her psyche, causing her to later leverage her family's resources, never again taking unnecessary risks. It was unexpected that such past events would resurface in the recent illusion. Zhao Liya mercilessly pummeled the image of the former producer. After entering the mystical realm, how could she fear a corpulent businessman? Finally, there was only Jiang Muqing left. His expression looked agonizing as if he was struggling desperately but remained trapped. Su Qingqing found it peculiar. Could he really be stuck? Just as Su Qingqing wondered whether she should lend a hand, Jiang Muqing hurled a talisman towards the illusion ahead of him, freeing himself. He was drenched in sweat, beads rolling down his forehead, panting heavily, and still shaken. Gu Jun couldn't help but ask, "What did you encounter in your illusion? Why are you this scared?" Jiang Muqing wiped his face. "Too terrifying. I dreamt that I became the richest person in the world, endlessly making money, making billions within minutes. And even if I wanted to stop, I couldn't." Indeed, according to Jiang Muqing's destiny, earning excessive wealth indicated his death was near. It was about burning through one's lifespan to earn money. This truly was quite terrifying. Chapter 177. Is there anything Gu Jun doesn't know? Su Qingqing looked again at the man dressed in a scarlet robe, and her mocking gaze seemed tangible. "So this is your illusion technique? Not even the weakest among us can be trapped. At this level, how is it not garbage? How can you have the face to show up?" Phew. The shadow of the right guardian was so angry that it sprayed out a puff of vitality, unable to cough up old blood as a human would. "You just wait," he threatened with a harsh tone. "I will come back." After speaking, he didn't even wait for Su Qingqing to make a move. Instead, he cut off his own avatar and fled far away, truly leaving without a trace. Su Qingqing sneered coldly. "Your illusion skills may not be impressive, but your escape tactics are pretty good, huh? This is all you're worth." What Su Qingqing said about him having poor illusory techniques was directed toward her own abilities. Others dared not to follow her comments since they had fallen prey to the illusion noiselessly. Gu Jun asked, "How did we fall for the illusion earlier? Why did none of us feel a thing?" Su Qingqing pointed at the large locust tree. "The secret lies within it. Around the great locust tree, an array was set up. When we passed by it, we inadvertently stepped into its formation and thus fell under its spell." "So, you noticed it all along?" Gu Jun questioned. Su Qingqing neither confirmed nor denied. "It's true I noticed early on, but seeing that none of you did, I chose not to say anything. The risk wasn't significant after all. Letting you experience it firsthand might leave a deeper impression." Gu Jun and the rest remained silent. Suddenly, they all felt like useless little trash. It was undeniable. Sometimes the gap between people could be wider than the difference between humans and dogs. Jiang Muqing shamelessly asked questions and earnestly sought advice. "So, what exactly did the formation around the big locust tree look like? Could you teach us, so we can avoid it next time?" At this point, Su Qingqing realized she hadn't given them enough comprehensive education. It was essential to include basic array teachings in their training. After all, formations were things that, when properly mastered and utilized, could kill silently. Even stronger individuals within such arrays might be killed by weaker ones, truly a cheat tool. However, starting now wasn't late, treating it as field teaching. She pointed out several strange points around the big locust tree and showed them to everyone. Her explanation was detailed, and the group listened attentively. In no time, a formation was thoroughly explained. Su Qingqing extended the topic further. Formations are infinite in variation, yet rooted in the same principles. Whenever you encounter something like these characteristics, it's mostly a formation, and avoiding stepping into it suffices. Although most formations share similar features, the smallest differences can make their content entirely different, incredibly profound. It's easy to enter the world of formations, but hard to master. Currently, focus on identifying formations and avoid stepping in carelessly. Beyond that, it's extensive. If any of you are interested, pay some tuition when you return, and I'll teach you more. Everyone learned carefully and found it very reasonable. Surprisingly, no one thought there was anything wrong with Su Qingqing mentioning the tuition fee at the end. Just that everyone was ordinarily curious. Understanding the basics so as not to be caught out later would suffice. This subject sounded complicated enough. Deep study could be put aside for now. Except for Jiang Muqing, who first raised the question during the lecture, listened most attentively, and learned fastest. In terms of array techniques, his enlightenment was even stronger than Gu Jun, catching on quickly and applying his knowledge effectively. In other words, although Jiang Muqing lacked physical prowess, his magical arts were top-notch. While he began as weak in his preliminary stage, once he advanced, he might not remain weak forever. Taking into account the possible future encounters with many formations inside, their team being large and unable to fully cover each other, Jiang Muqing's additional learning enhanced the overall safety of the entire team. Thus, Su Qingqing taught him more. She moved slowly while teaching Jiang Muqing, and soon enough, Jiang Muqing walked alongside Su Qingqing for quite a distance. Gu Jun trailed behind them, growing increasingly discontented. When Su Qingqing introduced a slightly more advanced issue, which confused Jiang Muqing upon hearing it the first time, causing him to ask again. It was then Gu Jun, walking behind, suddenly interjected, perfectly repeating the problem and providing the answer. Su Qingqing turned around to look at him in astonishment. You understood everything? That expression of astonishment was too much, almost as if she couldn't believe that Gu Jun actually comprehended. Gu Jun feigned helplessness and replied, Of course, it's so simple. How could I possibly not understand? I just learned it after hearing once, and I didn't expect that he couldn't get it after listening so many times. That's why I can't help answering for him. Jiang Muqing, what? This kind of dimensional beating is unacceptable. Su Qingqing's gaze towards Gu Jun was filled with more appreciation. She patted Gu Jun on the shoulder and said, Not bad, except that you're not good at drawing talismans. You are almost a genius in all aspects. Although there's still a bit of gap between you and me back then, you've already surpassed most people. She retracted her previous thought. Gu Jun's insight into formations was also unmatched, surpassing Jiang Muqing. This left Jiang Muqing totally closed off. He thought he had finally found another aspect where he surpassed Gu Jun, only to find out later that it was because Gu Jun didn't feel like playing with him. Afterward, Jiang Muqing's enthusiasm for learning from Su Qingqing wasn't as strong anymore, mainly because Su Qingqing's teachings were getting increasingly profound, which would take him some time to digest on his own. The team regained its tranquility and continued forward. Su Qingqing still led the way ahead, while Bai Qingxian stayed behind at the end. Moreover, Su Qingqing took out a red string and tied it around everyone's fingers, casting a spell. The other end of the red string gathered in her hand and then disappeared. It's a positioning spell. If we get separated after entering and any unexpected incidents occur, wiggle your little finger and I'll be able to sense where you are. Though I can find you instantly, you must be extremely careful yourselves. Chapter 178, The People of Green Mountain Sect. Everyone nodded in agreement. After what had just happened with the illusions, no one dared to let their guard down. These illusions posed no threat to Su Qingqing, but they were still a danger for the rest of them, considering how easily they had fallen into them. No one dared to be careless. They continued walking forward and soon noticed something was off. The temperature around them grew colder, and the scenery became darker. In the middle of the street, a dark hole-like door suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Looking inside, it was completely empty. This pitch-black entrance could only be seen by using spiritual energy to enhance one's vision. That meant ordinary people couldn't see it at all. This path was also a necessary route that ran through the entire Baiyun County. Everyone who entered would pass through here unknowingly while going through this door. Inside must be another world entirely, probably filled with false appearances and illusions. If an ordinary person went in, they'd surely get lost and never find their way out. And then, they'd be trapped in this strange world until eventually being captured by their people to become part of this all-powerful construct. Su Qingqing and her companions, of course, could avoid it, but if they did, they wouldn't be able to investigate anything further. Turning around, Su Qingqing asked them, Are you all ready? If you're ready, then let's go in now. They all nodded in unison, and Su Qingqing led them inside. After entering, there wasn't much difference on the other side of the door. It looked exactly like Baiyun County, except it was colder. Looking up at the sun in the sky, without using spiritual energy, it seemed like an ordinary sun, but when observed with spiritual energy, it was just a plain disk. There was no real sun in this world. Even the sun was fake. Continuing deeper, everything remained eerily similar. No significant differences whatsoever. Jiang Muqing felt puzzled and asked Su Qingqing, What's going on here? Why haven't we encountered any different illusions yet? Did they get scared after last time, and now dare not resort to sneaky tricks? Su Qingqing smiled, but gave no comment. She simply replied, This space that has been opened is quite interesting. I'm unsure whether this all-powerful God created it himself or if he relied on some external force. If he didn't rely on anything external, then it's indeed intriguing. What's a jizzy space? Gu Jun rarely showed curiosity about anything. Su Qingqing explained. It's another dimension created using an energy stone. In our world, such spaces are usually used for storage, but some powerful beings also use them to create cave residences. However, this is the first time I've seen someone try to use a jizzy space to craft their own independent world. I wonder if he stumbled upon an immensely powerful energy stone, or if he truly possesses such enormous energy that can sustain the operation of an entire world. Jiang Muqing blurted out before thinking. If this jizzy space technology could be developed and popularized for modern real estate in urban areas, wouldn't it be a massive windfall? Indeed, in modern cities where land prices skyrocket, having such jizzy space would mean unlimited expansion of land resources. Upon finishing his sentence, Zhao Liya shot him a glance. Stop dreaming. Based on your fortune, engaging in such business is tantamount to asking for death. You'll be dead by lunchtime after starting your business in the morning, and your funeral will be held in the afternoon. Jiang Muqing. Can we still be friends? No amount of scolding could bring peace back to their friendship. Su Qingqing ruthlessly shattered his dreams. Don't fantasize. Energy stones are also called spirit stones, formed naturally over tens of millions of years in places abundant with qi, rarer than top-quality jade. They might not even exist anymore. I suspect that this so-called all-powerful god likely gained some opportunity, got hold of these energy stones first, which enabled him to achieve his cultivation level and establish this all-powerful god sect. While discussing this, they continued to walk inward. They were almost nearing the end of a long road, yet no abnormalities had occurred. That wouldn't work. Without anomalies, how could they take any actions? As they pondered whether to stop and rest somewhere, a cry for help suddenly echoed from an alley ahead. Everyone immediately became alert. Jiang Muqing, probably frightened by past deceptions, reacted not by rushing to save the person in distress, but by shouting, "Be cautious. This is very likely a scam, a trap." Perhaps to highlight his own intelligence, he shouted particularly loud enough that half the street could hear. Everyone couldn't help but glare at him. We knew this even without you shouting. Possibly because of how loud his shout was. Those calling for help in the alley heard him too. The cries for help paused for a moment. Then the voice shouted again. Is anyone there? Are you fellow practitioners? We are from the Green Mountain sect. We are not villains. We are not tricksters. We are truly trapped. The Green Mountain sect? Su Qingqing knew very little about these sects and had never actively sought to make connections with them, so she really didn't know what the Green Mountain sect was. Jiang Muqing, however, knew more. The moment he heard Green Mountain sect, he began explaining to Su Qingqing. The Green Mountain sect is a Taoist sect from Huizhou province. They mainly use swords, have exceptional combat strength, and are particularly skilled at exorcising ghosts and evil spirits. Their reputation on the path is also quite good. They don't just serve the wealthy. They will, if they encounter malevolent supernatural beings while traveling, offer free aid to ordinary people. If it really is them who are trapped, then we should help. The Green Mountain sect has a very upright sect ethos. Su Qingqing lightly nodded and asked, how do you prove you're from the Green Mountain sect? As they were speaking, they moved toward the alleyway. After turning a corner, they saw the people trapped inside the alley. However, those individuals seemed to be trapped in some kind of barrier within the alley. Upon hearing their voices, they looked in their direction, but their eyes lacked focus as though they could not actually see them. There were 2 men and a woman inside, all dressed in green Taoist robes. The girl's robe was slightly lighter in color, and they all appeared to be around their early 20s. When Jiang Muqing finally got a clear look at them, he no longer needed them to verify their identity as members of the Green Mountain sect. Pointing at them excitedly, he said to Su Qingqing, I recognize these people. I truly recognize them. They are from the Green Mountain sect. Last time when I went to the sect to ask for tutelage, it was these 2 men who picked me up and threw me out. Su Qingqing and the others. The trapped members of the Green Mountain sect became increasingly certain that the voice sounded familiar, as though they'd heard it somewhere before, but they couldn't immediately recall who it belonged to. Not until Jiang Muqing excitedly recounted his past experience did they remember. In the past few years, there hadn't been many people directly thrown out by the Green Mountain sect, just one. Chapter 179, The Fengsi Wheels Rotate. After confirming that those trapped inside were from the Green Mountain sect, they could proceed with the rescue. Su Qingqing took a glance at the situation inside the alley and turned to Jiang Muqing, asking, does this array look familiar? Jiang Muqing carefully scrutinized it from top to bottom and finally understood its intricacies. He nodded. Yes, it looks familiar. When you mentioned it earlier, I thought it was somewhat abstract and didn't fully understand. Now I get it. It's exactly like this. Su Qingqing said, since you figured it out, why don't you go ahead and rescue them? It'll be good practice for you. Jiang Muqing was dumbfounded and hesitated, but I've never done it before. Are you sure I should do it? It might take me a really long time. Su Qingqing shrugged indifferently. It doesn't matter. We have nothing else to do anyway, so we'll wait here for you. We can eat something while resting. Take your time. With that, she pulled out a small folding stool from her oversized backpack, as well as a self-heating hot pot set, opened a bottle of mineral water, and began to focus intently on preparing dinner. Gu Jun followed suit, also grabbing a small folding stool, sitting beside Su Qingqing, and started to prepare his own meal. His equipment was even more complete than Su Qingqing's. He first pulled out a small portable gas stove for camping, then brought out a matching mini frying pan, slowly taking out a bag of ready-to-cook food, beginning to cook elegantly. Li Miao Miao and Bai Qingxian also conjured up their bento meals out of nowhere, gathering to sit together and eating. Thus, on site, only Zhao Liya and Jiang Muqing had nothing to eat. Zhao Liya was astounded, incredulously asking, "When exactly did all of you prepare these things? Why didn't you remind us when you were getting ready, considering we left together?" Li Miao Miao was puzzled too, responding curiously, "Isn't it common sense to bring some food when traveling far away, especially to such an obviously remote place?" Without any common sense, Zhao Liya and Jiang Muqing could only mutter speechlessly. Still, Zhao Liya swallowed her pride, plopped down next to Su Qingqing, propping her chin on her hands in a cute manner. "Qingqing darling, would you really let your good sister starve in this desolate wilderness?" Her tone was deliberately coquettish, which sent shivers down Su Qingqing's spine. Su Qingqing reached into her backpack again and pulled out another self-heating hot pot, tossing it to Zhao Liya. "Take it, stop whining near me, thanks." "Great, thank you, Qingqing darling." Having achieved her goal, Zhao Liya quickly retreated, extremely satisfied. Jiang Muqing was gobsmacked, looking around and realizing everyone else was already eating. Pointing at himself, he asked, "What about me? No one cares if I live or die. What am I going to eat tonight?" Su Qingqing pointed at the people trapped inside, saying, "Forget about eating. First, rescue those people trapped inside. They're quite anxious too. Go for it, you're the best." Everyone enthusiastically encouraged Jiang Muqing. Jiang Muqing. The other members of the group were truly terrible, help needed urgently online. The most helpless were the people from the Green Mountain sect, who couldn't see the situation over there, but only heard discussions being held. At first, they thought the discussion was about how to save them, but after listening for a long time, it turned out they were talking about what to have for dinner and how to eat it. They seethed inwardly, yet dared not speak, hoping only that their rescuers would hurry to free them. But knowing full well as the ones being rescued, they felt they shouldn't rush the others, and so waited patiently. Jiang Muqing circled around the illusory array, studying it for half a day. After making mistakes n times, he actually managed to break the array entirely on his own, without guidance. Even Su Qingqing was slightly surprised. Her eyebrows arched slightly. "Not bad at all. You actually managed to break it. Very promising." Even Jiang Muqing himself found it hard to believe, repeatedly examining his hands and repeating his prior actions, as if even he wasn't quite sure how he had done it just now. The 2 men and 1 woman trapped within the illusory array suddenly felt the world open up before them in the moment the array broke, seeing Jiang Muqing and his team. By this point, Su Qingqing and her companions had already finished eating dinner and were tidying up after their meal. Each looked content, glowing with rosy complexions, showing no signs of disarray, forming a stark contrast with the trio. They were particularly impressed by Jiang Muqing, remembering how in past years, he was obsessed with metaphysics. He scoured the world seeking sects to apprentice under, but due to his unique birth chart and the extreme dangers involved in this field, not a single sect dared to accept him. Therefore, he would incessantly bother the reputable sects, refusing to leave until they accepted him as a guest. The Green Mountain sect was one of the places he had pestered relentlessly. Back then, he thought that the Green Mountain sect was incredibly powerful, wielding swords with unmatched grace. Ultimately, his relentless pestering led to the Green Mountain sect losing all patience and throwing him out. But now fate had turned full circle, and it was the Green Mountain sect trapped inside the array while Jiang Muqing managed to rescue them by breaking the illusionary formation. Gao Firen, the second master of the Green Mountain sect, blurted out almost instantly, "Jiang Muqing, when did you learn these skills? Which sect would dare take you in despite risking their lives?" Jiang Muqing's face darkened. "It was me who saved you. Can we at least have a decent conversation?" The older man who looked more mature and composed tapped Gao Firen lightly and gave him a meaningful glance, signaling for him to watch his words. Gao Firen cleared his throat and solemnly bowed. "We thank you, Brother Jiang, for your assistance. My younger brother has some deficiencies in his thinking and communication, so please don't mind his rudeness." He then started to introduce himself appropriately. "Esteemed friends, allow me to introduce myself. I am Gao Mingji, the eldest disciple of the Green Mountain sect. This is my junior brother Gao Firen, and this is my younger sister Gao Qing. Thank you all sincerely for saving us. If we were left trapped inside forever, it would have been quite troublesome," he concluded gratefully. After he introduced himself, Jiang Muqing took the initiative to introduce his companions. When introducing Su Qingqing, Jiang Muqing emphasized her title earnestly. "This is Master Su Qingqing, an extremely capable individual whose services in City A are so sought after they're booked up until France. Her strength is unmatched. Ancient monsters wouldn't last 3 moves against her. She is also the instructor of Bureau 7, and everything we've learned comes from her guidance. Whatever skill I possess today is because she taught me." The trio from the Green Mountain sect regarded Su Qingqing with newfound respect, deeply aware of her prowess even though they hadn't seen her in action. Though none of them witnessed her powers firsthand, the fact that she could train Jiang Muqing to this extent within such a short time clearly showed that she was no ordinary person. Furthermore, while residing in City A, she had already become a legend throughout the metaphysical community. They began to speculate, this unexpected prodigy of the metaphysical arts in her 20s, just which hidden sect's senior disciple could she possibly be? Now, standing right before them, this renowned master appeared even younger and more beautiful than they expected, making it difficult to associate her with the title master. It was indeed challenging to reconcile the person standing in front of them with the image of someone holding such profound mastery over the metaphysical world. Chapter 180. There are bad people in the Xian sect too. Even so, none of them dared to underestimate Su Qingqing. Each of them politely greeted Su Qingqing as a fellow Taoist with great respect. They appeared polite to the point of seeming a bit too obedient. Su Qingqing looked at their faces and found that each one of them seemed to be very upright individuals, without ulterior motives. They were not particularly good-looking, but they gave off a very comfortable impression. Traveling together with such people would not cause many problems, so Su Qingqing nodded her head in acknowledgement of their greetings. Su Qingqing asked, "Did you receive the 7th Bureau's notification to come here? Why did you enter ahead of time when it wasn't yet gathering time?" Gao Mingji replied somewhat awkwardly. Master Su is not within the Xian sect circle, so she may not know. When we received the 7th Bureau's notification requesting assistance from various sects, many of our sects had already discussed this issue. We're not sure which sect proposed it, but they said that Baiyun County isn't actually as dangerous as the legends say, and that there are spiritual stones inside Baiyun County, leading to possible miraculous encounters. Rather than wait for the official personnel to bring us here and confiscate what we find, we decided to enter on our own, adhering to the rule that the spiritual stones go to whoever finds them first. Then you believed it? Not only did you believe it, but you also came. Su Qingqing found this incredibly surprising. Gao Mingji nodded sheepishly and added, "Actually, some people had already entered several days ago. We just came this morning. But upon entering, they got trapped immediately, unable to find a way out. They kept circling around the same area. This trap lasted from the morning until the afternoon. If Su Qingqing and her group hadn't arrived, they might have been stuck until evening." When Su Qingqing heard that some people had already entered several days before, she couldn't help but cover her forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. Well, it's understandable that outsiders were lured in. But aren't you Xian sect members supposed to be wiser? Lured in? Gao Mingji and his companions exchanged puzzled looks and asked, "What do you mean by being lured in? What happened?" Su Qingqing then explained roughly what had happened to Su Ji, summarizing at the end. "Here is the lair of the Universal Spirit Sect. They're going to perform a sacrificial ritual on the night of the full moon, 2 days from now. Judging from the information Su Ji brought back, the sacrifice will likely involve human lives. The more humans sacrificed, the stronger the energy they obtain through the ritual. For you Taoist adepts, though you have some cultivation but aren't strong enough, you are exactly the kind of supplements they look for. Sacrificing one of you is far more beneficial for them than sacrificing 10 ordinary people." The color of Gao Mingji's face darkened. "So according to what you're saying, we've been tricked here for the purpose of being sacrificed." Su Qingqing nodded. As everyone knows, the Universal Spirit Sect practices black magic, gaining certain energies through human sacrifices. The more humans they sacrifice and the better the quality of those humans, the greater the energy they gain. At this point, Su Qingqing's expression turned a little serious. "We must destroy their base completely before their full moon night sacrificial ritual begins. Otherwise, if they manage to sacrifice so many people and acquire the energy, who knows what could happen?" Gu Jun understood Su Qingqing's concerns. Based on the past actions of the Universal Spirit Sect, this sect's strength might not surpass hers, but it was certainly not weak either. Using 8/10 of her strength should be enough to destroy him, but this was his stronghold. It was unclear how many things he had arranged over these years. Even if all the people in his stronghold were just an untrained mob, the power of numbers was still significant. If, during the full moon night, they succeed in their sacrifice, giving energy to the Universal Spirit, the outcome of the battle might become unpredictable. Maybe they'd win, but probably only narrowly. Gu Jun understood Su Qingqing's worries, the concerns she had. He thought about them as soon as they arose. He suggested, "Our immediate task now is to find the people who are trapped here and see where they've hidden those meant for sacrifice. We need to rescue them first. If no one can be sacrificed on the night of the full moon, they won't get any energy, and it will make it easier to deal with these followers of the Universal Spirit Sect." Indeed, Gu Jun was usually taciturn. Whenever he spoke, it was always straightforward and to the point. Su Qingqing agreed. Currently, this seems like the best method. But where exactly have they hidden those who are to be sacrificed? Gu Jun continued his analysis. They've kept the Green Mountain sect people trapped here all day without any action. Could it be that they plan to take action later tonight? By this time, the red clouds of dusk had already faded, and the curtain of night began to fall officially. As soon as evening came, the temperature of the entire county dropped significantly, at least 10 degrees lower. Fortunately, everyone was well prepared and put on coats. Su Qingqing didn't really let Jiang Muzhen starve either. She pulled out 2 hot dog buns from her backpack and handed them to him. Jiang Muqing was so moved that he was almost in tears, devouring the food voraciously. While eating, he said, "I knew it. Master Su would definitely not abandon me." Su Qingqing smiled and pointed at the 2 bread rolls. Each bread costs 50, brought from a long way away in City A. If you include the transportation fees and labor charges, charging 50 per bread isn't excessive, right? Jiang Muqing's movements froze mid-bite. He nearly choked and gave Su Qingqing a smile that looked worse than crying. Well, it wasn't like he couldn't afford 50 for each bread roll, and indeed 50 wasn't even expensive. But his feelings had changed. It seemed Master Su's concern and love for him came with a price tag. Ooh. Instead, Gu Jun relaxed, smiling warmly as he told Su Qingqing, "Don't worry, I've got enough supplies. There are plenty more in my backpack, and they're free, prepared especially for you." Su Qingqing thanked him politely. "Thank you." Jiang Muqing stood there speechless. He shouldn't look too much at these 2 people. He really shouldn't, or else his heart would break. The people of Green Mountain Sect were experienced travelers. They had their own provisions ready. As everyone rested on the spot, pondering what to do next and where to find those trapped, it seemed simple to say find the trapped people, but putting it into action was incredibly hard. Everything in this JZ space, including its governing rules, was completely illusory, based entirely on the consciousness of the space's owner. This was an alternate world entirely different from the outside, where normal logic didn't apply. Looking for someone in such a place was akin to searching for a needle in the ocean. It sounded simple, yet was exceedingly difficult. What's stranger is that until now, not a single person from the Universal Spirit sect had appeared. They might be hiding somewhere and observing them. While discussing their next steps, suddenly there came a commotion from the neighboring block. Listening carefully, it sounded like noise from a bustling district. This immediately put everyone on high alert. After exchanging glances, they decided to go check it out. Chapter 181. Does he look like the universal god to you? The district where the sound was coming from was very close. After passing through an alley, they arrived at the source of the noise. Su Qingqing led the way ahead. After crossing the alley, everyone saw the situation there. The situation was pretty much as Su Ji had described. It looked like a market from the 1980s. At first glance, it seemed very lively with people coming and going in a bustling manner. There were shops selling all kinds of things on the side of the road, and stalls neatly set up. The market was lively but not chaotic. Crowds filled the streets, shoulder to shoulder, and the streetlights glowed with a warm yellow hue. People were harmoniously shopping and haggling, just like any normal night market. But as Su Ji had said, this market initially appeared quite normal, yet prolonged observation revealed some strange aspects. They observed covertly for about an hour and discovered that the scene on this street repeated every half hour. After 30 minutes, the people who had just passed by the vendors would reappear, repeating the same actions, saying the same words, doing everything identically. It was incredibly eerie. Jiang Muqing touched the goosebumps on his arms and said, "They probably aren't human, nor do they seem like ghosts. They're more like robots programmed with set routines." Su Qingqing nodded. "They are ghosts, but under control. Judging by their clothing, they must have been former residents of Baiyun County. Now, they lack independent thought." The junior disciple of Green Mountain sect blurted out, "What a vicious soul-stealing technique." "Soul-stealing technique?" everyone asked in return. Gao Qing explained, "I've researched this area quite a bit. This kind of soul-stealing technique is extremely cruel. Even after death, the human soul still possesses vitality. The soul itself is an extraordinarily mysterious entity. This technique extracts the vital essence from the soul and uses this essence for other purposes. However, the soul deprived of its vital essence becomes completely unconscious, a zombie devoid of self-awareness. No, worse than a zombie. It's an extremely wicked art. People whose soul essence has been extracted cannot reincarnate. Everyone on this entire street has been drained. It's truly horrifying, utterly ruthless." Knowing the terrifying power of zombification, seeing an entire street of such people made her scalp tingle. "What should we do now?" Jiang Muqing, who had also broken out in goosebumps after listening, asked. Su Qingqing observed for a while and realized no one noticed them. She vaguely sensed that their group hadn't encountered trouble since entering here because the followers of the Universal God sect were deliberately avoiding them, preventing them from coming into contact with the real Universal God sect. They intended to use this indirect method, causing them to wander aimlessly, until they grew frustrated and left without success. But Su Qingqing didn't intend to play along. Since the busy market had already presented itself before her, if she didn't stir up some trouble, wouldn't that be disrespectful? With a wave of her hand, Su Qingqing said, "Isn't it fun over there? We haven't experienced this kind of troublemaking. Why don't we go take a look?" As she spoke, she took the lead and moved forward. Gu Jun immediately followed, and after exchanging glances, the rest quickly trailed behind. According to Su Ji's description, they were noticed as soon as they started speaking after entering, then chased by those zombies-like beings. However, after Su Qingqing's group entered, they strolled around whispering quietly. No one turned back to look at them, and no one seemed aware of their presence, as though they were regular tourists. Su Qingqing basically confirmed that last time Su Ji's group must have been detected from above, with surrounding crowds instructed by higher-ups. Now, those higher-ups had likely detected their presence, but due to her abilities, they wanted to delay her, possibly intending to wait until after the sacrifice ceremony to act boldly. But was Su Qingqing the type to refrain from action because they didn't move first? Absolutely not. She casually walked through the streets, seriously picking items from the roadside stalls with Gu Jun. At one stall, various pager devices popular in the late 80s and early 90s were being sold. They came in different shapes, colors, and some even beeped, making them quite attractive. Su Qingqing stopped, picked up a fashionable silver pager, and asked the vendor, "How much is this? What's your price?" The vendor was a man in his mid-30s who had enthusiastically hawked his goods moments ago. Now, as Su Qingqing held the pager and questioned him, he faltered. He stared at the pager in Su Qingqing's hand, his neck twisting several times at odd angles, as if his CPU had overheated and burned out, but he still couldn't figure out how to respond. So Su Qingqing politely asked again, "How much is this? What's your price?" After a few rotations of his head on his neck, the vendor finally answered Su Qingqing's question. "This pager costs 800 yuan. Before Su Qingqing could reach for her money, Gu Jun handed over 800 yuan. The vendor's head spun another full 360 degrees. Then he shook it and said, "No, this currency isn't used here. We don't accept it, so we can't sell you anything." Su Qingqing asked, "Then what kind of currency do you accept?" The vendor pulled a bill from a drawer beneath his stall and handed it to them. "We accept this kind of money." Su Qingqing took the note carelessly, thinking it might be a special currency introduced by the Universal God sect within their stronghold. However, upon seeing the bill, she was utterly astonished. The note was quite ordinary in appearance and size, similar to regular banknotes, with one major difference. It bore Gu Jun's likeness. That's right, it was Gu Jun's profile, looking exactly the same. Not only was Su Qingqing stunned, but the entire group was completely dumbfounded. In an instant, everyone's eyes shifted towards Gu Jun, glances filled with suspicion, like villagers spotting a werewolf during a game of werewolf. Gu Jun was just as baffled. Indeed, he was the most bewildered among all. Wait, why was there his picture on the banknote? Hadn't this infringed on his portrait rights? He shot a glare at Jiang Muqing and the others. Why are you looking at me? I've grown up with all of you since we were kids. How could I possibly be the villain? Su Qingqing held up the banknote and asked the vendor again. Who is the person whose portrait is printed on this? This time, the vendor replied swiftly, his tone reverent. He is our universal true god. Su Qingqing pointed at Gu Jun next to her. Doesn't he look like your universal true god? Gu Jun. Vendor. The vendor's head began spinning nonstop in a 360-degree rotation. This time, his CPU was completely fried. Chapter 182, We're not causing trouble. The scene looked truly a little eerie. A vendor who was selling goods started to abruptly spin his head in a full 360 degrees. Zhao Liya pulled Su Qingqing from the side and asked in a low voice, what do you intend to do? Do you really plan to buy his beeper? Can the stuff here even be used when we bring it back? Su Qingqing stayed calm. She gestured around and said, I'm not doing anything. Is this not a market? Markets are for doing business. Are they not supposed to sell if they set up stalls? You should also wander around. If you're interested in something, ask about its price. We don't have their currency, but surely asking about prices is allowed, right? Zhao Liya couldn't quite understand what Su Qingqing was up to, but that didn't stop them from following her lead. Thus, the group began strolling through the bustling market, questioning this and that. Each questioned vendor had almost the same reaction, first tilting their heads, thinking for ages before responding, unsure of what happened until receiving orders to answer. But when asked why the image of the omnipotent deity on their banknotes resembled Gu Jun, their heads started spinning a full 360 degrees too. Within a short half hour, vendors on half the street were spinning their heads continuously. This baffled the customers who arrived later to shop. According to their programmed routine, they acted identically, repeated the same lines, but the stall owners gave no further responses. Adhering strictly to their routines, since the transactions hadn't been successful, they had no way to proceed either. In a flash, what was previously a lively and well-ordered market became disorganized. Half the street had fallen into paralysis. Zhao Liya grew somewhat worried. Qingqing, is it really okay to disrupt the entire street like this? There will definitely be consequences. Su Qingqing narrowed her eyes, looking toward one direction where people in uniforms were evidently rushing over. Finally, a faint smile curled at the corner of her lips. We're aiming for precisely that. If nothing went wrong, how would we attract these people? Following her gaze, everyone else noticed those in uniforms rushing over. Gu Jun had already comprehended Su Qingqing's meaning. When they come to arrest us, we won't resist. We'll cooperate with them and go along with them. Only then can we infiltrate their inner circle. Understood. The purpose of causing chaos on this street was still to infiltrate the enemy's core. They weren't trying to avoid going inside. Instead, they deliberately caused trouble outside, ensuring they drew attention to themselves. The uniformed personnel soon arrived. Their uniforms were entirely black, not akin to modern ones, but more similar to ancient attire. Black robes, black capes. These staff members were all apparently selected. Each person's height was roughly the same, all towering at 1.8 meters, slender figures with long legs. Unfortunately, every individual covered their face with a silver mask, obscuring their true appearances. But because of this, they gained an air of cold mystery. Zhao Liya murmured softly. People of the universal god cult seem to have decent aesthetic tastes. These underlings' uniforms look pretty stylish. Jiang Muqing's mouth twitched slightly. No, Zhao Liya, don't be silly now. Is this the time to focus on such trivialities? Zhao Liya cleared her throat quietly. Ahem, just a habit from staying too long in the entertainment industry. No matter what I see, the first thing I notice is costumes and makeup design. It's a habit. I promise I'll be more careful next time. Li Miao Miao mumbled quietly beside her. But they really do look quite handsome. Their aesthetics are indeed pretty good. Bai Qingxian instantly felt a red alert, grabbing Li Miao Miao immediately. No, you've told me before. You mentioned that you dislike black or dark colors, preferring light-colored clothing for ethereal vibes. Therefore, after transforming into human form, he had always worn light-colored clothes. Li Miao Miao was bewildered. When did I ever say that? Are you talking about last life? There aren't many things I remember from my past life. I certainly wouldn't recall such insignificant matters. Bai Qingxian was greatly affected. Wah 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 wah, master, you've changed. You've changed. Su Qingqing was practically driven to a throbbing headache by all the commotion among this group. How could they be so distracted amidst such crucial moments? She massaged her temples painfully. I knew bringing this bunch out was a mistake. Gu Jun apologized. Sorry, it's all my fault. Next time, I'll ensure to shake them off before coming. Su Qingqing. Isn't there a possibility that maybe next time he shouldn't necessarily come along either? In the blink of an eye, the uniformed individuals had already reached their spot. Each one held a golden, shimmering blade and had surrounded Su Qingqing's group in the middle. The leader shouted fiercely. Who are the ones causing trouble here? Is it you? These people were exuding an intense ghostly aura and malevolent energy, completely different from the controlled individuals in the marketplace. They clearly possessed their own consciousness. Su Qingqing shrugged. We're not causing any trouble. Which of my eyes did you see us making trouble? Isn't this a marketplace? We're just casually strolling and shopping. Is there something wrong with that? Can't we buy things here? The leader was momentarily stunned by Su Qingqing's question, as if there indeed seemed to be no problem. Right. Isn't the market for buying and selling goods? What's our problem then? The other companions also questioned him loudly. Caught off guard by these questions, the leader was rendered speechless, unable to utter a word. But orders from above had been given. They had to arrest them at all costs today. The leader waved his sword forcefully and said, "Stop wasting words. If you haven't done anything wrong, why are they behaving like this? No more excuses, just come with us. This is not a place where you can cause random chaos." Su Qingqing gave them a subtle glance, and the group immediately understood, fully cooperating and following the leader without even needing to be escorted, going along too enthusiastically. This left the leader rather dazed. Weren't these individuals supposed to be extremely difficult to deal with, requiring full attention to handle? Why were they now so compliant? Overly so? He had plenty of doubts in his heart, but he didn't ask much. Regardless, he had to finish the task first. The leader guided them to the end of the street, where a door inexplicably appeared out of nowhere. After passing through the door, they found a hidden wonderland within. There was even the Naiha Bridge and the river Wanchuan, set up exactly like the underworld. The guards locked Su Qingqing's group in a dungeon and then prepared to leave. Suddenly, Su Qingqing stopped him and pointed to Gu Jun beside her, asking, "Look, doesn't he resemble your omnipotent deity?" The leader seemed to have never noticed what Gu Jun looked like before Su Qingqing pointed it out. When he saw Gu Jun's appearance clearly, his pupils dilated instantly. "Unbelievable," he exclaimed. How could he look so similar?" And with those words, he almost fell on his knees. Facing such a striking face, his legs turned truly weak. And so, another group of staff members joined near the Naiha Bridge, their heads rotating a full 360 degrees, their CPUs fried. Chapter 183, Ancient Divine Beasts. Su Qingqing and the others were locked in a dungeon, and the heavy prison door was slammed shut with a bang. This dungeon was similar to ancient ones, as if the universal deity of this omnipotent sect was from ancient times, trying hard to blend with modern society. The market looked like it was from the 1980s or 90s. Bayun County's market back then is what it still looks like now. There hasn't been much progress. Moreover, the staff here wore ancient clothing, including those seen on the way through hell. It was all ancient architecture. Even the dungeon was classically elegant. Jiang Muqing curiously pushed the iron gate of the dungeon, and after slightly applying some force, the dungeon's area instantly shrank by a circle. Originally an already small dungeon became unbearably cramped with the group inside. Now shrinking further made it look even more crowded. A different person in uniform appeared outside. He was apparently one of the guards. He held a weapon in his hand and said slowly, "Don't bother struggling. This dungeon has been specially enchanted. It's the safest dungeon here. The less you move, the better. The more you try to escape, the smaller it gets. In the end, you'll be crushed to death, obliterated into ashes, your souls disappearing entirely." His tone sounded somewhat unpleasant, as though he were mocking them, but in fact, he was giving a warning, even initiating conversation. An active ghost initiating conversations. This was very illogical in the so-called perfect world created by the universal sect. Could there really be beings here with their own consciousness and initiative? Su Qingqing couldn't help but take another look at him. This observation didn't matter much at first, but the more she looked, the more familiar he seemed, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Zhao Liya had met many people in showbiz and was better at recognizing faces than Su Qingqing. She suddenly recognized him, pointing at him while gasping quietly. "Doesn't he look like Qi Zhong's son?" Only then did Su Qingqing remember who he resembled. Wasn't he the son in the family portrait that Qi Zhong gave them? Perhaps because the family photo was from a few years ago, plus his transformation into a ghost now, exuding a sinister aura, his appearance changed significantly, which is why Su Qingqing didn't recognize him immediately. When the man heard the name, Qi Zhong, he obviously paused for a moment. He cautiously glanced around to confirm that no one else was nearby, ensuring temporary safety, before leaning closer and lowering his voice to ask, "How do you know Qi Zhong? Who are you?" Su Qingqing took out her phone from her chest and pulled up the latest picture of the family portrait to show him. "Look, isn't this your father?" Upon seeing the family portrait, he became extremely emotional, his eyes turning red. Staring intently at Su Qingqing, he anxiously asked, "Who are you? Who exactly are you?" Su Qingqing said, "We're here on someone's behalf, sent to rescue those trapped in Bayun County. Before we entered, we just met your dad. After learning about our abilities, he told us about you and asked us to ensure that we take both you and your sister out." Qi Ting couldn't help crying. He sobbed uncontrollably, believing fully in the truthfulness of the situation because of the existence of the family portrait. Already being a ghost, ghosts don't shed tears, yet he cried blood tears now. He was overwhelmed with guilt and self-blame. "It's my fault, all my fault. Everything is my fault. If I hadn't been stubborn back then and followed them to venture into Bayun County, I wouldn't have dragged down my sister, dragging down the whole family." Su Qingqing had no time to listen to his repentance here. She directly said, "Since past events have already happened, saying these things now is too late. Instead of wasting time, think about how to make amends. Tell me everything you know. We need to discuss a plan of action together. Once the issues here are resolved and you and your sister are taken out, I can arrange for you to meet your father one last time." Qi Ting managed to suppress his emotions with great effort. He took a deep breath and said, "If you want to act, choose these few days. The universal true God is still in a deep sleep during these days, making it the weakest period for all of Bayun County. If the current sacrifice ceremony is completed, and the universal true God wakes up, it'll be over. Entire human civilization will be ruined. Why? Is he that powerful? Zhang Muqing curiously asked. Qi Ting nodded. Yes, incredibly powerful. Extremely powerful. I've heard they are reviving an ancient divine beast. This creature is extremely formidable, capable of destroying heaven and earth, flattening mountains with a single step. And this kind of divine beast, once awakened, follows whoever awakens it. Once bound to a master, it allows the owner to climb onto its body, fuse completely with it, and control it. The omnipotent true God possessed secret techniques. He could draw on the vitality of humans to do a great many things. On his own, he's not very strong, but by using this ability, he gathered a large number of followers and gained their faith, which is how he created this world. But this isn't his ultimate goal. His final aim is to revive that divine beast, to become the strongest person, then re-establish the order of human society. I've heard that the omnipotent true God started plotting this long ago. It seems he's been acting on it for several decades already. Reviving the divine beast requires an enormous amount of vitality, and over these years, they've accumulated quite a terrifying amount bit by bit. I've also heard that on this full moon night, they will conduct their final sacrifice. Apparently, they've captured many people with abilities for this occasion. If this sacrifice succeeds, they will be able to successfully revive the divine beast. Everyone gasped in shock after hearing this, realizing that this operation was the last chance they had. Gu Jun mused thoughtfully. If that's the case, there must definitely be something wrong with Director Li from your 7th Bureau. He must know this is the last sacrifice, so he deliberately delayed the operation until after the sacrifice. By then, when your 7th Bureau takes action, all you'll face is the omnipotent true God fused with the divine beast. It'll be nothing short of suicide for you. Su Qingqing furrowed her brows slightly. An ancient divine beast. Though she didn't know exactly what kind of ancient divine beast it was, any being referred to as such wasn't weak. Even in her original world, ancient divine beasts were entities that struck fear into the hearts of cultivators and masters alike. If an ancient divine beast ever emerged wreaking havoc due to some sort of mishap, several sects would have to join forces to deal with it. And even then, it wouldn't be about destroying them. Rather, resealing them so they continued to slumber. Now, the members of the Universal Sect actually dared to directly awaken an ancient divine beast. Leaving aside whether the ancient divine beast would accept its master, if they failed to control it, and it went berserk, it would undoubtedly cause catastrophic destruction for the present world. With Su Qingqing's current body, which hadn't even restored half of her past life strength, she'd be no match for it. As Su Qingqing listened so far, something seemed to suddenly dawn on her. She softly asked the jade Rui at her chest, Grandmaster Ancestor, did you bring me to this world and tell me that reaching that astronomical level of merit would allow my ascension because you intended for me to stop the revival of this divine beast? Chapter 184. Breaking into the first level of hell. As long as we stop this divine beast from reviving, that's equivalent to preventing a catastrophe. The merit points will absolutely be off the charts. Rui slightly warmed up in response to her words. At the same time, expressing the excited feelings of the patriarch. My beloved disciple, you finally understand what Grandpa means. Su Qingqing furrowed her eyebrows and thought deeply. It seems that this mission must succeed without failure. Not only must they rescue those who are trapped, but they also have to directly eliminate this omnipotent true God. Otherwise, these villains' intentions won't die, and there's bound to be another fire to spread after every spring breeze, so everything must be resolved in one decisive step. Qi Tung explained the entire situation of the underworld again in great detail. Smartly Meow Meow quickly took out paper and pen from her backpack and drew a map of the underworld based on Qi Tang's description. This omnipotent true God is quite particular. This underworld is actually built imitating the real underworld. Though small like a sparrow, it has all 5 vital organs intact. Even the 18 levels of hell exist, and they're identical, just a scaled-down version. When Qi Ting talked about the 18 levels of hell, it seemed like he remembered something unpleasant. They lock all the disobedient ones in hell, subjecting them to various cruel punishments until they comply. Isn't it true that once vitality is drained, people become zombies? Why would there still be disobedient ones? Zhang Muqing curiously asked. Because some people have deep-rooted grudges. Even if their vitality is drained, people with strong grudges still maintain their own thoughts. To deal with such people, they throw them into hell for punishment. I know all these details so well because I was also sent down there before. And in that place, time flows at a different speed. 1 day above equals 10 years down there. I suffered through 3 whole years of punishment down there. Qi Tung said through gritted teeth. He didn't specify which kind of punishment it was, probably an extremely painful memory that he doesn't want to recall. Su Qingqing didn't say anything extra to him. She simply looked into his eyes and said, I understand. Thank you very much for your information. After I handle things here, I'll definitely bring you to see your father. And my sister. When we were thrown into hell together, we were forcibly separated. I still don't know where she is. Qi Tung added hastily. All right, I understand. We will do our best to find your sister too. Su Qingqing nodded again. By now, the map in Li Miao Miao's hands was nearly complete. Everything Qi Ting knew, whether he could say it or not, had been shared, and Su Qingqing and her team should act accordingly. Just as Su Qingqing lightly raised her hand, the iron gate that had been incredibly solid just moments ago shattered instantly as they came out. Unfortunately, even after enduring the hardships in hell, Qi Tong, despite having good eyesight that helped him secure a low-level guard position, did not fully know about the upper-level plans and specific arrangements. Su Qingqing carefully studied the map drawn by Li Miao Miao and felt increasingly familiar with its structure. It seemed to resemble some sort of formation, though this omnipotent god appeared to have only grasped the basics, leading to serious flaws, making it difficult to recognize initially. After examining it closely, Su Qingqing said, "The design of the 18 levels of hell here is not for no reason. Each level has its own critical juncture. By searching through each layer, destroying all the junctures in each level of hell, the miniature world inside this space will collapse. These creatures can tyrannize within the confined space because they follow their self-imposed rules. However, outside the confined space, there exists a natural suppression force, significantly weakening their power. Then it won't be a question of reviving a divine beast anymore, as I can also confront their omnipotent god, seeing exactly how powerful he truly is." Su Qingqing's tone carried an edge by the end, and her eyes instinctively narrowed. Judging from the current circumstances, this omnipotent god's ambition is exceedingly vast. Vast enough to want to create an entirely new world order centered around himself. Evidence can be seen in the bustling market set up inside his mini-universe, appearing prosperous. Regrettably, his new world seems somewhat exaggerated and completely lacks humanity, reducing humans to mere tools in their eyes. There were no objections from everyone regarding Su Qingqing's arrangement. They instructed Qi Tong to find as safe a place as possible to hide. After saying their farewells, they hurried towards the first level of the 18 hells. At the entrance of the 18 levels of hell, similarly dressed black-robed staff stood guard. Unlike ordinary ghosts, these individuals emitted a powerful ominous energy, clearly skilled practitioners, yet upon closer inspection, one realized their abilities were average. It was evident that they were forcefully cultivated using substantial amounts of vitality extracted from others. Anything cultivated with life force is black magic, and every single one of them deserves to be wiped out into ashes without a trace. Su Qingqing gestured toward the back to the followers of Mount Qingshan and said, "Have you seen those guards up ahead? Their average cultivation level is around 50 years, while the leader is at a century's worth. However, your Qing Mountain sect's sword techniques naturally suppress evil spirits. All three of you are the best disciples of the Qing Mountain sect. Surely these 70 or 80 ghosts wouldn't stand a chance against you, right?" Her statement was half a provocation. She'd already flattered them. How could they decline now? Besides, the Qing Mountain sect wasn't particularly skilled in magic but excelled in martial prowess, making it indisputably one of the top forces in the current metaphysical sects. The disciples from the Qing Mountain sect exchanged glances, said nothing more, and charged straight ahead together. These guards, whose cultivation relied on forcibly siphoned life force and lacked practical combat experience, were no match for them. Although the Qing Mountain sect members found the fight somewhat strenuous, they managed to eliminate all the foes within a few rounds. They paused afterward, slightly out of breath, their hands trembling slightly as they gripped their swords. Seeing this, Su Qingqing's eyes revealed a gratified expression. Their sect remained rather orthodox and intact, showing only slight imperfections. It seemed that the traditional esoteric knowledge of this world hadn't been completely lost. Their current weakness was merely due to the recent resurgence of spiritual energy. Strengthening the orthodox esoteric schools would just take time. And what they needed to do now was give the esoteric sects exactly that time. Su Qingqing nodded approvingly, rummaged through her enormous bag, as tall as half a person, and pulled out a set of spirit essence talismans. She handed these talismans to the eldest disciple of the Qing Mountain sect. "You've done well. Your skills are solid, evidently honed since childhood without slacking off. Now take these spirit essence talismans to replenish your spiritual energy. This place is their mustard seed dimension, entirely devoid of spiritual energy, making it hard for you to naturally restore your reserves." Essence talismans. The eldest disciple of the Qing Mountain sect accepted the talisman, exchanging puzzled looks with his companions. Being part of the same esoteric realm, even though they might not personally draw such talismans, they had encountered many types of them before, but this was their first time hearing about talismans capable of restoring spiritual energy. Following Su Qingqing's instructions, they infused some spirit force into the talisman, shattering it. Instantly, an immensely pure wave of spiritual energy surged forth from the talisman paper, enveloping their entire bodies like a warm spring. These pure streams entered their bodies freely, as if they were limitless. What was still lacking in spiritual energy after intense usage earlier was quickly replenished in a short time. All of them were amazed. Just one essence talisman was enough to fully recharge their spiritual energy and still leave a surplus. What a fantastic item. Instantly, they hesitated to use the remaining talismans in their hands. These were treasures indeed, a life-saving asset during critical moments of battle. Chapter 185, Rapid Progress. Even Jiang Muqing standing beside her widened his eyes. He pleaded with Su Qingqing. Master Su, big sister Qingqing, good sister, can you just give me a spirit charm for research? Can you just give me one?" His coquettish tone made Gu Jun and Bai Qingxian, both being men present, shiver involuntarily. Bai Qingxian looked at Jiang Muqing in admiration. Even he had never been that coquettish to his master before. Next time, he had to try it. Li Miao Miao seemed to see right through what he was thinking about, and immediately stopped him. "You'd better not learn from him. It's too disgusting. If you do that, I will seriously consider changing my pet." Bai Qingxian quickly assured her. "I won't, absolutely not. Jiang Muqing is too disgusting." Jiang Muqing. Good, good, good. Are you ready to stab your brother when there's a disagreement? Gu Jun saw the disdain in Jiang Muqing's eyes as clear as day, disdainful that he would attract Su Qingqing's attention in such a way. Too shameless. Su Qingqing was also disturbed by Jiang Muqing's coquetry, her whole body shivering. She hastily called a stop. Stop, stop, stop. I'll give you one. I'll give you one. Behave properly. Jiang Muqing got exactly what he wanted. A spirit charm. He said like an exclamation. Master Su, how many more talismans that I don't know can you draw? This tone sounded exactly like saying, woman, how many more surprises do you have that I don't know about? Su Qingqing couldn't put up with him, raising her hand to smack the back of his head. If you don't talk to me properly, I'll leave you here in this hell all alone. Jiang Muqing knew better than to push it, snapping back into normalcy in 1 second. Su Qingqing patted his shoulder. When the time comes, naturally I will teach you. It's not that I won't teach you. Many spells are just something you're not yet ready to handle now. The implicit meaning of these words is that he was still too weak. Even if she taught him, he wouldn't be able to learn. Su Qingqing then asked the people from Green Mountain Sect, do you feel better now? Have you recovered? If you can hold on, I'll teach you a few tricks. There are a few moves in your previous techniques that can be improved, so they consume less spirit and pack more power. The trio from Green Mountain Sect already regarded Su Qingqing with more reverence than their own sect leader. They frantically nodded their heads. Yes, 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 we're fine now. We can keep going. This kind of opportunity didn't come around often. How could they miss it? No wonder the uncles in the sect said they would encounter a great fortune coming to Baiyun County. At first, they thought the treasure inside Baiyun County would be their luck. Now it seemed that meeting Su Qingqing was their true fortune. Su Qingqing took their swords and immediately demonstrated a set of moves. If observed carefully, one could tell it was the same swordsmanship they had just used. It looked the same, but also different. Several actions were more clever and flexible, even more beautiful. Amateurs watched the posture. Experts looked for nuances. All 3 disciples of Green Mountain Sect were among the best disciples, and they quickly noticed the differences. The more they watched, the brighter their eyes became. After Su Qingqing finished one practice, they immediately picked up their swords and started learning, following Su Qingqing's previous demonstration. There were a few changes where they stumbled slightly. Su Qingqing timely provided some guidance. All were intelligent individuals with high enlightenment, stumbling during the first round of guidance, but generally smoothing out by the second run. By the third run, they were wielding the new skills with complete ease and confidence, each movement filled with power and grace. Indeed, the modified swordsmanship proved exceedingly useful, providing a more harmonious connection between heart and intent. They repeatedly thanked Su Qingqing and invited her to Green Mountain Sect, looking as if they desperately wanted to enshrine her as a small revered ancestor. An alarm went off in Gu Jun's mind. He immediately stepped in to help refuse them. You might not know, our Master Su is very busy. Besides performing charity works as a female star in the entertainment industry, she also has to tackle the rich and powerful. She usually doesn't have time to travel around. Su Qingqing turned to look at Gu Jun. When did she start considering her life in the entertainment circle as charity? However, she indeed wasn't particularly interested in Green Mountain Sect, so she decided to let Gu Jun turn them down. They had spent quite a long time overcoming the first level of the 18-layered hell. They had been waiting for those people to rush over and make a move. However, after a considerable amount of time, even after they had completed teaching and guiding sessions, no one came over. Did they not know about the situation here, or were they hiding something bigger up their sleeves? Su Qingqing finally decided to go straight in. She didn't understand the situation here, but strength was the ultimate truth. According to Qi Tang's statement, the omnipotent god was still in slumber currently, which was the weakest moment for the entire omnipotent god sect. They had already conquered the first level of hell, yet there had been no action up to now. Perhaps they were scheming something wicked. As the saying goes, take advantage of someone when they're down, and finish them off. Since it was known that they were plotting something evil, and also known that this was their weakest moment, if they didn't act now and completely eliminate them, then when would be a better time? Therefore, while the opportunity was ripe, they launched a full-scale attack. Su Qingqing directly found the focal point of the formation in the first layer of hell, and after she destroyed it, the first layer collapsed with a thunderous roar. Simultaneously as she went to destroy the array eye, others released the trapped ghosts from other locations. Ghosts also have instincts for self-preservation. They will go to safe places on their own. After solving the first layer, they moved on to the second one. The second layer and subsequent ones were in similar situations. Jiang Muqing and Zhao Lia all demonstrated their unique skills. Su Qingqing deliberately allowed them to practice, staying behind to ensure their safety. It was just like leveling up by defeating monsters. Everyone's abilities improved significantly here. With Su Qingqing around, their progress was twice as fast with half the effort. These omnipotent sect members, who once caused fear outside, under Su Qingqing's guidance, were now as easy to cut down as slicing tofu. Su Qingqing could always spot their weak points at a glance and provide precise instructions. In her world, these were nothing more than basic small skirmishes. So low level, they weren't even suitable for orthodox sect disciples to practice on. Her guiding the rookies here truly constituted dimensional domination. Thus, clearing each layer one after another, they reached the 18th layer. By the 17th layer, this group had killed so many enemies that they fought even more fiercely with the help of spirit charms, growing braver and more excited with every battle. When they arrived at the 18th layer, they couldn't stop themselves. With a roar of Aowuff, they wiped out nearly double the amount of guards in the 18th layer. After finishing off all the guards, they discovered a group of people from various Xian sects hidden in an inconspicuous corner. Chapter 186. All want to learn. This hidden corner was invisible from the outside, but those inside could see out. The people from various sects of the mystical arts who had just been trapped in here saw the group of people outside annihilate all the guards in a short time, as if possessed by war deities. Especially the 3 from Green Mountain sect. They took down 1 guard per sword strike, like slicing through cabbage. It seemed that these guards weren't even enough for them. The practitioners of various mystical arts sects still wore bewildered expressions on their faces after being rescued. It was someone from Celestial Profound sect who couldn't help but speak up first. The eldest disciple of Celestial Profound sect asked, Green Mountain sect, what's going on with you? Did you recently obtain some secret method? Why have you suddenly become so powerful when last year during our spars? We were evenly matched. Now there was a clear and significant gap. They had been trapped in here by the followers of the Universal God sect with no way out, completely helpless, whereas the people from Green Mountain sect slaughtered enemies effortlessly outside. Things were more or less equal before. This gap was hard to accept. How could they have suddenly become this strong out of nowhere? They wouldn't believe it wasn't due to some extraordinary encounter. People from Green Mountain sect didn't hide anything. Although competition did exist within the mystical arts community, success, shared among all, benefited all, while losses hurt all equally. For the whole mystical arts to thrive positively was truly beneficial. Elder disciple of Green Mountain sect said, we have received Su Master's guidance. She helped us improve our sword techniques, which is why we have grown stronger. Only then did those from the mystical arts turn their attention to Su Qingqing standing quietly nearby, blending into the background. Since the beginning, she had been standing slightly behind the group, not saying much. Added to her youth, it was hard for the common man to connect her with the term Great Master. Su Qingqing was already accustomed to this reaction. As the saying goes, appearances can be deceiving. With a face like hers, resembling nothing more than a flower vase, it wasn't something she could control. The people from the mystical arts were only puzzled for a moment before they realized the situation. There was no reason for Green Mountain sect's people to lie about such a matter. Moreover, the admiration and respect in their eyes towards Su Qingqing could not be faked, even greater than how they looked at their own sect leader. Within the mystical arts, who doesn't long to grow stronger? Celestial Profound sect had always kept pace with Green Mountain sect, but now they were left far behind. How could they accept this? Thus, they were the first to humbly ask for instruction. The elder disciple of Celestial Profound sect hesitated, but stepped forward with determination. He nervously said, Master Su, greetings. Your junior learners here hail from Celestial Profound sect. We also have a set of sword techniques. Could you perhaps lend your guidance? Su Qingqing glanced at him, perplexed. Are you sure you want me to guide you on swordsmanship? Isn't your strength mainly in drawing talismans? The elder disciple of Celestial Profound sect paused briefly before instinctively replying. How did you know? You truly are an expert. Su Qingqing sighed, looking over at the brushes and stacks of ready-to-use talisman paper dangling from the waistbands of both him and other disciples from Celestial Profound sect, pointing them out. I gathered it from right here. The elder disciple of Celestial Profound sect and others stood speechless. Oh, they rushed this. This made them look foolish. Fortunately, Su Qingqing did not criticize further. Extending her hand, she requested, take out your talisman paper for me to examine. Let me see the level of your craftsmanship before I say more. The disciples of Celestial Profound sect immediately took out their best and most accomplished talismans for Su Qingqing's inspection. As Su Qingqing reviewed, she frowned deeply. Now she understood why external talismans seemed utterly ineffective. They were painted terribly. It was indeed difficult to be effective like this. It seemed that in terms of talismans, the art of seal writing has been lost much more drastically than the art of swordplay. Silently, Su Qingqing rummaged through her bag and retrieved some low-tier attack talismans she had drawn herself, asking, examine this Heavenfire seal carefully. What differences do you see compared to your drawings? At a glance, both types of talismans appeared similar, but upon close examination, several detail paths differed significantly. Sometimes, the smallest difference would vastly reduce a talisman's effectiveness. Su Qingqing accepted Jiang Muqing's portable brush and talisman paper, slowly sketching a Heavenfire seal with graceful strokes. Once finished, she questioned again, do you notice any distinctions? Your current talismans consume excessive spiritual energy and fail to lock in the necessary qi, so despite the effort, their final power remains negligible. The disciples from Celestial Profound sect sent to Baiyun County were all top-tier students capable of understanding nuances quickly, and Baiyun County itself specially recruited students gifted in talisman drawing, each possessing very high insight. After watching Su Qingqing complete her painting, their eyes widened instantly just like the previous members of Green Mountain sect. They experienced the same sudden clarity as if a fog had lifted from their minds. The junior third brother of Xiantian sect said, my head itches so much. It feels like something is trying to grow out from inside my brain. The trio from Green Mountain sect, who aren't good at words. Good grief, how had they not thought of that description earlier? Before Su Qingqing could let them respond, she drew all the attack talismans for wind, rain, thunder, and lightning again, this time using the slowest teaching method. Alright, today's time is tight, we don't have much left. You better master these 5 kinds of attack talismans thoroughly, you might need them later. As soon as she finished speaking, those who felt like something was growing in their heads quickly untied the brushes at their waists and the talisman paper, dipping them into cinnabar and starting to draw. It was just like with the people from Green Mountain sect. During the first attempt, it was a bit awkward, but after a few more tries, it became increasingly smooth until they reached perfect mastery. All in all, it took no more than 5 attempts. The attack talismans they drew were now far more powerful than before. Even the weakest heaven fire seals could summon small fire dragons. They were utterly astonished. Clearly spending so little spiritual energy, how could the power be so great? It was almost as if these talismans were meant to be drawn this way from the very beginning. Su Qingqing couldn't help but ask, who was the founding patriarch of your sect? Where does the inheritance of your talismans come from? How did so much get lost? The eldest disciple of Xiantian's sect scratched his head and said, actually, I'm not too clear about it either. We usually just worship our ancestors. All we know is that our sect's tradition came from a wandering cultivator around 100 or 200 years ago who accidentally obtained the fortune of a cave dwelling. He passed on what he learned through drawing these talismans. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing roughly understood. Talismans were things that could easily be labeled as heresy if mishandled and would not withstand multiple rounds of destruction. Relying on an oral transmission similar to word of mouth. Over time, things inevitably went awry. Still, it was remarkable that it had been passed down to this day. Su Qingqing also gleaned from the side how resilient Taoist traditions could be. In the past, there had been no spiritual energy, no fertile ground for development, but in the future, it would surely improve. Therefore, the members of Xiantian's sect, like those of Green Mountain sect, extended an invitation for Su Qingqing to visit their sect. Similarly, just like before, Gu Jun used the same reason to politely decline. No wonder why Xiantian's sect members were more savvy than Green Mountain sects. When they learned that Su Qingqing was a celebrity, they all exclaimed in admiration. Truly a master. Despite your rigorous cultivation and full talents, you're still active in the entertainment industry, practicing kindness, rectifying corrupt trends, and doing good deeds. You are truly our idol. Su Qingqing found their compliments very pleasing. Indeed, when you were strong, what seemed unreasonable to others would always find its appropriate rationale. The trio from Green Mountain sect clenched their teeth beside them, regretful. Why weren't they as articulate? Why couldn't they think of such phrases? At midnight, when they woke up, they had to mutter. Despicable person. Chapter 187. I know where to go. After the Xiantian sect members opened this opportunity, everyone else couldn't contain themselves anymore. Members from other sects also shamelessly asked for advice, hoping Su Qingqing could give them a few pointers so they could quickly grow stronger in a short time. They were from different sects and specialized in completely different things. Some even practiced poison glove cultivation. Su Qingqing was not very proficient with the poison glove techniques, but aside from that, whether it was divination or hand seals, she spoke with great confidence and clarity. She could immediately see where their heritage fell short. Those who received her guidance improved quickly. She was only responsible for giving pointers. The remaining understanding and practice were entirely up to them. By the time all of this was done, another 2 hours had already passed. The 18 levels of hell had been thoroughly cleared by them, yet there was still no movement from the universal God sect people, which was obviously very unusual. Everyone gathered together to discuss this matter. Gu Jun stroked his chin and said, now there's only one possibility. This 18 levels of hell is just their most ordinary place. It's fundamentally nothing important to them. The guards they placed here are cannon fodder, so they don't care if the cannon fodder lives or dies. Even if all of them die, it makes no difference to them. Their focus is somewhere else. This place is just meant to confuse us. Su Qingqing scoffed. When they can't beat us, they resort to these useless tactics and feigning attacks elsewhere. Let me show them how to feign eastward and attack westward. After she finished speaking, she prepared to take out her 8-trigram divination disc and calculate the mysteries left here properly. At that moment, the last group of people trapped in the 18 levels of hell finally escaped. Among them, a girl with vacant eyes passed by them as part of the crowd when she was suddenly recognized by Zhao Lia. Zhao Lia stared at the girl for a while and then pulled on Su Qingqing's sleeve, saying, look closely. Doesn't this girl look like Qi Zhong's daughter? Su Qingqing followed her gesture and saw the girl. Indeed, if you didn't mention it, she wouldn't have noticed much, but now that she did, the more she looked, the more she thought it was likely the same person. Su Qingqing immediately stopped the girl. Her verification method was quite simple and rough. She took out her phone and shoved a family portrait into the girl's face, asking, are you Qi Yu? Isn't your father Qi Zhong? And isn't your brother Qi Teng? The girl, who had been moving numbly outside just a moment ago, paused her steps. A flicker of uncertain emotion appeared on her originally vacant face. Her pupils turned and locked onto the family photo, unable to tear away. It was like an old machine that hadn't operated for a long time suddenly received a core command and froze momentarily without reacting. Su Qingqing could only ask again. At this point, the girl gradually became aware, revealing human interest on her face. Her eyes reddened, and she tightly held onto Su Qingqing's phone, tears streaming down her face as she asked, who are you? How do you have this photo? She was so excited that her voice quivered slightly. All right, it could be confirmed now. This person was indeed Qi Yu, the daughter among them. Su Qingqing explained how they were people of the mystic arts who had encountered Qi Zhong before coming to Baiyun County. Your father has never given up on you. He's been continuously figuring out ways to save you himself. Your father also said, even if you've all become ghosts, he still wants to meet you one last time and be a family in the next life. Su Qingqing repeated Qi Zhong's exact words. At this moment, Qi Yu was sobbing uncontrollably. She suddenly thought of her younger brother and asked, have you seen my younger brother, Qi Teng? We've seen him. Su Qingqing nodded. Where is he now? What's his condition? Has he been drained of vitality, turned into someone like those walking corpses? Qi Yu anxiously asked. She had personally witnessed those souls completely deprived of their vitality. It was too terrifying. They were all like zombies. Such a state was no different from complete annihilation. Su Qingqing recounted their encounter with Qi Teng above. He's very smart, knows how to disguise himself, and knows how to protect himself. He hasn't forgotten about you and your dad. He's been looking for you and wants to apologize to both you and your father. Qi Yu began sobbing loudly. This kind of crying was more like a release, pouring out all the agony of many years. Only after she finished crying did Su Qingqing say, "Find a safe place to hide now. Once we've dealt with this matter, thoroughly eliminating the universal God sect, come out and find us. I'll take you home." Upon hearing that they intended to deal with the universal God sect, Qi Yu's eyes instantly brightened. She had been here for so many years, cycling daily through the 18 levels of hell, repeatedly subjected to various inhuman punishments. It was for the sole purpose of torturing her to the last breath, taking away all her vitality, and turning her into a mere tool. But she could never forget the day she sent her father away. In her memory, her father who never cried had red eyes, looking at her with reluctance. That look she could never forget even now. And her younger brother Qi Teng, when they were finally caught, her unaware younger brother kept tightly protecting her. He cried and apologized to her, saying he was wrong and hoped that someday they as a family of 3 could reunite. She clung to this obsession and managed to survive, enduring countless tortures every day without ever giving in. She didn't know how much longer she would need to hold on, but she simply refused to let go of this one thing. Now seeing Su Qingqing and the others, she felt she finally found hope. Suddenly, she tightly grasped Su Qingqing's hand, pulling her aside and lowering her voice. "If you want to completely solve the universal God sect issue, then not here. Here is only their surface world. Their actual base isn't here. There is a very hidden entrance. Normal people cannot get in. I've been here for so many years and discovered it by chance. Many high-ranking members of theirs went there and disappeared. I know where the place is, but I can't enter because I don't have the permission. But I can lead you to the entrance." Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing thought it was great since it saved her the trouble of finding the location with her divination. Unexpectedly, both the son and daughter of Qi Zhong were extraordinary. After descending down here, the 2 most crucial clues both came from them. Su Qingqing said to Qi Yu, "No worries. You just take us there, and we'll figure out the rest ourselves." Without hesitation, Qi Yu led them through winding paths. After detouring several places, they arrived beside a black pool. At this corner of the black pool, everything seemed to be engulfed in blackness, as if this was the boundary line, where the entire world ended. Outside was nothingness, an utterly pitch-black void with nothing. The black pool here wasn't very noticeable, yet it blended harmoniously with the surroundings. It quietly exuded a mysterious and dangerous aura, causing all living beings to instinctively sense danger and dare not approach. Chapter 188. Then let's perish together. As a ghost who had been locked up here for so many years, Qi Yu found the atmosphere emitted from this place almost fatal. Her fear of this place had already been ingrained in her bones. Yet she still managed to control herself, enduring the discomfort as she led Su Qingqing and the others here. Her complexion was now paler than any ghost's. She regretfully said, "I can only bring you this far. I have no other way. After being here for so many years, I've only been able to do this much." The last part of her sentence was tinged with self-mockery, as if she were disappointed in her own inadequacy. Su Qingqing, noticing how pale Qi Yu had become, feared that she wouldn't last until they left and would disintegrate. She took talisman paper and a brush from Jiang Muqing, and with a flick of her small hand, drew an anchoring spirit talisman and handed it to Qi Yu. "Take it. You've already been very capable. Most people don't have your willpower. This is the anchoring spirit talisman. It can protect your soul from dissipating. Take good care of it, find a safe place to hide, and leave the rest to us," Su Qingqing said. Despite her calm tone, her words carried a mysteriously convincing power. Qi Yu felt her long-suspended heart finally settle at these words. Gripping tightly onto the anchoring spirit talisman, she felt as though her entire body relaxed greatly. After expressing her gratitude repeatedly to Su Qingqing, she departed. During their journey earlier, curious practitioners of various Xian sects had learned about Qi Yu's story. Although the mainline factions of the Xian sects were declining, they all practiced righteous paths and possessed strong senses of justice. Hearing Qi Yu's plight, they were all indignant, feeling a sense of righteous anger welling up inside them. They waved goodbye to Qi Yu as she left, pounding their chests to assure her, "Rest assured, the rest is on us." After Qi Yu left, Su Qingqing warned them again, "You should also step back." Everyone paused momentarily, not sure what Su Qingqing intended to do. She gestured towards the black pool in front of her and stretched her limbs, saying, "There's nothing special. I just can't stand places that are deliberately obscure. I have no patience for slowly solving it, so I intend to destroy this place directly. The force might be quite strong, so step back to avoid getting caught in it. If you get injured later, I'll lose some help, and I might even need to compensate you." Gu Jun, standing by her side quietly all along, suddenly looked at her when he heard her words. Wasn't her focus mainly on the compensation? It appeared her obsession with and love for money was truly ingrained deep within her. She loved money so much. Then why wasn't she even slightly interested in him, who was so wealthy? Meanwhile, the representatives of the Xian sects now wanted to worship Su Qingqing as one of their ancestors' forebears, finding absolutely no fault in her behavior. Without hesitation, everyone stepped back roughly 10 meters, even eagerly looking forward to witnessing her grand display of supernatural prowess. Among all present, only Gu Jun did not retreat. Su Qingqing, remembering his recent special training, didn't chase him away either. Instead, she raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, Do you think you can handle it? Gu Jun nodded confidently. Yes, I want to challenge myself. After all, I've already become immune to the attacks from those people in round 7. It's been a long time since I've reached my limit. Now I just want to know where my limits are. Su Qingqing smiled. Good job, your courage impresses me. Go ahead and try. When you can't hold on, move back yourself, don't push too hard. Otherwise, I really won't be able to afford your injuries. Gu Jun also grinned. Relax, even if I get injured, there's no need for you to compensate. Anyway, I'm sure you wouldn't allow me to die anyway, as long as I live. The two exchanged smiles, and in their eyes reflected the tacit understanding they had cultivated over the past few days. Just as Su Qingqing was about to launch her strong attack, the higher-ups of the Universal Divine Sect beneath the water pool grew anxious. The right defender, who previously fell victim to a false vision under their hands, complained to the left defender urgently. You said my false visions weren't good enough, but how much better are your plans? He continued accusingly. You insisted on concealing our true strength, believing that once they save their sect members, they'll leave. You arrogantly claimed this was a delay tactic. But what delay? We wasted so much potential manpower for nothing, and now they're coming after us anyway. Worse still, after being saved, the Xian sect's practitioners have grown more capable. Our true deity hasn't awoken yet. What should we do now? What should we do? While listening to the right defender's endless chatter, the left defender, originally annoyed, calmed down when she noticed someone else was more agitated than her. Su Qingqing's relentless assault, akin to an endless fight to the death pursuit, had actually brought out a touch of bloodthirstiness in her. In his life, he was originally a general. However, due to indiscriminate killings and treating human lives as grass, his hands were stained with too much innocent blood. In the end, after being defeated in battle, he was dismembered by 5 horses at the insistence of his enemies who hated him, and then reduced to ashes by the common people. His anger was already heavy before his death, and the method of his death was extremely cruel. After death, his soul lingered on, and eventually transformed into an evil spirit causing disasters in the area. But his recklessness didn't last long. He was besieged into a desperate situation by several sects of the Xian sects at the time. Back then, he had just turned into a fierce ghost. Although he was powerful, his cultivation wasn't yet deep enough to match those of the various sects. When he was about to be eliminated, it was the universal true God who appeared and saved him, wiping out the people of the Xian sects instead. Since then, he recognized the universal true God as his master. He served the universal true God wholeheartedly and was drawn to the new world that the true God intended to create. For over 100 years up to now, he has been following the true God with his life. Now, it's the most critical moment for the universal true God, who is still sleeping. How could he abandon this place in times of danger? He glared at Su Qingqing from the image displayed on the huge water surface. He hated her. How could he not hate her? If it weren't for this woman suddenly appearing, their plan for the universal true God would have been so smooth. Almost. Only a little bit more, and the world that the universal true God desired would have come true and descended. Then he would be someone below only one person but above 10,000 others, able to do whatever he wanted, becoming the supreme ruler. But why did Su Qingqing have to appear? With hatred and malice, he stared at Su Qingqing and said, "Then we will use all our strength to resist. This is, after all, our home court. We have so many opportunities and countless secret techniques that we can use. Even if we go all out, it's not necessarily that we will lose. Anyway, if we lose, we are dead anyway. So we might as well give it our all one last time. If we win, it'll be like upgrading from a bicycle to a motorcycle. If we lose, we lose. And even if we leave here, we are just a group of people who cannot live on anyway." He was right. Originally, the upper echelons here consisted of individuals rejected and despised in different eras, the kind destined for the 18th level of hell in the underworld, where they would never be reborn. If it weren't for the universal true God eventually accepting them, they would have long since gone to hell by now. Without this place, they wouldn't survive outside either. In any case, death was the outcome. Why not fight until the end? The left guardian fixedly stared at Su Qingqing's group and said, "If in the end we don't hold out until the universal true God wakes up, then we'll destroy the spirit stone and obliterate this mustard seed space, making those people here die alongside us as sacrifices." I believe that if the universal true God knew this, he would agree with what we intend to do. The spirit stone was the source of energy for the mustard seed space, maintaining the operation of the entire space. Once the spirit stone is destroyed, this mustard seed space will also vanish, and everyone inside this space will disappear from the world together. This was their last resort. If they hadn't been driven to this point, they wouldn't have thought of such extreme measures. Chapter 189, Thor's Hammer. Su Qingqing felt something on the other side of the pool staring at them, but she didn't care. These people only dared to spy from the opposite side, which exactly proved that they were not powerful. If they were strong, they wouldn't be peeking from across. Instead, they would have just jumped in and started a fight without caring about her feelings. Meanwhile, Gu Jun also sensed the gaze coming from the other side. He gave a reminder. Be careful. Be wary of their last resort tactics, some self-destructive strategies aimed at harming others even if it cost themselves. These types of people are prone to this. It had to be said, Gu Jun really nailed the thoughts of these people. Su Qingqing nodded, smiled mischievously at him, leaned close to his ear, and whispered something. Gu Jun paused for a moment and then laughed. "It seems I underestimated you. You're more prepared than I imagined." Su Qingqing waved at him, gathered her energy within her dantian. "All right, get ready. I'm about to show off." Like a magician performing a trick, She pulled out a large iron hammer from her backpack. A truly plain yet solid iron hammer, the very common kind one sees outside. She attached a Heaven Thunder talisman to it, gracefully leaped into the air, and activated the talisman. The simple hammer immediately shone with blinding light, even brighter than Thor's hammer in the movies. With a low cry, she wielded the hammer with both hands and slammed it down forcefully. The previously calm pool was disrupted. It split apart like a shattered mirror, cracking in pieces. The cracks grew larger and larger, emitting black-purple light. At the same time, a massive gust of wind swirled around them. This wind was strange, as sharp as blades, cutting fiercely against human faces while carrying immense pressure. Even Jiang Muheng, the fragile mage, couldn't bear the wind alone. Despite standing far behind, he still got battered all over by the wind. The immense pressure weighed him down until he nearly knelt, experiencing an uncomfortable sensation of compression. One could imagine if he hadn't retreated back and stood where Su Qingqing was, he might have been shredded by now. Even being this far back, he still felt extreme discomfort. Zhao Liya didn't fare much better. She and Jiang Muheng huddled together, looking pitifully pathetic. In the end, Bai Qingxian stepped forward. Using his powers, he wove a protective net to block the wind and the pressure, quickly sheltering Li Miaomiao behind him. At the same time, Li Miaomiao pulled Jiang Muheng and Zhao Liya into the protective net, making everyone more comfortable. Jiang Muheng pointed at Bai Qingxian from behind. "You snake, why didn't you use this level earlier? I damn nearly died." As a 1,000-year-old snake demon who had been recently tutored by Su Qingqing, Bai Qingxuan's body and magical power were almost restored to their peak levels, so sustaining such a protective net was no issue for him. While supporting the protective net, he turned around and looked deeply at Li Miaomiao. "Because I saw our master could still hold on before, so I didn't move. But seeing the master now struggling a bit, I quickly set up the protective net." After saying that, he gazed lovingly at Li Miaomiao, seeking praise with an eager expression. Li Miaomiao touched his head. "Our little Qingxian has truly worked hard. Thank goodness we have Qingxian, or we would have suffered immensely." Bai Qingxian nudged Li Miaomiao's palm with his head affectionately. Jiang Muheng and Zhao Liya. "What kind of terrible feeling is this, like being trapped as a nearby super bright light bulb?" Zhao Liya clenched her fists quietly and whispered to Jiang Muheng. "Someday, we need to grow stronger ourselves. We absolutely cannot live like this anymore. It's too damn embarrassing." Jiang Muheng found himself unusually aligned with Zhao Liya's thoughts this time, determined and nodding vigorously. Yeah, people from various sects of the Xian realm also took out their magical artifacts to withstand this impact. Fortunately, they had practiced since childhood and had solid fundamentals. They were also proactive in physical training, so they managed to endure. Yet, deep inside, they all admired Su Qingqing endlessly. The sheer action of Master Su attaching the Thunder Talisman to the hammer and smashing it was worth studying for half a lifetime, wasn't it? They realized traditional Xian techniques could also be this stylish and cyberpunk-like. And Gu Jun, right in the eye of the storm, was confronting the catastrophic hurricane and immense pressure head-on. He could feel Su Qingqing's gaze never leaving him, which slightly warmed his heart. She must want to help him when he can no longer hold on. However, he didn't need to use it. The wind in this central storm was truly powerful, feeling several times stronger than a full-on attack from a wind elemental mage. Yet he managed to muster his spiritual energy and withstand it. The resilience of his body far exceeded what he had imagined. Aside from the storm, there was an overwhelming pressure everywhere, which for ordinary priests and mages was the most unbearable part. It was omnipresent, with no escape. But Gu Jun felt oddly familiar with this pressure. Instead of being oppressed by it, he felt something inside him resonating, as if something was about to burst forth. This feeling was strange, yet incredibly familiar. It was as if he had possessed it since birth, but it had always been hidden within him, only now awakening. He always felt like he'd forgotten something very important, something he couldn't recall no matter how hard he tried. Despite the turmoil within him, with countless thoughts swirling through his mind, his expression remained calm as ever. Seeing his composed face, Su Qingqing assumed that nothing was wrong with him, slightly surprised by this. This Gu Jun truly was gifted beyond her expectations, stronger than she had anticipated. As the water pool surface reacted to Su Qingqing's Thor hammer, the cracks grew wider and finally shattered with a snap, breaking completely. Rather than just opening a hole as Su Qingqing had expected, allowing them to pass through, the entire surface collapsed. Not only did the water pool's mirror-like surface cave in, but also the land surrounding it, and all 18 levels of the underworld caved together. Both Su Qingqing and Gu Jun fell down, along with those on the shore, such as Jiang Muheng and the others. Gu Jun, being closest to Su Qingqing, instinctively lunged forward and embraced her, protecting her snugly in his arms even though he knew she would be fine. Startled, Su Qingqing instinctively struggled but quickly stopped when she realized the storm grew fiercer during their descent. She feared any sudden movements might endanger Gu Jun, so she restrained herself. Concerned for his safety, she wrapped him in a layer of her spiritual energy. Gu Jun was, after all, her favorite sheep to shear, and over time, she had developed feelings for him. Should anything happen to him, it wouldn't be good. At the same time, noticing that her friends were falling alongside them, she laboriously projected her energy to shield them remotely, forming protective layers around them. Chapter 190. A place filled with eerie energy. Although they had managed to stay together while falling, during the descent they passed through a massive storm, and as a result, they were scattered upon landing. Everyone ended up being blown away in different directions. Gu Jun and Su Qingqing landed together. Gu Jun cushioned Su Qingqing's fall by using his own body as a meat pad beneath her. Su Qingqing pushed herself up off his chest, lightly patting his chest as she said, "Not bad at all. These pectoral muscles, this physique is actually pretty solid." Gu Jun was still tense from their high-risk descent and wasn't ready for the unexpected hits from Su Qingqing. His face turned red all the way to the tips of his ears. He coughed lightly to stabilize his emotions. Maybe it's just due to my training having good results recently. With that, he also stood up from the ground. Su Qingqing tilted her head, scrutinizing him thoughtfully. Just exercise alone wouldn't allow a regular person to achieve your level of physical strength. The last time I saw a body as tough as yours was on those half-beasts. Half-beasts. That term was certainly new to Gu Jun, but he didn't admit to it. Helplessly, he said, "When I was a kid and injured, requiring a blood transfusion, my family did a paternity test. I'm my parents' biological son. I'm not some kind of half-beast." Su Qingqing retorted, "I was just making a random comment. Of course you're human. But because you're human, the fact that you possess such a physique is what's strange." Gu Jun remained silent. They got up and looked around, realizing they were in what seemed like a fiery mountain area. Everywhere they looked was scarlet red and scorched black mountains, their feet stepping on red earth, while far in the distance lay a vast stretch of scorched black terrain. However, despite the appearance, the temperature here wasn't high at all. Instead, it was cool and eerie, with a chilling sensation in the air. No one could be seen within sight. It was just them, no other companions, clearly having been dispersed by the earlier storm. Gu Jun, rarely worried, furrowed his eyebrows slightly. The storm was so powerful, the wind was like razor blades cutting through flesh. "Are they okay?" Su Qingqing reassured him, "Don't worry. I wrapped a layer of spirit energy around them when we fell. They should be fine. However, it would still be better if we found them quickly to avoid any trouble." She wiggled her index finger, causing a taut red string bound around her index finger to come alive. The red string connected from her finger and split into several lines leading far off into the distance. One end of the string was tied to Gu Jun's index finger. They had attached it there together long ago. As Su Qingqing moved her finger, the red thread tugged gently against his as well. It was an extraordinary feeling, akin to being mentally connected. You could feel someone calling clearly from the other end of the string. He flicked his finger, and her finger responded almost instantly with a tug back. After about a minute, responses from the other red threads arrived too, until all the strings had returned a response. Relieved, Su Qingqing exhaled. "Look, everyone's still alive, no problem." From her oversized bag, she rummaged and pulled out 4 sound transmission talismans. These talismans were superior to instant communication devices like cell phones. While phone signals can get blocked, talismans permeated everywhere without specialized arrays designed to block them. Using the red strings to confirm everyone's positions, Su Qingqing sent the sound transmission talismans flying one after another. The first contact made was with Li Miao Miao, who happened to be with Bai Qingxian. Su Qingqing asked, "Where are you now? Describe the place." Li Miao Miao glanced around. "We're on a boundless lake, with many islands. We're on one of the islands." "Which island are you on?" Li Miao Miao innocently assumed they must also be on one of the islands. Su Qingqing explained, "No, we're not at the same location. Just stay where you are, don't run around randomly, and keep yourselves safe while we come to pick you up." "How do you plan to find us then? How will you know our position?" Li Miao Miao asked curiously. Su Qingqing again gestured with the red thread, which stretched simultaneously in one direction from both ends. "This red string has a GPS function. We can use it to find you, and all you have to do is protect yourselves and not run around." Li Miao Miao replied confidently, "Don't worry, we'll surely protect ourselves. This is all lakes. It's Bai Qingxuan's forte." Still quite confident, Bai Qingxian added beside her, "Yes, I'm a water snake after all. Here's my domain, and I will protect my master well, so don't worry, Master Su. Keep going, and we'll wait for you to find us." And yet Bai Qingxian was still showing off over there despite everything. However, upon hearing that they were in an area filled with lakes, Su Qingqing felt slightly more at ease. Inside these Jan, small world spaces, places full of lakes should be areas where water elements are relatively abundant. Otherwise, they wouldn't have transformed into lakes. Such a place is indeed Bai Qingxuan's forte, so there's nothing to worry about. As a 1,000-year-old snake spirit who has ascended to become a jiao, being just one step away from transforming into a dragon, if he didn't have this level of skill, then he shouldn't even bother sticking around. Meanwhile, the red string in another direction on her index finger began to strongly shake. The remaining people could only be either Jiang Muqing or Zhao Lia. She had only tied the red strings with these few individuals. Su Qingqing's eyebrows slightly furrowed as she thought they might be in danger and immediately cut off the connection with Li Miao Miao. A sound transmission talisman flew over. After the sound transmission talisman lit up, excited voices of Jiang Muqing and Zhao Lia came through. Look what this is. Doesn't this look like Qingqing's talisman paper?" Hearing their excited voices, Su Qingqing let out a small sigh of relief in her heart. Given their robust tones, it seemed they hadn't encountered any significant danger, at least no one was hurt. "Where are you now? How is the situation there?" Su Qingqing asked. The first to respond was the excited voice of Jiang Muqing. "No problem here, we're fine. When we fell earlier, we thought for sure we were goners. That snake, Bai Qingxian, really showed no sense of brotherhood. He only took care of Li Miao Miao and didn't give a damn about whether we lived or died. Fortunately, you had placed a halo around us back then, and during our descent, it was that halo which protected us. Otherwise, we might already have been chopped into pieces by that wind by now." Jiang Muqing's tone remained as exaggerated as ever, and after talking for a while, he still hadn't gotten to the point. Slightly troubled, Su Qingqing massaged her temples and repeated the question again. So where are you now? What's the current situation there? Is there any danger? Chapter 191. They need to get out as soon as possible. Zhao Liya couldn't help herself upon hearing this, and shoved Jiang Muqing aside to communicate with Su Qingqing herself. Qingqing, we've fallen into a large forest. The trees here are so tall that they block out the sky, making it impossible to see the sun. We only have one gravel path ahead of us. At the end of the path appears to be an ancient building. Oh my gosh, there are even lanterns hanging there. It looks ghostly. But don't worry, we haven't encountered any danger yet. Moreover, forests are my forte. I can feel the abundant wood element energy here. I believe I won't have any trouble protecting myself. Zhao Liya sounded more reliable than Jiang Muqing. At least she explained their current situation clearly. Jiang Muqing, not to be outdone, chimed in from the side. Even if it's ghostly, I'm not scared. I have a ton of attack talismans in my hand, just waiting for somewhere to use them. Besides, we still have many of the great weapons you gave us. There's nothing to panic about. After hearing the situation over there, Su Qingqing sighed with relief. Fortunately, the environment over there was something they were skilled at handling. Still, with these two weakest ones together and without anyone stronger around to protect them, it was still somewhat concerning. It's unclear whether these two have good luck or bad. Su Qingqing could only remind them. Don't let your guard down. Be careful. Both of you are quite capable, but you both have shortcomings that need to compensate for each other when it counts. Remember, your first task is to take care of yourselves, and then wait for us to come find you. Got it. These two bickering partners certainly weren't easy to trust. After exchanging glances, they patted their chests and assured her, no problem. We'll set aside our differences and cooperate well. Zhao Liya looked at Jiang Muqing slowly and said, don't worry. This forest is my territory. I'll protect him well. Jiang Muqing rolled his eyes at Zhao Liya, saying, this place has ghostly vibes. Your plans might not work sometimes, and you'll have to rely on me. What do you have to brag about? Oomph. The next time if anything happens in the forest, I won't call you for help. Zhao Liya immediately retorted. Watching those two argue again for no reason made Su Qingqing's head ache. She pointed at the talisman charm and sighed. I knew I shouldn't have brought these two along. You go talk to them. After all, they came with you. Unexpectedly, Gu Jun simply said, you two keep arguing. If anything happens to you, I and Qingqing will surely clean up your remains and ensure your families see your bodies, since we've been friends for so many years. I solemnly guarantee this to you two. After finishing his words, Gu Jun took down the floating charm and turned it off manually. An eerie silence instantly descended where Zhao Liya and Jiang Muqing had been bickering a moment ago. When they could hear Su Qingqing's voice, they felt reassured just by listening to it. But once her voice disappeared and the surroundings fell silent again, they began to feel uneasy. Indeed, this forest oozed eeriness everywhere. Every tree here resembled the Big Y tree at the entrance of Baiyun County, towering with thick trunks. These giant trees were so densely packed their canopies nearly blocked out the sky. There was only one pebbled path leading far away to a mountain villa resembling the Lanrua temple from the movie, a Chinese ghost story. Not a single bird call could be heard. This vast forest seemed devoid of life except for them. Those two who had just boasted and argued in front of Su Qingqing found themselves unconsciously moving closer, inch by inch, though neither mentioned this awkward shift. After the talisman charm went dark, Su Qingqing still worried. Will they really be fine? I calculated a hexagram before leaving this time. Grandmaster said it was a slightly auspicious sign, meaning things would succeed in the end, but it wouldn't go smoothly in the middle, and someone might get hurt. Gu Jun patted her, saying, relax, these two are just talkative and boastful, but they know what they're doing deep inside. Don't indulge them. If you're truly worried about them, we should hurry and get out of here so we can find them earlier and meet up sooner. Su Qingqing agreed. Instead of worrying here, it was better to find them earlier. She took out a compass, walking professionally while observing the compass, heading towards a specific direction. She turned her head and said to Gu Jun, follow my steps closely, walk exactly in my footsteps, and don't make any mistake, otherwise there might be trouble. Su Qingqing could sense that this place, similar to the Flame Mountain, appeared calm on the surface but was actually full of danger. She wasn't afraid of these hidden little dangers. Rather, she didn't want to waste time dealing with them as she had more important things to do, finding people. After all, this place was essentially an upgraded version of an illusionary realm. It wasn't all fake within this realm. At least the dangers were real, a combination of illusions and reality, where the true and the false coexisted. Gu Jun nodded. Don't worry, I'm different from them. I absolutely won't hold you back at all. On the contrary, you can trust your back to me. Of course, Su Qingqing believed in Gu Jun when it came to this aspect. But sometimes, hearing him speak like that just felt off. Why did he have to emphasize how capable he was and highlight his differences from others? Su Qingqing pondered carefully, and the more she thought about it, the less it seemed right. Could this be what people called a put-down behavior? Even though she mumbled inwardly, such a moment was critical, so she didn't voice it out to distract Gu Jun. Yet in her heart, she couldn't help but think, who would have thought that Gu Jun, who looked honest and straightforward on the outside, would turn out to be like this? He liked putting others down. Good thing Gu Jun had no idea about Su Qingqing's thoughts. If he knew, he would surely die of anger. How come this woman just doesn't get it? What is the point of him repeatedly emphasizing his difference from others? Su Qingqing focused her attention on the path ahead, while Gu Jun remained vigilant behind her. Sure enough, some small animals suddenly darted out onto the road. A few lizards with extremely sharp teeth leaped out of the tranquil sand directly towards Su Qingqing's ankles. The lizard's teeth were very sharp and powerful, and if bitten hard, her ankle would probably be broken. Gu Jun was constantly alert to all surroundings. When he saw the lizard pop its head out of the ground, he swiftly kicked it with precise timing, sending the lizard flying. In fact, even if Gu Jun hadn't kicked, the lizard wouldn't have been able to bite Su Qingqing. She had already sensed it coming. However, Gu Jun's fast reflexes impressed her nonetheless. She nodded. Not bad. Your reflex speed is almost on par with mine now. Talent is indeed terrifying. Sometimes no amount of effort can surpass pure talent. It's really true. Chapter 192, Gigantic Toothed Lizards. Gu Jun's lips slightly curved upwards after being praised by Su Qingqing, feeling a little thrilled inside. However, he didn't show it on his face. His focus was completely absorbed by the current situation, so there wasn't even time for him to be overjoyed. Instead, he whispered a caution. Be careful, something's not right with this desert. Su Qingqing's expression grew colder. I know, let's leave as soon as possible and avoid any unnecessary fights. As they continued walking ahead, the temperature kept rising as if all the heat from this region concentrated in one place, drawn away by something unknown. Meanwhile, the number of gigantic toothed lizards that appeared increased significantly, beginning with 1 or 2 popping out occasionally, then progressing to 5 or 6 rushing at them simultaneously, until now an overwhelming swarm emerged. It felt as if these lizards were summoned by something, fighting desperately without hesitation, their sole purpose to block them from reaching a certain destination. Gu Jun had no choice but to pull out his weapon, a custom-made Tang sword he had purchased for a heavy sum. Baitu Zhus had once mentioned that Gu Jun spent 8 million yuan on this Tang sword. Originally, it was an ancient sword from the Tang dynasty, possibly belonging to a noble general at the time. Due to certain historical reasons, it ended up overseas some years ago. Gu Jun saw it during a foreign exhibition and was competing against someone from Japan for its auction. Without hesitation, Gu Jun directly engaged in the bidding battle against the Japanese man and eventually acquired the Tang sword for 5 million yuan, making it part of his private collection. Later, when he entered the Xianmen sect with Su Qingqing and needed a proper weapon, he tried various tools, including swords that are commonly used in the sect. But none of them felt quite right to him. Some weapons were too cumbersome and not sensitive enough, while others emitted excessive killing aura and lacked elegance. In the end, he went through his collection and immediately chose this Tang sword. The Tang sword carries the weight of history, offering a distinct sense of gravitas just by holding it. Its design is both elegant and deadly sharp. A single swing can fully unleash its power. Most importantly, as soon as Gu Jun picked it up, he felt an immediate resonance between himself and the sword, as if the sword had been waiting all these years for Gu Jun to pick it up again. Most crucially, Gu Jun tried infusing his inner spiritual energy into the sword, surprisingly discovering that the sword not only accepted it well, but also radiated a faint blue glow, as if wrapped in a layer of blue flames. After experimenting with it, Gu Jun decided this was the weapon for him. Despite having endured several centuries, many parts of the Tang sword were already somewhat damaged. He spent another 3 million yuan hiring the most prestigious master artisan who specializes in non-material cultural heritage crafts to use the finest materials and restore the sword. Afterward, the sword became the one currently in his possession. Truly, Gu Jun looked incredibly handsome wielding this sword. With his tall stature and long legs, the lengthy Tang sword seemed effortlessly wielded by him. A simple swing with seemingly minimal effort resulted in a pop sound breaking through the air. Wherever the Tang sword reached, every single enormous toothed lizard was split in half. He eliminated batch after batch effortlessly. Every movement, every action of his was clean and precise. Every technique aimed to kill. There was not a trace of excess or decorative moves. Despite this, his performance remained undeniably captivating, making him resemble a dazzling treasure blade sharper than the sword itself. Seeing how efficiently and effortlessly Gu Jun dealt with the situation, Su Qingqing, originally wanting to lend a hand, retracted her own and focused on reading the compass to find their location, occasionally taking a moment to assist by handling stray enemies. Sure enough, as they drew closer to their destination, more and more lizards emerged, obstructing their path forward. After eliminating another group, an eerie silence suddenly descended upon the surroundings. Not a single giant toothed lizard was in sight, creating a terrifying atmosphere. Are they all dead? This was Gu Jun's instinctive reaction. No, certainly not, Su Qingqing immediately refuted. Soon, she detected some unusual noises and sharply shouted, "Be careful." She swiftly pulled Gu Jun behind her and formed intricate mudras with both hands, conjuring a massive protective shield out of thin air. Just as the shield materialized, a massive horde of gargantuan toothed lizards leaped out from beneath the sand layers. Their numbers were dense beyond imagination, enough to make one's scalp crawl. Not just around them. As far as the eye could see, it seemed the entire desert quivered under a sea of enormous lizards extending endlessly in all directions. These hordes came wave after wave, like a sandstorm, the amount of which was frightening and horrifying. They rushed towards Su Qingqing and Gu Jun without restraint, reminiscent of moths disregarding their lives in pursuit. Fortunately, Su Qingqing had just erected the protective shield, which managed to block all these gigantic toothed lizards. Otherwise, with such a massive number of lizards, they might have been reduced to skeletons in an instant. Now, the lizards were blocked outside the shield, while they took refuge inside its semicircular barrier. In the blink of an eye, the entire shield was completely overwhelmed by the swarm of lizards. Inside the shield, it felt as if the sky instantly turned black. Darkness enveloped the interior of the shield, cutting off the sounds from the outside. It was so quiet that only their breathing could be heard. Su Qingqing held her hands in intricate mudras, continuously channeling streams of spiritual energy from her palms to maintain the shield. Glancing at the colossal toothed lizards outside, she slightly narrowed her eyes and said, "There are far too many of them. We can't possibly eliminate them all. We're trapped." Gu Jun asked, "Why didn't we notice any movement earlier, but now suddenly so many gigantic toothed lizards appear? Where do they come from, and what do they live on?" Su Qingqing replied, "They were probably all hiding underground before, likely in a dormant or hibernating state, which is why there was no activity, and we failed to detect them. When we moved in this direction, they noticed us. This suggests we're heading in the right direction, about to touch upon something important to them, and then they've all been summoned together to deal with us." These gigantic toothed lizards usually survive by absorbing human grievances and negative emotions. They're not physical beings, merely illusions, and even small amounts of negative emotions allow them to endure for long periods. However, given how many lizards there are, it seems they've caused harm to quite a few people. No matter what, their current situation was clear. They were trapped, and the lizards had firmly enclosed them here. Su Qingqing estimated that this might be intentional manipulation by the Universal God sect, deliberately allowing them to land in this place. Individually, these giant toothed lizards weren't much of a challenge. They were certainly no match for her. But there were so many of them. They could launch wave after wave attacks, depleting Su Qingqing's spiritual energy simply through sheer numbers and exhausting them here. Once Su Qingqing and Gu Jun were worn down to the point of exhaustion, with their resources nearly depleted, the sect would send out their strongest creature to finish them off easily. It has to be admitted, it was indeed a cunning plan. Chapter 193, A Shared Secret. Su Qingqing and Gu Jun both thought about this level, but the more at such a time, the calmer one must be. Under no circumstances should one be in a hurry. One needs to calm down and think carefully about what should be done. Absolutely, one must not lose composure. Just as Su Qingqing was thinking whether she should throw out a heavenly fire talisman, wondering how many lizards one heavenly fire talisman could roughly burn to death, and if her supply of talismans would be enough. Gu Jun suddenly asked her, "I remember your protective shield can withstand attacks from outside, but can it also allow attacks from inside to the outside?" Su Qingqing nodded. "Yes, I am currently thinking about what can be used to attack outward effectively. So far, the Heavenly Fire Talisman appears to have the best offensive effect on them. The Heavenly Fire Talisman is powerful for an assault." Gu Jun then asked, "Can your protective shield move while maintaining its function?" Upon hearing Gu Jun's words, Su Qingqing brightened up. She immediately understood his meaning. "You mean, we clear them out while attacking and moving forward, directly dealing with that big guy?" "Right," Gu Jun nodded. "You give me the compass and the Heavenly Fire Talisman. I'll hold them for you. You figure out which way we should go, and I will throw the Heavenly Fire Talisman in that direction to clear the way. Aren't these things stopping us from getting through? They must be protecting something very important. That thing might very well be the key to our escape. The more they guard against us crossing over there, the more we must cross. Getting there earlier will reduce our losses sooner and make us safer faster." Unfortunately, Su Qingqing's hands were busy forming gestures, leaving no room for other actions. Otherwise, she would have definitely given Gu Jun a thumbs up and praised him. "All right, Mr. Gu. You really are talented." She cooperatively handed her backpack over to him. It originally seemed like a normal backpack, slightly large maybe, but nothing else noteworthy. However, when Gu Jun received it, he realized the backpack was incredibly heavy. Without mentally preparing for the weight, he almost lost grip and nearly dropped it onto the ground. Luckily, he quickly reacted and prevented the embarrassing moment. However, the weight wasn't the most astonishing part. What surprised him even more was the space inside the bag. Though it appeared to be a regular backpack externally, the internal space was significantly larger, far greater than what one could see from the outside. It felt more like a large cabinet. Moreover, everything inside was categorized and arranged meticulously. There were different sections clearly marked, each type of talisman separated neatly, along with plenty of other miscellaneous items. One could say that this bag contained all of Su Qingqing's crucial possessions. Wherever she went, as long as she carried this mystical bag, it was enough. No wonder she never let others touch her bag. It truly held secrets. Now, only due to the pressing situation and unavoidable circumstances, had she permitted him to handle her bag. He endured for a while, finally giving in to curiosity. "Why is the space inside your bag so large?" Su Qingqing wanted to ask if now was really the time to discuss this. But meeting Gu Jun's inquisitive gaze, she resigned herself to explaining. "This bag has space talismans attached internally. They roughly increase the volume by about 5 cubic meters. The bag itself is just a cover. Sticking those talismans into any container would enlarge its space like this." Gu Jun tentatively asked, "Then, after we return, could you possibly draw me a few of those talismans?" He found having such an item incredibly convenient. One could go anywhere while carrying a small bag only. Truly, Su Qingqing was a treasure trove. Su Qingqing felt quite speechless from being constantly questioned by him. She nodded reluctantly. All right. Drawing those space talismans is rather complicated. It's 2,000 per piece." "No problem." Gu Jun agreed without hesitation. At 2,000 per piece, it was still a bargain since he certainly wasn't lacking in funds. Su Qingqing suddenly remembered something and added a note. "I'm selling you just one, but you must absolutely not tell anyone. You guys here don't have this kind of thing, focusing solely on science instead. If word gets out about this and stirs up trouble, I'd be dragged into cooperating with those people on their scientific research studies. Just thinking about it gives me a headache." She didn't use any concealment talismans, but kept the space talisman secret because of exactly this reason. With the current population surge and limited space issues making everything increasingly crowded, if an expanded space talisman came around, she'd undoubtedly get abducted for study. Gu Jun also considered this point and seriously nodded his head. Rest assured, I will not disclose this to anyone. I am exceptionally skilled at keeping secrets. At the same time, there was a hidden excitement rising within him. He too shared a secret with Su Qingqing now. They had a shared secret. Of course, he tucked this secret joy away in his heart. There was no delay in his actions as he quickly found the heavenly fire talisman and the compass, pulling them out. One hand held the compass up for Su Qingqing to see, while the other readied the heavenly fire talisman, waiting for Su Qingqing's direction. Su Qingqing glanced at the compass and said accurately, "With you facing me as the reference, advance 20 meters in the 1 o'clock direction." Gu Jun immediately tossed a heavenly fire talisman in that direction. Though he couldn't draw talismans, each time he used one, it unleashed its tremendous power. It was as if the heavenly fire talisman in his hand became like a rocket launcher. A straight line of flames shot out, sweeping across many giant tooth lizards, opening up at least a 50-meter vacuum zone. Taking advantage of this gap, Su Qingqing maintained the protective shield, and the two sprinted forward at full speed. Just as they reached the 20th meter mark, the cleared path was once again densely surrounded by giant tooth lizards, blocking their way yet again. They had no choice but to stop. Su Qingqing checked the compass again, providing another precise direction. Gu Jun threw another heavenly fire talisman towards that direction, clearing another 20-meter vacuum area, moving forward another 20 to 30 meters before stopping again. Like this, the two cooperated seamlessly, gradually progressing towards their destination. This method of collaboration was undeniably the most efficient and effort-saving. What could those astonishingly numerous giant tooth lizards possibly do now? They had no magical spells, only close-range attacks by biting. Currently, separated by the protective shield, they couldn't reach their targets. Even when they tried to block with their bodies, they still failed. Despite their overwhelming numbers covering the sky and earth, what did it matter? In the end, they were left utterly powerless. In just about 10 minutes, a massive sand dune appeared before them. There was a huge cave on the dune, emanating an especially perilous aura. They were almost certain that the most dangerous thing must be hidden within. Gu Jun used the heavenly fire talisman to clear the last batch of giant tooth lizards blocking the entrance. Then he and Su Qingqing rushed into the cave entrance like lightning. The moment they rushed in, Su Qingqing reinforced the protective shield with several more layers, fearing something might suddenly jump out inside the cave and catch them off guard. But as soon as they entered, everything suddenly fell silent. The giant tooth lizards chasing from outside stopped right at the mouth of the cave, as though this cave was a sacred forbidden area that none dared cross. Chapter 194. Gu Jun was genuinely confused. Su Qingqing was startled, standing motionless in place, unable to react. She slowly turned her head toward Gu Jun. "No way, it's already opened? The palm print on this is yours." Gu Jun. He slowly turned his head towards Su Qingqing, his usually calm face now equally befuddled. I have no idea." Gu Jun was truly confused. After coming to Baiyun County, many strange things had happened, and everyone occasionally felt bewildered. But the most confused person there was none other than Gu Jun. Why did the omnipotent god look exactly like him? Why did he feel an incredibly familiar presence in the Broken Pool storm? Most absurdly, why did his hand match this palm print, allowing him to open this stone door? One event after another. Even someone like Gu Jun who could remain unmoved even if Mount Tai collapsed before him, was completely lost. Su Qingqing looked at him with a peculiar gaze. "You couldn't possibly be an undercover agent sent by the omnipotent god sect, right?" At this moment, Gu Jun finally reacted, looking at Su Qingqing with a hint of helplessness. "Do you think so? Look how badly I was harmed before. You saved me and changed my fate. Don't you know what kind of constitution I have?" Not only was his gaze helpless, but his words also carried an indulgence. The tone sounded like that of an old married couple who had lived together for years, where the wife misunderstood the husband when she caught him allegedly cheating. Su Qingqing thought about it carefully and realized that made sense. She scratched her head. Then this is just too weird, almost like one of the world's unsolved mysteries. All right, let's take it step by step. The truth will definitely reveal itself eventually. The stone door opened, releasing a wave of even hotter air. Unlike the pitch-black exterior passageway, inside was an extremely spacious area, a massive stone chamber so vast that as soon as one stepped in, even the subtlest sounds would echo loudly and clearly. It was also not as dark as outside. In the depths of the large stone room, several objects resembling small torches were glowing rhythmically, lighting up, then dimming. However, the room was too enormous, and the light was very faint, so everything appeared blurry and indistinct. Gu Jun adjusted his flashlight to the high beam mode and shone it inside. Just as his flashlight beam illuminated the space, a pair of massive red vertical pupils suddenly appeared in front of them. An indeterminate-sized colossal creature, completely silent until now, leapt into the air without any warning and crashed down toward them with terrifying force. Before that moment, it had lain hidden in the darkness, making not a single sound. Creatures like the gigantic toothed lizard make no sound. They never give useless roars. They aim precisely and pounce with lethal force. The gigantic toothed lizard moved fast, but Su Qingqing moved faster. As it lunged at her, she shot out like a little missile with a whoosh, leaping into the air and kicking it squarely on its forehead. The lunging gigantic toothed lizard hesitated mid-air momentarily, then was forcibly kicked back 5 to 6 meters by Su Qingqing. This creature, as big as a miniature artificial hill, shook the earth when it ran, yet it was thrown back 5 to 6 meters by Su Qingqing's kick. If that amount of strength were fully unleashed onto a human, Gu Jun, merely observing it, found it bone-chilling. Truly, anyone can be provoked except Su Qingqing. After Su Qingqing kicked it away, she pursued relentlessly, jumping onto the gigantic toothed lizard and hammering its face fiercely. Her hands, charged with spiritual energy, produced loud bangs with each punch. The gigantic toothed lizard was completely unprepared and confused. Despite having formidable strength and biting power, its reaction speed was slow. It could only endure being repeatedly punched in the head by Su Qingqing, quickly becoming disoriented. It helplessly tried to bite her, spitting hot breath from its mouth continuously. Su Qingqing didn't indulge it, striking its skull bang 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 with both hands. This power wasn't something that could be described by punching down one child per hit. It felt like a punch that could send Mike Tyson flying. But the gigantic toothed lizard was no pushover either. Even though it was dazed from being hammered, its thick hide prevented any fatal damage. Finally enraged, during the brief pause when Su Qingqing pulled back her punches to catch her breath, it suddenly inhaled deeply. The small flames within the stone room reappeared. It turns out that the small flames they observed from the outside weren't fires lit within the room, but the flames in the gigantic toothed lizard's belly. At this moment, not only did the 3 little flames they had seen outside appear, but starting from the mouth and throat of the gigantic toothed lizard as it inhaled, there were small flames all the way from its throat to its belly. The little flame began at its throat and gradually grew larger, turning into a huge fireball by the time it reached its belly. At this point, its deep inhalation paused. It let out a roar towards Su Qingqing and spewed out a massive fireball. "Watch out," Gu Jun shouted instinctively. Su Qingqing, having just landed, barely sidestepped the fireball that whizzed by, narrowly dodging it in an extremely perilous moment. She hadn't expected the gigantic toothed lizard to have magic attacks. Taking advantage of Su Qingqing avoiding its fireball, the gigantic toothed lizard leapt at her again. Its body and the fireball it had spat both arrived almost simultaneously. The fireball was both an attack and a smokescreen. This gigantic toothed lizard was much smarter than its bulky figure suggested, making it incredibly tough to deal with. Su Qingqing had just dodged the fireball, and then successively avoided the flying assault from the gigantic toothed lizard. Her movements were hurried, but she showed no signs of panic. The tense scene made Gu Jun constantly worry for her from the sidelines. For a while, Su Qingqing and the gigantic toothed lizard fought fiercely, neither gaining the upper hand. One could say they were locked in combat. Actually, Su Qingqing had been holding back half her strength, probing for its weak points through attacks from various angles, preparing to find an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Gu Jun watched from the side, helplessly unable to lend any assistance. At this moment, he once again realized how weak his own abilities truly were, so weak that he couldn't help even a bit. In truth, after so long, Gu Jun had long since known his feelings for Su Qingqing in his heart, yet he had never revealed his feelings to Su Qingqing. Even though he treated her with great care, giving her special attention that everyone could see, he still didn't reveal his true intentions at all. The reason was simple. He knew all too well what his own capabilities were. He wasn't worthy of Su Qingqing. That's why he trained even harder. Chapter 195. The situation became more complicated. But it seemed that no matter how hard he practiced, no matter how much time he was given, he wouldn't be able to match Su Qingqing, let alone rival her. Every time at a critical moment, he could clearly feel the gap between them. Her strength made him both admire and feel inferior. Just like now, he could only helplessly watch as Su Qingqing fought fiercely, unable to offer any assistance. While he was reflecting on this, an unusual sound came from the entrance of the stone cave. It sounded like thousands of horses rushing in, large numbers of creatures flooding in, even making the ground tremble. Gu Jun immediately drew his tang knife with a swift movement, blocking the corridor at the entrance to the stone chamber. He soon saw the giant toothed lizards that had been at the mouth of the cave earlier rush in chaotically now. Su Qingqing, distracted by the situation on his side, spared a glance at him. This small distraction allowed the fire-breathing lizard to seize its opportunity, delivering a strong push. Su Qingqing failed to dodge in time, almost getting hit. She narrowly avoided being struck, but her waist was still grazed, the situation incredibly perilous, nearly being thrown off balance. Upon witnessing this dangerous moment, Gu Jun said firmly, "Qingqing, focus on your opponent. Ignore me. Leave this to me." Su Qingqing adjusted her stance awkwardly before quickly regaining composure. While dealing with the fire-breathing lizard, she asked worriedly, "So many giant toothed lizards are coming. There's no protective shield this time. Can you handle it alone?" Gu Jun turned to her with a smile. "You shouldn't underestimate me. If I can't even do this, do I deserve to stand on the same battlefield as you? And wouldn't that mean I'm not even as capable as Bai Qingxian?" Su Qingqing actually wanted to say that he shouldn't compare himself to Bai Qingxian since Bai Qingxian was a millennium-old snake demon who'd been practicing for over 1,000 years, whereas Gu Jun had been cultivating for far less time. But seeing the serious expression on Gu Jun's face, her words stuck in her throat. It was the first time she had seen such seriousness and unexpected dominance on Gu Jun's face, and there was something undeniably attractive about it. Given her current inability to spare any attention elsewhere, she had to trust Gu Jun and tossed her backpack to him again. "All right, I trust you. Hold the fort at the entrance. Once I finish dealing with this giant toothed lizard, I'll come to help you. Quickly, all the attack talismans in this bag are at your disposal." Don't push yourself too hard, and don't worry about conserving resources. Everything is on me. Gu Jun didn't hesitate. Upon receiving Su Qingqing's trusted backpack, his gaze grew deeper and more determined. Don't worry. Leave it to me. As his final words fell, the group of giant-toothed lizards outside had already rushed towards the entrance. Gu Jun wielded his gleaming tang knife. One comes, he kills one. Two come, he cuts them down together. A horde arrives, he mows them down like blades of grass. Wherever the tang knife reached, the giant-toothed lizards were all split in half. These lizards existed due to human emotions, so after they died, they quickly dissipated into the air without leaving a trace. The next wave of giant-toothed lizards would charge forward fearlessly. But no matter how many charged, Gu Jun managed to slay them all with a single swing. Such fierce and relentless attacks were actually held back by Gu Jun. He stood there resolutely, like an immovable mountain, steadfastly guarding the area. In between combating the fire lizard, Su Qingqing occasionally stole a glance at Gu Jun's direction. She just caught a glimpse of his solid figure from behind, and somehow it stirred something deep within her heart. Although she had always known that he was highly talented, powerful, and intelligent, someone rare to find who combined brawn with brains and generous in action, making their cooperation very pleasant. There wasn't much else she thought about regarding him until today when she met such a different version of Gu Jun, discovering another facet of him. At this point, the war inside the stone cave had reached a stalemate. Su Qingqing couldn't resolve the battle with the fire lizard quickly enough, and Gu Jun was unable to deal with the sea of giant-toothed lizards outside. Both sides were locked in intense battles. They gradually realized that this might have been their adversary's plan. They were deliberately lured into this cave, allowing the giant-toothed lizards to wait outside while they let their guard down and ventured further in. Then once they began fighting the obstinate fire-breathing lizards, the giant-toothed lizards were released from the outside to trap them and kill them inside, leaving them trapped with no way out. Now they had no other option. Their sole course of action was to swiftly defeat the fire-breathing lizard, destroy the array it was guarding, and then leave this place. By now, Su Qingqing had pretty much found the weakness of the giant-toothed lizards. Regardless of how she attacked, the parts where the lizard remained unharmed would never flinch, and it would simply rush head-on regardless. However, only when attacking its abdomen would it dodge by twisting its body, using other hard parts to block the attack. After several instances like this, Su Qingqing had a pretty good idea. The abdomen was definitely this giant-toothed lizard's weakness. The giant-toothed lizards outside were all illusions created from human emotions. They turned into nothing upon being struck. But this fire-breathing lizard was different. It was a demon beast that had survived from tens of thousands of years ago. Although it's unclear why, it had been trapped here for tens of thousands of years, and its power was just 1/10 of what it once was. Yet, it had physical form. With physical form came weaknesses. Su Qingqing waited until after it spat fire. Then she swiftly dodged aside as if accidentally twisting her ankle, falling on the ground and rolling a circle. Seizing this opportunity, the fire-breathing lizard leaped into the air again, pouncing towards Su Qingqing. It held back no longer, wanting to take advantage of the moment to directly eliminate Su Qingqing. But Su Qingqing had been waiting for this very moment. As the giant-toothed lizard's belly fully exposed itself before her, she slid forward in a sliding tackle straight beneath its belly. With the sharp blade formed by her magic power, she plunged straight into its abdomen. The giant-toothed lizard's huge body paused mid-air with a thunderous roar before crashing heavily onto the ground. Once it hit the ground, it rapidly retreated, shrinking into a corner with a defensive posture, refusing to move an inch. After letting out its first piercing cry, it continued making short barks from the corner. These sounded like some kind of signal. The already frenzied giant-toothed lizards outside heard their leader's cries of pain and went completely wild, rushing in without restraint. Initially, Gu Jun had managed to hold his own guarding the cave entrance with the tang knife, supplemented by various wind blade talismans and celestial fire talismans. Now, with these lizards going berserk, he was struggling even more to keep them at bay. His stamina was depleting quickly. Even though he didn't voice it, his visibly slowing movements betrayed his fatigue. Finally, when a larger-than-average giant-toothed lizard charged in and engaged him in combat, even briefly, the smaller lizards took advantage of this brief distraction to swarm in. Chapter 196, A Matter of Life and Death. Gu Jun successfully dealt with the large lizard, but was soon surrounded by the smaller lizards rushing in. Just as he was about to be overwhelmed by these massive toothed lizards, Su Qingqing, who had severely injured the fire-breathing lizard, enveloped him in a thick layer of spiritual energy protection. Then she disregarded her own danger and rushed to Gu Jun's side at the fastest speed possible, while maintaining a protective barrier and pulling Gu Jun to safety. By then, Gu Jun had already been bitten several times. The teeth of the massive toothed lizards were no joke. Their power was immense. Each bite left a wound so deep that bone could be seen. Moreover, the teeth of the massive toothed lizards were venomous, carrying malevolent qi. The wounds from their bites were still emitting black vapor, which was the malevolent qi that the lizards had previously absorbed. Fortunately, Gu Jun was rescued by Su Qingqing just in time. If Su Qingqing had delayed even a few more seconds before rushing to his defense, it's likely that Gu Jun would have been chewed down to nothing but bones. Su Qingqing, maintaining the protective shield, couldn't inspect his wounds properly, so she asked him, "Are you alright? How many places are injured? Hurry up and use your spiritual energy to expel the malevolent qi from your wounds. Otherwise, if it takes too long, your body might collapse." Seeing how concerned Su Qingqing was for him, Gu Jun smiled at her and said, "I'm fine. I'm actually doing pretty well. I'm not that fragile." You've forgotten that my body has been enhanced. This much malevolent chi won't affect me much. I can expel it quickly. He then proceeded to expel the malevolent chi right in front of Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing really thought that Gu Jun had proven to be an exceptional teammate. Though his strength wasn't particularly strong, he could handle crucial situations and stayed true to his word. He managed to block until Su Qingqing had taken care of the fire-breathing lizard. Additionally, he followed commands without hesitation, worked well together, never stubbornly resisted, did what he was told, and never dragged his feet. Working with him was truly worry-free. Since Su Qingqing noticed his injuries, she was reluctant to let him continue, fearing that forcing out the malevolent chi might further aggravate his condition. She pulled Gu Jun behind her. You stay here and watch that fatally wounded fire-breathing lizard for me. If it shows any suspicious movements, tell me immediately. Let me quickly set up a barrier now to block this passage so that the fire-breathing lizards outside can't come in. Without fussing, Gu Jun nodded quickly. The number of massive toothed lizards outside was simply too great. It was impossible to kill them all. They could only temporarily hold them off. Previously, Su Qingqing didn't set up a barrier outside because the area was too vast, with the massive toothed lizards coming from all directions. There was neither the time nor the conditions to set up a barrier. But here it was different. Here there was only one entrance, so blocking this single opening was sufficient. While sustaining the protective shield with one hand, she quickly drew seals with the other hand, sketching a small formation into the air and pushing it outward with a snap. The small formation on her fingertip expanded proportionally after being pushed out, flashing brilliant golden light, repelling the massive toothed lizards that wanted to rush inside. It was then firmly fixed at the entrance like a sturdy wall, solidly standing firm. Regardless of how the massive toothed lizards outside collided with it, the barrier remained steadfast. Gu Jun took advantage of the situation to eliminate all the remaining massive toothed lizards in the cave. As a result, the inside of the cave finally became peaceful. Only the injured fire-breathing lizard that had retreated to a corner remained. From the very beginning, Gu Jun had kept a close eye on it, fearful that it would suddenly burst out and fight to the death with them using its last ounce of strength. However, this fire-breathing lizard appeared to be seriously injured. It lay in the corner, not having moved at all, with its eyes, full of flames, fixed on them the entire time. Its eyes contained endless anger, along with regret. After Su Qingqing finished setting up the barrier at the cave entrance, she was finally able to deal with the fire-breathing lizard. Gu Jun freed up his hands, also concerned that Su Qingqing might get too close to it alone, so he went over together with Su Qingqing. This was the first time since entering the stone chamber that Gu Jun got so close to a massive toothed lizard, as they usually maintained a distance between them. The fire-breathing lizard, which initially had fiery rage in its eyes, seemingly trying to take them both down with it in the final moments, unexpectedly twitched its nose when Gu Jun came closer. Then it stared wide-eyed at Gu Jun. It gazed at Gu Jun for a long time, and tears began to stream down from its eyes. It slowly moved towards Gu Jun, making pitiful whining sounds, thrusting its massive head towards Gu Jun's palm. Gu Jun instinctively took a few steps back, watching it cautiously. Seeing Gu Jun avoiding it, its eyes became more aggrieved, and the whimpering sound from its throat grew louder. Its state reminded Su Qingqing of another creature. The last time she saw a monster this pitiful was by Qing Xian, who had been abandoned by its master. Su Qingqing's gaze towards Gu Jun grew even stranger. This fire-breathing lizard seems to know you? Gu Jun. Here we go again. Something that left him baffled was happening again. How many times has this happened since they entered this place? He helplessly said. But I don't know it. Could it be because I look like that omnipotent true god, so it's mistaken me for him? That was the only reason he could think of. Seeing Gu Jun ignoring it and saying he didn't know it, the fire-breathing lizard became completely frantic. It started speaking human words. Master, it's your little Cece here. Don't you remember me? Su Qingqing. Who? Su Qingqing couldn't help herself. She'd just taken a sip of water when this happened, and now she spat it all out. A giant lizard the size of a small mountain sounded like a knife scraping against a rusty blade when it spoke. It was incredibly unpleasant, painful enough to make your eardrums hurt. Even worse, it tried whining in what it thought was a pitiful tone, which was absolutely bone-chilling. It made her skin crawl, worse than its previous angry roar. Equally startled wasn't just Su Qingqing. Naturally, the person most shocked, uncomfortable, and dissatisfied was Gu Jun himself. Looking at the monstrous lizard, his expression was complicated. To be honest, this was also the first time he'd interacted with it so closely. It immediately recognized him, and he also felt an inexplicable familiarity with it. The feeling was as peculiar as always, someone he was confident he'd never met or known before, but was oddly familiar to him. With a complex expression, he asked, "Do you understand human language?" The fire-breathing lizard nodded, and then slowly repeated its earlier question with an unbearably grievous tone. "Master, you really don't remember Cece anymore?" Clutching his forehead in frustration, Gu Jun replied, "Just speak normally. Open your eyes and look at me carefully. I'm not your omnipotent deity. You've mistaken me for someone else." But unexpectedly, the massive toothed lizard shook its head vigorously. "No, I haven't made a mistake. I will never mistake you. I am your owner. Even if you turn into ashes, I'd still recognize you." Gu Jun. Turning around, he saw Su Qingqing looking at him with a meaningful glance, and now even more certain. Her eyes seemed to say, "See? And you're still denying having a problem." Feeling utterly exasperated, Gu Jun didn't know how to explain. Their plan originally was to eliminate the fire-breathing lizards guarding this area as soon as possible, then find a way to leave quickly. But now, with the fire-breathing lizard continuously calling him master and staring at him with such mournful eyes, it felt, frankly, difficult to act decisively against it. Chapter 197. Do you still remember Cece? At this point, the Punhuashi Yi continued to complain. Master, you once said that it was very dangerous outside. The land outside was about to sink completely. Then you used the Jiezi space to bring me and my kind here, putting me into a deep slumber, and even left me here with your own hands. Have you forgotten all of this? Gu Jun. No, he really didn't know about something from 10,000 years ago. However, they did learn an important piece of information from this. The continent had once been submerged more than 10,000 years ago. All living creatures here would have perished, at which time a great power utilized Jiezi space to transport this entire expanse of land into the Jiezi space. It turned out this place wasn't artificially created, but was instead a small world brought in from outside. There was not much else the Punhuashi Yi could explain. After learning all the effective information, Gu Jun could only reiterate with helplessness, I'm really not your master. You've mistaken someone. I'm only 28 years old this year. It's already been more than 10,000 years here. How could I possibly be your master? 10,000 years? Are you saying it's already been 10,000 years outside? To their surprise, the Punhuashi's fire-red eyes became even brighter. The look in its eyes was so bright it seemed as if it could scorch someone. Su Qingqing nodded. Judging from the residual spiritual energy remaining here, it's been roughly 10,000 years here. Punhuashi Yi, that's wonderful. You truly are my master. Gu Jun again. Confused, he asked, why is that? Punhuashi Yi explained, because when the master left me here, he told me to wait patiently. He said he'd return after 10,000 years, and now more than 10,000 years have passed outside, and you're back. So, you must be my master. Gu Jun. Finished. This situation became even more complicated to clarify. Su Qingqing, supporting her chin with one hand, thought and analyzed. Actually, it's not entirely impossible. Maybe you are the reincarnation of that powerful being? Wait, if there's a great power capable of bringing this little world directly into a Jiezi space, this means his abilities must have almost reached the level required for ascension. The spiritual energy from more than 10,000 years ago was so pure and abundant that ascension wouldn't be difficult for him. After the land submerged, he would have nowhere else to go. Surely, he must have ascended by now. But if he has already ascended, he definitely won't reincarnate into this world. He has already left the cycle of reincarnation. How could he reincarnate as you after 10,000 years? She cast a questioning glance at Gu Jun. Gu Jun wanted to throw up his hands and surrender. Don't look at me. I don't know. I really don't know. Su Qingqing thought for a moment. Seeing how cooperative the Punhuashi was, she decided to ask for more information. Have you ever encountered someone who looks exactly like your master? Or perhaps just resembles him greatly? Unexpectedly, the Punhuashi nodded earnestly. I indeed encountered someone like that. I forgot exactly how many years ago it was. Time has been too long here for me to remember precisely, but it was probably within the last 100 years or so. Outside the cave, a man came with an aura almost identical to my master's. His presence was so similar to yours that I initially thought you had returned. Later, after carefully distinguishing the scent, I realized it wasn't you, but someone who looked extremely similar to you. He told me that if I continued to guard here, you would soon return. Actually, I had no choice but to follow his instructions. By this point, Su Qingqing and Gu Jun basically deduced that the man with an aura similar to his mentioned by the Punhuashi should be one Neng Shun, the omnipotent deity. The Punhuashi didn't actively recognize him as its master, nor was it subdued by him. Rather, it was deceived by him. Su Qingqing asked again, how does he contact you and issue commands? The Punhuashi vomited up a large amount of magma, from which emerged a jet-black jade stone. This jade was indistinguishable from the one used earlier by Wan Nengxin outside to control others, clearly indicative of Wan Nengxin's methods. After vomiting it out, the Punhuashi, behaving as if presenting a treasure, scratched it toward Gu Jun with its claws, showing some obsequiousness on its grotesque face. They call me through this. The Punhuashi, oh no, it should now be called Cece, explained thus to Gu Jun and Su Qingqing. Gu Jun picked up the jade. A faint red light still emanated from the jade, indicating that it was currently operational and usable. Gu Jun stared at the jade for a while, feeling as though something was watching him through it from afar. It felt like being under surveillance, making one quite uncomfortable. He didn't know that the left and right guards by MOU could indeed see him from their side, and what's more, they could see him up close. Neither did he know how his face, which looked even more like the omnipotent true god than the omnipotent true god himself, had stunned the left and right guards on their side. The right guard was a fast talker. Almost instinctively, he said, I now finally understand why our true god would go to any lengths to get hold of Gu Jun's body. Gu Jun's body is just tailor-made for our god. If, after the revival, our true god could have such a perfect human body, it would be truly blissful. The left guard gave him a glance. Our true god naturally has his own reasons for whatever he does. When has he ever needed your evaluation? We just need to follow his orders directly. In all these years, people from the omnipotent god sect haven't hesitated to take action against Gu Jun repeatedly. Unfortunately, with the protection of the purple dragon energy, they've never managed to succeed. Finally, they almost succeeded in stealing part of Gu Jun's luck, but Su Qingqing showed up at that critical moment. Afterward, they lost quite a number of personnel over Gu Jun, and several outside secret agents were also eliminated, yet they still didn't succeed. Some advised the true god to abandon Gu Jun, who was too hard to conquer, suggesting finding another alternative, or else the losses would be unbearable. However, the true god turned a deaf ear to these advices. He rejected them outright and persisted without giving up, saying that after completing this sacrifice and awakening the ancient divine beast to greatly increase his power, he would then seize Gu Jun's body. At first, none of them could understand, but now after seeing Gu Jun himself, they all understood. Gu Jun's body was 100% prepared for their omnipotent, true god. Su Qingqing took the piece of black jade from Gu Jun's hand. The moment she got it, she felt that familiar sense of firmness. She chuckled lightly, her laughter filled with ridicule. You people of the omnipotent god sect are capable of only this much? This should be the hardest place you deal with here, right? Is this all you've got? Both the left and right guards were infuriated, but despite their anger, they dared not retort against Su Qingqing. Their true god was still asleep, which was his most vulnerable time. It seemed that all the ragtag forces of their omnipotent god sect combined might not even match Su Qingqing. Hadn't everyone seen that ferocious beast from over 10,000 years ago being thoroughly subdued by Su Qingqing? If it hadn't recognized its new master in time, it might already have been beaten to death and cut open. Chapter 198. Drag it out a little longer. Before Su Qingqing's arrival, their universal divine sect had everything going smoothly. They walked steadily and securely. The people of the mystical schools were no match for them. When had they ever endured such humiliation? Now, they could only grit their teeth and temporarily swallow this frustration. It was fine. From when Su Qingqing arrived at Baiyun County until now, they'd already delayed nearly a day and a night. With another day and a night, the sacrificial ceremony could be held. Although it would be held a day earlier than planned, that was unavoidable. Starting a day earlier might make the effects weaker, but once their true universal god awakened, it would be more than enough to deal with them. Right now, they just had to bear the shame and persevere, absolutely endure. Finally, after struggling to convince themselves to suppress their anger, Su Qingqing's next words stung even more deeply. At first, I actually thought your universal divine sect might have some real skills, but I never expected that your most powerful fire-breathing lizards, as well as your sect's hidden true sanctuary, were also stolen. Who knows how you gained the opportunity of the Jizzy space? Merely gaining a slightly bigger opportunity, yet you already dare to dream of becoming the world's dominant power before the mystical schools fully recover. It's really like a pipe dream. What's wrong? Is there no night here? How come you're dreaming all day? Su Qingqing's words didn't have much killing power, but their insult was extremely high. Gu Jun couldn't help laughing aloud as he listened beside her. He glanced at her and said, "Where do you pick up all these random things?" Su Qingqing shrugged. After being around Zhao Liya for so long, I've been influenced by her. So does it work or not? Gu Jun gave her a thumbs up. It works, it's very strong. Indeed, right now the members of the Universal Divine Sect on the other side were almost driven crazy with anger. The right guardian spat angrily. When our true god awakens and we catch them, we will surely torture them severely. That woman, I'll make sure she regrets it big time. Su Qingqing lifted her shoulders, guessing correctly that the Black Jade side wouldn't respond to her anymore or send any messages back. She used a little spiritual force, making a crisp snap, and effortlessly crushed the Black Jade they had been using to control communications. Instantly, the relevant map tied to the Universal Divine Sect on that side went dark, and they were no longer able to see Su Qingqing's and Gu Jun's current situation. Apart from smashing objects in rage, neither the left nor the right guardian had any other recourse. The left guardian still retained a shred of reason. He took a deep breath and said, "No matter, even if they leave here, their friends are scattered across different places, they can't possibly abandon their companions and won't refrain from rescuing them. And they haven't rested or closed their eyes for over a day and a night. As living beings, they'll surely become exhausted. By the time they rest properly and rescue their friends, we will have already completed the sacrificial ceremony. This wretched woman, she won't remain so arrogant for long." How could Su Qingqing and Gu Jun not know the Universal Divine Sect's thoughts? Since they entered the Jizzy space, one could say they'd been riding roughshod over the land of the Universal Divine Sect. Even though they'd acted arrogantly to this extent, they'd never once encountered core personnel from the sect. After the right guardian tested their strength and found himself to be garbage, unable to stand against them, he'd gone into hiding until now. Instead, they exploited purely tool-like beasts such as the fire-breathing lizard, clearly aiming to delay them while finishing the sacrificial ceremony. Su Qingqing directly asked Cici, "How can we leave here?" Cici slowly moved away from the position it had been guarding and revealed a corner from its side. With a soft sound, 5 doors magically appeared on the mural in that corner. Through the 5 doors, one could clearly see the opposite side, showing different landscapes. Among them were 2 enormous lakes and an endless forest, which matched what Zhao Liya and Li Miao Miao described. They must lead straight to their side. There was only one door where nothing could be seen but an emptiness, as though someone had placed a boundary seal on it. "Where is this?" Su Qingqing pointed at the door and asked. Cici truly knew. "This is the place where someone who looks like my master is. He once appeared from the other side of this door and spoke with me. He told me to guard this door well and not let anyone go through." Su Qingqing then asked, "Then why did you tell us?" Cici fidgeted a bit, glancing at Gu Jun on the side with something akin to shyness and coyness before replying. "Because my true master has returned, and I'm willing to tell him everything. No one is more important to me than my master." Su Qingqing. "Hey, for some reason, this lizard seems even more disgusting and irritating than Bai Qingshuan's snake." Gu Jun coughed lightly and asked Su Qingqing, "We don't have much time left. Why don't we hurry up and go find Li Miao Miao and Zhao Liya directly? We'll wait until everyone's together before making our final move to that last door. Otherwise, if we leave them scattered out there, it'll still be a worry for you. Su Qingqing nodded. While eradicating the universal divine sect was important, it wasn't as important as her friends were. Since she had brought them in, of course, she also had to bring them all back safely. Upon hearing they were leaving, Cece immediately became anxious and asked nervously, "Master, are you going again? Are you leaving Cece behind once more? You've already left me alone for 10,000 years. This time you can't leave. Wherever you go, Cece must follow." And with that, the huge fire-breathing lizard took a few steps after Gu Jun, seemingly unaware of its own massive size. "Gu Jun, look, I really don't know you." His voice carried an undertone of helplessness. Cece's ugly little face looked even more pitiful, almost on the verge of tears. Gu Jun took a step back, and the colossal lizard followed him with every step, blood still seeping from its belly where Su Qingqing had pierced it with a blade. Seeing it so badly injured, Su Qingqing couldn't help but feel a bit remorseful. Though they had been enemies at the time, and it had indeed lost fairly in battle, the misunderstanding was now cleared up, and it clearly bore quite severe wounds. Though misunderstandings might have ended, its stomach certainly wouldn't heal by itself. After a moment's thought, she reached into her large backpack and pulled out a spirit-gathering talisman, slapping it onto the lizard's belly with a snap. The energy of the spirit-gathering talisman flowed into the lizard's wound, which began healing visibly before their eyes. Cece looked up and wagged its tail toward her. "Thank you, master's mate." It automatically assumed that Su Qingqing was Gu Jun's partner. Chapter 199. The situation over there is not good. After hearing this, Su Qingqing was first stunned and then furiously corrected. "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't misunderstand me. I am not his mate." Shishi looked very puzzled and said, "Aren't you mates? I've seen human mates before. Only mates would trust each other like you two, placing your backs in the other's hands." The lines on Su Qingqing's face deepened even more as she said, "Who told you that? Human comrades in arms can also place their trust in each other like that." "Oh," Shishi nodded and said, "I don't understand these things. All I know is that you and my master get along well. My master works hard to protect you, and you work hard to protect my master too. The rest doesn't matter to me. My master once said that my brain isn't big enough, and I'm not smart enough. He told me not to think too much, because no matter how much I thought about it, I wouldn't figure it out." Su Qingqing, your master made a pretty accurate statement there. She didn't notice that Gu Jun had been smirking at the corner of his mouth ever since Shishi mentioned that she was his mate. Originally, when he looked at Shishi, he just felt a bit familiar, nothing more. But now as he observed Shishi, the more he liked it. Maybe in his past life, he really kept Shishi, otherwise why would Shishi understand him so well? Seeing that Shishi was seriously injured, Su Qingqing slapped another essence-gathering charm onto its belly after using up one. After using 3 essence-gathering charms, the blood stopped flowing from its belly finally, and the wound was temporarily under control. Su Qingqing stood up, turning into an unfeeling demoness and cruelly refused. "Sorry, I appreciate your feelings for Gu Jun, but you're just too huge. We have something important to do next, and we can't take you along." Shishi stared at Su Qingqing with its round, fiery red eyes for a while, and seeing her unfazed by its gaze, quickly transferred its attention to Gu Jun. It managed to make a hoarse plea. "Master, please take me along. I promise I won't cause any trouble. I'm always obedient, you know." Initially, Su Qingqing assumed that Gu Jun, who hated trouble more than she did, would definitely not agree to taking Shishi along. It wasn't like they were going to leave Shishi entirely alone. They could come back to bring it away once they resolved the issues related to the Universal God Sect. Unexpectedly, after hesitating for a moment, Gu Jun actually said, "Actually, taking it along might be okay. Its combat ability is almost on par with yours, and now it listens to us. Taking it along would mean, if we encounter some danger at a crucial time, and you're overwhelmed, it would still be strong backup. Having it around will benefit us." Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing carefully examined Gu Jun for a while, raising doubts from the bottom of her heart. "Wait, haven't you remembered something? Otherwise, why are you spoiling it?" How could Gu Jun tell Su Qingqing that it was all because of that one word, mate, that brought him joy? He could only cough lightly and say, "What nonsense are you spouting? What I'm saying is fact. Bringing it along indeed gives us more advantages than disadvantages. Didn't you have those spirit paper talismans for storing beasts? Just put it inside one of those, and there'll be no problem." Su Qingqing replied helplessly, "Those talismans for storing demons are only effective for a certain period of time. The higher the cultivation level of the beast, the shorter the duration it can stay in it. A beast like him, it would probably fall out as soon as it tries to turn over." Shishi immediately raised its paw and assured, "If you put me in, I'll guarantee that I'll stay still and won't move randomly. I can remain unmoving for 100 years without flipping over. Please take me away. I've already been here alone for over 10,000 years. I'm practically becoming a living fossil. I waited for over 10,000 years to meet my master. How could you let me be separated from my master like this?" It used what it considered to be its cutest starry-eyed look to gaze at Su Qingqing, completely ignoring how bizarre its current appearance looks combined with its starry-eyed expression. Su Qingqing couldn't take it anymore, breaking out in goosebumps all over her body, as if she was being framed as the woman ruining someone else's relationship. She took out a charm paper and explained its use to Shishi. As soon as she finished speaking, it eagerly jumped into the charm paper, staying absolutely quiet, fearing that Su Qingqing might change her mind. At this point, the massive toothed lizards outside that had been continuously attacking the boundary gradually disappeared after she recognized Gu Jun. With the fire-breathing lizards also being stored away, the entire cave became eerily empty, leaving only the two of them. Gujun suggested that they hadn't rested for a whole day and night. Both had pushed their magic to its limits earlier, and their bodies were yet to fully recover. They needed rest. They must maintain their energy to rescue others later, so their physical conditions must absolutely remain optimal. Since it was safe here, they might as well meditate for an hour before leaving. Sharpening the axe doesn't delay the chopping of wood. After resting and meditating for half an hour, their condition was as good as if they had rested all night. Su Qingqing thought about it and didn't object. They had agreed on a signal earlier. If Li Miao Miao and Zhao Lia encountered any danger, then two people would form a group, and the two of them would simultaneously flick the red string 3 times. This would indicate they were in dangerous or critical situations, or that the situation over there was too complex and dangerous for them to handle. But from just now until now, the red string tied around her hand hadn't shown any such situation yet. This meant that the situation on their side was still under control, so it wouldn't matter if they arrived a bit later. Su Qingqing accepted Gu Jun's suggestion. She set up a spirit-gathering formation inside the stone room and extravagantly filled it with spirit-gathering talismans. This way, even if there wasn't any spiritual energy available in the pocket realm for them to cultivate or meditate in, they could use the energy from the spirit-gathering talismans to restore themselves through meditation. Originally, Gu Jun wasn't too willing to use spirit-gathering talismans, feeling that this kind of thing was like non-renewable energy, one less after each use. It's like carrying backup power banks outside. No matter how many you carry, you should conserve its use, otherwise what would happen when it's all used up? But after he took over Su Qingqing's backpack and saw those stacks of spirit-gathering talismans, which resembled thick piles of renminbi stacked together, his thoughts changed. Indeed, Su Qingqing is Su Qingqing. She must have spent her seclusion doing nothing else but drawing these spirit-gathering talismans. Given this quantity of spirit-gathering talismans, it was indeed possible to use them with confidence. After half an hour, Su Qingqing and Gu Jun simultaneously opened their eyes after finishing their meditation. Both had swept away their previous fatigue and were re-energized once again. Just at this moment, the red string connected to Zhao Lia and Jiang Muqing jumped 3 times consecutively, paused for a second, and then jumped another 3 times. This indicated that they were currently encountering some sort of danger. The two exchanged a glance and walked toward the forest gate, where Jiang Muqing and Zhao Lia were located. On their side, Zhao Lia and Jiang Muqing, who had fallen into the forest, were also experiencing perilous moments. This primeval forest looked enormous, but no matter which road they took, they would eventually return to the beginning, the gravel road. At the end of the gravel road stood an ominous, deep mansion exuding a chilling aura. As the sky gradually grew dark, the mysterious mansion hidden in the boundless moonlight looked unspeakably frightening. Unless someone had abnormal or sick brains, a normal person wouldn't go to that house voluntarily. It obviously was the most dangerous place. However, once the sky turned pitch black, the forest began with ghostly cries and wolf howls. If the ghost sounds weren't enough, even more terrifying were the ferocious roars of beasts deep within the forest. Facing ghosts might leave Zhao Lia and Jiang Muqing with some fighting strength, but against wild animals, they wouldn't stand a chance. They probably wouldn't be enough even to fill the tooth gaps of the wild beasts. When they were hesitating whether or not to enter, suddenly, a carriage came from the outside. A very luxurious and beautiful carriage drawn by 2 horses approached gracefully. From far away, along the gravel path, the carriage produced clattering sounds, quite obvious in the open forest. There was a lantern hanging in front of the carriage with the word Su written on it. The lantern emitted warm yellow light, seemingly the only warm and bright light in this eerie and terrifying forest. When the carriage neared them, it slowed down gradually and stopped. The curtain was slowly pulled up. An elderly lady dressed elegantly and looking kind appeared from the carriage, her maid orderly holding the curtain, adding to her aristocratic appearance. There wasn't a trace of arrogance anywhere on her, and seeing them, she asked in surprise where they were from and why their dressing style was different from hers. Naturally, Zhao Lia and Jiang Muqing weren't foolish enough to lower their guard. They conversed with the old lady but did not disclose everything, instead choosing to inquire and extract information from her. During their conversation, a beast's roar came from the depths of the forest. The kind old lady's expression changed greatly. She said hurriedly that the evening in this area was dominated by beast demons, and after sunset, everyone needed to take cover in houses. Otherwise, staying outside would surely result in being torn apart alive by the beasts. Moreover, she claimed that her house was right ahead, that very mansion, and that she was the matriarch there. Zhao Lia and Jiang Muqing exchanged a look and decided after brief discussion to follow this matron to her home. Because no matter how far they traveled, they always ended up circling back near this mansion. This suggested that the key point was definitely this mansion. Additionally, whatever they met inside the mansion should include more people, or at least, even if it wasn't people, it would likely be ghosts, which seemed easier to deal with than the wild beasts outside. After consulting with each other, they followed Madame Su's carriage into the Su estate. Inside the Su estate, it was even more filled with eerie gloominess than outside. Luxurious indeed, elaborately carved beams and painted rafters, pavilions and towers, it was excessively extravagant. In the middle of the night, the courtyard was lit up with lanterns, making the entire courtyard bright as daylight. Madame Su smiled at them while chatting, saying that she really liked these 2 youngsters. All her sons were officials in the capital city, and her daughter had already been married a long time ago. Now, only a frail granddaughter lived with her. Her granddaughter rarely went out. By herself, She usually could only chat idly with her servants to pass the time. She warmly arranged guest rooms for their accommodation, adding that since there were plenty of houses and food wasn't an issue, they should stay for a longer period without any urgency to leave. Due to gender differences, Zhao Lia's room and Gu Jun's room were located very far apart, one in the southern yard, the other in the northern one. It was already past midnight, yet Madame Su still brimming with energy arranged dinner for the both of them. A full table was laden with 18 lavish dishes, but there was not a single trace of rice. While eating, Zhao Lia and Jiang Muqing discussed quietly. Jiang Muqing said to Zhao Lia, "Something here is seriously off. After observing carefully, I've realized that the layout here resembles a spirit residence. Those who live here may well not be alive anymore. Who would have heard of a lady getting out of her house and returning home at such deep hours of the night? Moreover, who invites guests over to dine late at night? Furthermore, on the dining table, there are only dishes without any grains of rice. What kind of host serves meals this way? Only at tables used for sacrifices or offerings to the dead would you find something like this. Watch yourself, keep your eyes wide open. Do not eat anything they give you. It will cause trouble." "I understand. Even if you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't eat what they gave. Am I some kind of fool?" Zhao Lia also whispered back. The two were wary about being overheard by the people here, so they conversed in English, making this effectively an encrypted communication method. Madame Su laughed heartily and asked, "What are you two discussing? Why can I not understand what you're saying?" Jiang Muqing replied with a similar cheerful tone, "This is just our local dialect." Madame Su began asking where Jiang Muqing hailed from and what their families did for a living. Jiang Muqing started lying earnestly with utmost seriousness, concocting stories that would have easily convinced Ouyang Lia, except she knew the truth. Indeed, as the saying goes, your identity abroad depends entirely on what you claim it to be. At last, Jiang Muqing also gave Zhao Lia an all-purpose identity. "She's my cousin, and we're traveling home together. Her parents eagerly await our return." Cousins, especially in ancient settings, carry an ambiguous relationship since sibling marriages among cousins for closer kinship were common in old times. Such introductions usually carried subtext meaning, "She is my fiancée." Zhao Lia often acted in period dramas, thus comprehending the implications immediately. Smiling above the table, her foot under the table firmly stomped on his shoe. Through gritted teeth, she said softly in a voice only they could hear, "Oh, taking advantage of me, huh?" Jiang Muqing, wincing due to the pain in his foot, had to reply between clenched teeth, "It's just a temporary measure. For safety's sake, we need to act as one unit outside. Don't you understand? Come to my room tonight." "What?" Zhao Lia pressed down harder with her foot. "So now you think pushing the limits like this is acceptable, huh? How dare you have such thoughts?" Jiang Muqing almost lost his composure in maintaining his smile. "What nonsense are you thinking about? I'm worried they might separate us, leaving you unsafe alone. Of course, it's safer if we stick together." Finally, Zhao Lia released her grip on Jiang Muqing's foot. "I know you won't dare harbor any inappropriate intentions toward me." Chapter 200, Captured for a Ghost Marriage. The two didn't eat much at the banquet, but they couldn't refuse Grandma Su's hospitality and drank a little wine. Jiang Muqing drank the most. Compared to Zhao Lia, Grandma Su was clearly more enthusiastic about Jiang Muqing. During the dinner, Grandma Su mainly asked questions to Jiang Muqing. The expression on her face became more and more satisfied, as if she were going to adopt him as her own grandson any moment. After dinner, the two were led by a maid to different courtyards to rest for the night. After the maid left, taking advantage of no one noticing, Zhao Lia stealthily followed the red string's guidance, quietly making her way across half of the Su mansion until she reached Jiang Muqing's courtyard. She almost got caught several times, but luckily, due to her natural affinity with plants, she managed to control them to cover her, and thus avoided detection by the patrolling maids and guards. After observing along the way, she confirmed even more firmly that this place was indeed a ghost house. These maids and servants were likely not real ghosts. Their expressions were identical, including the 2 red spots on their cheeks. Their completely unchanging expressions and the characteristic red marks on their cheeks were features of paper figurines. Even their actions seemed pre-programmed. Just as Zhao Lia arrived outside Jiang Muqing's door and was about to knock, the door opened from inside. Jiang Muqing quickly pulled Zhao Lia into the room, covering her mouth and hiding her under the table where an altar candle was placed. Don't speak in this room. It's bugged. Only here is safe for speaking." Zhao Lia, tense from his actions, instinctively lowered her voice and asked, "What's the situation? How did you find out?" Jiang Muqing said, "I discovered it accidentally. When I first entered the room, I muttered aloud how there wasn't any hot water. Shortly after, a maid came with hot water. At first, I thought it was just coincidence, but I decided to double check. Then, I complained that the quilt on the bed was too thin, and soon enough, someone delivered another quilt. After a few more tests, I'm certain there's a listening device in this room. But when I talk under this candle stand, the maids outside don't react, so I'm sure this is the only safe spot." Zhao Lia felt a chill run down her spine. "Before I sneaked out, a maid brought me a pot of hot water and some local incense. She said it helped with sleep and relaxation. And the plants at my doorway told me that a maid had been keeping an eye on me for quite some time, ensuring I fell asleep before leaving. So maybe they drugged me, trying to keep me unconscious while focusing on your side of the operation. Their ultimate target might be you." Jiang Muqing nodded. "It's highly possible. Anyway, stay hidden here and don't talk anywhere else in the room. Let's see what they plan to do. Right now, they're still being polite to us. If we do something to upset them, they might not remain as hospitable. With just the 2 of us here, and not knowing the extent of their power, it's best not to act impulsively." "All right, In this matter, Zhao Liya shared the same opinion. Lowering her voice, she said, "For now, our main priority is to stall and survive long enough for Qingqing and the others to rescue us." They had just finished discussing under the candle table when there was a knock at the door, somewhat urgent. Jiang Muqing quickly emerged, smoothing out the wrinkles in his clothes and pretending to be reading a book at the desk. He shouted toward the door, "Come in." Once again, the familiar maid with the red marks on her cheeks pushed the door open. This time, she wasn't alone. It was a row of identical-looking maids carrying trays filled with all sorts of clothing, even hats and boots. The leading maid smiled and explained, "Mr. Jiang, since we noticed you don't have any change of clothes, our grandma, Su, specially sent over some clothes. They are all made of the finest materials, personally hand-sewn by our young mistress. You can try them on to see if they fit." Jiang Muqing glanced at these clothes. Wow, all red ones. They looked like wedding attire for a groom, handmade by the young lady. Even a fool could tell something was off. He directly declined. "No need. I'm not used to wearing your local clothes, and not changing doesn't bother me anyway. We're just borrowing lodging for the night, and we'll leave tomorrow morning." The movements of the maid momentarily paused, but they didn't leave. The leading maid once again put on her smile, repeating her earlier words exactly, emphasizing them as though it were the first time she had spoken those lines. At this point, it was Jiang Muqing's turn to hesitate. He almost thought he had been hallucinating before, but now he could only repeat his refusal once more. Upon being rejected, the lead maid repeated for the third time exactly what she'd said before. She was just like a preset program, an unfinished and buggy one at that. If one step didn't work, she would keep repeating it endlessly. In the middle of the night, surrounded by these girls who looked as lifeless as paper figurines with their ever-fixed smiles repeating the same lines again and again, it felt indescribably eerie. Finally, Jiang Muqing realized they wouldn't give up until they left the clothes behind. It seemed they were prepared to waste the entire night, if necessary. He had no choice but to temporarily compromise. "Fine, you can leave the clothes here." He took the items, but made no promise to wear them. The leading maid placed the items down and, as she was about to leave, smiled warmly and warned him, "Please change into them before sleeping. Not doing so might endanger your life. Otherwise, it will cause much trouble." After saying that, she didn't wait for his reaction and led the other maids out. As soon as they left, Jiang Muqing immediately locked the door and ducked under the table beneath the candle to consult Zhao Liya. "What's going on? It feels like they're trying to force me to marry their young miss." Zhao Liya nodded. "Isn't it obvious? They've already made wedding clothes for you. Of course, they want you as the groom." Jiang Muqing. "Then what should we do? This whole house is filled with ghosts. I certainly won't marry a ghost. When will Master Su and Gu Jun arrive to rescue us? Have they forgotten about us?" As he said this, he lightly moved the red string on his little finger, but there was no response. At this moment, Su Qingqing was battling fiercely with a fire-breathing lizard and hadn't noticed anything. Zhao Liya interrupted Jiang Muqing. "Stop trying to contact them. If it's dangerous for us here, it must be worse for them. Su Qingqing promised to come back and save us, so she will surely come. There must be some danger or trouble they are facing right now. We'll just play along while staying cautious. As long as we don't truly fall into their trap, we can run away when necessary. Our goal is clear. Hold on and survive until Su Qingqing comes to rescue us." Indeed, Zhao Liya had clear thoughts and knew her limits well. Destroying the enemy or resisting them wasn't something they were capable of handling. Surviving till the end, avoiding troubling Su Qingqing, and keeping themselves safe was their ultimate aim. Recalling the words of the small maid about how failing to wear the clothes could lead to death, after hesitating for a moment, Jiang Muqing ultimately decided to put on the clothes. They fit perfectly, as if tailored specifically for him. Zhao Liya gave him a thumbs up. "Come on, I'm cheering for you. I'm getting excited. I'm about to witness your first wedding firsthand." Jiang Muqing. "Zhao Liya, even in this situation, can't you say something positive for once?" Zhao Liya cooperated willingly. "How positive should I go? Considering you're about to face great danger, tell me what you want to hear, and I'll say it." Jiang Muqing. For a moment, he didn't know what to say anymore. Why did Zhao Liya make him feel as though he was delivering his final words before heading off to certain doom? He waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind. There's nothing more to say anyway. It's not like talking with a cold-hearted woman like you would help. If I truly encounter any danger and don't return, when you get back, tell my parents to hurry up and try for another child. Maybe next time they'll have a normal one. Not someone born under a flawed destiny like me. Because of me, they've gone through too much trouble. And tell my brother to take good care of our parents. Show them more concern in daily life instead of always focusing on making money and working nonstop. Our family has more than enough money. Even earning more, we couldn't possibly spend it all." He kept talking nervously without pause, for reasons unclear whether due to tension or something else. Zhao Liya, who wasn't that nervous before, began feeling uneasy upon hearing his words. She abruptly stopped him. "Enough. Stop saying more. Who's going to remember all that? I certainly can't. Go tell your family yourself if you want to. And besides, what's the point of telling me all this now? If anything happens to you here, do you think I'd be able to go back alone? Stop talking. You're making me nervous just listening to you." Although Zhao Liya's words sounded like a scolding, and her facial expression was filled with impatience, as if she couldn't be bothered to discuss these topics with Jiang Muqing, it conveyed a different feeling to him. After hearing her tone, Jiang Muqing felt warmth in his heart. Zhao Liya had always been sharp-tongued since they were kids. Her words knew no mercy. From childhood up until now, he had suffered countless defeats against her sharp wit. But for all that she bullied him, she never allowed outsiders to do the same. When he was younger, his health wasn't as good as it is now, and his growth was delayed. He used to be pale and delicate, resembling a little girl. He would often get bullied by boys who grew faster than him. Whenever Zhao Liya witnessed such scenes, she would reprimand them harshly, unleashing verbal barges akin to machine gun fire that would drive all the bullies away. This was why, even as adults, others found it perplexing why Jiang Muqing still chose to be friends with Zhao Liya despite her brash treatment of him, always letting himself be at a disadvantage. Now, even though Zhao Liya's words still lacked gentleness, every sentence out of her mouth motivated him to live on, urging him to hold his breath and never give up. While they were exchanging thoughts, sounds from outside reached their ears again. Jiang Muqing quickly pulled down the tablecloth over the candlestick, concealing Zhao Liya completely, then swiftly climbed onto the bed and lay down properly. A slender bamboo skewer with intricate carvings was slowly inserted into the room. From within, a wisp of green smoke rose, carrying an unusual fragrance. As soon as this aroma hit their noses, both felt dizzy and drowsy, instinctively holding their breath once more with perfect synchronicity. They only dared to breathe shallowly after the outsider left, waiting until the scent inside the room dissipated somewhat. At that moment, the hoarse voice of Lady Su echoed from outside. She didn't sound nearly as kind now, but instead carried an indescribable greed. What's the situation inside? Has he put on the wedding robes? Was the poisonous smoke successfully blown in? The head maid responded respectfully. Madam, everything has been done according to your instructions. Excellent, excellent, said Lady Su gleefully. Then we can prepare for the grand wedding. My granddaughter will be saved, and I'll have a son-in-law soon. She laughed loudly, her voice grating and shrill, eerily reminiscent of a cat. After laughing for a while by the door, and upon verifying there was no movement inside, which meant Jiang Muqing must have fallen asleep, Lady Su strode away quickly with the support of her cane, calling out, "Prepare the feast, prepare the banquet." About an hour later, Jiang Muqing's room door opened again. A group of houseboys dressed in traditional attire for a wedding celebration, their faces glowing with festive joy, entered blowing trumpets and making loud music. In the middle of the night, the sounds of the Suona horns blasting created an atmosphere that was bizarrely terrifying. The servants pinned a big red flower of celebration onto Jiang Muqing's chest, and two of them grabbed him under each arm, literally carrying him out to a large floral sedan chair waiting outside. After lifting the sedan chair, they continued playing and marching forward. Jiang Muqing had initially feigned sleep in bed, wanting to observe what these people intended to do. He hadn't anticipated that the moment the red flower was pinned onto his chest, his consciousness became increasingly blurred until he eventually lost it entirely. Zhao Liya watched anxiously, remembering that they had agreed to merely pretend to cooperate temporarily. Why was he being carried off so silently? She frantically tugged at the red string on her thumb, trying to wake Jiang Muqing up, but there was no response. Damn, this fool really got himself knocked out pretending. Zhao Liya muttered under her breath. She helplessly watched as Jiang Muqing was placed in the sedan chair, berating him internally for being unreliable. But still worried, she decided not to leave him behind. Once everyone left and no one was paying attention, she cautiously followed them. Throughout the journey, she kept searching for an opportunity, an opening where she could rescue Jiang Muqing. An uneasy premonition lingered in her mind. If Jiang Muqing reached the young lady's chambers, things might become very troublesome. Fortunately, the Su family was a prominent household, and their daughter's marriage was conducted with extreme ceremony. The sedan chair bearing Jiang Muqing was paraded through various pavilions and corridors in the Su estate, accompanied continuously by blaring instruments, in some obscure ritualistic practice. Though bizarre, this gave Zhao Liya her chance. When the sedan chair circled near the small gate in the backyard, Zhao Liya seized the moment to take action. Chapter 201, Found. She summoned all her power, causing the nearby plants to grow rampantly. Sturdy vines sprouted out of the ground, quickly hooking onto the wedding sedan chair of Jiang Muqing. The vines tightly wrapped around it and anchored the sedan chair firmly to the ground. The wedding procession was suddenly interrupted, leaving the servants bewildered. After a brief pause, they scrambled to clear the vines off the ground. At this moment, sharp pine needles flew from all directions, piercing through the heads of these servants. In an instant, the servants deflated like punctured inflatable dolls and collapsed on the ground, turning into thin sheets of paper. They were indeed paper figures. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Liya ran out from the shadows, pulled the unconscious Jiang Muqing from the sedan chair, and bound him to herself with vines. She broke through the back gate and started sprinting away. Outside was pitch black, an impenetrable forest where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Just a glance at it sent shivers down one's spine. But Zhao Liya had no choice. For now, the outside seemed safer than the inside. How could she just stand there and watch as Jiang Muqing was taken away to marry a female ghost? All she had to do was hold on until Su Qingqing and the others arrived. The forest was her territory. She was confident she could survive. Just as they fled into the endless night, the people in Master Su's mansion also realized that Jiang Muqing had escaped. In the newly decorated wedding hall, a woman with a red veil stood gracefully on the right side, her elegant figure clearly visible. Lady Su sat in the upper seat, full of joy, waiting for the groom to arrive. However, they waited for a long time in the wedding hall without seeing the groom's sedan chair, nor hearing the sounds of trumpets and percussion. Lady Su soon realized something was amiss. She commanded her servants, "Go quickly and check what's going on." The servant instructed differed from those uniformly styled maids and servants. He had his own distinct features. At first glance, he didn't seem particularly remarkable, appearing loyal and honest, but upon closer inspection, One could see his eyes filled with numbness and cruelty, making anyone who met his gaze feel a cold sweat running down their spine. He swiftly ran to the yard to investigate and returned shortly, reporting the situation in the courtyard. When Lady Su heard that her dispatched servants and maids had been pierced and turned into paper, she almost immediately thought of Zhao Liya, who had accompanied Jiang Muqing. Anxious, she instructed, "Quickly, go check on Miss Zhao who came with Lord Jiang, and see if she really fainted and is dead." The servant went to check promptly and returned, saying there was no longer any trace of Miss Zhao in the room, not even a warm bed left behind, indicating she had been gone for quite some time. Lady Su slammed her hand hard on the table in anger. "I shouldn't have shown mercy then, still thinking about giving this Miss Zhao a way out by knocking her unconscious and tossing her into the mountains to be devoured by wild beasts, leaving her fate up to luck. I should have killed her directly." The Su family miss, cloaked in the red veil and standing in the courtyard awaiting marriage, suddenly began crying. Red blood tears streamed down from her eyes, drop by drop passing through the red veil and landing on the ground. This greatly pained Lady Su. With a wave of her hand, she ordered, "All the people in the Su family manor, chase them down, bring Lord Jiang back alive, and kill Miss Zhao on the spot." All the paper-made figures of the Su family immediately swarmed out in unison. Many previously unnoticed paper figures appeared from all corners of the courtyard, rushing out together. Don't ask how they knew the direction. In their world, there haven't been any living people for many years, only the dead, so they are exceptionally sensitive to the aura of the living. Anyone within this forest, they can easily detect and track. Lady Su turned to comfort her granddaughter. "Well, Xiao Xiao, don't worry. Grandma will definitely get Lord Jiang for you. You haven't had a new husband for so many years, it's not easy for a suitable one to come along. Grandma will definitely not let them go." Miss Su Xiao Xiao obediently nodded first, then unhappily pointed outside, implying she wanted to chase them personally. Lady Su initially refused, but she insisted by pointing outside, leaving Lady Su no choice but to smile indulgently. "All right, if you want to personally chase after your groom, go ahead. It has been a while since you've ventured out, and this is your groom after all. Go chase him yourself." On the other side of the forest, Zhao Liya learned from previous mistakes. Earlier they had followed stone paths in the mountains. Regardless of which forked stone path they chose, they would always end up back at Master Su's estate. She quickly figured out the crux of the matter. It was definitely something wrong with these paths. Carrying Jiang Muqing on her back, she started heading into the dense forest where there were no paths. The vegetation in this jungle was indeed very thick. An ordinary person would probably be unable to move even a step in such dense woods. Fortunately, Zhao Liya had a natural affinity for plants. She summoned her magic, and the plants obediently parted to create a path for her, allowing her to proceed forward. Even so, it was extremely difficult for her to move ahead because on her back was a tightly bound Jiang Muqing, who was more than a head taller than her. Jiang Muqing had no idea what had happened to him. Since being rescued earlier, he hadn't woken up yet. Thankfully, Zhao Liya had been training diligently during her time with Su Qingqing, improving her physical condition significantly. Otherwise, the previous version of her could never have carried Jiang Muqing, let alone run for such a long distance while carrying him. As she ran forward with Jiang Muqing on her back, she muttered to him, "Tell me, what's wrong with you? Wake up. You are always messing things up at crucial moments, from childhood till now. We agreed to pretend to be unconscious, but look at you, actually falling asleep just like that. You're out cold like a dead pig, and no matter what I do, you won't wake up, even if I whip you. And why, despite looking so skinny in daily life, are you so heavy when I carry you? How much does your rebellious bone weigh anyway?" All the while she carried Jiang Muqing forward, her muttering never stopped. Even when her entire body became exhausted, her lips kept moving without pause. There was a reason for it. This forest was deathly quiet, so quiet that she could clearly hear every detail of her own breathing. Other than her breaths, the only other sound was the rustling they made as they passed through the flowers and trees. Occasionally, a distant howl of some wild animal echoed, terrifying enough to chill one's blood. She continued talking nonstop to Jiang Muqing, even though he did not respond. It made her feel like there was still someone beside her, another living human who shared her existence. Simultaneously, she truly wished Jiang Muqing would wake up. She couldn't carry him much longer, but she dared not stop. Her teeth clenched tightly as she relied solely on sheer willpower to keep going. The good news was her judgment seemed correct. As long as they didn't follow the paths, they wouldn't return to Master Su's estate. But she couldn't relax, not for a moment. People from the Su family would soon know they had fled and come after them. At this moment, Zhao Liya carried Jiang Muqing forward while erasing all signs of their passage through the forest. Her fingers connected to Su Qingqing via the red string, moved frantically. "Qingqing, my precious baby, my great master Qingqing. Your old sister is about to give up. I need you here fast. This man you're with isn't reliable. He fainted right at the critical moment, leaving me alone. Qingqing, your old sister can't handle this much longer. Where are you? Have you been lured away by Gujun? Damn it, men are truly unreliable." Zhao Liya was practically losing her mind. The feeling of being pursued, of constantly fearing discovery, was something she had never experienced before while with Su Qingqing. In the past, regardless of the situation, Su Qingqing had always provided her support. Now, she was completely alone, and had to shoulder the burden herself. Lost in the darkness of night, Zhao Liya couldn't tell which way was north or south, so she just kept running forward. Gradually, her stamina gave out, and her speed slowed down until she couldn't run any further. She felt as if her lungs were about to burst, and her heart pounded so fiercely that it seemed ready to jump out of her throat at any second. Finally, a streak of dawn broke through the horizon. The once pitch-black night slowly began revealing its surroundings. Daylight had finally arrived. However, with the light came greater danger. They were more likely to be discovered now. By this time, Zhao Liya was utterly exhausted and physically unable to continue running. Looking carefully around her, she noticed that not too far ahead, there was a tree with a hollow inside. A thought crossed her mind, and she knew exactly what to do. She carried Jiang Muking into the hollow. The space was small, just large enough to fit both of them squatting together. She activated her power over the nearby flora and fauna, filling the entrance to the hollow with plants, completely covering and disguising the opening. After careful consideration, she decided it wasn't safe enough yet, so she also relocated all aromatic plants around the area, masking their presence even further. Now concealed within the hollow, Zhao Liya could still hear her own heartbeat thundering loudly in her ears. She had done everything she could possibly do, and now all that was left was waiting for Su Qingqing and the others to come rescue them. They must, absolutely must, hide successfully until Su Qingqing comes to rescue them. But there's a saying, things don't always go as planned. Zhao Liya had only been crouching with Jiang Muking in the tree hollow for less than half an hour when sounds of rustling came from outside. A little patch of grass near the entrance of the hollow alerted her. A group of people are coming. Oh no, they may not be real people. They're paper figures. It seems like they're looking for something. Maybe even you too. Zhao Liya's heart leapt into her throat. What was going on? It had only been half an hour. How could they have found them so quickly? She had clearly covered all their tracks along the way. In a voice that only the little grass and herself could hear, she asked, "Could you let me know in real time how many of those paper figures have come? Would that be possible?" The little grass replied, "Sure thing. But if you do leave, would you mind taking me with you? I've been here forever, never growing. You helped me grow a bit earlier and moved me here. You're really skilled." Zhao Liya readily agreed. "Of course. No problem at all. If you help me keep watch, I'll take you with me when I go and plant you in my pretty garden." The little grass was thrilled. Not only it, but the other plants around heard Zhao Liya's promise. These plants had grown numb and uninterested over time, but hearing that Zhao Liya might take them away made them all excited again. Almost all the plants started chattering noisily, vying to show off in front of Zhao Liya. The noise was nearly unbearable for her head. She quickly silenced them. "Stop. None of you talk anymore. Let the little grass report updates. If there's a chance later, you can help me more, and when I leave, I'll take all of you. Anyone who causes trouble won't be taken." The plants immediately calmed down, obediently following her instructions. The little grass reported live updates. "The paper figures are coming. My goodness, there are so many of them, a dense crowd with no end in sight. They've passed by our cave entrance. Some of them are dangerously close, brushing right past us." Zhao Liya. One hand tightly gripped her clothing while the other held onto Jiang Muking's hand. She thought that if they were discovered, she'd drag Jiang Muking and flee immediately. However, her luck seemed decent enough. Most of the paper figures didn't notice the presence of the tree hollow, walking past without detecting them. A few paper figures noticed something unusual, peeking closer towards the entrance of the hollow, faces almost touching the opening. Yet, after checking briefly, they left without spotting anything. Just as Zhao Liya was beginning to relax, the little grass outside sent frantic warnings. "Warning! Warning! Super villainous approaching! Super villainous arriving! Super warning! Super villainous?" Zhao Liya was still wondering who this super villainous was when an overwhelmingly foul stench reached her nose. How to describe this smell? It was worse than the odor of dead rats that had rotted for months in sewers, and not just one rat. Hundreds of them gathered together producing such putrid smell. It was so overwhelming that Zhao Liya had to cover her nose and almost fainted. She moved further back with Jiang Muking, covering her mouth and nose with the cloth from her hand to gradually recover. Then the older, more knowledgeable tree spoke up. "That isn't a female tyrant. She's a zombie, a 1,000-year-old zombie capable of sucking human blood and flying. It's terrifying. Oh, it looks like she spotted us, heading towards our cave. She's a 1,000-year-old zombie. Our small cave entrance will definitely not stop her. She has surely already seen the people inside this tree hollow. Big trouble, big trouble. This is serious trouble." All the plants began to emit shrill alarms, appearing even more nervous and anxious than Zhao Liya herself. Zhao Liya realized hiding wouldn't work anymore. As the warnings indicated the distance between her and the incoming menace shortened, she once again tied Jiang Muking to her and slowly moved towards the cave entrance, prepared to run if needed. Finally, the nauseating smell grew stronger. Just moments before the flora shielding their hiding spot would have been swept aside, Zhao Liya flipped sideways out of the tree hollow, dragging Jiang Muking with her. Upon exiting, she saw Su family's young miss clad in red wedding robes. Chapter 202, Caught Up. The graceful figure of the Su family's young miss in her wedding dress was elegant, but her face after lifting the red veil was truly indescribable. It was a withered face, on the verge of turning into a skeleton, with a ghastly appearance and what seemed to be maggots crawling on her face. Her hands were stiffly outstretched, each of the 10 fingernails pitch black, and one reaching up to 10 centimeters long, truly horrifying. She saw Zhao Liya carrying Jiang Muking and became extremely agitated, emitting excited, "Ayo, ayo" sounds from her mouth as if saying, "Spin in my mouth. Bring that person to spin in my mouth." How could Zhao Liya dare to delay? She carried Jiang Muking and ran forward, rolling and crawling as fast as she could. But how could her speed compare to a 1,000-year-old zombie like Su Qiaoqiao? With heavy breaths, she ran about 7 or 8 meters ahead, but Su Qiaoqiao's single leap matched exactly that distance, practically appearing right behind her in an instant. Zhao Liya waved her hand, and a patch of vines sprouted furiously from the ground, binding Su Qiaoqiao's feet and momentarily restraining her. Seizing this opportunity, Zhao Liya ran madly forward again. But Su Qiaoqiao was not the same as the useless sedan chair before. She was much stronger than the sedan chair. Even though the vines Zhao Liya had summoned this time were twice as thick as those used on the sedan chair, they managed only to hold Su Qiaoqiao for mere seconds. Despite all the plants trying their best, they merely managed to restrain Su Qiaoqiao for 7 or 8 seconds. With a roar of anger, Su Qiaoqiao jumped powerfully off the ground, breaking the thick vine ropes that bound her legs, and screamed while charging toward them once more. This time, it seemed she was enraged, lunging even fiercer and more cruelly. The distance Zhao Liya had just gained from Su Qiaoqiao quickly disappeared. Without even needing to turn back, the foul smell coming from behind told her that the Su family's young miss was attacking again. She then conjured another batch of plants to bind Su Qiaoqiao as before and continued to dash forward without looking back. Once again, Su Qiaoqiao was tied up by the vines which secured both her feet firmly, but she broke free shortly thereafter. This cycle repeated several times, and yet through the most rudimentary method, Zhao Liya actually managed to pull some distance between herself and Su Qiaoqiao, putting at least 20 to 30 meters between them now. She began to weave deeper into the dense forest, attempting to lose Su Qiaoqiao behind her, although it would probably only take time for her to be found again. This Su Qiaoqiao's nose was sharper than a dog's. At least it could buy some time until Su Qingqing and the others arrived to save them. She had felt the red thread on her wrist move earlier. Su Qingqing and the others responded, and they must be close. Hold on. She must hold on. Even though her spiritual energy was almost depleted, her magic nearly spent, and she felt her lungs might explode from running. She must persist. Flustered by constantly being impeded by plant vines, Su Qiaoqiao watched helplessly as Zhao Liya carried her fiancé farther and farther away, making her furious enough to want to spit blood. That was her husband, her sustenance, her living human, the elixir that would restore her youthful beauty. Thoroughly enraged, after breaking free from the vines on her feet once more, she didn't land but instead leaped high into the air, covering a long stretch in flight and landing directly behind Zhao Liya. Su Qiaoqiao's nails shot out abruptly, extending to nearly a meter in length, and the razor-sharp claws sliced toward Zhao Liya's neck. Zhao Liya didn't doubt for a moment that, if slashed by these nails, her head would surely roll off her shoulders. Fortunately, she had been forewarned, alerted both by the frantic plants beside her and by the foul stench assaulting her senses. Zhao Liya crouched instinctively, rolling into the nearby bushes. The nail barely grazed past her head, cutting off a few strands of her hair at such close proximity. Though she avoided the attack, she fell hard into the bushes due to physical exhaustion, having supported Jiang Muqing while squatting down to dodge. As Zhao Liya fell, the vines holding Jiang Muqing slipped, and he was thrown several meters away, still unconscious with no signs of awakening. Upon seeing Jiang Muqing fall out, Su Qiaoqiao's eyes lit up immediately. Her original target had always been Jiang Muqing. To her, Zhao Liya was merely an obstructive woman. Once she merged with her new groom, Jiang Muqing, she planned to easily kill Zhao Liya afterwards. Ignoring Zhao Liya entirely, Su Qiaoqiao leapt straight toward Jiang Muqing. When Zhao Liya noticed Jiang Muqing being thrown aside, she sensed impending trouble. As she saw Su Qiaoqiao pounce directly towards Jiang Muqing, she reacted instinctively and threw out a strand of vine, binding Su Qiaoqiao's ankle tightly and using all her strength to yank her forcefully back to herself. This time, Miss Su was truly infuriated. She had been eager to possess Jiang Muqing and had let Zhao Liya go several times, where you could say she didn't take Zhao Liya seriously at all. But unexpectedly, Zhao Liya was like an annoying mosquito, buzzing around constantly and ruining her plans again and again. It was akin to an ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating her own strength. And so, perhaps she should crush this bothersome mosquito first. Zhao Liya froze when she saw Su Qiaoqiao, who she herself had pulled right in front of her. She didn't know what had come over her, why her hands acted faster than her brain, directly dragging Su Qiaoqiao into close range. After just one glance at Su Qiaoqiao, Zhao Liya felt that she was done for. There wasn't even a point in running away. She would definitely meet her end here today. How unfair. In the instant Su Qiaoqiao leaped with an AO, Zhao Liya surrounded herself with all the vines she could muster, covering her head with her hands, and shouted something unexpected, not Su Qingqing's name. She yelled, "Jiang Muqing, you good-for-nothing bastard." After shouting that, she closed her eyes tightly. Crack. The expected pain never came. Instead, she heard a sound as loud as thunder striking the ground. When Zhao Liya opened her eyes, she thought it was Su Qingqing who had arrived, but to her surprise, it was Jiang Muqing who had awoken. He stood behind Su Qiaoqiao. Though his legs were still numb from just waking up, he used every ounce of power he possessed to strike Su Qiaoqiao with a heavenly thunder talisman. This talisman carried a natural energy capable of expelling all evil and demonic forces, and something like Su Qiaoqiao, a millennium-old zombie, represented ultimate darkness and evil. The talisman was specifically designed to counteract beings such as her. And this talisman was drawn by Su Qingqing, so its power was even stronger. Jiang Muqing gave Zhao Liya a casual smirk. "You've not given up on me from the start, even putting your life on the line to save me at the very end. How could I possibly be such an unreliable person, letting you die for my sake?" In reality, from the moment Jiang Muqing appeared to lose consciousness, he had remained fully aware. When he was bound to the sedan chair, some sort of spell seemed to have separated his soul from his body. He could see everything happening clearly, including Zhao Lia's desperate efforts to escape while carrying him on her back. He watched anxiously, struggling to re-enter his body, but to no avail. He couldn't regain control, leaving his spirit floating helplessly in the air. It wasn't until Zhao Lia, to save him, fearlessly brought Su Qiaoqiao face to face and called out his name, that he surged with an intense willpower under extreme urgency. With his eyes snapping open, he returned to his body. With clear focus, he drew the Heavenly Thunder Talisman and unleashed all his remaining strength to explode its power, aiming at Su Qiaoqiao's head in one fluid motion. Aya! Su Qiaoqiao emitted a blood-curdling scream that shook the entire mountain forest. At the moment she was struck by the Thunder Talisman, the overwhelming force and searing pain coursing through her whole body rendered her speechless, unable even to cry out in agony. Only after regaining some composure did she unleash a shriek shaking the entire woods. Truly impressive for a 1,000-year-old zombie. Despite Zhang Muqing's best effort, a novice exorcist with less than half a year's experience, the talisman only allowed him to use less than 20% of its full power. Even though it was a Heaven Thunder Talisman painted by Su Qingqing, its power was not enough to easily kill Su Qiaoqiao. Despite being severely wounded, Su Qiaoqiao was still stronger than Zhang Muqing and Zhao Lia combined, capable of tearing them apart within moments. Regaining control of her pain, Su Qiaoqiao stiffly turned toward Zhang Muqing. Her throat emitted broken sounds, like those of a broken wind chest. Still, her face displayed a pained and wronged expression, her skull-like visage revealing what could only be described as a coy look. She accused, "Husband, how could you hurt me for another woman? How dare you hurt me for this woman?" As if Zhang Muqing was a cheating scoundrel and she the wife betrayed on their wedding night. Zhang Muqing paid no heed to her accusations. Taking advantage of her temporary immobility, he spat at her harshly. "I am the second legitimate son of the wealthy Zhang family from the capital city. A hit girl like you thinks you can be my wife? Look at your grotesque, half-human, half-ghost appearance. You're not worthy." After saying that, he swiftly slapped the divine speed talisman onto himself, quickly bypassed her, and ran straight to Zhao Lia. Without hesitation, he hoisted her onto his back and began sprinting as fast as he could. Joking around was one thing, but fighting, absolutely not an option. Knowing they couldn't physically fight back, Zhang Muqing opted to verbally taunt her instead, regaining just a bit of face while waiting for Su Qingqing's reinforcements. Su Qiaoqiao had been severely wounded by the Thunder Talisman, and with Zhang Muqing carrying a speed-enhancing talisman, his pace was many times faster than usual. By the time Su Qiaoqiao reacted and chased after them, it was already too late. On Zhang Muqing's back, Zhao Lia cooperated fully. Wherever he ran, she cleared away the vegetation on that side, ensuring smoother movement for him. Without any prior coordination, their teamwork was impeccable. The two of them zipped through the forest like lightning, so fast that they were almost invisible. At first, Su Qiaoqiao had pursued them relentlessly throughout the forest. Now, they had turned the tables, leading Su Qiaoqiao in a frenzied chase. Unfortunately, once they picked up speed, they soon realized the entire forest wasn't endless. It was actually a circular area. After circling its perimeter, they always found themselves back at the starting point. The center of this circle was none other than the Su estate. And contrary to expectations, there were no ferocious beasts lurking within the forest. All those wild animal roars were likely fabricated by the Su household, intended to intimidate them into staying indoors. A severely injured and enraged Su Qiaoqiao followed closely behind, undeterred despite being fried to a crisp appearance from the talisman, which made her look all the more terrifying. By the time they'd nearly circled the forest twice, Zhao Lia worriedly suggested, "Drop me off. I can run myself. You don't have to carry me anymore. I've recovered a bit." But Zhang Muqing tightened his grip on Zhao Lia even further, unusually firm as he retorted, "Stop yakking so much. To become an actress, you've starved yourself down to bones. You're probably lighter than that millennium-old zombie chasing us. How hard do you think it is for me to carry you? And stop comparing yourself to me, acting as if my body is frail. Don't worry, I can carry you easily. Running another 10 kilometers wouldn't be a problem." For the first time, Zhao Lia was left speechless. To her surprise, though Zhang Muqing looked slim, his back remained solidly sturdy during the run, providing a sense of security. "Then hold on a bit longer. Qingqing has just replied to me. They will definitely arrive soon," Zhao Lia finally said. As soon as she finished speaking, a hunched figure blocked their path. It wasn't anyone else. It was Madame Su, who had earlier invited them to stay at the Su estate. She stood with her cane close by, her previously benevolent eyes now cold and hateful as they glared at them. Zhang Muqing attempted to circumvent her, relying on his increased speed due to the talisman. But Madame Su seemed to read his intentions instantly. She stayed put, slamming her cane against the ground forcefully. From behind her, countless servants and maids appeared as if by magic, creating a dense human wall. All these figures looked identical, sharing the same face and smiling eerily, making their presence chilling rather than comforting. There were hundreds, possibly 500 or 600, blocking their way entirely. Zhao Lia immediately performed a hand gesture, turning nearby leaves into sharp blades that pierced toward these paper-made humans. Previously, this tactic had worked, dismantling the paper servants carrying Zhang Muqing. However, this time, the skin of these servants and maids seemed thickened, resisting the sharp, blade-like leaves. The leaves met resistance like hitting a brick wall, falling helplessly to the ground. Madame Su smirked coldly. "Young girl, how many times do you think the same trick will work on me?" Looking at Madame Su, Zhao Liya gritted her teeth and whispered to Jiang Muqing. What should we do? We're too weak. We're no match for them. With so many paper people blocking the front, and Su Qiaoqiao relentlessly pursuing them from behind, Jiang Muqing had no choice but to stop. Chapter 203. Is Gujun a human? Su Qiaoqiao looked at the elderly lady ahead and let out an "Ao" sound from her throat. This cry was filled with injustice, as if she were protesting that she had been injured. The old lady saw her most beloved granddaughter injured like this and was struck by lightning. She became so angry that her chest started to hurt. She held her chest, pointing at Jiang Muqing and Zhao Liya, laughing sarcastically. All right then, I've spent my life handling eagles, but now I've capsized in a drain because of you two sparrows. Who would have thought you have such great skills to injure my precious granddaughter? Jiang Muqing wasn't going to back down easily. Since they were already cornered and couldn't escape, he wasn't about to lose the verbal sparring either. He mimicked the old lady's smirk perfectly and said, You, old hag, and your ugly granddaughter, may look bad on the outside but dream big. I even came with my cousin. Didn't that mean something already? Yet you two still tried to drug me while we rested, attempted soul binding on me, resorting to these dishonorable tactics to force me into marrying your ugly granddaughter. Did I ever agree to be your groom? Do you even deserve me? What's up? Is it that your granddaughter is too ugly and hasn't been able to find a husband for hundreds of years, and now she's desperate for sex? You. The elderly Su woman pointed at Jiang Muqing, nearly unable to speak due to rage. Su Qiaoqiao, almost devoid of humanity, followed instincts alone, caring less about feelings or propriety. However, the elderly Su woman was different. She was a ghost, a millennium-old malevolent spirit with her own consciousness. Given how she maintained the grandeur of the Su family, it should be clear that even as a ghost, she placed great importance on appearances. Being insulted in this way, each word cutting straight to her greatest concerns, was no different than having her dignity trampled upon. The elderly Su woman was close to fury, but soon she calmed down. Taking a deep breath, she pointed at Jiang Muqing and said, Whether you deserve her or not, you have no choice now. My darling granddaughter has taken a liking to you, so whether you want to or not, you will become my granddaughter's husband. Try to resist us if you can, but if you can't, all you can do is watch yourself suffer this humiliation helplessly. Su Qiaoqiao shrieked again behind them. This time, the scream was higher-pitched and carried a tone of excitement. Jiang Muqing's face remained cheerful. He didn't care much about appearances, so the elderly Su woman's method of fighting fire with fire didn't affect him. Still smiling, he grabbed Zhao Liya with one hand while his other hand reached toward his waistband, where he stored the talisman Su Qingqing had given him for protection. If you want to know if I have the ability, my words mean nothing unless proven through action, right? Just as Jiang Muqing finished speaking, he drew two talismans from his waistband and hurled them into the air simultaneously. Heavenly Fire Talisman, Heavenly Thunder Talisman, Break Dash. With a roar, both talismans activated. A dragon made of heavenly flames emerged from the fire talisman, surging towards the old Su woman and the paper figures surrounding her. Such a millennium-old powerful ghost fears nothing more than fire. She quickly stepped back a few paces, narrowly avoiding the flames. However, those slower-moving paper figures around her couldn't evade in time. As soon as the flames touched them, they burned up instantly. Made entirely of paper, just a tiny spark was enough to ignite them completely. Even though Su Laote ordered them to scatter immediately, it was too late. One Heaven Fire Talisman was enough to burn everything in sight. And Heaven Fire Talisman is specially effective against dark, evil spirits like them. Even if they rolled on the ground trying to extinguish themselves, their fires could not be put out. A single Heaven Fire Talisman caused total annihilation. Jiang Muqing smirked smugly, saying, Do you think with these skills, I'd ever consider becoming your son-in-law? At the same moment, another Heavenly Thunder Talisman descended from the sky, striking Su Qiaoqiao once again, causing a second round of damage. Su Qiaoqiao was hit so hard that she lost her balance and fell stiffly to the ground. It seemed like Jiang Muqing was taking the upper hand for now, but Zhao Liya watching nearby grew increasingly worried. While others might not notice, she certainly did. Jiang Muqing was barely holding on. He might appear strong, but how much spiritual cultivation, how much magical power he possessed, others might not know, but surely Zhao Liya knew well. Using Su Qingqing's talisman already required a great deal of spiritual energy, and it had taken him quite a while to recover after using just one. Exhausting both at once had indeed reached his limits. Zhao Liya could clearly see that the hand Jiang Muqing had been pretending to keep behind his back was trembling. Quietly, she grabbed his hand from behind and transmitted all the spiritual energy she had just restored into his body. Jiang Muqing had been putting up a tough front. When Zhao Liya's mild and refreshing wood spiritual energy flowed into him, his entire body tensed briefly but imperceptibly. He slightly turned his head and glanced at Zhao Liya, disapprovingly asking, What are you doing? If you give me all your spiritual energy, how will you manage? Zhao Liya glared at him. Shut up and focus. They won't let this go so easily. In fact, her underlying meaning was, Idiot, do you think I can't tell you're struggling hard to keep up? In this critical moment, Jiang Muqing truly couldn't waste time arguing with her. His heart felt both helpless and warm. They always said true feelings are revealed in adversity. Really, even now, even though it's for my own good, why can't you just say it openly? But Jiang Muqing didn't intend to fight against the elderly Su woman and Su Qiaoqiao. He only pushed them back and then started running again as fast as he could with the new supply of spiritual energy, resorting to guerrilla tactics once more. Zhao Liya had initially been somewhat at a loss, feeling she couldn't help much anymore, riding on his back. Suddenly, She seemed to recall something and began patting herself down, finding the cluster spirit talisman Su Qingqing had previously given her. Su Qingqing had told her things were different here inside than outside. Without ways to replenish spiritual energy, if they ever hit rock bottom during a crisis, they should use one talisman to quickly restore their spiritual energy. Previously, while being chased all along the way, they'd completely forgotten about these talismans and hadn't stopped to use them either. Now that Zhao Liya was carried by Jiang Muqing, there was finally some time to use them. Without hesitation, Zhao Liya used a cluster spirit talisman, then immediately transferred all the restored spiritual energy within her into Jiang Muqing's body. While still running away, Jiang Muqing asked, "Why are you transmitting spiritual energy to me again? Didn't I tell you to take care of yourself and stop giving me your energy?" Zhao Liya responded, "Forget about me. I've used the cluster spirit talisman Qingqing gave me. My spiritual energy is fully replenished. Just focus on taking care of yourself. How are you going to use the divine speed talisman without spiritual energy?" At this point, they managed to reverse the situation. As long as they kept ahead and not got caught, all they needed to do was hold out until Su Qingqing came. Who would have thought that Jiang Muqing smiled bitterly and said, "It's not the issue of spiritual energy now. The problem is, we're running out of talismans. I'm no expert in drawing divine speed talismans. The 5 talismans I had in my hands were all from Su Qingqing. We've used 4 altogether so far, leaving us with only the last one. After using this one, we'll no longer be able to run this fast." Zhao Liya, this was certainly a tough-to-resolve problem. Without the divine speed talisman, they would undoubtedly be caught very soon. And the truth was, they weren't actually their opponent's equals in strength. Once their speed slowed, they would definitely be caught. As they were speaking, Jiang Muqing's pace gradually slowed down. The final divine speed talisman was also spent. By this point, Madame Su and Su Qiaoqiao had caught up. Madame Su had finally figured things out. This Jiang Muqing was clearly just pretending to be confident. If he really had skill, why did he even need to escape? Why wouldn't he simply fight back and destroy them instead? Since he was running, it proved that they were merely making empty threats. Once Madame Su and Su Qiaoqiao caught up with them, they wasted no time in any banter and directly pounced on them. Through gritted teeth, Jiang Muqing hurled another heavenly fire talisman, but its power wasn't as strong as before. Even with the restored spiritual energy, his attack was significantly weaker, losing much of its previous potency. Moreover, Madame Su and Su Qiaoqiao were more prepared now, having learned from experience, and immediately dodged the assault. Jiang Muqing threw 3 consecutive highly potent offensive talismans, which consumed a great amount of spiritual energy and gave them some extra time. Just as he struggled to catch his breath, Madame Su and Su Qiaoqiao leapt towards him. Jiang Muqing didn't have enough time to react. Even if he did, he had no strength left to retaliate. All he could do was watch helplessly as Madame Su and Su Qiaoqiao charged toward him. Zhao Liya instantly summoned a wall made of vines as a shield. But this barrier was like trying to block the ocean with a single sheet of paper. It offered negligible resistance, like a piece of silk fluttering in the wind, easily torn apart. As Madame Su and Su Qiaoqiao broke through this final barrier and were about to pounce, Jiang Muqing and Zhao Liya almost resigned themselves to their fate, when suddenly, a gust of wind whistled past their eyes. A flicker appeared before their eyes, and a wall of air materialized in front of them. Madame Su and Su Qiaoqiao both collided with the air wall in front of them. They immediately looked in the direction the wind had come from, and saw Su Qingqing and Gu Jun, whom they had been waiting for all night. It seemed as though they had come from nowhere, like gods descending from the heavens. They gracefully landed from the sky, radiating an aura of power so strong that even before they touched down, an air wall appeared to block the incoming attack. Upon seeing this, Zhao Liya and Jiang Muqing instantly let out a sigh of relief and almost simultaneously collapsed to the ground. Jiang Muqing shouted at them, "Where have you two been? We were almost killed by that old witch. If you had come a few seconds later, we would have been done for." Zhao Liya also joined in, joking lightly, "That's right, you're too late." Jiang Muqing was almost about to become Mr. Su's son-in-law and was kept as a captive groom. Jiang Muqing, is it really necessary to mention this first? After receiving their desperate rescue signal from the stone room, Su Qingqing and Gu Jun had rushed over without wasting any time. But passing through the portal took time, landing required time, and even finding their exact location consumed precious moments. Even with their immediate arrival, some time was lost in between. Though Jiang Muqing and Zhao Liya's ordeal sounded intense and felt like it lasted forever, in reality, their escape only lasted about 40 minutes. Before Su Qingqing had even fully landed, she heard Jiang Muqing and Zhao Liya shout excitedly upwards. However, everything they said initially made absolutely no sense to her. She couldn't understand what had just transpired. But she did see Madame Su and Su Qiaoqiao, one a 1,000-year-old vengeful ghost, and the other a 1,000-year-old zombie, still readying their attacks. After having just dealt with a fire-breathing lizard like Shi, Su Qingqing's physical abilities had jumped to a new level. These two opponents now barely registered as a challenge to her. They felt more like appetizers than adversaries. She didn't rush into action. Instead, she turned to Gu Jun beside her and asked with a sly smile, "How do you feel? I think you're quite strong. Can you take on these two yourself? You can choose which one you want to fight." Gu Jun really paused and thought seriously about it for a second, then answered, "Madame Su looks older, and since I respect elders and care for youth, I think physical combat against Su Qiaoqiao would suit me better. Her punches seem more tangible and impactful." Su Qingqing nodded and said with approval, "Perfect. The 1,000-year-old zombie will be good practice for you now." Just as the Tufan Paihao Runwoob, they touched down, immediately moving toward Madame Su and Su Qiaoqiao. Within seconds, they were engaged in fierce battles, one against each of them. Zhao Liya and Jiang Muqing watched in astonishment. They exchanged a glance. Zhao Liya questioned aloud. Did I hear Qingqing correctly? She said the 1,000-year-old zombie was good practice for Gu Jun? Has Gu Jun reached such an absurd level of strength already? Jiang Muqing's face was equally expressionless as he replied. You heard right. Master Su Qingqing just said that a 1,000-year-old zombie is now merely practice for Gu Jun. Is he some kind of monster? How can he improve this fast? Zhao Liya was utterly bewildered. All three of them had started around the same time. While Zhao Liya and Jiang Muqing were running for their lives trying to evade the 1,000-year-old zombie, Gu Jun had advanced to the point where he could now defeat one. During their shock, Su Qingqing had already dispatched Madame Su. With less than 5 moves, a colossal bolt of lightning shot down, giving Madame Su no chance to flee. She was obliterated instantly. The power of that heavenly thunder was incomparably greater, at least 100 times stronger than anything Jiang Muqing could manage. On the other side, Gu Jun took slightly longer to subdue Su Qiaoqiao, but not much. Su Qiaoqiao had already been severely injured earlier by Jiang Muqing's heavenly fire talismans and thunder talismans. Not at her full strength, Su Qiaoqiao fell when Gu Jun's tang knife swept across her neck. Her head swooshed, off in a flash, separating completely from her body. Even if zombies could survive decapitation, Gu Jun wasn't about to give her the chance. His silver-bladed tang knife plunged straight into her heart and swirled, thoroughly smashing it apart. With a heavy thud as Su Qiaoqiao's body hit the ground, the battle concluded. Chapter 204. Li Miao Miao and the others encounter danger. Just moments ago, old Madame Su and little Miss Su Qiaoqiao, who had almost killed Zhao Liya and Jiang Muqing, were being chased by 2 powerful adversaries to near death. Surprisingly, they barely lasted a few moves against Su Qingqing and Gu Jun's subordinates. From the initial clash to the end, it took less than half an hour in total. Su Qingqing and Gu Jun truly exemplified the phrase, merciless but silent, asking no questions about the cause and effect of their deeds. They didn't care why these creatures harmed people or what justified their malevolent actions. What mattered was that they were harmful and needed to be dealt with immediately. As old Madame Su and Su Qiaoqiao were eliminated, the forest, which had just been shrouded in a sinister mist, suddenly transformed into another state. The layer of faint mist that had constantly enveloped this place began to gradually dissipate. The night had also passed, and the first rays of morning sunlight broke through from the sky, shining down upon this forest that had long been sealed by darkness, restoring its original appearance. This was a lush and beautiful forest, its dense depths filled with flowers of all colors. The leaves were layered in shades of green, breathtakingly beautiful, like a forest one might only find in a fairy tale. Jiang Muqing and Zhao Liya, witnessing such a massive change in the forest, were temporarily lost for words and admiration, unsure of what to say. Zhao Liya, pointing at the scene before her, stammered, "Hitch, they've changed." Actually, she, being inherently attuned to wood-based energy, had always been able to sense the vibrant vitality of this forest. But she hadn't expected that this seemingly lifeless forest would reveal such beauty after freeing itself from its shadow. And their beauty and vitality had been sealed away under the influence of old Madame Su and Su Qiaoqiao for over 1,000 years. Su Qingqing nodded. That's right, they've changed. This is what they looked like before being sealed into this space. Was this entire world sealed inside? Jiang Muqing asked. They were unaware of the latest discoveries and speculations made by Su Qingqing and the others and still assumed, as they had previously, that this place was created by the universal spirit religion. Su Qingqing had Gu Jun roughly explain their discoveries there, clarifying things for Jiang Muqing and Zhao Liya. They also recounted the incidents they encountered on this side. Su Qingqing analyzed quickly. So according to what you said, the location of the Su estate should be at the center of the entire forest, and the exit from here should be in that place too. We need to leave quickly and find Li Miao Miao, and by Qingxian, let's go check it out. Since they left through that door, the entrance had vanished from the sky above, so leaving would require finding a new door. With the surrounding flowers, grass, and trees enthusiastically guiding Zhao Liya, they soon found the Su estate. Previously, no matter how they walked, they could quickly return to the Su estate due to the sorcery of old Madame Su and Su Qiaoqiao. Now, without their magical interference, finding the Su estate was not an easy task. Without the help of the plants showing them the way, it would have taken much longer. Because the current Su estate bore little resemblance to the one they had seen before. The Su estate before them now was entirely different from the opulent and luxurious estate they had encountered earlier. The Su estate, having experienced more than 1,000 years, was already in ruins, nearly collapsed. Apart from the barely standing gateway still hanging precariously with the Su family plaque, it was hard to associate this vast pile of rubble with the Su estate they had known before. Jiang Muqing asked with complex emotions, is this really the original form of the Su estate, and what we saw earlier, all conjured by old Madame Su and Su Qiaoqiao? As they ventured further in, they clearly saw large burned areas in the courtyard where Su Qiaoqiao once resided. Relating this back to Su Qiaoqiao's charred exterior, it was quite possible to infer that Su Qiaoqiao was likely burned alive in the courtyard where she lived before her wedding night due to some grievance and unyielding resentment. Coupled with improper storage of her charred corpse or some secret techniques applied, she eventually became a 1,000-year-old zombie. Old Madame Su likely joined her beloved granddaughter shortly after the latter's passing due to excessive grief, and turned into a ghost of malice herself due to her own unyielding grudges. She may have even attained some mystical powers, transforming into a ghost capable of wielding magic and thus accompanying Su Qiaoqiao ever since. In life, old Madame Su belonged to a prestigious household, and after death, she maintained the grandeur and elegance of her past, turning the entire Su estate back into its former splendor. Possibly due to the immense malevolence exuded by both Su Qiaoqiao and old Madame Su, they wreaked havoc in this area at that time, killing countless people. Later, a high-powered master came along and captured within a tiny realm, Jizzy space, the area where their abilities could reach. This containment has been maintained ever since. Of course, with over 1,000 years having passed, the only ones who knew what had happened back then, old Madame Su and Su Qiaoqiao, are now gone. The thoughts they were speculating about right now were all assumptions, and there was no way to verify them anymore. Even if one stepped back 10,000 steps, everything that occurred here was but ancient history, something few truly cared about now. The past is like smoke in the wind. As they combed through the Su estate again and again, repeatedly searching everywhere without finding the door's location, the red rope tied in Li Miaomiao's direction suddenly twitched 3 times in rapid succession. Li Miaomiao was with by Qing Xian, a snake demon from the previous year, known for her formidable strength. Li Miaomiao herself, inheriting memories from her past life and naturally being a prodigy, possessed clear judgment and never lagged behind. So, Su Qingqing felt relatively at ease with them, as Li Miaomiao had been quiet this entire time without causing much disturbance, occasionally moving the red string just to signal everything was fine on their end. This was the first time Li Miaomiao had issued an urgent danger warning. According to her nature, she wouldn't send out such a signal unless in dire straits. Su Qingqing's face tensed immediately. Oh no, it seems Li Miaomiao has encountered some danger. We must hurry. Where exactly is that door? Jiang Muhing anxiously paced around. After its collapse, the Su estate wasn't that large. It could be seen in a glance. How was it possible that they couldn't find the door after looking everywhere? At that moment, a flash of inspiration came to Zhao Liya. I've got it. There's a place quite special. It might be where the door is. Let's go check it out. She led them to the room where Jiang Muhing had rested before, then found the table beneath the incense altar where she had once hidden. Previously, every movement we made in this room was monitored, but when I spoke while hiding under here, I was never detected. This place is so unique. I wonder if the door isn't here. Zhao Liya voiced her speculation. And indeed, it was a peculiar spot. Despite the whole building collapsing, the room's furnishings were utterly unrecognizable except for this little table and the incense altar, which remained completely intact. The moment Su Qingqing entered and focused on the incense altar, she instantly sensed a different kind of spiritual fluctuation. She walked up close, carefully inspected the altar, and lightly turned something on its surface. Instantly, it was as though a mechanism had been triggered. The incense altar emitted a blinding light below. At the same time, a black hole appeared beneath Su Qingqing's feet. The speed was so fast even Su Qingqing didn't have time to react, and she fell directly into it. Qingqing! Gu Jun shouted her name and followed suit without hesitation, jumping down decisively. He didn't even look back at Jiang Muhing or Zhao Liya. Jiang Muhing and Zhao Liya. Glancing at each other, Jiang Muhing asked, "What do we do now?" Zhao Liya, "What else? Of course, we jump after them. Or do you intend to stay here forever?" With those words, she grabbed the back of Jiang Muhing's neck and jumped down without giving him any time to react, closely following Su Qingqing's descent. Just as Su Qingqing dropped, she initially froze for a second or two, then quickly regained her senses during the fall. She glanced back and first saw Gu Jun following closely, then Jiang Muhing and Zhao Liya also jumping together. Jiang Muhing seemed taken aback entirely, showing signs of both fear and confusion, instinctively hugging onto Zhao Liya. Though amused by this reaction, Su Qingqing faintly noticed the marital destiny thread connecting the two already forming between them. Her lips curled into a smile. She hadn't expected such an unexpected gain from this journey. She channeled a wave of spirit energy, pulling Gu Jun closer to herself first, then reeling in Jiang Muhing and Zhao Liya, who were free-falling in the air. The four linked together like kites flying side by side, descending led by Su Qingqing. After passing through a void area, they gradually began to see the scenery beneath their feet becoming distinct. Their luck was good. They arrived straight away in the world where Li Miaomiao and Bai Qingxian were located. Beneath them stretched an expansive lake akin to an ocean, dotted with small islands spread across the vast waters. This matched exactly what Li Miaomiao described before. They had definitely reached her side. Su Qingqing took control of the direction, choosing a slightly larger island for them to land on. After landing, they started looking for Li Miaomiao's whereabouts. Between the islands lay dark waters, making traversal extremely difficult even if they could sense her general direction. Fortunately, they had Su Qingqing on their side. She was like a cheat code. She tied Jiang Muheng and Zhao Liya together, while Gu Jun held onto them. Using her spiritual energy, she propelled the group forward in rapid leaps across the small islands of the lake, heading towards Li Miaomiao's location. Finally, at the end of the islands, Su Qingqing noticed they were very close to Li Miaomiao, but directly ahead lay another body of water. This lake was different from the one outside. Its water was exceptionally dark, pitch black. Clear water is shallow, green water is deep, but black water is unfathomably abyssal. This indicated that the lake before them was extraordinarily deep, like an endless chasm. Su Qingqing frowned slightly as she looked at the water ahead. There's no way forward. There's somewhere in this water. On land, Su Qingqing was almost invincible. However, underwater was where she lacked prowess. So what do we do? Everyone asked anxiously. As Su Qingqing was about to pull out blank talisman paper to create a water-repelling charm and dive into the depths for reconnaissance, the red rope connecting her to Li Miao Miao suddenly reacted violently. Suddenly, Li Miao Miao was hurled out of the water. Her face was pale, her lips nearly as white as paper, and her body went limp as she was tossed by the waves onto the surface. With lightning-fast reflexes, Su Qingqing darted forward just as Li Miao Miao was about to fall back into the water. She quickly caught Li Miao Miao and retreated safely back to the shore. At the same moment they reached the shore, a massive mouth emerged from the water below, leaping high to snap at the empty space where Li Miao Miao had been. Had Su Qingqing not rescued Li Miao Miao in time, she would have fallen right into its jaws. The creature returned to the water after missing its target, infuriated. It surged above the surface again, opening its massive mouth towards Su Qingqing and releasing an ear-splitting roar, "Hoo!" It seemed to be accusing Su Qingqing of interfering with its prey. Pointing weakly at the hideous fish, Li Miao Miao exclaimed with both anger and frailty, "That's it. That's the lieutenant among those fish underwater. It fought me and Qingxian to save me. Qingxian has now failed to return." Without hesitation, Su Qingqing summoned a thunder talisman and directed it straight at the arrogant and ugly fish jumping out of the water. Living off resentment for who knows how long, this monstrous fish let out a piercing scream as the pure celestial thunder struck it, causing it to crash heavily back into the water, sinking instantly. Not only did the thunder talisman strike it, but part of its residual force also fell into the water. Water being conductive, a large swarm of identical but smaller fish beneath jumped out of the water next to the beast. Presumably, these were its minions. Even though they only endured the residual effects, it was more than enough for them. They all floated belly up on the water's surface, stunned. Regaining some composure, Li Miao Miao tightly clung to Su Qingqing. Qingxian is still down there. He used his last bit of strength to send me out of the water, and then the leader dragged him to the depths. Please, save him, she pleaded, frantic with worry. Su Qingqing calmed her. I understand, I'll think of a way. Don't worry. Qingxian is a snake demon. He has a natural advantage underwater and won't drown like a human. Now I'll find a way to save him. Gu Jun, gazing at the dark and foreboding water surface, made a swift decision. Use the typhoon talisman first to whip up the water, then unleash the thunder talisman directly onto the surface. These fish fear the thunder talisman, but Bai Qingxian practices the righteous path. He's not afraid. It might just numb him a little if he gets struck. Chapter 205, The Stubborn Bai Qingxian. As soon as Su Qingqing heard this, she thought the plan was good. She immediately pulled out a scroll of hurricane talismans and scattered them into the sky as if they were worthless, activating them simultaneously. Instantly, an overwhelming gale blew from all directions. The calm surface of the water was completely stirred up by the strong winds, converging together and eventually forming a massive tornado. The tornado rampaged across the water, lifting all the water from the surface high into the sky, causing the water level to drop rapidly before one's eyes. This move consumed a great amount of spiritual power, but it worked. Until finally, two large creatures entangled at the bottom of the water were revealed, an absurdly huge, ugly fish, and a giant green snake just as enormous. No need to guess, the green snake was absolutely Bai Qingxian, who used his snake body to tightly coil around the fish at the bottom of the water, controlling it. That fish had its deep abyssal mouth tightly biting onto Bai Qingxuan's tail, which happened to be his vital spot, 7 inches long. This meant that they were mutually entangled and restrained, neither able to break free. Bai Qingxian was stubbornly clinging to the enormous ugly fish king because he wanted to buy more time for Li Miao Miao to escape. At the first sight of the two gigantic creatures beneath the water, Su Qingqing shouted down below in her spirit-filled voice, Bai Qingxian, hold on. I'll now use 3 thunder talismans to strike this ugly fish dead, and when it loosens its bite, get yourself out there quick so you'll take fewer hits. The green snake's body gave a slight pause. Bai Qingxian underwater almost thought he was hallucinating. How did it seem like he heard Master Su's voice? But wasn't he at the bottom of the lake? How could he possibly hear Master Su? Wait a moment, where was the water around him? And the water above him? Where did it all go? He slightly looked up and saw Su Qingqing standing on the shore. What the hell? He really wasn't hearing things. Su Qingqing was truly here and said she would strike him with 3 thunder talismans. The last time he was struck by a thunder talisman was when he tried to harm others near the river, and he nearly lost half his life, still harboring deep psychological trauma and reactions. Right as Bai Qingxian saw Su Qingqing on the shore, Su Qingqing's first thunder talisman had already struck down. The hideous, huge, ugly fish screamed in immense pain after being hit by the first thunder talisman, simultaneously loosening its bite on Bai Qingxuan's vital spot. Simultaneously, Bai Qingxian, half numbed from the strike, took this opportunity to break free from his confinement and used his remaining strength to leap onto the shore. The moment he got ashore, he exerted all his effort to transform back into human form, while his companions quickly came to his rescue. Li Miao Miao rushed forward, hugging him tightly despite his severe injuries, incessantly scolding him. Why are you so foolish? Why must you endure this for me? You were almost dead, do you know that? Bai Qingxian, upon seeing Li Miao Miao cry, suddenly felt at a loss, wiping her tears with his hand repeatedly, comforting her. I'm fine, you're human. If you stayed underwater any longer, you'd have suffocated. But I am tough. I can stay submerged for a very long time. I am a 1,000-year-old snake demon, not so easy to be defeated. I'm almost a dragon, remember? Despite this, Li Miao Miao continued crying uncontrollably. Only she knew how perilous the situation had been just now. She knew that Bai Qingxian had made the decision to die to throw her ashore. Had it not been to save her, he might have had a chance to break free. It was precisely because he saved her that he was bitten on his vital spot by that fish. Looking at the horrifying wounds on Bai Qingxuan's neck, the massive bite marks, she kept repeating, "Why? Why must you do so much for me? You don't owe me anything. On the contrary, from the previous life, it has always been me who owes you. It was me who deceived you first, me who left you first. In this life, it's also you who saved me, and it's you who keeps helping me." These words Li Miao Miao usually concealed within her heart, never spoken. Now, having survived such a narrow escape from death, she couldn't help herself any longer. Simultaneously, she realized Bai Qingxuan's feelings towards her. His feelings for her seemed to be far greater than hers for him, leaving her feeling extremely guilty and self-blaming. Seeing Li Miao Miao weep like this, Bai Qingxian was even more at a loss, directing a pleading gaze towards Su Qingqing, hoping Su Qingqing could help him make Li Miao Miao stop crying. However, Su Qingqing shrugged, indicating that she couldn't help with this matter, unable to do anything about it. He then sought help from Jiang Muqing and Zhao Liya beside him, even Gu Jun, but no one spoke, knowing not what to say, implying this was something he would have to deal with himself. Bai Qingxian could only clumsily pat Li Miao Miao's back, consoling her. "Don't cry. Please stop crying. It makes me feel terrible when you cry. Everything I've done for you, I've done it voluntarily because I want to do these things for you." "Why? Why do you want to do these things for me?" Li Miao Miao was asking persistently today, as if she had suddenly got stuck in a rut, pursuing answers till the bottom. Bai Qingxian continued to clumsily pat Li Miao Miao's back while comforting her. "Because you're my master. In the previous life, you saved me and gave me new life. All of this is what I should do for you. Is that all?" Li Miao Miao asked again. Her tone sounded slightly disappointed. Misinterpreting Li Miao Miao's dissatisfaction with his response, Bai Qingxian nodded more vigorously, full of sincerity. "Yes, exactly because of that. Because you're my master, you are the most important person to me." After hearing these words from Bai Qingxian, Li Miao Miao's body obviously paused. She stopped crying as before, calmed down her emotions, stood up, wiped her tears, and turned to Su Qingqing, asking what they should do about Bai Qingxuan's injury. Still sitting on the ground, Bai Qingxian hadn't even had time to sigh with relief, seeing Li Miao Miao stopped crying when he saw her get up and leave, not caring for him like she did before. He vaguely felt that Li Miao Miao seemed a bit upset with him. He asked Zhao Liya beside him, "Why does it feel like my master is mad at me?" Zhao Liya was the one with the highest emotional intelligence among them. Having witnessed everything firsthand, there was nothing she couldn't perceive. She glared at Bai Qingxian as if looking at an idiot, saying, "Nothing much. If you like your master so much, why don't you just let her be your lifelong master?" This left Bai Qingxian utterly confused. He matter-of-factly said, "Of course, I'll treat her as my master for a lifetime. I want to be forever good friends with my master, always staying together with my master." Zhao Liya sarcastically said, "What are you daydreaming about? Your master Li Miao Miao will just be an ordinary person throughout her life. This world isn't like the cultivation world of your era anymore. Once your master graduates from university and starts working, she may meet her true soulmate, and also has the possibility of listening to her grandparents as she reaches a certain age, finding a man she loves and finds suitable to marry, establishing a family, creating a perfect household. So then will you still wish to stay with her forever? After all, when you transform into human form, you're a male too. In what position will you stay with her then? What if her future husband and children look down on you? Ultimately, won't you have to part ways with your master?" Zhao Liya's words were as if they had opened a completely new direction for Bai Qingxian to consider. Bai Qingxian was immediately stunned, having never thought of this aspect before. Now starting to feel some panic, he urgently asked Zhao Liya, "Then Sister Liya, what should I do now?" He even addressed Zhao Liya as sister in his anxiety. Again, Zhao Liya gave him a look of exasperation, shaking her head. "You're hopeless, simply hopeless." Shaking her head while talking, she moved to the side, preferring not to see. Su Qingqing handed Li Miao Miao a small stack of spiritual gathering talismans. "Take them and use them on him. As a snake demon, his physical condition is better than ours. Even injured like this, using more spiritual energy for meditation will help him recover faster. Don't worry too much." "Thank you." Li Miao Miao forced out a smile to Su Qingqing. "I understand. I'll give them to him right away." As she was turning to leave, Su Qingqing suddenly called her back. "Don't blame him. You two are destined to have different paths. Even if he understands, both of you wanting a happy outcome will need to put in hundreds or even thousands of times more effort than normal couples. It's not the right timing yet for you two." Li Miao Miao blushed deeply as if she had been seen through by Su Qingqing, arguing stiffly. "What are you talking about? I don't understand at all." Su Qingqing merely smiled at her without saying anything else, but her smile already revealed everything. Blushing, Li Miao Miao took the talisman back and shoved it to Bai Qingxian. "Use it quickly. Using it will make your injuries heal faster." Bai Qingxian took the talisman paper but didn't rush to use it. He sat on the ground, looking up at her pitifully, like an injured puppy. "Were you angry at me just now? Why were you mad at me?" Li Miao Miao took a deep breath, shaking her head. "I'm not angry at you. I'm just a bit worried seeing you getting hurt for me. Maybe my tone became a bit harsher." Bai Qingxian suddenly pulled at her sleeve and said, "Then, would you promise me not to get married or have kids, okay?" Li Miao Miao almost stumbled in shock at his random words. She asked fearfully, "What are you talking about? Why do you randomly say such things?" Bai Qingxian said pitifully, "Because Sister Liya told me that when you go to college, start working, and grow up, you will need to get married and have children, and then your husband and children will look down on me, and I won't be able to stay by your side anymore. Li Miao Miao remained silent for a moment. She was relieved thinking Bai Qingxian wasn't suddenly enlightened, but it was because of this reason instead. She pulled the edge of her sleeve out of Bai Qingxuan's grip helplessly. These are not issues you should consider right now. You should heal from your injuries first. Su Qingqing didn't care what happened after that. While Bai Qingxian arrived, she used 2 thunderbolt talismans to attack the ugly big fish severely injured by the first heavenly thunder in the water. Each thunderbolt talisman was stronger than the last. Without giving the large ugly fish any time to react, 3 continuous thunderbolts directly took it away. After the largest ugly fish died, the lake water began to evaporate visibly and became shallower. The originally pitch-black lake gradually revealed clear water as the water level receded to a certain extent. At this point, everyone noticed that beneath the blackened lake lay vast underwater ancient cities. There was an enormous city submerged underwater. The island they saw earlier turned out to rest atop a mountain range. They were standing on the sharp tips of the mountains. This sight was simply breathtaking. After listening to Su Qingqing's discoveries, Li Miao Miao learned everything inside the mustard seed space. Judging by the architectural style similar to Su Mansion, it was likely from the same period. She couldn't help making some speculations. If that's the case, this place could have been a prosperous city hundreds or thousands of years ago, but due to a great flood, it attracted this monstrous big ugly fish that devastated the city, eventually forcing a high-ranking cultivator to seal the entire city into this mustard seed space. Just like how Su Mansion's forest was sealed into the mustard seed space to prevent further disasters spreading outward. Indeed, as a scholar, Li Miao Miao thought differently compared to others. Her mind worked quickly, and she could perceive the essence through surface issues, reaching a plausible inference immediately. Su Qingqing nodded. Probably. Still, the old saying went, without a soul left within this grand city, who remembers? And who cares what happened here? No one pays attention. Only future generations will guess and sigh. Finally, after admiring this magnificent underwater ancient city for a while, Gu Jun suggested, let's leave. We still have more important things waiting for us. They started looking all over the map for the portal again, but with the previous experience, this time they paid more attention to places like altars and soon found one. In the center of the ancient city, under the original watery depths, stood a large altar with a bronze cauldron upon it. Su Qingqing detected similar fluctuations of spiritual energy there. It should be the portal. This time, all members of her team were finally reunited. Nobody was missing, intact though a little disheveled. Su Qingqing enclosed everyone with her spiritual power, ensuring no matter what happened next, even if they fell again, they wouldn't be separated. Before Su Qingqing moved the cauldron, she suddenly asked Gu Jun, where do you think we will go next? Will it be the place where the followers of the universal divine religion already are? Gu Jun analyzed. Every time we arrive at a new location, we fall layer by layer downward, and each place appears to be smaller than the last. So, I suspect this mustard seed space is shaped like an inverted trapezoid, descending in layers with the innermost layer being the smallest, and their most crucial area. Perhaps the reason no one from the mystical sects has appeared since the beginning is because they've been directly transported to the innermost layer by the universal divine religion. What would the universal divine religion want to do by pulling the mystical sect people straight to the innermost layer? Jiang Muhing asked. But Su Qingqing's eyes darkened. What else could they want to do? They're trying to hold me back, while using our time to rescue you to further delay me. All their actions aim to gain more time. From the moment we fell down until now, another day and night have passed. We only have less than a day before their sacrificial ceremony. Their purpose in gaining so much time is undoubtedly to move the ceremony forward. Because they can't withstand the pressure anymore and choose to activate the ritual prematurely, hoping to awaken the universal god and the ancient beasts, even if their strength may be significantly diminished. But surely that's better than facing total annihilation right now. Su Qingqing furrowed her brows. Hurry, quickly use the spirit gathering talisman to restore yourself to your best condition. The real battle awaits us next. Chapter 206, Mutual Cooperation. Following Su Qingqing's words, no one dared to waste any time, all quickly adjusting their states. No one knew exactly how many spirit gathering talismans Su Qingqing had brought, but it seemed endless as she kept taking them out stack by stack. Jiang Muqing also asked Su Qingqing for a bunch of used talismans from before, categorizing them and placing them into the pouches around his waist. Now, his sense of security was finally complete. After everyone was prepared, Su Qingqing gave them a nod and used her spiritual power to turn the alchemical brazier. Soon, a large hole appeared beneath their feet, and they fell down again. As they fell, the two enforcers watched the monitoring crystal ball anxiously. The right enforcer, sweating nervously in his palms, said, They're coming down. They're coming down. I see them. Stop yelling. You're giving me a headache. The left enforcer snapped through gritted teeth. What do we do now? Our sacrificial array is almost complete, already activated, but we need time. 2 more hours. 2 hours. The right enforcer didn't argue anymore. Instead, he was focused on what to do next. If they couldn't hold off Su Qingqing and her team, the left enforcer would undoubtedly initiate the program to destroy the entire Jizzy space. But he really wasn't ready to die yet. So what do we do? The right enforcer clenched his teeth and said, We've come this far. You asked me what to do? There's only one option. Grit our teeth and endure. For the next 2 hours, mobilize every single member of our omnipotent divine sect, at any cost, no matter the expense. We must delay them for 2 hours. Agreed, said the left enforcer firmly. Then, they split up and led their respective teams to intercept Su Qingqing's group. Although their strength may not be as formidable as Su Qingqing's, after over 100 years of development and committing countless wrongdoings, they did have some depth to their resources. Though weaker than Su Qingqing, their attacks without restraint were still extremely terrifying. Su Qingqing's group slowly descended, spotting dense crowds of malevolent ghosts and beasts even while they were still midair. From the distant forests, these creatures rushed towards them. The front rows were already overcrowded with them, yet behind them, countless others continued to surge forward, overwhelming the skies and covering the earth. Sensing the live presence of Su Qingqing and her group descending above, they opened their mouths wide and roared at them ferociously. Su Qingqing realized that this wave represented an all-out attack, understanding fully that they were now locked in a fight to the death. Their adversaries had to stop her progress, or else they'd face the judgment of hell. Gu Jun looked down at the mass of demons and beasts below with a solemn expression, but his smile turned even more cynical as he said, "They're afraid. Our pressure forced their heavenly sacrificing plan to accelerate prematurely. What we see here are all their strengths and hidden cards. They used their final cards to slow us down, turning their reserves into cannon fodder. Clearly, they've run out of options. If we can survive this wave, we will win," Gu Jun added confidently. Su Qingqing agreed with him, nodding. Still, talk was easy, doing it was hard. With such an overwhelming number of vicious ghosts and savage beasts recklessly blocking their way, it would take considerable time to eliminate them, even if victory was certain. But now, as they were about to land, there was no turning back. And besides, retreat was never an option. They'd come so far already, it wasn't their style to back down. Su Qingqing quickly arranged instructions as they neared landing. Jiang Muqing and Zhao Liya, you two form a team again. Focus mainly on dealing with the evil spirits. I made sure Jiang Muqing had plenty of talismans earlier, but for this level of minor spirits, the ones you draw yourself should suffice. Liya, you'll provide cover for him. I saw your excellent coordination at Master Su's estate earlier, so keep it going here. Remember, you two are the only ones who can trust each other's backs completely." As she spoke, she shoved a big stack of offensive talismans into Jiang Muqing's hands, and then handed another thick batch of spirit-gathering talismans to Zhao Liya, telling them not to conserve anything. If their spiritual power ran low, they could use hers, as she still had more. Then she turned to Li Miao and Bai Qingxian, saying, "You two form another pair. Bai Qingxian, you were injured earlier. Are you feeling better now? Can you manage against these lackeys?" Bai Qingxian demonstrated his earlier injury. It had already healed significantly and didn't look nearly as ghastly. He flexed his arm, showing great strength, saying confidently, "Don't worry, this minor injury means nothing to me. I absorbed enough spirit energy just now and have recovered substantially. I will surely protect Master well." Li Miao, however, slightly turned her head away and said, "Who needs your protection? Dealing with these level of lackeys is like cutting them down with one slash for me. Besides, I have spirit-gathering talismans too, so there's no need for special protection." Bai Qingxian then turned to Su Qingqing with a pleading look. His eyes conveyed helplessness mixed with confusion. He could sense that Li Miao was angry, upset from before, and still simmering now, yet he truly couldn't figure out why she was mad. Su Qingqing didn't feel like explaining it to him at this moment as they were about to land shortly, leaving little time for explanations. Still, all she could do was try to console Li Miao. She pulled the other girl's face back towards her after Li Miao had turned away and advised in a serious tone, "It's enough already. Whatever issues you have can be sorted out later. Don't stir up emotions at a time like this. We might not make it out if we're not careful." Li Miao quickly defended herself. "I don't mean to." But Su Qingqing didn't let her finish. She pulled out another stack of spirit-gathering talismans from her bag and shoved them into Li Miao's hands, firmly saying, "All right, stop talking. It's getting melodramatic. Feeling gloomy by yourself won't change anything. If you have so much on your mind, just tell him after we get out." Li Miao swallowed everything she wanted to say, accepted the talismans, and seriously nodded. "Okay, I got it. I understand it. I've realized it." Su Qingqing. Huh, what did she just say? Why has Li Miao suddenly realized something? Gu Jun, who had been quietly standing behind Su Qingqing the entire time, suddenly brightened his eyes when he heard her words. "You thinking so much alone means nothing." Yes, it meant nothing if he thought so much by himself without speaking out. Any issues should be voiced once they exit. What good does it serve to overthink things alone? No matter how much he mulls it over, Su Qingqing will remain unaware. Once outside, he would tell her what he thinks. After finally finishing calming down both Li Miao and Bai Qingxian and smoothing over their team's internal conflicts, Su Qingqing felt someone's gaze piercing through her from behind. Turning around, she saw Gu Jun watching her intently. Her sudden movement caught him off guard, as the burning passion in his eyes had not yet dissipated, a gaze intense enough to scare anyone. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Su Qingqing asked, "What? Why are you staring at me like that?" Gu Jun gave a smug smile, revealing his signature grin which he thought made him look charming, but instead appeared somewhat foolish and simple. He chuckled. "Nothing, I just think you're really amazing. The more I interact with you, the more amazed I am." Su Qingqing. "Are you alright? Did your brain get affected by the fire lizard?" Gu Jun. He realized then that the person with the lowest emotional intelligence wasn't Bai Qingxian, but Su Qingqing herself. His expression turned slightly exasperated, shaking his head. "Nothing. Let's save further talk for outside." Su Qingqing's mind brimmed with question marks, unsure what Gu Jun had planned to discuss again after stepping outside. But there was no more time to ponder this, because they had already landed. As soon as Su Qingqing touched the ground, she unleashed a heaven fire talisman forward. Its power rivaled a mortar shell. One blast swept away several meters of space ahead, vaporizing those approaching fierce ghosts and demon beasts instantly. These malevolent spirits and savage creatures were bred by the omnipotent divine sect over the years. They had devoured the lives and flesh of countless people. They thoroughly deserved eradication. No saving necessary. Destroy, destroy, eliminate all. After clearing the open area in front of them, their group safely set foot onto solid ground. To tell the truth, with such a multitude of evil spirits and demon beasts, only 6 of them, their pressure was indeed significant. Directly charging forward was definitely not feasible. Cunning strategies were needed. Su Qingqing shouted loudly, "Spread out around me and cover my advance for 5 minutes or so. I'll find the location of their sacrificial altar and rush straight through to destroy it. Once their base is demolished, they'll crumble." "All right, we'll hold out as long as necessary to protect you." Gu Jun readily agreed. The others also displayed high morale, their foundations fortified after extensive training under Su Qingqing. On the contrary, these malicious entities and savage creatures had been conjured rapidly using black magic by the omnipotent divine sect. They looked formidable and seemed high level, but they were all pretense. If each were brought out individually to fight, they probably wouldn't even stand a chance against this group, being cut down immediately. Now with so many coming at once, it simply doubled the exhilaration of defeating them. Jiang Muqing teamed up with Zhao Liya. Zhao Liya used her wood elemental magic to sprout vines, tripping up or restraining those demon beasts rushing forth. Jiang Muqing followed up with attack talismans, burning them en masse, not allowing the demons and evil spirits even a chance to approach before they were obliterated. Bai Qingxian and Li Miaomiao worked together with perfect tuoqi. Bai Qingxuan's lower body transformed into a snake, sweeping across a large area. Li Miaomiao jumped up from the ground, holding 2 kitchen knives in her hands, slicing everything that had been swept away by Bai Qingxian into 2 pieces. If there were any particularly powerful creatures among the stragglers, Bai Qingxian would finish them off immediately, ensuring that Li Miaomiao wouldn't face any direct danger. Their cooperation was impeccable, brutal, and ruthless. It was as if they were a perfectly synchronized super-killing machine. Gu Jun was even more impressive. On all other fronts, it took 2 people to handle one direction, but Gu Jun stood guard on one side, all by himself. He excelled at close-range attacks, wielding a tank-style saber without any flashy movements, just hacking, cutting, slicing. The saber in his hand seemed to create a dazzling swirl of light. Starting from his position, an absolute no-zone extending 20 meters around him was completely free of any enemies, ensuring Su Qingqing's safety within this area, keeping her free from any interference. She quickly used a compass to calculate the location of the sacrificial site, finding it soon enough. She pointed in one direction. "Over there, just go straight toward that." "But isn't that a cliff?" Jiang Muqing spared a glance in that direction, noticing that it was indeed a precipice. A high cliff towering upward before sharply descending again, giving off the impression of great height. "Yes, precisely there," Su Qingqing declared decisively, then joined the battle and advanced fully in that direction. It turned out that Su Qingqing's judgment was correct. Before heading in this direction, the ghosts and beasts that rushed at them were relatively low tier, easily dealt with one after another. However, once they moved in this direction, the number of ghostly and demonic beasts blocking their path decreased slightly, yet their strength increased dramatically. These were no longer the weak ones that could be cut down in one strike. Their pace obviously slowed down due to this obstruction, with more low-level ghostly beasts surging up from behind, overwhelming them in no time. In the tide of monsters, they progressed slowly, with Su Qingqing leading the charge at the front to maintain the team's forward momentum. Jiang Muqing and the other 4 core members followed closely behind, striving not to fall back a single step, while Gu Jun provided rearguard protection at the back. Despite such conditions, they managed to carve out a bloody path, moving forward steadily, albeit slowly. After about half an hour, they reached the edge of the cliff. At their feet lay a bottomless chasm. Even a small pebble that fell off the cliff took a long time to hit the bottom, its sound echoing finally. As a snake, Bai Qingxian had a natural fear of heights, compounded by the fact that he was a water snake, rendering him paralyzed by this altitude. While fending off the encircling ghostly and demon beasts, his voice trembled as he said, "Sister Su, have you really calculated it right? Are we supposed to descend from here? Falling from here would shatter us into pieces." Su Qingqing didn't respond directly, but instead examined the surrounding terrain and observed her constantly spinning compass. She suddenly announced, "This is an array. I need someone to help me break through this formation." Gu Jun volunteered first, saying, "I'll help you." But as soon as he tried stepping away from the rearguard post, the swarm of ghostly and demon beasts surged back, forcing him to return to his position. Gu Jun frowned in frustration. He couldn't break away. At this moment, Jiang Muqing finished using the last Heaven Fire talisman from his hand, taking a step backward to the inner circle and offering, "I will help you. I'll assist you." Jiang Muqing had just started learning about formations yesterday, but he picked things up incredibly fast and was already competent enough to act as Su Qingqing's assistant. As soon as Jiang Muqing vacated his position, Zhao Liya gritted her teeth and stepped forward to fill in the gap. Gu Jun casually helped clear out some remnants for her, while both Li Miaomiao and Bai Qingxian simultaneously lent assistance, working together seamlessly. It became apparent that Jiang Muqing's position wasn't as crucial as Gu Jun's. Su Qingqing swiftly nodded in approval. "All right, Do exactly as I say, and we'll work together. Chapter 207, Difficulty Upgrade. Su Qingqing drew mystical steps on the ground with her feet. Every 3 steps she took, she would instruct Jiang Muqing to replicate the steps exactly where she pointed, requiring his footwork and posture arcs to be absolutely identical. No mistakes allowed. This task sounded simple, but was extremely difficult in practice, especially because the mystic steps were highly complex and very challenging to memorize. Adding to the difficulty, Jiang Muqing was under immense mental pressure due to his fear of making a mistake, which could either waste time or ruin everything, potentially causing trouble for Zhao Liya and Gu Jun, or even getting them injured. Within just 5 minutes, sweat poured down his face, and his complexion turned pale. Su Qingqing was fully focused on deciphering the formation and did not notice this. Gu Jun was busy holding off demons and monsters, stretched thin and unable to notice as well. Among everyone present, only Zhao Liya had noticed. After sending out a vine with all her might, she shouted at Jiang Muqing. Jiang Muqing, don't be so tense. Why are you trembling? Be more confident, you idiot. Actually, all the times I said you're unreliable were lies. You're actually really capable and smart. Can something as simple as these mystic steps really stump someone like you? I've only insulted you to criticize, but truthfully, you're amazing. At the moment when Jiang Muqing's mind was about to snap under the mounting tension, he suddenly heard Zhao Liya's voice. Her tone remained as sharp and lively as ever, but now it carried an undertone of urgency, and when she affirmed his intelligence, there was no doubt in her voice. The taut string in his mind suddenly loosened, and the heavy burden on his shoulders began to lift as Zhao Liya repeatedly reassured him with "We believe in you." Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself and refocused entirely on cracking the formation. Soon, they had unraveled half of what was currently the most complicated formation they'd ever encountered, arriving at the most critical stage. Gu Jun shouldered the main responsibility of resisting the ghosts and beasts while the other teammates provided full support, proceeding systematically without a hitch. However, the smoother their process went, the more anxious the members of the Universal Divine Sect became. Left Guardian knew that anxiety at this point was futile. He personally retrieved his long-sealed armor and put it on. From their lowest dungeon, he released a massive frog. Actually, calling it a frog wasn't entirely accurate. It was more appropriately described as a toad. Covered head to toe in sticky mucus, its entire body was riddled with dense, pus-filled blisters, enough to trigger anyone's trypophobia. With a whistle from the Left Guardian, the initially dazed toad suddenly perked up. It extended its long tongue into the air, flailing around, and leaving trails of mucus each time it swung. This mucus posed no harm to the ghostly beings, but had tremendous corrosive power when splashed onto humans' physical bodies, capable of dissolving them within mere seconds. Jumping onto the back of the toad, the Left Guardian cut a shallow wound there and injected it with his magical energy. Instantly, the toad that was merely human-sized inflated rapidly, growing to 3 meters tall, squatting like a small mountain. The giant toad obediently croaked for the Left Guardian. Gwah! But this croak was nothing like the peaceful sound one hears in the fields. It was grating, loud enough to nearly rupture eardrums. Riding atop the grotesque amphibian, Left Guardian gripped a weapon in his right hand and pointed forward, shouting loudly. Charge! Hold them off. Absolutely do not let them break through our last line of defense. The enormous, ugly frog charged forward eagerly, swinging its massive tongue. Before departing, Left Guardian left one final order to Right Guardian. Initiate the sacrificial array immediately. Don't wait. I'll hold them off at the front. Ensure that the sacrificial ceremony proceeds smoothly. This is your mission, our last hope. We needn't talk about the past anymore. All I ask is that you remain reliable for this one matter. Feeling both shame and an inexplicable rush of determination, the Right Guardian's face flushed red. Deep down, he made a vow. Understood. The sacrificial ceremony will definitely be completed successfully. The Left Guardian heard his determination, but by then, he was already far ahead, riding the frog, leaving only a fading silhouette behind. Fortunately, Su Qingqing hadn't seen this scene. If she had, she might have burst into laughter. These villains who had caused so much death and destruction had somehow adopted the demeanor of heroes embarking on a one-way journey, never to return. As if they were representing justice. It was truly absurd and laughable. No matter how it was, the decisive battle between them and the Universal Divine Sect had only just begun. Su Qingqing and Jiang Muqing were in the critical phase of dismantling the formation. It was like solving a math problem. They had selected a solution formula, then simply plugged in various values to that formula for complex calculations. Earlier on, there was little chance of error, but as they progressed, especially toward the more intricate steps, mistakes became increasingly likely. And if one step went wrong, every subsequent step would fail, forcing them to restart from the beginning. There was absolutely no room for distraction or carelessness. Even Su Qingqing, who usually planned everything perfectly, felt some tension now. Just at this moment, deep beneath the countless demon beasts and ghost hordes, a massive tremor occurred, sending up a cloud of dust. The thick smoke covered the sky like a giant curtain, shrouding the view of the distance. When the smoke gradually dissipated and everyone saw what was before them, an involuntary gasp escaped their lips. In the distance stood a frog sized like a small hill with a man clad in armor atop its back, towering as high as the giant frog itself. After the initial shock wore off, Zhao Liya, who had the highest standards of beauty, exclaimed genuinely upon seeing the distant frog and giant. Shit, what an ugly toad. And how hideous is that person? I've never seen something so disgusting in my life. Yuck, Evenly Meow Meow couldn't help but rub the goosebumps on her arms and commented, "What kind of thing is this? How could anyone grow to be so ugly? These pus-filled blisters all over its body have triggered my trypophobia." Bai Qingxian also nodded and said, "Yeah, so many pus-filled blisters look really dirty. It's not hygienic at all. This must be some sort of skin disease. Its owner should have treated it. How does one ride something this horrifying?" Though their voices weren't very loud, in this space where every movement and sound was monitored and noticed, Left Guardian clearly heard their comments far away. Left Guardian had originally set out with great dignity. The ceremony made him feel like the general of old embarking on an expedition. His self-image had even brought him some emotional satisfaction. But he never expected that he'd only been handsome for 3 seconds before being criticized right away. His formerly dignified expression nearly froze, followed by surging anger. Even at death's doorstep, they were still so audacious. Once he disrupted the process of Su Qingqing breaking the formation, he'd hold them back with the numerous ghostly creatures until the sacrificial ceremony was complete. That would be their end. With this thought, he drove the frog to charge forward. That toad was indeed ugly but also incredibly strong. Even Gu Jun and his companions' combined strength might not match it, not to mention the multitude of ferocious ghosts and demons surrounding them. This wasn't something they could handle. Here, only Su Qingqing could deal with this toad. However, Su Qingqing was currently focused on the critical phase of instructing Jiang Muqing through the formation disassembly. Stopping now would mean abandoning all previous efforts, and they couldn't afford another attempt. Unchanging was Su Qingqing's rhythm guiding Jiang Muqing, seemingly calm and composed. But her eyes were fixed on the fast-approaching toad and Left Guardian, and she was prepared to stop at any moment to fight back. If the formation could only be dismantled halfway, it didn't matter. Saving lives was more important than anything else at this point. Gu Jun gripped the tang knife tightly in his hand. He held a suppressed feeling inside. Again in this same situation, again helpless when facing danger, unable to contribute in any way, and waiting for Su Qingqing to take action. Intense frustration overwhelmed him. His heartbeat quickened, and his chest grew increasingly hot, as if something were about to burst forth. When everyone's nerves were stretched to the limit, with the toad less than 5 meters away and its stench rushing toward them, something suddenly rolled out of Su Qingqing's bag. The rolling object immediately zoomed in front of Gu Jun like a whirlwind as soon as it seemed to spot the leaping toad. Upon landing, its size began rapidly inflating until it transformed into a colossal lizard, twice as large as the enormous toad. Cici landed, spewed flames toward the opposing creature, and roared. "Roar! How dare a lowly idiot even dare to leap toward my master Gu Jun? You're not worthy to harm my master." This was Cici's silent message just moments before. The talisman paper Su Qingqing used to store the demonic beast wasn't specially made, but was unified. Previously, she had told Cici that it was too large and its cultivation too high, so there was no guarantee the talisman could contain it. And once inside, it couldn't move around recklessly, or it would likely fall out at any moment. However, in order to accompany them, Cici still chose to stay confined within the talisman. Cici originally assumed the space inside the talisman would feel like a tiny cage, uncomfortable, but it turned out unimaginably comfortable. Not only was there spiritual energy inside, but instead of being pitch black, it was softly illuminated as if specifically designed for creatures like it. Apart from the limited space, there were absolutely no drawbacks. Once inside, its injured body began to heal itself automatically. The gaping wound on its stomach, inflicted by Su Qingqing, stopped bleeding. At the time, Cici was thinking that even though Su Qingqing, Gu Jun's woman, stabbed it with a knife, she had also found a way to heal it. Thus, Gu Jun's woman wasn't all bad. Being too comfortable, Cici inadvertently fell asleep, and while unconscious rolled over due to lack of space, causing it to fall out unexpectedly. As soon as it fell out, Cici noticed an extremely ugly toad rushing towards its master from not far away. It was simply intolerable. Without a second thought, it rushed straight forward instinctively. Anything daring to bully its master had to die. Startled by this sudden attack, the opposing toad abruptly halted its motion. In the face of the oncoming fireball, it applied an emergency brake and instinctively sprayed a water wall for defense. The fireball collided with the water wall, which quickly evaporated, creating a large cloud of steam. The surrounding temperature shot up rapidly. Though it appeared the attacks canceled each other out, the rising temperature clearly indicated that Cici's assault was superior, forcing the toad into merely managing a weak defense. Cici let out an angry roar. "You disgusting thing, something I wouldn't even spare a glance at in the past. Did you somehow think you're clean because you've been raised with filth? What a nauseating dirty thing." Its voice was still like a broken gong, but every word was exceptionally clear and standard, especially those multiple mentions of dirty thing, which were pronounced with utmost clarity. The opposing toad croaked angrily in response. Croak, croak, croak. Each croak pierced through people's ears painfully. "Dirty thing." Cici repeated the insult, doubling the abuse. "You can't even speak properly, you dirty thing." Even Zhao Lia, who excelled at sharp-tongued insults, couldn't help raising her thumb in praise. No wonder it's considered the super pet of Gu Jun's last life. Its attacking power really is unmatched. Enraged by the insults, the toad lost all sense of rationality and paid no attention to the person still riding on its back. With one croak, it leaped forward, accidentally tossing Left Guardian off its back. Fortunately, Left Guardian reacted quickly and stabilized himself just in time, or he might have fallen without uttering even a single harsh word. A truly embarrassing scenario. The toad tried to wrap its tongue around Cici, Its tongue contained highly corrosive mucus, strong enough to dissolve any prey caught in its grasp within seconds and leave them incapable of fighting back. Its tongue was its most potent weapon. But Cece wasn't about to let it succeed. It slapped its paw upward, directly striking its tongue away. Sorry, your tongue has corrosive liquid, but my claws are the hardest claws in the world. What level of corrosion do you think can melt me, an ancient claw? The two giants soon became locked in fierce combat, grappling in close range following their animal instincts. Within a radius of 100 meters where they fought, the immense pressure forced all demons and ghosts to retreat, giving Su Qingqing and Jiang Muqing more time near the cliff. Left Guardian had planned on using the giant frog he had raised himself to hold Su Qingqing down. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that the fiery lizard would suddenly leap out at such a critical moment, even betraying him right then and there. Chapter 208, The Final Dash. Zhuhufa angrily shouted at Cece, "Are you crazy? Don't you know who your master is? Who are you helping right now?" Cece was solely focused on quickly taking down the wretch that had hurt its master, and it ignored Zhuhufa's words. What a joke. It had waited for its master for over 10,000 years. How could it not know who its true master was? Let's deal with this toad first. With no other choice, Zhuhufa took out his blade to fight. By now, he must make Su Qingqing stop. Gu Jun once again placed his knife in front of Su Qingqing to protect her. His tang sword pointed at Zhuhufa. Don't take another step. Truly ruthless people don't talk much. There wasn't a single word wasted. At this time, Su Qingqing had just finished an important step with Jiang Muqing. After this step was done, the progress of the array was exactly halfway done, the hardest part having been successfully completed. She spared a moment to look up at Gu Jun and said, 15 minutes. As long as you can hold on for 15 minutes, I can resolve this matter here. Can you handle it? Of course. Gu Jun replied, gripping his sword tightly, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Even if he couldn't beat a beast that was thousands of years old, how could he not beat the ghost in front of him? If he couldn't, he would endure and hold his ground. He absolutely couldn't embarrass Su Qingqing. Initially, Zhuhufa didn't even bother looking at Gu Jun, sweeping his gaze over him with disdain. However, the more he looked, the more startled he became. It's similar. This person looks so much like their omnipotent true god, and this is their first real confrontation face to face. The oppressive aura Gu Jun emitted was stronger than that of their omnipotent true god. But how is that possible? Gu Jun had always been a prime target of their omnipotent divine sect, under surveillance since he was born, in preparation to seize his body for their omnipotent true god. So, there was probably no one who knew more about Gu Jun's history than Zhuhufa. Even his start in esoteric studies only began within this past year when he met Su Qingqing. In total, less than a year had passed. How could he have grown so strong to produce such a sense of oppression? After being initially surprised, Zhuhufa felt a strong sense of humiliation follow. Gu Jun, a novice in the mystical arts for less than a year, how could he evoke such a feeling of pressure? Hadn't he wasted all these years? To boost his own aura, Zhuhufa sneered coldly at Gu Jun. Rest assured, I won't kill you. After all, your body has always been something our omnipotent true God cherishes. You were born to serve our true God, and we need to keep your body for the true God. Though he spoke confidently, in reality, it was meant to belittle Gu Jun from a deeper level, aiming to undermine his confidence. But who was Gu Jun? How could he be influenced so easily? Gu Jun looked straight at Zhuhufa, his eyes blazing with determination. Then you guys are really quite incompetent. Since I was born, you've had your eyes on my body, but you've never managed to snatch it away. Now that I've joined the mystical path, and Master Su helps me, what makes you think you can still steal my body? Besides, it's rather disgusting to constantly be stalked by leeches from the sewers. I might as well use this opportunity to settle things once and for all. All of them, without exception. As he spoke, Gu Jun's eyes burned with indomitable fighting spirit. He had already been drained once, and theoretically, his body should feel somewhat fatigued by now. But strangely, it wasn't. Looking at Zhuhufa, Gu Jun clearly felt as though something inside him had awakened. Not only had his physical state returned to its peak, but he could also feel the surging strength deep within him. This feeling was already evident earlier when facing the giant toad, and was now even clearer. He couldn't quite understand why, but it seemed this reaction was specifically triggered by the omnipotent divine sect. Zhuhufa grew somewhat irritated and laughed coldly again. Overestimating yourself. Then, holding his large broadsword, he charged forward, with Gu Jun responding. His tang knife collided head-on with Zhuhufa's broadsword. There was a clang, as their weapons clashed mid-air, followed by rapid exchanges. High-level combatants engaging each other, Jiang Muqing and the others were mere bystanders, anxiously watching, utterly unable to assist. Although they couldn't help, they could still tell something about the fight. Jiang Muqing nervously said to Zhao Liya, I'm feeling like the guy riding the toad is actually quite strong. He seems very capable, and before he wasn't just boasting after all. He's actually suppressing Mr. Gu. Is Mr. Gu not his match? I have no idea. Zhao Liya watched, and could only feel the same urgency. No, Gu isn't as weak as you think. Li Miao Miao suddenly spoke up, shaking her head. You need to look carefully. It seems like Gu has been constantly defending and retreating, but he hasn't suffered any disadvantage at all. His rhythm remains intact. Rather than being on the defensive, one might say he's holding back deliberately. Mr. Gu is testing the strength of that person riding the toad. Zhuhufa, who was fighting Gu Jun, had heard every word from the group behind clearly. He felt his mouth twitch upon hearing them refer to him as the one riding the toad. He wasn't some mere rider. He was a great general known for his terrifying presence in ancient times, and the esteemed left guardian under only one person in the omnipotent divine sect. It was all his fault. Before engaging, he forgot to declare his name and title, now leaving him to be mockingly called the one riding the toad. Being interrupted by Jiang Muqing's group ignited a more anxious rage within him, causing his attacks to grow even faster. At the same time, he discovered that Gu Jun was far more troublesome than expected. Despite Zhou Hufa's intent to quickly dispatch him and crush him instantly, it simply couldn't be done. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Gu Jun suddenly began countering while having consistently played defense until that moment. As if grasping Zhou Hufa's attacking pattern, he responded with force minimal yet effective, soon shifting from pure defense into an evenly matched battle. Internally alarmed, Zhou Hufa noted his vitality drawn from the omnipotent divine sect's pool, accumulated over many years, should give him an endless supply, allowing him to outlast Gu Jun effortlessly. However, how could this be? After fighting for so long, though Gu Jun had clearly expended considerable energy, his vigor seemed only to increase rather than wane. Gu Jun naturally wouldn't explain that on Su Qingqing's backpack rested a secret stockpile filled with spirit-gathering talismans, one full sack, given to him as insurance by Su Qingqing before the fight started. As they fought fiercely, midway through their battle, Gu Jun realized not only did the talismans replenish his spiritual power, but another mysterious, unceasing energy source surged continuously from within him. Around 10 minutes into the combat, the toad ridden by Zhou Hufa let out a sharp and pitiful cry. Croak. Cece had finally gained the upper hand against the toad, tearing its heart out with one swift claw. Then Cece followed up triumphantly by stepping on it and breathing fire, reducing the toad to charred remains. Seeing his painstakingly nurtured battle pet slaughtered after years of cultivation enraged Zhou Hufa. Pulling away a distance, he swiftly made seals in front of him. With each seal formed, the weather dramatically shifted. What had been a bright sky darkened completely. In the middle of the sky appeared a massive vortex, emanating a beam of violet-black light straight down, accurately encasing Zhou Hufa within its range, protecting him. Whenever Gu Jun attempted to approach, he would be repelled, unable to close in. As ominous energy descended from the vortex towards Zhou Hufa, everyone's skin prickled with unease. Though the audience didn't understand the intricate seals Zhou Hufa cast, it became clear that perhaps feeling overwhelmed by Gu Jun, Zhou Hufa was calling upon an even more powerful and domineering mystical force. Once he received that power, Gu Jun might indeed find himself no longer a match for Zhou Hufa. Gu Jun watched Zhou Hufa intently, gripping his blade ever tighter. If he were defeated, suddenly, beneath their feet, there came a snap. Gu Jun and the others turned in unison, seeing Su Qingqing, sweating profusely but smiling up at them. Su Qingqing smiled and said, "Mission accomplished. The array here has been destroyed. We're ready to descend." The array that originally required 15 minutes to deactivate had its duration shortened by Su Qingqing. It took only 13 minutes to resolve. With a wave of her hand, she enveloped all her companions in her ethereal qi. Just as they entered its protective sphere, the ground beneath them cracked open, sending them plummeting downwards rapidly. Having fallen so many times, they were almost getting used to it. Before plummeting down, Su Qingqing hurled a celestial thunder talisman straight at Zhou Hufa as he was drawing in that mystical power. A colossal bolt of thunder roared and crashed down with a crack. Shattering the light beam's protective shield, the energy nearly synchronized with Zhou Hufa's invocation disintegrated into pieces. The concentrated chi Zhou Hufa had been forming dissipated completely. Enraged, he spat out a mouthful of old blood on the spot. Before he could recover, he heard Su Qingqing taunt him again. A general who has lost battles and become a prisoner. A total failure. Do you think after death, practicing substandard black arts will turn you into an orthodox victor? You're dreaming. Zhou Hufa violently coughed up another gush of blood. Of course, being a ghost, he couldn't produce real blood. It was his vital essence from his main body that was ejected. After spitting this out, his ghostly silhouette seemed to thin by 1 degree. Looking at Su Qingqing and the others falling through the dismantled array, he shouted, Chase them for me. We must catch up with them." The last line of defense set by the omnipotent divine sect failed. Below this barrier lay the altar for their sacrificial rites. If the sacrificial altar ended up destroyed, all they could do was destroy the energy stone, annihilating this entire mustard seed space. After breaking through the cliffside array and landing, Su Qingqing and her group found themselves facing another replica of the 18 hells. This place looked exactly like the previous layers of hell they had broken through. Everyone was momentarily shocked. Jiang Muqing questioned, "Are we back where we started?" "No." Su Qingqing shook her head. "This is a different place. Look closely. While it resembles the surface level of the 18 hells superficially, everything here is mirrored, symmetrically reversed in direction." Gu Jun solemnly added, "Meaning, this is the true core hell of their omnipotent divine sect. The rest are facsimiles made based on here. So, our most urgent task now, isn't it to save the people from the mystic school first? Time is running out, if we don't rescue them soon." Li Miao Miao was deeply worried about these individuals from the mystic sect. They landed together initially, but since then, no one had seen or heard from them again. Their whereabouts remained unknown, indeed cause for concern. Bai Qingxian usually stayed silent unless Li Miao Miao spoke. He sniffed the surrounding air diligently before pointing toward a direction. Over there are signs of living humans. Hundreds and hundreds of them. And indeed, the direction he pointed to corresponded with the location of the central sacrificial altar in the superficial layer of hell. Yes, Even above in that outer layer of hell, there existed a center sacrificial altar too. Su Qingqing's eyes instantly brightened. That's right. Even if all things are mirrored changes, the center point should still be centered regardless of symmetry. Let's go there first and stay vigilant on the way. Everyone agreed. They were all centered around Su Qingqing now. At this moment, loud thuds echoed from behind them. It was that indescribable group of demon beasts and vengeful spirits coming from the direction they'd just fallen, seemingly drawn like prey toward predators. Though incapable of truly harming anyone, these entities were absolutely revolting and disturbing. It's like a single fly doesn't pose a real threat, but when countless flies buzz relentlessly around you, inevitably affecting your movements, and these flies also bit. Su Qingqing handed out a scroll of divine speed to everyone, giving instructions. Now that we've already descended, let's not bother with what's chasing us behind. Move at full speed, following me. All right, everyone responded in unison. Following Su Qingqing gave them all a sense of fiery passion. No matter what unknown or dangers they faced, there was no fear, knowing Su Qingqing would have their backs. There was nothing they needed to worry about. Chapter 209, Sect opens a dedicated immortality tablet. After heading downward, the terrain became much simpler than above. This place was entirely like an unmanned version of the 18th level of hell. Everywhere were desolate execution grounds. The horrifying instruments of punishment had nothing on them, only bloody stains remaining, appearing particularly terrifying. As far as the eye could see, there was a sense of bleakness and desolation. It was just like the real 18th level of hell. Su Qingqing's group didn't bother to look around. Their goal was clear. It was the altar in the center. Suddenly, when they were about to get close to the central altar, Bai Qingxian suddenly stopped and sniffed forcefully to one side. Why is there a whiff of living beings here? And it seems to be a small group. Everyone halted at this revelation. Bai Qingxian, being a beast, had a sharper nose compared to Su Qingqing, who relied on aura alone for detecting life. Especially during such rapid movement, when Su Qingqing's mind was entirely drawn to the central altar, her perception was nowhere near as acute as Bai Qingxuan's. Running at the forefront, upon hearing Bai Qingxuan's words from behind, she intended to circle back but heard Jiang Muqing shout from behind. An array. It's an array. There's a hidden array over here. At that moment, the pursuers who fell with them arrived as well. And these descending beasts and malevolent ghosts seemed to be from the most powerful batch. Not only were they among the strongest, it appeared their power had been enhanced by the left protector. They emitted a significantly heightened presence, each in a frenzied state. Gu Jun and his team had already suffered some losses. While spiritual force could be quickly replenished using spirit-gathering talismans, physical stamina wasn't so easily restored. Now trying to fend off this group of demons and spirits would be quite challenging. Su Qingqing asked Jiang Muqing, "Can you disable this array?" I should be able to." Jiang Muqing wasn't very confident, his response hesitant. Su Qingqing firmly reassured him, "You definitely can. If you must succeed. Remember what I've told you. Arrays change endlessly, yet never depart from their core principles. You've already helped me solve such difficult arrays before. This tiny array is merely practice for you. Go ahead." Jiang Muqing was still somewhat unsure. "Wouldn't it be more prudent if you handled it? I'm afraid I might screw it up on my own." By now, Su Qingqing had already pulled out her long peachwood sword from her backpack, a rather lengthy weapon. Its appearance looked plain without any decorative patterns, having simply been polished until it gleamed. Holding the peachwood sword, she bore an air reminiscent of wielding an ancient divine artifact. While charging forward and rolling up her sleeves, she declared, "Me? Of course, I'll have to hold off these bastards. There's really no time to deal with such a small array." So, she turned to smile at Jiang Muqing. "This array is yours now, my obedient apprentice." Jiang Muqing had been somewhat fearful before, fearing inadequacy and subconsciously wanting to escape or depend on Su Qingqing. However, when he heard Su Qingqing say obedient apprentice, it felt as if all the blood in his body surged straight to his brain. Oh my gosh, Master Su called him her obedient apprentice. Obedient apprentice. This was clearly an acknowledgement of his ability, a sign of finally accepting him as a disciple. Jiang Muqing immediately became energized, all other thoughts disappearing from his mind. He absolutely had to open this array today, and couldn't let Su Qingqing down. "Lisa, please cover me," Jiang Muqing said to Zhao Liya, requiring an utterly secure environment to focus on dismantling the array. Right now, Zhao Liya was the only one he could fully trust beside him. "No problem, leave it to me," Zhao Liya readily agreed. Having cooperated so many times, they no longer needed elaborate communication. As Su Qingqing rushed ahead with her peachwood sword, she passed by Gu Jun. Without hesitation, Gu Jun wielded his Tang-style saber and followed Su Qingqing forward, moving at the same pace as her. Su Qingqing teased him. "Didn't you fight with the left protector for so long? Aren't you tired?" Gu Jun answered resolutely, "I'm not tired when I'm with you." The implication was obvious, so much so that it bordered on overt. Unfortunately, Su Qingqing was bluntly clueless, especially given the urgent situation at hand, and gave it no further thought. Instead, she felt Gu Jun was a trustworthy and admirable ally. She grinned at Gu Jun, "Worthy of your reputation. Among so many people, I find you the most reliable, the one I enjoy working with the most." Gu Jun was nearly floating on air with pride, feeling as though fireworks had exploded within him. Had he heard correctly? Just now, Qingqing said she enjoyed working with her the most. Zhao Liya might not have heard it, and if she did, she would certainly have criticized it. These two were truly made for each other. They only half listened to what others said, but communicated with no obstacles. Su Qingqing and Gu Jun charged to the back, mutually coordinating. Su Qingqing, as the main force, wiped out most of the rushing beastly spirits and ghosts. With one sweep of her peachwood sword, they vanished into ashes. The remaining ones that weren't dead continued rushing forward, but were all taken care of by Gu Jun using his tank-style saber. A full-scale strike cleared everything. They absolutely ensured not a single target escaped their reach. Originally, Li Miao Miao and Bai Qingxian had intended to move in and help, but seeing this scene, they quietly stepped back a few steps. How could they step in? The two combined left absolutely no room for them to interfere. They would rather take a few more steps back, avoiding being injured by their residual might, which was itself a form of assistance. In the end, Li Miao Miao and Bai Qingxian retreated next to Jiang Muqing. If there was no danger ahead, what if there was danger from behind or around? Even if they weren't that powerful, they should still play their largest role. Time passed bit by bit. Even with the left protector personally leading people from the Universal God sect to charge forward and other beasts attacking from the rear, Su Qingqing's team, though not numerous and all amateurs, functioned like a mobile fortress. They cooperated flawlessly, fully entrusting their backs to one another, rock solid, unbreakable. Finally, after hearing a familiar snap, the array under Jiang Muqing's feet loosened. Jiang Muqing, very experienced, immediately shouted, "The array is broken. Retreat quickly." Not only him, others were also experienced. The arrays of the Universal God sect were not user-friendly. Once broken, it directly collapsed downward. Having fallen so many times already, even a dog would gain some experience by now. As Jiang Muqing shouted to retreat, he quickly pulled Zhao Liya and jumped backward. Zhao Liya had planned to run herself, but didn't expect to be pulled by Jiang Muqing. Losing her balance, she was directly pulled into his embrace and landed on the ground heavily. To be precise, it was Jiang Muqing who landed hard, while Zhao Liya fell right into his arms. Jiang Muqing stood up at the first opportunity and pulled Zhao Liya up. "Are you alright?" His tone was full of concern, something even he hadn't noticed. Zhao Liya was surprised by the care in his tone and unconsciously blushed, averting her eyes slightly. "No, I'm fine." At this point, Jiang Muqing realized how close they were. He swiftly let go of Zhao Liya's hand, and his pale little face turned red unintentionally. Both felt somewhat awkward. Damn it, so many years of brotherhood. Why did it feel a little strange at this moment? But they didn't stay awkward for long because the ground beneath them collapsed, revealing a dungeon below. Inside the dungeon were all the disciples of the Xian sect who had fallen down before. They had been trapped in complete darkness for a day and a night and weren't without thoughts of escape. But this was a one-way array, a kind of formation that can only be destroyed from the outside, not from within. For those locked inside, it was a death trap. Despite much effort, they achieved nothing. Without electronics like watches or phones, they wouldn't even know how long they'd been imprisoned. After trying various methods and failing to escape, they chose to preserve their strength, observing what would happen next, waiting for the right opportunity to act. When the space above them suddenly opened, they were all startled and quickly entered combat readiness. As they all tensely entered level 1 combat alertness, a familiar face peeked out from above. "Hello, we meet again. It's quite the coincidence. It's me once again breaking your precious array to rescue everyone." The proud and slightly cocky voice of Jiang Muqing rang out, and all the Xian sect disciples saw his conceited, yet somewhat infuriating face. What to say, his face currently screamed. "What now? In the past, I wanted to join your sect, but got snubbed. Now that you're trapped and in peril, aren't you still depending on me to save you? The former me you didn't care about, and the present me is beyond your reach." However, at this moment, even the usually brilliant sons of the Xian sect found no words of rebuttal. Everyone watched Jiang Muqing being smug for several seconds before the first disciple of Green Mountain sect helplessly said, "Why don't you open the dungeon and let us out first? We overheard last night." The Universal God sect's sacrifice likely already started early and is now possibly ongoing. This time, there are over 1,000 live people involved in their ritual. We might still be able to save them if we rush over now. If we're late, it will truly be over. The underlying meaning was clear. Rescuing the people was the priority right now. You could show off later. Li Miao Miao sent Bai Qingxian to the back to inform Su Qingqing and Gu Jun, saying Jiang Muqing had broken the formation on this side, while she pulled out her cleaver and slashed twice downward at the top of the dungeon below. The iron lock securing the iron door above the dungeon broke with the sound of the slashes. After the entrance above the dungeon was opened, the Xian sect disciples who were trapped inside climbed up as quickly as they could. Su Qingqing used a heavenly fire talisman to clean up another large group, giving Gu Jun a look. "Let's go, withdraw. Leave these people for the Xian sect disciples to handle. We have more important things to do." Of course, the most important task was stopping the sacrifice. If the universal true God and the ancient divine beast were revived, then the situation would truly spiral beyond control. As Jiang Muqing had put it, once the situation escalates further, only several of the country's nuclear weapons could resolve it. In order to prevent the situation from escalating, they must act quickly. Gu Jun received Su Qingqing's cue and, after dealing with the last beastly spirit, swiftly retreated with Su Qingqing. When they passed by the Xian sect disciples who had just climbed up, Su Qingqing pointed to the throng of beasts and ghosts rushing up behind and said, "See that crowd behind? Not particularly powerful, but they're annoying like persistent flies, and we've held them off for quite some time. Now we need to stop the sacrifice, so we leave that group of bothersome flies to you. Can you handle it?" The Xian sect disciples followed Su Qingqing's finger and saw the endless tide of ghostly spirits and beast demons behind. They had all never encountered such a scene before and were thoroughly awed. Previously, dealing even with a small portion of them would have been difficult, and facing so many meant outright surrender due to sheer numbers. But now, thanks to Su Qingqing's previous guidance, they felt they'd been transformed on the spot. All of them were originally the most talented and promising members of the Xian sect, lacking only the correct cultivation method. Now that they had the proper way, their power increased dramatically on site. They spent an entire day and night locked down below with nothing else to do but think and practice with the assistance of Su Qingqing's previously given spirit-gathering talismans, so their capabilities improved even further overnight. Each one harbored a deep resentment. Since entering Baiyun County, they've been consistently at a disadvantage, left to be manipulated at will by the universal God sect people. Always either confined here or trapped there, they were supposed to be the prideful prodigies of the Xian sect. The Xian sect existed to uphold justice and righteousness. Yet here they were, being played with by this group of wicked forces and utterly crushed under overwhelming force. Each carried a simmering indignation within them. Now, when Su Qingqing called on them to block this group of wicked creatures, their hearts were indeed stunned by the sheer scale of these creatures, but they weren't afraid. Instead, once the initial shock passed, a fire of determination ignited within them. The senior disciple of Green Mountain sect led the way by drawing his weapon, pointing his sword at the endless horde of wicked beings, and proclaimed, "Friends of the Tao, if it weren't for Master Su's help today, the universal God sect's ambition would eventually lead to the downfall of us, the Xian sect, and the end of all righteous ways in the mortal realm. Master Su is a great power, a true warrior, and has even more critical tasks ahead of him, and we absolutely cannot just sit idly and wait for our end. As members of the Xian sect, we must dedicate our strength. Even if we die today, our sects will honor us with glory. That's right. To die today will gain us merit, granting us ascension in the next life, with a dedicated place carved into our sect's immortal steel. Charge forward." No one knew which sect the young man shouting belonged to, but instantly, over 100 Xian sect disciples all became invigorated with fervent passion. Who could resist the charm of having a personal inscription carved onto the eternal life steel of their sect? No one. There was nothing more to say. It was simply a matter of charging forward. Su Qingqing, observing everything from the side, remained speechless. She couldn't help feeling confused. What kind of baffling belief system was this? How had their morale surged several times over so suddenly? Chapter 210, Bet on the Last Card. Su Qingqing was puzzled, but she was still infected by their suddenly heightened morale. She held back the eldest disciple of the Green Mountain sect who was ready to charge, and handed him several handfuls of spirit-gathering talismans. Don't rush blindly. You should organize everyone to charge forward in batches. If someone's condition looks off, help them. Here, take these spirit-gathering talismans. If anyone can't hold on, use these. This is too precious. The eldest disciple of the Green Mountain sect looked at the multitude of talismans, thinking they were far too valuable for him to accept easily. Without another word, Su Qingqing stuffed the talismans directly into his hands. These things are not valuable to me. You can just use them. Don't be polite with me during times like this. After finishing, she shoved a few more bundles into his arms and disregarded the shocked expression on the eldest disciple of the Green Mountain sect as she asked him, "Are these enough? If not, I'll give you a few more. Once I leave, you won't have a source for more spirit-gathering talismans. So don't feel bad about it. Just take them." The eldest disciple hesitated before quickly replying, "If there's any left, please give us more. We're many people here." Su Qingqing fished out 2 more handfuls from her bag and handed them over, then signaled Gu Jun, leading him quickly forward. Behind them, the eldest disciple of the Green Mountain sect was deeply moved, nearly shedding tears of emotion. Master Su's backpack was only so big. How much could it hold? The pile of spirit-gathering talismans she'd given had probably taken up half of its space already. It seemed that Master Su was someone who acted tough, but was soft-hearted inside. Even though she tried to downplay it, the fact was that she'd practically given away most of her stockpile. Master Su was truly such a good person. As Gu Jun passed by the eldest disciple of the Green Mountain sect, seeing his face full of reverence and gratitude, he realized immediately that the disciple must have been misunderstanding something and got overly touched. He likely didn't know about the mysterious inner workings of Su Qingqing's backpack. Otherwise, he wouldn't be this emotional. Jiang Muqing and others, upon noticing that Su Qingqing was about to leave, immediately rushed to follow. "Hey!" Su Qingqing stopped them. "You guys don't need to come along. Just stay here and help them. Gu Jun and I will be fine going alone." "Why?" Jiang Muqing was confused. He had just independently solved a complicated array and now felt very capable. Su Qingqing read his thoughts and explained, "Precisely because you're so capable and improving so much, that's why I'm leaving you here to help them. They need your support." Although reluctant, both Jiang Muqing and others nodded in submission to Su Qingqing's orders, their faces clearly yearning to keep fighting alongside her team. Su Qingqing, meanwhile, kept glancing at the compass, leading Gu Jun further ahead. "We need to hurry. It'll be noon soon, and both noon and midnight are the best times for sacrifices. We have about half an hour left." Gu Jun followed closely behind Su Qingqing, his feet quickened by divine speed talismans, matching her pace perfectly. Despite appearing calm, inside, he was surging with excitement. His heart pounded with joy. He was the only one Su Qingqing had chosen to bring along. This certainly proved how special he was. Indeed, to Gu Jun, it was evident that he meant something significant to Su Qingqing. Unaware of what Gu Jun was thinking, Su Qingqing noticed how well he had held up after multiple rounds of battle, maintaining his endurance and matching her speed without faltering, silently acknowledging him with approval. truly worthy of her discerning eye. Out of everyone, only Gu Jun had proven reliable. She hadn't made a mistake in bringing him along. Both continued running according to the compass guidance. In truth, by the latter part of the run, whether or not they needed the compass became irrelevant since the bloodstains and signs of living beings grew increasingly apparent ahead. Meanwhile, the surroundings became increasingly desolate and eerily silent. They finally reached the end of the street where a grand city gate loomed far ahead. This massive gate stood tall and majestic, with a huge plaque hanging above it inscribed with 3 bold characters, Eternal Life City. Upon approaching, they immediately sensed the strangeness of the atmosphere. It wasn't particularly ominous or laden with heavy malevolent energy, but instead, it radiated vibrant life force, an aura akin to springtime, soothing and refreshing. Looking inside from outside the gate, the colors appeared soft and harmonious. Such an environment would normally appear quite natural elsewhere, but within this underground city saturated with killing intent, it felt highly unnatural. Glancing at each other, Gu Jun spoke first. Is this another illusion? How could the universal religion possess such a place? Su Qingqing shook her head. No, even if it's just about the city gate ahead, it's not an illusion. But could the universal religion really have a place like this? Gu Jun still found it hard to believe. As Su Qingqing gazed at the city gate not far ahead, she fell into a few seconds of deep thought. How to put it? She was certain she had never seen this city gate before. Yet, why did she feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity with it? An extremely familiar feeling, as if she had visited it in her previous life. No, it wasn't just a visit. It felt like she had lived here. This inexplicable sense of familiarity was exactly the same as what she initially felt toward Gu Jun. It was so familiar that it even startled her a bit. Do you find this place familiar? Su Qingqing suddenly asked Gu Jun. Huh. Gu Jun was reminded by Su Qingqing's question, breaking out of his contemplation about whether this place was an illusion created by the universal religion, and began re-evaluating the area. Indeed, if Su Qingqing hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have noticed anything peculiar. But once she pointed it out, he could almost blurt out, "So familiar. Have you been here before?" Su Qingqing asked again. Gu Jun shook his head firmly, responding without hesitation, "No, wait." Gu Jun then caught on, asking Su Qingqing, "Do you also feel familiar with this place?" Su Qingqing nodded. "Yeah, very familiar. It's like I've been here in my previous life. But I'm sure I haven't been here in my previous life." Gu Jun chuckled. "What you're saying sounds like you remember your previous life." Su Qingqing glanced at Gu Jun but didn't respond. Truth be told, she did remember things from her past life. She was the one who had failed to ascend in her previous life and was kicked down here by her grandmaster to complete a mission. Of course, such details were something she absolutely couldn't share with Gu Jun. There would be no benefit in doing so, and it might unnecessarily bring her trouble. Her silence and subtle expressions at this moment gave Gu Jun something intriguing to ponder over. The smile on Gu Jun's face froze. He nearly forgot Su Qingqing's abilities. For her, finding out what happened in a past life seemed not entirely impossible. Looking at the gate ahead, Su Qingqing said, "All right, stop daydreaming. No matter where we are going, the sacrificial altar is inside. The people we need to rescue are inside, and we have to go in." "Sure, let's go. Into the dragon's den or tiger's lair." Gu Jun nodded. By now, he had grown calm, radiating an unmatched tranquility and ease. He seemed less like someone coming to save people and more like someone returning home. Interestingly, as they crossed the threshold of the city gate, there was indeed a sense of familiarity, as if he used to traverse this gate frequently. From the moment they stepped inside the gate, everything around them changed. They had originally stood outside the gate, looking in to see an indistinct nothingness. Inside, the light was soft and bright, yet strangely obscured so that nothing could be discerned clearly. But upon entering, all the structures hidden in the light revealed their original true forms. Inside the walls lay a grand, ancient citadel. Unlike any known dynasty, none of the buildings here adhered to traditional wooden architecture. They combined stone and wood. These buildings were taller and grander, their streets wide and expansive, and rows upon rows of towering constructions connected together, resembling skyscrapers in modern metropolises. Yet, these maintained a classical charm, leaving Gu Jun utterly awestruck by their design. Even someone as composed as Gu Jun couldn't help but take a second look. But when he turned to check Su Qingqing's reaction, he found her completely calm. Though her eyes reflected some surprise and confusion, there was no hint of curiosity typical of someone seeing such architecture for the first time. "You must have seen this kind of building before, right?" Gu Jun asked. Su Qingqing shook her head and said, "Not at all. This is my first time too." "Wow, this feels incredibly impressive." "Gu Jun, come on, can you pretend a little harder?" With a slight cough, Su Qingqing pretended not to notice Gu Jun's speechless expression. She wasn't good at acting. This was already the peak of her performance skills. "Thank you." Why would she feel curious? In the world from which she came, practically all major cities had such architecture. In her world, where everyone belonged to Taoist sects seeking enlightenment and ascension, even common folk could effortlessly fly. Therefore, people in her world built their houses especially high, constructing them directly in the air. It seemed each world emphasized different skills. Her previous world excelled in cultivation, while this one focused on technology. Still, she was a little surprised by why this space contained architecture only found in her previous world, connecting this realization with her inexplicable familiarity and her incomplete soul essence. In the 30,000 small worlds of this universe, why did her strand of soul essence fall into this one? And why did the Grandmaster send her here to complete this task of accumulating merit? Su Qingqing always felt that the closer they ventured inside, the closer they got to the truth. As they proceeded inward, there was only one main road, without a single alley on either side. All the buildings along the way had their doors tightly shut, with nothing suspicious to be found. The aura of living beings was ahead of them, leaving them no choice but to press forward. They encountered several illusions on the way. To those outside Xian sect disciples, these were top-notch delusions. But before Su Qingqing and Gu Jun, such illusions were nothing at all. Su Qingqing didn't even bother giving them a passing glance. She merely waved her hand slightly, breaking the illusion effortlessly. She sighed in exasperation. Look, if you've got more tricks up your sleeve, bring it out now. Stop wasting time with these trivial illusions. Aren't you tired of using them? I'm annoyed just watching. Gu Jun had just emerged from an illusion himself. He stayed in it unusually longer than usual, and when he finally came out, his face was flushed as if something abnormal happened. Curious, Su Qingqing asked him, what did you see in there? Why does your face look so red? Shaking his head, Gu Jun simply replied, it's nothing. Seeing he didn't want to elaborate, Su Qingqing didn't pursue it further. It was just an illusion after all, so it wasn't really important. The right guardian, however, was getting anxious inside. He watched helplessly as Su Qingqing and Gu Jun kept getting closer, heading directly toward the altar. Despite trying every illusion he could think of, even resorting to extremely vulgar ones for Gu Jun, which would have seduced any man, none of them truly stopped them. To his frustration, Gu Jun hesitated just briefly before moving on decisively, not even stopping to appreciate or consider the false reality. This was a gross insult to his carefully crafted illusions. Wait, whether it was insulting or not wasn't the issue. The problem was, they were about to reach the altar to destroy it. What should he do? It was the most crucial moment for the initiation of the altar. It couldn't be ruined. Right at that moment, the left guardian, who was stuck outside surrounded by a group of Xian sect members, sent over an urgent message. I can't hold them off anymore. Is the altar activated on your side? If not, activate the button to destroy this place right now. Looking rather grim, the left guardian honestly didn't wish to perish alongside the space here. Through gritted teeth, he said, half of the sacrificial array has been successfully initiated. Over the years, we've accumulated enough vitality to awaken the true deity. That part of the array is already functioning, but the portion responsible for awakening the ancient divine beast is still in process. It needs a little more time. After a pause, he added, so, should we now start the program to destroy the Jizzy space? Upon hearing this, the left guardian thought for a while before asking, do you think the strength of our prematurely awakened true deity will be enough to handle Su Qingqing and Gu Jun? The right guardian remained silent for a moment before replying, I don't know, but I think we can take a gamble. Previously, they would never have believed anyone in the world could surpass the power of their true deity, their omnipotent god. But Su Qingqing continuously displayed her abilities before them, redefining their understanding of what a formidable person could be. As a result, they now had doubts. Would their omnipotent true deity, whose power has significantly diminished, possibly even down to half its original capability, be able to restrain Su Qingqing? With no other options left, they've tried their best to drag things out till now, initiating only the array for awakening the true deity. They've done all they can. They didn't want to end up destroyed alongside the Jizzy space either. So let's leave it to their true deity to make one final attempt. At this point, neither of them spoke a word. The situation seemed dire, and their hopes rested entirely upon the outcome of this gamble. Chapter 211, Illusion or Memory. After Su Qingqing and Gu Jun entered the city gate, they kept walking forward. Along the way, they broke through several illusions, and no one came out to stop them. Their guess was that the omnipotent god sect probably had exhausted all their tricks by now. All these trump cards they had accumulated over the years were likely those beast demons and fierce ghosts outside. Unfortunately, they were discovered too early, so these beasts and ghosts lacked power. Although they were troublesome, with perseverance, they could still be dealt with. If they had been discovered later, or if they had managed to conduct some strange evil magic rituals, or if these spirits and demons had become more powerful, then it would indeed have been extremely difficult to handle. It would have been a devastating blow to all humans. It seemed they just got lucky. Discovering this early meant there was still time. They continued walking forward and finally saw a huge sacrificial altar at the end of the road. This altar was different from all the altars they had seen before. Apart from the large bronze vessel at the center of the altar which clearly marked it as such, it rather resembled a garden floating in midair. It formed a series of concentric circular rings, one enclosing another. Each ring contained different varieties of flowers with different colors. Layer upon layer, looking far away, it looked like a giant circular rainbow, magnificent and breathtaking. There were 8 paths around its circumference leading to 8 different directions. The main road where Su Qingqing and Gu Jun stood was one of them. The paths did not connect to each other, except when standing on the central circular altar, one could choose freely among the 8 paths. From this, they could imagine the daily life state of the ordinary people in this grand city. Possibly, they were divided into different ranks, or according to different races or surnames, they were distributed to various districts living separately, all under the control of the group in power at the center of the altar. When Su Qingqing saw this altar resembling a garden, that sense of familiarity surged up again. Why did she feel so familiar with this altar? This time, it wasn't just Su Qingqing. Even Gu Jun felt a jarring impact on his soul when he first laid eyes on the altar. Why did he feel an empty void when seeing this altar? As if he had forgotten something very important. A piece of him had been forcefully dug out. Why did he feel such a strong urge to cry when looking at this altar? After both finished observing the altar, They involuntarily turned to look at each other. They both saw the uncalmed emotions in each other's eyes, but silently did not ask any questions. Let's go. The key here should be on the altar. Let's go up and take a look. Su Qingqing spoke first. Gu Jun nodded without objection. However, as they stepped onto the first step of the altar garden, their steps paused. It was as if an invisible force had suctioned their feet, or maybe they had fallen into a kind of quicksand. Their feet were tightly suctioned, unable to move even a little bit. Gu Jun frowned and asked, "What is this? Another illusion? Or some kind of formation?" "It's probably a formation, one that has already existed within this seed space since the beginning. A formation inherent to this seed space." Su Qingqing unconsciously slowed her voice, revealing an intense gravity. She didn't finish the rest of her sentence, but it was understood. This formation was extraordinarily powerful, the most powerful she had encountered in this world so far. Even just standing at the edge of this formation, she could feel its massive power surging. Regardless of being in this world, or even in her original world, this was an extremely top-tier formation, something only an exceptionally powerful entity could lay down. She estimated that only her former self at her peak could dismantle it, while her current self couldn't do anything about it. A tumultuous storm brewed inside her heart. With such a powerful formation ahead, why had she felt nothing earlier when she was only a short distance away from the outer circle? This was completely unreasonable. It was more like a trap. Before Su Qingqing could answer Gu Jun's question or explain how powerful the formation was, the next second, they were pulled down hard by the suction beneath their feet. Suddenly, Su Qingqing was enveloped by a burst of bright white light. She seemed to momentarily lose her memory, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself standing at the center of the altar. She wore different attire now, black hair hanging to her waist, and a pure white Taoist robe that made her look pristine and spotless. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that her long white robe was made from the best ice silk fabric. Her skirt and sleeves were intricately embroidered with complex gold threads, looking simple on the surface, yet luxurious beyond compare. She held a tray in her hands, which contained items used for the sacrificial ceremony. In front of her stood a tall and handsome man. He wore an identical long robe as hers, except his robe was more complex in style and craftsmanship. He turned around, revealing that peerlessly handsome face. It was Gu Jun. Because he looked so real, completely like a living person standing right before her eyes, she could even sense the familiar aura emanating from him. A large-scale illusion can accommodate two people at once. Su Qingqing immediately assumed that Gu Jun had entered the same illusion with her. She wanted to speak to Gu Jun but found that she couldn't open her mouth, and simultaneously, her body was no longer under her control. With reverent trembling, she lifted the tray high over her head and presented it before Gu Jun. Her hands were slightly shaking, yet steady, holding the heavy tray weighing 20 or 30 jin above her head despite her slender arms, waiting for Gu Jun to use it. It was only then that she realized her body had become much smaller. She was now the body of an 11 or 12-year-old girl. Next, she felt like an onlooker, helplessly watching her body move about, entirely out of her control. This sensation was akin to immersive viewing of someone else's life, but this someone else was herself. Yet everything here felt incredibly familiar to her. At this moment, she became somewhat dazed. Was this an illusion, or was it her previous life? Then she seemed to have a protracted dream. In the dream, the nation she resided in was called the Nation of Gods, a realm that towered above the entire world. Below them existed 8 different countries. Only the most powerful and noble aristocrats, or those with the highest talents from each country, could reside up here. Even so, they were only allowed to live up here, not entirely free to move around as they pleased. They had to follow the centralized planning and arrangements of the Great Sacrifice. However, they enjoyed the tributes from the citizens of the 8 nations below, with their food, clothing, and other necessities being top-notch. Although their movement wasn't completely unrestricted, everyone in this world took pride in being able to live in the celestial nation of gods above. And the nation of gods wasn't sustained without reason by such a multitude of people. They had missions to fulfill. This world was still in its early stages of formation, everywhere shrouded in chaos and instability, beset by major natural disasters every year. The human inhabitants lived in misery, with countless deaths occurring annually, entire regions wiped out. Bare survival was challenging, let alone developing into a civilization and leading a higher quality life. Until one day, one of their tribes birthed a person chosen and enlightened by the divine. From childhood, this person could safeguard the peace of an area through sacrifice and prayer, though correspondingly, people had to offer their price for these sacrifices. These prices could be sincere prayers, crops they planted, or livestock they raised. The more valuable the offerings, the better the effect of the sacrifice would be, resulting in longer periods of favorable weather without calamity. People devoutly prayed and worshipped this boy, and when he reached adulthood, they respectfully addressed him as the high priest, gathering a large number of followers. As the high priest grew older, his powers also increased. The areas he could bless and protect grew larger. Later, when many monsters appeared, he was always there to deal with them. Not only did his own magical power grow stronger, but he also selected talented individuals from among his numerous followers, teaching them magic so they too could independently operate in various places. Moreover, his lifespan was incredibly long, with records showing that he had lived for over 600 years. 600 years. This was an astonishing number for ordinary people. In their eyes, the high priest was no longer human, but a deity existing in mortal form. Later, as the high priest's divine power grew stronger, he led his disciples to forcibly create and establish a realm in the sky, the celestial kingdom of the gods. In fact, this name wasn't given by the high priest himself, but rather by his believers. The high priest himself was very aloof. Apart from cultivating magic, teaching magic to his disciples, and performing sacrifices at fixed times, he hardly spoke to anyone. Even his longest-serving disciples weren't particularly close to the high priest. They even somewhat feared him, for he appeared to no longer resemble a human being. He was cold, distant from everyone, with a look of serenity in his eyes, neither arrogant nor compassionate toward all beings, in short, devoid of any expression. Over time, people came to believe that the high priest was born to be this way, inherently different from ordinary people. He was supposed to be emotionless, towering above everyone else, born to protect all life. Everything about the great sacrifice seemed so perfect, and the celestial kingdom became an object of admiration for the 8 nations that looked up to it. But only the great sacrifice and his longest-standing disciples knew that things weren't as simple as they appeared. As the entire continent's spiritual energy grew more abundant and stable, it also began attracting undesirable elements from other worlds, coveting this fertile primeval land. After periods of stability brought peaceful weather, yet sporadic instances occurred where monsters broke through their world's protective barrier. Once inside, these creatures treated the local humans as food, mercilessly slaughtering them. The great sacrifice would quickly lead his disciples to the scene, eliminating these invaders. For those who slaughtered without mercy and caused widespread destruction, no questions were asked. Regardless of casualties, they were killed on sight. Some monsters had been drawn unintentionally by the spiritual energy here, and if they could be driven out, they were. Even those capable of communication were allowed to stay. It was in this way that Su Qingqing saw Cici, the fire-breathing lizard, within this world. Cici was one of those who accidentally entered, developed a liking for the powerful Gu Jun, great sacrifice, and eventually stayed, willingly becoming one of his devoted followers. Later, Gu Jun arranged for her to settle elsewhere, permitting her to reproduce, teaching her magic while allowing her to consume the faith of people, but in exchange, she had to protect the peace there. All this corresponded with the initial mural patterns depicted earlier. Cici and her descendants were revered and honored by the people. However, as the gaps in this world widened, stronger monsters were drawn, and even the great sacrifice found them difficult to handle. He started finding it harder to sustain the required energy from offerings alone, which was insufficient for his magical needs. Currently, he faced 2 choices: absorb more faith from other sources or recruit and train more disciples, employing a sea of people tactic. Apart from ordinary disciples, highly talented personally taught disciples were needed too. Human wave tactics without capable leaders would end up merely sending cannon fodder into battle. The great sacrifice, despite being powerful, was just one person, unable to cover all fronts. Thus, recruiting and training outstanding personal disciples became necessary. Initially, when the Celestial Kingdom announced recruitment, the people of the 8 nations were ecstatic. They eagerly registered because, in their eyes, being chosen meant wealth and honor, a family's supreme pride. Having someone chosen elevated the whole family's status among commoners, bringing them respect and offerings. However, after the second recruitment cycle, due to having to fight at the world cracks shortly after training, casualty rates were extremely high. It was practically a death sentence. Entire groups sent out died in entirety. After 2 rounds, even the poorest citizens noticed something amiss. It wasn't matching their expectations. They imagined being chosen meant living comfortably. Instead, it turned out to be a death sentence. Thus, during the 3rd recruitment, despite assurances from leaders of all 8 nations that dying for the kingdom and the world was honorable, and families of selected individuals would receive special treatment, participation significantly dropped. Those who did join the 3rd round were from extremely impoverished households, barely scraping by, or families with many children where losing 1 or 2 didn't matter much. In this world, Su Qingqing retained her name. Her parents, both gifted, were selected in the first batch but perished early. Originally, due to her parents' selection, Su Qingqing became the most favored child in her family. However, after her parents' deaths, she lost her standing within the family. Being still young, even the compensation for her parents' death was directly taken by her grandparents. She lived a very wretched life within her family. During the 3rd recruitment, her grandparents forcibly sent her to join, just to secure the substantial subsidy upon selection, for they needed it to marry off their eldest grandson. Su Qingqing, at only 11 or 12 years old, and being a girl, had no say in the matter. Her family assumed that since her parents were talented, she should at least be recruited as a regular disciple without much trouble. To everyone's great surprise, Su Qingqing was discovered to possess an extraordinary gift during the first round of evaluation and was immediately granted special admission as a personally taught disciple. Chapter 212, The Past. Being exceptionally admitted as a personal disciple changed one's status entirely. The high priest may be cold and detached like no human, but he truly values those with high talent. He doesn't send them out randomly to fight monsters or turn them into the first wave of cannon fodder. For those with particularly extraordinary gifts, he keeps them close by his side, teaching them skills daily. Anyone who stays by the high priest's side for long holds a position in the highest class in the divine nation, let alone for ordinary people from the lower world. Everyone immediately began respecting Su Qingqing after her promotion. She was granted more rights and options. Su Qingqing's first decision after gaining power was to cut off her family's compensation fund from her home country. Even though her own subsidy would eventually become meaningless when she ascended to the divine nation, She preferred it to remain useless in her hands rather than go to her grandparents or anyone else within her family. No matter how much turmoil her family caused or how they came crying and appealed emotionally, regardless of the scale of their commotion, Su Qingqing remained indifferent. This incident caused quite a stir at the time, even reaching the ears of those in the upper divine nation, and it sparked much heated discussion. But Su Qingqing didn't care. She continued to focus intently on the high priest's lessons every day. Indeed, her talent was high. Even among the personally taught disciples, all of whom were extraordinarily gifted, Su Qingqing stood out as the most talented. She learned everything the fastest, used magic beautifully and powerfully, and she was also ruthless. She stood out in various evaluations, always ranking first, using her absolute strength to silence those who questioned her filial piety. At the same time, she drew the high priest's attention. There was no other reason, simply because her talent was so exceptional. Additionally, she worked 10 to 100 times harder than others every day, and her improvement speed was downright terrifying. Soon, even the eldest senior disciple had nothing left to teach her. Her progress was too fast. The senior disciple knew how serious the situation was, not wanting to waste such a great potential. He reported this situation in detail to the high priest and recommended that the high priest should personally teach this child. Cultivating a highly talented disciple can generate combat capabilities far superior to training hundreds of expendable fighters. It is an efficient way to multiply effectiveness. After thinking for a moment, the high priest agreed and personally called Su Qingqing over for evaluation. After testing her, the high priest found Su Qingqing not only possessed extremely high talent, but also a character that was pure and genuine. Despite being young, she had a clear understanding of the world and her own moral compass, a rare quality indeed. The high priest considered for a while, then took Su Qingqing under his wing, spending an hour each morning personally instructing and guiding her. Su Qingqing did not disappoint him. Her rate of progress was even faster than his when he was young, and he willingly taught her more. Thus, daily 1-hour teachings gradually extended to over an hour, then 2 hours, even a whole morning. Su Qingqing consistently upheld discipline. She deeply understood that her place by the high priest's side, enjoying treatment just below his rank, was due to her remarkable talent and powerful strength. Though it seemed as if the high priest favored her especially, it wasn't about favoritism. It was because the situation was urgent, and he needed to train her quickly to ensure her growth as a strong support. No one knows what the high priest truly thought. However, some people noticed Su Qingqing getting closer to the high priest and sourly warned her not to entertain inappropriate thoughts toward him. After all, the high priest had already lived for over 600 years and had seen countless people come and go in his life. Those closest to him initially had long since left his side. With his lifespan of over 600 years, humans who could live only several decades were like kittens or puppies, or even less significant, to him, mere common animals. In response to the warning, Su Qingqing not only didn't get angry but earnestly thanked them, saying she had taken their advice seriously. Yet, could a high priest who had been lonely for 800 years truly feel nothing towards someone suddenly becoming part of his everyday life? Su Qingqing's bad luck manifested early when, on her first day trying to battle an invading demon, she encountered an extremely rare super demon. Her small team, led by Su Qingqing, was completely wiped out. When the high priest inquired upon arrival, only Su Qingqing remained, and she was promptly saved by the arriving high priest. The high priest himself was injured while rescuing her. For the high priest to be injured was an extremely severe matter, severe enough to almost instantly shake the morale of the citizens across 8 countries. Su Qingqing was utterly horrified. She had caused the high priest to be injured because of her. What would happen when she returned? Would she be stripped bare by criticism? Unexpectedly, the high priest merely glanced at her indifferently and said there was nothing wrong. Moreover, upon returning, he never mentioned his injury at all. He concealed the fact that he was injured, and no one knew about it, nor how serious his injury was. But Su Qingqing knew. High priest's injuries were definitely not minor. He had taken a heavy blow squarely to save her. When they returned and classes continued, Su Qingqing felt uneasy and wanted to ask if the high priest was all right. However, it was as though the high priest could see right through her intentions and preemptively said, "It's fine, there's no need for your concern. Focus on your studies. If you continue learning magic at the same sluggish pace as this morning, then my efforts to save you would have been in vain." This was the longest statement the high priest had ever made to Su Qingqing outside of their magical studies. At the same time, he cut off all her attempts at further conversation, clearly refusing any more communication. Yet at that moment, Su Qingqing felt that the high priest wasn't as aloof or as devoid of human emotions as she had once thought. Later, the situation in their world worsened drastically. Even though the high priest continuously recruited new members and led them day and night to protect the continent, a few demons still managed to escape their net and drop into the 8 countries, increasing in number with each passing day. Even if just an ordinary monster fell into the human world without immediate handling, the destruction caused would be immense. More and more people lost their lives amidst the chaos. At this point, those who had always been protected by the high priest, the people sheltered under the care of the divine nation who had grown accustomed to their comfortable lives, began to doubt and grumble against the high priest. They started complaining bitterly. They handed over so many tributes every year to the high priest, to the ones above in the divine nation. Yet, these tributes didn't seem to result in even basic safety being provided for them. Were the high priest and the people from the divine nation truly capable? Or were they merely taking what was given without contributing anything back? This directly impacted the high priest's faith energy. Though he had countless methods to absorb more power and grow stronger, some cruel and involving sacrifices, he chose none of them out of kindness. Instead, he opted for endless practice and expanding the recruitment of disciples in the divine nation to enhance his abilities in combat. Among these methods, the faith energy from the populace played a very important role in his cultivation. Now, with decreasing faith energy, his enhancement in strength also slowed down. Seeing this, Su Qingqing felt deeply anxious inside. She had already warned before that most of these common folk at the bottom were ungrateful wolves caring only about their own immediate interests. When things went well, they assumed everything good happening to them was owed to them naturally. But the moment you failed to keep giving to them or when they deemed you useless, they would immediately turn hostile, hating and resenting you while attempting to extract whatever remaining value they could from you, as if both giving and taking were something you were obligated to do. Su Qingqing understood this too clearly, as her grandparents and clan members were exactly like this. Yet she didn't know how to express her anxiety to the high priest. She could only glare resentfully at the altar whenever she saw the decreasing faith energy. The high priest, however, seemed to know what she was thinking. Suddenly, while meditating, he remarked, "Your temperament has many strengths. You discern right from wrong and possess rare purity of heart. But your flaw is being too pure and straightforward. You easily become overly fixated, stubbornly clinging to ideals. If you ever ascend, this trait will be perilous. It might lead to your downfall." Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing grew even more furious within. Driven by impulse, she retorted, "For the first time in many years, I don't think my nature will harm me. I may not be smooth-talking, and I may not be adaptable, but I only know what's right and wrong. High priest, you've sacrificed so much for them, lonely for 600 years, and it may not even be worth it. Don't think I don't know. If you hadn't wasted so much time, effort, and magic protecting them, you would have ascended long ago." After listening to her words, the high priest's expression remained unchanged. He simply stared at her for a long while. Just when Su Qingqing thought she might have crossed a line and angered the high priest calmly turned around and left without saying another word. Yet often the quieter the high priest got, the more Su Qingqing's heart panicked. At times like these, he truly seemed like a god. She, an ordinary mortal, had no way of knowing what he was thinking, unable to fathom him. Soon, a very powerful monster emerged again from the world's fissure. This monster was stronger than any that had appeared before, and it was incredibly ferocious. Its purpose was crystal clear: to take over this place and turn the world into its own territory. Of course, the high priest arrived on the scene without delay, along with Su Qingqing and the other senior disciples. Almost everyone had grown accustomed to the fact that as long as the high priest was present, no matter how powerful the monster, it would ultimately be defeated, even if the process took a bit more twists and turns. But no one could have imagined that this time, the high priest actually failed. Not entirely failed, but he didn't kill the monster. Both of them were gravely injured in a mutual defeat, falling from the sky together. Just as everyone was stunned, an even worse event occurred. Another smaller yet fierce monster quickly burst through the crack, its target crystal clear as it swooped down directly toward the injured high priest. It was possible they were organized and premeditated. These monsters from outside knew that if they killed the high priest, this fertile new world would belong to them. At the critical moment, Su Qingqing disregarded the danger and rushed forward, standing protectively in front of the high priest. She delivered her all-out strike, severely wounding the smaller monster before both she and the high priest fell from the air, critically injured. When the high priest plummeted from the sky, he lost the ability to attack or move, but not his consciousness. He personally witnessed the entire process of Su Qingqing risking her life to save him. There were so many people around, all of them direct disciples trained by him. Yet at this crucial moment, Su Qingqing was the only one who unhesitatingly came out to rescue him, doing so without considering her own safety. The high priest's heart, which had been sealed for nearly 600 years, stirred uncontrollably at that instant. He used his last ounce of strength to catch Su Qingqing as she fell through the air, then closed his eyes and lost consciousness. The moment he regained consciousness, the first thing he did was inquire about Su Qingqing's condition from his disciple at his side. To his surprise, his senior disciple stammered, unable to articulate any useful information for a long while. Under the high priest's pressing inquiry, the disciple finally admitted that Su Qingqing had been taken away by the combined royal families of the 8 countries, claiming that they would burn her at the central altar, accusing her of being the enchantress bewitching the high priest. Only then did the high priest learn what happened while he was unconscious. Apparently, when the royal families and commoners of the 8 countries heard about the high priest's defeat and failure to slay the monster, panic swept across everyone. The high priest was invincible. How could he fail this time? Was it because the high priest had grown weak? But how did the high priest grow weak? There must be a reason. Thus, these foolish people began looking for that reason. They eventually settled their suspicions on Su Qingqing. Over the past few years, Su Qingqing had blossomed into increasing beauty, and her aura echoed the high priest's: cold, aloof, lofty, emotionless. Standing there, she seemed like a goddess beyond reproach. But she wasn't truly a goddess, so there were always those behind her back harboring jealousy, slander, wanting to destroy her and drag her off the pedestal. How could a girl chosen from the lowest of commoners ascend to the altar? So after the incident, during the period the high priest was unconscious, someone maliciously pointed the finger at Su Qingqing. They solemnly swore they'd seen the unusual interactions between the high priest and Su Qingqing. It was definitely Su Qingqing who, leaning on her beauty and closeness to the high priest, seduced him, making him immerse himself daily in carnal pleasures, neglecting cultivation, which led to the deterioration of his power and inability to fight the monsters. This theory sounded perfectly logical, free of flaws, and fit exactly what people wanted to believe. The high priest was invincible, omnipotent, unable to fall. He must protect them, and the high priest could make no mistakes. So if problems arose, the fault lay elsewhere. And powerless, unsupported Su Qingqing became the perfect object for their judgment. As for the truth, it didn't matter, nobody cared. People merely wanted to act based on what they assumed. The royal family thought the same way. With public unrest spreading and them also panicking, having a scapegoat for the people to vent their emotions couldn't have come at a better time. Therefore, the royal family decreed that Su Qingqing, still heavily wounded and unconscious, should be bound to the central sacrificial platform. After a seemingly dignified trial, they were ready to set Su Qingqing on fire. It was just when they were about to throw the torch that the high priest suddenly woke up and arrived in time. It was the first time they saw the high priest look so furious. Chapter 213, Rescue. No, to be precise, this was the first time they had seen something related to emotion in the great priest. They never knew that when the great priest got angry, it could be so terrifying. Every step the great priest took towards the altar's center where Su Qingqing lay, wounded and unconscious, made the originally clear sky darken a little more. From being cloudless, it turned into a sky filled with dark clouds, rolling ominously. Everyone, under the icy gaze of the great priest, dared not speak. The great priest glanced at them as if he didn't plan to say anything to them. Step by step, he approached Su Qingqing, unfastened the chains binding her, scooped her up horizontally, and intended to walk down from the altar. At this moment, the king of the most powerful royal family among the 8 nations finally spoke. He had someone block the great priest and Su Qingqing and slowly said, "Great priest, you cannot take her away today." "Why?" the great priest asked, looking at him. The king, who was initially somewhat uneasy, after being questioned by the great priest, remembered his rationale and became emboldened again. "Because she is the enchantress who delays your cultivation and hinders your strength growth. Keeping her alive would be a disaster. Executing her is the wish of all the commoners. It's what everyone desires. So you can't take her away. If you forcibly take her now, the commoners will be disappointed." "So what?" the great priest retorted. "Why should I care about the commoners' disappointment?" The king was momentarily choked by these words, taking a brief pause before responding. But the commoners believe in you. They are the ones who support you. Shouldn't you care about their feelings? Are they really?" The great priest stopped in his tracks, staring directly at the king, his gaze as though it could pierce through him. "Do the commoners sustain me? Or do they sustain you?" "Of course it's you. You're their belief." The king raised his voice in excitement, but the more excited he got, the more it showed his lack of confidence. The great priest looked at him and smiled. It was the first time he had smiled, but it felt chillingly cold to the bone. Looking straight into the king's eyes, the great priest said, "I have lived 600 years in this world. With my power, even if this world is occupied by those monsters, it wouldn't affect me at all. I led you and helped you because I wanted to. It's just part of my own cultivation. I've never sought to become anyone's belief, nor am I bound by being someone's belief to listen to anyone. I can very well decide to stop caring about any of you from this moment on. Since we've come to this point, let me make it clear that I don't have to follow any of your arrangements. If you disagree, then you'd better become stronger than me first before saying another word. If you dare to utter one more sentence, you'll see whether I'll still bother helping you." After saying this, the great priest left carrying Su Qingqing horizontally, leaving the king of the leading nation standing alone at the scene, his face showing expressions as vivid as a pallet knocked over. Just like everyone else, having been protected unconditionally by the great priest for so long, he naturally assumed that the great priest was born to protect them all and to heed their orders. However, after getting directly reprimanded by an indifferent great priest, he realized that everything the great priest did was out of free will, and the great priest's power was far beyond their reach. Although shocked, the king was also extremely embarrassed and furious. He gathered with the other 7 kings to discuss their next steps. In fact, there wasn't much strategy left to deliberate. In the end, they still pinned all the blame on Su Qingqing. It was all Su Qingqing's fault, the enchantress. Originally, the great priest never acted this way toward them. The great priest was the deity descended from heaven, selflessly serving them. Only since Su Qingqing came along did the great priest develop selfish desires and change. All of this was due to Su Qingqing. Indeed, they should have resolutely gotten rid of this witch sooner. After the great priest took Su Qingqing away, he found that her injuries were severe. All the spiritual veins in her body were severed, and her dantian was completely destroyed. Not to mention the external wounds she suffered while tied to the altar. Years of arduous cultivation efforts were ruined at once. Even if her injuries healed and she survived, it would be difficult for her to cultivate again in the future. And considering how grave her injuries were, whether she could survive remained uncertain. The great priest tried to heal her wounds, but he himself was heavily injured too. He simply couldn't heal Su Qingqing's wounds. He hesitated only briefly before bringing Su Qingqing to the Jietzi space, where he had never brought anyone before. Yes, he knew from a young age that he was the one chosen by the heavens. When he was very young, he had a serious illness that almost killed him. In his semi-conscious state, it seemed like his soul entered another world where he met an elderly man with silvery hair and a youthful complexion. The old man looked at him in surprise, asked about his origins, and after calculating with his fingers, revealed a complicated expression. He said, "Never mind, it's all destined." Then the old man gave him a fist-sized luminous stone and told him it was a spirit stone that he would need in the future. He also transferred a lineage of knowledge into his mind before kicking him back into his body. For these 600 years, he has been cultivating using this spirit stone. In fact, the one who truly needed the power of faith wasn't him. It was the spirit stone. He discovered that the more faith energy he gathered, the greater the spiritual power of the stone grew exponentially. Moreover, his cultivation techniques came from the spirit stone. For him to reach full enlightenment and ascend, his own strength was one aspect, but the other depended on the spirit stone. Only when the spiritual power of the stone reached a certain level could he ascend. After all the family and friends he grew up with gradually passed away, his already cold-hearted and indifferent self became even more detached from worldly concerns. He helped the common people, building his reputation. On one hand, it was to accumulate fame for the spirit stone, and on the other, it was his deceased family's wish. His parents took pride in his ability to protect the common people and hoped he would continue doing so in the future. Since he didn't have much of a life goal or something he particularly wanted to do, he continued living as usual until now. Actually, by now he almost forgot what his biological parents looked like. The final expectations of his parents no longer held significant meaning to him. If there was something he must do every day now, it was to quickly gather the spiritual energy needed for the spirit stone so that he could ascend sooner. Yet even the concept of ascending wasn't that important to him. It was merely the sole thing he could do throughout his endless 600-year lifespan, the only thing that qualified as a goal. Now, Su Qingqing risked her life to save him, falling critically injured in the process. In these past 600 years, it was always he, as the strong protector of others, who acted. This was the first time someone else sacrificed themselves to protect him, even at the cost of their life. This touched him deeply. When he saw Su Qingqing get hurt for him, his first thought was how terrible it would be if he owed her an unrepayable favor. When he regained consciousness, his first instinct was to find Su Qingqing, heal her, and tell her not to worry. He'd lived long enough, and it didn't matter to him when he died, so she shouldn't have saved him. However, what he didn't expect was that when he finally found Su Qingqing, she was tied to the sacrificial altar by those people who accused her of being a witch and planned to burn her alive. Those very same people whom he'd protected all along, those who treated him with utmost respect, immediately turned around and demanded that he obey them, threatening him to follow their orders once he failed in battle. At that moment, he started to question if everything he had done for 600 years was just a joke. If the spirit stone couldn't ascend without faith energy, then it wouldn't ascend. After all, ascension wasn't his obsession or even something he was overly interested in. It was simply a planned event in his life. As they continuously shouted, accusing Su Qingqing of being the enchantress who dragged him off the pedestal, memories of her furious words to him resurfaced in his mind. These people aren't worth saving. At the time, he hadn't bothered to explain. His actions weren't entirely for their benefit either. But now, he felt that he was right. These foolish, selfish, and cruel people truly weren't worth saving. Without much hesitation, he brought Su Qingqing into his Jietzi space and healed her using the spirit stone's energy. The spiritual energy of the stone was pure, and despite Su Qingqing's severe injuries, after being nourished by the stone's spiritual energy for 7 days and 7 nights, she finally woke up, out of mortal danger. Upon waking, Su Qingqing realized it was the great priest who had saved her. Her last memory before waking was of enduring brutal punishments, being whipped, branded with iron rods, and having her limbs broken. She had been tortured awake. When she awoke, she was still bound to the familiar sacrificial altar. Those people were shouting loudly, accusing her of being the witch who seduced the great priest, blaming her for his weakened powers that led to their defeat. Su Qingqing found this all hilariously absurd. Though she had already seen through human nature, she still couldn't comprehend how these people could so boldly say such baseless lies. At that moment, she wasn't concerned for her own safety, but instead felt disappointed and unworthy for the great priest's sake. The great priest had gone to such lengths for these people, yet they not only showed no gratitude but also thought it was all owed to them. She wanted to object, but she had no strength left to utter a single word of protest. She fainted once again. At that moment, she believed she would surely die, and when she closed her eyes, she'd never open them again. But much to her surprise, she hadn't died. Moreover, she'd been personally saved by the great priest. When the great priest saw that she had awakened, he didn't say much, just his first words to her were, "You've sustained too many injuries. Your spirit meridians and dantian have both been destroyed. From now on, you will never be able to practice cultivation again." Su Qingqing froze. Suddenly, a hint of panic flickered across her face. "Then, if I can't practice anymore, can I still stay by your side?" After speaking, she realized how inappropriate her question was and hastily explained, "No, it's not what I mean. Over these years, I've grown accustomed to staying in the divine realm. If I had to leave now..." Before she could finish, the great priest interrupted, "You got hurt saving me. If I were to send you away just because you've lost your usefulness, what kind of person would that make me? Or is this what you think of me?" This string of words from the great priest confused Su Qingqing further. "No, that's not what I meant." Actually, she wanted to retort that yes, he was precisely that kind of person, surrounded only by disciples. When had he ever kept anyone around without purpose? Besides, something seemed off. How could such a cold and aloof person as the great priest speak so many words to her? His tone certainly wasn't characteristic of him. With a sigh of helplessness, the great priest said, "It's fine. Even if you can't practice cultivation in the future, you'll still stay by my side. I will never drive you away. Of course, if you wish to leave, you're free to do so at any time. I won't limit your freedom." Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing suddenly blurted out a random question. So, does this count as compensation for me saving you? The great priest replied. You can interpret it that way. Su Qingqing's expression visibly relaxed. Good, as long as it's compensation, and considering I'm already half dead, I'll accept it with peace of mind. Later, Su Qingqing learned that the place she was in was a jietzi space created by the great priest himself. He had condensed the grassland where he was born and raised into this very jietzi space. Here, there weren't just vast stretches of fertile grasslands, but also the courtyard where he grew up. The courtyard was complete, equipped with multiple main houses and guest rooms, along with an extremely spacious kitchen. In addition, the jietzi space had flocks of cattle and sheep, as well as planted spiritual plants. With some audacity, Su Qingqing drew up a list and asked the great priest to arrange for someone to procure the items she needed. And thus, Su Qingqing began her retirement life inside his jietzi space. Though unable to cultivate anymore, she still rose early every day to exercise and busied herself preparing 3 hearty meals daily. Moreover, she turned all the empty lands within the space into vegetable plots. After centuries of nourishment from the essence of the land, these fields had transformed into spiritual fields. The crops grown here were all spiritual plants, rich in vital energy, beneficial to the health of common people, and capable of extending one's lifespan. As for the great priest, these spiritual plants may not offer any significant benefit to his already powerful body, but dishes made from these ingredients were undeniably delicious, a rare delicacy outside this realm. Initially, Su Qingqing politely invited the great priest over for a meal, simply asking if he wanted to join her when he hadn't eaten. Unexpectedly, the great priest, who had no idea what politeness entailed, directly agreed. Originally, he intended merely to taste a little since he was invited, but after the first bite, he was thoroughly captivated by the flavor of the dishes. What began with Su Qingqing having to call him over for dinner gradually turned into him arriving uninvited right on time for each meal. Meanwhile, Su Qingqing, without needing reminders, always prepared the great priest's portion of food beforehand. Their daily interactions were minimal, focusing solely on comments like, "This dish is good," or "That dish is even better." However, even such small exchanges brought a sense of warmth and calm to their lives, making them less monotonous, tranquil, and serene. Chapter 214. Aren't there plenty of ingredients there? Even peaceful days can become tiresome after a while. No matter how beautiful the scenery may be, there comes a day when you tire of it. It had been half a year since Su Qingqing was injured, and her wounds had long since healed. On this day, while tidying up the dishes after eating, Su Qingqing unintentionally sighed. Oh, how time flies without notice. It feels like nothing has happened, yet half a year has passed already. I wonder what the world outside looks like without us in this half year. Indeed, ever since that man who considered himself a king openly threatened him and brazenly held the faith of the people hostage, he had brought Su Qingqing into the jietzi space and stopped caring about external affairs. But the world's fissure still existed, and monsters continued to pour in. The high priest had not managed outside matters during these 6 months, and didn't know how the outside world had changed. During these 6 months, as long as the high priest didn't bring up the topic of the world's crack, she never did either. Partly because she didn't want to talk about it. Those humans outside were too foolish. Another part was her fear of speaking, since this situation was caused by her. So, whatever she said on this matter seemed inappropriate. Unexpectedly, after hearing her casual muttering, the high priest waved his hand directly, creating a window in the air outside where one could only see out from the inside, but clearly view the exterior world. With another flick of his wrist, the high priest adjusted the scene, directing the window's image to the capital cities beneath the 8 kingdoms. The once glorious and orderly capitals now appeared thoroughly devastated. Of the 8 capitals, 3 had already been destroyed to half their original state. Unseen monsters roamed freely within the damaged capitals, with fires and smoke billowing everywhere. The bodies of civilians littered the roads, without a single living person in sight. The former glories of the royal families no longer existed. Their palaces were almost trampled flat by the beasts. Messages traveled much faster to royalty than commoners, so those royal families who previously treated ordinary people arrogantly, even using them to threaten the high priest, were now scattered like stray dogs. They lost their homes, fled pitifully to the floating god realm in the sky. But the god realm was created by the high priest through his magic, and without his constant supply of spiritual power, it wouldn't last long. It might fall from the sky at any moment. In other words, the god realm wasn't their final refuge. Without the high priest, they would eventually have to face the world overrun by monsters. As for the commoners who once participated in parades demanding the execution of Su Qingqing as a demoness, their fates turned out even worse. Many faced the direct attacks of the monsters, some died, others fled. Only then did they remember the high priest again, praying fervently that he might return and rescue them like a heavenly deity. However, this time their prayers were futile, and they paid a painful price for their ignorance and selfishness. There really is no such thing as something that should happen in this world. It shouldn't always go someone's way. Moreover, no one is naturally obligated to be good to you, perhaps except for parental love, which is selfless, but even that is only during childhood. Even if your parents are good to you, when you grow up, they expect your gratitude and repayment in return. How can anyone continuously take without offering anything in return and still feel entitled? Seeing such scenes where evil received its due punishment, Su Qingqing actually felt a sense of satisfaction deep down. It seemed these people didn't need their interference. They were getting the retribution they deserved. Yet, witnessing the scene of the human world transformed into a fiery hell, she couldn't help feeling sympathy. She surreptitiously glanced at the high priest across from her, wanting to see his reaction. Unexpectedly, his face remained expressionless, his eyes calm like an ancient well, revealing no emotion or thought. If before Su Qingqing hadn't dared to ask, perhaps due to more than half a year of living together, they grew closer and their relationship more natural. She became bolder. This time, unable to restrain herself, she cautiously asked the high priest, "Don't you have any feelings seeing the world you've guarded for so many years end up this way?" Unexpectedly, the high priest countered, "What kind of feelings should I have in my heart? This is simply the true form of this world, only becoming different because of me. If they are so capable enough to command me, I imagine they should also possess the ability to change the world, right?" He spoke as if stating the most normal fact, without anger or mockery. Su Qingqing thus closed her mouth and stopped talking. She realized that the high priest was truly different from what she had imagined. He seemed to be an entirely different kind of person. He didn't resemble the celestial deity on the altar. Rather, he seemed more like a god demoted to the human realm as penance for some offense. He had tasks to complete, but exhibited an unruly and rebellious nature. It appeared as if he harbored concern for all living beings. Yet simultaneously, it seemed as though nothing was worthy of his attention. Su Qingqing couldn't fathom him. Every time she thought she understood who he was, he would overturn her perception. Yet, every time her understanding changed, it only made her admire him more, finding him even more compatible with her temperament. If life could continue this way forever, it wouldn't be bad at all. Su Qingqing had thought this secretly more than once in her heart. But heaven never bends to human wishes. One morning, as Su Qingqing routinely got up and exercised at the door of the small courtyard, she noticed that the position of the window in the sky, which showed the outside world, suddenly lit up. A flash of golden light revealed the scene clearly to her. A group of ragged people knelt on a high cliff overlooking a dense forest. Though their clothing was tattered, their offering table held plentiful food, entire chickens and ducks, and even a roasted whole lamb. Among them, the oldest man leaned on a cane and shakily walked to the sacrificial platform. He recited a spell familiar to all present. This was the spell chanted by commoners seeking divine favor, pledging loyalty to the gods, a sincere vow taken at the cost of one's life. Whoever broke this vow would end up with a tragic death. It was said that long ago, people used these vows genuinely revering the high priest as a god, deeply grateful from the bottom of their hearts. However, over the past 100 or 200 years, fewer people used such spells. Gradually, apart from a few remote tribes, these ancient oaths almost fell into obscurity. This indirectly demonstrated how people began losing their respect for the high priest. What they did not know was that these most sincere vows could directly connect to the spirit stone of the high priest. No matter where the high priest might be, if someone recited this oath, the sky above the high priest would surely illuminate with a window, showing each face of those praying and hearing their pleas. After finishing the ancient and devoted vow, the elder sincerely bowed to the ground and prayed, "High priest God, I am old, and our tribe lives far away. We just learned what has happened outside recently. Those people were truly excessive. You protected us selflessly, guarding this land like a deity, and even fought monsters and sustained injuries in the process. Not only do they show no gratitude, but they criticize you as well. Whatever you do is your freedom, high priest. It is they who are wrong, lacking gratitude, and being destroyed by the monsters is their own fault. But high priest, please look at us. Please look at us, loyal believers. Just a few days ago, the place where our tribe lived was attacked by monsters falling from the sky. More than 600 of our over 1,000 clansmen perished, leaving only 400 survivors fleeing for safety. All 3 of my sons and both of my daughters have died. None survived. If this continues, our entire race will be completely wiped out. High priest, it is wrong of those people to disrespect you, but we are innocent. Please take pity on us. Look upon us, your most faithful followers, hoping you can bestow mercy on us once again. Provide us protection one last time." As the old man spoke, he repeatedly cowed out. His tribe had been decimated by the monster attack. In his dire situation, he still arranged this grand feast, perhaps representing his very best possessions for the prayer. And he invoked the pledge, risking his own life to pray. Seeing his sincerely devout face suspended in midair, Su Qingqing felt a bit uncertain. She realized that the prayers she had seen before weren't true prayers. Only this one came from the heart and could touch other spirits. Facing such a person, she found it hard to remain cold-hearted, and helplessness overwhelmed her. But she was now just an ordinary person without any cultivation skills. Even if she wanted to help, there was nothing much she could do. Su Qingqing instinctively looked around, wanting to find the high priest to tell him about the situation. Unexpectedly, when she turned back, he was standing close by in the yard, looking up at the sky together with her. It seemed he must have seen everything just now. Though his expression remained cold, a flicker of emotion in the depths of his eyes was captured by Su Qingqing's keen senses. Suddenly, Su Qingqing wondered if perhaps he wasn't as indifferent as he appeared to be on the surface. At lunchtime, Su Qingqing suddenly sighed in a feigned manner and said, "Sigh. It's actually quite boring to stay in this space for too long. I'd like to go out for a stroll. There are more ingredients outside. We can make much tastier dishes. We're eating the same few dishes every day, even though they're all spirit plants. I'm about to get sick of them." The high priest paused with his chopsticks midair. "Are there better dishes?" Of course. After finishing her sentence, Su Qingqing looked at him strangely and said, "You don't mean you've only eaten these dishes, right? Have you never tried anything else?" After some thought, the high priest replied, "Since I was over 100 years old, I haven't needed to eat anymore. My body doesn't require food." At that time, humans had just started developing cooking methods, mainly water-boiled dishes, nothing nearly as delicious as today. Later, since he no longer needed food, and no one around him cared about feeding him, he naturally never tasted the culinary delicacies humans developed later. Su Qingqing looked at the high priest with a tinge of sympathy. What use was living so long when he hadn't experienced all these wonderful dishes? The high priest, feeling her gaze, asked awkwardly. So, where do you want to go? What ingredients are you interested in collecting? Seeing that she had successfully caught his attention, Su Qingqing happily revealed her thoughts which she had been pondering from earlier. I think, of course, it's just my personal idea. If you don't like it, consider it as me talking nonsense. Hurry up and say it. The high priest briefly urged. I think, though the scenery inside this jazzy space is nice, looking at it day after day gets monotonous. We'd be freer living outside. And also, there are many truly faithful believers out there. We could encircle those places and only protect those who genuinely believe in you. That old man who prayed earlier, the environment there looks pretty good, with forests, lakes, and what seems like vast grasslands far away. These kinds of places definitely have an abundance of edible things. We can go there and take a look. By the time the high priest finished eating, he elegantly placed down his chopsticks and cut straight to the chase. You saw that old man's prayer, and now you want to help him? Su Qingqing slowly poked at the rice in her bowl, saying, he seemed quite sincere. The high priest retorted coldly. Everyone seems sincere at first. Su Qingqing. That was true. She found herself speechless for once, poking aimlessly at the rice in her bowl. Indeed, maybe she was being too naive. Over the past 600 years, the high priest must have experienced far more than her. Unexpectedly, the next thing out of the high priest's mouth was, nevertheless, it doesn't matter. You said that place has more ingredients, so let's go there. Huh? Su Qingqing was stunned. Was the reason for going there really that casual? The high priest reiterated. Since that place has more ingredients, let's go there. Don't you want to? Yes, let's go. Su Qingqing nodded furiously, her eyes sparkling brightly. On that very day, the high priest took her to the old man's tribe. When they arrived, they just happened to encounter a group of monsters invading and attacking the nearby mountain. Luckily, none of the monsters were particularly strong, and the high priest dealt with them all in a few swift movements, successfully saving the 400 remaining people of the old man's tribe. When the old man and the 400 or so other survivors saw the high priest, they all knelt in unison. Their reverence for the high priest reached its peak at that moment. None of them expected that the high priest, missing for so long, would actually appear due to the ancient prayers. The elder who had conducted the prayer was so moved, he almost fainted. When the high priest announced he intended to stay there for a while, these people almost thought they had misunderstood. Subsequently, each one of them went wild with joy. Chapter 215, The Look of a New Home. When the clan's people here confirmed that the great priest and Su Qingqing were truly going to stay and remain on this land, they worked with utmost speed and efficiency to build them a small farmyard. Even though it was a simple farmyard, far from the luxury of the heavenly god's kingdom, for these ordinary people, it was still extraordinarily spacious, a top-tier yard. It somewhat resembled the Jiajic space. It was very similar in appearance, even sharing the same peaceful aura. Su Qingqing adored this place immensely. She went mushroom picking and gathered wild fruits with the ants from the clan on the mountain and hunted alongside the men. Despite losing her spiritual power, her combat skills were still exceptional, which never impeded her quest for fresh and better food. After securing fresh produce, she spent her time at home, cooking various delicacies in the yard. The great priest remained unseen daily. Most of his time was spent cultivating within his own J space. When monsters appeared near their mountain, he would deal with them before returning to his cultivation. However, at each day's mealtime, he always showed up promptly at Su Qingqing's dining table, where his bowl and chopsticks always awaited him. Perhaps due to familiarity with Su Qingqing, some clansfolk learned about the great priest's fondness for good food. They hosted banquets at their homes hoping to entertain him. But the great priest refused every single invitation without exception, giving no one an opportunity. Over time, everyone understood that the great priest ate only what was prepared by those in his household. That's right, they naturally regarded Su Qingqing as part of the great priest's family. These simple clansfolk found this normal and never questioned the relationship between Su Qingqing and the great priest. They had heard rumors, but never gossiped about them. They felt it wasn't strange if Su Qingqing were the great priest's lover, and even thought it better that the great priest, being divine, had someone by his side. Furthermore, although Su Qingqing was typically aloof and not talkative, she was not difficult to get along with. Even without spiritual power, her martial prowess was remarkable. Once, when a child from the clan was in danger on the mountain, Su Qingqing encountered the situation and saved the child, fighting off the wild beast despite getting injured in the process. Since then, the clan's folk did not only revere the great priest, but also deeply respected Su Qingqing, who was by his side. With a stable environment and no monster invasions, the natural surroundings and resources of the area were abundant. The resilience and creativity of humanity are incredible. It didn't take long before they flourished, establishing families and building homes here. But humans aren't isolated entities. No matter how remote their tribe's location was, it was impossible for anyone to survive alone. In no time, news spread that their tribe had been stabilized under the protection of the great priest, and the people lived in peace. Meanwhile, in the outside world, invaded by monsters, past human habitats had been taken over. Humans were slaughtered like cattle, turning their former homelands into hell on earth. The remaining survivors had all become wanderers, fleeing and hiding endlessly, constantly seeking refuge in places without monsters. Upon hearing there was a region under the great priest's watchful eye, Regardless of how far or how perilous it was to reach it by foot, they gathered in groups and rushed towards this area. Desperately, they sought a new home, yearning for a glimmer of hope to keep surviving. Soon, more and more people arrived where Su Qingqing was located. Their clothes tattered, emaciated bodies. These groups of refugees knelt down repeatedly outside, praying to be accepted. The elderly tribal leader didn't dare to decide on his own. Su Qingqing had once told them she and the great priest chose this quiet place because it was serene and sparsely populated. If outsiders were admitted indiscriminately and disrupted their peace, leading to the great priest and Su Qingqing leaving, what would they do? The old leader was highly conscious. He never viewed helping others as an obligation for the great priest and Su Qingqing, as those outside often did. Su Qingqing had foreseen that people might come seeking shelter, but was surprised by how quickly it happened. She told the old leader, "Sure, why not? These people traveled such great distances to reach us. We certainly can't leave them stranded outside. It wouldn't be humane, would it? However, if too many people crowd in here, we will soon feel overcrowded again. So, here's the plan. Teach everyone who wants to join us the ancient prayer incantation, and have them perform it. Let the great priest discern who is sincere, and we'll keep the ones he approves." The ancient prayer incantation comes at the cost of one's life, and if someone were to swear with it, but insincerely, the great priest would not be able to see these people in his new space. Chasing everyone away without any concern for their lives, letting them all perish outside. While this could be done, it was too extreme, shifting from one extreme to another. After all, among those who were driven away, there were many innocent ones as well. This was Su Qingqing's goal. This was the new home she wished to create. The spirit stones inside the great priest's space require the faith power of people to grow stronger. Although the great priest hadn't said so, Su Qingqing could basically guess that the great priest's strength and ascension were probably related to this spirit stone. The great priest had bestowed upon her a great favor, and she genuinely hoped he could become even better. Now unable to cultivate herself, and thus unable to help him in this aspect, she wanted to support him in other ways. For example, by diligently building a home worthy of him, or allowing him to have a group of sincere believers so he could continuously obtain the power of faith. After hearing Su Qingqing's thoughts, the great priest's face, beautiful beyond human measure, still showed no expression. After a while, he finally revealed some emotion, slightly raising his eyebrows, leaving it unclear whether he disagreed or was surprised. As Su Qingqing prepared to patiently persuade him and explain her ideas, the great priest finally nodded. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, Su Qingqing felt a streak of golden light infused into her body. "You can now try to enter the Jeju space," he calmly stated after waving his hand. Su Qingqing might have been curious, but she obediently followed through. In the next second, she found herself transported into the Jeju space. It was only then that she realized the streak of light earlier had set up access for her to freely enter the space. Su Qingqing was delighted. Before, she needed the great priest's guidance to enter and exit his space, but now he granted her the authority to come and go as she pleased. She looked up at the great priest with sparkling eyes. "Thank you for trusting me, great priest." Granting her this permission meant he tacitly approved her plan. The great priest merely glanced at her briefly, indifferently saying, "During their prayers and vows, they will show up on the sky of the space. So in the future, when we admit new members, you can review them yourself. I don't have time to supervise it all the time." Only now did she understand. Granting her permission wasn't out of absolute trust, but rather to have her deal with these trivial matters since the great priest found them troublesome. If it were before, Su Qingqing wouldn't have overthought this, but now, after nearly a year of living together, she had started to understand him somewhat. She smirked lightly and muttered under her breath, "Hard mouth, soft heart." The great priest paused mid-bite, slowly raising his head to look at Su Qingqing with an incredulous expression as though he couldn't believe what he just heard. His gaze seemed to ask, "How dare you say something like this?" Su Qingqing wasn't foolish either. Realizing after speaking, she instantly picked up the empty bowl in front of the great priest and scurried off. The great priest stared at her retreating figure for a long while before his lips slightly curled upward, revealing a faint smile even he himself hadn't noticed. Afterward, Su Qingqing got busy in full swing. She instructed all the clan's people to erect a simple fence at the foot of the mountain surrounding the outer part of the tribe, arranging for the great priest to set up an array. Even with such a simple barrier, anyone from outside who wasn't permitted would never be able to enter. At the gate of the fence, she placed an altar where prayers and vows were taken. All those who wished to join were required to pray here in batches. She would then review who was acceptable and who wasn't. At first, most of the arrivals were those from nearby areas who had received news. They had lost their homes but retained a simple and kind-hearted nature. Except for a few disreputable individuals, most were easily accepted. As the tribe grew larger, from a small settlement to a large tribe, and eventually into towns and villages, the number of people rushing to seek refuge also increased. Those who had initially lived under the great priest's protection in the city arrived as well, and even a royal family from one country sought shelter. However, it was clear that these people had not learned from past experiences and still believed the great priest owed them assistance. Seeing that Su Qingqing was still alive, the first thing they said was, "How can you still be alive?" The second sentence was, "Why did you bring the great priest, who should have been in the heavenly God's kingdom, here? Do you know how many people died because you and the great priest left?" Every single sentence pointed fingers at Su Qingqing, treating them as blameless. Su Qingqing quietly waited for them to finish speaking and didn't bother explaining herself to them. What was there even to explain? They were accusing her without any reason. No matter what she said, They wouldn't listen because those who wrongfully accuse others often know full well that the accusations are baseless. After waiting for them to finish talking, Su Qingqing calmly asked in return, "There is no royal family here. You will not be treated specially. If you're unhappy, then leave. If you wish to stay, follow the old clan leader's instructions and offer prayers and vows." Seeing that Su Qingqing wouldn't be swayed, they realized further words would be futile and began praying according to the elder's guidance. Once all the complicated prayer rituals and chants had been completed, Su Qingqing reappeared. Looking at these members of the royal family with a cold smile, she said, "Those seeking refuge whose prayers for the great priest lack sincerity, do you still believe, as before, that it's the great priest's duty to help you because you're so exceptional and extraordinary? Being high-ranking royals for so long has made you unable to distinguish whether you are ordinary people or gods deserving service and protection from the great priest. Uncle Luo, drive this group away, and they are never to come back again. Otherwise, every time we see them, we'll beat them, so don't blame us for being rude." Feng Shui always takes turns changing, and should do so forcefully. Just as these lofty royals mistreated her before, now she returns the favor tenfold. But unlike these shameless, vulgar royals, she is someone who upholds principles and reason. The moment the royal family heard this, they protested loudly. "What gives you the right to expel us? What qualification do you have to kick us out? Didn't you say earlier that if we prayed and took vows, we could stay? Now that we followed through, why are you kicking us out?" Su Qingqing saw they were still unwilling to let go and laughed. "Who told you that praying alone would grant you entry? Praying is just the first step. It also depends on your sincerity. Were you sincere?" They immediately claimed they had been sincere, questioning how they weren't sincere and asking what gave Su Qingqing the authority to accuse them. Su Qingqing was too tired to waste breath arguing with such stubborn people. People like them only realize their mistakes when faced with extreme consequences. Having already confronted them head-on, she had nothing more to say, waving her hand dismissively as she instructed Uncle Luo to drive them away. Later during dinner, Su Qingqing mentioned the incident casually to the great priest as a joke. The great priest showed no objection to her actions and even slightly frowned as he said, "Do not mention such people while eating. It ruins one's appetite." "All right," Su Qingqing agreed cheerfully. "Nothing beats food. It's most important, I get it." The great priest couldn't help but glance at her again, noticing that she seemed livelier than ever. She handled everything efficiently and capably outside, displaying an ability unmatched by many men. Could this be her true self? Had her previous version been restrained by too many rules? Su Qingqing didn't know what the great priest was thinking, but she noticed his eyes fixed on her, causing her face to turn red involuntarily. This was the first time she had blushed under the great priest's gaze. Quickly shaking her head, she pushed the thought out of her mind. She and the great priest were impossible, a being with infinite lifespan compared to her, who could no longer cultivate and thus had only a few decades of life. And she would grow old and unattractive, being nothing more than a fleeting summer firefly in the great priest's boundless existence, far too insignificant to matter. Therefore, how could she dare dream of any possibility between her and the great priest? In her limited life, all she could do was protect him to the fullest extent possible. Unfortunately, none of us can foresee whether tomorrow or unexpected events will come first. Chapter 216, he becomes a person again. Not only the royal family, but also many others with impure hearts who prayed insincerely were driven away. After being driven out, they didn't dare to go far because monsters were rampant outside. On this side, even the surrounding area was safe. They preferred to shamelessly stay nearby rather than go farther away. When these people gathered together, they all harbored resentment towards Su Qingqing for not letting them enter. They hated Su Qingqing bitterly, believing that it was due to her as high priestess that the divine kingdom had been abandoned and resistance against the monsters ceased, leading the world into its current state. They claimed their homes were lost, so many family members died, and they fell into such dire straits. Now, finally, the high priestess had established a new home, but Su Qingqing still wouldn't let them in. Why should everyone else be allowed to enter except them? Wasn't it just because their attitude toward her wasn't as respectful as others? She simply disliked their appearance, didn't she? Especially the royal family, even during their escape, carried a large amount of supplies and had a group of strong guards. In this crowd of refugees outside, they still ranked high among equals, and those who retained servile natures continued to flatter them. Living in temporary shelters outside, the royal family looked at the comfortable, sturdy houses inside the tribe, making their hatred towards Su Qingqing grow stronger. But they knew Su Qingqing was the closed disciple of the high priestess, with equally powerful magic, someone they could not easily deal with as ordinary people, so they endured. It wasn't until after some time spent trading with the tribal people that they inadvertently heard rumors about Su Qingqing having lost all her magical abilities after her last severe injury, leaving her now as an ordinary person skilled in martial arts. This immediately sparked thoughts within the royal family. It was Su Qingqing, this annoying woman, who barred them from entry. If they removed her, wouldn't they then gain entrance? This woman should have died last time. The royal family might not excel at much else, but they were genuinely adept when it came to schemes involving secret harm to others. After meticulous planning and detailed inquiries, they devised a well-thought-out plan. They found Su Qingqing to be very cautious and rarely stepped out of the fence surrounding the tribe, providing no chance for them to directly act against her. Thus, during trades with some villagers, they bribed a married couple with a lot of grain. This couple claimed their child had an excellent relationship with Su Qingqing and had once been saved by her when encountering danger outside. Ever since, their child had become very attached to Su Qingqing, improving the relationship between their family and her naturally. Upon hearing this, the royal family formulated a plan. They bought off this couple with a large quantity of grain, convincing them to send out their child, then claiming the child was in danger and needed Su Qingqing's rescue outside the tribe. At first, the couple disagreed, but the royal family reassured them repeatedly. It was merely because they rarely met Su Qingqing and wanted to plead with her face-to-face inside the tribe. Eventually, the couple agreed and followed through on the agreed-upon plan with the royal family. Upon hearing that Yaya had gone missing outside, hadn't returned by evening, and possibly faced danger, Su Qingqing didn't hesitate. Armed with a torch, she went out with the villagers to search. Accompanied by the couple, she left the tribe and ventured deeper and deeper into the mountains. Everyone was wholeheartedly searching for the child, unaware that in an unseen corner, a cold arrow suddenly shot out. Upon hearing the sound of an arrow being released, Su Qingqing instantly dodged to the side. Unfortunately, the next second, the arrow pierced straight through her heart. This arrow was imbued with spiritual power and would automatically track its target. If this were the old Su Qingqing, an attack of this level would have meant nothing to her, but now as an ordinary person, there was simply no way for her to avoid it. Looking back toward where the arrow was fired, she caught a glimpse of someone who used to be a comrade from the same era as her entering the realm of gods. That person flashed her a sinister smile. As he prepared to shoot a second arrow, Su Qingqing's consciousness flickered, and she found herself transported back to the High Priestess's dimension. The High Priestess was meditating in his space. Recently, thanks to the renewed faith of the people, the spirit stones had regained vitality, and his own powers started to strengthen again. He had recently devoted himself to researching spirit pills, although he seemed less talented in this aspect, spending days and nights studying. He was nearing completion. This pill could completely repair damaged spirit veins, allowing Su Qingqing to restart her cultivation. Just as he prepared to start the final phase, he suddenly heard movement outside, followed by the strong scent of blood. He immediately went out and saw Su Qingqing covered in blood. An arrow had pierced her chest, inflicting a grave wound that indicated she had been through an extremely perilous situation. She looked like a wounded fawn. When she saw the High Priestess, it was as though she had seen her anchor of support. She jogged over to him, calling out, "High Priestess." As Su Qingqing lunged toward him, the High Priestess instinctively opened his arms to catch her. In the next second, Su Qingqing, soaked in blood, collapsed into his arms. At the very moment of being struck by the arrow, Su Qingqing hadn't even felt pain, her mind consumed by only one thought, to rush back and meet the High Priestess. It wasn't until she fell into his arms that the pain hit her, leaving her feeling drained of all strength. Blood continued to flow from her chest as her body began to grow cold, convulsing uncontrollably. She gazed up at the High Priestess, trying her best to open her mouth, yet no complete sentence could form. Holding Su Qingqing this way, the High Priestess experienced something he'd never felt before, an utter loss of composure. Placing his hand on Su Qingqing's injured chest, he started channeling his spiritual energy into her body, desperately hoping to save her life. But now Su Qingqing was a common person with severed spirit veins, incapable of cultivating. This energy flowed through her like water through a leaking vase. It continuously overflowed from her wounds, proving utterly useless. For the first time, the High Priestess felt overwhelmed by this helplessness as he clearly felt life slipping away within his arms, and there was nothing he could do. He had thought, having lived for more than 600 years, that he would no longer feel sorrow about anyone's birth, aging, illness, or death. His heart had grown numb, and he assumed he would remain unmoved by the departure of a life. Yet now, as Su Qingqing's warmth faded within his embrace, a pang of dread seized him. What happened? Who did this to you? He kept channeling spiritual power without giving up, his tone low and severe. Su Qingqing clutched tightly at his collar, managing to force two words out: the royal family. A frosty aura enveloped the High Priestess. The royal family again. How those people deserve death. He shouldn't have shown mercy at that time, but should have wiped them all out. Why didn't you stay safely inside the tribe? How did they hurt you? Asked the High Priestess again. Now barely able to speak, Su Qingqing could emit only faint breath sounds. With great effort, she tugged at the High Priestess, signaling for him to lean closer. The High Priestess thought she was about to reveal who harmed her, but instead, Su Qingqing leaned into his ear and, in a voice so weak it was almost inaudible, whispered, "High Priestess, I'm sorry. It seems I can only accompany you this far. It turned out shorter than I imagined. After I'm gone, remember to eat well." As the final words left her lips, Su Qingqing's grip on his collar loosened, and her breathing ceased. Qingqing, Qingqing. The High Priestess shook her gently, but there was no response. That arrow had struck her heart with perfect precision, leaving not even a trace of opportunity for rescue. He sat there holding her, until her body was completely cold, beginning to stiffen. Standing up, the High Priestess carried Su Qingqing and left his space. When he appeared in the tribe carrying Su Qingqing's corpse, everyone was stunned, asking what had happened and why the young priestess was. The High Priestess activated all his senses and tracked down where Su Qingqing met her end, questioning those who had been with her to understand the cause and course of events. Without difficulty, he located the frightened couple who hid, gradually piecing together exactly what transpired. Then he executed the couple on the spot, marking the first time in 600 years that he took someone's life. Killing humans proved much simpler than slaying monsters. All he needed was to release just a fraction of his spiritual energy, delivering a light tremor that crushed their internal organs, causing them to die quietly without shedding a drop of blood. Having killed the couple, He then headed straight to the location of the royal family. At first, the royal family was pleased to see the high priestess, knowing full well that if Su Qingqing was dead, he would certainly come after them. And sure enough, the high priestess came, but before they could say a single word, he shattered their internal organs one by one using his spiritual energy. Standing still, his flowing robes moved without wind, pairing perfectly with his breathtakingly handsome face, maintaining his godlike perfection. However, now, his body radiated an overwhelming killing intent, making it impossible for anyone to associate him with a deity anymore. Instead, he resembled the most powerful demon in the world. The high priestess stared at them, enunciating each word slowly. The first time, I spared you, not because you were special, but because I understood the selfishness of human nature and was unwilling to waste energy dealing with you. But instead of reflecting on your own actions, you blamed all of this on Qingqing and even killed her. She was my person. How dared you do this to her? The members of the royal family endured excruciating pain, unable to utter a single word. They looked at the high priestess in terror, only now realizing who he truly was. The high priestess slaughtered every single member of the royal family, from top to bottom, regardless of whether they were innocent elderly or children. Not a single one survived. At this moment, he discovered that the spirit stones in his space had solidified. Though they had been continuously absorbing faith energy and growing larger, they had now stopped completely. Anyone who possessed spirit stones would be punished by the heavenly way if they broke the taboo against indiscriminate killing, thus losing their qualification for ascension. He had just broken this taboo, but he no longer cared. Over these 600 years, though he'd enjoyed endless life because of the spirit stones, he still hadn't ascended. His lifestyle had always been repetitive, and he didn't see any problem with it. After all, perhaps his life was destined to be like this forever. But after Su Qingqing appeared, she briefly altered his way of living. Now that she was gone, it was impossible for him to go back to his old way of life. And if he couldn't even avenge her, what good were his formidable magical powers? Not only had he opened the door to breaking the taboo, but he had done so thoroughly. All the people gathered here were those who hadn't prayed sincerely enough at the time, so their images hadn't disappeared from the space. After witnessing the high priestess kill the members of the royal family, they screamed in panic. As they screamed, they shouted, "The high priestess is killing people. The high priestess is killing people for his woman. He isn't our protector anymore. He's a demon, just like those monsters outside who eat people." Upon hearing this, he didn't refute them. Instead, he chose to kill them all. Carrying Su Qingqing, he walked step by step toward the exit. Anyone he encountered along the way who screamed or gossiped, regardless of gender or age, was killed without exception. In no time, everyone in the settlement realized this and covered their mouths in terror, afraid to make even the slightest sound. The high priestess, under the frightened and fearful gazes of everyone, carried Su Qingqing out. He wandered around and eventually returned to their tribe. Every step he took was slow. It was the first time he had ever scrutinized the tribe crafted by Su Qingqing so carefully. Su Qingqing had done an excellent job, making sure everything was neatly arranged. The people here lived peacefully and happily. But it was also the people from this place who had lured her out with a meager profit and caused her death. She was right. These people were selfish and not worth sympathy or protection. Old Luo felt deep shame and anger when he learned that his own tribesmen had deceived Su Qingqing out of the safety of the tribe. Leading all the tribespeople, Old Luo knelt before the high priestess, saying they were all grateful for Su Qingqing's kindness and were willing to die to atone for their sins. They wouldn't resist whatever punishment he might choose. The high priestess had intended to kill them all earlier. What use did they have being alive? But as Old Luo and the others spoke, seeing how they wept bitterly for Su Qingqing, he could sense their genuine grief. Instantly, he couldn't bring himself to raise a hand against them. In the end, he only told Old Luo and the rest, "Go. Leave here. It was Su Qingqing who let you stay before, but now that someone among you has killed her, all of you must leave." Old Luo and the tribespeople thanked him profusely for sparing their lives, said not a word in plea, and after packing all their belongings, left the area entirely the next day. The high priestess was alone once again. Everything about Su Qingqing's existence felt like a fleeting dream. Chapter 217. He's become even more eloquent than before. After the high priest drove away everyone, he brought Su Qingqing's body back to his space. He built a special room in his space and cast a spell that could keep Su Qingqing's corpse from decaying. From then on, he stayed in his space all the time and never went outside again. After all, the outside world had nothing worth lingering for him anymore. About 10 years later, he received news in his space that the heavenly god kingdom had fallen from the sky. The heavenly god kingdom was originally sustained by his magical power, and with no supply of magical power in the past decade, its destruction was inevitable. He suddenly remembered those years he spent with Su Qingqing in the heavenly god kingdom. Others thought it was him protecting Su Qingqing, elevating her from the lowest and poorest commoner to become his only disciple, making her respected and admired by people. But now looking back carefully, during that period, Su Qingqing was quietly guarding him too. She would never say much, but she quietly arranged everything for him in life. The only time she talked a lot was when she thought he was treated unfairly, standing up for justice. Now that the heavenly god kingdom has fallen, he suddenly wanted to go back and take a look. This was the first time in 10 years that he left his space. At this point, he realized how different the outside world had become. Possibly due to the ever-expanding rift in the world, a large amount of demon energy has flowed in from outside. This demon energy was unfamiliar even to him. It was like ink dripping into clear water, spreading at an incredible speed, and dyeing the entire world which originally had only spiritual energy, turbid. Even this demon energy felt strange to him, giving people discomfort, making their mood restless, creating a feeling of imminent outburst and a desire for release. Not only that, but he also obviously noticed that the land outside was sinking rapidly. Many areas along rivers and coasts have already been flooded, and places near the coast are even flooded up to halfway up the mountains. It was at this moment that he suddenly realized that perhaps the appearance of cracks in their world wasn't accidental. Rather, this world itself was about to be reshuffled and replanned. The sky and earth changing color, the rivers and mountains transforming. Humanity could only survive if they themselves became stronger, relying only on themselves, not on others, to possibly survive this calamity. In the 600 years he existed, he was merely part of a plan. He might have been one chosen for the task of preserving the seed of mankind, so humanity wouldn't become extinct. Similarly, he could also gain the faith of humanity and ascend to divinity. This was originally a world of mutual redemption. But while imagination is beautiful, reality is cruel. Such beautiful wishes seem to exist only in ideals. Reality is that humanity took his sacrifices as a matter of course, harbored evil thoughts, and killed the person most important to him, forcing him to eventually turn his sword against them, breaking this balance, disrupting this virtuous cycle. He suddenly understood why the old man who gave him the inheritance had that complicated expression on his face at the time. Perhaps he foresaw this event, but all this still had to happen. While lost in thought, he arrived at the once heavenly god kingdom he had personally established, which had long since become ruins. Originally, he planned to take just a glance and leave, but unexpectedly, he discovered a familiar figure amidst the rubble, the fire-breathing lizard that voluntarily submitted to him at the time. Back then, because it was so clingy, Su Qingqing joked and named it Cici, teasing him saying, "Oh no, your Cici has come looking for you again." Because so many things happened later, when he left, he didn't take it along, assuming it had long gone. Unexpectedly, upon returning this time, it was still holding its ground here. Not only was it holding its ground here, but it had also bred a group of young lizards. Its species could reproduce independently. What was even more astonishing was that it had led its clan to protect a small group of humans. In a world overrun by monsters, it had protected a small group of humans. It still remembered the instruction the high priest had given it years ago, protect the humans. It clearly sensed the presence of the high priest and looked around frantically to find where he was. All the high priest had now was a sigh in his heart, thinking, see, even the beasts are more loyal than humans. The high priest knew that this land would soon sink, and the submersion of land was fair to all living creatures. At the time, monsters like Cici that couldn't swim would die together. He appeared before Cici, asking if it was willing to go with him, to which Cici excitedly agreed. Thus, the high priest took Cici with him. He then thought that if this land was destined to sink, the tribe where he and Su Qingqing once lived would also be submerged, and any trace of Su Qingqing's existence would eventually vanish. So, he directly placed all the mountains and forests where their tribe had resided into his spatial ring. Not only that, but within his space, he also recreated the heavenly god kingdom exactly as it was before. Perhaps even he didn't know why he did this. Maybe he just found life too uninteresting and wanted to find something to do. He stopped cultivating, because there was no longer a need for cultivation. The power of spirit stones wouldn't increase anymore, so regardless of how much more he trained, his strength wouldn't improve. He watched helplessly as the mountains and continents outside collapsed, leading to the extinction of most humans, while a small portion escaped to high-altitude regions to survive. Just when he thought he would simply see out the rest of his days like this, he discovered that his Jiezi space was now filled with demonic energy. Originally, his space was connected to the outside world, and when the outside world became fully saturated with demonic energy, not even his own space could escape. This demonic energy would influence one's mind, especially affecting the moral heart of cultivators. And for someone like the high priest whose moral heart had long collapsed, over time, malevolent thoughts began to sprout in his mind. At first, these malevolent thoughts were controllable, only appearing late at night when he woke from dreams, asking him whether he regretted protecting these people for so many years. Because of his soft-heartedness and indulgence, he didn't eliminate those people early enough, which ultimately led to Su Qingqing's death. To sum it up, he himself was the last person who truly killed Su Qingqing. At first, he still managed to control his malevolent thoughts and ignore them, but his heart gradually wavered. After all, weren't these thoughts actually his true feelings? Gradually, the malevolent thoughts appeared during the daytime too, popping up anytime and anywhere, suddenly asking him, "Do you think living for 500 years has been nothing but a joke?" Yes, it really is a joke. A joke about a high priest who couldn't even protect the woman he liked. What these people needed wasn't protection but governance, supervision, and vigilance. By the time he realized it, he had already created an entirely complete 18-layer hell. After Su Qingqing's death, she never left either. Her consciousness hovered around the high priest, witnessing all his changes. This current Su Qingqing is not exactly the same as that past version of herself, because now she has clear memories of her next 2 lifetimes. Seeing this, she almost understood everything. It turned out this was her from 2 lifetimes ago. Gu Jun is the high priest of this lifetime. No wonder they had such a strange sense of familiarity. No wonder she was so familiar with the main sacrificial altar. It turns out Cici's name was given by her. It turned out that the 18 layers of hell inside the Jiezi space were not copies. This place was the original version. She finally uncovered the truth, but there was nothing she could do. She could only continue being an observer here. Then, she watched helplessly as things unfolded further. When the high priest created the 18 layers of hell, he was still rational, knowing that only wrongdoers should be punished, applying different punishments to those who committed different sins. However, later on, his malevolent thoughts grew worse and worse, constantly telling him that all these reasonable means were useless. Humanity should be ruled by an entirely new order. Humans don't deserve happiness. They should be governed through bloody repression. Everyone must live according to prescribed rules for the world to remain unchanged forever. The high priest knew it was a malevolent thought, but couldn't get rid of it, and could only coexist with it. Eventually, his ability to maintain rationality was due solely to the time spent with Su Qingqing. She made him remember that there are good people in the world, and bad people, like Uncle Luo, who almost helped them build a beautiful home. In the end, troubled immensely by his malevolent thoughts, he used half of his lifetime's powers to force the malevolent thoughts out, allowing it to become an independent, bodiless soul. Even though it was incomplete as a soul body, it possessed its own consciousness. Perhaps it even believed itself to be the true high priest. But it was just a soul entity. No matter how grand its ambition, it could stir up no real trouble. The high priest watched as it disappeared into the distance, ignoring it, because he didn't want to bother with it anymore, nor did he have the extra energy to deal with it. After all, his remaining time wasn't long either. He used most of his magical power and cultivation to separate this malevolent thought as a separate entity. But strictly speaking, the malevolent thought was actually a part of his own body, which is equivalent to splitting himself in half. He had exhausted most of his magic, and his soul was no longer whole. Spirit stones had lost their ability to absorb faith and grow. Thus he also lost the ability for eternal life. Now his lifespan was finite, and it seemed like his time was almost up. He looked at Cece in the space, feeling somewhat cruel in his heart. He built a nest suited for it inside the space, allowing it to hibernate there, and deceived it by saying he would come back to fetch it after 10,000 years. Because if the owner of the Jezi space stayed away for too long, apart from the land and plants within, all other creatures would be shaken out. But outside, the mountains and lands had already collapsed. If it were to be shaken out, it would only lead to death. With changes taking place over thousands of years, by the time 10,000 years passed, it wouldn't wait for him anymore and would run out on its own. By then, the outside world should have stabilized, should have new land again, and should be able to support its survival. The nest he set for it was actually a special protective array that kept it from being shaken out. After doing all this, the once glorious high priest, who had been worshipped by 10,000 people, quietly awaited his passing on the familiar sacrificial altar. Before his end, he wished that he would never be born as a human again. It was too painful to be one. After his death, he hoped his soul would just dissipate into the vast universe. When he passed, his body emitted complex light with alternating flashes of golden merit light and black malevolent thought light. Ultimately, the golden light overpowered the black, engulfing his entire body. It was heaven's judgment of him. In his 600 years of life, his good deeds far outweighed his misdeeds. Good and evil balanced out, but he still had enough merit to be reborn as a human and experience a happy and extraordinary life. Su Qingqing saw that her previous life's soul had silently followed the high priest even after death, though unable to do anything. Her past life's soul couldn't let go of the high priest even in death. After the high priest's passing, her obsession ended as well, and along with the high priest's golden light, she dissipated into the universe. Su Qingqing keenly noticed that a sliver of her soul remained in the Jezi space when she dispersed. So far, everything was finally uncovered. No wonder her soul had been incomplete after reincarnation. No wonder a strand of her soul remained here, and no wonder what that strand of her soul did was so outrageous. It turned out she had left her love-driven soul here. Well, now everything was explained. Suddenly, Su Qingqing's vision went dark, ending this lengthy memory illusion. She glanced down at her watch. From the start of the illusion until now, only 15 minutes had passed. Yet during those brief 15 minutes, it felt like she had lived through many, many years, as if she had relived her previous life. When she looked up again, she met Gu Jun's gaze exactly. He was looking at her, his eyes filled with complexity. He understood by now that all this was a predestined cause and effect. Last lifetime, Su Qingqing followed him, while he was powerful enough to make others feel insignificant. This time around, it was his turn to follow her, silently smoothing all paths for her. Su Qingqing exchanged gazes with him for a moment before clearing her throat and teasingly asked in an exploratory tone, "High priest?" Gu Jun replied hesitantly, "Qingqing." His voice carried a hint of helplessness. Why did hearing this title now feel so juvenile? Su Qingqing agreed. She rubbed her nose and said with a chuckle, "This life, the high priest seems to be leading a pretty good existence, family intact, having whatever he wants. Once you eliminate your inner demons, the rest of your life will be the happiest yet." Gu Jun gazed deeply into her eyes and responded, "That's true. This lifetime, I've met you, and I feel it's wonderful." Su Qingqing. Oh, this man has become more eloquent than last lifetime. Somehow, the old taciturn version from the past feels cuter. Chapter 218, No Other Way. Gu Jun deeply looked at Su Qingqing. The two of them had already been close, and after the events of their past and present lives, they became even closer. There was an added layer of complexity in their mutual gazes. In the end, it was Su Qingqing who spoke first. She let out a long sigh and said, "I never would have guessed that the true god of this universal god sect would actually be you. Your heart demon truly has great ability. It has been waiting for its chance all these years, just to act on its obsession with humanity. It makes sense that she would need your body so badly. After all, It originally didn't have one itself. And since she couldn't control your body in her previous life, she waited here for you. Gujun frowned. Back then, I should not have spared it. I should have self-destructed along with it. You had the chance to self-destruct with me back then, but you didn't bring yourself to do it, did you? A voice identical to Gujun's suddenly came from ahead. They saw a person who looked exactly like Gujun slowly walk out from the center of the altar. He was barely recognizable as human, because he was a semi-transparent spirit form, bearing a face identical to Gujun's. Yet, despite having the same face, his features carried an indescribable allure and coldness. There was no doubt that the person in front of them was the heart demon from Gujun's time as high priest. Though they had hurried nonstop, they still arrived a bit late. By the time they got there, it had already been awakened. It wasn't known what it had done over all those years, but likely due to exposure to some foreign world dark arts. Though it was only a spirit, its strength had increased significantly. He was Gujun's heart demon, but more precisely, he was no longer Gujun himself. Step by step, this heart demon approached Su Qingqing and Gujun, his face carrying an indescribably mocking smile. Ask yourself honestly, am I merely your heart demon? No, I'm more than just your heart demon. I'm your 7 emotions and 6 desires, your greed, anger, and delusion. You may have expelled me from your body, but we still share the same memories and are deeply in love with the same woman. You weren't willing to self-destruct with me back then because I represented your feelings for Qingqing. If you had directly destroyed me back then, you would have lost all your memories and feelings for Qingqing. Wasn't it at the last critical moment that you hesitated, letting me escape? What's the point of saying these things now? Do you really think you could destroy me now? Gujun silently looked at his heart demon, his face expressionless. Now, he looked somewhat like his old self as the high priest. Su Qingqing momentarily didn't know what to say. By now, she understood everything clearly. This prematurely awakened universal true god probably didn't possess overwhelming power. To put it bluntly, its strength level was roughly on par with hers. If she went all out, even if it might mean mutual destruction, she could definitely engage in battle with him. However, the problem was that the universal true god wasn't a living being or a vital soul. It was merely a consciousness born thousands of years ago. Such a consciousness can't be eliminated by others. Only its owner can destroy it. In other words, only Gujun could now destroy it. As the heart demon walked closer step by step, Su Qingqing pulled Gujun back a few steps quietly. While retreating, she whispered softly, "The current situation is indeed very tricky. There are 2 ways for you to destroy him now. The first is to self-destruct with him again, but given how strong he has become now, I think you wouldn't be able to hold him down. The second way is riskier. Let him re-enter your body and merge with you. Then use your main consciousness to control him, making him a part of your own awareness again. Once this happens, he will disappear completely. But here's the problem. The first method, you lack the power to carry out. The second method is too dangerous. If your main consciousness fails to subdue him, he'll swallow your consciousness instead. Then there will be no you left in the world, only him remaining." After speaking up to here, Su Qingqing paused. "Previously, I could assist you in all kinds of situations, but not this final one. You must resolve it by yourself, you." "Don't worry, leave it to me," Gujun replied. This time, it was him protecting Su Qingqing behind him. The heart demon on the opposite side also stopped his footsteps, laughing once more. "After over 10,000 years, I never thought that upon meeting again, you've learned to talk big. Leave it to you. How do you plan to deal with me? Dragging me into self-destruction?" His tone was filled with unrestrained mockery, unadorned and utterly unfiltered. He intentionally moved swiftly toward Gujun, darting around his face, fast enough that only faint afterimages could be seen, impossible to catch. "You can't drag me into self-destruction, so what? Do you plan to have me return to your body and fuse with you, intending to swallow me?" Gujun looked at him and asked, "Why are you laughing? Are you really that confident in yourself? Are you certain you can eliminate my main consciousness and become the true me?" He laughed even louder. Afterward, he spoke as if guiding patiently. "You're still as full of confidence as always. Back then, you couldn't even defeat me, this heart demon, and now I've lived for over 10,000 years. But you, who has only lived for a few decades, think you can absorb and merge with me? Actually, once we fuse together and when I take control of you, it'll be good. I can help you boldly pursue the woman you like but missed, making up for your regrets. And those humans who delayed your ascension and caused the death of the woman you loved, you once wanted to establish a new order for them. Now I already have the power to make it happen. Trust me. All the things the indecisive you didn't accomplish, I will do for you. Right? When I take control of your body, only then will we both have a better future. I can achieve everything you want." Before Gujun could respond, Su Qingqing was already frowning beside him. This heart demon is slick and pretentious." Indeed, Gujun nodded quite in agreement. The heart demon. It seemed all his prior speech had been in vain, leaving her moved by herself alone. Gujun looked again at the heart demon, seriousness returning to his eyes as he calmly stared down the man before him who looked exactly like him. Perhaps due to having recovered the memories from his previous life, Gujun felt an exceptional calmness, finding him very familiar, as though looking in a mirror. This person was originally part of his soul. Gujun did not say anything exaggerated. He calmly told the heart demon facing him, "There's no need to continue speaking useless words. Our philosophies truly differ. You wish to become me, and you indeed have the qualifications to become me. Our unsettled matters should have come to an end tens of thousands of years ago, but back then I avoided it because of some incidents. In these 10,000 years, you clearly have your own consciousness but couldn't become a real person. which must have been extremely painful. While I am also inevitably destined to face the consequences of what you've done, since you're part of me, I cannot find peace either. So let us resolve our matters here. Isn't it what you desire, my body? Here I stand right before you. You may approach and fuse your consciousness with mine. We'll see whether you manage to steal my body or I subdue and eliminate you. Seeing the serious expression on Gu Jun's face, the heart demon knew he wasn't joking. He chuckled lightly. I must admit, such an approach is unmistakably yours. So what? Do you dare to bet? I believe that aside from this method of becoming the real me, you don't have any other way, do you? Confidence and certainty marked Gu Jun's tone. He appeared utterly composed. His eyes revealed profound depth. Indeed, he was different from the one from 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago, he lived alone at a place too high and cold for 600 years, ignorant of the intrigues and dark hearts between people. But now it was different. He had reincarnated as a human and spent 20-odd years living in the wealthy Gu family. His parents diligently instructed him, teaching him social etiquette and moral principles, taking charge of the vast Gu family business at an early age, entering the business world soon after, where he learned about the treachery of human hearts and the complexity of human nature. And the reappearance of Su Qingqing, dealing with so many issues alongside her, allowed him to witness the warmth of humanity. Without exaggeration, the experiences from the past 20 years of his reincarnation far exceeded what he learned in the 600-plus years he lived isolated and lofty before. Now he understood, it wasn't a matter of black or white, right or wrong. Human nature was complex and multifaceted, impossible to judge merely by simple good and evil standards. As the heart demon saw Gu Jun remain so composed and determined, his confidence started to waver somewhat inside. What was happening? In the past, all it took was a little provocation and Gu Jun would grow agitated, even if he didn't say anything, adding energy to the heart demon's side. Yet this time, Gu Jun remained unmoved, extending an invitation to a final battle instead. The heart demon began to feel uncertain, sensing a faint sense of imbalance. But Gu Jun was correct. This matter that should have concluded over 10,000 years ago had dragged until now. This opportunity was something the heart demon waited tens of thousands of years for, and there was absolutely no way it would let it slip now. As it hesitated, Gu Jun turned and used a sound transmission talisman that only they could hear. If I get swallowed by him in a moment, kill me when he is at his weakest inside my body. You know the way to do it. In mysticism, killing isn't just destroying the physical form. It's the kind of killing that can utterly erase the soul. The normally decisive Su Qingqing hesitated after hearing Gu Jun's words. She pursed her lips and asked, do we really have to resort to such a risky method? Perhaps there are other ways. Gu Jun suddenly reached out and embraced Su Qingqing, holding her tightly as if trying to merge her into his own body. But only for a brief moment. Before Su Qingqing even reacted, he let go. He smiled and said, there's no other way. He is my heart demon. Only I can destroy him. That's what you mentioned earlier. And this embrace should have happened 10,000 years ago. Now I am giving it to you. You should have no objection, right? After all, who knows if there will be another chance? Hearing this from Gu Jun, Su Qingqing felt a pang in her heart. She didn't dwell on the embrace, thinking it natural given the situation. Suddenly, she stood on tiptoe and hugged Gu Jun back with all her strength, earnestly saying, since I've known you, you've never failed at anything. You always accomplish things excellently. I haven't seen you lose yet, and this time will be no different. You absolutely won't lose. You will definitely win. 10,000 years ago, you needed spirit stones to ascend but failed. This life, you don't need spirit stones. With me, you can succeed in ascending. So, the one who returns must be you. Do you hear me? Looking into Su Qingqing's earnest eyes, Gu Jun seemed to suddenly understand her meaning, and the distance between them immediately closed. Gu Jun felt an unprecedented wave of excitement, a part of his chest heating up as if burning. He had a premonition. After returning from this event, there might be a qualitative breakthrough in their relationship. At this moment, he started looking forward to the situation upon his return. Though unwilling to admit it, he wasn't whole now. His heart demon had its own consciousness. As long as the heart demon remained unchecked, he would never find true peace. This was something he had to face. Just then, the heart demon opposite him spoke, having made its decision. All right, I agree. Anyway, I've endured this life for over 10,000 years, and I'm tired of it. Since you're so eager to hand over your body to me, I'll agree too. Gu Jun and the heart demon exchanged glances. Surprisingly, they had quite a bit of unspoken understanding and took several steps toward each other, until both of them were positioned in the center of the sacrificial altar, standing completely overlapped. The figure of the heart demon became increasingly transparent until eventually the two seemed to have fused completely into one entity. Soon, Gu Jun was enveloped by a dazzling light. The light began to slowly change colors, from the initial white glow transitioning into a brilliant golden light. This golden glow was familiar to Su Qingqing. It reminded her of the brightness emitted by the Grand Priest using magic in a past life, so bright it almost blinded people. But soon, this golden glow was polluted by a streak of black light. It was like a drop of ink spreading in a clear water pond, slowly creeping outward. This black light was glaringly incongruent among the gold, much like a perfect jade platter being smeared with dye. It was enough to drive someone with obsessive-compulsive tendencies crazy. Soon the black light rapidly spread, growing from a single filament to covering an entire patch, occupying one corner, and then progressing to occupy 1/3 of the space. It surged powerfully, full of overwhelming determination, for it had waited tens of thousands of years for this moment. Su Qingqing knew that Gu Jun was in fierce battle with his heart demon. The golden glow represented his consciousness, while the black represented the heart demons. Chapter 219, The Final Gambit. Soon, the black light and the golden light were stuck at a standstill, neither side giving an inch. They thus deadlocked, mutually vying within Gu Jun's body. Su Qingqing stared intently, her anxiety so great that she tightly clasped her hands without even noticing. As time passed, the initially deadlocked situation suddenly changed. The black portion of the light had actually breached the middle boundary line, slowly pushing toward the golden light. Progress was slow, but it was indeed pressing forward. Before long, it had directly cornered the golden light into a space no larger than a handspan, nearly vanishing from sight altogether. Su Qingqing's hands clenched together, her nails biting into her flesh, as she ceaselessly urged in her heart, "Come on, Gu Jun, you simply cannot falter now. Among all the people in this world, you are the one I admire most. Please don't disappoint me. In this lifetime, for all time, please never leave me alone." What she didn't know was that, out of sheer tension, the words she muttered in her heart had already slipped out softly, quiet, yet loud enough for Gu Jun to hear. She repeated them over and over again. The black light, aggressive and swift, pushed the golden light into a corner in what seemed like no time at all. However, despite its efforts afterward, the patch of golden light as large as a hand remained unextinguished. For an unknown length of time, they deadlocked. But when the black light visibly began to weaken, the golden light suddenly counterattacked. The golden light incrementally pressed against the black, every small push forward taking possibly half an hour to achieve, but progress it certainly was. Several times, the two forces deadlocked, but after each deadlock, it was still the golden light slowly expanding into the territory of the black. In the end, the tide turned. The golden light repressed the black light into a corner, leaving only a hand-sized space for the black light. Defiant, the black light emitted a shrill scream. "You're the biggest fool in the entire world. How could you forget how Qingqing met her demise last life? Human beings don't deserve their lives. They should be ruled, suppressed, and made to live according to plans. That way, they won't rebel. Why have you not learned from your mistakes? Why can't you understand? Why can't you see? Do you no longer wish to stay together with Qingqing for eternity? Wouldn't it be better if this world were shaped solely to heed the two of you?" It had finally revealed its obsession. Throughout these 10,000 years, it was submerged daily in the terror of the day Su Xianxian was murdered. For these 10,000 years, moment by moment, day by night, there wasn't a single second where it forgot the pain of that instant. Thus, it had developed its own consciousness, consistently acting based on that singular obsession without regard for means or cost. But no matter how sharp the black light's cries grew in the end, the golden light remained steadfast. Gradually, determinately, the golden light swallowed up the black light completely. At the exact moment the black light was entirely consumed, all the light reabsorbed back into the body. Once the dazzling light dissipated, Gu Jun's face became clear again. His complexion was somewhat pale, his eyes tightly closed. Under Su Qingqing's worried gaze, he slowly opened his eyes. At the familiar look in his eyes, Su Qingqing immediately confirmed that Gu Jun had won. Though the victory was perilous, he had won nonetheless. The residual magical power in the soul of the mind demon was also reabsorbed back into his body, becoming part of his magic. Originally, his strength was less than Su Qingqing's, but now, having absorbed this portion of magic, his current strength equaled hers. Gu Jun looked at Su Qingqing. "I'm back." No more needed to be said. All was understood without words. Su Qingqing also looked at him. "Welcome back. This time we have countless more moments ahead." Their eyes locked, emotions heavy with unsaid words rolling between them. But now, neither had time for extended conversation. A pile of messes awaited their attention. The mind demon was dead, but its underlings weren't, and the myriad of evil creatures it nurtured like poisonous insects through the years still lived. Now that the mind demon was dead, they would sense it. With their loyalty to the mind demon, they would not counterattack first, but flee. If these evil entities escape, it would pose a grave threat to humanity. Su Qingqing and Gu Jun rushed first to save those tied onto the altar waiting to be sacrificed. The number of people was extraordinarily vast, far exceeding the estimation of Bureau 7. There were actually 1,444 people, a perfect number for a sacrifice. Fortunately, these people were merely dazed and starved to a sickly state. Their physical conditions were not optimal. However, their vital signs remained stable overall, with no major issues present. Once their souls returned, they only needed some time for recuperation and restorative care before fully recovering. As for the ancient divine beast, it turned out to truly be a divine beast after all. However, it wasn't any ordinary one. Instead, it was the Taotai, a creature capable of devouring everything in its path. People often jokingly use this term to describe someone insatiable, but awakening the slumbering Taotai and allowing it to fall under someone's control would be absolutely horrifying. Its nature was unrelenting. It could eat endlessly, consuming everything it encountered indiscriminately. Luckily, the Taotai had not yet been awakened, or the consequences would have indeed been catastrophic. At the moment Gu Jun fused the mind demon into his body, his soul became complete once more. This Jiezi space, ruled by the heart devil for over 10,000 years, finally recognized Gu Jun's presence again, once more becoming a realm usable by him. However, a window appeared in the upper reaches of the space. Only Gu Jun and Su Qingqing could see this window, where text and interface were surprisingly modern, just like the prompt screens in contemporary games. It displayed, merit points needed before ascension, minus 100 million. Very simple, just one line of text with the deficit number highlighted in bold red letters, making the negative sign particularly glaring. Su Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, Gujun. I originally thought only I required merit points to ascend. Turns out you do too. And what's more, the amount you need is exactly the same as mine. Gujun's face darkened with embarrassment. Why on earth do I need so many merit points? You owe them. Su Qingqing cut straight to the point. By separating your heart demon from your body all those years ago, you let it roam freely without control, doing countless evil deeds and harming innumerable lives. While the misdeeds were not done directly by you and technically weren't committed by you, the chain of cause and effect stems from your action. So, while you haven't received direct punishment, you must certainly compensate by accumulating merit points through saving others and doing good. I think that's quite logical. Far better than the old system, which relied on believers' faith values to strengthen your spirit stones passively until ascension became possible. Now, isn't it great that we can actively work toward our ascension instead of waiting idly? Gujun thought about it for a moment. She had a point. Gathering merit points meant he could take the initiative and work towards ascension actively rather than being passively dependent on something else. This implied that he could finally secure his ascension through his own efforts. It was clear that the patriarch or even the heavenly Tao had learned from the past experience and improved the mechanism accordingly. With a long sigh, Gujun said, "What more is there to say? We both bear debts, so I'll pay mine back slowly, right? You're also short on merits for your ascension, aren't you? So at least we'll go through it together." Su Qingqing laughed. "Sorry, but Grandmaster told me. If I successfully complete the task of eliminating the Universal God sect, my merit quota will already be filled. That means the one currently owing merit points is just you." Gujun stood there speechless. Cold-heartedness, it hit deep. Not through shouting and yelling. Finally, Gujun placed the ancient Taotai inside his newly repossessed spatial pocket, the very cave Cece once stayed in. The situation here was relatively stable, ensuring that during the period before they ascend from Earth, the Taotai would be safe enough. He transferred the over 1,400 individuals outside to a secure place, specifically the real Baiyun County, which had been abandoned for ages. Without knowing whether the 7th Bureau had any believers of the Universal God sect, contacting the local military base proved the safest choice. The Chinese army always protects the people. Thereafter, she and Gujun thoroughly swept the Jiezi space from top to bottom, engaging fiercely 7 times in succession. They cleared out maps of various dynasties randomly gathered by the Heart Demon. Items with cultural relic research value were handed over to the state, while malevolent creatures that resisted violently were eliminated immediately where they stood. For most of the other disordered ghosts and demonic beasts, Su Qingqing simply opened the gates to the underworld and stuffed everything inside, leaving the underworld personnel to manage these things as they saw fit. All of these belonged to matters under their jurisdiction for judgment. As a result, the civil servants of the underworld worked overnight shifts. An already bustling underworld instantly grew even busier, every level spinning like tops. Not really, they wondered aloud. How had so many unresolved cases accumulated over such a long period? Jiang Muqing and Zhao Liya, though exhausted from prolonged battles, saw rapid growth in their combat abilities. When Su Qingqing and Gujun arrived to help them resolve the remaining malevolent ghosts and demonic beasts all at once, they collapsed on the ground from exhaustion, feeling as though they had been reborn. Finally, when the sun rose for the second time in Baiyun County outside, every nook and cranny of the space had been cleaned. Zhao Liya and Jiang Muqing didn't know when they had been expelled from the space, only that they had landed in the surrounding suburbs. It wasn't until they looked up at the sunrise that they realized it. When the first rays of sunlight broke over the earth, they suddenly became aware that they might have left the Jiezi space, since the time inside was preset. Even if there were sunrises, there would be no warmth. But this sunrise was not only warm, but glaringly bright. Having spent so much time inside, they almost couldn't distinguish between the inside and the outside anymore. Is it over? Jiang Muqing looked up at the increasingly blinding sun in the sky and asked. No one could answer him. Everyone seemed lost in the endless slaughter that felt like it had no end. Could it really be over so quickly? Could it actually end? Just as everyone was lost in confusion, a familiar voice came from behind. You've all come out safely. You've seen the sun rise outside. What are you still doubting? Everyone turned around to see Su Qingqing and Gujun, who had appeared sometime earlier behind them. They walked together, side by side, as if returning after having left together. When they departed, the tension between them was palpable, imbued with the determination of warriors heading off knowing they might never return. Now, as they returned, the atmosphere was different. Both their faces carried faint smiles, like those who had sailed through countless mountains and emerged victorious. At the sight of Su Qingqing and Gujun, everyone's heart dropped into place, and even the sun that had seemed blinding just moments ago began to feel warm. Is it resolved? What exactly happened? Zhao Liya asked first. That's right. Did you manage to stop that grand sacrifice? The people from the Qing Mountain sect and the Xian sect also inquired. They were all curious about what had transpired, while simultaneously grateful that everything was over. Now, their curiosity took over. Su Qingqing nodded and glanced at Gujun beside her. Yes, it's over. Gujun just timely arrived and eliminated the Universal God, bringing everything to an end. It was Gujun who eliminated the Universal God? Didn't you do it? Jiang Muqing blurted out this question instinctively. In their subconscious, Su Qingqing was undoubtedly the most powerful among them. Although Gujun was also strong, he wasn't as capable as Su Qingqing, the master herself. His instinctive question, though truthful, easily lent itself to misunderstanding, as his tone made it sound as if Gu Jun was merely a man living off Su Qingqing's reputation. Gu Jun briefly looked up at Jiang Muqing with a faint gaze, causing him to immediately feel chills down his spine. What had Gu Jun experienced? Why did he seem so much more commanding upon his return? Su Qingqing smiled as she explained for Gu Jun. No, it wasn't me. It was Gu Jun who did it. He's stronger than me now. It's a long story. I'll let Gu Jun tell you later when we get back. This isn't the time to focus on that. We still have more important things to do. The universal god is dead, and we've roughly cleared the ghosts and demons from the space, but there are definitely still some stragglers. Even a few of these stragglers escaping to the outside world could cause disasters, disrupt order, and claim countless lives. I've already arranged for the military to take care of those we rescued. Can you still hold on? If you can, scatter out and hunt them down and eliminate as many as possible. Try to leave none alive, and consider it a way to accumulate merit points. With Su Qingqing issuing the order, none of them dared refuse. Each gulped down a few spirit-restoring talismans, and after recovering their energy, they sprang into action with renewed vigor, determined to catch those stragglers. Having been beaten up by the demons and ghosts before, the tables had now turned. With their leader defeated by their own Su master, the remaining evil creatures were mere stray dogs waiting to be slaughtered. One by one, they fell, and soon the group roamed freely to clean up the mess. Chapter 220, the grand finale. Everyone rushed off to deal with the remaining fugitives. At this time, the people of various sects in the Xianmen finally realized something was wrong. They had been missing for too long after entering Baiyun County, so they immediately set out during the night and eventually arrived. In fact, they had already been there for a while. However, they arrived at the real Baiyun County, and the entrance to the Jiezi space had already been closed. They couldn't get in and had been searching around outside frantically, but to no avail. Just as they were rushing around anxiously, their missing apprentices finally appeared, and they appeared suddenly. Each of them looked disheveled, dirty from head to toe, and even had torn clothes. The masters and elders of the Xianmen were shocked, fearing that something terrible might have happened. Before they could ask more questions, these juniors dragged them along, shouting loudly as they charged ahead. Sweep away all the fugitives. Sweep away all the fugitives. What fugitives? The patriarchs of the various sects only managed to ask one question before being pulled away by their young disciples. Then they were astonished to discover that their young disciples had improved several decades in their magical powers and Taoist cultivation overnight. They were once considered talented, but now they had already reached the level of ascension. With the involvement of the various sects of the Xianmen, it took only one day and one night to almost completely sweep away the remaining fugitives. Even the murky air of Baiyun County was cleared by the diligent efforts of the various sects. The long-awaited refreshing sunlight shone once again on the land of Baiyun County. At this point, the local station army had already properly accommodated the over 1,400 rescued people. When everything finally settled down, the people from Bureau 7 slowly showed up. They were all grassroots members of Bureau 7. They were following the original plan, which was scheduled for 2 days later. Their arrival still counted as early. Unbeknownst to them, their 2-day advance had already resulted in everything being resolved prematurely. Officer Xiao Qin asked Su Qingqing in confusion, What exactly happened? This question reminded Su Qingqing that there were still some corrupt elements within the upper echelons of Bureau 7 that hadn't been dealt with yet. There was no need for her to explain much about the current situation since many people had been present throughout the entire event. She guessed that without her saying anything, the people from the Xianmen would eagerly tell Officer Xiao Qin and his group about everything. Su Qingqing and Gu Jun immediately returned to City A, found Senior Officer Chun, recounted the events of Baiyun County, and then devised a detailed arrest plan. This plan was quite simple. Let Gu Jun impersonate the omnipotent true god to meet with his subordinates, and then smoothly capture these individuals. The execution of the plan went extraordinarily smoothly, so smooth that there was virtually no difficulty. The reason was simple. Gu Jun's impersonation of their omnipotent true god was uncannily accurate. He just acted a bit evil, and the other side immediately believed him without doubt. Even more absurd was the director of Bureau 7, who actually respectfully asked when the omnipotent true god would successfully take over Gu Jun's body, and whether there were any new plans that needed cooperation. His every word and action was recorded, serving as irrefutable evidence, leading to his downfall overnight. With this, the farce of the omnipotent true god was fully concluded, and all of this ended before ordinary people even knew what had happened. Su Qingqing and the people of the Xianmen used their power to prevent a major disaster for humanity. Baiyun County not only expelled its ominous energy, but also, due to the leakage of spiritual energy during Gu Jun's manipulation of the Jiezi space, saw an increase in medicinal herbs that require high environmental standards. This made the county's environment and soil particularly suitable for cultivating medicinal plants. Previously depleted of resources due to excessive mining, Baiyun County now found new business opportunities and vitality through medicinal herbs. The local authorities seized the opportunity, quickly arranging personnel to work and resume production and life inside the county. In no time, the county flourished anew with energy and vitality. But although the affairs of the omnipotent divine sect had come to a temporary conclusion, with the revival of spirit energy, more scattered malevolent entities would surely appear. After all, these naturally born malevolent entities and demonic beasts rely solely on their instincts. Even without any inherited knowledge, with the restoration of spiritual energy, they can develop rapidly, far faster than humans requiring cultivation. Therefore, humans must cultivate even harder. The Xianmen must exert greater effort to expand their heritage and prepare for the entirely different new era world ahead. In short, all challenges are just beginning, and the road ahead is long and arduous. The good news was that after this battle, Su Qingqing had accumulated nearly enough merit points for her ascension. The founding patriarch hadn't deceived her. The bad news was that Gu Jun not only lacked the necessary merit points for his own ascension, but was still far behind. His journey was merely the first step in a long march. Now it was Gu Jun who traveled all over to accept missions and do good deeds. Even the appointments originally scheduled for Su Qingqing were taken over by Gu Jun. Those who had booked these tasks looked terrified when they saw Gu Jun arriving to do their jobs. They couldn't believe their luck that such a great person would come to them. Previously, Su Qingqing was the one worrying about her daily merit point accumulation, but now it was Gu Jun's turn to be anxious. Gu Jun repeatedly asked Su Qingqing, "How many more merit points do you need before you ascend? Are your merit points almost full? Are you planning to ascend as soon as your merit points are fulfilled?" Su Qingqing deliberately teased him with vague answers, making Gu Jun even more worried. He was so troubled that he was close to losing his spiritual focus. In the end, Su Qingqing couldn't bear to see his distress anymore and decided to stop playing around with him. After paying respects to the founding patriarch one day, she suddenly said to Gu Jun, "Actually, having enough merit points doesn't necessarily mean you must ascend immediately. I can choose the time for my ascension myself, so..." Gu Jun's heart raced wildly as he eagerly awaited her next words. "So what?" Su Qingqing smiled. "So I could choose to ascend with you when you've also accumulated enough merit points. I wasn't there with you last time, but this time I will." As Gu Jun stared at Su Qingqing, he could hear the frantic pounding of his heart. He wanted to say so much, but eventually got so excited that he couldn't form a coherent sentence. In the end, he simply hugged Su Qingqing tightly into his arms. Fortunately, earning merit points wasn't as difficult as they had imagined. Later, they didn't just take on tasks to do good, but also went to various sects of the Xianmen to restore the orthodox traditions of metaphysical practices. Restoring orthodoxy was a heavy burden and a long road ahead. It wouldn't happen overnight. The Xianmen had already experienced a serious disconnection in its lineage. A few years weren't enough to repair this. It would take at least 100 years to cultivate 3 or more generations of practitioners, so the orthodox traditions could continue. But fortunately, promoting orthodoxy earned substantial merit points, which came faster than expected. Besides, Gu Jun was an expert at making money. He used most of the annual profits from the Gu family business to fund public projects like building roads and schools in poor regions across the country. Compared to Su Qingqing's past efforts, Gu Jun accumulated merit points at an astonishing rate. He might not even need a century to reach his goal of accumulating 10 million merit points, far less time than they anticipated. And since both Su Qingqing and Gu Jun were now cultivators, their lifespans typically stretched to over 200 or 300 years, making 100 years seem negligible to them. It is worth mentioning that Zhao Liya and Jiang Muqing, after leaving Baiyun County, somehow developed feelings for each other and became an official couple. They got married a year after dating and held a wedding ceremony. The wedding of the Zhao family and the Jiang family was extremely grand, easily deserving the title of the wedding of the century. As witnesses to the ceremony, Su Qingqing and Gu Jun made a striking appearance. What shocked everyone was that the wedding they held was neither a Western style nor a regular Chinese traditional wedding, but a pure Taoist wedding. A Taoist wedding is about pledging vows to the heavens, earth, gods, ghosts, and mortals in all 3 realms, witnessing their marriage and vows. If anyone violated their vows, the cosmos would reject them. This was truly a wedding witnessed by the entire universe and primeval cosmos. Perhaps because such weddings hadn't been seen for too long, heaven bestowed a golden light as a blessing, shining upon Zhao Liya and Jiang Muqing's marriage contract. Both the Zhao family and the Jiang family being top-tier families, and with Zhao Liya being a well-known young actress and Gu Jun as the witness, ensured this wedding created immense waves in society and left a profound impact. Especially when the wedding contract, under the open sky, was illuminated by the descending golden light. Almost the entire venue erupted in excitement. Even later, when the Zhao family and the Jiang family didn't provide any explanation, leaving people to guess that it might have been a special effect, the debate surrounding the matter exploded online. Because of this event, the public finally noticed the most traditional Taoist wedding ceremonies, sparking imitation among trendy couples who also wanted to hold their own Taoist weddings. But this was just one influence. A larger impact was drawing younger people's attention to metaphysics, encouraging them to study and learn about it. Through this effort, traditional metaphysical studies and the Xianmen expanded their reach and grew stronger with time. After Li Miaomiao passed her college entrance exam, she worked for a while. But because she truly could not adapt to the high-pressure and unfree lifestyle of society, she eventually chose to resign and focus on her cultivation in Taoism, occasionally taking on odd jobs, earning enough money to live comfortably. Bai Qingxian had always been by Li Miaomiao's side. After leaving Baiyun County, their relationship underwent subtle changes. After experiencing some perilous accidents later, they finally came together and reached a fruitful conclusion. Later, due to their incredibly long lifespans and virtually unchanged appearances, plus being public figures, they were still hailed as ageless gods and goddesses decades after their initial rise. To avoid drawing too much suspicion, they all chose to retire into seclusion deep in the mountains. Su Qingqing and Gu Jun, Zhao Liya and Jiang Muqing, Li Miaomiao and Bai Qingxian, after bidding farewell to their naturally aged family members, moved together into the Qingshan sect. In the Qingshan sect, they built several adjacent small villas and lived as neighbors again, just like before. Moreover, with their identities registered at the national level, they were already considered key protected special talents by the country. Not only would there be no investigation or trouble from authorities, but the government was more than willing to cover for them. Thus, Su Qingqing and the others led lives detached from the mundane world, living freely and contentedly. A century later, exactly 100 years after, with the completion of the last elementary school Gu Jun donated, his merit points reached precisely 1 billion. At this time, atop the mountain of the Qingshan sect, dazzling rays filled the sky, brilliant golden-red clouds enveloping the entire heavens. Gu Jun and Su Qingqing bid farewell to their friends, then ascended together, holding hands. Before departing, they told their friends, "We'll be waiting for you on the other side." This was the first successful ascension in these hundreds of years on this continent, and it was an even rarer case of two people ascending hand in hand. Under the protection of immense merit points, not a single thunderous tribulation descended. They ascended smoothly. Later, the story of Su Qingqing and Gu Jun spread widely within the Xianmen, becoming the ultimate model of divine lovers. The end.